A new era of transformation is on the horizon, with fresh worlds and challenges awaiting the Autobots and Decepticons. Is there a possibility for Optimus Prime and Megatron to reconcile? Can centuries of enmity be erased in a single stroke? Faced with new adversaries, where will the Decepticons of a bygone era lead Megatron? And how will the Autobots navigate this tumultuous landscape? Among humans, those cloaked in the guise of Decepticons will vie for the technological weapons of this new age. All will soon be revealed. Greetings, I am Moonlight, and I address you all in the name of the honorable Decepticons and Autobots. Any further provocations that incite conflict, jeopardizing Cybertron and Earth. I was on high alert, but suddenly, a brilliant beam of light reflected in my rearview mirror, and only then did I realize I was parked illegally. On the dusky expanse of the Gobi Desert, a red Dodge Challenger adorned with imposing horns sped along, the light-hearted tone of the speaker suggesting a rather buoyant mood. Did you receive another ticket? A motorcycle, ridden by a girl and progressing leisurely on a distant road, emitted a steady hum. Even better, they made me wear boots. With those oversized metal tires, you won't be going anywhere. True enough, the police were just doing their job. I let them tow me to the corner, and then I kicked off my new boots with a flourish. Did the elite of the police force nearly soil themselves? You know me well, Alcy, and I've flown over mountains and crossed rivers. Just wait for the consequences, but it seems this doesn't align with the Autobots' first principle. We must remain inconspicuous. Well, searching for Energon in this desolate wilderness is rather lonely. I miss the Decepticons a bit. Jasper in Nevada is no party wherever we go here. We are isolated. Beep, 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 beep signal detected. Do you require assistance? Do you truly underestimate me? With that, the red sports car, oh no, it was Flyover Mountain, turned off the main road and headed toward a nearby sinkhole. Upon reaching the edge of the pit, he declared, "I've found a vast deposit of Energon. It's the Decepticons." Transforming into humanoid form, Flyover Mountain gazed at the swiftly approaching Decepticon warship. Suddenly, energy cannons erupted from beneath the ship, and Flyover Mountain, caught off guard, was blasted into the pit. Oh dear. Ouch, he groaned as he landed heavily in the pit, slowly rising to see Decepticon soldiers jumping down from the ship, his expression grave. Alcy, perhaps you should provide some support. Is this a warning? Flyover Mountain cautiously moved his shoulders. Watch as I rectify this situation. With that, he transformed back into a car and shot upwards, launching attacks against them. Calling Optimus Prime, the Decepticons have returned. Flyover Mountain has engaged them. Understood. Ambulance, can you locate Flyover Mountain's coordinates? A heavy truck advanced along the dimly lit rural road. It was Optimus Prime. A nearby ambulance responded, "I've locked onto him, Optimus, but the others are scattered across different zones." Alcy, Barricade, Bumblebee. All units return to base and prepare for land bridge transport. Meanwhile, the Autobots scattered across Jasper turned to head back to their base. On the other side, Flyover Mountain, having just sent one Decepticon soldier flying, was unexpectedly overwhelmed by others, resulting in a horn being knocked off his head. He was subsequently punched into the sinkhole, landing near the Energon deposit. Reacting swiftly, Flyover Mountain readied his arm cannon, unleashing a barrage of blue energy projectiles while leaping to retaliate against the hail of fire from the Decepticon soldiers. Unfortunately, at that moment, an attack from the cannon beneath the warship detonated the Energon mine behind Flyover Mountain, engulfing him and the Decepticon soldiers who were unable to evade in a rapid explosion. Amidst the blue smoke, two Decepticon soldiers dragged Flyover Mountain out of the pit. On the deck of the Decepticon warship, a robot with a face resembling a shoehorn observed the dragged Flyover Mountain and remarked, "The Energon is now useless." Coincidentally, the soldiers brought Flyover Mountain to the deck, where the aftermath of the Energon explosion left him marred with numerous wounds. "Red Spider, long time no see," he coughed, spitting out some Energon fluid. "Where is your leader?" Flyover Mountain inquired, leaning towards the shoehorn-faced robot. "Oh no, Red Spider. No need to mention him, I am in charge now." With that, he plunged his hand deep into Flyover Mountain's chest. Red Spider leaned in closer. "Any last questions?" Flyover Mountain merely glanced at his chest before extinguishing his spark, becoming a lifeless cold body of Cybertron. "Clean this up," Red Spider commanded with a wave of his hand. The warship, previously hovering above the sinkhole, accelerated away from the site. Just as the warship vanished from sight, a green portal opened at the edge of the pit, from which 4 vehicles emerged, transforming into humanoid forms, weapons raised to survey their surroundings. Finally, a heavy truck emerged before the others, transforming into a tall figure gazing into the pit. "All the untouched Energon mines have been destroyed." This marks the Decepticons' first operation in 3 years, Ambulance stated. We all know that if they are searching for Energon, it may signal his impending return. Optimus Prime, his faceplate lifted and a grave expression on his visage, approached the edge of the pit. Alcee and Bumblebee leaped down first, scanning the area, and Alcee spotted the broken horn of Flyover Mountain. No. She picked up the horn to confirm it belonged to Flyover Mountain. Ambulance, can you locate his position? Optimus Prime asked, and Ambulance opened the armor of his arms, displaying several life signals, one of which dimmed rapidly before disappearing. No, Flyover Mountain's life signal just went offline. Ambulance turned to Optimus Prime with sorrow. Aboard the flying Decepticon warship, a robot with a screen on its face approached Red Spider. Soundwave, what's going on? Soundwave then displayed a message he had intercepted. It was a conversation between Alcee and Flyover Mountain. Jasper in Nevada is no party wherever we go here. We are isolated. That Autobot named Alcee. Since we can catch them off guard, eliminating one Autobot would be advantageous. Hardly had he spoken when a voice boomed. Red, look at what you've done. The Energon mine I painstakingly located has just been blown up. This is unacceptable. A young human approached the deck, glaring at Red Spider. What? Do I need your approval for my actions? Annoying little human, Red Spider retorted, his irritation evident. Indeed, you don't need my permission, but that Energon mine was my discovery, yet to be mined. I certainly have the right to inquire, especially since this mine's reserves might rival the #1 mine. You truly are extravagant, Red Spider, to just blow it up. Is the Decepticon faction now so affluent that they can carelessly blow up Energon mines for fun? Sharp-tongued as ever, but aboard this warship, I call the shots. Sacrificing one Energon mine to execute one Autobot is quite a bargain, Red Spider declared, dismissing the human and showcasing his achievements. Chapter 2. Encounter, Family Despicable Human Brat. You have no right to shout at me aboard this warship, Red Spider declared, lowering his gaze upon the youth, appearing ready to strike. However, Red Spider's pride was short-lived, as the youth managed to breach his defenses with just a few words. Wow, you're so impressive. Soundwave, look, Red Spider is going to hit someone. How frightening. The youth ducked behind Soundwave, tilting his head to observe Red Spider, while Soundwave subtly nudged the youth further behind him, concealing him from Red Spider's view. Ugh, Soundwave, I fail to comprehend the utility of harboring a human pet aboard the warship, Red Spider exclaimed in frustration. As long as he proves more useful than you. A low voice resonated within Red Spider's audio receptors. Step aside, Soundwave. I shall ensure that you experience the exquisite torment of the Decepticons today, little brat. Look at him, Soundwave. In stark contrast to the joyful chaos aboard the Decepticon warship, the Autobots were enveloped in a somber gloom. The dim golden rays of the setting sun illuminated the remaining Autobots on this azure planet. We cannot allow the sacrifices made by those who have fallen to cloud our judgment with anger. As of today, only 5 of us Autobots remain on Earth. We must take responsibility for ourselves, for the memories of Cybertron, for those Autobots seeking refuge in the galaxy, and for the humans of Earth. We must persevere in honor of our fallen comrades. Optimus Prime reassured the group. Setting down the remnants of those who had perished, Arcee slowly ventured into the distance. Arcee, standing here sulking will not bring back those we've lost. If there are no objections, I must return to safeguard the humans. With that, she transformed into a motorcycle and sped away. Optimus, aiding the humans will only bring us more tragedy, Ratchet remarked, watching Arcee's retreating figure. I have noted your opinion, Optimus replied. In the Jasper district, Arcee, while patrolling, inadvertently revealed her position. Spotting her, a pair of Decepticon twins, she ducked behind a diner, turning off her holographic projection and shutting down her engine to take cover. Just then, Jack emerged from his shift and answered a phone call. Hi, Mom. I just got off work. No, I won't go dancing again. I learned my lesson. I promise I won't dance again, no matter what. Be careful, what are you saying? This is Jasper. While conversing with his mother, Jack suddenly noticed Arcee parked at the entrance. I adore you. Yes, I love you, Mom, gotta go. He quickly ended the call and approached Arcee, now in motorcycle form. Hello, beautiful, he murmured, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. What a case of missed opportunity. I've been saving up for quite some time, but one day, you shall be mine. Are you talking to your motorcycle? Jack was startled, having just mounted Arcee. My motorcycle? No. I mean, yes, it's mine, but I'm not talking to it, I'm talking to you. Jack stammered, flustered. At that moment, Arcee noticed the approaching Decepticon twins in the rearview mirror. Hurry, little rascal, we must flee. Just as Jack was about to introduce himself, a blinding light interrupted them from behind. 2 sports cars roared to life, closing in on RC and Jack. The two girls, startled, fled in panic, and RC had no choice but to escape with Jack still on her back, as the twins pursued them relentlessly. Meanwhile, in the Decepticon warship's archives, a human youth observed the unfolding scene through the surveillance feed, his expression peculiar. Replaying the moment where Jack caressed RC, he asked, "Soundwave, does this count as harassment?" Soundwave, gazing down at the youth, remained silent. The youth, accustomed to Soundwave's reticence, continued, "By the way, that screen on your face must be a mask, right? I find it hard to believe that the visage of a Cybertronian would be a giant screen. So, may I ask you to remove it so I can behold your true form?" The youth looked at Soundwave, who then retrieved the audio of the youth's earlier words and played it back. "Does this count as harassment? What if I said it does? What would you do? Remove the mask? Since we've known each other for so long, you know my secrets, so why not share yours with me?" Soundwave fell silent, simply observing the youth. The youth felt a bit embarrassed under Soundwave's gaze. All right, I won't look. I'm off to find Little Red," he said, leaping down from the control panel and heading outside. As Soundwave watched the youth's departing figure, a smiley face appeared on his screen before returning to normal. In the urban landscape, Jack, caught in a frantic ride, stared blankly at the motorcycle beneath him. "Hold tight, don't let go." "Who's talking?" Jack shouted. RC executed a sharp stop and then accelerated, shaking off the twins. "Red Spider Commander, we have located the target with a young human. Eliminate them all," Red Spider commanded, clenching his fists. "Aren't you worried about failure?" At that moment, the youth arrived on deck and overheard Red Spider's order. "Failure? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Besides, you should be more concerned about yourself. Consider your worth. Don't wait until Lord Megatron returns and finds you bothersome enough to crush you. Soundwave may not be able to save you then. Moonlight." "Oh, is that so? Red Spider, I believe you should be the one worried. I trust Soundwave will protect me. When the time comes and Lord Megatron returns, perhaps he'll learn to be a sycophant, and my life may be even more splendid than yours," Moonlight retorted, arms crossed defiantly. "Humph, we shall see, annoying little brat." On the city streets, RC came to a halt at a corner, signaling Jack to dismount. "What are you? If you dare mention me to anyone, I will hold you accountable," she warned, before revving her engine and startling Jack down another alley, while she took a different route. In her rearview mirror, RC noticed the enemy splitting into two, one heading toward Jack. "Damn it," she exclaimed, slamming to a stop, pivoting, and racing toward the direction Jack had fled. Jack, glancing at the pursuing vehicle, exclaimed in despair, "I don't even know her." RC made another leap, arriving next to Jack. "Jump on." As Jack hopped on, she accelerated onto the highway. The Decepticon soldiers in pursuit switched to weapons, firing at RC. "Why are they attacking us?" Jack asked, gripping the handlebars tightly. "We aren't us. They aren't human," RC replied. During the chase, a yellow sports car surged ahead, colliding with the Decepticons to slow their pursuit. Jack glanced at the yellow car aiding them and asked, "Is that your friend?" "That's family," RC replied somberly. Chapter 3. The meeting, the leaders returned the yellow sports car, maneuvered left and right, blocking the twins' overtaking route. Suddenly, the two vehicles aligned in parallel. The yellow car could not react in time. On the other side, a Decepticon soldier charged forward, colliding violently with the yellow car, which then accelerated in pursuit of RC. Ahead, beneath a construction bridge, Jack's friend, Rafi, was playing with a toy car when he suddenly spotted Jack descending on a motorcycle. "Wow." Jack observed Rafi's astonished expression and shook his head, saying, "You wouldn't believe it." Just as he dismounted, the roar of engines filled the air, and both boys looked up to see the Decepticon twins plummeting from a bridge. As they leaped down, they transformed into humanoid forms, their hands morphing into energy cannons aimed at Jack and Rafi. RC swiftly transformed, glaring fiercely at the Decepticons. "Let us settle this, Decepticons." While dodging the incoming energy blasts, she rapidly approached the enemy. Upon reaching a short distance from the Decepticons, she delivered a powerful kick, toppling one of them, and immediately followed up with a strike against the other. Her relentless assault left the Decepticons momentarily incapacitated. "Were they?" Rafi inquired. "I don't know. Robots that can turn into cars, or cars that can turn into robots," Jack replied. In the midst of their conversation, the battered Decepticons finally regained their composure and seized the opportunity to retaliate. Seeing the impending danger, RC hastily retreated, only to be struck by an energy blast that sent her flying, leaving her unable to rise. As Jack and Rafi worried for RC's safety, the yellow sports car descended from the bridge, transforming midair into a yellow robotic warrior, Bumblebee. He swiftly crushed one Decepticon beneath his foot and sent another flying with a powerful punch before retreating. However, in the process, he inadvertently damaged Rafi's toy car. Oops, Bumblebee exclaimed apologetically. It's all right, really, Rafi replied, but Bumblebee was soon knocked to the ground by an energy blast from a standing Decepticon. As he attempted to rise, he was stomped back down. When the large foot finally lifted, Bumblebee struggled to turn over, only to find two energy cannons trained on him, charging their power. In that critical moment, just as he uttered, "Don't hurt him," three pairs of multicolored optical eyes and energy cannons pointed menacingly at Rafi and Jack. "Please," Rafi pleaded weakly. "Shut up." The two Decepticons exchanged glances before one warrior stepped forward, preparing to execute the two boys. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jack grabbed Rafi, and they fled, hastily entering a colossal pipeline. Just as the Decepticon soldiers reached out to seize them, Bumblebee intervened in the nick of time. "Thank you." Rafi expressed his gratitude. Bumblebee then engaged in a fierce battle with the Decepticon soldiers. "Don't look back," Jack urged. "What are those things?" Rafi asked, bewildered. "I don't know, and I don't want to find out," Jack replied as they continued their frantic dash deeper into the pipeline. It was evident that Jack understood where this conduit led. Outside, Bumblebee was sent flying by several punches from the Decepticon soldiers, but he was aided by the barely upright RC, who stood ready to confront the advancing Decepticons. At that moment, a distant off-road pickup truck approached, morphing into a hulking figure upon nearing. Who dares to engage in a confrontation? The Decepticon soldiers, sensing impending doom, swiftly transformed back into vehicles and fled. Observing the retreating Decepticons, the vigilant group relaxed their guard. "You are too slow," the massive robot explained. Traffic, it added. "If it weren't for the distractions posed by humans at the Autobot base, I would have dismantled those Decepticons long ago," Alcee remarked. "Humans?" Optimus Prime queried, perplexed. "Beat, Buzz," came the response from two boys. "It seems another one has spotted us. I'm uncertain as I was preoccupied at the time," Alcee continued. "If the Decepticons' objective is us, any ally perceived as such will be in grave peril." Optimus Prime's expression grew serious. "Aboard the Decepticon warship, alas, mission failed." "Little Red, you have lost," exclaimed a voice. "Curse those Autobots and those insufferable humans." Raged Starscream. "Seek out Soundwave. He will arrange matters for you. Now, vanish from my sight and address me as Commander Starscream." "Very well, Little Red, farewell," came the reply. Those detestable humans. Outside the archives, the inquiry arose, "Is Soundwave present?" "Lord Soundwave is away. He instructed us to inform you that if you wish to see him, you may wait for his return in the archives." "Thank you, soldier," replied Moonlight as she entered the archives. Or during her wait, she dialed Soundwave's communication. "Dear Soundwave, as a paragon of beauty and intellect, the dashing embodiment of the illustrious Decepticons, may I extend an invitation for dinner?" While she awaited a response from Soundwave, she instead received a message from Starscream. "This is the communication channel for the entire Decepticon warship. Everyone can see this. Thank you for the reminder, Little Red. If Soundwave is unwilling, would you care to join me for dinner instead?" "No need. Continue waiting for Soundwave. And call me Commander Starscream." The following afternoon, on the road leading to the Autobot base, a yellow sports car and a motorcycle sped ahead. "Wow, roar. Oh, whoa," exclaimed Jack. "Why are we bringing her along?" "Rules," he replied, watching as the two vehicles barreled toward a colossal wall without decelerating. "Wait, this is—" Jack stammered in alarm. Just then, a massive gate opened in the wall, granting them passage. Upon entering the vast interior of the base, the group could not help but express their admiration. "I thought there were only two," remarked a robot colored similarly to an ambulance, aptly named Ambulance. "Did you not know? Humans reproduce," Alcee chuckled lightly. "I am Rafi." "I am Meichi. What is your name?" she inquired, approaching a robust figure. "Are you a vehicle? A truck? A monster truck? Do you enjoy heavy metal? How much do you weigh? Do you use a wrecking ball as a punching bag?" Mickey's one-click inquiry left the partition momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. "If you are robots, who created you?" Rafi asked a question he had long pondered. Please," the ambulance scoffed dismissively. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as Jack and his companions swiftly turned around to behold a colossal red robot before them. Optimus Prime. He spoke, "We are autonomous mechanical life forms, hailing from the planet Cybertron, and we are known as Autobots." Jack approached and asked, Why have you come to Earth? To protect your planet from the nefarious clutches of the Decepticons, he replied. Those rascals tried to eliminate us last night, RC interjected. Is that so? What was their intention? Optimus knelt to meet Jack's gaze. A pertinent question, Jack. One reason is that our planet has endured centuries of civil war, rendering it uninhabitable. Why engage in civil war? Rafi continued. It is a struggle for the resources of the Allspark, the very essence of power and life for both Autobots and Decepticons. The conflict has been brutal and relentless for centuries. In the beginning, I fought alongside a brother in arms, but ideals often erode in the face of war. And thus Megatron lost his way. Ugh, is this content on the exam? Mickey interjected bluntly. Does this Megatron have any bearing on us? Jack inquired once more. Megatron has been absent for quite some time, but if he were to return to Earth as I fear, the consequences would be catastrophic. From a Decepticon warship, Red Spider observed, those transmission signals are emanating from outer space. I refuse to waste Allspark energy unless you can guarantee accuracy. Soundwave nodded in affirmation. Then lock onto the signal transmission coordinates and activate the space bridge immediately. Moonlight, standing beside Soundwave, asked, is a significant figure approaching? Indeed, Lord Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons, is returning. Beyond Earth, a massive circular structure suddenly activated, its center shimmering with a cerulean glow. Unmistakably the space bridge, now opened. A Cybertronian fighter jet surged forth from the passage and transformed. Decepticons, I have returned. Chapter 4. Humans and the Dark Allspark bring the warship to the Allspark mine at Site 1. Let the Lord see the surprise prepared for him, commanded Red Spider. Soundwave, report the Autobot-specific information on Earth to me later. Upon entering the warship's command room, Megatron ignored Red Spider initially and turned his gaze to Soundwave, issuing orders. Red Spider? Yes, Lord. Can you explain why there is a human aboard my warship? With that, Megatron's eyes fixed upon Moonlight, who was concealed behind Soundwave. I can elucidate this. Dear sir, it is all due to Soundwave. The shrill voice of the Red Spider directed its arrows. No, it hurled them towards Soundwave. Soundwave, what is occurring? Instead of speaking, Soundwave activated his display screen, commencing the broadcast. Hey, dear Soundwave, may I invite you to dinner? Take heed. Observe my gestures. Number 179. Place the items at the designated location. Hey, be careful. Those items are still of use. Soundwave, behold what I have discovered. A hidden super-energy mineral mine nestled within the mountains. How do you intend to reward me? Soundwave, based on the detected information, I surmise there may be something within that ravine. Shall we venture out? Oh look, what did I say? There must be something, an enormous chunk of red super-energy. Perfect. The clever moon spirit is far more useful than Little Red. What do you say, Soundwave? The moon spirit stood before the large red energy, hands on her hips, exuding arrogance. What? Just you, pesky little brat? Don't think that retrieving a piece of red energy is such a grand feat. You have much to learn. The Red Spider glared at the moon spirit. Silence. Red Spider. Soundwave, proceed. The Red Spider, chastised by Megatron, appeared quite displeased, her once elevated wings drooping considerably. The display continued to stream. Soundwave, Little Red. Guess what I have found? A vast expanse of unexploited super-energy mineral, right on the outskirts of Jasper. Red Spider, look at what you've done. Such a large expanse of super-energy was just detonated. Are we no longer concerned about our livelihood? Or has the Decepticon energy reserves become so ample that we can treat a super-energy mine like mere fireworks? The scene abruptly ended amidst the moon spirit's dramatic gestures. Megatron regarded the diminutive human cowering behind Soundwave, sensing that perhaps this human pet of Soundwave possessed some utility. You seem rather capable. What is your name, human? Megatron slightly widened his eyes, addressing the moon spirit. I am June Moon Spirit. You may call me Moon Spirit, dear Lord Megatron, she replied with a hint of shyness. Lord, we have arrived at the super-energy mineral pit, reported the Red Spider. Let us proceed, Red Spider. I wish to see what surprises you have prepared for me. The moon spirit waved at Soundwave and hastily followed the Red Spider. The Decepticon warship, hovering above the valley, opened its lowering hatch, releasing an elevator into the mountain, housing a significant quantity of super-energy minerals. Lord Megatron, upon your departure, we discovered this. So far the largest super-energy mineral found. These mining robots have been tirelessly excavating day and night. Thus we have amassed considerable stock. Listen, bring me a sample, instructed the Red Spider, pointing to the Decepticon soldiers working in the distance. Red Spider, I have returned, and I shall now give the orders. Megatron emerged from the shadows, holding a purple super energy. Yes, understood, Lord Megatron. As your humble servant, should I prepare to activate the space bridge to bring back the Decepticon army you have amassed in the cosmos over these past 3 years? The Red Spider immediately lowered his posture. My army shall come, Megatron declared as he paused before the Red Spider. Casting a sidelong glance at him, he continued, I have conceived a more intriguing method for recruiting an army, one that involves a solid substance mentioned in ancient records, known as the blood of the Cosmic Emperor. Megatron raised his hand, gazing at the purple energy core he held. The Red Spider stepped forward for a clearer view of the energy core, remarking, the destroyer Cosmic Emperor. But I have heard that his blood is an anti-fire seed. The Red Spider regarded the energy core, which was suspected to be the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, and dare not approach too closely. This is the dark energy core harvested from the other side of the universe, Megatron stated, looking at the dark energy core. It is said to possess the power to resurrect the deceased. Truly remarkable. The Red Spider quietly shrank back. We require a corpse for our experiment. Are you willing to make the ultimate sacrifice? With that, Megatron turned his gaze towards the Red Spider, his red eyes fixated upon him. Oh, ha ha ha. Perhaps it is unnecessary. Please observe, Lord Megatron. As he spoke, an elevator descended, and 2 soldiers brought down the corpse of the fallen. Let this serve as a welcome gift upon your return home. The Red Spider indicated towards the corpse of the fallen, looking at Megatron. At the Autobot base, Optimus Prime addressed Jack and the others, expressing concern. Since you are now aware of our existence, I fear that the Decepticon faction has been monitoring you since last night. Understood. We will report any suspicious vehicles immediately. Can we leave now? Jack inquired. Are you out of your mind? My dream of becoming a robot has finally come true. I will not allow you or anyone else to shatter my splendid dream. Upon hearing that they were to leave, Mickey angrily retorted to Jack. At least until we ascertain the enemy's intentions, it would be prudent for us to closely monitor you, Optimus Prime added. Optimus, I do not mean to disrespect you, but these human youngsters here are just as perilous as anywhere else, the ambulance interjected. Youngsters? They possess no protective shell. If we were to trample them, they would be utterly obliterated, the ambulance stated, stamping his foot for emphasis. From this moment forth, ambulance, we must tread carefully. Before his words could finish, a green alarm blared throughout the base. Jack, observing the alarm, queried what is happening. Buzz beep beep. It is the proximity sensor. Someone is above, Bumblebee translated. It is Agent Fuller, the ambulance noted, looking at the rooftop image transmitted on the screen. Upon seeing the image, Jack and the others were astonished. I thought only we knew of your existence. This Agent Fuller is our designated liaison with the outside world. He only visits when issues arise, and it is best that you do not encounter him at this time. After Optimus Prime finished speaking, Jack and his companions swiftly took refuge beneath the staircase. Shortly thereafter, the elevator leading to the top floor opened, and Agent Fuller emerged, lamenting the 7-car collisions, 34 vehicular scrapes, and a 3-hour traffic jam. Curiously, many claim to have seen an unidentified high-speed motorcycle alongside a customized muscle car. Leaning against the railing, Agent Fuller addressed Optimus. So, do you have anything to say to me, Optimus? We have the situation under control. Optimus replied, they have returned. Haven't they? If you are referring to the Decepticons, I suspect they never truly left, for your planet is far too precious. Agent Fuller, with a defiant posture, stated, it is time to inform the Pentagon. Listen to me, Agent Fuller, we are your best, and indeed, your only, defense against the Decepticons. Come on, Fuller retorted, there are injuries on the highway, right? Only we can determine when and how much force to employ. As he spoke, he tore off a mechanical arm nearby and crushed it effortlessly. The ambulance nearby roared in protest. That part is still useful to me. Enough, Optimus interjected. Military intervention will only exacerbate the situation. Perhaps you can tolerate significant casualties. Agent Fuller, but I cannot. Then do us a favor and discreetly resolve these matters, understood? Fuller turned to enter the elevator, casting a glance back at Optimus as the doors began to close. Otherwise, I shall take matters into my own hands. Taking a few steps forward, the panel remarked, this fellow is quite rude and rather presumptuous. Agent Fuller was genuinely concerned for his world, which was indeed his responsibility, Optimus explained. Chapter 5, Resurrection. Trapped within the energon mind of the Decepticons, Megatron gazed upon the lifeless body of Starscream before him, pondering whether the dark power could rekindle the spark within. Just as Megatron prepared to insert the dark energon into Starscream, Moonlight interjected, "Please wait, Lord Megatron. Are you certain this is the right place for his resurrection? If Starscream revives and is detected by the Autobots due to his energy signature, it could lead to significant complications." What? Moonlight continued. After all, this energon mine is the largest discovered to date. If it falls into the hands of the Autobots, we would not only risk losing the mine, but also face the danger of an accidental detonation, which would be a tremendous loss for us. Just days ago, an untouched energon mine was completely obliterated. Moonlight regarded the lifeless figure before her. Oh, is that so? Then what do you suggest we do? Megatron lowered his hand, which held the dark energon, casting a contemplative gaze upon Moonlight, revealing a hint of intrigue. One might consider transporting this lifeless body to a desolate desert or an abandoned energy mining site, where it could be resurrected and confined. A few strategically placed explosives could create substantial trouble for the Autobots, even if they do not lead to their demise. Of course, if you find this task cumbersome, you may delegate it to Little Red. Your suggestion is rather commendable, far more practical than that of a certain individual who merely schemes and engages in idle chatter. Wouldn't you agree, Starscream? Megatron turned his gaze towards Starscream and spoke. Yes, indeed, you are correct, replied Starscream, appearing as though he had been startled, his wings gradually retracting. Soundwave, locate an abandoned mine and activate the land bridge, Megatron instructed via his communication link. Upon reaching the abandoned site, you shall test its power. With that, he inserted the dark energon into the corpse of Skyfire. As the dark energon permeated Skyfire's remains, his body began to shimmer with a violet glow. Witnessing this spectacle, Starscream and Moonracer quietly retreated, instinctively moving closer to Megatron. Once the dark energon integrated with the corpse, Skyfire's lifeless eyes opened, glowing with a menacing purple hue, and he emitted a deafening roar. His body writhed violently, breaking free from its restraints, and charged towards two nearby Decepticon soldiers, dismembering them with ferocity. Starscream, observing the unfolding scene, turned to Megatron with a hint of panic. Your plan is to use that entity to resurrect fallen Autobots to attack our forces? Megatron regarded the revived Skyfire, now transformed into a mindless beast, driven solely by the instinct to annihilate. Skyfire, having slaughtered the Decepticon soldiers, roared as he turned his wrath upon Megatron. In response, Megatron unsheathed a blade concealed within his right arm and, with a single strike, cleaved him in two. The upper half of the bisected Skyfire continued to roar as it crawled toward Megatron, only to be kicked away into a distant rock wall. This is the spark of a mighty army, the ultimate weapon, if only I can master its control. Soundwave, activate the land bridge. Moonracer, I leave the preparations to you. Lord Megatron, my slight frame. I almost forgot. Starscream, this task now falls to you. Yes, my lord. I shall ensure those Autobots find no resting place. Starscream declared with a bow. Autobot base dam Earth technology. Ambulin cursed as he monitored the signals on the control panel. Turning to his comrades, he announced, Skyfire's signal has reactivated. Who is Skyfire? Asked Ratchet. How can this be? It cannot be. It must be a malfunction. This system is riddled with errors. Ratchet retorted sharply. Could it be that Skyfire is still alive? RC turned her gaze toward Optimus Prime. Ratchet, prepare the medical bay. We may soon require it, he said, lifting his visor. Hey, what can we do? Mickey inquired. With the Autobot, let's proceed, Optimus Prime commanded as he was the first to enter the land bridge. Jack and his companions watched in awe as Optimus and the others vanished into the bridge, exclaiming, Goodness, what just happened? I utilized the land bridge to transport them to designated coordinates, the Autobot explained. But what exactly is a land bridge? Mickey asked impatiently. It is a simplified version of space bridge technology, as we currently lack sufficient energy to traverse interstellar distances. Are we trapped on Earth? Jack questioned. It seems so, but I constructed the land bridge, allowing us to travel anywhere on this planet. Wow, can transport people? Mickey leaned over the railing, inquiring. Certainly, replied the Autobot. Are you saying you can send me to Tokyo to visit my parents? Mickey asked eagerly. In the blink of an eye, I could indeed send all three of you there, the Autobot responded, bending down to speak to Mickey. Meanwhile, in an abandoned energy crystal mine, a green spatial portal opened, and Optimus Prime and his team emerged, alert and scanning their surroundings. "Where are we?" one asked. "It appears to be an energy crystal mine, but it seems the Decepticons have nearly depleted it," Optimus noted as they ventured deeper into the mine. As they turned a corner, they were suddenly ambushed, forcing them to evade and retaliate. Soon, the Decepticon soldiers stationed there were swiftly eliminated. "It seems they anticipated our arrival and set a trap," Optimus surmised. "What should we do, Optimus? Should we continue deeper? It could be a trap," RC expressed her concern. "Regardless, we must ascertain whether Jetfire is still alive. If he is indeed here, we cannot abandon our comrade," Optimus declared resolutely. Autobots advance. Inside the mine, Red Alert, waiting in ambush, overheard the approaching Autobots. "Come, Autobots. This time, let's completely annihilate you," Red Alert sneered, a sinister grin creeping across his elongated face. In the main shaft, as Optimus and his team battled the Decepticon soldiers, they remained vigilant of their surroundings. RC was the first to spot Jetfire in the distance, leaping towards him repeatedly, just as they eliminated the remaining Decepticon soldiers. They heard Red Alert's taunt, "Prepare to meet your end, Optimus." With that, Red Alert dropped a bomb before transforming into a jet and soaring into the land bridge. Optimus, noticing the bomb and explosives concealed around them, ordered Autobots retreat. As he turned, he saw Jetfire preparing to strike RC, and without hesitation, he fired an energy blast to propel Jetfire away, rescuing RC in the process. They hurriedly retreated along the path they had come. The ambulance activated the land bridge, positioned precisely where they had arrived earlier. Behind them, a mining collapse had occurred due to a bomb explosion. Bumblebee, RC, and Ratchet entered the land bridge in succession. And at the last moment, Optimus Prime soared into the interior. Chapter 6, The Collapse. Countering the firebrand, while Optimus and his companions battled against the Decepticon soldiers within the mine, Ratchet at the Autobot base observed error messages flashing on the screen. Pondering a solution. At that moment, Raph inquired, "How did you learn to use human computers?" "Certainly, it was not our intention to use them. We inherited this from the previous occupants of this missile silo upon our arrival. I made necessary modifications," Ratchet replied, sighing at the increasing number of error messages. "I believe I can fix it." With that, Raph retrieved a laptop from his backpack. "Is that so? You must understand, this is highly advanced technology, not a child's toy," Ratchet remarked, doubtful that a human child could grasp such complexities. After Raph connected the monitor and executed several operations, he looked up and said, "Try again." Ratchet observed as the error messages disappeared from the display. "A genius," Ratchet thought to himself, admiring the screen. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship in the storage compartment, Megatron gazed intently at a large mass of dark energon. "The blood of the Cosmic Emperor. How might I unravel your profound secrets to wield your terrifying power?" he mused. At that moment, the console behind Megatron connected to Starscream, located at the abandoned mine. "Lord Megatron, the Autobots have arrived," Starscream reported. "It is Optimus Prime." "Excellent, Starscream. You know what to do," Megatron commanded. "Yes, my lord," Starscream replied, bowing slightly. Within the abandoned mine, Optimus Prime confronted Starscream, declaring, "You shall perish." As Starscream hurled a bomb, Optimus swiftly dove into the land bridge. "It's about to explode. Autobots, retreat," he shouted, glancing at RC, who was about to be struck by a fragment of debris. He quickly raised his blaster and sent it flying away. "RC, retreat," he urged, transforming along with the others into vehicles as they sped back to their previous location. The explosion triggered pre-placed explosives, causing a thunderous roar that buried the very spot where Optimus and his companions had stood, alongside the debris. The mountain's collapse continued to spread outward. "Ratchet, teleport us back using the coordinates from our arrival, quickly." The land bridge opened just in the nick of time, allowing the Autobots to enter. Upon returning to the base, Optimus and his companions appeared somewhat disheveled. "Is everyone all right? What about the debris?" they asked, lowering their heads. "What was that rumbling sound? Were you in a battle? Can I join next time?" Mickey inquired curiously, leaning over the railing. "Hey, Mickey, let us see what they have hidden in their lockers," Jack suggested. "I don't want to," Mickey protested, but before she could finish, Jack had already pulled her aside. "RC, what do you see?" Optimus Prime inquired of RC. "He has changed, mutated. He has been ravaged," much like those experiments of the Decepticons in the wars. Before he could finish, he collapsed weakly to the side. Beep wail. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, RC replied. Can robots feel dizzy? Mickey asked. Do robots possess emotions? Can they die? Jack added. 3 individuals, 3 questions. The medic began a full body scan of RC, detecting anomalies on her hand. What is this? The medic wondered. I don't know. It's all over him, leaking out. RC responded. After taking a sample with an oversized scalpel, the medic instructed RC, go take a purifying shower immediately. Bumblebee assisted RC into a large apparatus. Optimus, I don't mean to disturb you, but there's no signal, Jack said, holding up his phone. This is a safety precaution. The walls of the launch bay block all radio waves, Optimus explained. But if I don't call my mom right away, the police will be looking for me, Jack insisted. Optimus looked down at Jack. Have you broken a law? Curfew. It's already past 10, Jack replied. I need to get home quickly. Otherwise, I'll be grounded for a year, he lamented. The customs of Earth. I had not considered that, but your safety remains a priority, Optimus pondered. He turned to the petition. You escort Mickey home. Great. My guardian will be terrified, Mickey joyfully remarked to Jack. Maintain vehicle form and monitor discreetly. Parked at the roadside. Optimus instructed the petition, ensuring precautions against unforeseen circumstances. Leave everything to me, the petition assured Mickey. Mickey felt a bit disheartened at this. Bumblebee, you're responsible for protecting Jack, Optimus continued, directing his gaze at the busy medic. I'm occupied. Then, RC emerged from the apparatus. RC, you are in charge of guarding Jack. Oh, I'm still dizzy. You'll be fine. The doctor has decided. The medic waved his hand, determining RC's fate. In the Decepticon warship's archive room, Moonlight had arrived early at Soundwave's location, listening intently to the intercepted conversations while observing the footage from a camera outside Jack's home. A smile spreading across her face. Soundwave, beside her, tilted his head in confusion. If you read more novels from that country to the east, you would understand Soundwave. Just then, Jack stepped out of the vehicle and addressed RC. RC, I just want to say, I am truly sorry for your loss of a comrade. How could you understand the pain of losing a comrade? RC bent down to look at Jack. Do you think you were the only one with troubles? Jack retorted. Being troubled by emotions cannot be counted as such, RC replied to Jack. It was on the night I encountered you that my heart became ensnared by love. As they spoke, the two heard a sound from outside. A car was slowly coming to a stop. Was it the Decepticon? It raised its arm cannon, aimed at the vehicle. No, it was my mother. In a state of panic, Jack rushed outside to prevent his mother from discovering RC. Mom, please don't get angry. Let me explain, Jack implored. His mother glanced behind him. Is that so? She approached RC, who had transformed into a motorcycle. Jack Darby, I once told you. I know, but what do you know? I was already worried sick about you. And now I have to fret about you getting into an accident on a motorcycle. I'm 16 now. I don't want to be riding a bicycle forever. Jack retorted. How could you possibly afford that vehicle? Jack's mother looked at RC, puzzled. It's a second-hand bike, nearly on its last legs, needs extensive repairs. But when I bought her, I might have been a child, yet I am no longer. You always tell me to make responsible choices. Having chosen her, I must take responsibility and care for her, Jack said, tenderly caressing RC's windshield. Love? Aren't you a bit young to be chasing girls? Jack's mother crossed her arms. Addressing him, I think she was the one pursuing me, Jack replied, his gaze lowered in slight embarrassment. Well, I'm glad you finally have a reason to wear a helmet, but you must wear it every time you ride. Understand? With that, she turned to head inside. Will you take me out for a ride sometimes? RC discreetly observed the two through a rearview mirror. We'll see, Jack replied. She can be a bit temperamental at times. He added, glancing back at RC. Meanwhile, in the Decepticon warship's archives, Moonlight's eyes sparkled with delight as she eavesdropped. Is this a confession, Soundwave? She inquired, looking at him. Upon seeing Soundwave shake his head in uncertainty, she expressed her disappointment. By the way, may I hear your voice? I remember you can speak, dear Soundwave, my charming siren, she said, reaching out to caress his arm. Fine, if you want to let me listen, I'll go find Little Red, she remarked, noticing the large displayed on Soundwave's screen, which left her slightly disheartened. In the storage room, Megatron reassured, you need not worry about further disturbances from the Autobots. For Optimus Prime has met his demise. What evidence do you have to support that claim? I have followed orders and detonated the entire abandoned mine. They may have been permanently buried within. Optimus Prime is not so easily vanquished. Our prolonged battles with him attest to that. He then looked towards the Dark Energon. Perhaps you should take a break, my lord. Excessive contact with the Dark Energon could have adverse effects on you. Starscream feigned concern. That may be true, but I have yet to have sufficient contact with it, he replied, reaching out to extract a piece of Dark Energon. Upon witnessing the movements of Megatron, Starscream was taken aback. Wait, Lord Megatron, no. Do not aim at your spark chamber. You have no idea what consequences this may entail. Before Starscream could finish his words, Megatron inserted the Dark Energon into his spark chamber, and in an instant, he was enveloped by a surge of purple energy. Starscream, frightened, took several steps back. Just entering the scene, Moonracer observed the unfolding situation and quickly turned to dash toward Soundwave. Reality was far from animation. While it was improbable for Megatron to transform into a zombie, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. After all, Soundwave was the most formidable force aboard the warship aside from Megatron, and his ability to traverse land bridges made escape convenient. At this moment, within the Autobot base, the viscous substance's fundamental elements were unlike anything I had encountered before. It was evidently highly concentrated, which explained how swiftly it affected RC. Unfortunately, lacking appropriate diagnostic tools meant that deriving accurate results would take considerable time. As Ratchet was handling the vessel containing Dark Energon, he failed to notice a drop of it fall onto a tool that had been crushed by a partition. The Dark Energon immediately began to exert its influence. Chapter 7. Undercurrents on the outskirts on a winding road. Jack held tightly onto RC as she suddenly surged forward, maintaining a poised demeanor as she sped ahead. "What is wrong, RC?" Jack exclaimed, startled by her actions. "I thought after being chased last time, you might have developed a penchant for racing." After listening to RC's explanation, Jack readied himself, gripping the handlebars and declaring, "Oh, come on." Amidst the encircling mountains, a heavy-duty pickup truck was parked atop a certain peak. "Ready, set, go." The partition sternly instructed, addressing Mickey. "Partition, I am currently seated within 10 tons of heavy metal. I am perfectly safe." The partition seemed to concede to Mickey's words and initiated the engine, hurtling down the mountainside, echoing with Mickey's excited cheers. In the distance, Bumblebee was engaged in a go-kart race with Rumble by the roadside. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, Ratchet, having concluded his study on Dark Energon, approached the control panel. Relieved to find it quiet at last, guests were always a nuisance. A rustling sound quietly emerged, startling Ratchet, who was examining molecular movements under a microscope. Ensuring no one else was present in the base, Ratchet let out a sigh of relief. Just as he prepared to continue his research, he heard the sound again, this time more pronounced. "Optimus?" Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him and turned to see a bizarre creature resembling a spider, albeit with numerous additional legs, charging towards him. My goodness! The creature leaped into the air, aiming for Ratchet. He swiftly sidestepped, grabbing a metal rod to block the attack. In the ensuing clash, the creature cleaved one of Ratchet's research tools in two. "I still need that." Upon witnessing the destruction of the machine, Ambulance expressed his indignation. Just as the peculiar entity leaped once more to attack, it was struck by an energy projectile. In its attempt to continue the assault, it was reduced to mere scrap metal beneath Optimus Prime's foot. "Stay put and do not move." "What on earth is this grotesque creature?" Ambulance pondered, gazing at the flattened being. After lifting his visor, Optimus Prime addressed Ambulance. "I have strong suspicions that this entity is the Dark Energon on the Decepticon warship, Soundwave." Having retrieved Moonracer from the archives, sighed in relief upon witnessing Megatron's return to normalcy. "How do you feel, Lord Megatron?" inquired Starscream with a bow. "It feels as though the blood of Unicron, the Chaos Bringer, courses through my veins. I can sense his thoughts." "I know what must be done," Megatron replied, extracting a small fragment of Dark Energon from the larger mass. "What can I do for you, Lord Megatron?" Starscream flattered. Megatron glanced at Soundwave and Moonracer by the doorway before fixing his gaze on Starscream. "Do not adopt that pitiful demeanor. Remain here and await my orders." With that, he soared out through the corridor of the warship. Inside the ship, as they observed Megatron's departing figure, Starscream turned to Soundwave. "Soundwave, I fear that during his time in space, Lord Megatron may have contracted a hint of cosmic insanity. Ever since his return, he has made no rational decisions. We must enhance global surveillance. Do not adopt that pitiful demeanor. Remain here and await my orders," Soundwave played back the audio of Megatron's command to Starscream. I'm not deaf. However, if we can ascertain that Optimus Prime has indeed been entirely buried there, I believe this would align perfectly with our Lord's intentions. Starscream, having momentarily lost composure, then wore a sly grin. Do not adopt that pitiful demeanor. Remain here and await my orders, Starscream repeated, eyeing Moonracer as she played the audio once more. Ugh, those detestable humans. Soundwave, keep your human pet in check. Oh, little Starscream, if I were to play your previous remarks to Lord Megatron upon his return, do you think you would receive a beating? Moonracer threatened, shaking her phone at him. I loathe humans. At the Autobot base, Ambulin placed a crushed monstrosity into a storage tank. If the substance discovered by RC on Mount Wing could restore damaged equipment, it would be reasonable to deduce that this same substance brought the deceased Wing back to life. This explains why his life signal has reactivated. But dark energon, such a substance is nearly non-existent. Why would it appear on Earth? Ambulin mused. It was transmitted here by Megatron. Optimus Prime elucidated. What is his purpose? Ambulin inquired, astonished. To conquer this planet. He seeks to resurrect an army of the fallen. As Optimus Prime's arch-nemesis, Megatron's intentions were immediately discerned by him. Well, Megatron must be on quite the scavenger hunt. I mean, where could he possibly find such a multitude of fallen Cybertronians? Ratchet's light-hearted remarks expressed his disapproval of Optimus Prime's musings. At that moment, the roar of engines echoed through the base. Bumblebee and the others had returned, along with Jack and his companions. Laughter soon filled the previously quiet base, indicating their harmonious interactions. Transformers, prepare. Optimus began to command, but upon glancing at Jack and the others, he reconsidered, knowing RC would need to look after them, and thus halted his words. Setting out? RC queried. Stay here, Ratchet. You will accompany me. RC, we need to venture beyond communication range for a while. You are in charge here, Optimus instructed her. I say, you are the largest among us. You should take the lead, Mika remarked to the partition. Well, he never chooses me, Ratchet replied. Optimus, I mean no disrespect, but being a bodyguard is quite different from caring for children, and Ratchet hasn't been on a mission since the war, RC responded to Optimus. Upon hearing RC's words, Ratchet retorted, RC, although my pistons may be rusty, I am not deaf. He then continued to operate the control panel. Currently, this appears to be a reconnaissance mission. Why do I sense there is more to your words? RC questioned, her curiosity piqued. Optimus clarified, in the past 24 hours, numerous changes have transpired. We must remain adaptable. Ratchet, activate the land bridge. Once the land bridge was operational, Optimus and Ratchet stepped inside. All right, boss, what shall we do now? Jack inquired, glancing at RC. I will go on patrol, RC replied, casting a glance at them before turning away. But Optimus instructed us to stay here, Jack protested. We shall see what happens when it is your turn to lead. Bumblebee, come with me. Partition, you're in charge here. After bidding farewell to Bumblebee and Raph, RC departed the base. Partition looked at Mika and the others, so what shall we do? Perhaps we could practice as a band, Mika suggested. However, we are not a band, Raph hesitated. Why take it so seriously, Raph? For now, everything seems calm, perhaps. Just as Mika was about to lose her composure, the sensor alarm blared. Just as Jack and the others ducked behind Partition, Agent Fuller emerged from the elevator. Optimus Prime. Agent Fuller scanned the base for him as soon as he stepped out. He is not here. There is no one, except for me, Partition replied, somewhat flustered. Where has he gone? Let me guess. He is off causing chaos again. I am uncertain how matters are conducted on your planet, but in Nebraska, obliterating a mountain entirely is hardly an acceptable method to deal with the Decepticons. If this is indeed your approach, I must inform you that it is utterly lamentable. You might relay this to Optimus Prime. Agent Fuller's voice trailed off, lowering his gaze to the source of the commotion. He noticed an object resembling an electrical box connected to the heel of the partition. Agent Fuller inquired, when did you switch to electric? The partition hesitated, looking down, while Meichi, who was tugging at the speaker behind the partition, realized her blunder and shrank back. Jack and Rafi exchanged helpless shrugs before stepping out from behind the partition. Hey, how's it going? Jack greeted Fuller. And you dare to interact with civilians? You Autobots truly have no bounds. Wait, is this a daycare center? Faced with Agent Fuller's questioning, the partition was evidently stumped. We are interns, Jack quickly interjected. Interns in school, Rafi added. We're here to earn credits. It's for an automotive course. A mechanical course. Both Jack and Rafi chimed in unison. Very well, follow me, Fuller said, pondering seriously for a moment before realizing they might be deceiving him, and he approached the trio. I shall hand you over to federal authorities for oversight. This is for your safety. Before Fuller could reach them, the partition stomped its foot, startling him, and declared, We will protect them. Is that so? Perhaps you can explain that to my superior at the Pentagon, Fuller replied, moving towards the landline to contact his superior. Do not use that phone, the partition urgently interjected, breaking the landline with a single finger. It's malfunctioning. Agent Fuller was incensed by the partition's antics and warned, This is far from over, you big oaf. I will not let this slide. With that, he turned and strode towards the elevator. Meichi made faces below, mimicking a babbling sound. The partition sighed as it watched Agent Fuller depart. In a remote valley, Optimus Prime and Ratchet were traversing the terrain. Optimus, what exactly are we searching for? Ratchet inquired. We seek the largest battlefield remnants of Cybertronians in the galaxy, Optimus replied. On Earth? Are you jesting? Ratchet responded incredulously. Do you recall how, during the later stages of the war, both sides began transferring energon waste off-planet? Optimus clarified for Ratchet. Indeed, which is why planets like Earth possess energon. This is also the reason we shifted the battlefield to planets like Earth. My greatest concern now is whether Megatron remembers this history. Unfortunately for Optimus, his fears were about to materialize. In the distant sky, a Cybertronian aircraft radiating purple light advanced towards Optimus's direction. Above the Autobot base, Agent Fuller piloted a helicopter away, activating communications during the flight. Commander, I am Agent Fuller. We have encountered a situation. I am returning from the Autobot base and will report to you in person. Unfortunately, Agent Fuller's communication was intercepted by Soundwave, who is far away with the Decepticons. The Autobot base, humans truly are the most troublesome of races. Bring this Fuller to me. We need to discuss matters concerning the Autobot base, commanded the Red Spider as he listened to Agent Fuller's words. Subsequently, the laser bird on Soundwave's chest launched from the warship, heading towards Fuller's location. After once again playing Megatron's voice to intimidate the Red Spider, Moonlight followed Soundwave to the archives. Soundwave, without the laser bird's obstruction, you seem to appear more appealing. Is it merely my illusion? Is this considered harassment? Soundwave responded with a recording of Moonlight's previous words. What do you think, dear Soundwave? Soundwave gently tapped Moonlight's head with his finger. Soundwave, do you believe Lord Megatron's plan will succeed? Moonlight inquired as she sat at the control panel, gazing at Soundwave. Soundwave remained silent. Are you not concerned that Lord Megatron might abandon the Decepticons once he commands a zombie army? That is the essence of the universe, Emperor. The blood of the anti-ignition spark will have no effect at all. Under the influence of such a thing, will he still be himself? At that point, the Decepticons will entirely become relics of a bygone era. Moonlight said, lifting her gaze to Soundwave. Soundwave shook his head in denial. Who knows? Everything may be fine now, but once the zombie army arrives, who can say what affliction might befall us under the influence of the dark energy? Are you not afraid that I might reveal what you just said? The mix sounds recorded by Soundwave echoed. Soundwave knows precisely when to speak, does he not? Moonlight stared intently at Soundwave. This time, Soundwave ignored Moonlight and instead began processing information aboard the warship. At that moment, an alarm suddenly sounded in the helicopter that Fuller was piloting. Big Bird? Be cautious. There is someone here, Fuller muttered, perplexed as he looked at the radar display. Yet, in the next second, he spotted the laser bird approaching the helicopter. What in the world is that? Seeing that the mechanical bird showed no signs of slowing down, Fuller swiftly evaded, narrowly dodging the laser bird's attack. First on the highway, now in the sky. In an instant, Fuller realized who was attacking him. He accelerated the helicopter, attempting to escape from the laser bird. However, he was unexpectedly struck by the laser bird, nearly crashing into a wall. Fuller quickly accelerated again, barely creating distance from the laser bird, and maneuvered into a valley, slipping behind the laser bird, turning the tide of the confrontation. Do you wish to play Decepticons? I shall oblige, he declared, activating the helicopter's machine guns to fire at the laser bird. Unfortunately, ordinary weapons inflicted no damage on the mechanical creature. In the midst of the pursuit, as the ammunition of the helicopter was exhausted, Laserbeak executed a swift maneuver, severing the tail of Fuller's helicopter and causing it to lose balance. struggling to maintain control. Agent Fuller could not help but lament the absence of the Autobots when they were most needed. At that moment, Laserbeak extended its mechanical tentacles, grasping the helicopter while reaching for Agent Fuller. In a desperate struggle, Fuller managed to press the distress button, only to be whisked away by Laserbeak. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, alarms blared once again, signaling Fuller's urgent distress signal. The technician observed the display panel, contemplating an attempt to operate the equipment, but hesitated, realizing their lack of proficiency. After a moment's indecision, they pressed a few buttons and the alarm ceased. "Have you tracked him?" Raph inquired. "No complete scan results." "Never mind," the technician replied, turning away in disappointment. "Is that it?" Jack exclaimed in surprise. "Fuller is a jerk," the technician retorted. "Wow, even so, he could be captured by the Decepticons," Jack urged. "Agent Fuller knows your location." "No, our location," Raph added. "We all witnessed how quickly Fuller capitulated when confronted." "He cannot withstand the Decepticons' interrogation," Mickey chimed in. "But without a transmission signal, I have no idea where Fuller is," the technician lamented. Just then, Raph, clutching a computer, spoke up. "Perhaps I can locate him. 5 years ago, the government implanted microchips in all agents, much like pets." With that, he began to operate the device. "Jack, Mickey," and the technician regarded Raph with astonishment. "What's going on?" Raph stammered, feeling uneasy under their scrutiny. "If I can infiltrate the federal government's mainframe, I might be able to pinpoint Fuller's exact coordinates." "Are you a hacker? But aren't you only 2 years old?" Mickey asked curiously. 12 years and 3 months. Raph replied proudly. Chapter 9, Resurrection. The Army of the Dead. It appears Agent Fuller has been invited in. "By the way, where are we currently docked, dear Soundwave?" Moonlight inquired, observing Laserbeak flying into the archive room. Soundwave displayed the current docking position of the Decepticon warship and gestured to indicate its location. "Let us find something to do, shall we? Let us explore the functions aboard the Decepticon warship so I can familiarize myself. It would be unfortunate if I accidentally disabled the ship's signal jamming device or inadvertently damaged something else," Moonlight proposed with a mischievous grin at Soundwave. Soundwave hesitated briefly, but eventually accessed a system interface that Moonlight was unfamiliar with. "All right, it's in my hands now," Moonlight said, rubbing her hands together with a sly smile as she approached the control panel. In the interrogation room, Agent Fuller was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by the Decepticon soldiers. "Welcome, Agent Fuller," the Red Spider greeted, having awaited in the interrogation room. Fuller, struggling to rise, brushed the dust off his attire and remarked, "Is this how you treat your guests?" The Red Spider chuckled lightly. "We reserve such treatment for friends of the Autobots." "Autobots? Are you referring to those fellows operating coin-operated car washes?" Fuller feigned ignorance. "Regrettably, the Red Spider did not engage. It appears you are refusing hospitality. Has no one ever informed you that I possess little appreciation for human humor? Let's treat our guest well." After issuing commands to the Decepticon soldiers, he exited the interrogation room. Within the Autobot base, Rafi quickly pinpointed Agent Fuller's precise location. Latitude 39. 5 degrees, longitude 160. 9 degrees. The panel swiftly set the coordinates of the land bridge to the designated position. "All right, wait here," the panel advised Jack before entering the land bridge. Jack, resigned, muttered, "It seems we are left to manage this place alone." Mei-Chi. Upon looking up, he realized Mei-Chi had vanished. The panel, having leaped from the land bridge, briefly scanned the surroundings and soon noticed a Decepticon warship docked nearby. Cautiously hiding behind a rock, the panel observed the scene ahead. As the panel was stealthily avoiding a nearby Decepticon soldier, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "So what's the plan?" Turning around, the panel saw Mei-Chi beside him and quickly urged her to keep her voice down. Unfortunately, the Decepticon soldier overheard, swiftly approaching and aiming his blaster at Mei-Chi. "Oh, my apologies." Mei-Chi, momentarily dazed, thankfully responded to the panel's warning and escaped just in time to avoid being obliterated. The panel charged at the Decepticon soldier, tackling him and delivering powerful punches. The soldier managed to scratch the panel, but after breaking free, both engaged in a fierce struggle. In the midst of the chaos, the panel placed the panicking Mei-Chi behind a rock and, while alerting her, delivered a decisive blow that pierced the Decepticon soldier's chest, severing his circuitry amidst a shower of sparks. Having temporarily resolved the predicament, the panel and Mei-Chi sought refuge behind a boulder contacting RC and Bumblebee. Meanwhile, Jack and Rafi anxiously monitored the land bridge device from the base. What should we do? The panel might not even be aware that Mei Chi is following him. Rafi inquired. Mei Chi hasn't witnessed the Decepticons' malevolence. She remains oblivious, Jack replied. Here are the coordinates. The land bridge is still locked onto its destination. Rafi pulled up the coordinates just established by the land bridge. Jack sighed, glancing at the land bridge. You take charge here, intending to keep Rafi at the base. Rafi, startled, exclaimed, Who am I to command? He then activated the panel to open the land bridge and hurried to join Jack as they ventured towards it. Regrettably, as they stepped inside, the base's communication system activated. RC called out to the base, Jack, hurry and teleport us back. Is anyone there? Damn it. At that moment, RC and her companion, far from the base, felt a chill of despair as they received no response. Bumblebee, return at full speed, she commanded. Within the Decepticon warship, in the interrogation room, Agent Fowler faced a formidable challenge. I have but one simple request. Disclose the exact location of the Autobot base, and you may spare yourself from physical torment. Red Spider circled around Fowler. That is fine, but first I must ask you something, Fowler replied. Go ahead, Red Spider permitted. I have some grievances regarding your customer service. May I speak with the manager? This single remark rendered Red Spider utterly vulnerable. I am in charge here. I am the boss. Bring me the electric baton. In the archives, Moon Racer and Soundwave observed the footage of the Decepticon soldiers battling the barricade from outside. This suits me perfectly, Soundwave remarked. He then pulled up the interrogation room's feed, displaying a large question mark on the screen. Rest assured, Agent Fowler will be fine. At most, he will be disoriented for a while. There is nothing to worry about, Moon Racer explained, justifying her indifference towards Fowler's suffering. Outside the warship, the barricade, hiding behind a boulder, wondered why RC and Bumblebee had not yet arrived. Buddy, the Decepticons are probably interrogating Fowler right now. We must charge in. Mikey urged the barricade to advance towards the warship. At that moment, the land bridge opened, but the figures that emerged were not those the barricade had hoped for. Mikey, a bit disappointed, remarked, Why aren't they following their own babysitter? What use are they here? The two individuals who emerged from the land bridge, still adjusting to the discomfort of their transit, unwittingly wandered into the open area, where they were spotted by Decepticon soldiers aboard the warship, who aimed their hand cannons at them. You two stand still. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room aboard the Decepticon warship, Agent Fowler was enduring torment. This is my last polite inquiry. Where is the Autobot base? Red Spider glared intently at Fowler, who was suspended before him. Fine, I will tell you. But only if you consume my underwear, Fowler retorted, exhibiting remarkable resilience, even finding humor in his dire situation, though it was plausible he meant it. Enraged, Red Spider unleashed the electric baton upon Fowler, who writhed in agony. I was correct. The energy matrix is incompatible with human nervous systems. Red Spider chuckled maliciously. In the Wilderness Valley, Optimus Prime and Ratchet finally arrived at the ancient battlefield's ruins. Gazing at the buried remains of Cybertronians, Ratchet expressed, This is the first time in my life. I fervently hope that you are mistaken, Optimus. Just then, Megatron arrived at the scene, standing atop a peak, greeting Optimus. Optimus Prime, how are you? Megatron gazed at Optimus Prime and mocked. I see you have brought your loyal guard dog. I thought he was nursing his wounds in that dilapidated old lair. Why not invite him down? We could have a delightful conversation. The ambulance, eager and ready for action, addressed Optimus. I know why you have come here, Megatron. It is no surprise to me, Optimus, for our battle has endured far too long, and your doom is nigh. With that, he produced the dark energon and hurled it into the heap of corpses on the ground. In an instant, the dark energon merged with the earth, causing the remains to emanate a purple glow, and the dead began to wail. Amidst this purple radiance, Megatron growled softly, Rise, my army. Chapter 10, The Undead Legion. Infiltration of the warship, my heavens, exclaimed the ambulance, wide-eyed at the sight of the resurrected Cybertronian corpses. Behold, this is the power of Dark Energon. Megatron roared from his elevated position. Observing the moaning zombies, the ambulance furiously declared, Megatron has desecrated our kind, including the resting place of his own ancestors. This is unforgivable. Optimus could not help but interject. His belligerent nature spares not even the deceased. As Megatron watched the zombies slowly approach Optimus, he exclaimed with excitement, I have succeeded. I am now one with them, and I feel I can perfectly command my army. Addressing Optimus and the ambulance, Megatron commanded, annihilate them completely. No sooner had the order been given than the zombies below began to howl and charge towards Optimus and the ambulance. Let me pose a question. If our foes are already dead, how can we destroy them? The ambulance observed Optimus firing energy blasts at the zombies, which proved ineffective, and could not help but inquire. Ambulance, retreat immediately. Teleport back to base, Optimus instructed, casting a glance at the multitude of Cybertronian zombies, unfazed by the energy fire. No, I shall remain and fight alongside you. After the battle, you will likely need a medic. The ambulance firmly resisted the order, instantly manifesting his battle blades and slicing through the approaching zombies. As the ambulance looked at the dismembered zombies, now incapable of revival, he suggested, I recommend you dismantle them further. The smaller, the better. What say you, Optimus? Observing the fragmented remains rendered ineffective for resurrection, Optimus responded, That's a splendid idea, my old friend. With that, he transformed his hand cannon into a blade and commenced dismembering the advancing undead. In the midst of the battle, Optimus glanced at Megatron, who was fixated on him, proclaiming, The dark energon is mine, and I eagerly await the day you join my army in glorious death. Hearing Megatron's delusions, Optimus charged towards him, accompanied by the ambulance. At the Decepticon warship docking area, several Decepticon soldiers aimed their hand cannons at Jack and Raph, launching energy blasts with the intent to eliminate them. In the midst of their evasion, Jack pressed Rafie beneath his body, intending to shield him when the barrier arrived just in time to usher them into the vehicle. What brings you here? The barrier inquired, unable to contain its curiosity. We are deeply concerned about Meichi. Have you seen her? Jack responded. What does she look like? Just then, Meichi emerged from behind, startling both of them. The barrier then led the trio behind a massive boulder, opening the car door and instructing everyone out, stay here this time. Upon seeing Jack and the others disembark, it dashed toward the Decepticon warship. Utilizing the visual blind spot beneath the warship, the barrier scaled the mountain wall and from its concealment, hurled a Decepticon soldier down. With a hand transformed into a meteor hammer, it struck another Decepticon soldier, decapitating him, and raised his lifeless body as a shield against an incoming attack from yet another soldier. The final blow sent this soldier flying, and, in his moment of confusion, the barrier ended his life with a free fall. Turning back to check on Jack and the others, the barrier found only Jack and Rafie. Where's Meichi? It wondered, only to hear a voice emanating from its own chest. Upon opening its chest armor, Meichi popped out. There you are. I accidentally vomited on your foot mat. My apologies. The barrier set Meichi down, who, feeling disoriented, murmured, Remind me not to do that again next time. At that moment, the warship's hatch opened, and a group of Decepticon soldiers ascended to the top, launching an attack. The barrier seized a device from one of the Decepticons, hurling it at the soldiers and knocking several of them down before scooping up Meichi and leaping into the hatch to evade another wave of attacking Decepticons. Below, Jack and Rafie watched the battle unfold atop the warship, and Rafie couldn't help but voice, Have they forgotten about us? Just then, the patrolling soldiers surrounding the warship spotted Jack and Rafie, taking them aboard. As the barrier ventured deeper into the ship, it soon encountered a patrolling Decepticon soldier, swiftly dispatching him before grabbing Meichi and making a frantic escape. At that moment, the Decepticon soldiers, escorting Jack and Rafie, also entered the interior of the warship, leading them to a confinement chamber where the Red Spider commander had imprisoned another human. The Decepticon soldier remarked, a statement that Jack and Rafie overheard. As they traversed the corridor, they fortuitously crossed paths with Bumblebee and RC, who had come to their aid. Bumblebee charged, sending a Decepticon soldier flying, while RC leaped to catch the airborne Jack and Rafie. Thank you for clearing the guards at the entrance, but an all-out assault on the Decepticon warship is not your place, RC gently admonished them, hoping to dissuade further reckless behavior. Isn't that the truth? Jack replied. As they continued, they turned a corner and encountered the barrier, thus completing their reunion. Did you bring them along? RC inquired. You have no idea how troublesome they can be, the barrier retorted. We must locate Fuller and ensure his safe escape. But how shall we find him? As Alcy finished speaking, Jack and Rafie interjected, he is in the confinement chamber. Meanwhile, within the confines of that chamber, Fuller remained suspended. My dear Agent Fuller, do you now comprehend that the Autobots have utterly forsaken you? Your only recourse is to trust and rely upon me. Therefore, divulge the truth or else. As he spoke, he drew the electric baton closer to Fuller. Please do not do this. They're in a secret government base. And then, he urged, in an old steel mill, or perhaps beneath the carnival funhouse, Fuller stammered, attempting to buy time. Enraged by the deception, the Red Spider unleashed a jolt from the electric baton towards Fuller. After delivering the shock, the Red Spider commanded the two guards at the door, "You two, go investigate the commotion outside." Within the battleship corridor, Alcee and her companions were engaged in a fierce confrontation with the approaching Decepticon soldiers. In the center, Jack, Rafi, and Mechi sought refuge from the chaos. In the archive room, observing the conflict unfolding aboard the battleship, Moon Spirit remarked, "I believe we should lend them a hand." "What do you think?" Soundwave glanced down at Moon Spirit, expressing his uncertainty. "Open all Decepticon communication channels aboard the battleship, and I shall address them. Instruct all Decepticon soldiers to clear the way and allow the Autobots to escape." "What do you think?" Soundwave remained silent, merely activating the communication channels and gesturing for Moon Spirit to proceed. "All Decepticon members, this is Soundwave speaking. Everyone, secure the vital warehouses and allow the Autobots to exit the battleship. Guard the storage rooms and do not interfere with them. Let the Autobots pass." Just as Moon Spirit completed her message, she sensed someone behind her. Turning, she found it was Soundwave. "Ah, since I couldn't speak on the battleship, I had to borrow your authority," she explained. "What about the Decepticon soldiers scattered throughout the ship? Are we still advancing? Did you not hear Lord Soundwave's command? Secure the vital warehouses and clear the exit corridor." Chapter 11. A safe departure, preparing for the main event in the vast mountain valley. Optimus Prime and Ratchet collaborated to dismantle the Cybertronian zombies revived by the Dark Energon. After prolonged exposure to the surrounding Dark Energon, their strength had significantly waned, leaving them vulnerable. "Optimus, after such an extensive duration exposed to the Dark Energon, our power is diminishing," Ratchet stated, closely following Optimus. "We cannot afford to retreat," Optimus declared, charging into the encirclement of zombies. However, the sheer number of zombies overwhelmed them, preventing a favorable counterattack and leaving them buried beneath the horde. From a distance, Ratchet observed Optimus being engulfed by the zombies, his concern for Optimus' safety mounting. Yet, he too was soon overwhelmed by the encroaching zombies. Unable to mount a meaningful resistance, they could only strive to endure and avoid being slain by the relentless horde. At this moment, observing the seemingly trapped Optimus Prime and the ambulance, Megatron revealed a sinister smile. Just then, Optimus Prime, surrounded by a horde of zombies, erupted with a fierce energy, swiftly breaking through the encirclement and eliminating the zombies that were oppressing the ambulance. Witnessing Optimus's resurgence, Megatron felt no surprise. After all these years, Optimus Prime, you remain as vibrant and spirited as ever. As the two approached him, Megatron commanded, "My army, finish them off." Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, in the command room on the deck, several soldiers were startled by a noise at the door and went to investigate. As they opened the door, they were instantly taken out by an incoming energy blast. Shortly after, RC, Bumblebee, and Bulkhead rushed in, dispatching the remaining Decepticon soldiers and declaring, "It's safe now." Just then, Jack and his companions entered from outside. RC instructed them to wait there. "Buzz Buzz?" Bumblebee inquired, questioning RC's decision to keep them behind. "They are vulnerable to attacks. Our focus will be divided. Staying here ensures their safety," RC explained before heading out of the command room, with Bumblebee and Bulkhead following closely. As the door closed automatically, a cheerful voice chimed. "That was close." "You can say that again." Rafi couldn't help but interject. "We've ended up in this predicament because of you." "What do you intend to do, Mickey?" Jack reproached Mickey. Mickey retorted, "Did I ask you to follow me? You said we were a band. Shouldn't we stick together?" "Well, perhaps I've decided to go solo," she replied defiantly. "Then perhaps we are a bit concerned for your safety." "Oh, please. Is your name Optimus Prime?" "Bulkhead will ensure my safety. I don't need your help," Mickey countered. In the archives of the warship, Moonlight observed Jack and the others in the command room and remarked, "Oh dear, it seems they've unwittingly allowed the Autobots' allies into the command center. The control panel still holds crucial information about the space bridge. What if they capture or download it for the Autobots to see, Soundwave?" She turned to Soundwave with a raised eyebrow. Instantly understanding, Soundwave adjusted the display in the command room to conceal some vital project schematics. Let us hope the children are wise enough not to forget to bring this back to Optimus. Don't you think, Soundwave? Meanwhile, the individuals in the command room also noticed that the interface displayed something of great importance. Hey, Rafi, what is that? Jack questioned, gazing at the display panel. Rafi approached the panel, scrutinizing the graphic. This is significant, exceedingly so. We must show this to Optimus. The question is, how do you know this isn't just a space recipe? Mickey interjected. I have a knack for mathematics. This is undoubtedly a critical equation, Rafi explained. Jack, somewhat uncertain, asked, can you download it? Rafi pondered as he recalled bringing a USB drive, yet he remained uncertain of where to insert it, unable to comprehend the alien technology before him. As he extracted the USB, he gazed at the darkened control panel, filled with confusion. At that moment, a Decepticon soldier, regaining consciousness from being knocked out, approached the control panel. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Black Widow, irritated by the commotion outside, exclaimed, "Wake up, you detestable organic being." At that instant, the disoriented agent, Foolit, lifted his head and muttered, "Grandma, it's time for some cookies," before lapsing back into unconsciousness. Just then, Bumblebee and a partition burst in, aiming their hand cannons at Black Widow. Reacting swiftly, Black Widow pointed her cannon at Foolit, warning, best not to move. No sooner had she spoken than someone struck her on the head. Upon looking up, she saw RC in the passage above, gun trained on her head, commanding, "Don't move." With a sinister smile, Black Widow retorted, "I disagree." Thus, 3-on-1 standoff ensued, and Foolit seized the moment to bid farewell to everyone. Just as Black Widow finished speaking, she was startled by Foolit's voice beside her. The ostrich exclaimed, "Hooray!" Seizing the distraction, Bumblebee fired an energy blast that struck Black Widow's arm. Nevertheless, Black Widow adeptly evaded the trio's attacks with her agile movements and successfully transformed into a jet, escaping while inflicting minor damage on RC with her tail flame. Simultaneously, in the command room, Rafi was discovered by soldiers while turning back to retrieve his backpack, causing chaos as they fired their hand cannons. In this critical moment, Jack stepped forward to rescue Rafi, using the fallen Decepticon soldier as cover. As the approaching Decepticon soldier drew near, Jack called out to Mickey, "Mickey, take a picture." "Good idea. Hey, look over here." Mickey dashed out, capturing a photo of the attacking Decepticon soldiers with her phone. The soldiers, momentarily stunned by the flash of the camera, froze in place. Seeing Mickey's actions, Jack grew frantic, shouting, "Not him. Take a picture of that." He pointed at the formula image. Only then did Mickey realize, raising her phone to capture the shot. The bewildered Decepticon soldiers sensed something amiss and raised their hand cannons again, aiming at the group. "Run, run," they shouted as they evaded and fled the command room. Just in time, the partition that had rescued Foolit arrived, saving Jack and the others. "I told you to stay there," RC said, a mix of worry and anger in her voice. As they rushed toward the exit of the Decepticon warship, Bumblebee's interior echoed with Foolit's unexpected declaration. "I love meat pies. Can we stop to buy one?" Rafi and Mickey jumped at Foolit's sudden appearance. Observing Foolit's somewhat dazed state, Mickey exclaimed excitedly, "You found Foolit. Impressive." Fortunately, due to prior orders, RC and her companions encountered no hindrance while departing the warship, leaving smoothly. As Moon's spirit observed the departing crowd, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. All was well. In the Wilderness Valley, witnessing Optimus Prime's thorough eradication of the zombies, a voice of praise emerged. "Well done, Optimus. But consider this merely a warm-up. I advise you to conserve some strength for the main event ahead." At that moment, Optimus retracted his blade and began his ascent towards the mountaintop, declaring, "You shall not succeed, Megatron. As long as I, Optimus Prime, draw breath, your ambitions will remain unfulfilled." "Very well. Your demise may prove more advantageous to me," Megatron taunted, before transforming into his aircraft form and soaring away just as Optimus launched his attack. As Optimus assisted the ambulance in climbing up, the latter gazed down at the scattered remains below and remarked, "If this is not Megatron's main event, then what could it possibly be?" He then turned his attention to Optimus, who was slowly revealing a grave expression. Chapter 12. Departure. Formation of the squad upon returning to the base. The ambulance was secured by Optimus using a welding gun. "What troubles have you encountered?" Michaela inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The ambulance responded, "We faced an army of Cybertronian undead. Zombies? Why have we not encountered any?" Michaela questioned, perplexed. Panel. Allowing humans to accompany you on such perilous ventures is exceedingly unwise, Optimus admonished, addressing the panel directly. The panel glanced at Michaela and her companions before replying. I shall not repeat this mistake, Optimus. I assure you. But this is not solely the panel's fault, Michaela countered. Michaela, refrain from speaking further. We have acquired sensitive information. She produced her phone, displaying a formula for Optimus to examine. Optimus observed it and said, Ambulance, take a look at this. It may hold significant importance for Megatron. He's returned? This is bad news, is it not? Jack queried, uncertainty lacing his voice. The ambulance approached, staring at the photo of the Decepticon soldier on Michaela's phone, looking utterly bewildered. I don't understand, he confessed. Michaela explained, this is the Decepticon who sought to eliminate Rafiki. I left behind a memento before he was defeated by the panel. Seeing Michaela's excitement, Jack interjected, Michaela, Rafiki nearly lost his life. This is no game. When will you take this seriously? Well, we all came perilously close to death, Jack. Yourself, me, Rafiki, and even them, Michaela retorted, gesturing towards the panel. If dealing with the Autobots is always this dangerous, I wish to withdraw. I no longer wish to be involved, Jack lamented, despondently. Jack, it was never our intention to place you in harm's way. However, the peril now extends beyond just the three of you. It encompasses all of humanity on Earth. If you choose to leave, we will respect your decision, Optimus stated, as the ambulance activated the land bridge, targeting Jack's home. Stop dawdling, if you wish to depart. Then do so, the ambulance urged. Jack gazed at the open land bridge and turned to Rafi, saying, let us proceed, Rafi. Rafi glanced at the somewhat sorrowful Bumblebee, then resolutely replied, Jack, I will stay. We shall meet at school. Observing this, Jack ceased his insistence, conceding, as you wish. Just as he descended the staircase, he found RC standing in his path. I understand. Let us pretend we have never met, Jack remarked with a hint of exasperation. Do not compel me to teach you a lesson. Witnessing Jack's unwavering stride towards the land bridge, RC's gaze dimmed slightly. Within the Decepticon warship, Starscream began, listen to me. Lord Megatron, I intended to. Before he could finish, an irate Megatron struck him with a punch. I commanded you to await my orders, he barked, following up with an elbow that sent Starscream flying. But your foolish actions nearly cost me my warship. Had Soundwave not reacted in time. Even worse, you have delayed our plans. Yet my intentions were noble, my lord. I merely sought to assist you in eliminating Optimus Prime. But before he could complete his sentence, Megatron crushed him beneath his foot. I will not permit anyone to eliminate Optimus Prime, except for myself. Do you comprehend? He intensified the pressure of his foot. Lord Megatron, I vow to make amends. I know a method to salvage your plans. Hearing this, Megatron lifted his foot and grasped Starscream by the scruff. If your suggestion involves utilizing Earth-S radio telescopes, then I fear for your head. What? My lord, how could you possibly know of this method? Starscream struggled to articulate. Ensnared in Megatron's grip, although your tactical prowess is commendable, in recent encounters, I have observed that you seem inferior to a mere human. At that moment, Soundwave entered the command room with Moonlight. Ah, flattery. It is primarily due to Commander Starscream's guidance that I have learned to contemplate and devise strategies even amidst equipment failures. Moreover, Little Red's abilities are quite formidable, are they not? In fact, indispensable for the Decepticons, Lord Megatron, Moonlight spoke softly. Starscream, should there be a next time? Be wary of your head, Megatron warned, releasing his grip on Starscream's neck. Moonlight, you have performed admirably. Speak, what reward do you desire? Given your contributions thus far, I deem it a significant achievement. Oh, I cannot possibly accept such a reward. However, if it must be so, Moonlight said, rubbing her hands shyly. What would you wish? Lord Megatron, considering my small stature as a human, travel can be somewhat inconvenient. Additionally, with the vast number of Decepticon forces aboard the warship, I wonder if I might request a small convoy for my travels. Before Megatron could respond, she added if I could choose, it would be splendid to have a command from you, granting me authority to direct them. Oh, and thank you. Megatron, somewhat speechless, regarded Moonlight without uttering a word. Moon Spirit gazed at the silent Megatron and, sensing a hint of reluctance in her request, graciously accepted his unspoken refusal. Coming back to his senses, Megatron turned to Soundwave and declared, Soundwave, I entrust this matter to you. Seek out Soundwave. He will assist you. Thank you very much, Lord Megatron, Moon Spirit responded, her face lighting up with joy. Watching Moon Spirit depart alongside Soundwave, someone remarked, human beings are easily satisfied. Wouldn't you agree, Red Spider? Indeed, Lord Megatron. Red Spider replied hastily in agreement. After receiving the small token crafted by Soundwave, who demonstrated its function, the voice emanating from the token announced, I am Megatron. Upon hearing this command, you shall immediately become one of the members of Moon Spirit's team. This is my decree. This recording was personally made by Megatron at Moon Spirit's request, and naturally, as a small team, the number of members was to be limited. After much negotiation, they settled on 6 members, neither more nor less, just perfect. The first step after acquiring the token was to locate the 2 Decepticon soldiers, designated as 09 and 06, whom Red Spider had dispatched to trouble Alcee. Conveniently, Moon Spirit decided to refer to them as Little 6 and Little 9 for simplicity. Meanwhile, at Jake's warehouse, he was busy repairing the rear wheel of his bicycle. At that moment, the partition arrived with Mickey in tow. Mickey disembarked and watched Jake intently as he tightened a screw. Now I understand why you were in such a hurry to return home. You could be engaging in far more entertaining activities, she remarked. Jake remained focused on his task. Is this your home? Mickey inquired, surveying the warehouse. My home is in Tokyo, where I have my parents and 2 purebred cats, Kiki and Ding Ding. I attend the best school and began piano lessons at the age of 3. You are truly fortunate, Mickey observed. Jake, without turning his head, continued his work. No, this is utterly dull, Mickey stated, prompting Jake to finally lift his gaze to her. That is not me. Why would I transfer here? She explained. Ah, Jasper, Nevada. This is the world's entertainment capital. That must be a fabrication from the promotional pamphlet. To be honest, I was beginning to miss piano lessons until these recent events unfolded. Jake expressed his confusion. What exactly are you trying to say? Mickey clarified. I want to acknowledge your outstanding efforts today. You saved Rafi and then rushed to my aid. Jake's eyes flickered as he pondered the responsibilities one must carry toward homework, toward his mother, toward work. Listen to me. You are no ordinary individual. You are capable of great things. Do not feign mediocrity, Jake. Greatness is your destiny. Thank you, Mickey, but I find comfort in being ordinary. Seeing her words fail to resonate with Jake, Mickey left in exasperation. Chapter 13. The plan begins after watching the partition take Mickey away. Moon Spirit dismounted from Little 6 and greeted, Hello, Jake. As the moonlit figure approached, Jack expressed his confusion. Hello. May I ask who you are looking for? I'm here for you. To have a conversation, she replied. With me? We shouldn't be acquainted. Jack responded, uncertainty etched on his face. True, we are strangers until now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yue Ling, though you may also call me the Mysterious One, she said with a smile. Mysterious One? What nonsense is this? Jack questioned, bewildered. Gust alitiest. Now, it's time for you to speak. You seem rather troubled. Is it matters of the heart? Not at all. Merely a minor inconvenience, Jack replied. Why have you sought me out? I have not seen you around. Jack regarded Yue Ling warily, tightening his grip on the wrench he had discreetly acquired moments earlier. Relax. Jack, I simply felt an urge to meet you, and here I am. And just a reminder, that wrench you hold poses no threat to me, Yue Ling said, her smile unwavering. Very well, let us get acquainted. What comes next? Shouldn't you be on your way? Jack asked, still clutching the wrench. Next, we shall discuss your abandonment of someone dear, Yue Ling responded, raising her hands in a gesture of openness. At her words, Jack was taken aback. Abandonment? What do you mean? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Allow me to jog your memory, she said, retrieving her phone and playing a recording. But when I bought it, I might have still been a child. Now I am not. You always told me to make responsible choices. If I have chosen her, I must be accountable and love her. Love? Aren't you a tad young to pursue girls? I believe it was she who pursued me first. Who are you? And why are you eavesdropping on me? Jack exclaimed, startled by the recording, connecting the dots to certain individuals, or perhaps entities, that had taken an interest in him. He glared at Yue Ling, his voice low and serious. Oh dear, you spoke so loudly and passionately that I couldn't resist documenting it. Besides, aren't you afraid of losing her entirely by abandoning her? Didn't you say one should take responsibility? Yue Ling replied, shrugging her shoulders. What are you trying to say? Jack asked, perplexed. Jack, beautiful souls have always been fragile, and she is particularly delicate compared to others, though she may possess a strength beyond yours. What if something were to happen to her one day? Would you not regret leaving her alone today? I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Jack retorted defensively. You will understand, Jack. Here is my contact information. If you have any questions or concerns, reach out to me, and I shall provide answers. Also, take this to your superior, and remember to keep it confidential, she said, handing him a piece of paper before turning to leave. As Yue Ling exited Jack's home, she settled into the driver's seat of Xiao Lu and instructed Xiao Lu drive. Commander, why not eliminate that human? Xiao Lu inquired as they progressed forward. Xiao Lu, sometimes one must learn to be ambiguous and not overthink matters. He is not currently with the Autobots. Furthermore, our time is after hours. Why engage in unnecessary actions? Furthermore, I am your commanding officer now, and you must heed my orders, correct? Indeed, that is accurate, Commander, but Xiao Lu still has questions. No more buts. I command you to forget about him. With Megatron absent, it is imperative that you follow my directives. Additionally, increase your pace. We cannot afford to miss the competition. Understood. Commander. Within the Autobot base, the medic, observing the instruments, exclaimed, "My goodness! Optimus, this is the schematic for the temporal vortex generator, the very design of the space bridge. Megatron is constructing the space bridge, or perhaps he has already completed it." Optimus replied, "The sooner he departs, the better." The barrier interjected, "We must remember that the space bridge facilitates two-way travel. Megatron may not intend to leave Earth. Rather, he could be summoning his deceased army to our planet." Optimus elucidated, "Could this be what Megatron refers to as the main event? I can only conceive of one location where he could enlist such a multitude of fallen warriors." The medic could not help but add, "You are correct, Cybertron. We must prevent Megatron from transporting the dark energon entities through the space bridge. If we fail, the deceased of Cybertron will be resurrected, overwhelming Earth in an invasion. In such a scenario, humanity would fall into Megatron's grasp." At the Autobot diner, Jack had just parked his bicycle when he heard, "Not a bad ride." It was RC. "RC, Mickey has already come to persuade me. Please convey to Optimus my deep respect for him. But if you are intent on waging war against the Decepticons, I fear I cannot be of assistance." Jack turned to RC. "Optimus did not send me, nor does anyone require your assistance," RC retorted. "Very well. If we all agree that I am not cut out for combat." Then Jack's words were interrupted by RC. "Jack, I recently lost someone dear to me. Perhaps it is due to my grief, or perhaps I find you rather commendable. Regardless, I am not ready to say goodbye just yet." Jack gazed at RC, his thoughts drifting back to the previous night. How could I leave her alone? What if something were to happen? Wouldn't I regret abandoning her to face it alone? Back at the Autobot base, the medic stated, "Optimus, I have pinpointed the exact location of Megatron's space bridge. It lies within Earth's orbit." The medic had successfully detected the location of the space bridge. "We are at a disadvantage," Optimus remarked upon hearing the precise coordinates. "Aboard the Decepticon warship," Red Alert reported. "Found it, Lord Megatron. It is located in Texas, where there is a vast array of interconnected radio telescopes. With those, we can accurately pinpoint the location of Cybertron." The Insecticon flatteringly addressed Megatron. Observing the display screen, Megatron commanded, "Soundwave, it is your task to lock the space bridge onto Cybertron." Soundwave nodded and departed. "Lord Megatron, I request to accompany Soundwave on this mission," Moon Racer interjected at that moment. Megatron regarded Moon Racer and replied, "Granted. Certainly, I shall ensure the safety of Soundwave." Upon finishing her words, Moonlight quickened her pace to follow Soundwave. "My lord, can you truly trust him?" Red Spider inquired. "If a mere human warrants such caution, then I see no reason for you to continue in your role as my deputy," Megatron replied, his eyes widening as he gazed at Red Spider. "Why, yes, my lord." Red Spider responded obsequiously. Chapter 14. Arrival at the Space Bridge. Struggle for authority. "Well, I understand that you cannot fly, but cannot you utilize the land bridge?" Mickey questioned, perplexed. The transmission range of the land bridge is exceedingly limited. Extending it so far may cause the vortex to rupture, and we could be cast into the void of space. Ratchet elucidated the rationale behind avoiding the land bridge. "I fear that Megatron has already activated the space bridge. We can only take the risk and make a bold attempt to reach the space bridge first. This may be our sole opportunity to thwart him," Optimus Prime declared with resolute conviction. Coincidentally, RC returned. "Hey, guess who's back?" Alongside her was Jack. "Autobots, prepare to depart immediately," Optimus Prime commanded, his joy at Jack's return overshadowed by urgency. Where are we headed? RC inquired, puzzled. To the final frontier, Mickey replied. Space? I thought they couldn't get there. Jack remarked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, you are correct. Until we meet again, and take care, Jack expressed his concern for RC. Be careful, Bumblebee, Ratchet said, casting a worried glance at Bumblebee. I envy them. This time, don't even think about following me, he added, striding towards the land bridge. Optimus, should you dare abandon me on this planet teeming with life, I shall never forgive you, Ratchet stated, looking intently at Optimus Prime. We shall meet again, old friend, Optimus replied, steadfast in his assurance. Autobots, we set forth. Engage maximum power, he commanded, transforming into vehicle mode and racing into the land bridge. Space geostationary orbit. Suddenly, a verdant portal opened, and the Autobots surged forth. Autobots, transform, activate the gravitational field. As they approached the space bridge, they relied on the gravitational field to secure their footing on the structure. At that moment, everyone turned to see the Decepticon warship soaring towards them from Earth. Has Megatron amassed sufficient dark energon to resurrect the deceased of Cybertron? RC inquired. I believe we are currently incapable of dismantling the space bridge. So let us permit nothing to enter or exit, she concluded, aiming her arm cannon at the Decepticon warship. Within the command chamber of the Decepticon warship, Megatron observed Optimus Prime on the screen and remarked, It seems Optimus Prime never fails to meet my expectations. Unlike you, Red Spider. He then turned to regard Red Spider, who flinched at the sudden attention. I believe you need not worry so, my lord. Following orders, Soundwave is already locked onto the coordinates of Cybertron, Red Spider replied. The individuals stationed at the space bridge observed the seemingly motionless Decepticons, pondering what they were awaiting. Optimus Prime sheathed his weapon and narrowed his eyes towards the summit of the battleship, noting the apparent severe damage to the Decepticons' interstellar navigation system, rendering them incapable of action. Upon hearing this, Ratchet acknowledged that the damage was his doing. Well done, Ratchet, Optimus encouraged. Without the navigation antenna, Megatron would be unable to align the space bridge with the planet Cybertron. Don't the Decepticons know where their planet is? Questioned Rafe. Of course they do. But Cybertron is light years away from here. To align the space bridge accurately, they must be precise, Ratchet explained. If Megatron cannot calibrate his space bridge with sufficient accuracy, he will undoubtedly seek an alternative targeting system from elsewhere. Based on my knowledge of Earth, this planet likely lacks a high-powered radio telescope capable of pinpointing Cybertron. Ratchet contemplated. What if there were a network of interconnected radio telescopes, such as the array in Texas? Suggested Rafe, searching for images on his computer. Ratchet gazed at the screen in astonishment, exclaiming, This is not child's play. Soon, they heard Optimus's affirmative voice. That makes sense, Rafe. Ratchet, please instruct Agent Fowler to alert the personnel there to ensure the safety of the facilities. Everyone turned their attention to Fowler. And you, soldier, you're not in uniform. Put your trousers on, Optimus remarked. Fowler, still dazed, mumbled incoherently. This may be a bit problematic, Ratchet lamented. Rafe attempted to manipulate the computer to access the system. I can't breach the array's firewall. It's too secure. You think a mere child can thwart the Decepticons? Ratchet expressed his doubts regarding Rafe's abilities. Perhaps. If I can find a way in, Rafe replied uncertainly. Wait a moment, Rafe. Are you suggesting that if you were transported to that facility? Jack inquired, eyeing the array of telescopes on the screen, further solidifying his idea. Then I could log into their internal network from the other side of the firewall. With Rafe confirmation, Jack finalized the plan. Such an approach carries tremendous risk. The Decepticons might infiltrate the system, or worse, breach the facility. Optimus opposed this operational strategy. Coming back to his senses, Jack stated, Optimus, pardon my audacity, but you have stated that this is no longer merely a matter of the three of us. Indeed, if the Decepticons prevail, it would spell doom for us all, including the people of Earth, added Mika. Rafe? Optimus sought confirmation from Rafe. It's worth a try. Rafe responded. Consequently, Ratchet began pinpointing the coordinates of the Texas radio telescope array. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, observing the equally motionless Autobots, Megatron remarked, Lord Megatron, I suspect the Autobots are plotting something. Is that so, Starscream? Megatron approached Starscream swiftly, causing Starscream to flinch in fear. Turning away, Megatron activated the hatch atop the warship, unleashing a throng of Decepticon soldiers. Eliminate them. Behold, the welcoming party has arrived. Optimus Prime and his companions, fully armed. Prepare to confront the oncoming swarm of Decepticons descending from the ship. In the control room of the Texas array, Jack and his two companions watched the surveillance footage as they emerged from the land bridge. Moonlight chuckled softly, remarking, "If I were their sworn enemy, I would set up an energy cannon on the rooftop and obliterate them as they leaped off the land bridge. What do you think, Soundwave?" Soundwave gestured for her to lower her voice, and obediently, Moonlight fell silent, intently observing the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, in space, a fierce battle raged on. Optimus and his team clung tightly to the space bridge, enjoying a partial advantage over the incoming Decepticons, effectively striking the vanguard of their forces. However, it was not long before a multitude of Decepticon soldiers landed on the space bridge, nullifying their advantage. Chapter 15. A Failed Obstruction. The resurrection of the fallen faced with the encroaching Decepticons, the handheld cannons, designed for long-range attacks, became useless. Reluctantly, they resorted to hand-to-hand combat. Fortunately, their extensive battle experience allowed them to manage the situation with ease. At that moment, Jack and his companions stealthily infiltrated the control room. After surveying the area, Meichi entered the control room, noting the lax security measures. Meanwhile, Raffi, engrossed in operating the computer, exclaimed, "I've made it in," but his expression quickly turned serious. "The Decepticons have breached the system." "What? How do you know?" Jack asked, startled. "Look at these graphs. They mirror the equations we saw aboard the Decepticon ship. This time, I can download them," Raffi declared, inserting a USB drive into the computer and beginning his work. "This must be the space bridge. The Decepticons are connecting it to the satellite. Now I'm infiltrating their system. Will they discover us?" Jack inquired with concern. "Even if the Decepticons realize I've hacked into their system, they won't know I'm physically present in the facility," Raffi replied confidently, unfazed by their conspicuous plotting. Moonlight eavesdropped on their conversation from just a wall away, while Soundwave incapacitated the guard nearby. In the distance, Soundwave was busy linking the antenna to the space bridge. As adjustments were made, the telescope began to swivel, causing the space bridge itself to adjust its direction, momentarily unsettling those engaged in combat on it. "What has happened?" Optimus questioned, his expression grave. "I suspect the Decepticons are locking onto Cybertron." Inside the warship, Starscream observed the space bridge's position being locked on the panel. "Lord Megatron, the space bridge is ready for activation. At long last, it is accomplished." In the control room, Lafayette and his companions immediately observed that the space bridge was aligned with the planet Cybertron. They fixed their sights on Cybertron, and with a determined tone, Lafayette began to manipulate the coordinates using his internal privileges. As the telescope adjusted, the space bridge followed suit, shifting its direction. Bumblebee cheered exuberantly, affirming that only Lafayette could potentially avert this crisis. Optimus Prime concurred with certainty. "What's happening, Starscream?" Megatron demanded, his voice laden with authority. In a flurry of panic, Starscream activated the communication link, questioning Soundwave. "What is going on?" Soundwave remained silent, but displayed the footage from the command room where Jack and his team were located. Extending a mechanical arm towards them, the antenna realigned towards Cybertron, and Jack quietly inquired, "What if the Decepticons discover our intrusion?" "This is merely a virtual battle, akin to playing a game online," Lafayette explained as he deftly operated the computer. "Indeed, Jack, what can the Decepticons do? They are likely light years away from here." Meichi boasted with unwarranted confidence. That may not necessarily be the case. A sudden voice startled them, and turning around, they beheld a menacing mechanical tentacle lunging toward them. With a swift strike, the tentacle hurled Jack and Meichi against the wall, and sensing the impending danger, Lafayette quickly retrieved a USB drive, evading the attack. Regaining her composure, Meichi seized a fire axe and charged at the tentacle, only to be sent crashing back against the wall once more. Witnessing the tentacle grasping the axe, Jack exclaimed in terror, "You have armed it with a weapon. This bodes ill." The tentacle, now wielding the axe, gathered strength and swung it menacingly towards them. Terrified, the group shut their eyes, only to find that the tentacle retreated, dragging along Yue Ling, who had been watching from the doorway. After reclaiming the axe and ensuring the coordinates for Cybertron were correctly set, the tentacle severed the transmission line, preparing to depart. At this moment, Jack and his companions followed closely behind, entering to find Soundwave standing against the wall where the roof had been breached, a human perched on his shoulder. Upon hearing a noise, Soundwave turned to see Meichi presenting a photograph from her phone. In return, Soundwave snapped a picture before transforming and soaring away as a jet. Watching Soundwave disappear, Lafayette pondered, why did he leave so abruptly? He severed the connection. Gazing at the severed line, he noted, now, the antenna is permanently locked on a Cybertron. On board the Decepticon warship, Megatron observed the stable positioning and commanded, initiate the process, Starscream. As you wish, Lord, Starscream replied, pressing the button to activate the space bridge. Instantly, the super-energy entity was drawn forth. The space bridge opened, and several Decepticon soldiers who were unsteady were flung out by the surge of energy. As if sensing a disturbance, Optimus Prime turned to see the window at the top of the warship open, revealing Megatron brandishing a substantial fragment of dark super-energy. Now is the moment. Megatron exerted all his strength to hurl the dark energon entity into the space bridge. After his hand cannon failed to inflict any damage, Optimus Prime could only watch helplessly as the dark energon entity soared into the planet Cybertron. In an instant, Cybertron radiated a vibrant purple glow. Simultaneously, Megatron emanated a similar purple light, proclaiming, "Awaken, my legion." The dark energon entity spread throughout Cybertron, reanimating the long-deceased souls who struggled to burst forth from the ground. Meanwhile, in a distant secret base, the operator observed the shockwaves created by the resurrected Cybertronian zombies, glowing with purple light, and sealed the base's entrance, deeming it illogical. Gazing at the howling zombies through the space bridge, an operator inquired, how can we possibly contend with an entire planet's worth of the deceased? Optimus Prime replied, I detect a rapidly expanding mass within their space bridge vortex, accompanied by a unique energy signature. Ratchet remarked, it is the dark energon entity. We must destroy the space bridge immediately. An ample amount of dark energon is already being transmitted through it, yet we lack sufficient firepower to detonate it. Optimus Prime responded, if we could ascertain the design of the space bridge, perhaps I could devise a technological means to achieve that. Would a schematic suffice? Asked Ratchet, producing a USB drive. Optimus, I must caution you. This space bridge is our only hope of returning to Cybertron. Are you certain that destroying it is our only option? Ratchet said, glancing at the USB drive. Sadly, it seems we have no alternative, Optimus replied resolutely. Let us illuminate the darkest hour with destruction. Autobots, take your positions and heed Ratchet's command, Optimus instructed, turning to face the ominous purple light descending from the battleship. Allow me to confront him directly. Unsurprisingly, the purple light belonged to Megatron. In stark contrast to the severity of space, on Earth, Moonracer and Soundwave were enjoying a leisurely moment. Hey, clever idea. I hope the schematic downloads completely. By the way, Soundwave, it's been ages since I've seen you take a picture of me. Yet you took one with him on your first encounter. How unfair. Upon hearing Moonracer's comment, Soundwave revealed the candid photo he had taken. Wow, Soundwave. I didn't realize you had a penchant for candid photography. You didn't even apply a beauty filter. Moonracer remarked, admiring the image that Soundwave had shared. Soundwave remained silent, instead reducing his flying speed once more. By the way, are there any dormant warriors on Earth? I recall from the Decepticon archives that there were warriors dispatched to alien worlds in the early years. I wonder if any remain on Earth. Soundwave continued to remain mute, silently perusing the archives from those early days. Chapter 16. The Fall of the Tyrant. Your minions are quite clever, Optimus. They know precisely when to make their escape. Megatron taunted as he descended onto the space bridge, observing Alita and her companions fleeing into the distance. I am thoroughly prepared to confront your forces, Megatron. Yet perhaps I might first capture the king before facing his army. With that, I brandish my blade. Haha, I advise you not to indulge in fantasies, Optimus Prime. I am already imbued with their power. Megatron sneered disdainfully at Optimus. It is either your demise or mine. Upon hearing this, Megatron grew serious, drawing his arm blade and charging at Optimus Prime. Unyielding, Optimus too surged forward to meet Megatron. The two engaged fiercely, exchanging blows with their blades. Seizing a fleeting moment of visual obstruction, Optimus delivered a powerful punch, sending Megatron reeling into the distance. As Megatron regained his composure, Optimus swiftly advanced, aiming a strike at him, only to be thwarted by Megatron's defense. Meanwhile, the horde of dark energy-controlled zombies, manipulated by Megatron, was rapidly approaching, causing the dark energy within him to boil. At that moment, Megatron lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes beginning to emit a violet glow, striking Optimus back and charging at him once again. Quick to react, the two resumed their intense exchange. Through the open space bridge, a multitude of Cybertronian undead could be seen swiftly nearing. Back at the Autobot base, the awakened Fowler observed the display panel, noting the impending threat. "This is not good, is it?" Fowler, still disoriented from awakening, inquired of Ratchet. Suddenly, a communication channel crackled to life. "Ratchet, we are in position." It was RC. "RC, listen closely. Follow the flow regulator directly to the energy pump line. There should be a valve there." Ratchet directed her, referencing the image projected by Raph. Meanwhile, the battlefield between Megatron and Optimus was growing dire. Caught off guard, Optimus was struck solidly by Megatron's punch, and before he could react, a sword cut across his abdomen, inflicting a grievous wound. Momentarily weakened by his injury, Megatron severed Optimus's blade, the tip embedding itself deep into the space bridge. Seizing the opportunity before Optimus could recover, Megatron delivered an uppercut, sending him flying and grasped his ankle, violently slamming him back onto the space bridge before flinging him away with force. As Megatron approached the fallen Optimus, poised to deliver the final blow, the Honorable Autobot Starscream intervened just in time, "My lord." "Starscream, what is it?" The descending blade paused. "My lord, I do not wish to question your supreme wisdom. Yet I suspect the Autobots are concocting some scheme. They're right beneath your space bridge," Starscream warned, glancing at the images from below. "Ah, a classic diversion, Optimus. It is a pity you do not embrace your inner Decepticon," Megatron lamented, raising his blade once more to deal with this troublesome interruption. Unexpectedly, the dialogue with Starscream provided Optimus Prime a moment of respite, allowing him to parry Megatron's assault with his severed blade. "You and I are irreconcilable," Optimus declared, suddenly exerting force to thrust Megatron aside. He transformed his arm into a cannon and sent Megatron hurtling through the air. As Megatron soared away, he shifted into his jet form, heading toward the base of the space bridge. "Starscream, my army is approaching swiftly. Prepare to receive me at the space bridge," Megatron commanded while in flight. Meanwhile, at the base of the space bridge, RC followed the instructions of the ambulance, locating the valve. The ambulance continued to direct her, instructing her to channel all energy toward herself. "We simply need to rotate the valve to redirect the energy flow," it said. Heeding the ambulance's guidance, RC exerted all her strength to turn the valve. Observing the alteration, RC announced, "The energy flow has been redirected." "Wonderful, isn't it?" Agent Ferlat exclaimed with initial joy, followed by uncertainty as he questioned, "Is it not so, Rafi?" "The ground bridge is ready," the ambulance sighed in relief. As the group prepared to retreat, they suddenly spotted Megatron approaching, prompting them to activate their cannons. To their astonishment, Megatron skillfully evaded their fire and retaliated with his energy cannon, striking RC and sending her flying. In an instant, RC lost consciousness. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Jack felt a sudden unease, as though a foreboding event was imminent, and he could only silently pray for a favorable outcome. At that moment, the consequences of reversing the energy valve began to manifest. The space bridge started to disintegrate. Megatron paid no heed to the Autobots and flew toward the center of the space bridge, anticipating the arrival of his deceased army. Upon glancing back, he realized the warship had already departed. "Starscream, where's my warship? Our success is no longer attainable," he lamented. "Lord Megatron, do not be foolish. We must retreat swiftly," Starscream urged, observing the increasingly distant space bridge. At this juncture, the Autobots still on the space bridge commenced a frantic dash. "Optimus, the ground bridge is fully operational," the ambulance shouted. Autobots leap. Upon hearing the ambulance's command, they leaped with great effort into the ground bridge that had been prepared. The barricade and Bumblebee followed closely, with Bumblebee making a determined jump to successfully catch RC, allowing them to enter the ground bridge safely. Meanwhile, Megatron, now ensnared in the influence of dark energy, remained in place, gazing at the approaching fallen warriors. "My legion," he roared in defiance as the space bridge crumbled around him, accompanied by the sounds of destruction. Megatron's anguished cry echoed as he vanished alongside the Legion of the Deceased in a fiery explosion. Within the Decepticon warship following the explosion, the Decepticons, with heavy hearts, were informed, "I must sadly announce that Lord Megatron's spark has just extinguished." It was then that Starscream's sorrowful expression was swiftly replaced by a cunning smile, reveling in his newfound dominance. Upon my return, I was met with astonishing news. Does Red Spider truly aspire to be the leader? Just as Luna and Soundwave returned to the Decepticon warship, they fortuitously overheard Red Spider's audacious declarations. "Little Red, are you not afraid that Megatron might rise from the dead to confront you? After all, Megatron has just perished. By the way, could someone refresh my memory regarding the recent events surrounding Megatron?" Within the Autobots base, everyone gazed at the long-activated land bridge, yet no one had emerged. Rafi voiced his concern, pondering whether they might. The medic opened the arm panel, stating that 4 life signals were detected, one of which was extremely faint. Upon hearing this, the group began to hope that it was not the worst-case scenario they feared, praying the situation would not be dire. Then, the land bridge began to fluctuate, and first, Optimus Prime stepped out unscathed, followed by the partition. Upon seeing the partition intact, Meichi's face lit up with joy, and she rushed toward it, embracing it tightly. Jack and Rafi also descended the stairs, their eyes fixed on the land bridge. Soon after, Bumblebee and RC appeared, with RC unconscious in Bumblebee's arms. Jack's heart skipped a beat as he rushed forward, staring in shock at the unconscious RC. The haunting thought echoed in his mind. Compared to others, she was more vulnerable. If something were to happen to her, would he not regret it? They had already lost one comrade this week. Heaven forbid they lose another. The medic looked at RC and said, "How is she?" Jack placed his hand over RC's, and perhaps sensing the collective hope or feeling Jack's warmth, RC slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing her awake, Jack expressed his concern. "RC, Jack, don't worry. There are plenty of motorcycles in this world," RC reassured him. "But you are my first," Jack replied, relief washing over him and the others as they saw RC was no longer in danger. The medic inquired, "What about Megatron?" "I believe even he could not withstand such an explosion," Optimus Prime replied. "I have yet to thank you for saving my life. I owe you, and we all owe you." With RC now out of danger, Fuller exhaled with relief, dressed, and prepared to leave. Bumblebee gently set RC down, and as everyone saw that she was no longer in peril, smiles began to appear. At that moment, Meichi ran up to Optimus Prime and asked, "So, do you plan to send us away and make us forget we ever met you?" Optimus regarded the three without a word. "Although we cannot leave this planet, we Autobots draw immense strength from the friendship of these 3 children. They are the true warriors. While human bodies may be frail, their spirit is indomitable. I am Optimus Prime, and this is my declaration. Though remaining on Earth is not our choice, we shall undoubtedly stay here for a considerable time. If you have arrived on this planet with hostility, bear in mind that we shall defend our Autobots. We shall protect all of humanity, and we shall safeguard our homeland." Chapter 17. Outing the Slumbering Warriors. As Red Spider gazed upon the destruction of Megatron and his army of the deceased amidst the explosion, he lamented, "What a pity. Yet, I must applaud you, Megatron. Your demise is indeed cataclysmic." At that moment, Soundwave approached Red Spider from behind. "Soundwave, prepare for a live broadcast. I am about to address the troops." Soundwave remained silent, deftly manipulating the display screens aboard the Decepticon battleship. Instantly, the visage of Red Spider filled the screens on the Decepticon ship. The leader of the Decepticon uprising, the great Lord Megatron, has tragically fallen. However, our mission remains unaccomplished, which undeniably constitutes a tremendous loss for us. Yet, we must not succumb to despair due to his death. Instead, we should rally behind a more powerful and formidable leader to inherit his glorious legacy. All Decepticon soldiers aboard ceased their tasks, attentively listening to Red Spider's campaign proclamation. At that juncture, a Transformer stepped forward, interrupting, "Excuse me, Commander Red Spider, or should I say, Lord Red Spider?" The Transformer raised his hand, addressing Red Spider. With a hint of exasperation, Red Spider replied, "Speak your mind. What is it?" The Transformer inquired, "If we could not succeed under Megatron's leadership, how could we possibly defeat the Autobots now?" Observing the clumsy Decepticon soldier before him, Red Spider sighed. "Perhaps I ought to be candid. I have served under the previous leader for thousands of years, and I believe it is I the true heir of Megatron, Lord Red Spider, who possesses the capability to lead you as the rightful harbinger of destruction. The ship fell silent, taken aback by Red Spider's maniacal declarations. Oh, how amusing! A mere Autobot's spy wishes to assume command of the Decepticons. A voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Silence, human. In my view, you are the true infiltrator sent by those Autobots. Ah, have I struck a nerve? You spoke of being beside a leader for thousands of years. Yet you never clarified which leader. What if it was the leader of the Autobots? Soundwave, keep a close watch on your human pet. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't subject him to the torturous whims of the Decepticons. Red Spider retorted defiantly. How dull, Moonlight scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Red Spider before returning to perch upon Soundwave's shoulder. Now, let us dismiss that trivial interlude and rally behind me as your new master. Red Spider exclaimed with enthusiasm. That one? What a farce. Impossible. Do not jest. Him? As Red Spider struck a pose, he overheard the Decepticon soldiers murmuring about him, which caused him to lose his composure. Angrily, he strode forward, questioning the utility of a force that could neither heed his call nor act according to his wishes. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Red Spider's mind as he recalled something significant. Wait, I recall a legendary powerful warrior, seemingly right here on this planet. He is indeed a student of Lord Megatron, without a doubt. The previously glum tarantulas now wore a smile. Behind him, sitting atop Soundwave's shoulder, Moonracer rolled her eyes skyward. The mightiest warrior, a student of Megatron? You seem quite certain. I would have thought he was your pupil. Moreover, I believe Megatron would hold you in disdain. Looks like little tarantulas is in for a beating. Huh, come, Soundwave. Let us venture out, and you might as well fetch a piece of energon from the warehouse. Tarantulas commanded. Such a miser, hoarding for his own. Yet generous when it comes to explosions. One blast, and it's a large area affected. Soundwave, grab a few more pieces. They can serve as snacks for Megatron. Moonracer remarked. Gazing at Soundwave. Within the Autobot base, Ratchet inquired of the rather somber Optimus Prime, why the long face? This planet, indeed all planets, are free from Megatron's threat. I am well aware of that. Ratchet, Optimus replied. Yet, deep down, I still hope to persuade him to abandon his wicked ways, rather than simply wishing for his demise. Hearing Optimus's somewhat naive sentiments, Ratchet interjected, Optimus, you must understand that it was not you who doomed Megatron, but his own arrogance and hubris. Optimus remained silent, but sighed heavily. Forgive me. I forget that you were once friends, Ratchet offered, somewhat apologetically. The Megatron who fought alongside me is long gone. He perished the moment he chose to become a Decepticon. Perhaps the Decepticons are in disarray, but they are not without leadership. While Tarantulas is not Megatron, he is far more cunning, Optimus stated, turning his gaze towards Ratchet. At that moment, a sudden explosion echoed through the base. Is it the Decepticons? We are under attack, Ratchet exclaimed in alarm. The two hastened to investigate, only to discover that the commotion was caused by rumble. Before him stood a small electronic volcano, emitting smoke. Do not be overly concerned. It is merely my volcano, Rumble coughed as he explained, surveying the collapsed structure. Failed again. Ratchet turned to another area and beheld a partition holding a pile of small, battered spheres, while RC was applying paint to them. Do not move, partition. I'm about to add red to Jupiter, she warned, only to accidentally drop a large clump of paint onto the floor. What are you all doing here? Ratchet asked, bewildered by the scene. In the corridor, Jack and RC were tinkering with a motorcycle. Upon hearing Ratchet's query, Jack replied, It's the assignment due tomorrow. At that moment, RC picked up an exhaust pipe. Perhaps I could try attaching this. Jack looked at RC and said, RC, you're a motorcycle, surely. You can craft a motorcycle engine? Jack, you are human. Can you make a small intestine? RC retorted. I said, could you refrain from creating such chaos here? It truly is a disarray, remarked the ambulance. However, the science exhibition constitutes a significant portion of my credits, explained Raph. Indeed, if the partition hadn't assisted me in completing this solar system model, the ambulance could no longer contain itself, and retorted, do you truly believe the partition will construct a solar system model? Or that Bumblebee will create a volcano? Or that RC will fabricate an engine? Jack interjected precisely. You guessed correctly. We are Autobots, not scientists. However, Autobots are the guardians of humanity, aiding children in their assignments, thereby enriching their understanding of Earth. Optimus Prime clarified on behalf of our C and the others. Perhaps our young ones should learn a bit more about the planet Cybertron, the ambulance mused. At that moment, on a plain valley, Starscream and Soundwave stood, with an antenna raised behind Soundwave, scanning for signals. During wartime, consuming energon is excessive. Stop it. Can't you see I'm speaking? Starscream exclaimed in frustration. Sitting comfortably upon Soundwave's shoulder, Moonracer rolled her eyes. You speak your piece, I shall consume mine. Soundwave, manage him. Soundwave remained unresponsive. In wartime, many energon entities are hidden on this desolate planet. Lord Megatron once dispatched the mightiest warriors from Cybertron, solely to safeguard it. Now they lie dormant here, awaiting a summons to awaken. How foolish, Starscream remarked with a hint of derision. Chapter 18, Awakening, Warrior Thundercracker. Megatron relentlessly searched the vastness of space for valiant fighters, yet the finest warriors lay beneath his very feet, Starscream taunted. However, upon seeing the blank display on Soundwave's screen, Starscream angrily retorted, You claim you cannot detect his signal? How is that possible? I am certain it is nearby. Increase your sensor's power. Starscream commanded loudly. Lower your voice. Little Starscream, you're frightening Soundwave. After amplifying the power, Soundwave indeed detected a signal, confirming its location. Starscream and Soundwave promptly set off, transforming into aircraft to pursue the target. Within the Autobot base, observing Raph's diligent work, Bumblebee offered words of comfort. Raph incredulously asked, Are you serious? How did you graduate from combat class? Beep beep, BRR. Yet I have witnessed your prowess in battle. It is extraordinary. Bumblebee humbly replied. At that moment, Optimus Prime approached. Agreeing, I concur with your sentiments, Raph. However, the lifespan of Autobots significantly exceeds that of humans. Therefore, our young warrior still requires further refinement. Just then, the panel indicated the detection of an energon signal, revealing that an energon entity was on the move. The ambulance gazed intently at the display panel. If it is not us, then it can only be the Decepticons. Megatron is not dead. Mika questioned in confusion. He has perished, yet his subordinates remain alive. And others will undoubtedly take his place. Optimus Prime elucidated. Autobots, continue with your assignments. Ambulance, I require assistance. Optimus directed towards the medic. The science exhibition constitutes a significant portion of their credits. It is prudent for me to stay and assist, the ambulance replied, glancing at the few human children on the ground. Very well, Bumblebee, let's investigate this animated energy entity, Optimus said, turning his gaze towards Bumblebee. At the bottom of a distant valley, Starscream and Soundwave collaborated to extract a massive iron pod from the mountainside. Excellent. Soundwave, hand it over, Starscream instructed. Eyeing the dormant pod, Soundwave produced an iron box, revealing a concentrated fragment of energy within. Starscream inserted the energy fragment into an opening at the pod's entrance. Instantly, the energy in the dormant pod began to activate. The energy infusion is taking effect, Starscream observed as the pod slowly opened. Simultaneously, at the pod's external interface, a brilliant light emanated from the injection and release of energy. At the corner of the pod, Optimus and Bumblebee emerged from a land bridge. Beep boop beep. You noticed it is immobile as well. Remain here and await my command, he instructed, leaving Bumblebee in place as he proceeded to investigate the site. Meanwhile, the dormant pod gradually opened. Gazing at the open pod, Starscream exclaimed with excitement, Awaken, warrior, serve your new master with unwavering loyalty, Lord Starscream. The warrior emerging from the pod first stretched his form before proclaiming, I, Thundercracker, serve but one master. His colossal physique appeared in perfect proportion, a berserker standing before them. Splendid. Starscream rejoiced upon hearing Thundercracker's declaration. Your unwavering loyalty will set a commendable example for the Decepticons. Do not be overly formal, Thundercracker, kneel. I believe you have misunderstood my intent. I am here on a mission, and my sole master, Megatron, has assigned it to me, Thundercracker asserted loyally. Indeed, however regrettably, Megatron is deceased, Starscream interjected at an opportune moment. That is impossible. Why does no one accept this reality? Thundercracker, it was I who located you. It was I who awakened you. Thus I, Lord Starscream, am now your master, he proclaimed, yet Thundercracker suddenly lunged forward, confronting Starscream, who was taken aback. Long time no see, Thundercracker. At that moment, Optimus arrived and greeted Thundercracker. Optimus, Thundercracker exclaimed, pushing Starscream aside. It has been since the Battle of Tyrus that I last saw you. Megatron commanded me to eliminate you, Thundercracker stated, fixing his gaze on Optimus. That was long ago. Optimus responded. Though I say this, I must still execute my Master's orders. Do you believe this war is still worth fighting? So many of our kin have perished for it. Countless worlds have been devastated. If Red Spider aspires to be a true leader, he must refrain from treading the same path as Megatron and guide the Decepticons towards peace, Optimus Prime advised. I would certainly consider a truce, provided you are willing to kneel before me and plead for it. What do you say, Optimus? Red Spider replied with a malevolent glint in his eyes. At that moment, the nearby Thunderwing could no longer contain himself. Have this, he exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent Red Spider crashing into the wall. Ugh! Red Spider scrambled to his feet and transformed into a jet, soaring away. As applause echoed, Optimus Prime and Thunderwing turned to see several iron boxes against the wall, with a human perched atop one of them. It was Moonlight, who, after awakening from the stasis pod, had acquired Energon from Soundwave and was silently observing Red Spider's plight. Greetings, Optimus. Hello, Thunderwing, Moonlight said. Who are you, Moonlight? Both Thunderwing and Optimus inquired in unison, their voices laced with curiosity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Moonlight, a human member of the Decepticon faction and a direct subordinate of the Decepticon leader. Male by gender, my interests include harassing Soundwave and charming the dashing Cybertronians. That is all. Moonlight, who had been seated atop the box, stood as he spoke. Promoted, I see? Optimus remarked. Well, it's all thanks to my peer support. And then I received a slight elevation from Lord Megatron. Moonlight chuckled. You're also a Decepticon? Thunderwing, now realizing, queried. Indeed, an honorary Decepticon. Not long ago, I was granted permission by Lord Megatron to assemble my own squad. And you, Thunderwing, shall from this moment forth be one of my team members. Henceforth, you may address me as Captain. Impossible. My master would never assign me to a feeble creature like you, Thunderwing retorted defiantly. I anticipated your refusal. However, I possess a token, Moonlight said, brandishing a Decepticon insignia and activating Megatron's recorded command. I'm Megatron. Upon hearing this command, you shall immediately acknowledge your affiliation with Moonlight Squad. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences. It is indeed the voice of my master, Thunderwing murmured, edging closer to the token Moonlight held. If you doubt my authenticity, consult Soundwave. He possesses irrefutable evidence. So, shall we proceed to address my title, Soldier Thunderwing? Moonlight observed Thunderwing, who remained inactive and still resistant, and continued, What's the matter, Thunderwing? Do you dare defy Lord Megatron's command? If so, I shall report upon his return that his prized pupil, Thunderwing, no longer heeds his directives. After all, as his disciple, you wouldn't want to disappoint him, would you? Enough. I shall remain eternally loyal to my master. Captain, Thunderwing replied, his tone tinged with stubbornness. Given your earlier demeanor, were you eager to engage in combat right after your awakening? Moonlight inquired. I must fulfill my master's command. Stubborn fool. Lord Megatron is currently absent. Who are you demonstrating your loyalty to? Moreover, with Megatron currently absent, what if you were to falter here? Consider this with that rusted mind of yours. The Decepticons are left with only a Red Spider. Are you not concerned that this venture of the Decepticons may fragment and descend into oblivion? It is unfortunate that you're a pupil of Megatron. What have you truly learned? Your prowess in combat is commendable, yet your intellect seems stagnant. Enough! Silence yourself. Obey the command. Yue Ling, holding the token, activated Megatron's audio. Thunderclash, do you wish to defy orders? Thunderclash, eyeing the token in Yue Ling's hand, clenched his teeth and replied, Thunderclash dares not. Then stand there obediently. Yue Ling continued, Despite this, we cannot sway Optimus Prime, just as he cannot persuade us. However, I can assure you that this conflict will conclude in this new era. Yue Ling interjected, interrupting Optimus Prime. Thunderclash, after such a long journey and a prolonged slumber, you must be in dire need of energy. These Energon cubes were specifically brought for you. Yue Ling suddenly recalled, Can you consume them directly? No problem at all. Thunderclash affirmed. Very well. Optimus Prime, how do you find the gift I sent you? Are you satisfied? During Thunderclash's energy replenishment, Yue Ling and Optimus Prime engaged in casual conversation. Gift? What gift? Optimus Prime inquired, puzzled. Did Jack not deliver it to you? I hope he didn't discard it. Remember, take a look. Oh, Optimus, why doesn't that handsome fellow behind you come out and make an appearance? Yue Ling called out to Bumblebee, who was peeking from behind the stone wall. Chapter 19. Life signal coordinates inside the Autobot base. Let me think. The ambulance is welding a metal volcano. What is this? Rafi asked, gazing curiously at the colossal structure before him. Just wait and see, the ambulance replied cheerfully, preparing to astonish Rafi. But the task should be mine, Rafi said as he approached to touch the volcano. No. Just look, don't touch. Learn from it. The ambulance responded with a hint of disdain as it noticed Rafi advancing. The barrier remarked, observing the busy ambulance. Then shall we assist Jack and Mickey with their tasks? Before the barrier could finish, the ambulance interrupted. Aren't you going to seek my guidance? You all hope they succeed, don't you? Alcee and the barrier exchanged glances before looking back at the ambulance, which was now excitedly declaring, then just watch, let the experts handle it. Mickey, observing the ambulance's fervor, couldn't he help but comment, what a control freak. In the Plains Canyon. So this is Bumblebee. He appears to be quite the warrior. Beep, beep, beep. Bumblebee expressed gratitude for the compliment, with Optimus Prime serving as the translator. As Thunderclash finished the Energon cubes, Yue Ling bid farewell. That's enough for now, Optimus Prime. Until we meet again. Soundwave. Activate the ground bridge. We're heading back. Come along, Thunderclash, and bring this stasis pod with you. Upon hearing the voice of Moon Spirit, the land bridge adjacent to the stasis pod activated, and simultaneously, she leaped down, preparing to depart. Moon Spirit, you are thwarting my plans. Soundwave, hasten to eliminate Optimus Prime. Red Alert exclaimed in a fit of frustration as he observed the others preparing to leave. Enough, Red. Soundwave will not heed your commands at this moment. It is time to retreat, Moon Spirit coldly rebutted, dismissing Red Alert's agitation. Just as the stasis pod was maneuvered onto the land bridge, a distant aircraft swooped in. It was Agent Fowler, piloting an F-35 jet at impressive speed. Perfect timing, Soundwave. I believe you have yet to acquire a vehicle form. Here comes a ready-made opportunity. Optimus Prime, I trust you won't object to this. It's merely a scan, Moon Spirit remarked. Please extend my gratitude to Agent Fowler on my behalf. Thus, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and the recently malfunctioning Agent Fowler observed the retreat of the Decepticons. What transpired, Optimus? Agent Fowler inquired. Optimus Prime regarded the flying Fowler and replied, I shall explain shortly. Inside the Decepticon warship, Soundwave introduced. Allow me to present the current members of Moon Spirit's team, Sixshot and Skywarp. Sixshot, Skywarp, this is Soundwave. Please, make each other's acquaintance. Soundwave. It has been a long time, they greeted. You two are familiar with Soundwave? Indeed, we serve in Lord Megatron's elite guard and have met Soundwave before, they responded. Excellent. You two guide Soundwave to familiarize him with the warship and assist in maintenance. After such a prolonged dormancy, certain components must surely have rusted. Also, enlighten him about our regulations. Regulations? What regulations? Red Alert queried. Oh, you haven't left, Red? Moon Spirit remarked with surprise. I have remained present, he retorted. Beep, beep, beep. What is it, Soundwave? A second Decepticon life signal? Isn't Soundwave the only dormant entity buried on Earth? The signal originates from the destroyed space bridge. Are you suggesting that the source of this life signal is Megatron's? Red Alert gazed at the signal display in disbelief. What? The Master is still alive. Soundwave, who had not departed, expressed his anxiety upon hearing the news. But he was reduced to ashes in that explosion. Survival under such circumstances is impossible. Surely Soundwave sensors are malfunctioning. Why not ascertain whether he is alive? Moon Spirit suggested. Very well, Soundwave, gather a few individuals and set out to investigate. Soundwave, create a path for Soundwave. Subsequently, Soundwave activated the land bridge leading to the space bridge ruins. Later that evening, at the Autobot base, you have returned. Ratchet exclaimed joyfully as he observed the partition and RC entering slowly. Optimus, what transpired? Agent Fowler inquired, stepping out of the elevator to find Ratchet visibly excited. Well, how did our mission perform? Ratchet eagerly asked about the results of his work. Jack and the others exchanged glances and replied, it went splendidly, before beginning to reminisce. Miss Meiji, which planet are you from? The examiner inquired. Cybertron, she stammered, just as a model tumbled down. This engine is quite substantial, Jack. But is it operational? Jack had barely flicked the switch when the colossal engine sprang to life, darting out of the door, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The examiner gazed at the towering metallic volcano, crackling with electricity, and remarked, "I must ask you, Rafi, is this an active volcano?" Rafi stepped back slightly and activated the switch, instantly causing a beam of energy to shoot skyward, provoking yet another wave of astonished exclamations. The paramedic's expression darkened. "On our planet, you would undoubtedly score a perfect 100. Such peculiar humans, managing to produce such remarkable work." Frustrated, the paramedic stormed off. Listening nearby, Fuller commented, "Is this what they call connecting with the human world? Doing their homework for them? A truly failed endeavor." From a distance, another paramedic remarked, "This is art. It's merely that you humans fail to appreciate it." "Beep, beep, beep," Bumblebee said to the irate paramedic. "You are quite right. It appears our young ones should indeed complete their own assignments. Speaking of which, could you enlighten me about the situation in the valley?" Fuller inquired. "It's the Red Spider. He has awakened a warrior," Optimus Prime explained. "A warrior?" RC asked. "Yes, a formidable fighter, Thundercracker, a pupil of Megatron." "So, does this mean we're in for more trouble?" Jack looked at Optimus Prime. "In truth, he may not pose a significant threat just yet." "Jack, do you know of Moonlight?" Optimus Prime regarded Jack intently. "Moonlight? Who is that?" "A human ally who joined the Decepticons." "A rogue," Meichi retorted passionately. "Is that not the case?" Meichi glanced at Optimus Prime. "He once gifted us a small energy mineral. How are we unaware of this?" The partition questioned. "Moonlight mentioned he entrusted you with something, Jack. Do you remember?" "Perhaps. Wait, someone visited me that night, claiming to be Moonlight. He left a contact number and a note with some coordinates, instructing me to give it to the boss. I subsequently forgot about it. Fortunately, I didn't discard that paper," he said, retrieving the note from his pocket. "Paramedic, lock onto these coordinates. We shall investigate." "Optimus, are you not concerned this might be a trap?" The paramedic expressed worry. "As of now, based on my interactions with Moonlight, he does not appear to have been tainted by the Decepticon ideology. Thus, I firmly believe he is still trustworthy. Bumblebee, let us proceed." With that, he took Bumblebee through the activated land bridge. Shortly thereafter, the communication channel within the Autobot base crackled to life with Optimus Prime's voice. "Paramedic, report on the situation." "What do you see, Optimus?" the paramedic asked, examining the hill with his scanner. "So, Optimus, what lies ahead?" Jack gazed at the perplexing scene before him. If the detection was accurate, this place could potentially be a small reservoir of energon. Optimus Prime elaborated. "However, why would he provide us with the coordinates of this mine?" Ratchet inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, Optimus, there has been a discovery. This is undeniably a small energon mine that remains unexploited," Ratchet announced. "This implies that we will not face a shortage of energon in the near future," Alcee remarked, her spirits lifted by the news. Within a modest cave, a collection of Cybertronian medical instruments lay in storage, and there was a recording device. Mika observed a human artifact among the clutter and attempted to activate it. "Meek, do not tamper with those items. Be cautious, as it may be a trap," Ratchet warned. At that moment, the recorder began to play. "Long time no see, Optimus. It has been quite a while since we last encountered these medical instruments in this small energon mine. Consider it a welcome gift. Although it is not much, it should suffice for your needs for a time. As for gratitude, it is unnecessary. However, if you insist, I would appreciate a few high-definition photographs of your Autobots. If it is too embarrassing, you may have Jack send them instead. And a friendly reminder, my name is Moonlight." Listening to this, Mika remarked, "If this Moonlight fellow merely desires some photographs in exchange for all this, it seems rather advantageous." Indeed, Ratchet concurred, it is quite a bargain. Nevertheless, why would this individual, Moonlight, want well photographs? He claimed his interest lies in the life forms of Cybertron. Optimus responded, albeit hesitantly. "Ah, so you all have caught his attention?" Mika exclaimed in astonishment. "While I hesitate to say this, I must admit it does seem rather advantageous," Ratchet observed, directing his gaze towards Optimus. "I suspect you may have forgotten to disable this device. Of course, Optimus, if you are reluctant, you could also send me some scenic photos of your base. I'm not picky. Well, it seems we've been exposed. He merely wishes to ascertain our base's location." "What a rogue," Mika declared indignantly. In the Decepticon warship's medical bay, Moonlight surveyed the battered Megatron, who bore a gaping wound in his chest, with the dark energon still embedded within him. Since it was Shockwave who brought him back, Black Arachnia had been unable to intervene. Hypothetically speaking, given Megatron's current state, if his life is solely sustained by the Dark Energon, will he be assimilated into a zombie? Moonlight pondered, looking toward Soundwave. What should we do? Shockwave asked. Soundwave regarded Moonlight in silence, offering no response. If I may suggest, we could first extract the dark energy entity, subsequently use our devices to stabilize Lord Megatron's life, and gradually mend his physique. Then by employing external stimuli, we can activate his brainwaves to awaken his consciousness. Finally, we shall reinsert the dark energy entity into his form, thereby resurrecting him in a flawless manner. However, the act of extracting the dark energy entity is quite a challenge. We need someone to take the blame. Of course, if you have any thoughts, feel free to share. As if I hadn't spoken. You Haven T heard anything. Moonlight remarked. Soundwave, what is your perspective? Thundercracker inquired. Soundwave glanced at Moonlight and then at Megatron, nodding slowly. Observing this, Thundercracker moved to extract the dark energy entity, but was halted by Moonlight. You think I'm foolish? I've said we need someone to take the blame. Why would you do it yourself? Moonlight glared at Thundercracker with exasperation. Take the blame? Why? ISNT the purpose of removing the dark energy entity to facilitate our master's swift revival? Why seek a scapegoat? Thundercracker queried, perplexed. After being a student of Lord Megatron for so long, what have you truly learned? Moonlight felt her vision clouding with frustration. I fully comprehend now why the Decepticon cause has faltered. Those with intellect but lacking strength harbor ulterior motives, while those with strength but no intellect dig their graves. Those possessing both intellect and strength abandon combat for logistics. This is the caliber of our ranks. You have been at Lord Megatron's side for so long. Aren't you aware of his temperament? If you extract the dark energy entity and he awakens, the first to seek you out will undoubtedly be trouble. Furthermore, the Decepticons boast a vast army. Your presence adds little to their might. Should you inadvertently provoke him, he might eliminate you. Consider the injustice of that. Even if he does not kill you, he will harbor resentment. You must understand this. Thus, we require someone to bear the burden of accountability. Thundercracker articulated. Precisely. And we need someone who, even after bearing the brunt of blame, can still be of use. I have already identified the perfect candidate. He is undoubtedly the most suitable. Who might that be? The Honorable Autobot, Starscream. Watch me persuade him. Little Red, trouble has arisen. You must come and see. Lord Megatron has returned. Moonlight suddenly burst into the command room. What? The Master is alive? Well, more like half alive, I suppose. Ah, never mind the details. You must go see for yourself. Moonlight urged. Very well. Let us see how our Master fares at present, Starscream replied, somewhat disheartened. Upon entering the medical bay, Starscream beheld Megatron, sustained by the technology aboard the Decepticon warship and the dark energy entity nestled within his chest. Everyone presumed that Lord Megatron had perished. It is unfortunate that he still clings to life. However, if that final breath were to vanish, who would lead the Decepticons in the future? What nonsense are you spouting? Moonlight, how could Lord Megatron possibly come a harm? Is that so? Yet your capabilities are entirely sufficient to establish your own dominion. Why remain under the command of a figure who is barely clinging to life? Rather, seize the opportunity to usurp and become the leader of the Decepticons, steering them towards a more illustrious future. Speak, Moonlight. What do you aspire to do, or what do you wish for me to undertake? This blatant attempt to sway me. Do you intend to rebel? The Red Spider scrutinized Moonlight intently. Red Spider, Megatron's current consciousness is still in a state of disarray. If resurrected under the influence of the Dark Energon, what might he become? Furthermore, instead of turning into a mere zombie, I believe Megatron would prefer a dignified departure. Moonlight replied, appearing as though her intentions had been unveiled. At that juncture, if the Dark Energon is not removed and he transforms into a zombie, the truth will unravel. The Decepticons will declare, it is you, Red Spider, whose inaction and poor decisions have desecrated our leader. They will never acknowledge you again. However, if Megatron is allowed to rest quietly in this half-alive state, then on this warship, you shall reign supreme. Your word will be law. Even when the truth comes to light, you will possess ample justification to silence their accusations. Ah, a commendable idea. But how shall I execute this plan, Moonlight? After all, there are others who have witnessed the Dark Energon embedded in our esteemed Megatron's chest. The red spider remarked with a sinister glint in his eye. Simple. Fabricate a facade. Disguising it as a case of energy depletion leading to disintegration, Moonlight proposed. A clever strategy, yet how can I place my trust in you? Who's to say you won't turn around and betray me? After all, you're quite familiar with Soundwave. Shall we seal our pact? An ineffective ruse. Then what do you suggest? Very well, let us seal our pact. Remember to keep your lips tightly sealed. Fear not, for I am as reliable as they come. Moonlight assured with a thump to her chest. Subsequently, the red spider slowly approached Megatron, revealing a devious smile where Moonlight could not see. Likewise, Moonlight remained oblivious to the red spider's sinister grin. Chapter 21. The insect crisis upon the Arctic glaciers. The barrier and Bumblebee were engaged in a particular mission. Beep beep. The barrier gazed at the monitor, stating, "No, we have not yet arrived, but I believe it should be just beyond this mountain. I truly do not comprehend it. The readings exceed the upper limits." At that moment, Bumblebee beckoned the barrier to look over. Before them lay a space pod encased in ice. Upon returning to the base, the two underwent a thawing examination by the medic. "Medic, do you have any new findings regarding what we have discovered?" Optimus Prime inquired. "Not yet. The space pod was inaccessible while frozen," the medic indicated, gesturing towards the monitoring screen displaying the pod storage. However, just as the medic turned away, the space pod had fully thawed, and suddenly a mysterious claw breached its protective shell. The medic set the coordinates for the land bridge to the Arctic and activated it. "RC and I have decided to venture out to see if we can uncover any clues regarding the origin of the space pod," Optimus Prime declared. "The premise rests upon the reliability of your sensors. Remember, when your core temperature descends to blue, system failure is no longer a possibility, but an impending reality." The ambulance, while connecting the external identifiers of Optimus Prime and RC, communicated this through its display. At that moment, Bumblebee and the barrier were escorting Jack and his companions back to the base. "Did you miss us?" Mika greeted the ambulance as she alighted from the vehicle. "Why aren't they at school?" The ambulance responded with a hint of disdain. "Today is Saturday. It's the weekend, and I'm spending it with you," Mika replied. "Hey," Jack greeted the ambulance before turning to RC. "I didn't expect a carpool. What's wrong, RC?" "I'm sorry, Jack. I have a mission to attend to and no time to spare," RC explained with her hands on her hips. "Oh, that's unfortunate. The weather is lovely today. You won't feel guilty for leaving me here, will you?" Jack crossed his arms, looking at RC. "We're heading to the Arctic for a search and reconnaissance mission." RC clarified. "I think I'll stay here," Jack replied earnestly. "The Arctic? I've always wanted to see the snow." Raffi chimed in with eager anticipation upon hearing about the trip. "I wish I could take you along, Raffi, but the conditions there are exceedingly frigid, even for Autobots." Optimus Prime declined. "I understand, but I believe I can bring back a snowball for you," Optimus added. "That would be wonderful," Raffi exclaimed with joy. After Optimus and RC entered the ground bridge, the transmission was completed. Just as the ambulance was about to shut down the ground bridge, a malfunction occurred with the switch. Meanwhile, within the Decepticon warship, Thundercracker was startled by Moonracer's commanding voice. "Where have you been? Come over here and learn." Hiding in the command room, Thundercracker jumped at the sound. "Understood, Captain," he replied glumly. "What is wrong with Lord Thundercracker?" It was said that after Moonracer took him under her wing, she had grown impatient with his lack of intellect. To expedite his learning, she instituted a rigorous study schedule, with assessments following each session. Failure to pass would result in extended study hours. Isn't that a good thing? Why does Thundercracker look so distressed? You wouldn't understand. The study regimen Moonracer devised for him would bring tears to even the most resilient of beings, let alone someone like Thundercracker, who has been dormant for so long. His rusted frame likely hasn't recovered yet, and now he is subjected to this torment. It's no wonder he appears troubled. "Oh, I see. Poor Lord Thundercracker. Shoo. Keep your voice down. You wouldn't want Moonracer or Lord Thundercracker to overhear. They both seem a bit unhinged lately. Anyone who crosses their path is dragged off to class. It's quite terrifying. What are you all discussing? I can hear you. If you're so afraid of me, let us all attend class together." The Decepticons engaged in idle chatter were startled by her voice. "No, that is not necessary, my lord. It's all right. The more you listen and learn, the better. Xiao Lu, take them to class. However, we still have a mission assigned by the Red Spider Commander. Do not worry. I shall ensure that he arranges for someone to take your place." "Go ahead," Moon Spirit remarked nonchalantly. "What are you planning, Moon Spirit?" You have taken away a significant portion of the soldiers aboard the battleship for lessons, and now we are severely understaffed, Red Spider remarked, observing the soldiers being taken away with a sense of frustration. Oh dear, I am merely considering the interests of the Decepticon cause. Without strength and knowledge, we shall face defeat. Surely, you wouldn't want the soldiers you command to be easily bested by the Autobots, would you? Besides, if we're short on manpower, then let them take on multiple roles. A lack of personnel is merely an excuse for those who do not strive. An unambitious soldier does not make for a good Decepticon. Keep pushing forward, Little Red, she concluded, hastily exiting the command room, disregarding the increasingly agitated Red Spider behind her. Amidst the Decepticons' bustling activities, numerous recruitment notices were dispatched across the cosmos. We cannot rely solely on our limited number of soldiers. Even robots require rest. And expanding our ranks is of utmost urgency. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, which had fallen victim to the invasion of the Insecticons, Ratchet picked up a nod circuit board and remarked, "We are undoubtedly in trouble, but what could have caused this?" The flickering lights resumed their normal state. "Here they come again. It might be a wiring issue. I hope it is not a fault in the transformer," he continued. "Look, I have found something," came Raph's distant voice. "We're busy here, Ratchet replied impatiently, glancing up to see Raph and suddenly letting out a scream. Ratchet, Bulkhead, both hurriedly stood up, transforming their arm cannons towards Raph, or rather, the object he was holding. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Jack and Miko stepped protectively in front of Raph. "Insecticons! Insecticons!" Bulkhead exclaimed in panic. "We're Insecticons," Raph asked, perplexed. "The creature in your hands is the most dangerous pest from Cybertron," Ratchet explained, nervously fixating on the object Raph was holding. Jack and the others, upon hearing this, were incredulous. "This? You must be joking. You are all so large. And it is so tiny," Miko gestured to illustrate the size difference. "You do not understand how terrifying this little creature can be," Bulkhead interjected. "It won't harm anyone." Raph gently stroked the Insecticon. At that moment, the Insecticon nestled in Raph's arms awakened, gazing at the three living metal beings before it, and instantly opened its wide mouth, revealing an insatiable appetite. With a swift motion, the Insecticon lunged towards Ratchet and the others. Several attacks missed as it leaped onto Bulkhead's leg, beginning to gnaw at him. In a panic, Bulkhead swatted it away, but as the Insecticon lunged at them again, Raph managed to knock it skyward with a few swift strikes. "Oh my goodness. I never anticipated this turn of events. I'm so sorry, Bulkhead. Is he badly hurt?" Raph said, his expression filled with remorse. "Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. It is merely a superficial injury," the medic remarked while assessing the wound. "Now, do you believe me? These metallic parasites are capable of but one thing: devouring all metal, particularly living metal," the panel interjected. "We have struck it down. It should be fine now, correct?" Jack inquired. "No, wherever metallic parasites are found, there will never be just one," the medic refuted. "I believe I understand how they infiltrated," the medic stated with a grave expression. Chapter 22, The Insect Crisis, and the sensors on Optimus Prime and RC, stationed upon the Arctic glaciers, began to flicker, indicating that their core temperatures had reached a critical point. "RC, how are you faring?" The sensors illuminated. "We must call for transport before we succumb to frostbite," RC declared, proceeding to rendezvous with Optimus Prime, who simultaneously attempted to establish contact with the Autobot base. Optimus Prime called the base, reporting that core temperatures had descended into the blue zone, preparing to activate the ground bridge. Unfortunately, all that met him was a cacophony of electromagnetic interference. It was evident that the metallic parasites had compromised the communication lines within the Autobot base. "Urgent call to Optimus Prime. Can you hear me? We have a situation here," the medic said anxiously, gazing at the blank screen. "The metallic parasites have infiltrated the communication system, and if we do not expel them immediately, they could consume the entire base. I suggest we simply flee," the panel proposed. "Now is not the time for retreat. If we cannot restore the ground bridge's operation promptly, Optimus Prime and RC will freeze to death." The medic understood all too well that abandoning Optimus and RC was not an option, lest they become ice sculptures in the Arctic. "They will die?" Jack exclaimed in disbelief. "Panel, you never flee," Mei-Chi said, astonished. "Mei-Chi, you have not witnessed how these parasites can obliterate Autobots, but I have. They tear you apart from the inside out, feasting first on the smallest and most oil-rich components, devouring welds and circuits, leaving you with absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Not even optical devices. The panel spoke with terror. Let's assist, Jack proposed. We are not metallic, Rafi remarked. Indeed, the metallic parasites cannot harm us, Meichi concurred. Typically, your fleshly forms appear to me as the greatest flaw. However, in this extreme circumstance, it seems to have transformed into an advantage. The medic observed as he analyzed the trio. All right, let us proceed. We will form teams, protecting you one-on-one. You will repair the ground bridge, and I shall keep watch. Jack instructed. Then let us combat the parasites, Meichi exclaimed with enthusiasm. The panel and Bumblebee exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a sense of desolation. My goodness, poor master. Now he must rely solely on these life support systems to survive. This is all the fault of those wretched Autobots. Had it not been for them, the master would not have been reduced to this state. Within the medical bay of the Decepticon warship, the voice of Red Spider resonated. With the absence of their leader, the vessel indeed required an individual capable of temporarily assuming the role of commander, someone who possessed intellect and the ability to lead. I have already contacted the doctor. You should arrive in a few days, Red Spider stated. A wise choice. I recommend you as the interim commander, Little Red, Moon's spirit remarked, perched upon Soundwave's shoulder. Is that so? I am delighted. No, I mean honored to take on this position. Now, I must attend to some matters aboard the ship, Red Spider replied before departing. What shall we do now, Moon's spirit? Thunderquake inquired, eyeing the figure on Soundwave's shoulder. What do you think we should do, Thunderquake? Moon's spirit countered. We must find a way to await our leader's revival, and then eliminate Red Spider and the Autobots. Thunderquake's eyes glimmered ominously. The time for reviving our leader has not yet arrived. We should observe the situation. As for Red Spider, eliminating him is nearly impossible. As long as the Decepticons lack a competent commander who can rival Red Spider's abilities, we cannot dispose of him. After all, with Little Red present, there's no need to worry about internal strife within the Decepticons. Moon Spirit shook her head thoughtfully. Thunderquake, your command skills and ability to handle special circumstances require improvement. Therefore, I have decided that, in addition to their regular curriculum, the members of the Moon Spirit Squad will undertake extracurricular tutoring. I will send you the specific courses shortly. Moon Spirit declared with a steely demeanor, stroking her chin. Captain, I believe the existing curriculum suffices. In fact, the pace is already quite rapid, Thunderquake protested urgently. Upon hearing Thunderquake's resistance, Moon Spirit raised her voice. Thunderquake, stand at attention. Having been trained by Moon Spirit for several days, Thunderquake instinctively straightened, focusing on her. Do you not wish to improve swiftly? Do you want to remain stagnant? Do you not desire to earn our leader's recognition? To have others speak of you as a competent student, the finest apprentice? Would you not want your twin brother to take pride in you? Seeing Thunderquake remain silent, Moon Spirit pressed further. Answer me earnestly. Do you wish to become a qualified Decepticon warrior, both wise and brave? Yes, Thunderquake replied resolutely. Excellent, you have ambition. Go and inform them to prepare. We will conduct a surprise assessment shortly. Moon Spirit smiled. Understood, Thunderquake responded before exiting the medical bay. This big oaf is quite easy to manipulate. Moon Spirit chuckled as she watched Thunderquake leave, his demeanor akin to someone invigorated. Soundwave tilted his head, observing Moon Spirit on his shoulder, a mischievous grin flashing briefly across the display screen. Meanwhile, the Autobot base was in utter chaos. Just as the team had taken a moment to breathe after vanquishing the vanguard of the Insecticon army, they were met with sounds emanating from all directions within the base. Not even close. These are merely the vanguard, Ratchet noted. Oh no, do the other bugs know we're here? Bulkhead questioned. If we were to become a feast for them, Optimus Prime and RC would never return. We must restore the land bridge's operations swiftly. This way, we could transport them elsewhere, remarked Ratchet. Let us send them back to the Arctic. I know they fear the cold, Jack suggested, brandishing a fire extinguisher. Excellent idea. Let us handle it all at once. Considering the mass of the metal-eating worms, the frigid temperatures should freeze them instantly. Let me ponder. If the land bridge remains inoperable, it must be due to a leak in the super-energy conduit. The ambulance suddenly realized the cause of the land bridge's malfunction. Observing the difficulty the others had in moving, Jack and the others volunteered. Where is that place? We shall go repair it. When we can restart the land bridge. Should we first send these little creepers away, or bring back Optimus and the others? Retrieving Optimus and RC would be akin to walking into a trap. If we bring them back first, the metal-eating worms would have no reason to depart. We need bait right now, said Ratchet. Where shall we find bait? The metal-eating worms have devoured everything edible here. Just as Jack and the others completed the repairs, the worms collectively took to the air, racing towards the hall. In a sheltered spot of the Arctic glacier, Optimus and RC lay, their strength nearly sapped by the freezing cold. After years of battling the Decepticons, enduring gunfire, being struck, and even blown up, they found themselves facing such an end. RC, this may not be the conclusion we envisioned, but if this is indeed our fate, if we are truly to be lost, Optimus spoke, as RC placed her hand upon his, and he reciprocated the gesture. It is my honor to fight alongside you, Optimus. RC gazed at him. Optimus nodded slightly. Just as they believed they were returning to the Allspark, they noticed the land bridge opening in the distance. Are you ready for the main course? Then let us proceed. The partition within the base served as bait, luring the metal-eating worms to follow it into the land bridge. Get down, Ratchet urged, pressing Bumblebee to the ground. At that moment, Optimus and RC struggled toward the open land bridge. The metal-eating worms that emerged from the land bridge, upon seeing Optimus and RC ahead, opened their jaws wide and charged at them. However, as they drew near, the extreme cold had already rendered them dormant, transforming them into iron spheres that plummeted toward Optimus and RC. Optimus shielded RC with his body as a wave of worms rushed past them, and they turned their gaze toward the partition. I wish I could have come to fetch you sooner, but things at home are simply too chaotic, the partition remarked. Upon returning to the base, Ratchet directed Jack and the others in operating the medical equipment to treat the severely injured. Fortunately, this incident occurred on a Saturday. We are quite lucky, Ratchet expressed his relief. Our human friends may be small, but they are remarkably resilient, Optimus stated. Chapter 23. Allies within the Autobot base. Meichi, perched on the partition, inquired. All right, the work is done. Can we now race on the dunes? Perhaps not, Meichi. It took me a week to clean up the sand last time. However, there's a monster truck rally in the city, the partition replied. At that moment, the ambulance, who had been standing before the control panel, spoke up. Optimus, there is a signal emanating from a restricted frequency band. From my analysis, this signal originates from a spacecraft in the solar system and serves as an identity beacon for Autobots. Are there other Autobots in space? Jake asked upon hearing this. When Cybertron was destroyed, we scattered across different star systems. However, it is not inconceivable that the Decepticons might fabricate a beacon as a decoy, RC elucidated. Unknown spacecraft. This is Autobot Omega-1 Outpost. Please state your identity. Optimus called out to the unidentified vessel. The welcoming message from the Decepticons is far more enthusiastic than this. Came the voice from the communication channel. Upon hearing the voice, the partition immediately recognized the speaker. Jax, you Decepticon Bane, what brings you all the way here? Is that you, partition? You have been quite secure, Jax replied, clearly recognizing the partition. This planet is teeming with Decepticons. How long until you can come to our aid? The partition inquired. Probably tomorrow. I am rushing over as fast as I can. Another Autobot is coming. How cool is that? Jax, I have long admired him, but have never met him. Can you confirm that it's his voice? Optimus inquired. 1000%, it is indeed Jax, Optimus, the partition assured. We will send you the coordinates. Safe travels, brother, Optimus replied to Jax. When we meet again, I shall throw you a welcome party. The partition bid farewell. Who is this brother of yours? RC asked. We share a long-standing friendship. We are part of the same unit, the Thunder Rescue Team. The Decepticons would not want him to join us, the partition excitedly explained. Unbeknownst to those within the Autobot base, their communication was once more intercepted by Soundwave, who matched the voice to its owner's image. Battle hero, we have little time left, Jax, he said, glancing at the newly arrived Mirage. Soundwave extended his tendrils to connect with Mirage's chest, transmitting information to assist Mirage's transformation. When we meet again, I shall throw you a welcome party. A welcome party? Now that's something I can manage. Simple. Red Alert sneered as he listened to the conversation. Bring the warship into space, and let us properly welcome our battle hero, Jax, Red Alert said, eyeing the Autobot signal displayed on the detection system. As Jax approached the moon, he commanded, send out the aerial troops, capture Jax alive. Simultaneously, not only Decepticon flyers surged toward Jax's spacecraft, but also Soundwave's laser beak, intent on ensuring success. Do you require my assistance as well? Tianjin gazed at the images displayed on the screen. No need, just observe. Besides, until we receive further orders, it is best to remain still. By the way, have you contacted your brother? Yue Ling inquired, directing her question towards Tianjin. I have already reached out, but he is quite far away, so it may take a while for him to arrive, Tianjin replied. Inform him to also check for any Decepticon soldiers in the vicinity and bring them along. Understood. In outer space, the Jack, piloting the ship, noticed on the radar the approaching Decepticon soldiers. Is the party belonging to the Decepticons about to commence? He pondered. Activating the ship's weapon systems, he launched an attack against the Decepticons. The Decepticon soldiers retaliated, firing back at the Jack, while he maneuvered the ship to evade their fire. A laser bird swooped beneath the vessel, unleashing a surge of electricity that rendered the Jack unconscious. Bring the ship over here, Red Spider exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing the Jack struck by the sonic laser bird. Once the ship was pulled onto the deck of the Decepticon warship, Red Spider, observing the Jack being extracted from inside, couldn't help but chuckle. Now, take our guest to rest and treat him well. Let us embark multiple faces, commanded Red Spider without looking back at the Jack. Yes, my lord Red Spider. As the Jack took off, Red Spider added, deploy the aerial units and ensure they put on a good show. The Jack's ship, as it entered Earth's orbit, was detected by the Autobot base, which began to track its trajectory in real time. The Jack is nearing the landing zone, Arsai announced, observing the screen. Prepare to activate the land bridge. What? The ambulance, preparing to activate the land bridge, was suddenly distracted by a burst of sparks, striking the control panel in frustration. Damn it, Iron Eater. Ever since that last incident, the system has been malfunctioning, the ambulance grumbled irritably. Is he going to land on the other side of the Earth and then be transmitted here? Jack questioned, puzzled by the complexity of the situation. We cannot expose our base's location in case the Decepticons are tracking the Jack's ship, Optimus Prime explained. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meichi observed the spinning panel and remarked, Buddy, I've never seen you this excited. You're going to love the Jack. We're like brothers. Tonight, we're throwing a party for him, the panel elaborated. That is fantastic. Meichi cheered. At that moment, the base alarm blared, and the screen displayed several Decepticon soldiers tailing the Jack's ship. Look, fighter jets are rapidly approaching the Jack, Arsai said, her tone serious. Damn it, the panel replied, his expression grave. Near the designated coordinates, the Jack was struck on the rear side by the Decepticon soldiers, necessitating an emergency landing, leaving a long trail behind. The ship finally came to a halt, while several Decepticon soldiers descended from the skies. The approaching Decepticon soldier caught off guard, fell to the ground after being struck by Jack. Emerging from the dense fog, Jack addressed them, stating that if they wished to disrupt his good fortune, they would need to exert considerably more effort. He then charged towards the Decepticon soldiers. Just as the others burst forth from the land bridge, they witnessed Jack dispatching the last of the enemies. Did you ever consider that I might require assistance? Jack inquired. What for? To ruin this splendid show? One of the others retorted. Jack glanced at them and remarked, if you are but a handful, this planet is in a far worse state than I imagined. As soon as he finished speaking, one of them rushed forward and embraced Jack tightly. Old Jack, haha, mind my paint, you big metal ball. Chapter 24. Truth and Deception. As the group dashed out from the land bridge, the ambulance, having closed its switches, sparked and flared, causing the land bridge to malfunction once more. Come, old Jack, meet another good friend of mine, Mickey. She may be small, but she is quite formidable. One of them explained to Jack. Hello. Mickey greeted Jack with enthusiasm. It's quite troublesome. Can you keep an eye on her? Jack inquired curiously. I'll do my best. But trouble often presents itself, Mickey humorously replied. I believe we will get along splendidly. It appeared that Jack held a fondness for Mickey. At that moment, a heavy footfall echoed behind Jack, prompting him to turn and see Optimus Prime. Jack stepped forward, saying, Commander Optimus, it is an honor to meet you. Likewise, soldier. You have traveled far. Do you have a report? Optimus asked. I have been searching planet by planet, seeking both friends and foes, and now I have found both. Jack replied with a light-hearted tone. Though we are few in number, we are fierce. We have endured losses yet continue to grow stronger. We warmly welcome a new comrade to our ranks, Optimus stated, looking at Jack. It is my honor. Now let us commence the festivities, one of them declared as they collided playfully with Jack. While the jubilation of the others was palpable, the ambulance's mood was far less pleasant, preferring tranquility. He shook his head at the raucous celebration. At that moment, Tidal Wave shared a similar sentiment. Within the vast halls of the Decepticon warship, Tidal Wave, gazing at the assessment papers before him, felt an overwhelming desire to perish. Why must the cursed red spider wake me for no reason? Can I just sleep in peace? Oh, dear brother, do come. I am in dire need of you, Tidal Wave mused, tilting his head in contemplation. Hey, Tidal Wave, what are you staring at? Sit still and stop looking around. Be careful not to get caught, a voice admonished. And you, little six, ensure your panel is well concealed. If I catch anyone copying from you, you'll be in trouble, Moonlight warned, addressing the Decepticon trainees below from her elevated position. In an instant, the previously smug little six fell into a sullen silence, feeling it was none of his concern. Little Nine, how is Lord Megatron faring? Moonlight inquired of Little Nine, who had already passed his qualifications. Lord Megatron remains unchanged, vibrant in spirit, yet still reliant on life support systems for his physical form, remarked Little Nine. Very well. Let's take a drive shortly, Moonlight said, turning to Little Nine. But Commander Red Spider has ordered that no one may go out without permission. Little Nine expressed with concern. Hey, we can keep it a secret from him. We will be discreet, Moonlight suggested. Glancing at the time, she announced, everyone, cease your examinations. Little Nine, compile the test papers. This evening, we shall have free time, and tomorrow we will commence new lessons. At that moment, within the upper deck of the warship, the Chameleon observed, as soon as we passed over their land bridge, we immediately lost tracking signals. The Autobots base is undoubtedly equipped with stringent countermeasures to evade detection. Nonetheless, I have always held confidence in Chameleon. Our insider is now well positioned. As Red Spider spoke, he and Soundwave approached the confinement chamber. Upon the opening of the chamber door, they found a Jack suspended within. Just then, the Jack awoke and, glancing at the entering Red Spider, said, if Megatron believes that the partition cannot recognize that imposter, he is utterly foolish. Red Spider stepped closer, stating, did you not hear? I am now the leader of the Decepticons. The Jack chuckled at this proclamation. Red Spider, feeling momentarily vulnerable, would have retaliated had Soundwave not intervened. Indeed, Chameleon is remarkably skilled, and his shape-shifting is flawless. If I can deceive them for long enough and activate the land bridge from their base, I will ascertain the exact location of the Autobot stronghold. I will then dispatch my strike team to infiltrate and eliminate Optimus Prime without a trace, Red Spider lamented, resorting to verbal provocations against the Jack. Inside the Autobot base, in stark contrast to the festive atmosphere shared by Mickey and the others, Ratchet felt an overwhelming desire to find something to smash in frustration. Alas, he could only focus on repairing the land bridge, hoping for its full restoration. Leaning against one another, Jack looked at the reveling crowd and inquired, where's Optimus Prime? He went for a drive. He doesn't enjoy parties, Alcee clarified, turning to enlighten Jack. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Jasper, Moonlight, having completed the race, sped down the road with Little Nine. Suddenly, she spotted a truck ahead, confirming it to be Optimus Prime. Little Nine, accelerate, she urged, pressing the gas pedal. Hey, Optimus. Long time no see. How have you been? Moonlight called out, paralleling Optimus. Moonlight, what are you doing here? Optimus replied, puzzled. Just out for a drive. It's stifling on the warship. Since you're alone, why not join me for something fun? Besides, I have some little secrets about Megatron to share, Moonlight added, noticing Optimus's silence as a refusal. Come on. It will be a delightful surprise, she exclaimed, flooring the accelerator and zooming ahead. Commander, if Red Spider finds out that we are mingling with the Autobots outside, he will penalize us, said Xiaojio. Fear not. We must simply ensure he remains oblivious. Moon Spirit replied, glancing back at Optimus Prime trailing behind. Allow me to take you to witness something exhilarating. Meanwhile, Red Spider aboard the Decepticon warship grew increasingly impatient, wondering why the Chameleon had yet to activate their land bridge or relay their coordinates. His disguise was impeccable, yet it could not indefinitely deceive the Autobots. At Jasper's open-air cinema, Xiaojio remarked, Commander, is this the surprise? As she watched a horror film playing in the distance. Indeed, this film is quite thrilling. I wouldn't dare to watch it alone. That's precisely why I brought you all along, came the reply. Within the Autobot base, a group of children gathered around partition, listening intently to the recounting of battle tales. Do you know how we managed when we lost communication, lacked energy, and found ourselves surrounded by Decepticons? One of the kids asked. What did you do? Queried Meichi, playing the role of the curious listener. Tell them, said Jack. We did what we do best. He dramatically recounted. I threw my last grenade into the main heat exchanger. Yes, I deem it an excellent idea. It turned the place upside down. Truly magnificent. Indeed, the debris still clings to my back, the partition exclaimed. Not surprising. Your back is exceedingly broad, RC remarked, with Bumblebee nodding in agreement. Haha, you seem unlike yourself today. You appear rather subdued. The partition chuckled before addressing Jack. Upon hearing this, Jack hurriedly explained, I've been cooped up in that canister for far too long. I ought to step outside for some fresh air. I have patrol duty tomorrow morning. Come along, the partition invited Jack. Go now, Jack urged. You ought to go now. Please, they all admire you. You must recount the Battle of Darkmount Pass. You can do it. I believe in you. Let Meichi show me around, he suggested. Outskirts of Jasper, Optimus Prime, in contact with the base, felt a surge of anxiety as interference crackled through the communication, prompting him to accelerate his return. At that moment, within the Decepticon warship's confinement chamber, Jack seized an opportunity as a Decepticon soldier drew near, inadvertently destroying the handcuff release switch, allowing him to escape. Chapter 25. The true Jack. It is well known that the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, has 2 ears, while the 6-eared macaque possesses 6. One day, as the Monkey King departed, the 6-eared macaque impersonated him, deceiving Tang Sung, injuring him, and absconding with his belongings. Is this the tale of your human world? Optimus Prime inquired. Yes, it is our story, but it could equally be yours. We must leave, Optimus. Otherwise, Soundwave will grow concerned if we return late. With that, she piloted Xiao Jiu away. Contemplating Moon Spirit's earlier words, alongside the severed communication from the base, Optimus Prime felt a nagging unease, revving his engines to return to the base with utmost urgency. Commander, is it truly acceptable to speak this way? Xiao Jiu inquired on their journey back to the battleship. Rest assured, the Red Spider's plans are destined for failure. We might as well lend a hand, which could potentially mitigate some soldiers' losses. Besides, I haven't said anything that could implicate me. What can he do to me? Yue Ling remarked, gazing out the window. Within the Autobot base, Jax had sensed something amiss, prompting him to address RC and Bumblebee, who were questioning him. Listen, I understand Jax better than anyone else. Hey, what are you all discussing? Jax, having circled around with Mickey, asked. I was just recounting the events of you and me. The Battle of Darkmount Pass, the panel explained. That sounds quite intense, Jax replied with a light-hearted tone. Indeed, do elaborate. Suddenly, the panel's expression turned fierce. Let's discuss it later. I think we should take a drive first, Mickey suggested, still unclear about the situation. Mickey, don't interfere, the panel directed her. Relax, panel. RC gently advised. I was about to speak when the panel interrupted. Go on, Jack said, resigned. Fine, you simply cannot let go of the past. The Thunder Rescue Team was trapped between the Decepticon patrol and the smelting pit. The Decepticons unleashed their full force, and I engaged the enemy alongside the panel, eliminating them and using their remnants as stepping stones to pave a path for the entire team through the smelting pit. Is that not correct? Jax raised his gaze towards the panel upon finishing. Yes, that was indeed the case, although there is a slight discrepancy, the panel replied. Jack's eyes widened in surprise. I was not present. The panel glared at Jax fiercely. What? The ambulance, sensing something was amiss, looked at Jax. In truth, I had already departed from the Thunder Rescue Team and joined Optimus's faction. You won't find any records of this, the panel pointed at Jax. What does this have to do with anything? Mickey began to speak, but was suddenly seized by Jax, who rushed to the switch of the land bridge, threatening everyone. Step back, or I will crush her. Jax, what are you doing? Mickey, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, exclaimed. You cowardly Decepticon. I warn you to release the girl and face me in single combat, the panel growled. Don't rush. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight, Jax replied. Is there truly a Jax? Jake posed the pivotal question. Of course. I believe the Red Spider is currently entertaining him. Jax chuckled as he regarded the group. On the deck of the Decepticon battleship, the Red Spider looked at Soundwave and asked, Are you certain we are at the coordinates we previously provided to the Faceless One? What is he waiting for? Perhaps their warm welcome has softened him. He may have been swayed to abandon his former ways, Jax remarked as he climbed onto the deck, closing his faceplate and approaching the Red Spider and the others. Did you not notice how many of us there are? The Red Spider threatened as he observed Jax approaching. I believe they will surely relish the prospect of me puncturing a few holes in you. Take him down, exclaimed Red Spider furiously. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Decepticon soldiers surged forward, attacking as they advanced toward the Jack. The Jack, undeterred, drew his twin blades and charged at the Decepticons. At that moment, he input the coordinates at the Autobot base and activated the ground bridge. It was time. On the Decepticon warship, Red Spider fired a projectile at the Jack, sending him hurtling through the air. The Jack quickly regained his footing, using his blades to pierce through the advancing Decepticon soldiers, dispatching one with a swift strike before leaping onto two fallen soldiers, bringing Red Spider down underfoot. At that instant, the Jack noticed a ground bridge activating in the distance. Standing before the ground bridge at the Autobot base, he opened his arms and proclaimed, "Let the revelry commence." In his moment of triumph, two energy blasts struck from the side. The first hit his leg, forcing him to kneel, while the second struck his wrist, causing him to drop his weapon mech. At the same time, a Jack emerged from the ground bridge, delivering a kick that sent him flying. The panel deftly caught mech, gently placing her on the ground, while the Jack was sent crashing against the wall. Witnessing this, Ratchet hastily closed the ground bridge. On the Decepticon warship, Red Spider, struggling to rise from the ground, looked at the ground bridge and commanded, "Rush into the ground bridge." But alas, it was too late. The ground bridge closed before the Decepticon soldiers. Enraged, Red Spider let out a furious howl. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, amidst the encirclement of the others, two Jacks clashed with their blades. Unfortunately, the Master of Masks lacked the strength, and the Jack seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive blow. "Behold, this is the true Jack," he declared, casting a glance at the victorious Jack. The panel addressed Bumblebee and the others. "You, activate the bridge. Let us dispose of the trash." The Jack spoke to Ratchet. "Wait, Jack," the panel interjected. "He may yet be of use. A living Decepticon is more valuable than a dead one, and he might hold knowledge of our base's location." Optimus Prime, observing from the side, intervened. The Jack regarded Optimus, then the panel, contemplating that perhaps Optimus was right. "Though I yearn to eliminate him, we cannot take risks for the sake of the base's safety," the panel urged. "Very well, I leave him in your hands. Just ensure he does not escape." The Jack conceded, abandoning his previous plan. With the Master of Masks imprisoned, the true Jack emerged, and a new round of revelry began. Ratchet, hearing the cacophony, contemplated his fate once more. It was akin to reliving a nightmare. "Since you have joined our ranks, you may choose a vehicle form. I shall offer you some suggestions," the panel said to the Jack. "Regarding this, panel, I have repaired my spaceship, and I wish to explore what wonders the cosmos holds," replied the Jack. "Wait, you're leaving? Why?" Mech inquired, gazing at the Jack. "Some Autobots remain unchanged," the Divider explained. "Jack, this will forever be your sanctuary," Optimus Prime said, gazing at Jack. "Old friends never linger for long, yet they always return," the Divider promised, embracing Jack. Shortly thereafter, a few individuals bid farewell to Jack via the land bridge. Within the base, Ratchet sensed something amiss with Optimus. "Optimus, what troubles you?" "It's nothing, Ratchet. Just lost in thought," Optimus replied without elaboration. Under the influence of the Dark Energon, Megatron may not be entirely vanquished, Optimus. During their parting, Moonlight silently conveyed a dreadful truth to him. Hopefully, he was mistaken. Chapter 26. Discovery, the human foe a few days after Jack's departure. The communications channel within the Autobot base echoed with Fuller's desperate cries. "Optimus! Optimus! It's Fuller! What brings you here?" Before Optimus could finish, Fuller interrupted him. "What more is there?" "Decepticons. I barely tracked down this location, and at a critical moment, their aircraft shot me down." Fuller spoke from the wreckage of his fighter jet. Upon hearing his words, Mika chuckled softly. "He's in trouble again." Fuller continued, "Their intention is to seize the dynamic nuclear core." "What is that?" RC inquired, perplexed. "It's a dynamic nuclear energy generation system, abbreviated as the dynamic core," he explained, pulling up an image of the device. "It's a prototype energy system I intended to deliver to the coastal area." "That's absurd," Ratchet exclaimed. "What would Starscream want with such primitive technology?" "I suspect they aim to construct a colossal weapon of mass destruction. If this device were to melt down, the radiation would contaminate all surrounding areas," Fuller asserted. Hearing this, Raffi expressed concern. "Did Fuller just mention where he currently is?" trapped, Optimus. I need you to activate the land bridge to deliver the dynamic core to its destination before the Decepticons can seize it, Fuller insisted. I fear the land bridge cannot transport such an unstable device. If an accident were to occur during transit, the radiation you just mentioned could spread via the land bridge, potentially contaminating the entire nation or even the world, Optimus cautioned, thwarting Fuller's plan. Do you have any better ideas? Fuller asked. Within the Decepticon warship Thundercracker, we're stepping out for a moment. The others can continue their studies. I'll assess upon my return, Moonlight told Thundercracker. All right, Thundercracker replied, elated to avoid studying. Where are we headed? He asked, gazing at the activated land bridge. The Himalayas, Kunlun Mountains. What are we searching for? Upon exiting the land bridge, the already arrived Six-Shot and Six-Wing inquired. The Energon mine and the warriors left on Earth long ago, Moonlight explained. Six-Shot, did you bring the items? Equipped with an ultra-energy detector and several large blocks of concentrated ultra-energy matter, Moonlight instructed. All right, let us commence our expedition. Based on the coordinates obtained through sound waves, we shall disperse from the central point to search. Keep communication lines open. Should anything seem amiss, retreat immediately. Is that understood? Understood, came the collective response, and they began to scatter in search. Within the Autobot base, Ratchet announced, Optimus Prime, initiate Phase 2 of the plan. Proceed 5 miles south from this location. That will be our designated meeting point. Meanwhile, the Decepticon warship intercepted Ratchet's communication, with Soundwave noting, 5 miles south from here is their predetermined rendezvous. This indicates the Autobots have departed their base, likely engaged in combat, which suggests they did not anticipate our arrival. Listening to Soundwave's transmission, Starscream sinisterly remarked, locate them and eliminate them. He turned to command a squadron of Decepticon flyers. Proceed as ordered. At once, my lord, they replied. Inside the helicopter, Silas watched intently as Optimus Prime and his companions entered the tunnel, only to have its entrance collapse behind them. Tactical error, he muttered. There's only one way out now. Just then, several fighter jets appeared, flying parallel to Silas's helicopter, one accelerating past them directly towards Optimus Prime's group. Air support? But whose side are they on? Fuller pondered, gazing at the aircraft in confusion. Optimus, you have company, Ratchet said cheerfully, observing the Decepticons displayed on the monitor. Captain, I have detected a significant ultra-energy deposit, reported Bumblebee. Captain, I am picking up a feeble energy signal, added Wheeljack, glancing at his display. At that moment, Moonlight, perched upon the shoulder of Trypticon, received various transmissions. Simultaneously, Trypticon's detector began to emit alarms. It seems the unique terrain here has caused electromagnetic interference. Were it not for this close-range exploration, the ultra-energy deposits might have remained undiscovered. Perhaps even permanently hidden, Trypticon remarked. Let us proceed to Wheeljack's location and ascertain the nature of this discovery, Moonlight decided. It appears the rumors hold truth. Living technology stands before us, yet it shall ultimately belong to us, Silas mused, observing the transformed Optimus Prime and his allies from the helicopter, ambition gleaming in his eyes. As they watched the melee unfold below among the battling robots, Silas conversed with Fuller, contemplating the precise location of the nuclear device. I must take my leave. I have a train to catch, he declared, eyeing the departing helicopter. Fuller, feeling a sense of urgency, called out to Optimus Prime, distracting him just as a Decepticon soldier struck him, sending him over a cliff. Though he landed on a rocky ledge, Optimus felt momentarily weakened from the fall. Within the Autobot base, Optimus lay incapacitated. They're going to seize the nuclear device. We must devise a plan swiftly, Jack urged anxiously. Are you suggesting Phase 3 of the plan? Ratchet inquired. Indeed. Let us think quickly. To secure the nuclear device, we must board the train, Jack contemplated. What if we board the train first and engage them in close combat? Mickey proposed excitedly. That is absolutely unfeasible, the ambulance firmly rejected. Indeed, it will be tantamount to suicide, Jack concurred. Well then, just wait for the nuclear device to be snatched away. That could cost lives. Meichi remarked before being interrupted by the ambulance. Yes, your life. Not only do I intend to transport you into a sealed space via a land bridge, but I shall also do so at a velocity of 90 miles per hour. I can scarcely fathom the horrific consequences, extensive contusions, fractured limbs, and metallic burns. Before she could finish her thought, she noticed Jack and the others gazing at her. The ambulance, feeling a twinge of guilt, retorted, "All right, I shall exclude the last scenario from consideration. Nevertheless, it is utterly impossible to lock the coordinates of a land bridge onto a swiftly moving object. What if we could ascertain the precise coordinates of the train?" Leifei suggested, pulling up the train's moving coordinates. This line of thought plunged the ambulance into contemplation. Kunlun Mountain, how are the signal jamming devices faring? Yue Ling inquired. "All set, Captain," Xiao Jie replied. "Very well, let us commence excavation. Remember the safety protocols and ensure the well-being of our team." After this, Yue Ling climbed onto Xiao Lu's shoulder. The trio worked in unison, swiftly unearthing a large stasis chamber. Something felt amiss. Observing the chamber's configuration and structure, Tianjin remarked, "What is it? Aren't the occupants members of the Decepticons?" Yue Ling questioned, puzzled. "The materials and construction do not resemble the work of the Decepticons or Autobots. Rather, it seems to be an artifact from a much older era. Furthermore, according to our scans, this stasis chamber is on the verge of ceasing operation, with energy reserves nearly depleted. I fear that a singular energon shard may not suffice to awaken the beings within. It would merely sustain the chamber's function. To awaken it recklessly would be unwise. Let us postpone such actions until the opportune moment arises. Additionally, mark this location for sound wave upon our return and ensure the area is cleared for further exploration." Concurrently, Optimus Prime, who had just brought the train to a halt, observed the departing helicopter with a grave expression. "It appears that the world we inhabit is vastly different from what we had previously envisioned. There are Decepticons here as well, merely cloaked in human guise." Chapter 27. The Doctor arrives, discovering the Collector one day. The truant Meichi was escorted to the Autobot base by the Divider. "Meichi, I am your bodyguard. Not your truancy vehicle. You cannot skip school like this. What if your parents find out?" The Divider admonished as they walked. "Have you forgotten? They are in Tokyo. You need to worry about my guardians. I frighten them," Meichi replied. "Listen, Meichi, if you do not graduate from high school, it means you cannot attend that. What is it called?" At this point, the Divider faltered. University?" Meichi interjected. "You speak just like my parents," she remarked as she alighted from the vehicle. "Aren't your parents Japanese?" The Divider inquired. "Though the language may differ, the fundamental principles remain the same. We are all concerned for your well-being," the Divider responded, somewhat disheartened. "I sincerely hope you gain admission to a university rather than a prison." "Oh dear, what now?" Jack inquired upon hearing the words of the petition. "Listen, Meichi, before I became a warrior, I was a laborer, a construction worker. I can build and I can destroy. That is all there is to it." The petition did not respond to Jack's question, but instead focused on educating Meichi. "I enjoy destruction. I want to be like you, petition," Meichi exclaimed with some excitement. "Ah, what is so great about being like me? Wouldn't it be better to be a doctor, like an ambulance?" The petition sighed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "I have detected a new super-energy pulse emanating from a country called Greece, from an ancient city that must be quite old," the ambulance remarked, gazing at the display screen before it. "Are we heading to Greece?" "A mission awaits," the petition stated. "On the Decepticon warship. You should be here by now, Knockout." "I do not particularly enjoy the feeling of waiting for others," Red Spider remarked. "It's quite a journey, Red Spider. My wheels are still tingling from the travel." A red Decepticon robot that had walked and commented. "Indeed, you are cut from the same cloth as them," Red Spider retorted sarcastically. "What did you say?" Knockout inquired, puzzled. "I truly do not understand how any self-respecting Decepticon would choose a car as their alternate mode. Some can fly. After all," Red Spider circled around Knockout. "I take pride in my appearance, especially with my wire-rimmed tires," Knockout said, placing his hands on his hips proudly. "I must concede, compared to other Decepticons, your glossy paint and elegant curves, along with your striking undercoat, can certainly be deemed exceptional," Red Spider complimented. "Such a perfect assessment. It appears I have found a kindred spirit. By the way, when did the Decepticons start recruiting humans?" Knockout asked, glancing at the approaching moonlight. "Not long ago. I was granted special approval and consider myself an honorary Decepticon. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have yet to learn your name." "I'm Knockout, and I suppose I serve as the medical officer for the Decepticons. Do you have an affinity for cars?" "Indeed. I not only love cars, but am also an automotive enthusiast," Moonlight replied, casting a slightly flirtatious glance at Knockout. "All right, it is time to discuss serious matters." Red Spider interjected, eager to halt the ongoing chatter. "Very well. I heard that Lord Megatron is currently in need of medical assistance." Knockout inquired as they made their way to the medical room. One could say that, Red Spider responded. Upon entering the medical room, they found Megatron lying on the equipment table with a large hole in his chest, tubes protruding from various points of his body. Wow. It is unfortunate that our former leader, Lord Megatron, has been in this state for some time. However, everyone voted, and we ultimately decided to bring in an expert. Perhaps he can be slowly restored, knockout observed. I have done quite a bit of mechanical work, but I am more skilled at dismantling than repairing. My assistant might be able to lend a hand, he added, looking at Megatron. I called you all here. Where is everyone? They were tracking the new super energy pulse. They should arrive once Deadlock finishes his investigation, Knockout chuckled. At that moment, the Partition, having arrived in Greece, gazed at the distant murals, recognizing them as artifacts from the planet Cybertron. Why did the ancient Greeks depict the super energy collector? The Partition seemed puzzled. Do you know what that circle represents? You are quite clever, remarked Meichi, as she took out her phone to capture the mural. At that moment, a voice echoed. Actually, I'm doing quite well. Both the Partition and Meichi turned to see a robust blue robot appear. Diwa, do you miss me? I yearn for you to the point of irritation. Do you know this fellow? Meichi inquired. We had some past grievances, the Partition explained. You even have a pet, Dihua observed, looking at Meichi beside the Partition. Can he play fetch? As he spoke, Dihua uprooted a nearby pillar and hurled it towards the Partition. In a rush, the Partition shielded Meichi from the incoming pillar. But before he could react, Dihua scooped him up and slammed him against the stone wall. Seeing the Partition momentarily incapacitated, Dihua chose not to linger and turned to leave. Upon returning to the base, the two began to sift through the photos they had taken. It indeed was a super energy collector, a powerful tool created by ancient civilizations capable of harvesting any source of super energy. Optimus Prime gazed at the mural. Did the gods of ancient Greece know about the Autobots? Raffi pondered. No, they would employ specific artistic forms from particular eras to conceal information. This mural may indicate the location of the collector, hidden somewhere on this planet. Optimus Prime clarified for Raffi. Optimus, if the collector can extract super energy from any source, and you all possess it within you, Jack posed the question that had crossed his mind. In the hands of the Decepticons, the collector would become a devastating weapon. Optimus Prime replied. Just as the others were relieved that the mural had been destroyed, Raffi doused them with cold water, presenting the retrieved image on his computer. Is this the real deal? Contact Agent Fuller, Optimus Prime instructed, gazing at the image. Decepticon warship, Dihua confirmed as he observed the visuals projected by Soundwave. That's definitely it. Megatron S repairs will have to wait. We need to gather some resources first, Red Spider remarked with a hint of malice. To be safe, I'll provide support for you, Yue Ling stated. Stop joking. With your petite frame, you might get squashed. Better to stay on the warship and watch us shine. Ji Dao said, eyeing the small Yue Ling. Who said I'm going alone? I have backup, Yue Ling declared, activating his communicator. Bring a few flyers. No need for classes. Just come to the command room. Just wait and see. With a mysterious smile, Yue Ling responded to Ji Dao and Dihua's puzzled expressions. By the way, being so strong and capable, would you care to attend my little class for further training? Yue Ling pondered with interest in Dihua. What? I advise you not to have high expectations of his offerings. Otherwise, before Red Spider could finish, the command room door swung open and several Decepticon soldiers stumbled in. Among them was Thunderclash. Thunderclash? You're here too? Dihua and Ji Dao clearly recognized Thunderclash as well. Dihua, Ji Dao? Long time no see. After exchanging greetings, Tianjun gazed at the two individuals before him and was suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Chapter 28, The Shattered Energy Collector. At this moment, under the cover of Optimus Prime and the others, Jack and his companions stealthily entered the museum in their small vehicle. After a brief period of disguise, they commenced the transport of the collector. Outside the museum, Optimus Prime, noticing an approaching threat in the rearview mirror, observed a formidable foe. The assailant, whistling nonchalantly, parked alongside Optimus Prime, commenting on the impressive 24-inch wheels, likening him to a hefty friend of his own. Just then, another vehicle approached, known as Deadfire, which launched a missile towards the museum. Optimus Prime reacted swiftly, intercepting the missile to halt its advance, exerting all his strength until the glass shattered under the pressure. As Optimus Prime monitored the situation inside the museum involving Jack and his companions, he was suddenly ambushed by the assailant wielding an electric baton, causing him to collapse to the ground. The assailant then leapt onto Optimus Prime, delivering another blow. It was the Decepticons. They had overpowered Optimus Prime. Observing from a distance, those within the museum became aware of the unfolding chaos. Not far from the museum, Yue Ling and her companions watched the live feed from Soundwave broadcasting the museum scenes. Did you see that, Tianjun? When encountering an enemy, the first thought should be to subdue them. One must understand how to utilize strategy, leverage the terrain, and seize the perfect moment to strike, she remarked, recording the moment when the assailant stood triumphantly over Optimus Prime, intending to later show it to him as a reminder. At that moment, the assailant likely wished for Optimus Prime's demise. Confronting an unknown adversary blindly is undoubtedly irrational, especially when the opponent may possess greater strength. A single misstep could result in death or tilt the scales of victory unfavorably, leading to failure. As the assailant signaled dead fire, the latter immediately revved the engine and charged towards the museum, effortlessly taking down Bumblebee and RC, causing them to collide. Just then, a panel jumped down from the museum rooftop, charging at dead fire, who transformed and executed a deceptive retreat maneuver, sending the panel flying. In that instant, Deadfire also exemplified the tradition of undermining allies, as the panel was sent crashing towards the assailant, embedding him into the wall. As the assailant struggled to rise, he noticed Optimus Prime beginning to regain his footing, while inside the museum, Jack and his companions successfully obtained the collector. The assailant hastily grasped the electric baton to deliver a finishing blow, only to be sent flying by an elbow from Optimus Prime. Victory in battle is not solely a contest of individual prowess. It is intrinsically linked to the cooperation and synergy among allies, particularly when there is a disparity in strength between foes. Yue Ling continued to elaborate. Tianjun pondered thoughtfully. Inside the museum, as Mei Qi was the first to open the door, she was seized by the security personnel and taken to the security room. This was troubling. Jack and Rafi exchanged worried glances as they watched Mei Qi being led away. At that moment, Jack and Rafi spotted a pair of delicate feet through the half-open roll door. It was RC, as they rushed out from their hiding place to greet her. The figure outside abruptly lifted the roll door, revealing Soundwave. Upon recognizing him, the two halted in their tracks, sensing the gravity of the situation. Moonracer, emerging from the side, glanced at Jack and Rafi. "This is quite unfortunate," she remarked, as she entered and pushed the collector towards Soundwave, stating, "Until next time," before taking flight with him. Optimus Prime, having risen, could only watch helplessly as Soundwave whisked her away. All sorted. Time to wrap things up," Soundwave declared, departing as he transformed into his vehicle form. Dead End followed closely behind, and RC hurried after them. They had secured the collector, while the guards apprehended Mickey. Jack and Rafi shouted as they dashed out from the museum. "The tremor has passed. We're heading back to the warship." As Moonracer walked along, she did not forget to relay a message to the several Decepticons tasked with observing from the rear. Upon returning to the base, the Autobots commenced their patrol. It was highly likely that Red Alert would soon utilize the collector to extract a significant amount of energon, scavenging for those deposits that could not be mined through conventional means. Everyone needed to exercise extreme caution, as Red Alert would not hesitate to aim the collector at them. Sideswipe, it will be best for you to remain behind and assist Ratchet. While you are Mickey's protector, she currently requires human aid, and Agent Fowler will attend to her, Optimus Prime instructed before entering the land bridge. "I need you to express your most immediate feelings regarding this operation. Everyone involved must report, especially you, Shockwave." Moonracer addressed a few Decepticon members on their mission aboard the warship. "Soundwave, would you care to join me for dinner? Or perhaps a romantic evening stroll?" she suggested, rushing to his side. At the ancient Greek ruins, she mused. Why expend energy when the primary vein of energon lies within reach? "I owe this gift to the ancient Autobots. Actually, Commander Red Alert. This is a present from Dead End and me," Knockout countered. Upon hearing Knockout's remark, Red Alert, slightly annoyed, aimed the collector at him and Dead End. As they hurriedly dodged, the energy beam struck a Decepticon soldier, instantly draining the energon from within him. All the energon has been absorbed into this small device. "Those ancient Autobots were truly ingenious, my lord," Knockout remarked in agreement. Just then, Red Alert aimed the collector at them once more, this time merely to intimidate. Next, Red Alert directed the collector towards the energon vein, initiating the absorption process. Meanwhile, as the panel stealthily approached them, it inadvertently stepped on something, leading to its exposure. As Knockdown and Deadfire exchanged a glance, they divided their forces and charged towards the partition. The partition, quick-witted, ducked to evade the attack, causing Deadfire's hammer to strike Knockdown instead. In the moment of Deadfire's reaction, the partition seized Knockdown's electric baton and incapacitated Deadfire with a shock. Just as the partition turned, it was targeted by the extractor controlled by Red Spider, who intended to absorb its energy. Fortunately, due to the partition's substantial size, it managed to withstand the onslaught for a brief moment, closed in on Red Spider, and knocked him away. With a swift motion, it crushed the extractor, rendering it useless, and hurled it aside, resulting in an explosion. Witnessing the blast, the partition ultimately succumbed and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, as Knockdown and Deadfire advanced on the partition, Optimus Prime and his companions appeared just in time. Noticing Optimus Prime's arrival, Deadfire inquired whether they would engage. "Let's retreat," came the response, as he transformed into vehicle mode and departed, with Deadfire closely following. Meanwhile, Red Spider was forced to withdraw under the barrage of fire from the others. In the distance, Moonlight and Soundwave observed the retreating Autobots and approached the remnants of the destroyed Energon extractor. "Shall we salvage it? It might still hold some utility," Soundwave suggested. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 29. The racing incident. "You scratch my paint, and I'll take your life," Knockdown declared angrily as he walked away from the illegal racer who had fallen beneath the track. On the Decepticon warship, Deadfire was polishing Megatron. "Deadfire, has there been any change in Megatron's condition?" Red Spider inquired as he entered. Deadfire glanced at the unconscious Megatron and replied, "Only surface-level signs." "Excellent. I trust that you and our medic have exhausted every method to assist him. Where is Knockdown gone?" Just then, Red Spider noticed Knockdown's absence and asked. At that moment, Knockdown burst in, pointing to his arm with a complaint. "You won't believe what that human brat did to me. You've been racing with those humans again." "Haven to you, Knockdown," Red Spider accused. "I'm not just a car. I'm an automotive enthusiast." Knockdown defended himself. "Listen, my management is exceedingly strict, understand? Therefore, I personally suggest that next time you seek my approval before you indulge in your racing escapades," Red Spider said sternly. "Of course, Commander. I should be more mature, I suppose," Knockdown replied, meeting Red Spider's gaze. "I can wait until Megatron has passed," Knockdown chuckled, gesturing towards Megatron. "When Megatron awakens from his slumber, I will naturally relinquish this title, though I find that probability exceedingly slim, given our current standard of mechanical repairs. So let us continue polishing. I hope Megatron will make a splendid appearance at his memorial service," Red Spider remarked as he walked outside. "I heard that," Moonlight said as she entered. "And what of it? If you have the capability, go tell Megatron yourself," she retorted before exiting. "Feeling a bit fiery, are we?" "Hello, Knockdown, and greetings to you." The dashing muscular medic came the playful banter. Hello," Deadfire replied, before resuming his work. "Would you like to join me for a thrilling race?" "Not at the moment. I must first polish up a bit. Let's begin with this area." He raised his arm, signaling for the others to start with his limb. "Your skill is remarkable," he remarked. "Indeed, I am the finest medical assistant," came the reply. "Keep the Autobots base a secret from everyone," Jack and Arcee whispered conspiratorially after having just schooled Vince. Once Arcee departed, Meichi emerged, buzzing with excitement. "So, is the victor?" "Meichi, who informed you of this?" Jack inquired, his gaze wandering. "What do you mean, who?" "It's all the talk at school," Meichi replied. "You utterly crushed that little rogue Vince," added Laffy, equally thrilled. Jack was taken aback, quickly pulling the two aside. "You must keep this under wraps, especially from Optimus Prime." The following evening, on their way back to the base, Arcee asked, "What did you agree to?" "It was an underground racing club. I had no choice, as Sierra was right there," Jack explained to Arcee. "You always have an excuse, Jack. I told you it was a one-time deal. Do you not understand?" Arcee admonished with a serious tone. "I know, I apologize, but we will go one Tiwi?" Jack asked cautiously. "We will absolutely not," she replied. "Knockout is searching for you again. Where have you been?" "Just driving around, from one town to another, gathering intel until the next opportunity presents itself." As he watched the departing race cars, Knockout accelerated to follow. Meanwhile, Moonlight and Xiaojiao trailed far behind. Back at the Autobots base, Jack cautiously approached Laffy. "May I borrow Bumblebee for an hour?" Bumblebee hummed, looking at Jack. "Jack, you know racing is against the rules. If Optimus finds out, we're in trouble," Laffy warned. But Laffy, this time he is going to impress a girl, Jack replied, echoing Meichi's words, prompting Laffy to squint at him. And teach that little rogue a lesson. Oh, is that so? Laffy's eyes narrowed further. Please, Laffy, just this once. At the racing venue, Bumblebee brought Jack alongside Vince. Jack rolled down the window, casting a cold glance at Vince, whose motorcycle was under maintenance. Brave and fierce, fair competition. Ready 5-4. As the referee began the countdown, Knockout arrived behind Bumblebee. That must be the Autobot named Bumblebee, he mused. Not long after, Knockout spotted Bumblebee ahead. With a surge of speed, he rammed into Vince's vehicle, swiftly closing in on Bumblebee. What did you say? As Jack glanced in the rearview mirror, he exclaimed, Wait, I recognize that vehicle. It's a Decepticon. Just then, Bumblebee accelerated off the track with Knockout hot on his heels. Can you shake him off? I hope you agree, for I would rather not seek assistance. Have you seen Jack at the base? The sudden appearance of RC startled the three who were joyfully engaged. Jack, we have not laid eyes on him. Observing the poor acting of Mikey and the others, they inquired if they had raced. RC gazed sternly at Raph and the others. Just this once, Raph explained. Are you aware of this matter? RC directed her attention towards the partition. No, perhaps, just a little. The partition awkwardly elucidated. At that moment, the voice of Bumblebee calling for aid resonated through the base. You were being pursued, weren't you? Raph asked. The name sounds reminiscent of Decepticons. Mikey concurred. Bumblebee, do not linger. Your paramount duty is to ensure Jack's safety. Observe how I handle him, RC said as she advanced towards the land bridge. During the chase, Bumblebee unleashed a wave of super energy entities onto the ground, causing a slip that allowed him to shake off the pursuer and hide beneath a bridge. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he noticed Vince driving up ahead. Goodness, what is he intending? Jack gasped. Jack! The mention of Jack being downed caught his attention, and upon glancing at the rearview mirror and noticing the light beneath the bridge, he began to reverse. Vince, you have to leave this place. You've won, all right? Congratulations. Now hurry away. Jack spoke in a hushed tone, anxious about being discovered by the pursuer. Start your engine. Coward, let us finish this race. If you're too afraid to drive to the finish, then let us settle it here, right now. As he spoke, he was seized by the pursuer, bound to the vehicle, and rendered unconscious with a stun baton. The engine died. Guess who I brought back? Bumblebee's human friend. If that Autobot wishes to rescue him, then he shall meet his demise. Jack watched the pursuer retreat, urgently calling out to Bumblebee, Bumblebee, he has taken off. Beep, beep, beep. I cannot comprehend your words. Listen, I'm not Raph. If you have bad news, honk once. If it's good news, honk twice. After 3 honks, RC and the partition arrived. Jack, I need to have a serious conversation with you. In the darkness, RC's eyes glimmered as she fixed her gaze on Jack. Wait, RC, first save Vince. He has been taken by that sports car Decepticon. Why would the pursuer capture an unrelated individual? RC inquired, puzzled. He might believe Vince is Bumblebee's human friend. He is not even my human friend. Regardless of the reason, that fellow has now created trouble for himself, Jack reasoned. Very well, consider it Vince's misfortune, came the cold voice of the partition. Partition, what is the matter? I heard he is a small-time thug. He may be a small-time thug, but he is also innocent. Vince should not be harmed by the Decepticons, Jack stated earnestly. Observing Jack's serious demeanor, RC transformed into a motorcycle and beckoned him out. In the rear, Yue Ling and Xiao Jiao stealthily observed Jack and the Autobot series of actions, quietly following them. Chapter 30. Resolution. A visit. Why haven't we received any news yet? Do you think Bumblebee will be all right? Raffi expressed his concerns within the Autobot base. Do not worry. The barrier will certainly ensure that Jack and Bumblebee remain unharmed, Meichi reassured him. Just then, Optimus Prime returned. Should we tell Optimus the truth? Absolutely not. We agreed to maintain a semblance of normality, Meichi whispered to Raffi. Raffi, Meichi, do either of you know where the others have gone? Optimus Prime inquired, noticing only the 2 of them in the base. I have no idea, Commander. We truly do not know, Meichi affirmed. Raffi sat uneasily, echoing her sentiment. We would never know. Optimus Prime raised an eyebrow at their poor acting. Meanwhile, Jack and RC swiftly caught up to Knockout after evading his deliberate attempts to hinder them. Bumblebee had brought some assistance. Glancing in the rearview mirror at those pursuing them, Knockout veered into a large warehouse. Stay alert, everyone. It could be a trap, RC cautioned. Remember, do not fire your weapons, Jack added. For safety's sake, you should disembark here, RC advised Jack, letting him out before transforming and climbing atop a water tank to survey the situation from above. As Bumblebee and the barrier cautiously assessed their surroundings, Knockout activated his high beams, illuminating them to cover the escape of Dead End, who dashed out from the adjacent warehouse to engage them. Bumblebee, having evaded, watched as Dead End readied himself, but was struck by a punch that sent him flying. The barrier quickly retaliated from behind, only to be blocked by Dead End, who landed several punches in return, causing the barrier to stagger back. At that moment, Bumblebee fired his arm cannon at Dead End from behind, but Dead End turned and retaliated against Bumblebee. Knockout silently observed the melee between Dead End and the two Autobots, puzzled by the absence of the two-wheeler. Suddenly, RC leaped on a Knockout, delivering a punch. "Hey, watch my paint," she shouted before revving her engine and charging outward. At this juncture, Dead End had seized one of Bumblebee's arms, but was repelled by Bumblebee's arm cannon. Seizing the opportunity, Bumblebee advanced, delivering 3 strikes to Dead End, then leaped back as the barrier swiftly moved in to deliver a heavy punch to Dead End. Meanwhile, Jack, waiting outside, witnessed Knockout flinging RC aside before commencing the chase. "Hey, handsome, why not hop in for chat?" A voice startled Jack. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the vehicle parked beside him as the Decepticon that had initially pursued him. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he heard, "Come on, get in and meet Optimus." Turning back, he saw the mysterious figure from that day waving at him from inside. As the motionless Deadlock sent Bumblebee flying with a powerful punch, he was poised to finish the job when the comms crackled to life. "Deadlock, if you're looking for me, I apologize, but I've taken my leave due to the dire circumstances. Today has not been particularly fortuitous." Just as the message concluded, Deadlock heard a commotion nearby. A partition had toppled a streetlight, striking him and sending him crashing into a warehouse. On the road, as RC was closing in on Deadlock, he accelerated once more, kicking up dust in his wake. At that moment, Optimus Prime made his entrance, colliding with Deadlock and pinning him against the cliffside, rendering him temporarily immobile. "Optimus, Deadlock has a hostage," RC urgently reported. "Understood," Optimus replied, lifting Deadlock and forcibly tearing off the car door to extract Vince. In a desperate struggle, Deadlock managed to escape Optimus's grasp. "Do you have any idea how difficult it is to replace this door?" he exclaimed, glancing warily at the approaching Autobots and opting for a strategic retreat. "We must swiftly escort this boy to safety. Upon our return, I expect explanations from all of you." "Understood?" As the group felt a sense of despair, RC suddenly recalled, "Wait, where's Jack?" "He's with me," came to reply just as Xiaojiao and Yue Ling arrived with Jack in tow. "Decepticon," Xiaojiao declared, drawing her blaster to aim at Xiaojiao, only to be thwarted by Optimus. "Yue Ling, what brings you here?" "Of course, I came to pay you a visit. I trust you would welcome both of us," she replied. "Well, I suppose I could join," Xiaojiao added quietly. "After all, I have assisted you on numerous occasions. Is it too much to ask for a visit?" "I assure you, my intentions are sincere. What should we do, Optimus?" RC inquired. Optimus regarded Yue Ling and Xiaojiao, lost in thought, setting aside other matters. "Could we first place this little rascal down?" Yue Ling observed Vince with keen interest. Once Optimus set Vince on the ground, Yue Ling disembarked, delivering a swift kick to Vince's face, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. "Yue Ling, enough! Optimus, your rule of not harming humans does not apply to me. Jack, kindly send this little ruffian packing. It provides a perfectly valid reason, does it not?" As Bumblebee and Jack whisked Vince away, Yue Ling queried, "What are you contemplating, Optimus?" In the passenger seat of Bumblebee, Vince regained consciousness, bewildered. What happened? Why does my face hurt so much?" "A few fellows at the bridge gave you a beating and tossed you into the trunk. It was likely some sort of initiation," Jack explained. "Is that so?" Vince replied, still dazed. "Indeed, I found you unconscious by the roadside," Jack remarked, his expression slightly uneasy. Upon their return to the bridge, Vince exited the vehicle and confessed, "To be honest, I don't think I'm cut out for racing." Leaning on the window, Vince mused, "I certainly understand Jack. Driving such a child's toy will never win a race." To the unforeseen departure of Bumblebee, leaving Vince behind to choke on dust, the foul-mouthed fellow lamented. Had he known earlier, he would have also taken a few kicks at it. As the land bridge opened, not only did Optimus Prime and his companions emerge, but also Moonlight and the Decepticon soldier, Xiaojiao, indeed a Decepticon, Upon witnessing Xiao Jio's emergence from the land bridge, Laffy and Meichi exclaimed in astonishment. This is your base? It feels rather dilapidated. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Starscream, in a fit of frenzy, confronted Knockout. Did I not explicitly instruct you? You have once again defied my orders. Knockout, slightly flustered, replied, My apologies, Commander Starscream. However, I have learned my lesson and have indeed paid the price. You shall only be deemed to have paid the price when I say so, Starscream growled, revealing his sharp claws. Knockout's previously carefree demeanor turned serious as he exclaimed, No, please don't strip the base coat. Anything but that. The scene was so alarming that even Deadlock dared not look. The following day, Jack had just declined Sierra's offer for a joyride when he heard RC's voice inviting him to get in. Really? Just this once, RC said with a hint of affection. Never mind, let us go, she added, riding off on her own. How did you refuse? RC asked, a touch of surprise in her tone. Because someone mentioned that discussing another girl in front of the girl he cherishes might not be the best idea, Jack explained. Oh, the girl you cherish? What is this? Have you found someone new? Guess, he replied. Chapter 31. The iron-blooded maiden, a meteor from the heavens, fell into the forest, revealing itself to be a downed spacecraft. Due to an emergency landing, an energy leak had created a concealed reservoir of super-energy matter. Jack, out on a reconnaissance mission, swatted at the mosquitoes buzzing around him in irritation. Had I known, I would have brought some insect repellent. These mosquitoes are as large as blood-sucking bats, draining as much blood as they please. Sounds like you're quite the outdoorsman, Jack, RC teased. Are you mocking my survival toolkit? Jack retorted with a grin. Perhaps. RC chuckled. While I may lack a metallic shell to ward off insect bites, in the blink of an eye, I could whip up a quick meal of cheesy macaroni using my multifunctional folding knife and magnesium flint. Jack looked at RC with pride. You have your tools. And I have mine. Just as RC finished speaking, the scanner emitted a series of beeps. Curiously glancing at the anomalous readings, RC remarked, strange. The ambulance scan results are quite accurate, yet the underground energy reservoir does not yield such high readings. With that, she and Jack proceeded in the direction indicated by the scanner. When the scanner beeped again, RC looked up to see a massive trench before them. What on earth is going on? Jack wondered, perplexed by the sight. In a moment of urgent descent, stay behind me and tread cautiously, RC instructed as she carefully guided Jack towards the designated landing site. As they approached the spacecraft, Jack queried whether it was an Autobot or a Decepticon. It's hard to say. You wait here, RC replied, transforming her arm into a blaster as she cautiously advanced. Jack, filled with trepidation, cast a vigilant glance around. On board the Decepticon warship, a soldier reported to Starscream, Lord Starscream, we have detected a Decepticon signal. Should we dispatch someone for reconnaissance? Upon noticing the anomalous signal displayed, the soldier relayed the information to Starscream. Oh, let me see. Who shall I send? Moonracer, Starscream pondered, contemplating the signal on the screen. Haven't you been yearning to go out these past few days? Why not undertake this reconnaissance mission and enjoy a little fresh air? Starscream's grin was devious, at least in Moonracer's eyes. All right, it's a perfect opportunity to explore. Moonracer feigned a longing for the outdoors. Thundercracker, take 2 flyers and accompany us on this excursion. She then contacted Thundercracker, who was studying in the ship's lower deck. Meanwhile, Jack, observing RC's unusual demeanor as she exited the spacecraft, inquired, RC, what's wrong? I recognize whose ship this is, RC replied somberly. RC to base, I need to activate the land bridge immediately. Wait, why? Whose ship is it? Jack's confusion deepened. Damn it, the communication is down. This ship must be emitting a high-frequency interference pulse, RC said irritably, leading Jack back the way they came. RC, what is truly troubling you? Jack pressed. In the skies above, several swiftly advancing jets sliced through the clouds, heading towards their destination. Moonracer, why don't we just use the land bridge for transport? Thundercracker suggested. Oh, are you eager to return to your studies? Should I send you back now, while I take them on the reconnaissance mission? Moonracer chuckled at Thundercracker's comment. No, he stammered. All right, since we've made this effort to come out, we should explore a bit before heading back. In the vicinity, Jack, led away from the spacecraft by RC, remarked, listen, I've faced danger before. Just wait here. Yet, before Jack could finish, RC interrupted. This time I'm serious. Jack, feeling somewhat helpless, gazed at RC. First, you refused to tell me what's wrong, and now you want to abandon me. Remember, I am your partner. He looked at her earnestly. No, Jack, you're just a kid. You're here because this mission was supposed to be safe. Do you understand? With that, she transformed into a motorcycle and sped towards the location of the anomaly she had detected. Jack squinted at the receding figure of RC, a torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind. Meanwhile, in a forest clearing, a campsite lay with a tent, inside which a human ranger remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the target of a hunter. In the distance, Alcide, searching for anomalies, encountered a corroded tree trunk, which instantly drew her into a reverie. Meanwhile, the ranger at the campsite had caught the attention of a cunning hunter, who mused, "My first local prey. It is time for humanity to taste the sting of my prowess." As he spoke, a spider-like robot approached, maneuvering its arachnid limbs. Just as it charged, Alcide intervened, crashing it into a nearby ditch. "Alcide, the universe is indeed small," remarked a figure resembling Alcide, adorned with 8 spider legs. "It is far too small, Black Widow," Alcide retorted, locking her gaze on her. "Do you still harbor hatred for me? The war has long since passed." The Black Widow, maneuvering her legs closer to Alcide, replied, "Save that for the Decepticons. I have chosen to fly solo now, indulging my new cravings." This statement conjured a vision in Alcide's mind of the ship's storage compartment filled with the severed heads of various alien species. "I have seen your trophies," Alcide replied. "Or rather, your spoils. I relish collecting endangered species. Of course, they are not considered endangered until they cross my path. I have left a place for humanity." "You are deluding yourself," Alcide shot back, launching herself at the Black Widow. During their fierce exchange, Alcide momentarily faltered due to Jack's arrival, allowing the Black Widow to ensnare her with webs against the wall. However, as the Black Widow became distracted by Jack, Alcide seized the opportunity to free one hand, transforming it into a hand cannon and knocking the Black Widow to the ground, incapacitating her for the moment. "I told you to wait there," Alcide said angrily, observing Jack rushing towards her. A partner should never abandon their comrade. Jack began to assist Alcide in tearing the webs apart, yet they proved to be remarkably resilient. "Listen carefully, you are not my partner. You are a burden." Alcide attempted to provoke Jack with her words, urging him to withdraw. "I refuse to believe that," Jack countered. "I can see in your eyes. You are afraid, Alcide. You have known fear." His words stirred Alcide's memories of past companions, the sight of a fallen comrade haunting her. "You speak the truth, Jack. I am afraid of losing you," Alcide confessed sorrowfully. Upon hearing this, Jack regarded Alcide intently. "Why do you always seem to lose your partners? We both know about the incident with the shield. I recently intercepted some Decepticon radio signals. It seems they reported a loss over the mountains." The now recovered Black Widow slowly approached Alcide. "Sometimes you need to question yourself. The issue may lie with you," she stated ominously. "Do you understand, Jack? Her interest is not in me. She preys on species across planets. And here on Earth, her target is humanity, specifically you. Run." Just as Alcide uttered these words, a web descended, ensnaring her once more against the wall. Jack, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that prioritizing his own safety and distancing himself from Alcide might be the only way for both of them to survive. Thus, I find myself increasingly inclined to act alone. Why is it that those who draw near to you seem to have such fleeting lives? Please do not misunderstand. I would gladly extinguish your spark in an instant, inflicting upon you a torment that is unbearable. However, what truly rends the heart is witnessing me claim your human companions as my trophies. The Black Widow, crouched before Alcide, slowly turned to gaze at the departing Jack, then leaped toward him. "Jack!" Alcide cried out in anguish, watching the two vanish from sight. Unlike the playful cat-and-mouse game in the jungle, Alcide succumbed to painful memories after a futile struggle. She had witnessed her comrade perish before her eyes, only to be saved from a similar fate by the sudden arrival of Bumblebee and the Flying Mountain. To linger in the past only robs you of the present. Clinging to bygone days offers no promise for the future. Suddenly, a voice startled Alcide, who had begun to find her resolve. Emerging from the shadows were Moon's Spirit and Thunderquake. "It's you," she said. Moon's Spirit waved a hand in acknowledgement to Thunderquake, who approached and tore away the webbing that ensnared Alcide. "Look, you must hurry. Jack's life hangs in the balance," Moon's Spirit urged as Alcide momentarily froze in shock. Transforming into a motorcycle, she sped toward the direction Jack had taken. "Thank you," Thunderquake remarked, glancing at the webbing in his grasp. "This appears to belong to us." It is the Black Widow, a traitor of the Decepticons, a nearby, flying Decepticon soldier stated. "Is it her? A traitor?" Thunderquake pondered, perplexed. "I heard this individual exterminated an entire Decepticon warship during a mission and defected. At that time, you must have already been dispatched to Earth for your assignment." Moon Spirit clarified for the uninformed Thunderquake. "Then why do we not eliminate her now? A traitor deserves death." He retorted. "Patience, it is not yet time. She still serve a purpose for us. For now, there is little left to investigate. Let us return to the warship," Moon Spirit replied, casting a lingering glance toward the Black Widow's direction. In the jungle, the lack of challenge bored the Black Widow. "I dislike such tedium," she muttered while pursuing Jack. Upon arriving at her spacecraft, she began to circle it, searching. Meanwhile, Jack, concealed beneath the rear of the ship, seized the opportunity to devise a plan as the Black Widow left. Hearing some commotion, the Black Widow hastily descended from the ship's roof, observing the open entrance. "Want to take a tour? You ought to announce your arrival first. Do you see the empty spot? I hope you like it. Soon, your head will adorn it," she taunted, stepping inside the spacecraft. Unbeknownst to her, Jack stealthily darted toward the rear of the ship. As he ran, he carefully scanned his surroundings and discovered a stream of super energy flowing from the ship's tail. Inspired, Jack retrieved his tools and a magnesium lighter, attempting to ignite dry twigs. The noise attracted the attention of the Black Widow within the ship, prompting her to rush toward him in a frenzy. Before the Black Widow reached the stern of the ship, Jack finally ignited the dry twigs. Hearing the ensuing noise, he hastily tossed it into the energy entity and dashed outside. In an instant, flames engulfed the energy entity, triggering an explosion of the spacecraft. Jack was hurled by the shockwave of the blast, and after struggling to rise, he exhaled in relief at the sight of the ship reduced to rubble. Turning to find RC, he had barely taken a few steps when he was ensnared by a web, ensnared to a tree. It was the Black Widow. The explosion had not claimed her life, but had left her injured, one of her spider legs severed. Just as the Black Widow approached to relish Jack's demise, she was kicked aside by the arriving RC, who unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes, rendering the Black Widow defenseless, the final blow delivering a critical hit. Having just rescued Jack, RC heard the ominous sound of the Black Widow's retreat. Regrettably, she could not prevent the Black Widow's escape. Now trapped on Earth, Jack pondered the implications of her presence. "I am sorry to have forced you to confront my inner demons. You were incredibly brave today, Jack," RC remarked. "Truth be told, I was frightened too, primarily for your sake," Jack replied. RC gazed tenderly at him, suddenly recalling, "Ambulance requests the land bridge. I must ensure my partner is safe from these oversized pests." "Partner, you say?" "A junior partner, nonetheless. You must heed my commands," RC quipped with a smile. Hand on her hips. Chapter 32. The Cybertronian Plague, Optimus Prime in Peril Autobot Base. It is truly astonishing. I have just pinpointed the exact location of the Decepticon warship. The ambulance observed on the display screen. "How did you decipher their cloaking technology?" Optimus Prime inquired as he approached the ambulance. "I did not," the ambulance denied, turning to the screen. "In fact, I stumbled upon it while experimenting with variable frequency wavelengths. I am certain their ship has encountered some malfunction, likely an electromagnetic leak." "Excellent. Megatron is dead. If we strike while they are unprepared," RC speculated, "we shall leave them utterly defeated," Ratchet interjected. At that moment, another coordinate appeared on the screen. "However, at the same frequency, there is a distress signal from an Autobot," the ambulance explained. "Forget about the Decepticons for now. There may be Autobots in peril." "Ambulance, gather the medical equipment," Optimus Prime commanded gravely. In a desolate area of southern Huaxia, a turquoise portal opened, from which emerged two towering robots, Optimus Prime and the ambulance. They surveyed the spacecraft buried beneath the sands, which had presumably crash-landed here many years ago. Soon after, the ambulance opened the ship's hatch, and they entered the interior. If they were in sleep mode during flight, there may still be survivors. The ambulance mused while illuminating the ship's interior with an oversized flashlight. Upon opening another cargo door, they were met with the sight of numerous fallen Cybertronians. "Optimus Prime, these Autobots did not perish from a crash. The true harbinger of their demise was a virus," concluded Ratchet after his investigation. "This is the Pestilence ship. Just as Optimus Prime expressed his intent to proceed further, Ratchet halted him. Do not touch anything. Exercise caution, the virus may still be active. No sooner had Ratchet uttered these words than the ship began to tilt, causing Optimus and Ratchet to slip against the walls of the vessel. As the ship stabilized, a noise emanated above them. When Optimus shone his flashlight upward, a few drops of energon fell from an Autobot that had been precariously suspended overhead due to the ship's turbulence, splattering onto Optimus. No, Ratchet could only watch in horror as Optimus became infected, powerless to intervene. Shortly thereafter, within the Autobot base, Ratchet monitored Optimus's condition through his equipment. The Cybertronian plague. Contact with the infected energon will lead to contamination, Ratchet explained. How could there be a plague aboard an Autobot vessel? Miko inquired. The passengers were infected. This virus has claimed millions of lives. RC elucidated for Miko. The Cybertronian plague is a product of the Decepticons' bioweapons program, a masterpiece of Megatron, Ratchet turned to say. Then we must have an antidote, Raph expressed with concern. There is no antidote. Optimus spoke slowly, as if uttering those few words required all his strength. Do not speak. Optimus, conserve your energy, Ratchet advised. Megatron would not neglect to create an antidote. What if he himself were to be infected? Jack remarked. We cannot inquire with Megatron. He was obliterated. However, we might infiltrate the Decepticon database. Thus far, we can still locate their warship, Ratchet noted while observing the coordinates on the display. Bumblebee, follow me, RC instructed. RC, please hurry. Wait, don't I have that contact for Moonracer? Why can't we try reaching out to him for assistance? Jack suddenly suggested. It is unlikely such sensitive information would not be easily accessed. He probably does not even know what the Cybertronian plague is, Ratchet countered. It's worth a shot. With that, Jack picked up the phone to contact Moonracer, and soon receive a response. The lab awaits your arrival. Could this be a trap? Even if it is a trap, we have no other choice. Optimus's time is running out. Within the Decepticon warship, the ground bridge opened, and Bumblebee and RC stealthily leapt out, beginning their search for the laboratory. Subsequently, in a certain area, after taking down a guard, RC and Bumblebee quietly entered and began to search for what they needed using the displays inside. We cannot find the antidote, RC reported after a fruitless search. Are you certain, RC? I have searched thoroughly and found nothing. Let me search once more. I must have overlooked something. I have combed through the entire database. Have you utilized the redundant quantum algorithm? I do not require your instruction. Do you think you're the only one who cares about Optimus Prime? RC felt a twinge of irritation. At that moment, Bumblebee made a discovery. RC approached and beheld Megatron lying within the inner chamber. Beside Megatron stood a human, who waved at them in acknowledgement. What is happening? Asked Ratchet. It's Megatron. He is still alive. What? You cannot be joking with me. RC's words startled Ratchet. I am looking right at him. The good news is that Megatron is not looking back at me. RC and Bumblebee raised their arm cannons, confirming the safety of their surroundings. He is beyond saving, reliant solely on life support. Let me grant him a merciful end. As she spoke, her arm cannon began to glow. If I were you, I would refrain from doing so. No, wait. The voices of Moonracer and Ratchet echoed simultaneously. Give me a reason. Speak quickly. RC disregarded Moonracer. He may be Optimus Prime's only hope for survival. What does that mean? RC inquired, puzzled. Is there any brain activity? Quite significant, came the reply after checking the instrument readings. Ignoring me will lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Moonracer interjected. If you wish to save Optimus Prime, you must first pass through me. After all, I can summon the soldiers of the warship at any moment. What do you intend to do? RC regarded Moonracer with a stern expression. Nothing much. I simply want you to convey a few words to Megatron. He is right here. You can speak to him directly. It is not the same. I require you to transmit a message in a Megatron's mind. What do you mean? A cortical mental connection, allowing you to enter Megatron's brain, thereby uncovering what you seek and delivering a few words to him in passing. How does that sound? Quite advantageous. I assure you of your safety. No unforeseen incidents. Moonracer stepped closer to RC. Consider it. Optimus Prime cannot hold on for much longer. As she spoke, she moved towards Megatron. Ratchet, are you familiar with these concepts? This was invented by the Decepticons and subsequently outlawed by the Autobots. Yet I have studied the relevant theoretical materials in detail. I believe we should transport Megatron to the ground bridge and devise a plan from there. However, Optimus Prime is nearing his end. One of you must attempt it. I cannot let Optimus Prime know that Megatron is still alive. He must not perish with that knowledge. Ratchet exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 33. Cortical Mental Connection. Ratchet, as long as there is a way to save Optimus Prime, I would embark on any perilous journey. But separating consciousness from the body, RC hesitated at Ratchet's words. Beep, beep, beep. Are you willing? RC expressed her astonishment upon hearing Bumblebee's words. The others, including Raph, looked on with concern. He is the finest scout, the partition consoled. Within the command room of the Decepticon warship, the Red Spider was reprimanding several maintenance personnel for the delay in repairing the electromagnetic barrier. The maintenance team was indeed working diligently. Unexpectedly, the Decepticon vehicle who stepped forward to report was met with a harsh slap from the Red Spider. We will expose our location, he warned. As long as the Autobots access a specific frequency wavelength, they can easily pinpoint our position and hasten the repairs. The Red Spider glared furiously at the soldiers before him. Yes, my Lord Red Spider, they replied quickly before departing. At that moment, the command room door swung open and Knockout entered. The Red Spider swiftly composed himself, turning to address Knockout. On Knockout, how is the patient today? As usual, Knockout replied, hands on his hips. In a perpetual vegetative state, it's truly lamentable and infuriating. The Red Spider turned away, reflecting. On the contrary, while Megatron's body may be lifeless, his mind remains remarkably active. Knockout's light tone chimed in, don't mention this to anyone. That damn Soundwave has ears and eyes everywhere. Hearing this, the Red Spider hastily lowered his voice, glancing around cautiously. He is the Decepticons' broadcast station. Knockout added through clenched teeth. As long as Megatron remains unconscious, they will be thrown into disarray. The Decepticons need a strong and sagacious new leader. The Red Spider smiled, and simultaneously, a loyal deputy commander, he added. Knockout raised an eyebrow at the Red Spider. Heh, no reward without effort. To ascend to this position, one must make a contribution. You know what must be done, don't you? The Red Spider smirked, then looked at Knockout with a wicked grin. I shall grant him a swift end. Rest assured, my lord. Knockout replied with a crooked smile, if you repay me with a peach, I shall return the favor with a plum. In the Decepticon medical bay, RC began preparations for the cortical psychic connection between Megatron and Bumblebee. All set, RC reported. Hey, handsome, remember what I told you, Moonracer said, and Bumblebee nodded in response. Initiate the cortical psychic connection, the ambulance commanded. As RC connected the wires to the back of Bumblebee's head. Instantly, Bumblebee's consciousness began to drift, entering the depths of Megatron's mind. As the screen linked to Bumblebee's perspective illuminated, the ambulance sighed in relief. The communication downlink is activated. This will allow us to see and hear all of Bumblebee's experiences within Megatron's subconscious. Observing the images displayed on the screen, Jack inquired in astonishment, where is this? It appears to be Kaon, the capital of the Decepticons on Cybertron. Raph translated for Jack and Miko. Just then, the partition noticed red lights illuminating on the medical equipment, indicating Optimus Prime's vital signs. Ambulance, Optimus Prime's vital signs. I know, the ambulance replied softly. Hurry, Bumblebee. I understand that you're currently bewildered, but you must extract the information regarding the antidote from Megatron's consciousness, urged Ratchet through the communication device. As Bumblebee proceeded, he arrived at a vast platform, where he spotted Optimus Prime standing atop it. Observing Bumblebee rush towards Optimus, Ratchet quickly cautioned, that is not Optimus Prime. Rather, it is a fabrication conjured by Megatron's mind. He cannot perceive you. Just as Ratchet finished his warning, a figure emerged from a raised platform behind Optimus. Optimus, your Autobot army has been vanquished. Bow before your new master, declared Megatron. Dream on, Megatron. It is either your demise or mine, replied Optimus, turning to reveal his blade. Then prepare to meet your end. With that, he unleashed the blade from his right arm and leaped forward, both combatants charging at one another. At the moment of collision, their blades clashed, and, after a swift exchange, Optimus vanished. Bumblebee gasped at the sight, while Ratchet exclaimed in astonishment, how is this possible? What we witnessed was not a memory. The version of Optimus we saw was an illusion created by Megatron. He is merely daydreaming. As Megatron turned to depart, the stone that had concealed Bumblebee transformed into Optimus. Megatron, your malevolence ends here, Bumblebee declared, brandishing his blade. In response, Megatron retracted his weapon, raised his arm and aimed the cannon at Optimus, unleashing a powerful energy blast. In a panic, Bumblebee rushed forward to shield Optimus, only to find the energy blast piercing through him and obliterating Optimus. Bumblebee turned in disbelief, witnessing the dissolution of Optimus, only to find Megatron now behind him. The punishment for your intrusion, Autobot spy, is to be utterly dismantled, Megatron proclaimed, lifting his arm to bring the blade down fiercely. Unexpectedly, the blade passed through Bumblebee's form without inflicting harm. Huh? Bumblebee responded, raising his hands in confusion. How can this be? A bewildered Megatron lunged forward again, swinging his blade at Bumblebee. Observing the scene on the display, he was astonished to find that he could not touch Bumblebee. Why is this happening? Ratchet inquired, intrigued. Because he is not a product of Megatron's consciousness. His attacks are ineffective against Bumblebee, Ratchet explained to his companions. Within the realm of consciousness, Megatron ceased his assault and began to circle Bumblebee. You lack phase-shifting armor. Your eyes track my movements, so you are not a holographic projection. I refuse to believe in the existence of ghosts. Tell me, spy, who are you truly? Just as Megatron finished speaking, a voice echoed in response. Both Megatron and Bumblebee looked up to see three figures approaching from a distance. Optimus Prime, Ratchet, and Bumblebee. The special guests have arrived, remarked Mika as she glanced at the display screen, while the expression of the counterfeit Ratchet darkened ominously. This is not good. As the ambulance observed the situation, its demeanor grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Bumblebee, eyeing the approaching figures, glanced at Megatron and cautiously approached, greeting the Bumblebee that bore an identical appearance to himself. Megatron, too, began to comprehend the unfolding scenario. He subsequently raised his arm, launching an energy projectile towards Optimus Prime, causing him and his companions to vanish. Witnessing their disappearance, Megatron's suspicions were further solidified. He then pointed at Bumblebee, declaring that one of them was genuine while the others were mere illusions. The cerebral-cortical connection was truly unexpected. Megatron chuckled as he spoke. We have liberated him from his state of unconsciousness. He has attained self-awareness. The ambulance sensed an ominous turn of events. If this is my subconscious, then what are you doing in my mind? Megatron said, swiftly advancing towards Bumblebee, fixating his gaze intently upon him. Chapter 34. The plague cure. In a concealed passage within the medical bay of the Decepticon warship, RC cautiously observed the outside while anxiously urging for expedience, questioning if there had been any progress. Suddenly, she heard commotion outside. The door to the medical bay swung open, revealing Starscream, Knockout, and Soundwave. Knockout, could you offer Soundwave some of your medical insights from an expert's perspective? It would be valuable for historical documentation, Starscream remarked as he entered. In short, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Megatron will remain in a state of perpetual sleep, neither alive nor dead. Knockout indicated towards the nearby monitor displaying vital signs. Trapped in his own body like a statue, Lord Megatron would not wish to confront the world in such a manner. It was akin to a fate worse than death. Soundwave approached and pointed at the unusually high brainwave activity displayed. Brainwave activity does not confirm consciousness. He is merely trapped in an unending nightmare, Knockout explained. Soundwave, you must face reality. Megatron is irretrievably lost. The only dignified choice left is to grant him a swift release, Knockout concurred. We simply need to turn off this switch, Starscream said, gesturing towards the apparatus connected to Megatron's chest. Quickly, compassionately, without pain, his soothing tone resonated. Ambulance, did you hear that? RC whispered. If Megatron dies now, Bumblebee's consciousness will separate from his body, trapped in eternity. The ambulance articulated the grave consequences, stressing that it was not merely Megatron's demise at stake. They would also lose Bumblebee. Jack anxiously gazed at the display screen. Just as Starscream prepared to take action, the warship suddenly jolted, followed by a cacophony of noise. What is happening? Starscream exclaimed, leading the charge out of the medical bay, with Knockout closely following, while Soundwave discreetly glanced at the connection lines before departing as well. Once again left in an empty medical bay, RC quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. In the mind of Megatron, he continued to circle around Bumblebee, contemplating that the sole means to access his consciousness lay through the cortical mental connection. Yet, he was more preoccupied with the pressing question of his own existence. Fixating intently on Bumblebee, he perceived the truth reflected in the depths of his eyes. Unbeknownst to the medic, this cortical connection inherently linked the spirits of both parties. Should the mental fortitude of the one being accessed exceed that of the intruder, there existed a probability of witnessing the memories of the intruder in reverse. Having grasped the truth, Megatron regained his composure, realizing that it was the space bridge that had detonated. However, now that you have invaded my mind, it implies that I have yet to transcend to the beyond. Tell me, Scout, am I still alive? With these words, Megatron turned to face Bumblebee. Bumblebee, we are out of time, the medic urged anxiously. Beep, 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 beep. The Cybertronian plague. Am I the only one in such dire straits? Megatron inquired. Bumblebee nodded gently in response. Optimus Prime, he chuckled darkly, immediately deducing who was gravely ill. It was indeed a bitter irony that the once invincible warrior, Optimus Prime, had succumbed to a mere ancient virus. Gazing at Bumblebee, Megatron leaned forward, demanding, "Why should I save my arch-nemesis? Provide me with a reason." Megatron, your malevolence has reached its end. At that moment, a semblance of Optimus Prime emerged, only to be obliterated by Megatron's blast. Beep, 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 beep. Bumblebee gestured towards Megatron as he spoke. Ah, are you inquiring about what I desire most? Megatron replied, hands on his hips. Beep, beep, beep. Do you not see? Here, in any place and at any time, I can slay Optimus Prime, he declared. Beep, 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 beep. Bumblebee informed Megatron that should Optimus perish from the plague, he would never have the chance to strike the fatal blow himself. Observing the display, Rafi adeptly translated for Jack and his companions. Very clever, Jack praised. Truly monstrous, Mickey cursed Megatron. At the rear of the Decepticon warship, Starscream interrogated the assembled Decepticon soldiers. What is happening? It appears there was an explosion caused by suspected overheating of a certain device, which also ignited the nearby energy source. Fortunately, it was not any critical equipment. The repair team is currently assessing the situation. A bunch of incompetents, move faster. Starscream reprimanded. Yes, Lord Starscream. Take down Soundwave. We are leaving. Within the realm of consciousness, Megatron mused, we have harbored such resentment over the years. If I cannot witness Optimus Prime take his final breath, how can I fulfill your wish to personally bring about his end? I find myself ensnared in this daydream. Release me from this prison, and I shall provide you with the antidote. You must ensure that I can restore it to its original state. Otherwise, Optimus Prime will be reduced to mere scrap metal. Make a decision swiftly, Megatron declared, gazing intently at Bumblebee. Reluctantly, Bumblebee relayed the message he needed to convey. Beep, 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 what did you say? Are you suggesting that the Decepticons have someone collaborating with you? Bumblebee nodded and continued, beep, beep, beep. Humans? Soundwave. But how can I be certain you are not deceiving me? Megatron regarded Bumblebee with a hint of skepticism. Beep, beep. Very well. You are indeed resourceful, Scout. As he spoke, Megatron opened his palm to reveal a square object. This is the chemical equation for the antidote. Of course, the quantity will be incomprehensible to you. However, I trust that since you managed to enter this place, you must have come prepared. Memorize it well, Scout. Whether Optimus Prime lives or dies rests upon your shoulders. Within the Autobot base, Ratchet recorded the entire equation through Bumblebee's perspective. Alcee, I have obtained the equation. We can sever Bumblebee's connection now. With that, Alcee unplugged the connector from the back of Bumblebee's head. Simultaneously, within Megatron's consciousness, the fabricated world began to collapse, and Bumblebee started to vanish. Do not let me down, Megatron stated, remaining motionless as he watched Bumblebee depart. Just then, the medical room's door swung open, and as Red Spider and others entered, they heard a sound emanating from the dark chamber, the awakening of Bumblebee. Who is there? Red Spider approached swiftly. Throw me out, Moonlight whispered to Alcee. Observing Red Spider's rapid approach. Are you certain? Go ahead. As soon as the words left Alcee's lips, she propelled Moonlight towards the exit. At that moment, Red Spider bent down to investigate, only to see two Autobots entering the land bridge. There were intruders. Excuse me, Red Spider exclaimed. One moment, Alcee shot an energy blast, then leaped backward into the land bridge. The energy blast struck Megatron directly in the chest, severing the primary connection tube, while Moonlight was caught by Soundwave's tendrils and placed upon his shoulder. An alarm blared, indicating a critical status for Megatron's life signs. Red Spider glanced over, stifling a chuckle before adopting a facade of sorrow. This was an inevitable outcome. Soundwave approached, pointing at Megatron's chest. Of course, It would be unfortunate for Megatron to perish at the hands of an Autobot. Take him down, Red Spider ordered, then turned his gaze towards the fallen Megatron. Take him down. Megatron waved his hand dismissively, indicating no further words were necessary. He stepped forward to connect another device tube to Megatron's chest, and instantly the alarms ceased. Within the Autobot base, Ratchet assisted Optimus Prime to his feet. Stand up slowly. Observing that Optimus Prime was no longer in grave danger, the others erupted in cheers. Hooray! Long live Optimus Prime. This is wonderful. Please let us give applause to my doctor, Ratchet, and my scout. Optimus Prime gestured towards the two individuals, expressing gratitude for their assistance. Bumblebee, you are truly remarkable. How is our patient faring today aboard the Decepticon warship? As Red Spider entered the medical room, hands clasped behind his back, he noted with interest that despite the Autobots' manipulations, Megatron's brainwaves, while still present, had significantly dulled, leading one to believe he was entirely devoid of life. The display indicated that, physiologically, he was stable, yet his cognitive functions were nearing death, akin to a state of unresponsive vegetative existence. Soundwave, what is the status of my strategy? In the archives, Moonlight observed Soundwave and Thunderquake with a questioning gaze. Is this truly the right course of action? Thunderquake appeared somewhat hesitant. Fear not. I possess complete confidence in this plan. Meanwhile, within the confines of Megatron's consciousness, as Bumblebee departed, the collapse of his mental space forced Megatron into a constricted corner, devoid of any form of entertainment. He could merely twitch his fingers and emit a sigh. Chapter 35. The Melting Glacier Gazing at the Lights. The ambulance expressed joy as Optimus Prime followed the illumination with his eyes. Excellent, excellent. I advise you to refrain from exerting yourself too much, Optimus. But it appears your systems have fully recovered from the Cybertronian plague. Subsequently, the medical apparatus released its hold on Optimus, allowing him to emerge slowly. I owe this to your remarkable medical skills, my old friend. This is thanks to your scouts, who bravely ventured into the unknown to procure the antidote, the ambulance replied, turning to Bumblebee. Beep, 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 beep. Bumblebee waved his hand dismissively. Thankfully, Megatron still draws breath, RC remarked with relief. Beep, 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 beep. Bumblebee reminded RC of her earlier words. My goodness, how could I say such a thing? RC pondered, questioning her own utterances. Most importantly, you're gradually recovering, Optimus. While Megatron, beep, 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 beep. Indeed, I have ended Megatron's nefarious existence, yet it is regrettable that I did not witness his final moments. RC remarked as she stepped forward. Bumblebee, however, slowly drifted away to seek out Raph and the others. Decepticon warship hellos, anyone there? Red Spider gently tapped Megatron's head. Nobody? Very well, for the object that could restore you to your former glory is presently in my possession, dear Lord Megatron. The last remaining dark energy entity on this planet, which I extracted from your spark chamber, yet even it cannot revive your consciousness. The Decepticons require a new leader, not a mere facade of a ruler, and I shall persuade them to accept me as the rightful heir to the Decepticon throne. My ambitions are vast, but just as Little Red was about to voice her delusions, she heard commotion from outside. Hey, Knockout, why haven't you gone out for a spin today? As the voice of Moon's spirit resonated, the door to the infirmary swung open. Recently, there have been an overwhelming number of affairs aboard the battleship, leaving some matters unattended. Additionally, the Titan security made it nearly impossible to sneak away. The light-hearted voice of Knockdown reached the ears of Red Spider. Knockdown, I am still here. Do you believe I won't impose a complete house arrest on you? With the sound of commotion detected, time was of the essence. In a flurry, Red Spider concealed the dark energy entity behind her, adopting a serious demeanor as she regarded Knockdown, attempting to mask her anxiety. Come now, with nothing to engage in, remaining aboard the battleship would surely suffocate me. Besides, the electromagnetic field barrier has been repaired, and the damages from the explosion at the ship's rear have been assessed and rectified, causing minimal disruption. Oh, is that so? Very well. I shall permit you to indulge in racing during your leisure time. However, the timing of your excursions is for me to determine. Understood, my Lady Red Spider. Moreover, the items you requested have been prepared. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this plan? Moon's Spear inquired, perched on Knockdown's shoulder. What, feeling sympathetic? Or are you fearful of being left homeless should your abode be submerged? Red Spider retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Come now, It's merely a dilapidated house. If it's flooded, so be it. I'm indifferent. However, aren't you concerned that your brazen actions might attract the Autobots and jeopardize the plan? If it fails, how do you suppose they will regard you? What? Red Spider, a being incapable of orchestrating even a simple picnic, has the audacity to command the Decepticons? What will you do then? All the credibility you've built over time could vanish. Moon Spirit gazed at Red Spider with a mocking glint. Impossible. My plan is flawless. And the Decepticon soldiers aboard this battleship are as numerous as stars in the sky. We could exhaust Optimus Prime to his limits. I refuse to believe that a mere Optimus Prime poses a challenge. Fine, you say so. Just don't whine later if your picnic goes awry. Within the Autobot base, a series of beeping alarms sounded from the communicator. Ambulance and Optimus Prime approached to investigate, and, upon connection, the individual on the line was none other than Fowler. Optimus Prime, have you seen any Decepticons clad in grass skirts recently? Fowler queried. Fowler, are you jesting? What is the matter? Optimus responded, bewildered. I must inform you that the Decepticons breached the Hawaiian Black Sea Naval Observatory last night, leaving utter devastation in their wake. Fowler elaborated on the situation. Why would the Decepticons target an observatory? RC pondered aloud. Have you heard of the Hockney Gossamer? Fowler explained. The space telescope? Ratchet inquired, astonished. Indeed, its main lens was stolen last night, Fowler continued. Without knowledge of where the lens has been taken, it would be challenging to surmise Red Spider's intentions, Optimus remarked. Fortunately, there was a tracking device on the lens. As the location data was retrieved, the group was astounded to discover it pointed to the Arctic. We have another opportunity to endure the cold, RC remarked, glancing at the location information. Simultaneously, the ambulance had summoned the distribution map of super energy bodies in the Arctic. The Grade 7 mine was the largest yet unexploitable super energy mine. The partition spoke while casting a glance at Optimus Prime. It cannot be mined. Unless the Insecticon melts away the ice and snow, Optimus surmised. Thus, we must utilize the lens, RC interjected. Melting a glacier would result in a rise in global sea levels, Fuller chimed in, as Optimus gazed pensively at the Arctic location map. Under the command of the Insecticon, the Decepticon warship gradually docked above the super energy mine in the Arctic, observing the glacier below. From this moment forth, my dominion under Lord Insecticon begins, he declared. As he spoke, the nearby Knockout waved his hand to control a device that ascended, targeting the glacier below. Immediately, the apparatus began accumulating energy, and then a massive red beam shot forth, striking the glacier directly. This is quite different from our last visit to the Arctic. It feels like summer, mused Optimus and his companions as they arrived in the Arctic, feeling the surrounding temperature. After walking for a while, they spotted the warship hovering far from them, incessantly firing energy beams toward the glacier. This was not a promising sight. The scorching beams relentlessly melted the Arctic ice. Optimus Prime glanced at the partition, RC, and Bumblebee. Continuing, do you recall the feint at Mocha City? Chapter 36. The return of might. This wretched place is truly uncomfortable, Moonlight remarked, stepping off the land bridge and surveying the surroundings, littered with dismembered corpses illuminated by a purple glow, shivering slightly. Moonlight, are you certain that dark super energy body is here? Asked Thundercracker beside her. I am certain, apart from this location. It is unlikely we will find a third dark super energy body in a short time. Soundwave, I must trouble you, she said, directing her gaze towards Soundwave. Soundwave then activated the super energy body locator, and in an instant, he pinpointed the location of the dark super energy body. Stepping forward, he indicated the position, and Thundercracker advanced to unleash a barrage from his machine gun. Once the dust settled, a stone emanating a purple glow was revealed to be embedded in the blasted ground. Thundercracker approached and extracted the dark super energy body, and the group returned to the warship's medical bay through the land bridge opened by Soundwave. Above the Arctic ice cap, observing the significant melting progress of the glacier, the Insecticon could not help but exclaim, "Excellent! I am pleased that the plan is unfolding smoothly." Just as he reveled in his cleverness, he heard the distant roar of vehicles. Looking up, he saw the partition, RC, and Bumblebee racing at full speed toward the location of the warship. It's the Autobots. Most esteemed Lord Insecticon, allow the Vice Commander to handle this. Deadlock, eliminate them. With a commanding voice, he directed the nearby Deadfire to act. Deadfire, brimming with excitement, leaped high from the warship, crashing down towards the approaching trio. In an instant, the three were sent flying. They managed to contort their bodies mid-air, stabilizing themselves upon landing, and gazed intently at their adversary. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Red Spider and his companions, Optimus Prime was steadily ascending a towering iceberg, the summit of which was alarmingly close to the Decepticon warship. In the medical bay of the warship, Moonlight and her companions observed the lifeless Megatron. "Let us commence," she stated. With that, Shockwave stepped forward and removed the tubing from Megatron's chest. After Soundwave confirmed that all was well, Shockwave seized the dark energon and forcefully inserted it into Megatron's chest. Instantly, the dark energon integrated into Megatron's form, causing his body to tremble violently. In the next moment, a purple glow began to emanate from Megatron's body. Following a radiant burst, Megatron rose once more, the gaping wound in his chest mended by the dark energon. As the Decepticon soldiers, drawn by the commotion, entered the medical bay, they were met with an astonishing sight. "Decepticons, your true leader and master has returned." After surveying the room, Megatron noted the presence of Moonlight and Soundwave, as well as his loyal pupil, Shockwave. "Shockwave?" Megatron inquired, surprised. "Indeed, my master, Shockwave shall serve you eternally," Shockwave replied, bowing slightly. "Excellent. Now, everyone to your stations. There is a foe I must eliminate." With that, Megatron strode purposefully towards the exit. "Shall we assist in disposing of him?" Shockwave asked, stepping forward. "No need. He is mine," Megatron replied, quickening his pace. Outside the warship, Optimus Prime successfully reached the pinnacle of the glacier and began to gather his strength. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself forward, using the inclined ice to leap onto the Decepticon warship. Meanwhile, the battle below between Deadfire and RC had already commenced. Shielded by Bumblebee's energy blasts, RC leaped into the air, aiming a kick at Deadfire, only to be seized and thrown aside. Seizing the advantage, Deadfire transformed his arm into a hammer and charged at RC, but their struggle was interrupted by a panel in their path. Just as the two were locked in combat, Bumblebee appeared from the side, delivering a swift kick to Deadfire. Observing the skirmish from above, Knockout remarked with confusion, "Have the Autobots diminished in number?" Suddenly, the sound of engines roared from behind them. Turning around, they were startled to see Optimus Prime scaling the warship, charging towards the control console. As the second in command, "You cannot even safeguard the rear," Red Spider fumed, shoving Knockout aside. Taking a few steps forward, he kicked a Decepticon soldier controlling the heating energy device, redirecting the heater towards Optimus Prime. Undeterred, Optimus, braving the onslaught of the energy beam, leaped to strike the heater. No! In an instant, the shockwave from the explosion radiated outward, hurling RC and her companions away. When they regained their footing, they beheld the aftermath of the blast affecting Optimus Prime. Smoke billowed from his form as he lay upon the icy surface. At that moment, a Red Spider, having launched from the warship, began its descent towards Optimus, intent on eliminating him. "The gravest error made by Megatron was allowing you to persist in this world, Optimus." As the Red Spider approached, a fighter jet appeared, sending it spiraling away. Optimus, witnessing the Red Spider's plight, recognized the aircraft's identity. "Megatron." A solemn expression crossed Optimus's face. "He has returned." RC gazed at the revived Megatron in astonishment. The Red Spider was unceremoniously tossed onto the deck of the warship by Megatron. Instantly, the Red Spider recoiled in fear at the sight of his imposing figure. "And Megatron, you have recovered. Thank the merciful heavens. This is truly a miracle." The Red Spider stammered in frantic praise. "If you can still survive in my hands, that would indeed be a miracle, Red Spider," Megatron retorted menacingly, pointing a finger at him. Realizing his precarious situation, the Red Spider hastily transformed into a jet, attempting to flee, only to be seized by Megatron, who gripped his tail section. With a powerful throw, the Red Spider was flung to the front of the warship, crashing to the ground. As he observed Megatron approaching, the Red Spider desperately sought to divert his attention. "But the Autobots, Optimus Prime is right there, awaiting your annihilation," he said, gesturing below. "I have committed the greatest blunder several times, yet I assure you, I shall never repeat this mistake," Megatron declared, clutching the Red Spider's head firmly as he strode towards the interior of the warship. "No, Master, please." The Red Spider struggled and screamed, but he was unable to escape Megatron's grip. As the Decepticon warship receded from view, Optimus Prime initiated contact with the base. Ratchet, we require a ground bridge immediately. The Decepticon warship bore witness to an unexpected twist. The Red Spider still lived. Lying in the very spot where Megatron had once rested, the injured Red Spider bore numerous wounds. Resting well, I see, Red Spider. You sustained quite the injury this time. Yet my medic assures me of your swift recovery, Megatron remarked, casting his gaze upon the prone figure. I sincerely hope your fury will also mend swiftly. The Red Spider replied, his words interrupted by a fit of coughing due to his injuries. The world surely changes rapidly. It's astonishing to think that not long ago. You stood here while I lay there. I was nearly ensnared by your treachery. But heed this, Red Spider. You shall never replace my position, he declared, turning to exit. Just as Megatron was about to step outside, he paused and added, and remember to deliver that dark energon shard to me later. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to revisit the delightful memories of our prior encounters. As the Crimson Spider gazed with terror, Megatron departed, leaving the spider seething in the medical chamber. Consumed by impotent rage, outside the medical room, the fallen ones listened to the spider's roars, shaking their heads in response. Chapter 37. The capture of the Deadfire in a desolate construction site. Abandoned buildings loomed, and it was rumored that strange sounds echoed here on many occasions. A thunderous noise erupted as a partition was slammed against the wall. The partition, bending under the impact, caught its breath, and from the corner of its eye, it spotted Deadfire approaching with a sledgehammer. Ah, what a fateful encounter, partition. You two have come for that energy signal, haven't you? Deadfire observed with amusement as he regarded the partition he had just smashed into the wall. Indeed, Deadfire, it seems fortune smiles upon you today, the partition retorted, finally extricating itself from the wall and charging at Deadfire. Just as the two adversaries began their epic clash, Deadfire remarked, "Where's your human sidekick? After I finish you off, shall I pay her a visit?" Unfortunately, his taunts fell on deaf ears, igniting the partition's wrath. With a powerful thrust, the partition tackled Deadfire, executing a body slam. Oh, the big guy has a rather delicate side, Deadfire mused, intrigued by the partition now pinning him down. Upon hearing Deadfire's comment, the partition morphed into a sledgehammer and struck fiercely at him. After a deft roll to evade the blow, Deadfire transformed his arm into a hammer and sent the partition flying, leaving it dazed and unable to resist. Gently tapping the partition's head to confirm its incapacitation, Deadfire declared, "It seems this is our last gathering. Farewell." As he raised the sledgehammer to deliver the final blow, he was unexpectedly incapacitated by an electromagnetic projectile from afar. As Deadfire lay unconscious, the partition, in its final moments, beheld a swarm of helicopters descending. From the landing crafts emerged a cadre of humans, the Mecha Special Operations Team. "Commander, our equipment can only transport one of them," the lieutenant reported to Silas. "The one who won," Silas replied, his mood surprisingly buoyant. Time passed, and the partition, still lying motionless, received a communication. Marco, it recognized the voice of Meichi. "Meichi," the partition murmured, still dazed from the previous events. "You should respond, BOLO, Meichi urged. With her words, the partition fully regained consciousness and hurriedly sat up to survey its surroundings. Noticing the desolate construction site devoid of life, the partition groaned, "Meichi, have the ambulance take me back." At the Autobot base, Optimus Prime approached the partition, which was receiving medical attention. "Engaging the enemy alone is a foolish endeavor," he remarked. "Deadfire ambushed me. I could have dealt with him." The partition defended itself. "He must have been thoroughly beaten by you, right?" Meichi, perched on the railing, asked eagerly. "Well, more or less," the partition replied, reluctant to admit the truth. "Did you fail to subdue him?" Meichi's disappointment was evident. "I can't quite recall. I accidentally fell." The partition insisted stubbornly. "When I awoke, the disappearance of Deadlock was already a memory. Only the sound of helicopters lingered, and perhaps the presence of Agent Fuller." The partition lowered its head in recollection. "That was not me, yet I knew who it was." Fuller, who had just arrived, countered. "Where was Deadlock abducted?" "Lord Megatron. It seems Deadlock has likely gone missing." Red Spider entered the command room. "Did the Autobots do this?" Megatron inquired. "According to the surveillance data provided by our adept and infallible Soundwave, it appears that Deadlock was kidnapped by humans," Red Spider stated, gesturing toward Soundwave. "What is your perspective?" "I strongly recommend, Lord Megatron, that we immediately form a rescue team to capture those audacious wretches, Red Spider declared proudly, hands on hips, evidently pleased with his own words. After considering Red Spider's assertion, Megatron rebutted, "We need not take any action." What? Red Spider was taken aback by Megatron's words. Why? Eager to question Megatron, Red Spider cautiously asked, "If Deadlock cannot even contend with those insignificant and fragile humans, what use is he to us? Let him fend for himself," Megatron stated, shaking his head. "But Deadlock is crucial to us," Red Spider began, yet Megatron silenced him with a mere glance. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Lord Megatron," Red Spider quickly acquiesced, lowering his voice. With that, he turned to leave, a dark expression on his face. "My lord, thus should not contradict you. I believe we cannot abandon Deadlock." Thunderclash stepped forward under Moonlight's directive. "Oh, share your thoughts," Megatron responded with newfound interest. "My lord, if I may be frank, it seems that currently, the Decepticons possess little advantage over the Autobots aside from numerical superiority." Thunderclash recalled Moonlight's earlier teachings. On the existing foundation, attempt to downplay the Decepticons. Speak in a more subtle and pitiful manner. Thunderclash, do you comprehend what you are saying? Megatron's ire was kindled by words that undermined their own might. Yet the reality stands. The failures of our past endeavors serve as proof. Despite our numbers, we often find ourselves in situations where the Autobots outmaneuver us. This predicament arises from our lack of independent combat strength. Continue, Megatron, unusually contemplative, permitted Thunderclash to proceed. Currently, on the warship, there are few who can stand alone in combat. I am one, Deadlock is another. Although his intellect may not be formidable, and he primarily serves as a medical officer's aide, he counts as half, given his training. Aside from that, there is no one else capable of independent action. With that, Thunderclash fell silent, quietly observing Megatron's silhouette. A timely cessation of words can prompt deeper contemplation in others, a lesson from Moonlight's classroom. As Moonlight perceived the wavering thoughts of Megatron, she hastily interjected, "Mr. Megatron, I believe that what Thunder said holds merit. Moreover, I have conducted a thorough investigation into the group that abducted Deadlock. These individuals are unscrupulous in their pursuit of advanced technology. Although Deadlock may appear somewhat simple-minded, he is obedient and possesses commendable combat skills. Most importantly, his primary role is that of a nurse, and he is indeed a commendable Decepticon." Within an abandoned tunnel, Deadlock gradually regained consciousness. "What?" he exclaimed, noticing his bound form, and began to struggle futilely against his restraints. At that moment, Silas slowly emerged from the passage. Observing the human before him, Deadlock could not help but curse. "Who are you filthy meatbags?" "The Mech Special Operations Team. Greetings, I am Silas," the leader of the bandits responded. "Release me, and I shall spare your life. To us, you are an invaluable asset." Silas gazed at Deadlock with avarice. "Ha ha ha, Megatron will never pay a ransom," Deadlock retorted, still in a jesting mood despite the dire circumstances. "It seems you have misunderstood. We do not seek a ransom, but rather a nail and a rivet from you." Chapter 38. Rescue. Gazing at the coordinates displayed on the screen, it was evident that this was the location of the panels. The ambulance turned to Optimus Prime and the others. The Kamchatka Peninsula in eastern Russia has been a wasteland since the volcanic eruption 2 decades ago. According to intelligence, the Mech Special Operations Team has been there today, explained Fowler, indicating the location. Could it be those tech-obsessed maniacs? Mickey pondered. "They are among the few who know we exist on Earth," the ambulance added. "They will undoubtedly be keeping a close watch on us," the panel mused. "Why would they want Deadlock?" Mickey questioned, perplexed by the abduction. "What does that have to do with us?" Alcee expressed her disdain for the Decepticons, regardless of who they were. "How amusing! He has been captured by humans. It seems I have dealt him quite a blow," the panel remarked, glancing at Mickey. Mickey turned her head away. "It's hard to say." The ambulance restarted the previous coordinate of the land bridge. Observing the demeanor of his team, Optimus Prime, having already contemplated his course of action, spoke firmly, "We must rescue Deadlock." "What?" The ambulance was taken aback. "Optimus, you must be joking." Alcee thought she had misheard. Buzzing. Bumblebee shook his head. "What does his life or death matter to us? Let the Decepticons save him." Optimus explained his reasoning. "Well, Deadlock is still our adversary," Alcee conceded, realizing they could not sway Optimus's resolve. "Sometimes, one must set aside personal grievances for the greater good." "What do you mean by that?" Do you expect him to be grateful and have a change of heart? The panel listened to Optimus's words with incredulity. The likelihood of the Decepticons experiencing a change of heart is minimal. Nonetheless, we can still attempt it, Optimus stated, gazing at the panel with determination. Humph! What a futile endeavor. The partition turned away, no longer gazing at Optimus Prime. My intention is to safeguard humanity. Observing the partition's slight tremor, Optimus Prime, with a grave expression, continued, the Mecha Special Operations Team poses a significant threat. He was indeed correct. The Mecha Special Operations Team would resort to any means necessary for advanced technology. Fuller concurred with Optimus Prime, asserting that their methods were quite unscrupulous. In other words, we cannot allow the biotechnological advancements of Cybertron to fall into their hands. Optimus Prime maintained a serious demeanor. In the abandoned tunnel, the situation became straightforward. We plan to disassemble you completely, rendering you a true lifeless husk, and then I shall utilize the technology gleaned from you to develop new weaponry, Silas declared, issuing commands to his subordinates. As the machines began to spring to life, the lifeless husk started to panic, for the restraints binding him were exceedingly robust, and it seemed he could not escape. I fear you may not endure the entire process. First, we thank you for your sacrifices. The Mecha Special Operations Team is immensely grateful. Silas circled the lifeless husk as he spoke. Foolish humans, you are playing with fire. Once I escape, I shall have you torn to pieces and fed to the dogs. The lifeless husk retorted defiantly. You should be more concerned for your own safety. I invite you to enjoy this for free. Have your pain receptors been disabled? Silas inquired, leaning closer to the lifeless husk. Yes, came the response from the machine's operator. Good. That way he won't scream. Commence disassembly, Silas commanded, delighting in the widening eyes of the lifeless husk. Upon receiving the order, the operator activated the machine's saw, directing it toward the lifeless husk's eyes. At the Autobot base, or I partition, you must accompany us, Mickey urged. I refuse, the partition pouted. Partition, hearing Optimus Prime's voice. The partition retorted, I'm sorry, Optimus Prime, but I cannot go to rescue him. I support your decision. What? Both the partition and Mickey exclaimed in surprise. Your personal vendetta against the lifeless husk will cloud your judgment and jeopardize the entire mission. What we need in this task is a medic, not a warrior, Optimus Prime stated, glancing at the ambulance. Everything is set. After the ambulance confirmed there were no issues, he commanded the Autobots to set off. With that, they charged onto the land bridge alongside the ambulance. Well, safe travels, the partition remarked sardonically as they observed the closed land bridge. Turning to the visibly displeased Mickey, he asked, what about you, Mickey? Would you care to watch the monster showdown? Fine, Mickey replied weakly. I want to join as well, Fuller interjected cheerfully. As Optimus Prime and his companions emerged from the land bridge, they surveyed the desolate construction site, devoid of any signs of human or Cybertronian life. Beep, 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 Bumblebee suggested, surveying the ground. There are no tire tracks, Bumblebee, the ambulance refuted. 3 kilometers northwest, there's a faint signal of a psionic entity, the ambulance reported. Holding up the instrument. The lifeless husk? It shouldn't be detectable here, RC pondered, perplexed. His super-energy form has been revealed. The ambulance harbored an unsettling premonition. At the Autobot base, a fierce battle erupted between the mutated giant lizard and the 5-headed ape, nearly missing the climactic showdown. The partition attempted to divert the topic, striving to lift Meichi's spirits. No, it was you who almost missed the grand battle, Meichi pointed out, directing her finger at the partition. Her words left the partition momentarily speechless. The crux of the matter is that Deathfire is your nemesis, not Optimus Prime's, nor that of the Mecha Special Forces. Observing the partition's lack of understanding, Meichi felt a pang of frustration. Alas, Meichi, you cannot comprehend. My entanglements with Deathfire run deep, and you are unaware of his past deeds. As the partition reflected on their previous grievances, its gaze grew increasingly frigid. I will not rescue him, understand? Neither now nor ever, it declared, turning away from Meichi. Partition, no one expects you to reconcile with him. You must defeat him with your own hands. Seeing the partition remain obstinate, Meichi was at a loss for words. What? The partition responded, bewildered. If you don't save him, there will be no opportunity left. Meichi remarked with a mischievous grin. As her words sank in, the partition began to ponder. Finally, it resolved to act. Leaping from the land bridge, the partition scrutinized the tire tracks on the ground, determined to pursue the trail. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the ambulance's instruments. Optimus Prime and his companions arrived near the source of the signal. The signal should be right around here, just ahead, the ambulance remarked, observing the instrument's display. Approaching the object placed on the platform, the ambulance's expression turned grave. It is Deathfire's eye. The ambulance's revelation startled RC and Bumblebee. They had not anticipated such an outcome for Deathfire. On the other side, the partition fortuitously tracked the Mecha Special Forces, following their vehicle into an abandoned tunnel. Eyeing the tunnel, the partition cautiously activated its energy cannon and advanced. As the ambulance connected Deathfire's eye to the device, Optimus and the others gathered around. "What is this for?" RC inquired, perplexed. The visual receptor may still retain the last images it received. Soon, the device displayed a scene. "Technology makes the world a better place," RC mused, gazing at the unfolding imagery. In the next moment, the image was abruptly shattered by a turning motion. Such a sight startled the ambulance and its companions. They had considered the possibility of Deathfire being dismantled, but never imagined it would occur in such a manner. Chapter 39, Letting Go of Grudges. "Thank you, it's been a long time," Optimus said, Silas greeting him. "I am delighted to see you once more." The ambulance, observing Silas on the device's screen, was taken aback. It was a two-way communication device, as it explained. Optimus stepped forward. "You must be Silas." "Indeed, that is I. Did you come to rescue my captive?" "To be frank, I expected Megatron would be the one to arrive," Silas remarked through the communication link, looking at Optimus. Observing the relentless disassembly of the fallen machine by Silas, Optimus Prime's demeanor shifted to one of discontent. "In this dire circumstance, you stand as a common adversary to both Autobots and Decepticons. The notion of collaboration is thoroughly detestable, dear guest, yet you have provided a wealth of advanced biotechnological insights. Do you see?" As he spoke, Silas shifted slightly, granting Optimus and his companions a clearer view of the dismantling process of the fallen machine. However, it was a fortune that the fallen one himself did not possess. "We are not afraid of you," Ratchet interjected, unable to contain himself. "You will fear us." "I strongly advise against clinging too stubbornly to your positions," Silas retorted with a smile. In the very next moment, Optimus and his companions beheld a timed device revealed in the area where the fallen one's eyes had once been. "This is a trap," he realized. "Do we need to charge in?" RC inquired with a hint of jest. "We need to retreat quickly," Ratchet urged, his voice laced with urgency as he gazed at the device, counting down to 0. Fortunately, the group managed to withdraw swiftly. Otherwise, the following day might have seen Megatron arriving to pay his respects. "What shall we do to locate the remaining parts of the fallen one?" RC pondered, observing the explosion in the tunnel. Inside, the fallen machine, reduced to a mere eye, gazed vacantly at the machinery, dismantling him. "Isn't it spectacular?" "Ironically, those rescuers may now be disassembled even more thoroughly than you," Silas remarked, looking down upon the fallen one. "The Decepticons will never easily capitulate," the fallen one countered defiantly. "Who claimed I was one of the Decepticons?" Silas asked with interest, his gaze fixed on the fallen machine. "You are speaking nonsense. The Autobots would never come to my aid." The fallen one expressed his disbelief. At that moment, sounds echoed from the distance within the tunnel. The lieutenant promptly accessed the footage from the entrance. Observing the iron gate being continuously battered, the guards tightened their grips on their weapons. In the next instant, the iron gate was flung aside, and Marco, wielding a hammer, struck at the members of the mech's special operations team. "You ought to answer as Boros would," Silas commented. His spirits lifted as he watched the scene unfold. "Another opportunity has presented itself," he declared, leading his team outside. At the next moment, Boros appeared around the corner, and the fallen machine looked up to see him approaching. "It seems you are quite fortunate today," Boros remarked as he extended his hand towards the imprisoned one. The fallen machine, believing Boros intended to eliminate him, shut his eyes tightly. To his surprise, Boros was there to rescue him. As he felt the restraints being loosened, his mind momentarily faltered. What are you doing?" he stammered. "I am here to save you," Boros replied, extending his hand further. "Indeed, I find it hard to believe as well." Hesitating for a moment, the fallen machine finally grasped Boros's hand and stood up. "Can you walk?" Boros inquired, eyeing the exposed chest plating of the fallen one. "I should be able to," he responded, attempting to close the opened armor. Just then, the tunnel's red lights flickered to life. "Can you run?" "Not only can I run, but I can also fight," he declared, brandishing a hammer as a gesture of readiness. Please move that thing away from me, said the barrier, as he pushed the hammer away from his line of sight and dashed outward. As he fled, he raised the hammer to strike at the members of the Mecha Special Forces. The monster battle was about to commence. Upon emerging from the tunnel, the two realized they seemed to be encircled by humans. Although their bullets had no effect on the barrier, they were still a source of annoyance. Have you thought about how to retreat? Deathfire inquired. Of course, we call for reinforcements, the barrier responded, contacting Optimus Prime. Meet at my coordinates. I require assistance. The barrier swiftly reached out to Optimus Prime. Instead of retreating, the two began to swing the hammer ferociously at the Mecha Special Forces. Just then, Deathfire noticed an energy cannon beneath a helicopter charging up, sensing a threat from it. When it aimed at him, Deathfire narrowly dodged the attack. However, at that moment, the barrier was knocked to the ground, and Sylar seized the opportunity to fire another energy shot at the barrier. Fortunately, Deathfire managed to save him just in time. Otherwise, the barrier would have sustained severe injuries. As the energy cannon targeted them once more, the radar of the Mecha Special Forces detected an unusual signal approaching. Commander, they have reinforcements. All units, cease fire and initiate the Omega Protocol. Sylar reluctantly issued the order to retreat. Watching the Mecha Special Forces depart, Deathfire turned to the barrier and asked, "Where's your backup?" In the next moment, several Cybertronian aircraft arrived, transforming to stand before Deathfire and the barrier. They were Decepticon soldiers, and the barrier felt an ominous foreboding. In an instant, Quake appeared, cradling Moonlight in his arms. Apologies, Deathfire. It took a bit of time to persuade Megatron. Hence my late arrival. Quake, Moonlight. Deathfire was taken aback by the sight of the two. Hello there, barrier, Moonlight greeted, breaking the silence. Hello. The barrier responded awkwardly, unsure of how to reply. You don't seem to be in good shape, Deathfire, Moonlight remarked, seizing the opportunity to tease him. Deathfire was momentarily at a loss for words. Next time, don't act alone. Report any dangers immediately, understood? Moonlight fixed her gaze on Deathfire to ensure he absorbed her words. Also, Megatron is quite disappointed in you, you know. Before Deathfire could respond, Moonlight continued. I know, he replied, slightly lowering his head. Once we return, go report to me. I will request Megatron to temporarily assign someone else to carry out the mission, and Quake will help you accelerate your familiarization process. Upon hearing Moonlight's words, Deathfire wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. In contrast, Quake could not help but smile. Looks like you're in my hands now. At that moment, another squad of Decepticon soldiers approached. Did we succeed? Apologies, Captain Moonlight. We let them escape, one soldier reported. That's all right. Let them go. We'll play the long game and not rush. All right, the rescue mission is complete. Retreat, Moonlight commanded, waving her hand. Understood. Obeying orders. The Decepticon soldiers transformed into aircraft and departed, leaving only 4 individuals at the scene. Just then, Optimus Prime and his companions arrived. Thundercracker, recognizing a familiar face, expressed surprise. Long time no see, Optimus. I presume the Eye of the Deadfire is in your possession? Moonlight inquired, asking about the Eye of the Deadfire's whereabouts. After Ratchet returned the eye, he announced, "Let us depart. It is time to retreat. Soundwave, activate the ground bridge." As they left, Moonlight called to Deadfire, leading Thundercracker away first. Passing by the partition, Deadfire quietly said, "Thank you." Gazing at the now-closed ground bridge, Optimus reflected that fighting the enemy alone this time was even more foolish than the last. Yet, he felt honored that Deadfire was willing to extend a hand to a foe, showing a selflessness that transcended personal interests. Optimus regarded the partition with admiration. At a certain base, although the test subject had escaped, the testing area had been cleansed and newly collected data was transmitted to another facility. A comprehensive analytical scan of the core components of the test subject had been conducted, enabling the initiation of the Chimera project. Soon, the power of these mechanical life forms would belong to them. Silas greedily observed the data displayed on the screen. In the medical bay of the Decepticon warship, a concerned Ratchet scolded, "What happened to you? You went on a simple mission and returned like this." His incessant chatter regarding Deadfire's repairs did not cease. Fortunately, Moonlight retrieved your eye. Otherwise, you would be living with one eye. You'll need to rest for the next few days, especially since those pests were quite brutal in their dismantling of you. As Ratchet continued his rambling, Deadfire couldn't help but smile. "What are you laughing at? You nearly lost your life, and you're still smiling," Ratchet retorted, somewhat annoyed. Chapter 40. Relations at the Autobot base. Ratchet squinted at the surveillance footage. RC. A vehicle is approaching us. Decepticon? RC assumed their location had been compromised. In the next moment, Ratchet pulled up detailed images of the vehicle. Seeing the vehicle's image, Jack felt a headache coming on. Mom, they're back. RC, hands on her hips, looked at Jack concerned. Jack felt helpless. Hey, sweetheart, the hospital closed early today, so I thought I'd come by. It's a pleasure to see you, Doctor, Jack's mother greeted Ratchet. After Ratchet nodded in acknowledgement, she turned to RC. By the way, where's Optimus? He left with Bumblebee on a mission. I apologize for disappointing you. Ratchet replied without turning back. I even dressed up for this, Jack's mother lamented slightly. Mom, Jack exclaimed, surprised, quickly trying to halt her comments. How strange. Such a high magnetic flux is exceedingly abnormal for any planet. Ratchet mused as he examined the detected signals with puzzlement. In the Decepticon warship, as the signal on the sonar panel illuminated, Megatron found his mood inexplicably uplifted. I believe I recognize this magnetic signal. If this remarkable invention of the Decepticons were to fall into enemy hands, it would be an unfortunate turn of events. I shall prepare the weapons at once, my lord, replied Deadlock with utmost respect. Deadlock, if you cannot even manage humans, what capability do you possess to contend with the Autobots? Megatron remarked, scrutinizing Deadlock. Please allow me the chance to redeem myself. I reflect upon my shortcomings daily, reminding myself that I must never betray your expectations again, Deadlock implored, seeking Megatron's continued trust. At the Autobot base, Mika jumped down from the partition, her excitement palpable as she turned to Raph. Did you feel that tremendous centrifugal force? The partition is truly wild. Her exuberant demeanor was infectious to Raph. However, in the next moment, they noticed Jack's mother was also present, and their spirits dampened. I thought this was supposed to be a secret place. Do not worry, Mrs. Darby. We are buckled in, Raph explained regarding their outing. That is as it should be, Raph. Mika, how have you been lately? Very well. What did you say? Mika replied, turning to Jack, questioning whether he had disclosed any indiscretions. It is time to depart, Jack, RC stated, heading towards the exit with a rope in hand. But I just got here, Jack's mother protested, attempting to keep him at the base. I brought sandwiches. Mom, I really need to help RC test her tracking system. Jack explained with resignation. Very well, but do be cautious, Mrs. Darby warned, her expression somewhat disapproving. There is nothing to be cautious about, just a routine test, RC reassured, dismissing any concerns. Then Jack needs to assist, Mrs. Darby retorted, not in the best of moods. Upon hearing this, RC felt exasperated, and the partition, witnessing RC's transformation from patience to frustration, sensed impending trouble. Partition, I require you to conduct an external investigation of an anomalous magnetic field, the ambulance instructed. I want to go too, Mika exclaimed joyfully. No, you will stay here, Mika. The partition firmly denied her request to join the mission. Feeling disgruntled, Mika returned to her position. Why aren't you going with him? Jack's mother inquired. Someone believes it could be dangerous, Mika replied bitterly. Let Jack accompany you, and it will be safe, Mrs. Darby shot back at RC. Mom, I have things to do, Jack said helplessly. Is it really important? Mrs. Darby questioned, hands on her hips, gazing at Jack. Your mother is looking out for your well-being. Wait, partition, I will accompany you, RC declared, discarding the rope and heading towards the land bridge. RC, Jack sighed as he watched her depart, feeling resigned. What did I say? In the weapons cache, Deadlock, who had already arrived, confirmed the location of the items. Just as he unearthed them, he was ambushed by Black Widow, and the items fell into her possession. Thank you for the gift. You will come to regret this, Black Widow remarked, gazing at the object in her hand. You are mistaken, Deadlock retorted. As he spoke, the already risen Deadfire swung his hammer, sending Black Widow flying. The objects fell to the ground. I have heard of traitors within the Decepticons. How about I bind you and take you back? With that, Deadfire approached Black Widow, wielding his hammer. How naive, she scoffed. Hearing Black Widow's words, Deadfire roared, bringing down his hammer upon her, only to have her effortlessly evade his attack. Upon raising his gaze, he found Black Widow perched atop a pile of stones. What a useless sight, she taunted, observing Deadfire's eyes. Rest assured, I can strike you without needing to see. With that, Deadfire activated his shoulder cannon and fired at her position. Instantly, the explosion of Earth sent debris flying, shrouding the area in dust. causing Deadfire to lose sight of Black Widow. By the time he heard the sound of drilling, he had already been ambushed by her, dragged underground. Emerging triumphantly from the ground, Black Widow secured the weapon, brimming with confidence. She did not depart immediately, but began to admire the weapon closely. Once more, Deadfire climbed out of the earth, charging towards her with a roar. Meanwhile, RC and the barrier encountered a small tail, following them on their journey. Mickey. Fantastic! The 7-track barrier. Mickey exclaimed as she jumped onto the barrier's shoulder. The 7-track? RC pondered, just as a cacophony of heavy metal rock erupted. Isn't it too noisy to play such music during reconnaissance? Observing Mickey's disappointment at not being able to play the song, RC continued. Now is the time for silence and lethality. Upon hearing this, Barrier and Mickey exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. What's so funny? RC questioned, puzzled by their reaction. Silence and lethality are two entirely different concepts on Earth, Barrier remarked, stepping ahead of RC. Barrier, let us conduct our reconnaissance properly. Mickey's excited voice chimed in. But I usually lead the way. I know, but Mickey prefers the front position, Barrier explained. No matter where I am, I feel like a light bulb. RC gazed at the two ahead, a hint of disappointment in her voice, and then hurried to catch up. Inside the Decepticon warship, the footage from satellite surveillance displayed on the archive room screen. Observing the clumsy battle tactics of Deadfire and Black Widow, Moonlight could not help but shake her head. She then stated, Deadfire will suffer greatly under her command in the future. Upon hearing this, Thunderstorm turned away from the screen to look at Moonlight, puzzled. Why? This woman excels at exploiting terrain advantages and psychological warfare, Moonlight explained. Deadfire is easily swayed by his enemy's words. Therein lies the problem. Black Widow, even if she returns to the Decepticons, will still be a troublesome ambition. At that time, she will undoubtedly betray the Decepticons once more. Faced with a cunning adversary, someone like Deadfire will be left with nothing but ashes. Chapter 41. Magnetic gloves. It seems the magnetic field disturbance mentioned by the ambulance originates from this. With that, he observed Deadfire and Black Widow below. As the two individuals engaged in a fierce struggle over a handheld device, the source of magnetic interference. Meichi inquired if there was a plan. Just as she spoke, she noticed Airshi and the barrier turning their attention towards her. Without regard for Meichi's displeasure, the barrier placed her in a secure location, instructing Meichi, stay put. I'm not jesting. Meanwhile, just as Black Widow was about to seize the object, she was abruptly struck by an energy projectile, sending her flying. Turning her head, she spotted Airshi. Well, you brought a new companion for me to dispatch, she remarked, eyeing the barrier. That was uncalled for, Deadlock said, directing his gaze at the barrier and Airshi. I didn't ask you, Black Widow retorted fiercely, casting a scornful glance at Deadlock. Assist me with propulsion. With a knowing nod, the barrier launched Airshi high into the air. Airshi, now in a position of aerial superiority, began to engage in suppressive fire against the two ground-bound adversaries. As Airshi descended, she charged at Deadlock, who was about to strike her down, only to be obstructed by Black Widow. She is mine, Black Widow declared as she rushed towards Airshi. Deadlock, momentarily stunned, turned just in time to be struck and sent flying by the barrier. Airshi, facing the oncoming Black Widow, prepared to counter with her arm blades, matching Black Widow's spider legs in combat. Seizing an opening, Airshi delivered a decisive strike, sending Black Widow sprawling. Within the Decepticon warship, Yue Ling watched the intense battle unfold with great excitement, relishing the free spectacle of robotic combat, especially when it involved female fighters. What is happening? She inquired upon noticing an unusual display. Looking toward Soundwave, he gathered the detected anomalies, revealing a small spacecraft drifting through space, seemingly aimed at Earth. Who is it? Decepticons or Autobots? Yue Ling questioned. Soundwave amplified the transmitted images, revealing a symbol that did not belong to either faction. A third-party force? Yue Ling pondered. Just as she was about to ask Soundwave for further clarification, he produced additional information. A bounty hunter? She echoed in confusion. What does this want to notice? I seem to recall something. Yue Ling mused. Before my slumber, there were several instances of Decepticon failures and resource thefts linked to this ship. If memory serves, this individual incited Lord Megatron's wrath. Tianjun, also reviewing the data, finally recollected the details. This individual is quite nefarious. During the war, he assembled a band of outlaws as bounty hunters, exploiting both Decepticons and Autobots. Eventually, Lord Megatron discovered their treachery and issued a bounty. I recall leading the forces to eradicate them, leaving only this rogue to escape. After that, he vanished without a trace. In other words, this exuberant character is the notorious bounty leader from that time, Yue Ling concluded, studying the information intently. Sound waves fixated upon him, ensuring he could not escape. While observing his intentions, the display screen revealed the moment when the Deadfire was flung away, fortuitously acquiring that weapon. "Thank you," said the Deadfire as he activated the device. Watching as he pressed the button, the weapon began to function. "Do you know what this is? You must be mad." The Black Widow, unwilling to become mere scrap metal, hastily fled, burrowing into the ground for escape. Meanwhile, the barrier and RC were uncontrollably drawn towards the Deadfire's location. "What does this button do?" Curious, the Deadfire pressed it. Instantly, the barrier and RC were propelled away. Witnessing the two being cast into a pile of stones, the Deadfire felt exhilarated, certain that Megatron would appreciate this contraption. With that, he departed. As the barrier struggled to rise from the rubble, RC discovered herself firmly adhered to its rear. Damn it! On another front, the Deadfire was intercepted by the Black Widow. Decepticon warship, let's pause here. It seems that the ship's objective is that magnetic glove. Tremor, prepare yourself. We shall invite this guest back and have a chat with the Deadfire, Moonlight declared, leaping from the control panel, with Tremor following closely behind. The magnetic glove has caused you both to become magnetized and attract one another, Ratchet explained, elucidating their predicament. That magnetic device may fall into Megatron's hands. The barrier stated solemnly. It is called the magnetic glove, seemingly simple, yet an exceedingly formidable weapon. Ratchet corrected the barrier's assessment. Is there a way to separate us, Ratchet? RC inquired via the communicator. I suspect residual magnetism lingers on both of you, causing your attraction, he replied. They are not mutually attracting, Mickey countered. In any case, I believe reclaiming the magnetic glove is the most dependable solution if Megatron acquires it. Ratchet's expression turned grave. He would not use it to affix notes to his refrigerator or display photographs. Jack comprehended that allowing Megatron to obtain such an artifact would spell trouble for their future. Jack, I still do not understand, Jack's mother questioned. Madam, we are composed of alloy. Megatron merely needs to press a button to separate us. And we might never contend with him again, Ratchet clarified for Jack's mother. Instantaneous force field, Laffy remarked, her countenance darkening. Worse still, he could crush us into scrap metal with that glove. Yet the good news is it has not yet been dispatched. Ratchet observed the magnetic readings on the screen. I advise you to retrieve it at all costs. Transforming should allow you to catch up. Upon hearing Ratchet's words, the barrier proposed, Wow, are you suggesting we sever our connection? RC brusquely halted the barrier's foolish suggestion. That's true. Excellent. I shall lead the way, Mickey exclaimed, joyfully leaping down from the stones. This time, it's not going to work, my dear. What? But you promised, Meichi protested. That was reconnaissance. This is warfare. I cannot allow you to risk your life, just because you seek excitement. Ambulance, take Meichi back. Very well, the ambulance, which had been listening to the conversation, responded. You sound just like Jack's mother, remarked Meichi. Jack's mother was taken aback by Meichi's words and immediately inquired of Jack. Did I say something wrong? I have something to attend to. Jack could only excuse himself hastily, leaving behind a reluctant smile from Laffy. Chapter 42. Unexpected attack, fugitive beside an abandoned building. Black Widow examined her magnetic gloves. Girls never tire of jewelry. Nearby, Deadlock, stuck against the wall by spider webs, looked at Black Widow and said, You were once a Decepticon. We could take this back and claim credit. Returning to the midst of men, I left precisely because I dislike sharing. As long as I have this treasure, neither Decepticons nor Autobots can disturb me. Black Widow disdainfully regarded Deadlock. At that moment, Black Widow noticed the barrier approaching from a distance and decided to ambush, intending to surprise him. It wasn't too long before the barrier appeared at the spot where Deadlock was bound. Watching Black Widow slowly peek over Deadlock's head, she said, I guess RC should be with you. Black Widow gazed at the barrier before her. You could say that, he replied, raising his hands and turning away. As you wish. In low Earth orbit, a spaceship was gliding slowly. Who would have thought that a casual stroll would lead to such a grand opportunity? Fortune surely smiles upon me. Ha ha ha. Inside the spaceship, A short, stout robot watched the magnetic field signals of the gloves on the screen, laughing maniacally. This spaceship was the source of the anomalous signals detected by Soundwave, and this individual was the notorious bounty hunter, the bully. As the vessel drew closer to the target location, the bully's excitement intensified. However, upon receiving reconnaissance images of the ground, his expression soured. To encounter both Decepticons and Autobots in such a remote place, what a twist of fate. The bully glared at the insignias worn by the individuals below, grinding his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Deadlock, struck by the barrier, stood up and utilized the magnetic gloves to hurl a nearby oil machine's donkey head at the barrier. Barrier! Duck! Unfortunately, RC's warning came too late. As the barrier turned, it was struck down to the ground. RC was also heavily pinned down, unable to move. On the spaceship, as the bully watched Deadlock maneuver the donkey head with the magnetic gloves, a look of exhilaration crossed his face. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. It is the magnetic gloves. Ha ha ha. If I can obtain those, neither Autobots nor Decepticons will ever be able to control me again. But how can I get my hands on that item? The energy reserves aboard the spacecraft have dwindled. Let me ponder. If the Decepticons and Autobots are present, then it is certain that their vessels are nearby. Since they possess spacecraft, why do they only send such a meager force? It must be that they are limited in numbers. Indeed, I could leverage the weaponry aboard the ship to coerce them into relinquishing the magnetic gloves, subsequently imprisoning them, locating their vessel, and seizing their energy reserves. In due course, I would roam freely upon this planet, unrestrained by any adversary. Even the confines of captivity would not deter me. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the bully gazed down at the chaos unfolding among the crowd, his anxiety mounting. He resolved not to let them escape. He must capture them all. Thus, he maneuvered the spacecraft closer, only to inadvertently be struck by a projectile. How infuriating! Feeling the already damaged ship sustain further injury, he hastily activated the weaponry and unleashed a barrage upon the figures below. After the onslaught, filled with a sense of triumph, the bully leapt from the spacecraft, setting it to autopilot, directing the weapons forward to avert any unforeseen mishaps. However, as the smoke cleared, Alcee, Barrier, Deadlock, and Black Widow stood unharmed, gazing at him incredulously. How is this possible? Just moments prior, unbeknownst to the bully, the battlefield had shifted. Alcee and Barrier had disentangled from the magnetic influence. The two exchanged opponents, with Barrier addressing Black Widow. Care for a dance? I have no desire to dance with you, Black Widow retorted, charging at Barrier. After a leap, she executed a swift kick, brushing Barrier's chin, followed by another bound to seize the magnetic gloves. Activating the device, she summoned her comrades to engage. Drawing Alcee closer, she whispered, I have something to discuss with you. Their gazes locked fiercely. Black Widow used her physical advantage to press Alcee down. Yet, Alcee was undeterred, seizing every opportunity to retaliate. After once again lacerating Black Widow's face, the latter, in a fit of rage, slammed Alcee to the ground. Nevertheless, Alcee held tightly to the magnetic gloves. Observing Alcee pinned beneath her, Black Widow glanced at their clasped hands, then raised her other arm, boasting, one hand is trapped, but I have 5 left. With that, she struck fiercely at Alcee. Alcee deftly dodged, retorting quality over quantity. With a surge of strength, she delivered a kick that sent Black Widow sprawling. Upon noticing the magnetic gloves had inadvertently activated, she prepared for Black Widow's renewed assault, only to repel her with the glove's force. I have no desire to be with you, Alcee declared as Black Widow was flung away. The influence of the magnetic gloves began to spread. Meanwhile, as Barrier and Deadlock clashed their hammers, they were abruptly thrust apart by an inexplicable force. As the deceased fire unleashed a projectile towards the partition, it was deflected back just before reaching its target, only to be catapulted skyward upon nearing the dead fire once more. Soaring through the air, it collided with a rapidly approaching spacecraft, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The onlookers below gazed in bewilderment at the obliterated vessel, pondering its origins, when suddenly, a multitude of projectiles erupted from the ship, aimed directly at them. As they braced themselves to evade the onslaught, the magnetized individuals discovered that the descending shells were repelled just as they approached their bodies, striking the ground nearby and sending up a cloud of dust that enveloped them. The ruffian aboard the ship, believing his ordnance to be effective, hurriedly disembarked. intent on retrieving his magnetic gloves. However, as the dust began to settle, he was taken aback to find his anticipated scene absent. The group remained unscathed, standing resolute. "Who are you, and why do you attack us?" he stammered, his confidence momentarily shaken. Yet upon spotting the still hovering spacecraft behind him, he regained his bravado. "I am illustrious bounty hunter, the ruffian. Surrender the magnetic gloves, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, my ship shall unleash its fury." Alcee and her companions hesitated, uncertain of the magnetic effects still in play. In that moment, they beheld a land bridge manifesting behind the ruffian. As they pondered its origin, a fighter jet emerged from within, swiftly closing in on the ruffian. By the time he registered the commotion behind him, it was too late. The aircraft had already engaged. Transforming mid-flight, it revealed itself as Thunderquake, who delivered a powerful punch that sent the ruffian sprawling. Simultaneously, several Decepticon jets surged forth from the land bridge, locking onto the spacecraft and launching their assaults. Thunderquake paid little heed to the others, charging directly towards the ruffian. Meanwhile, Black Widow, realizing the odds had turned against her with the Decepticon's arrival, swiftly fired a web, snatching the magnetic gloves from Alcee's grasp. "We must remain vigilant," she urged, transforming and taking flight. "Partition magnetic gloves," Alcee called out, watching Black Widow make her escape. The partition, displaying remarkable agility, leapt onto the rooftop and seized Black Widow. Sensing the impending danger, the Deadfire dashed ahead, determined to reclaim the magnetic gloves. Observing this, the partition exerted force, propelling Black Widow towards the Deadfire. With precision, Black Widow crashed into the Deadfire, causing the magnetic gloves to fall to the ground. As Thunderquake dealt with the ruffian and the Decepticon soldiers obliterated the spacecraft, Alcee urgently contacted an ambulance. "Ambulance, activate the land bridge immediately." The ambulance had been poised for this moment at the base. Alcee rushed forward, seizing the magnetic gloves, and together with the partition, they dashed into the opened land bridge. Within the Autobot base, the partition remarked, "Souvenirs," however. Glancing at the ambulance, he added, "It's best not to use them indoors." Alcee interjected, "Indeed," as they exchanged playful banter. Meanwhile, Mechi, feeling a twinge of jealousy, retorted, "Mechi, look here." A new battle scar, pointing to his arm to divert the conversation. As Mechi took out her phone to photograph the partition, Alcee, Jack's mother, intervened when Jack expressed concern for the girl he worried about. "Alcee, I feel I owe you an apology." Jack's mother approached her earnestly. "Is that so?" Alcee replied, astonished at Jack's mother's words. "I worry, especially when Jack is not by my side. In my heart, Jack will always be a child. We share a close bond, particularly after his father left. I suppose I have struggled to accept the changes in our lives. I know that one day I must. But I never anticipated that he would distance himself from me because of a girl like you." Jack's mother sincerely revealed her thoughts to Alcee. "In terms of adapting to change, we are quite alike." Alcee looked back at Jack's mother with gentle understanding. Inside the Decepticon warship, Starscream confronted a bare-handed Dead End. "You dare return empty-handed?" he reprimanded. "No, my lord," Dead End replied, turning to reveal Black Widow clinging to his back. "Black Widow, it has been quite a while," Starscream observed from his elevated stance. "My lord, it's a pleasure to see you." Black Widow forced a smile. "Pleasure? How pleased are you?" "Do elaborate," he demanded, just as a voice interrupted. It was Moonlight. Unable to turn, Black Widow could not see who was being so impolite. "Dear Lord Starscream, Dead End has brought back more than just this," Moonlight stated, piquing Starscream's interest. The next moment, Moonlight ushered in a feeble, rotund robot. "A wanted criminal, a bully. Thanks to Dead End's bait, we successfully captured him with a decisive ambush," Moonlight presented to Starscream. "My lord, please," she urged. Starscream's mood lightened as he looked at the bully. "You've proven quite elusive." Starscream approached and seized the bully by the head. "My lord, I was wrong. Spare me, for if I die, my boss will be furious. He'll come after you and cause you trouble. Spare me. I'm still of use." The bully trembled under Starscream's grip. "Are you threatening me?" Starscream tightened his hold. "Tell me, who is your boss?" "My boss is a bounty hunter locked down." "Please, my lord, spare me. Otherwise my boss will surely seek revenge," the bully stammered. "Ha! I would like to see how he intends to trouble me," Starscream replied, crushing the bully's head with a forceful grip. "Dispose of him." "Understood, my lord," came the response. "Thundercracker, take him away and extract his spark to ensure he is truly dead." Chapter 43. The Mine's Execution. Thundercracker. Accompany me outside, Starscream commanded. Yes, my lord, Thundercracker replied respectfully. Do we need to accompany you, sir? Tianjin inquired, stepping forward from the command room. No need, Tianjin, came the reply as he noticed the entrance of Yue Ling. You should continue your studies. With that, Wei Jin walked towards the exit, casting a glance at Yue Ling as he passed. The notion of sending the foolish Tianjin to learn from the astute Yue Ling brought a smirk to Wei Jin's face. After all, that method of learning proved to be somewhat beneficial. At the Autobot base, Alcai, panel, I require you to undertake a reconnaissance mission. The ambulance observed the readings of the energy signals on the display. Why must there be a mission? My concert is about to start, Meichi exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Minutes later, we should have been at the concert. But now we are merely gazing at rocks, Meichi lamented in front of a certain mining cave. Patience, Meichi, it won't begin for another 2 hours, Jack comforted, reclining against a stone. Do you have any idea how long I have awaited this performance? A lifetime. This is the only concert in America, Meichi retorted, her exasperation evident. It's surprising. I never imagined you would enjoy such wild music, Jack mused, recalling the concert's promotional material with unease. Just then, they heard footsteps. It was Panel and Alcai emerging from the mine. It appears this mine has been thoroughly excavated, Alcai observed, glancing at Panel. However, I have detected a signal, weak, but undoubtedly an energy entity, Panel asserted, looking at the instruments with conviction. Upon hearing Panel's words, Meichi and Jack exchanged glances, and Meichi's face broke into a radiant smile. It makes no sense. The Decepticons never overlook any energy entities, and this mine has been abandoned for at least 4 to 5 years, Alcai remarked, perplexed. At that moment, Jack interjected, guys? As both Panel and Alcai turned their attention to him, Jack raised his hand and pointed towards the mine. Their gaze shifted, revealing Meichi sprinting into the depths of the cave. So cool, she exclaimed, disbelief evident in her voice. She went in, unbelievable, Alcai remarked, watching Meichi's retreating figure. Unbelievable? Have you just met her? Jack replied, picking up on Alcai's sentiment. Panel sighed and hastily pursued Meichi. Meichi, come back. It's quite all right to explore if it's safe. Jack sought Alcai's approval. Safety is paramount. An excavated mine is prone to collapse, Jack, Alcai said, her expression serious. I promise to be cautious, Jack assured her. And don't let your mother find out. After considering, Alcai agreed, thinking a brief exploration wouldn't hurt. Shortly after the two entered the mine, 2 jets soared overhead. It was only upon transforming that their true identities were revealed, Megatron and Starscream. Lord Megatron, I harbor no doubts regarding your intentions. I merely wonder why we have returned here after such a long absence, Starscream questioned, eyeing Megatron's silhouette. As Megatron strode toward the depths of the mine, Tarantulas hastily remarked that the last remnants of the super energy source had long been depleted, leaving nothing behind. Pausing at the entrance, Tarantulas gazed into the cavern where Megatron was heading. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll, Tarantulas? Megatron inquired, glancing back. Certainly. Tarantulas hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Within the mine, the probe was still searching for Mickey. Mickey, look at this place. The probe's sudden exclamation startled Mickey. This is undoubtedly a perfect rehearsal space, Mickey shouted, surveying the expansive area. At that moment, the probe noticed a reaction from its device. RC, I have made a discovery. It communicated with RC. However, as RC prepared to respond, she realized, probe, can you hear me? The signal was interrupted. Damn it, RC muttered, glancing around, noting that the minerals here caused interference. Meanwhile, the probe, upon hearing the silence on the communication line, looked at its equipment and declared, since we're here, let us take some samples back. With that, it conjured a large hammer and began to excavate the wall. Meanwhile, Megatron and Tarantulas, who had just entered the mine, found themselves in an open area, observing the drilling machinery. How intriguing, Megatron remarked, casting a glance at Tarantulas, who flinched at the gaze. He then commenced his performance. Useless fool, these mining devices should have been removed ages ago. Why are they still here? An enraged Tarantulas attempted to divert Megatron's attention. That is the answer I too wish to uncover. Please forgive me, my lord. I recall that the one responsible for coordinating transportation was Soundwave, Tarantulas said, casting aspersions while noting Megatron's fierce expression, and he shifted his stance. To be fair, during your interstellar travels, Everyone undertook additional responsibilities, so a few oversights are inevitable. He added, retreating slightly. Indeed, it is quite evident, Megatron replied, suddenly thrusting his hand into the wall and extracting a dim super-energy fragment. Is this the last remnant of super-energy that has been fully drained? He mused while observing the fragment in his hand. My Lord Megatron, I can explain. Tarantulas attempted to defend himself. Explain what? You hoarded super-energy for your own use, Megatron retorted, discarding the fragment. No, it's not entirely like that. I was merely... Tarantulas was cut off before he could finish his defense. Megatron crushed this super-energy fragment underfoot. Do you take me for a fool, Tarantulas? Startled into silence, Tarantulas could hardly muster a response. From the very beginning, I've been acutely aware of your every move. You not only absconded with the dark super-energy within me, but also sought to extinguish the last flicker of my life. Aiming to usurp the throne of the Decepticons for yourself, Megatron asserted, advancing toward Tarantulas. How did you know? Tarantulas gazed at Megatron in terror. Soundwave is my most competent scout. I have complete trust in her, Megatron declared. Wait, my lord, allow me to explain. It was that human who incited me to act thus. It was that Soundwave creature's pet who led me to sever the dark energy entity. It was he who persuaded me to assume the role of the Decepticon leader, Red Spider hastily elucidated. Is that so, Red Spider? Do not presume I am unaware of your ulterior motives. I shall attend to him later, but as for you, I have spared your existence thus far due to your repeated failures, which have provided me with some amusement. Yet, your lack of innovation has grown tiresome. You have reached the end of your road. Farewell. With that, Megatron aimed the energy cannon mounted on his arm at Red Spider. Chapter 44. In darkness, Decepticon warship well. Soundwave, have you located it? Moonlight inquired, gazing at Soundwave. He gently shook his head, indicating a negative response. Is there something of great importance aboard that Decepticon transport ship? Tianjin pondered, perplexed by Moonlight's insistence on its retrieval. You do not understand. I have a premonition that discovering this vessel will yield a grand surprise. Within the cavern, as Red Spider found himself staring down the barrel of an energy cannon, he realized that if he did not act swiftly, he would be permanently severed from this world. My lord, I implore you, grant me another chance. I beg you, Red Spider pleaded, dropping to his knees, beseeching Megatron for mercy. To me, you have become devoid of any utility. Thus your continued existence is unnecessary. Megatron gazed down upon the kneeling Red Spider with disdain. In the midst of Red Spider's terror, he caught sight of the approaching Autobots, RC and Jack. Megatron, too, turned to observe the same direction, noting the presence of the Autobots. Enraged, Megatron launched an assault against RC and Jack. Had RC not swiftly rescued Jack, calamity would have befallen him. RC took refuge behind a stone pillar with Jack, while Megatron relentlessly bombarded the pillar with his energy cannon, slowly advancing towards their hiding place. Meanwhile, Red Spider, clutching his head in despair, glanced at the tunnel exit and resolutely decided to flee. Megatron, who had been fixated on RC, noticed Red Spider's escape. Red Spider, how dare you abandon me? Infuriated, he redirected his cannon towards Red Spider, firing a shot that struck beneath his feet, propelling him into the air. In panic, Red Spider transformed into a jet and fled. From behind the stone pillar, RC began to retaliate with her energy cannon. Staggered by her attack, Megatron turned to aim at RC once more, but she deftly redirected the cannon's muzzle skyward. The uncontrolled energy blast struck the cavern's ceiling, causing it to begin collapsing. First, Megatron was pinned to the ground, and then the earth fissured, engulfing RC and Jack. Meanwhile, another partition was crushed by a boulder in a desperate attempt to save Meichi. As for the Red Spider, it was overwhelmed by falling rocks as it approached the cave entrance, becoming buried close to the exit. Fortunately, without Arsai's protection, Jack was unscathed by the debris. Arsai gazed at the unresponsive cave, feeling a sense of frustration. Reluctantly, Jack moved towards a glimmer of light. Once the dust settled, I gazed at the collapsed partition and inquired of the unharmed Meichi. Did I cause this? I don't think so, Meichi replied as she emerged from beneath the partition. Are you all right? I'm fine, how about you? Meichi turned only to see the partition precariously propped up by a massive rock overhead. I'll manage. Don't worry. Meichi, I can hold it, the partition reassured her. How could it have collapsed so suddenly? I don't know, but I hope Arsai and Jack are safe. As we need their assistance, the partition expressed its hope for Arsai's well-being. At the exit, the red spider struggled to crawl out of the collapsed mine. Upon surveying the ruins of the cave, it erupted into a boisterous laugh, taunting, "How unoriginal, my dear. Are you speaking of me? So, who has truly reached the end now? What? I can't hear you. I apologize, but with all these stones in between, your words are lost to me. Ha ha ha. Farewell, Lord Megatron. May you rest in peace." With that, it turned to leave. "But you have encountered worse predicaments. Should you survive again, you will surely place the blame upon me. If you grow angry once more, I will be utterly trapped," the red spider pondered, becoming frightened by its own thoughts. More terrifying was the notion that those blind followers would seek you out, claiming the credit for the rescue that rightfully belonged to me. With this realization, the red spider could only emit a futile rage. Meanwhile, Jack, trapped within the cave, stumbled upon an abandoned drilling vehicle while searching for Arcite and the others, which proved fortuitous. Climbing aboard the drilling machine, Jack gazed at the dim control panel and, recalling the actions demonstrated by the ambulance, pressed several buttons, igniting the machine. The trap partition and Meichi were nearing desperation when they heard it. "Does that sound like?" Meichi weakly remarked. "The drill. It must be Arcite and Jack. Meichi, find something and come smash my foot." The partition quickly responded, realizing they needed to create some noise. "I don't want to hurt you," Meichi said, worry etched on her face. "I know you don't believe me, but I am not so fragile. Hit me hard." The partition indicated its resilience to Meichi. Outside, as Jack drilled open a hole and peered through, he was taken aback. Before him stood Megatron, now immobilized. Megatron turned his gaze toward Jack. "Given the circumstances, expecting you to show any mercy is utterly unrealistic." Megatron fixed his piercing eyes upon Jack. Startled by the crimson glare, Jack instinctively recoiled. "If you truly fear, then why not use your drill to end my life? I assure you, such a fortuitous opportunity shall not present itself again. Absolutely not." Observing the fear etched upon Jack's visage, Megatron insinuated, his words stirring something within Jack. "Well then, what are we waiting for? Such a rare chance should not be squandered. Optimus Prime certainly will." However, Jack interrupted with fervor. "No, he will not. You cannot simply perish." With those words, Jack returned to the controls, activating the drill and departing. "When the day comes that I extract the matrix of leadership from Optimus Prime, I shall convey this very sentiment to him." Watching Jack leave, Megatron's expression darkened as he shouted after him. Meanwhile, a greater peril loomed at the barrier. Starscream had located the barrier and Mika. How fortuitous! Is this not the barrier and his little pet companion? Breaking through the stone wall, Starscream observed the immobilized barrier and the sheltered Mika. "It seems you are rather preoccupied to contend with me. Am I correct?" As he circled the barrier, just as he was about to seize Mika, the barrier swiftly extended a leg, sending Starscream sprawling aside. As Starscream rose, seething with rage, Jack appeared driving the drill, launching Starscream away. Seeing Jack, the barrier urged him to hasten Mika's escape. Quickly, Jack pulled Mika onto the drill and retreated. While searching for an exit, they encountered RC. Gazing at the smirking Starscream, Jack declared, "If you presume I would beg for mercy, you are sorely mistaken. Indeed, begging for mercy is a lamentable act, I concur. Your survival holds greater value to me. Imagine, not only have I rescued Megatron, but I have also captured Autobots. He shall surely commend me, and I believe this will restore me to my former stature." Yet, in the next moment, Starscream heard the unmistakable sound of a weapon aimed at him. Slowly turning his head, he beheld RC aiming her energy cannon. "Do not move, Starscream." As dawn approached, RC and the barrier led Jack and Mika to safety from mine. "We could eliminate him here." RC fixated on the ruins. "I regret not bringing a grenade." The barrier concurred. "Will Optimus Prime, too?" Jack inquired. "No, he likely will not. It is unwise," RC explained. "But Optimus Prime will not come to rescue him, will he?" Mika looked at Jack. "Let's return home." With that, the barrier took the lead in departing. RC, glancing back at the ruins with a sigh, followed suit. Within the cavern, the beleaguered Starscream gazed at the sudden appearance of Megatron, forcing a smile. "Lord Megatron, you live. Thank the stars." Noticing Megatron's silent intensity, Starscream felt a pang of apprehension. "I have not abandoned you, my lord. I returned to save you." "Save me?" Megatron expressed disbelief. "I can swear to the heavens, Lord Megatron, that my heart is truly sincere. I implore you to believe me." Yet, All I could see was Megatron's unwavering gaze fixed upon Starscream. Chapter 45. The Voyager Battleship Decepticon Warship. How foolish I have been, committing grievous errors that are utterly unforgivable. I now realize that I have never possessed the qualities of a leader, nor am I deserving of being an equal partner. However, I have come to terms with this truth and have recognized my place in the cosmos, understanding who I am and what my rightful position truly entails. Starscream, a subordinate, a servant to Lord Megatron. Thank you for your attentive listening, Soundwave. As Starscream spoke, he turned to face Soundwave, who had been observing him intently. After Starscream departed from Soundwave's archive room, moonlight emerged from the shadows, and yet again, a miracle unfolded. It seems that Megatron's favor towards little Starscream may surpass that of Optimus Prime. Wouldn't you agree, Soundwave? Moonlight inquired, glancing at Soundwave. Meanwhile, upon entering the command room of the warship, Starscream was startled to hear a voice exclaim, "Is it true?" Startled by the sound, he quickly turned to see Black Widow, who stood beside Megatron, rolling her eyes. "Starscream, hasn't he mentioned me?" Black Widow stood with her hands on her hips, gazing at Megatron. "If he dares to repeat his folly, I will ensure he is reduced to ashes." At this, Starscream faltered slightly, clearing his throat to catch Megatron's attention. "Starscream," Megatron called. Turning to him, "Lord Megatron, I apologize for Black Widow's rudeness. May I ask what I had previously neglected to report?" Starscream attempted to take the initiative, hoping to overshadow Black Widow's presence. Unfortunately, the Voyager Megatron regarded the ostentatious Starscream with a cold stare. Taken aback by this, Starscream stammered, "What is the matter?" "Long ago, the Decepticon transport ship made an emergency landing on this planet," Black Widow remarked as she brought up an image of the Voyager. "Everyone is aware that when we first arrived on Earth, I conducted an investigation at the crash site," Starscream explained as he examined the image before him. "So, you have located the experimental weapon that the Voyager was transporting?" Black Widow stepped forward, her gaze inquiring as she looked at Starscream. Starscream was taken aback by her words. "Where's the crash site?" Megatron asked coldly, observing Starscream's reaction, knowing that the weapon had not been found. "There are no records in your database," Black Widow smirked. Watching Starscream, "You failed to document the coordinates of the Decepticon transport ship." Megatron raised his voice, startling Starscream once more. "It was my oversight, my lord, but I do remember its precise location," Starscream hastily explained. "Then you shall lead Black Widow to retrieve that weapon prototype," Megatron commanded before turning away. "My personal local guide." "How delightful." Starscream gritted his teeth at Black Widow's arrogant demeanor. Watching the screen as Starscream and Black Widow departed, Moonlight urged, "Quickly, Soundwave, send Laserbeak to follow them." Observing the somewhat exhilarated Moon Spirit, the Soundwave felt a tinge of helplessness and reluctantly unleashed the Laserbird to stealthily follow suit. Was there any action accompanying them? Tianjun stood by, eagerly rubbing his fists. "Indeed, there's an operation. Soon, you and the Deadfire will need to take on some laborious tasks," Moon Spirit pondered, feeling that continually burdening Tianjun was somewhat unfair, and thought it preferable to involve Deadfire as well, so the two could keep each other company. A splendid idea. In a certain plane of the world, the Red Spider, landing first, gazed at the leisurely Black Widow and couldn't help but comment, "Your helicopter form is rather sluggish. Are you here to loiter or to conduct business?" The Black Widow retorted without hesitation. "I will disclose the precise location of the Ark to you, but you must first reveal what exactly you're searching for." As Red Spider approached Black Widow, he scrutinized her closely. "This is none of your concern, and you are indeed an outsider." Black Widow dismissed Red Spider with indifference. "I shall demand that you show some respect, Black Widow." Before following Megatron, "I was the commander of the aerial unit responsible for searching for Energon," Red Spider boasted, looking down at Black Widow, reveling in his past glory. "That was on Cybertron, centuries ago." Hearing the disdainful tone of Black Widow, Red Spider widened his eyes slightly. "Recently, I personally eliminated one of Optimus Prime's most valiant warriors, the one known as Skyfall." Helplessly, Red Spider resorted to boasting about his current achievements. "You killed an Autobot," Black Widow remarked with newfound interest, turning to gaze at Red Spider. "Indeed, and without mercy," Red Spider replied with a hint of pride. "Ah, no wonder Megatron showed mercy to you back in the mines." Black Widow finally understood why Red Spider had returned alive. "What? He even mentioned that?" Red Spider looked at Black Widow in shock. He did, Black Widow replied, meeting Red Spider's gaze. Sighing, Red Spider could only change the subject. The wreckage of the ship lies beneath our feet. I need to find a way in. As he began to survey the surroundings, to his surprise, Black Widow directly started burrowing into the ground, swiftly creating a passage. Looking down at the newly opened tunnel, Red Spider couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. You certainly know how to show off. Upon entering the spacecraft, the leisurely following Red Spider spoke. Suit yourself. I conducted a thorough search here many years ago. However, his words trailed off. What are you doing? Red Spider exclaimed, startled by Black Widow's actions. Checking the cargo hold manifest. You didn't overlook that during your exhaustive search, did you? Black Widow mocked him as she glanced back. I said, this ship's systems haven't been activated in years. The Autobots will detect its energy signal. Red Spider cautioned Black Widow to be cautious. Ah, right here, Sector 23, Black Widow announced as she examined the cargo hold list before her. At the Autobot base, Ratchet observed the suddenly displayed energy signal and promptly summoned Optimus Prime. Optimus. We detected an energy signal from a Decepticon, albeit a rather ancient one. As I spoke, I gazed at the display screen. Ambulance. History has a peculiar way of resurfacing in the present. Optimus Prime, too, cast his eyes upon that energy signal. At this moment, the laser beak was circling the wreckage of the warship from a distance. Within the ship, Area 23 should be right here. Observing the soil before me, I noted that the spacecraft must have been torn in two upon its emergency landing. Black Widow deduced with certainty. It broke apart in midair. Had you conducted a thorough investigation, you would have discovered that it was the Autobots who shot it down. Red Spider scoffed at Black Widow's assertion. How far is the other section from here? Black Widow inquired, her gaze fixed on Red Spider. I believe this information is not for outsiders. Observing the smug expression on Red Spider's face, Black Widow showed no leniency, ensnaring him in a web. What are you doing? You wish for me to be humiliated before Megatron, to return empty-handed while you take that weapon back. Black Widow looked at the bound Red Spider with conviction. How dare you accuse me? You are merely an opportunist clinging to survival. Red Spider rebuked Black Widow. Aren't you also seeking an opportunity? Black Widow countered softly. Perhaps, but I have changed and recognized my mistakes. I now serve only Lord Megatron. If you wish to serve him, reveal the location of the other section of the ship. Black Widow pressed Red Spider for the coordinates. A few kilometers north, just cross a stone archway. Let me go. With no choice but to comply. The immobilized Red Spider divulged the location. Once I retrieve that weapon, we shall see if I can find my way back here without a guide. With that, Black Widow turned to depart. This is no laughing matter, Black Widow. Come back and free me. Black Widow, this is an order. I am your commander. As Black Widow disregarded his pleas and left, Red Spider shouted in desperation. Yet Black Widow, hearing his cries, merely laughed dismissively, though her smile faded at a corner. Chapter 46. Captured Red Spider. When both parties discovered each other, they were momentarily stunned. Black Widow. RC gazed at her incredulously. Surrender. At her words, Black Widow hastily retraced her steps, with RC and her companions in pursuit. As Black Widow passed Red Spider, he continued to shout hoarsely, Black Widow, you traitor! Following closely behind her were the Autobots. Cornered in a dead end, Black Widow did not hesitate to burrow underground, leaving Red Spider to the Autobots. Outside the wreckage of the warship, Laserbeak discreetly recorded the confrontation between Black Widow and RC, as well as the moment Red Spider was captured. RC, you know you should not engage the enemy alone, Optimus Prime admonished her. She is an exception. She is the venomous hand beneath the shield. She will face repercussions. RC fixed her gaze on the direction in which Black Widow had departed. Revenge cannot resurrect our fallen comrades. Can you comprehend this? Optimus Prime consoled RC, hoping she would not let hatred blind her. Move quickly, the barricade urged as it shoved the Red Spider forward. Is it truly necessary to resort to violence? Red Spider protested, only to be forcefully knocked to the ground by the barricade. I can divulge everything, Red Spider pleaded, kneeling before Optimus. Oh really? And what do you hope to gain? The barricade inquired, its expression grim. I wish to join your ranks, Red Spider implored, adopting a pitiful demeanor before Optimus. Join us? Huh, what a splendid idea. I relish the thought of playing with someone like you. The barricade chuckled mockingly at the sight of Red Spider. You will not betray the Decepticons, RC asserted, her gaze fixed on Red Spider, convinced that this was merely a ploy to gain mercy. Is that so? Look at what they've done to me recently. Humiliated, monitored, belittled. Megatron even sought to extinguish my spark cruelly, intending to replace me with that treacherous Black Widow, who abandoned me to my fate. So why not betray them? Red Spider retorted with palpable resentment, recounting the torments endured during his time with the Decepticons. Upon hearing Red Spider's words, Optimus led RC and the barricade a little further away to deliberate on Red Spider's situation. Meanwhile, Red Spider glanced at the trio retreating, then turned to Bumblebee, who was preparing his energy cannon. With a haughty flip of his head, Red Spider dismissed him with a huff. It is true that Megatron wishes to kill me. I have witnessed it firsthand, RC testified, affirming Red Spider's claims. Do you truly believe Red Spider's words? The barricade questioned. Believe him? Absolutely not. But our objectives may align for the moment, RC stated, acknowledging the potential usefulness of Red Spider's information. Your caution is justified, barricade. Yet I concur with RC's perspective, Optimus pondered, recognizing Red Spider's potential value. Meanwhile, Black Widow was racing towards the wreckage of the other half of the Ark, successfully locating the experimental weapon, the dormant spear. The group, now accompanied by Red Spider, approached the wreckage. Observing the complex terrain, the barricade expressed confusion at how the ship's other side could have ended up here. Perhaps it is a trap, RC speculated, considering the possible dangers ahead. As Optimus, dragging Red Spider along, arrived at the scene, he reflected on Red Spider's loyalty to Megatron, which had always been tenuous. If he truly wished to sever ties with the Decepticons, the intelligence he possessed would make him a rare ally. Optimus encouraged the team to consider collaborating with Red Spider. He won't be a permanent ally, merely a source of information, correct? The barricade scoffed, unwilling to believe Red Spider could genuinely reform. Regardless of the odds, every being deserves a chance for redemption, Optimus reassured the group, including our mortal enemy, Black Widow. RC clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on Optimus. If we relinquish hope, we shall never attain enduring peace. Rise and shine, Red Spider. The barrier violently dragged Red Spider from the carriage. We have arrived. Where's the spacecraft? RC approached, gazing at the locked Red Spider. Initially surveying his surroundings, Red Spider spoke through the stone arch just beneath the pile of rocks. Barrier, Bumblebee, follow me. RC, keep a close watch on our captive. With that, Optimus Prime prepared to lead Barrier and the others in search of the spacecraft. RC, having received orders to remain, took a few steps forward, pleading, please allow me to go. I seek vengeance. She explained to Optimus Prime her desire for retribution against the Barrier. Such a yearning for revenge will only cloud your judgment. Listening to RC, Optimus Prime declined. Is it truly necessary to confine me? I assure you, I will not flee. My arms are about to cramp. Red Spider looked at RC, beseeching her. I could confine you in the cargo hold. RC, observing the kneeling Red Spider, refused to assist him. Red Spider sighed in disappointment. Meanwhile, Laserbeak, having scouted the battleship's position and prepared to return, inadvertently captured the moment of Red Spider's distressed expression. Has Red Spider fallen into Autobot hands? Do you require my intervention to rescue him? Thundercracker inquired, gazing at the imprisoned Red Spider. No. This is precisely an opportunity, a chance to make Little Red behave. Let him remain outside for a while. It will serve to temper his temperament. What do you think, Soundwave? With that, Moonlight shifted her gaze to Soundwave. Soundwave, observing Moonlight, extended his hand and gently turned her head away, ensuring she no longer looked at him. Red Spider is privy to many secrets of the Decepticons. Should he truly betray us, it would be a significant loss. Perhaps I should intervene, Thundercracker suggested once more. Rest assured, Little Red will know his limits, and even if he betrays the Decepticons, he would not ally with the Autobots. Given his nature, the Autobots would be highly cautious of him. Moreover, what I propose is to allow Little Red to wander alone for a time. We could retrieve him later, and then let Megatron intimidate him to ensure his loyalty to the Decepticons, Moonlight remarked, a wicked smile gracing her features as she viewed the still image on the screen. Little Red kneeling with a woeful expression, pleading for mercy. Thundercracker, go and check on how the training of Deadlock is progressing. If he is performing adequately, bring him along for the mission. If he is slacking, summon Little Nine and the others. Also, bring Knockout to keep an eye on Deadlock, Moonlight commanded with a mischievous grin. Understood, Thundercracker replied before departing to find Deadlock. As she watched Thundercracker leave, Moonlight turned to Soundwave, plotting a devious scheme. Chapter 47. The Locking Staff, Heartache. Remain vigilant. Black Widow may launch an offensive from underground. The group approached the half-submerged battleship stealthily. Meanwhile, Black Widow, already lying in ambush, observed Optimus Prime and his companions nearing the spacecraft and leapt forth, aiming her locking staff at Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, displaying remarkable agility, deftly evaded an attack with a somersault, subsequently raising his energy cannon to strike at Black Widow. "Allow me," exclaimed the barrier, rushing forward to confront Black Widow, only to be unexpectedly ensnared by her control staff, rendered immobile. The staff, aptly named, proved its worth as Black Widow could not help but commend the ensnared barrier. With a flick of her wrist, she directed the staff toward Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. Possessing long-range weaponry, Black Widow refrained from engaging directly with Optimus and instead continued her relentless assault. In a swift maneuver, she circled behind Optimus Prime, successfully locking onto him. At this juncture, Bumblebee remained the only active Autobot. Observing Optimus Prime's predicament, Bumblebee attempted to disarm Black Widow by targeting her staff with his arm cannon. But his efforts were thwarted as Black Widow leapt to a higher vantage point. With a hint of amusement, Black Widow addressed Bumblebee. "Tell me, little bee, do you think Megatron will find these spoils of war appealing? The larger one might serve as a perfect target." She then approached the immobilized barrier, applying a slight force that sent it crashing to the ground. "Optimus Prime is the true prize," she declared, moving closer to him, contemplating the possibility of him being displayed on Megatron's flagship. As she unleashed a volley of energy blasts in Bumblebee's direction, some struck the stone wall behind him, creating a cloud of dust that obscured visibility. Seizing the moment, Bumblebee raised his energy cannon and fired at the wall, enveloping the area in a thick haze. Concurrently, he unleashed a few energy blasts toward Black Widow, but the dust cloud thwarted his aim. Observing the near misses, Black Widow, undeterred, brandished her staff once more, sweeping through the dust in search of her target. As the dust settled, she advanced toward the immobilized Bumblebee, taunting in you. "I suspect Megatron would dismantle you for spare parts." Turning her attention back to Optimus Prime, she mused, "As a wanderer, I should take this treasure and flee. Yet winning Megatron's favor with it is an opportunity not to be missed. What do you think, Optimus?" Unbeknownst to her, Bumblebee had begun to stir behind her. "With my achievements, I can gain Megatron's trust," she thought, but her intuition soon alerted her to danger. A glint on Optimus Prime's chest caught her eye, and as she turned, a fist loomed closer. Black Widow was struck to the ground, her control staff shattered by Bumblebee's assault. "You fool," she seethed, glaring at Bumblebee as her weapon lay in ruins. However, Bumblebee, seizing the advantage, continued to bombard Black Widow with energy blasts. Realizing her precarious position in midair, she swiftly took flight to escape. On the other side, Alcee, who had just discovered that the Red Spider was the murderer of Fagwa Mountain, found herself in a precarious situation. Due to the Red Spider's ambush, she was losing strength and temporarily unable to confront her enemy. "You should have taken advantage of my vulnerability to eliminate me, just as I did with Fagwa Mountain. Now, prepare to reunite with your companions," the Red Spider declared, revealing his claws and surveying Alcee, who lay on the ground. "What did you say? I can hardly hear your last words," he mocked, observing Alcee curled up before him. However, he did not anticipate that his excessive taunting would lead to his downfall. Suddenly, Alcee sprang into action, rendering the Red Spider defenseless. Her blade firmly pressed against his neck. "Go on, finish it. Even if I return to the Decepticons, Megatron will execute me for treason. So, let it be you who concludes my tragic existence." The Red Spider attempted to evoke pity in Alcee. "Do I need you to say that?" Alcee retorted, raising her blade to deliver the final blow. "What? Wait, no." The Red Spider, realizing his miscalculation, looked on in horror. Yet, the blade remained suspended in the air. At that moment, Alcee spotted Bumblebee, who had come to check on her condition. Reluctantly, she sheathed her blade and stepped aside, allowing the Red Spider to escape in terror. Seeing Alcee struggling, Bumblebee rushed forward to lift her up. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron glowered down at Black Widow. "You allowed the Red Spider to be captured by the Autobots. Are you not aware of the grave mistake you have made?" "But my lord, due to the Red Spider's incompetence, we lost the tracking staff," Black Widow explained. "I care not for such trifles. My second-in-command has become a prisoner of the enemy. which means the Autobots can access all Decepticon intelligence. Megatron's harsh words startled Black Widow. In the Autobot base, despite the severity of the situation, it was easily reparable. "You can move now," Ratchet announced, holding up the repaired tracking staff. "Before long, you will be fully restored," he assured Optimus Prime and the others. "What about Alcee?" Optimus inquired with concern. "Though she has only 2 wheels, she is remarkably resilient," Ratchet replied. Listening to Ratchet's words, Optimus and the others turned their attention to Alcee. "The fastest healing is merely the restoration of physical wounds," Optimus comforted. "I thought that avenging myself would allow me to forget the past. Yet I have deprived everyone of such a great opportunity," Alcee lamented, bowing her head in self-reproach. "Wisdom does not come easily. It must be earned and often at a cost," Optimus counseled, assuring Alcee that she need not blame herself. "For every gain and loss experienced contributes to the growth of one's wisdom." At this moment, Jack also arrived at the base. Upon learning of Arcee's injury, he hurriedly drove there with his mother. With a look of deep concern, Jack gently grasped Arcee's hand. Meanwhile, beside the wreckage of the Vanguard, the land bridge opened, and Moon Spirit sat upon the shoulder of Soundwave, followed closely by Thunderquake, Deadlock, and the duo of Sixshot and Nine. Gazing at the remnants of the warship before them, Moon Spirit rubbed her hands together in excitement. On the other side, having finally freed herself from her shackles, Red Widow looked down, reflecting on her own folly. "How foolish I have been, committing such an unforgivable error. Yet, I have come to understand my place in the universe. I am Red Widow, devoid of any faction, serving no one." With that, she soared into the sky. Chapter 48. Ancient Wisdom. "Cool, this is thrilling," exclaimed Meichi, her eyes glued to the television displaying monster trucks. "No one can stop the most ferocious mechanical beasts in the world." As the sounds of the show filled the room, Ambulance, feeling a bit irritable, could not refrain from speaking up. "Could you please lower the volume?" "Ambulance, come quickly and see the racing exhibition Meichi took me to last week," said Barrier, urging Ambulance to join him in viewing the photos he had taken with Meichi. "I captured plenty of pictures on my phone." Meichi lifted her device in demonstration. "Such barbarism, sacrificing so many innocent vehicles merely for human amusement," Ambulance remarked disdainfully at the two. "Yes," they both cheered in unison. "You were supposed to be out on duty with Optimus Prime," Ambulance said as he walked alongside Barrier. "He doesn't need my help locating those ancient educational toys," Barrier retorted, expressing indifference towards such matters. Shaking his head at Barrier's words, Ambulance replied, "What you refer to as ancient educational toys are actually data storage canisters from Cybertron." With a press of a button, he displayed the canister's imagery on the screen, synchronized with the television show. "Hey, I want to watch the show," protested Meichi, observing the changing images. "None of us realized the vast amount of information contained within. During the Golden Age, many such canisters were constructed, each documenting a wealth of knowledge from Cybertron," Ambulance explained, continuing his display, "including star maps, medical knowledge, and ancient myths. These canisters were hidden across the galaxy after the outbreak of war to prevent them from falling into Decepticon hands. Yet now, we detect their signals on Earth, which implies—" "Oh, my head is spinning," Meichi protested. "Quick, switch back. I want to see the final battle." Barrier concurred eagerly. At that moment, a communication came through. "Ambulance, we are under ambush by the Decepticons. The storage canisters are in danger. We need assistance." Hearing Optimus Prime's voice, Ambulance turned to Barrier. "I was born to provide support," Barrier declared as he dashed toward the land bridge. "Give it your all, Barrier," Meichi called after him. "You have an important task as well, Meichi," Ambulance said, glancing at her with a hint of encouragement. "Really?" she asked, intrigued. As Meichi awaited with bated breath, the Ambulance presented her with a mop, indicating that she needed to clean the base. With a face full of reluctance, she watched the Ambulance turn away, her gaze drifting to the still open land bridge in the distance, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. Just beyond the land bridge lay the tumultuous battlefield of robots in the valley. Hiding behind a rock to observe the fierce clash before her, Meichi was filled with exhilaration. The Autobots were resolutely defending their position, determined to prevent the storage tank from falling into enemy hands. As Optimus Prime lunged once more at the Decepticon soldiers, he knocked Arcee aside and charged toward the storage tank. "Come to Daddy." Unfortunately, midway through, he was sent flying by an emerging Barrier. "Go find Mommy," the Barrier remarked. watching the fallen figure. However, unbeknownst to them, Inferno appeared behind the barrier, first delivering a punch that stunned it, then grasping its head and urging, "Hurry, call for help." Meanwhile, in the archives of the Decepticon warship, several individuals watched the live footage transmitted by Soundwave, casting puzzled glances at Moonlight. "What are you looking at me for?" "This isn't my teaching. Personal preferences aren't my concern." Moonlight hastily distanced himself from the situation, sensing numerous subtle gazes directed his way. "Soundwave, let me explain. This truly isn't my fault. You must believe me." When even Soundwave turned his gaze toward him, Moonlight felt a slight crack in his composure. Back on the battlefield in the valley, Meichi anxiously dialed the ambulance's communication line while hiding beside the storage tank. "Ambulance, hurry. Meichi, this emergency channel must remain open at all times." "Wait, where are you?" Just as the ambulance began to respond, it suddenly recognized a blind spot. "I'm by the educational toy." Meichi observed Inferno battling the barrier not far away. "Educational toy, data storage tank," the ambulance exclaimed in surprise. "Exactly. Can you teleport me back?" Meichi said, shielding her head from the flying debris. "I'm activating the exit now," the ambulance announced, opening the land bridge. As Meichi peered at the open land bridge, she lay atop the storage tank. Looking at the distance that separated her from the bridge, at least 4 bumblebees away, and could not help but scoff, "Buddy, could you make the exit a bit closer?" "Report your coordinates." About 50 yards, Meichi estimated the distance vaguely. "I need precise coordinates." Just as the ambulance finished speaking, an energy blast struck nearby, startling Meichi into hastily closing her phone to take cover. Attempting to push the storage tank, she quickly realized the futility of her efforts. Its massive bulk was beyond her human strength. After retreating a bit to gather her momentum for a kick, she unexpectedly found herself knocked back, triggering the storage tank to activate upon detecting the presence of a non-Cybertronian life form. As the storage tank began to emit a red glow, the barrier, concerned for Meichi, rushed toward her, but inadvertently exposed its back. Inferno delivered a powerful punch, toppling the barrier in front of the storage tank. As fate would have it, the stored memories within the container surged into the mind of the panel. After a fleeting moment of reception, the panel succumbed to unconsciousness. Meichi, filled with concern, hastened towards the panel. "You have made significant contributions to the team, panel, my team." Knockout arrived, mocking the panel, and subsequently seized the storage container, dashing into the land bridge, with Dead End closely following. Just as a few flying Decepticons were about to enter, the land bridge sealed shut. Left with no choice, they transformed into aircraft and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and his companions gazed anxiously at the panel. "Panel, are you all right?" It doesn't hurt at all. The panel signaled that it was unscathed. In the Decepticon warship's archives, Moonlight observed the incapacitated panel and couldn't help but sigh. What a betrayal to 1's teammates. "You must not emulate this behavior." She then turned to Tidal Wave and the others. "By the way, Soundwave, how are the equipment diagnostics? Are they operational?" Moonlight inquired, gesturing towards Soundwave to assess the equipment procured from the Arkansas. They, of course, did not employ it recklessly as the original narrative depicted with Starscream. Instead, they meticulously scrutinized for any issues. After all, unlike in animation, reality posed the risk of dire consequences should something go awry, leaving Moonlight with no refuge for her grievances. Soundwave then retrieved the diagnostic data for the equipment, indicating that there were no significant problems. "Moonlight, do you intend to clone a batch of warriors?" Tidal Wave questioned, perplexed by the data before him. "No, not a batch, just one." Chapter 49, Wisdom Within the Autobot Base. The panel exclaimed, "It was I who misplaced the item. I must retrieve it. I must return to Optimus Prime." "You must heed my instructions. It is Prime's command to conduct a comprehensive scan of your neural network," Ratchet insisted, pressing the panel onto a chair and directing his gaze towards the nearby instruments. "All right, Doctor, what is there to scan?" The panel protested, detaching the tube inserted into its head. "I see no issues with him," Meichi remarked, observing the panel as if it were untroubled. "Alas, if you absolutely must engage in some activity, you may assist Meichi in tidying up the base," Ratchet suggested, handing a mop to the panel. "What a small-minded triumph." Meichi objected. "Ha, that is just how it is, 0 vector squared. There's no remedy," the panel jested. "What?" Meichi stared at the panel, bewildered by its words. "Hey, do we have any paint around here?" the panel inquired, shaking the mop. "You want to paint?" "That's cool," Meichi exclaimed in excitement. Decepticon warship, what does empty signify? Megatron questioned, eyeing the storage container before him. Lord Megatron, this storage container resembles a battery. Data is stored within in the form of energy. Initially, it indicated that the battery was full, which is how we located it, but now, knockout began, as a plume of black smoke emanated from the container. It's out of power, Dead End added. Did you break it? Megatron inquired as he gazed at the storage tank, casting a suspicious glance at Deadlock, attributing the mishap to his clumsiness. No, my lord, I haven't touched it at all before it illuminated towards the partition. Deadlock hastily defended himself. Listening to Deadlock's words, Megatron pondered, could it be? I see. He shared his suspicion, emphasizing the necessity to uncover the information within the storage tank. When we discuss the ancient secrets, knowledge is indeed power. Autobot base, hurry. Ambulance, come and witness the marvel painted on the partition. Mickey exclaimed as she rushed to the side of the ambulance to showcase the partition's masterpiece. Well, anyone who has never seen the motionless, wheel-less car depicted on the partition has truly lived in vain, the ambulance quipped as it approached. See, I told you so, it added as the two arrived at the depiction's location. The cubic differential of 1/3 radius is, the partition articulated while sketching. This is not art. It is science, the ambulance observed in astonishment at the images created by the partition. This hotspot area contains the information from a storage tank, akin to a living energy. After conducting a cerebral examination, the ambulance examined the partition's cranial analysis image. Wait, it possesses life. Vibrance dwells within the partition's mind? Mickey exclaimed, her surprise evident. Do not worry. This data constitutes a minuscule fraction, almost negligible compared to the standard. How would I know this? The partition mused, astonished at its sudden wit. From what we witnessed in our battle, this data must have detected unauthorized access, thereby triggering an automatic ejection. Optimus Prime recalled the scene, speculating, this is a security measure. If it were to eject skyward, it would vanish into nothingness, Optimus murmured. I am large, so it landed upon me, correct? The partition, now upright, addressed the group. The Decepticons displayed no reaction during the struggle. The data only ejected when Mickey touched it, RC observed, glancing towards the ambulance, questioning the mechanism's accuracy. The storage tank was manufactured during the golden age of Cybertron, a time when there was no distinction among races. The ambulance explained while retrieving the data display from the storage tank. Thus, it would not perceive any Cybertronian as a threat. It solely guards against extraterrestrial life, such as humans. The ambulance's words left Mickey feeling somewhat aggrieved. Are these brilliant creations or mere nonsense? RC pointed at the partition's drawings, inquiring. Although I hesitate to raise false hopes, these equations appear to be some form of recipe for artificially synthesized super-energy entities, the ambulance contemplated before speaking. Buzzing. We've hit the jackpot. RC and Bumblebee exclaimed in excitement. Mickey, can you comprehend this? The upright partition leaned towards Mickey. Super-energy entities are our power, ammunition, the essence of life. This substance is exceedingly rare on Earth, and now, all our problems are resolved, the partition declared with fervor. These equations may provide us with an opportunity to reverse the tide of battle. Optimus Prime finally felt a sense of relief. Perhaps they could lead us to a method of revitalizing Cybertron. Ratchet was in a state of exhilaration. We have obtained the treasure, but Megatron has merely acquired an empty shell. The thought of Megatron's frantic demeanor brought joy to RC. I have never fought relying solely on intellect. This is the neural network prior to the partition, and these are the recent scan results. Ratchet summoned images of the neural networks before and after the partition's changes. Observing the abnormal neural network, I felt a sense of foreboding. The data seemed to be rapidly and efficiently rewriting the partition's neural network. I initially thought he was merely exporting data, but it appeared he was copying and the data itself was consuming his mind. From various indications, once the partition completes the equations, his own consciousness and memories will vanish entirely. Ratchet speculated as he gazed at the neural network images. The Decepticon warship's golden age feels like a distant memory. During that time, Cybertron reached unprecedented heights of development, until the passage of time heralded the end of that golden age. Knockout observed the records of the golden age compiled by Soundwave, explaining them to Moonracer. So now, the technological level of Cybertron pales in comparison to that golden age, falling far behind it, correct? Moonracer perched on Soundwave's shoulder. wondered what events led to the decline of that era. It cannot be said in such absolute terms, as we are still quite close to the Golden Age. Knockout replied helplessly. Each has its own focus. The Golden Age represented a collective effort of Cybertron's inhabitants dedicated to research and development. Megatron interjected, aiming to quell their curiosity. And what are the organic life forms? How do such masterpieces compare to those of the Golden Age? As Megatron appeared somewhat impatient, Soundwave assisted Moonracer by manually muting her. Organic life forms? They were discovered aboard the Ark. I was planning to inform you once we confirmed there were no issues. Thundercracker spoke up. Speaking of which, why don't we develop some organic life forms aboard our warship for cloning? Moonracer inquired, glancing at Megatron. The resources required for organic life forms are substantial, and the current Decepticon warship lacks sufficient resources to support such an experiment, Megatron explained. If those organic life forms pass inspection, Soundwave, you shall arrange for personnel to conduct the cloning. With that, Megatron gestured for Soundwave to take Moonracer away, seeking solitude. Chapter 50, Accomplishment. However, preventing him will hinder the synthesis of super-energy bodies. That is only possible if we can halt him, but at present, we have yet to grasp the ancient wisdom. Ratchet expressed his frustration, indicating that they had not yet mastered the technology for transferring stored knowledge. I will not permit another comrade to sacrifice themselves, regardless of the cost. Optimus Prime declared resolutely. The partition must remain unharmed. If data can be transmitted from the storage tank to the outside world, perhaps there's a way to redirect it back. The ambulance speculated. How can we retrieve the storage tank? RC inquired, gazing at Optimus Prime. Galvatron will bring it back. Optimus Prime replied, clearly having a plan in mind. On board the Decepticon warship, Lord Galvatron, we have detected a familiar energy signal, reported Knockout and Deadlock as they approached. It is data. The partition must have exited the base's shielding radius, Deadlock conjectured. Knockout expressed hope to set out and redeem himself. Do not disappoint me again, Galvatron warned. Casting a disapproving glance at the two. At the signal detection site, Galvatron descended with a squadron of Decepticon flyers. Optimus Prime, evidently you're not the Autobot I anticipated meeting here. Let me guess, you're using a transmitter to mimic the data frequency I seek, Galvatron remarked. Intrigued by the Autobots before him. Galvatron, I have a proposal. Optimus Prime stepped forward to speak. The Decepticon soldiers were startled by Optimus's movement, aiming their weapons at him. Galvatron waved his hand, signaling them to lower their weapons. There is no need for such tension. I'm all ears. Hand over the storage tank, restore all the data, and then return everything as it was, Optimus proposed, gazing intently at Galvatron. You mean this worthless object? Galvatron retorted, producing the storage tank. What could possibly be inside that makes you so eager to part with it? He examined the tank curiously. Accept my proposal, and you shall understand. Optimus refrained from disclosing the contents of the tank. On board the Decepticon warship, are you suggesting that this device can perform the same function as the storage tank? Moonracer marveled at the object Soundwave had found. Soundwave nodded silently in affirmation. Then, Soundwave, keep an eye on Knockout and Deadlock. As long as they venture outside, we will follow discreetly, Moonracer instructed Soundwave. Now, let us proceed with the experiment. She gestured towards the primordial entity in the laboratory. Are we really going ahead with this? Thundercracker hesitated, gazing at the primordial entity before him. It should pose no issues. Data indicates that once the primordial entity is cloned, its memories will synchronize with the original. The only concern is that pain sensations will be shared. If the clone sustains injuries, the original will feel the corresponding pain. Moonracer assured, referencing the data displayed by Soundwave. Upon hearing Moonracer's words, Thundercracker ceased his hesitation, extracting a vial of energon from within himself and inserting it into the gene entry area. Moonracer then pressed the button, sending a torrent of electricity coursing into the primordial entity, which soon took on Thundercracker's likeness. As the second Thundercracker emerged, Moonracer beamed at the identical figure before her, exclaiming, "This is astonishing." At the trading location, will you accept my proposal? Optimus Prime inquired of Galvatron. Lord Galvatron, please hold on a moment. Megatron took a few steps back, ensuring that Optimus Prime and his companions could not overhear the conversation. Have you found what you were looking for? Knockout inquired. The situation is rather complicated, Megatron replied, indicating that the circumstances were somewhat challenging. Deadlock, and I should have located that individual, and our power levels are sufficient, Knockout reported, revealing the detected signal. He then added, "There's just one issue. We lack a storage tank." Then bring back the head of the partition. Megatron's malevolent expression surfaced. Meanwhile, outside in the large-foot racing venue, the partition, brought out by Mickey a few minutes prior, was facing the wall, disregarding her words and intensely focused on drawing on the surface. Suddenly, Deadlock emerged, teasing, "Wow, I've got lubricant flowing from my eyes." Observing Deadlock's sudden appearance, Knockout anxiously pulled Mickey away, urging her to flee with the partition. "Fleeing at a crucial moment is not typical of the partition," Deadlock remarked. Observing the partition trailing behind Mickey, "Perhaps our friend here is experiencing cognitive overload," Knockout suggested, pointing to his head, implying an internal issue. "Leave this to us, Lord Megatron," Knockout stated. Hearing this, Megatron turned to look at Optimus Prime. "Optimus, after careful consideration, if you desire this tank, you may retrieve it yourself." No sooner had he spoken than the Decepticon soldiers began their assault. Megatron, observing the conflict unfolding, refrained from intervening. Inside the racing parking lot, gazing at the rows of vehicles, Knockout remarked, "Very well, let us indulge them for a while." He then split from Deadlock, both commencing their search for the partition. "Come out, no matter where you are hiding," Knockout urged as he walked and observed. Meanwhile, Mickey, hiding, heard the eerie silence of the communications. Decepticon interference had disrupted the phone signals. "Keep your voice down. Whatever you do, do not make a sound. I will see if I can find a location with a better signal." Startled by the partition's sudden voice, Mickey offered a few words of caution before dashing outside, evading Knockout and Deadlock's scrutiny. Suddenly, while searching for the partition, Deadlock spotted Mickey. After tossing a car aside, Knockout interjected, "Deadlock, forget about that human. Any game is only enjoyable when you hold the advantage." He then retrieved a detector to locate the partition's position. At the transaction site, Megatron observed the defeated Decepticon squad. "If that is the case, then no one shall obtain it," he declared, crushing the storage tank in his grasp before it flew away. As Megatron departed, Optimus Prime's communication device activated. "Optimus, the partition and Mickey have left the base. I have traced their teleportation coordinates. Immediately return us." Optimus felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, on the other side, unable to contact an ambulance, Mickey witnessed the partition being knocked to the ground, on the verge of being dismembered. The brave Mickey picked up a metal rod and rushed forward to protect the partition, inadvertently making contact with its head once more. In an instant, the partition opened its radiant, crimson eyes, and two streams of red information soared into the sky. Gazing at the ascendant red light, Meichi wore a sorrowful expression, pondering whether she had failed once again. Meanwhile, Soundwave and Moonlight, who had been waiting in the heavens, successfully intercepted the ascending streams of information using their instruments. With the power drained to zero, the data was lost. Megatron would undoubtedly strip us of our defenses. After the red light vanished, Knockout, having subdued the partition, remarked, "Thus, we must eliminate you." With that, he prepared to sever the partition's head with a cutting tool. At that moment, the ground bridge activated, and Optimus Prime and his team leaped forth. "Or we should make a hasty retreat." With these words, they fled with urgency. Chapter 51. Synthesis of Super Energon Body at the Autobot base. The data had been entirely purged, yet the partition lay unconscious on the ground. Ratchet, observing the fallen partition, spoke that energy carried all the partition's memories, soaring into the sky, vanishing amid the cosmos. "I have inadvertently prevented you from uncovering the remaining formulas, and my partition shall never return." Meichi gazed sorrowfully at the partition, consumed by guilt. "Meichi, your adaptability ensured that these formulas did not fall into the hands of the Decepticons," Optimus Prime reassured her. "Had anyone attacked you at that moment, the partition would have acted similarly. It is premature to draw conclusions about his condition. A familiar sight, scent, or even sound could very well awaken him." Ratchet's words suddenly ignited a flicker of hope within Meichi. On board the Decepticon warship, Megatron looked down condescendingly at Knockout and Dead End. "You returned empty-handed, I see. Lord Megatron, we merely encountered a minor setback," Knockout defended himself. "Perhaps a small setback could yield significant rewards," Megatron replied. Just then, Moonlight emerged, addressing Megatron. Thanks to the efforts of Knockout and Dead End, Soundwave was able to intercept the data so effortlessly. "Lord Megatron, please observe the synthesized Super Energon Body equation." Upon entering the archives, Moonlight pointed to the displayed formula. Synthesized super energon body. Megatron scrutinized the equations on the screen, recognizing the ancient wisdom embedded within. Knockout. This task is now yours. I require swift results. Otherwise, Megatron's gaze intensified as he approached Knockout. You shall find your base coat stripped away. What is the situation? Megatron inquired, turning his attention to the two Trypticons. They are original entities. The cloning process was successful. As you can see, Moonlight indicated the two Trypticons and Soundwave. So, Lord Megatron, shall we attempt to clone another to surprise Optimus Prime? Moonlight suggested. While it appeared promising, Megatron was acutely aware of the original entity's flaws. Cloning another of himself might lead to disarray within the Decepticons. That will not be necessary. You may proceed as you see fit, Megatron stated before departing. Soundwave, my dear. Moonlight turned to Soundwave. 2 Soundwaves double the joy. A few days later, Lord Megatron. The product has been developed and surprisingly exhibits remarkable stability. However, it remains uncertain whether it can be deployed. Knockout, holding a canister of teal-hued synthetic energy, addressed Megatron. Let us set that aside for now. You and Dead End should proceed to the mine. Megatron glanced at the synthetic energy canister before placing it down. At the Autobot base, observing the molecular movements within the microscope revealed an unexpected stability. Ambulance seems to be in good spirits, remarked Ratchet. Is that the synthetic energy? Questioned Laffy, stepping closer to see what Ratchet was tinkering with. Indeed, I am preparing to test the sample, Ratchet replied, attaching the canister of synthetic energy to a syringe. By the way, I have also prepared a pair of goggles for you. May I take a look? Laffy exclaimed with delight. We'll add a bit to this test engine, Ratchet declared, inserting the syringe into the testing engine. Once the synthetic energy was injected, it began to stir under the earnest gazes of Ratchet and Laffy. It's working. Laffy stepped forward, observing the activated test engine. Bumblebee. Ratchet cautioned Laffy, do not rush. This formula requires further testing before we can consider it for fuel, ammunition, or medical use. We are compelled to do this, as our stock of energy has never been so scarce. Were it not for the small vein of or gifted by Moonlight, we might have already depleted our resources. Historically, our warriors have faced the Decepticon army with a small force against a larger one, which is why our energy reserves have dwindled so rapidly. Natural energy has become increasingly rare on your planet, and Megatron seems to have greedily seized all the resources on Earth. However, if we can successfully produce synthetic energy, we can mass-produce the energy we require. At that moment, the base alarm blared. Energy readings are in motion, RC announced as she observed the energy signal on the display. They're back, she continued. The Decepticons have been frantically searching for new energy sources, indicating their own reserves are running low. Optimus Prime was preparing to give orders. Optimus, please be cautious. We cannot afford any more injuries. Our energy is nearly depleted, Ratchet urged, signaling to Optimus to exercise caution. I understand. Initiating the land bridge. Autobots, roll out. As Optimus and the others entered the land bridge, Ratchet murmured, I truly wish I could be of more assistance. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He swiftly took the syringe and injected a canister of synthetic energy into his own system. As the synthetic energy coursed through him, it began to take effect, suppressing the natural energy within. In the next moment, Ratchet collapsed to the ground. Ratchet, wake up! Laffy exclaimed, leaning over the unconscious Ratchet, feeling a wave of relief as Ratchet began to stir awake. You appear diminutive, yet your voice resonates powerfully. The ambulance gradually rose to a sitting position. How did you fall? Are you injured? Rafi gazed at the ambulance with concern. I am perfectly fine. In fact, I am more than fine. With that, he activated the energy monitor on his arm, observing a rapid increase in his energy levels. The energy surged by 30%, and his athletic capabilities were at their peak. Ha ha ha, the ambulance exclaimed, laughing heartily. Have they received any news? The ambulance inquired, glancing at the silent base. Rafi slowly shook his head. In a distant canyon within a mining area, Optimus Prime and his companions pursued Knockout and Hot Rod. Above Hot Rod's vehicle rested a piece of super energy matter. Knockout, can't we use the land bridge to transport the super energy matter? I can't drive fast, Hot Rod protested. This way, the Autobots will expend more energy, allowing us to secure victory in this super energy matter competition. Besides, our aerial support has arrived. As Knockout spoke, Decepticon aerial soldiers appeared in the sky behind Optimus Prime and his team, with a few cannonballs soaring past. They struck the cliff face in front of Hot Rod and Knockout. As they moved forward, falling debris blocked their path. Meanwhile, RC, accelerating from behind, surged forward once more. After a series of perilous maneuvers, RC flew past, while Optimus Prime and his companions found themselves obstructed by the rubble. Chapter 52. The Peculiar Ambulance RC Retreat. They are overwhelming in numbers. Optimus Prime hastily attempted to dissuade RC from her reckless actions as the Decepticon aerial squad soared overhead. They are always in greater numbers. We need that piece of super energy matter. RC stubbornly trailed behind Knockout and Hot Rod. Ambulance. Immediately lock onto RC's coordinates and prepare for an emergency land bridge activation. I have locked on. RC. Reduce speed immediately and prepare to return to the base. At the base, the ambulance pinpointed RC's location, ready to retrieve her at a moment's notice. There's no need. Ambulance. I'm almost there, RC declined. Do not act recklessly. RC's impulsive actions came at a cost. Although she skillfully dodged most missiles, a few managed to strike the ground ahead of her. In an instant, she flipped over, unable to right herself after rolling to the ground. Alarms blared as the ambulance noted a decline in RC's vital signs. She was injured. Activating the land bridge, he said. The land bridge is in your hands, before hastening to provide support. Meanwhile, RC's situation had become dire. The Decepticon aerial squad landed and surrounded her. Just as she braced for the worst, the ambulance arrived in the nick of time. With a swift kick, he dispatched one soldier beneath his feet, then seized him and hurled him like a sandbag at the nearby Decepticon soldiers. Before one could react, a swift kick sent it flying, followed by a decisive strike from a blade that dispatched a nearby Decepticon soldier. Amidst a hail of gunfire from the Decepticon ranks, the ambulance maneuvered deftly, swiftly eliminating members of the Decepticon aerial squadron. It appeared that the Autobots had sent a formidable fighter, Knockout and dead, and did not flee. Rather, they lingered to observe, astonished by the prowess of the ambulance. I shall engage him, dead, and declared, his interest piqued by the valiant ambulance. Just as he prepared to advance, he noticed that Optimus Prime and his companions had arrived. Let us discuss this later, Knockout remarked, leading dead and away. Optimus and his team, meanwhile, chanced upon the scene of the ambulance's remarkable display of strength. What transpired? Ratchet inquired, glancing at the returning group. I am uncertain. I heard that our medic had sent the Decepticons fleeing in terror. Sideswipe replied, equally perplexed. Come now, what is the situation? RC questioned, her gaze fixed on the ambulance. It's nothing of significance. I refer to this substance as synthetic energy matter, the ambulance stated, tossing a canister of the synthetic energy matter to RC and the others for inspection. Based on the data I transcribed, I initially presumed the formula was incomplete. The ambulance continued. Now it is complete. Bumblebee chimed in, passing the synthetic energy matter to Ratchet. I played the role of the clever one, while the ambulance assumed the guise of tough guy. With that, Ratchet handed the synthetic energy matter to Optimus. Ambulance. I still believe your decision to experiment on yourself was rather reckless, Optimus remarked, scrutinizing the synthetic energy matter before glancing at the ambulance. Optimus, you witnessed it yourself. He was truly formidable. We should all give it a try, RC expressed with delight. This task could be entirely entrusted to the ambulance, Sideswipe concurred. The results of this experiment are indeed satisfactory, but I recommend that future experiments be confined to machines rather than our Autobot comrades. Old friend, although we are short-handed, we currently require a warrior in the laboratory more than one on the battlefield, Optimus advised as he approached the ambulance. On board the Decepticon warship, who shall we clone next? Thunderwing inquired of Moonshadow. Patience, let us hold off on that for now. I have my own rhythm to maintain, Moonshadow replied, casting a glance at Soundwave. The days of being flanked on either side bring me joy. By the way, how is the space bridge construction progressing? She suddenly asked. The space bridge is currently at 70% completion. We are still missing a few vital components, Thunderwing reported. What the energy matter extraction situation? There are 3 main mining sites currently operational, and Lord Megatron is presently in the southern mining area, Thunderwing 2 responded. And Soundwave. How is the repair of the energy matter collector coming along? Moonshadow inquired, recalling the collector. Once repaired, we will be able to extract the energy matter beneath the glaciers of the Antarctic and Arctic. The sound waves shook their heads, indicating that the collector was not repaired. Indeed, professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. Autobot base, come forth, barrier, strike me. The ambulance, adopting a defensive stance, replied, I have no desire to harm you. The barrier, faced with the eager ambulance, firmly refused. Nevertheless, it received a slap. Momentarily stunned, the barrier gazed at the ambulance, which had declared its intent to engage. Unable to contain itself any longer, the barrier transformed into a massive hammer and charged at the ambulance, only to be evaded by a swift retreat. The ambulance, using its momentum, lifted the barrier and hurled it away. What are you two doing? Queried RC and Bumblebee, witnessing the barrier's acrobatic display. From this day forth, you have a rival, barrier. My strength has increased significantly, proclaimed the ambulance, observing the barrier's agility. My speed is also greater, it added, throwing a punch at Bumblebee, which halted mere inches from his face. Have you ever bested me, little sports car? Bumblebee retorted with a dismissive wave. Seeing Bumblebee's feigned submission, the ambulance lowered its hand. Coward, it muttered. Hello, beautiful, RC teased as the ambulance departed. The standing barrier remarked, is the ambulance not stronger, swifter, and more charming than before? Meanwhile, the departing ambulance had discovered a synthetic super-energy injector. Gazing at the radiant green substance, it resolved, I must remain in optimal condition. Our survival depends on it. With that, it injected the synthetic super-energy into its own system. Just then, the super-energy detection system activated an alarm. It appears the Decepticons have found another vein, RC noted, observing the signal's location. Autobots, let's move out, I declared. Shall we bring along our secret weapon? Proposed the barrier. I believe this mission will not require medical assistance, Optimus Prime remarked, eyeing the barrier. But you cannot predict whether we might need additional firepower. Let Bumblebee manage the land bridge, said the ambulance as it approached the land bridge. It is time to repair those Decepticons, the ambulance stated with a stern expression. Chapter 53. The Apothecary of Doom, utilizing its nimble maneuvers. The ambulance outpaced Optimus Prime and the others. Observing the Decepticons in the valley below, the barrier extracted its instrument, noting a weak signal. They may have located a vein, but the quantity appears limited, it analyzed. Such a meager amount, and they still desire it? Their reserves must truly be dwindling, RC commented, glancing at the Decepticon soldiers below. Do you both chatter this much during missions? The ambulance inquired before leaping from cover and charging towards the Decepticon soldiers. Seeing this, Optimus Prime and the others hurried to follow. Autobots. As the ambulance descended, the Decepticon soldiers brandished their weapons and rushed forward. After skillfully maneuvering to evade the energy blast from the Decepticons, the ambulance leaped forward, colliding with a Decepticon soldier and crushing him beneath its wheels. Unfazed, I am merely an ambulance, it declared, as it transformed its appendage into a blade and executed the soldier at its feet. Meanwhile, the remaining Decepticon soldiers fell to the might of Optimus Prime and his companions as they approached. The ambulance then gazed upon the defeated soldiers, finally fixing its gaze on a lone, living driver of a drilling vehicle. Observing him ascend the rocky cliff, the ambulance pursued closely. Upon reaching the summit, it spotted the fleeing Decepticon miner in the distance and seized a stone, throwing it with precision. The throw was impeccable, striking true. As the miner struggled to turn around, he found himself crushed under the ambulance's foot. In a condescending tone, the ambulance inquired, Where are you in such a hurry to go? The miner, defiantly retorting, stated, I just wish to distance myself from you wretched Autobots. Is your leader aware of your foul tongue? The ambulance replied, contemplating whether it should personally inform him. Do as you please. Go ahead and kill me, the miner stubbornly insisted. Should you wish for death, I could certainly oblige, the ambulance responded, transforming its appendage into a blaster. However, if you simply reveal to me the whereabouts of Megatron, I might grant you mercy. As the blaster ominously approached the miner, Optimus Prime and his comrades below heard the pleas for mercy. No, no, no. Once they reached the cliff's edge, they heard the miner exclaim, I swear I know nothing, as he witnessed the ambulance searing the miner's head with its blaster. Are you still unwilling to share? The ambulance asked, shifting its weapon back to a blade, poised to end the miner's life when Optimus Prime intervened, calling out, Ambulance, what are you doing? Seizing the opportunity while Optimus distracted the ambulance, the miner scrambled away in another direction. Gathering intelligence, the ambulance retorted, But you shouldn't resort to violence indiscriminately, especially against a mere Decepticon minor, a servant rather than a warrior. In response to Optimus Prime's admonishment, the ambulance shot back, "So, are you suggesting that I am wrong for engaging the Decepticons? We Autobots only resort to force when there are no alternatives, and this is precisely what sets us apart from the Decepticons," Optimus replied, gazing intently at the ambulance. Chuckling, the ambulance found humor in Optimus's words. "I believe that employing force from the outset is far more efficient. By the way, have you managed to ascertain Megatron's current location? I have discovered a warehouse containing energon that can be seized." With excitement evident in the ambulance's demeanor, a fellow Autobot stepped forward, urging, "All right, ambulance, let us remain calm." Regrettably, the ambulance has lost its composure due to the influence of the synthetic energon. And calmness is the last thing we require. It was this very calmness that led to our loss of Cybertron. The Decepticons possess warships, while we're left searching for energon. Megatron is undoubtedly orchestrating a grand scheme, while we squander our resources entangled with his minions. My intention is to strike at his Achilles heel, to obliterate his stronghold entirely, declared the ambulance. A direct assault on the Decepticons would only provoke their retaliation, resulting in immeasurable losses. I refuse to jeopardize human lives because of our actions, Optimus Prime urged in a bid to reason with the ambulance. "Are you suggesting we should perish? Go ask Jetfire." "Oh, I forgot, he no longer exists," the ambulance retorted, devoid of rationality, speaking with reckless abandon. "Enough," RC interjected, ready to reprimand the ambulance, but was restrained by a barrier. "Do you recognize where your problem lies?" The ambulance then lashed out at Optimus Prime. "As a tall and robust Autobot, you are too weak. You had numerous opportunities to eliminate Megatron, yet you failed to act due to your compassion." Listening to the ambulance's words, Optimus Prime spoke slowly. "I fear the synthetic energon has impaired your judgment, old friend. You are not permitted to leave the base until I issue further instructions. Bumblebee, take us back." Yet the ambulance lowered its head, formulating a plan. As the land bridge opened, it feigned compliance, very well, and stepped onto the bridge. Just as the barrier was about to enter, the ambulance unexpectedly executed a throw, sending the barrier flying before departing alone. The remaining members returned to the base, observing RC at the control panel. "I cannot locate the ambulance's signal. It must be disrupted by the synthetic energon," she stated. The barrier pondered the crucial point. "Continue searching. We must find the ambulance before it reaches Megatron." Optimus Prime expressed his foreboding. "How do you feel about the Decepticon warship?" Moonlight inquired, glancing at the data displayed on the screen. The screen revealed the vital signs of a Decepticon soldier infused with synthetic energon. Energy levels increased by 40%, achieving optimal physical performance, reported Thundercracker, analyzing the data. "Are there any abnormalities in mental or physical signals, such as excessive excitement?" Moonlight asked, observing the distant Decepticon soldiers. "Based on experiments, there should be no excessive excitement. However, the significant energy boost in a short span has resulted in heightened physical capabilities, though it can be controlled and will not impair cognitive functions." Little 6 conveyed the information received. "In that case, Little 9, you shall engage him in combat to ascertain the extent of the enhancement. Additionally, do we have the previous battle data recorded prior to the use of synthetic energon?" Moonlight recalled and inquired of Little 6. "All data is meticulously recorded and readily accessible." Xiao Lu reports, "Has there been any instance of an energy entity being subdued by a synthesized energy entity? It appears that such an occurrence has yet to manifest." Chapter 54. The ambulance arrives within the mine. The entity known as Deathfire fortuitously encountered the incoming ambulance. "I was just pondering when you would arrive," Deathfire remarked, gazing at the ambulance. The ambulance met his gaze with a wry smile. In the Decepticon warship, observing the fallen Decepticon soldiers, Yue Ling inquired of Xiao Lu, "How are you feeling?" "The energy response has intensified, enhancing combat capabilities, yet my judgment has been somewhat compromised," Xiao Lu replied, articulating his sensations. "I surmise the rapid energy increase has heightened the activity of the core, inducing a temporary state akin to being under the influence of a stimulant, which affects cognition. If we are to utilize it, further dilution will be essential before application." Tianjun interjected with his analysis. "Indeed, my thoughts align closely with yours. We should dilute it to an enhancement of around 20, then re-evaluate the situation. If the experimental conditions prove viable, We can incrementally increase the energy concentration for further trials. Yue Ling observed, studying the displayed data. Tianjun, send Soundwave to you, he approached. Understood. Let's pause the experiment for now. We shall proceed with the next phase once the consumption of the synthesized energy entity has diminished, Yue Ling stated as he departed from the scene. In the energy entity mine, you still dare to call yourself a scientist when you have yet to procure any fresh energy entity resources? Megatron approached, his demeanor displeased. I apologize, Lord Megatron. The synthesis of the energy entity has been successfully completed, and we are now awaiting the results from Yue Ling's experiments before we can proceed to application. As for our progress, I must explain that it has been complicated by the interference of a new Autobot, Knockout stammered. Oh, a new Autobot has emerged, Megatron remarked, his interest piqued. At that moment, Deathfire appeared, collapsing to the ground, with the ambulance trailing behind. Knockout was startled by the sight of the fallen Deathfire and the standing ambulance. Is this the new Autobot you mentioned? Megatron observed the ambulance, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Haha, he's Optimus Prime's medic. No, Megatron, I am your Terminator. The ambulance interjected, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch to Megatron's face. Instantly, Megatron was sent crashing against the wall, while Knockout recoiled in fear at the sight of his fallen leader. Once Megatron regained his footing, he touched his face, inspecting the apparent energy entity residue that had evidently strengthened him. For Cybertron, the ambulance declared, launching another punch at Megatron. However, this time, Megatron evaded the blow, seizing the ambulance's fist with a firm grip. With a swift motion, he overpowered the ambulance, rendering him immobile. The strength of the ambulance surpassed my previous impressions significantly. Megatron regarded the subdued ambulance with a hint of perplexity. Perhaps it was due to the enhancer, Knockout suggested, lying nearby. Upon hearing this, Megatron slowly clenched his other hand and unleashed a powerful punch, instantly shattering the right side of the ambulance's chest. He then discarded the ambulance onto the ground, declaring, "This shall serve as your experimental specimen, scientist. Investigate thoroughly. If the enhancer can transform Optimus Prime's pet into such a formidable being, our army will undoubtedly grow more powerful." With that, Megatron departed, casting no further glance at the severely injured ambulance. The ambulance, watching Megatron's retreating figure, clutched its wound in remorse, lamenting, "Optimus, I truly am a fool." Meanwhile, Knockout observed the green energy emanating from the ambulance's body, slowly approaching. At the Autobots base, Optimus Prime noted, "The ambulance's signal has reactivated." RC glanced at the screen, where the signal was gradually appearing. Bumblebee. Optimus gestured to Bumblebee, indicating to activate the land bridge. Without hesitation, Bumblebee locked in the coordinates and immediately initiated the land bridge. Autobots, let's roll. With that, Optimus stepped onto the land bridge, emerging to engage in a fierce energy cannon duel with the Decepticon soldiers. Inside the Decepticon warship, Megatron dragged the unconscious Shockwave back to the command center. "Take him below for treatment," he ordered, casting Shockwave's hind leg aside. "My lord," he was met by Thundercracker, who had fortuitously encountered Megatron's return. "What the synthetic energy core experiment?" Megatron inquired, eyeing Thundercracker, reporting, "My lord, the synthetic energy core experiment is proceeding smoothly. Post-injection, the overall energy levels increased by 40, reaching optimal movement conditions. However, due to the rapid energy surge, a temporary state of excitement may manifest. We are currently working on reducing the concentration for optimal comparison." Thundercracker recalled the recorded data from the experimental zone. "Where's Soundwave?" Megatron asked. "Soundwave and Laserbeak are currently in the archives, having possibly discovered something," Thundercracker reported. In the warship's archives, the conversation continued. "Understood." At the mining site, Knockout remarked, "Autobot, I must say your ingenuity is commendable. You have crafted this synthetic energy core using mere half-finished formulas. The contribution of this synthetic energy core to the Decepticon cause is truly admirable." Holding the container of the synthetic energy core, he addressed the ambulance. "Once you are dead, I shall certainly commend your achievements. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he summoned a cutting wheel, ready to execute the ambulance. However, at that moment, Knockout was distracted by an external commotion, giving the ambulance a chance to kick him away. As Knockout swiftly regained his footing, he raised the cutting wheel to attempt another execution, but unexpectedly missed, embedding the wheel in the wall and leaving him momentarily incapacitated. The ambulance, staggering, seized the container of the synthetic energy core. What do you intend to do? Drink it? As Knockout gazed at the ambulance with a smirk, he assumed that the latter would resort to utilizing the synthetic energon. Ambulance, examining the synthetic energon in his grasp and the wounds adorning his body, resolved with unwavering determination. No, I wish to destroy it. With that declaration, Ambulance shattered the jar containing the synthetic energon, ultimately succumbing to his exhaustion and collapsing onto the ground. You fool! Megatron will have my head! Knockout exclaimed in fury as he withdrew his cutting wheel, glaring at the obliterated synthetic energon. Just as he prepared to confront Ambulance once more, Optimus Prime and the others arrived, prompting Knockout to flee in haste. Within the Autobot base, as Ambulance struggled to rise, Optimus Prime pressed him back down. Lie still. My friend, you have lost a significant amount of energon, both natural and synthetic. I do not wish to harm anyone. I only wanted to. Ambulance lamented, filled with self-reproach. Help us, we understand, but you nearly cost us our most vital ally, our most trusted medic. Observing the remorseful Ambulance, Optimus offered comfort, yet you guided us to the energon we so desperately needed. With that, he shifted his body to reveal the blocks of energon being transported by the others. For this, we owe you our gratitude. The synthetic energon evidently requires further refinement before it can undergo testing once more. As Ambulance spoke, he glanced at Optimus, who nodded in agreement. I shall no longer subject the Autobots to testing. It is reassuring that you have disposed of the synthetic energon left in Decepticon hands, Optimus remarked with relief. However, unbeknownst to them, Knockout returned to the mine and discovered the remnants of the unfinished synthetic energon. Chapter 55. The Covenant of Cybertron. The Covenant of Cybertron foretells that when 47 planets align, an eternal conflict shall commence in a world forged by chaos. The weak shall forever perish beneath the shadows of a rising darkness. Observing the planetary map of the Milky Way, Optimus spoke slowly. Isn't it said to be a rain of fire? RC questioned, gazing at the image. There should be, Ambulance replied, having regained his composure, yet clearly reluctant to accept the reality that left him pondering. In my opinion, it is all mere nonsense, Ratchet asserted firmly. I always believed the prophecy referred to our planet, but it appears otherwise. Cybertron has already met its demise, Ambulance reflected, lowering his gaze. It is quite possible that it pertains to Earth, given the calamities Megatron has wrought upon this place. Optimus articulated the possibility. Though I have known of this prophecy for many years, I never took it seriously, Ratchet confessed, acknowledging the age of the prophecy, which may not even hold true. Why bring this up now? RC inquired, confused by the discussion. Because the prophecy speaks of 47 planets aligning, and that event is imminent, Optimus stated, his unease growing with the passage of time. And it seems to point toward Earth, Ambulance added. RC exchanged a glance with the partition. A mere coincidence, was it not? The partition remained uncertain. How much longer? RC inquired, stepping forward. Perhaps just a few more days, the partition replied. Regardless of the veracity of this prophecy, my concern lies with those who believe in it and may take certain actions as a result. Optimus Prime pondered the uncertainty embodied by Megatron. I desire the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, not merely to ignite my spark, but to empower my undead army to conquer the world. For this, I require more dark energon than what resides within my own body. As Megatron spoke, he lowered his gaze to his spark chamber. Where is my dark energon? It awaits you amidst the vast cosmos, Lord Megatron, the minion replied, eager for an answer. Megatron's eyes, filled with a sense of resignation, turned toward the minion. I believe you need not rush. You have been wounded and require rest. The minion attempted to delay. However, Megatron seized him abruptly. I must make up for the time squandered. I can clearly foresee the future, but I must ensure its outcome. Reflecting on the recent prophecy, Megatron raised his arm blade, knowing he was destined to end Optimus Prime, as he was the shadow that arose from darkness foretold in the prophecy. In the archives, Soundwave inquired, have you discovered any records pertaining to the Covenant? Moonlight was reviewing recent news of natural disasters occurring worldwide. Legend has it that when 47 planets align, chaos and war will ensue. The time until the prophecy's arrival draws near, Thunderquake remarked. Has this prophecy ever manifested before, according to the Covenant? Or were there significant events impacting Cybertron prior to the Covenant's records? Moonlight did not turn back, continuing to examine the relevant reports. That is unclear. We could have Soundwave investigate. After all, the era of the Covenant is far too ancient, and not many records have survived. Thunderquake pondered, indicating his uncertainty. Very well. Dear Soundwave, I entrust this to you. I recall that the Decepticons acquired historical records from the Autobots' Iron Fortress archives. Perhaps we might glean some clues from there, Moonlight said, glancing at the two Soundwaves nearby. At the Autobot base, no. That's childish behavior. Wait a minute. Jack and his companions, while investigating supernatural occurrences, stumbled upon something unusual, such as Bumblebee. Bumblebee truly captures the spotlight. There's no avoiding it. A superstar will inevitably be photographed, Mika remarked as she lounged on the sofa. Wait, what's going on? Ratchet queried, perplexed by Mika's exclamation. Someone took a picture of Bumblebee and posted it on a supernatural events website. But don't worry, we've handled it. Look, we've replaced Bumblebee with, Rafi said, substituting Bumblebee's photo with an animated cat image. Alien Cat says, take me home, as the lively little kittens frolicked. Ratchet could not help but chuckle softly. However, upon noticing the expressions of those around him, he quickly stifled his laughter. You laughed, Ratchet, exclaimed Mickey, her eyes wide with astonishment. Observing the rare smile on Ratchet's face, Jack pondered for a moment before inquiring, Optimus, would you like to see something amusing? No, Optimus declined. The group, feeling a touch disheartened by the rejection, was soon comforted by RC's soothing voice. Don't mind him. He is always like this. I have never seen him smile, cry, or lose his composure, interjected Bulkhead, affirming that he had never witnessed such an emotional display from Optimus. I have known Optimus for many more years than you. And while he is indeed adept at controlling his emotions, he was not always so. Ratchet glanced at Optimus before speaking slowly. Was Optimus not always Optimus? Questioned Rafi, puzzled. No one on Cybertron is born great. Greatness is earned through strength, Ratchet explained. In what way was he different? Did he have a sense of humor? Mickey chimed in playfully. No. Back then, Optimus was more like, Ratchet began, directing his gaze towards Jack. What? I am nothing like Optimus, Jack began to protest, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden communication. Optimus, my department has been investigating the technology theft case, initially suspecting the munitions special ops. However, just recently, the security cameras at the Pennington-Abbott Particle Collider captured this, said the voice, transmitting an image. Upon examining the enlarged picture, Soundwave commented, Rafi can assist you in transforming him into a humorous cat. This faceless Decepticon has stolen an advanced phase conductor, and here is a list of other confirmed stolen items. Fuller stated, sending the list. Ratchet, scanning the list, felt an ominous intuition. The plasma injector, neutron barrier, hypercube. If they acquired one more item, they could construct a second-generation space bridge. In the Decepticon warship's command room, Megatron announced, the Decepticon Space Bridge 2.0 is nearly ready. We are only lacking. Gazing at the construction progress, Knockout stated, as Soundwave indicated, we require a substantial energy source. With that, Knockout pulled up a blueprint of a facility. This structure is virtually indestructible by human standards, but I can tunnel in, Black Widow offered, eyeing the image with determination. The moment of prophecy was drawing near. Unexpectedly, Megatron turned sharply, startling Black Widow. We no longer need to operate in secrecy. Chapter 56. The battle begins. Autobot base Optimus. It seems the Decepticons are taking a more aggressive approach this time. They have attacked a military laboratory. Our soldiers will hold the fort until you arrive. Fuller stated through the communication screen, already prepared for battle. Agent Fuller, I harbor concerns that Megatron's forthcoming operation may resort to ruthless measures. And you are well aware that I earnestly wish to avert any needless sacrifice, even if it be but a single life, Optimus Prime urged. Fuller contemplated for a moment. I am Fuller. Immediately evacuate all personnel. That is an order. Ultimately, the decision was made to withdraw all humans to prevent total annihilation. Meanwhile, within the laboratory, Decepticon soldiers were utilizing the gaping hole created by an explosion to transport a colossal device to safety. At that moment, the land bridge opened, signaling the arrival of the Autobots. A fierce exchange of gunfire ensued rapidly between the two factions, just as the Decepticon ground forces were on the verge of being obliterated. Their aerial units arrived to provide support. Lord Megatron, we have secured the item, but the Autobots are also here, a soldier's voice resonated in the Decepticon command room. Prepare the warship for rendezvous. Once I have acquired the item, I shall board, declared Megatron, soaring out of the warship towards the battlefield. Bumblebee, the team may require assistance. They are situated 3 kilometers north of your location, alongside the highway. You can drop Rafi off at the underpass, and I will teleport you back to the base. The ambulance communicated. Bumblebee expressed his regret. Bzzz. It's all right, Bumblebee. We shall race another time. Rafi, seated in the back, reassured, support is paramount. At this juncture, neither of them grasped the gravity of the situation. Megatron, hurtling towards the battlefield at full throttle, fortuitously spotted Bumblebee on the wild highway. Look, a foolish little creature all alone, he remarked, activating his energy cannon and aiming at Bumblebee. Despite Bumblebee's fervent efforts to evade, he was struck by the purple energy projectile, and in an instant, a dark, super-energy entity enveloped him in a surge of violet currents. Simultaneously, Rafi was also affected. The frail human body succumbed to unconsciousness due to the dark super-energy. At the laboratory battlefield, the group had just dealt with the Decepticon soldiers when Megatron arrived. Optimus Prime. Megatron, do you not find it foolish to force a prophecy into reality? Optimus glared intently at Megatron. If I could seize my own fate, why should I then resign to destiny? As he spoke, Megatron's gaze was suddenly drawn to something, mentioning fate. Realizing something was amiss, Optimus turned to see Bumblebee approaching, cradling the unconscious Rafi. Upon recognizing Rafi's faint, yet present, breath, Optimus's eyes widened in alarm. Rafi, he still breathes, but his condition is precarious. RC assessed after taking Rafi into her care. It seems I've not only swatted a bee, but also crushed a bug. Megatron observed with amusement, his interest piqued. Furious, Bumblebee prepared to unleash an energy cannon to confront Megatron, only to be thwarted by a panel that intervened just in time. Optimus, regaining his focus, turned his gaze back to Megatron, who raised an eyebrow at him, prompting Optimus to resolve firmly. Ambulance, swiftly teleport us back. Within the Autobot base, listening to Optimus Prime's anxious words, Ratchet deduced that there were likely injured Autobots. With his thought in mind, he swiftly activated the ground bridge. As the bridge opened, Optimus Prime fixated his gaze on Megatron, instructing RC to tend to Raph and Bumblebee. Meanwhile, Megatron observed the Autobots entering the ground bridge with a curious demeanor, devoid of any intent to attack. Just then, the Decepticon warship arrived. Distracted, Megatron shifted his focus back to the scene before him, only to find the ground bridge had closed. Not paying it much mind, he remained unaware of the 2 Autobots stealthily climbing upon the warship's flank. Inside the Autobot base, Ratchet watched as Raph was carried in, perplexed by the situation. It's Megatron, he urged. Quickly, take him to my lab. Raph showed no signs of response. We must examine his components and critical performance indicators. Oh dear, my tools are all wrong. Ratchet anxiously contemplated how to save Raph. Call my mother, Jack suggested as he reached out to Nurse Darby. The weak shall perish. Stay strong, Raph. Ratchet whispered a silent prayer while observing Jack contacting his mother. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, 47 planets aligned closely. The energy will be available shortly, Lord Megatron. We are nearing the construction site, one of the Decepticons reported. Faster. We need to speed up. The planets are aligning, and I cannot miss my opportunity, Megatron insisted, suddenly frozen in place. He beheld a colossal figure radiating a purple glow alongside an imminent volcanic eruption. Lord Megatron, are you all right? The Decepticon inquired, noticing Megatron's stupor. Once again, it feels as if I can hear the thoughts of the Cosmic Emperor. Megatron pondered, bewildered. The Cosmic Emperor? The Dark God? Black Widow questioned, confused by the topic. It is said that the Dark Energon is his very essence. Who knows? The Decepticon clarified for her. Prepare the space bridge. There are matters I must handle personally, he declared, striding toward the warship's exit. Observing Megatron's departing figure, the 2 behind him exchanged glances. Is he acting a bit strange? One remarked. A bit, Black Widow replied, a smirk forming on her lips, sensing an opportunity. Back within the Autobot base, Jack rushed to meet the vehicles emerging from the ground bridge. Help me with the bag, Jack's mother exclaimed as she hurried towards Raph. Meanwhile, Ratchet, after completing his scans, noted the absence of any readings. Based on the absorption levels measured, he speculated on the appropriate treatment method. If we do not stabilize his condition quickly, he will not survive this table, Jack's mother concluded decisively after assessing Raph's state. In the chamber of the Decepticon battleship, where energy instruments were stored, Optimus Prime observed the defeated guards. He contacted Ratchet, inquiring about the status of Raph. It is still too early to say. He will receive proper treatment, Optimus affirmed resolutely. But I cannot assist Optimus. This is all my fault. I was too arrogant. We welcomed humanity into our lives, yet I scarcely took the time to comprehend their science, their medicine, Ratchet lamented. You must pull yourself together, old friend. Raph needs you. Optimus encouraged. I need him too, Ratchet replied. Now lock onto my coordinates and activate the ground bridge. He looked at the partition carrying the instruments and the opening ground bridge. Let us proceed, he commanded. Partition, you return first. There is something I must do, Optimus stated firmly, gazing at the partition. Chapter 57. Successful treatment. The confrontation, are you certain? The partition inquired, observing the transformed Optimus Prime. In the past, I was foolish, repeatedly ignoring the lessons of history. The Autobots and Decepticons will never achieve peace. If no diplomatic means can resolve this eternal conflict, then I shall extinguish the darkness entirely. I will not permit it to descend upon any planet, and to achieve this, I must eliminate Megatron, Optimus declared, his serious gaze fixed upon the fallen Decepticon soldier. Emerging from a storage area, Optimus made his way towards the command center of the battleship. I seek Megatron. This does not concern anyone else. Stand down. And those who impede my path shall face dire consequences, he warned, as he transformed his energy cannon, confronting the Decepticon soldiers in the corridor. Beside a mysterious volcano, as it began to erupt with molten lava, Megatron pondered why this volcano beckoned him. Now, witnessing it, he realized that this was the very volcano from his visions, calling him forth and guiding him. He decided to construct the space bridge at this location, where he could harness dark energy. At that moment, Megatron's Decepticon communication channel crackled to life. Megatron, I am here, aboard your battleship. Hurry, came the voice of a Decepticon. I too shall be here to vanquish the last apostle, Megatron commanded, observing the volcano. Listen closely, all Decepticons. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on Optimus Prime, they shall suffer my wrath. Soundwave, lock onto my coordinates and prepare for my adversary to meet his fate. At the Autobot base, Jack, help me get Raph into the vehicle. He must go to the hospital, Jack's mother urged, her expression grave as she assessed Raph's condition. Nurse Darby, your doctors cannot comprehend what has caused this unless they study it for a decade first, Ratchet interjected, attempting to halt the impending transport. I have no time for debate, Jack's mother retorted, casting a glance at Ratchet as she prepared to load Raph into the vehicle. A surge of dark energy could inflict great harm upon the Autobots. But what of the humans? As this unfolded, the ambulance suddenly halted, staring at the detection results before it. I had not detected any readings. How could I have overlooked that? Suddenly, a spark of realization struck the ambulance. It turned to look at Rafi, whose body was host to a dark energy entity. The ambulance's words left everyone momentarily taken aback. The dark energy entity was eroding Rafi's body, and we needed to eliminate it without delay. The ambulance conducted a fresh scan for the dark energy entity within Rafi, finally yielding results. At that moment, Jack's phone vibrated, prompting him to check it urgently. However, I only know of one method. I require the energy entity. As he spoke, he grabbed a syringe. But didn't you mention that the energy entity is harmful to humans? Jack's mother hesitated upon hearing the ambulance's words. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed harmful, but I now hope that it can counteract the dark energy entity within Rafi's body. The ambulance received a message from Yue Ling, stating that it was safe to use the energy entity to counter the dark energy entity. Very well, I understand, the ambulance announced as it inserted the energy entity extracted from Bumblebee into the purification chamber's energy input. Bring him here quickly, the ambulance instructed as it initiated the purification chamber's startup procedure. As the switch was activated, a soft blue light gradually spread out. Following a brilliant flash, the purification chamber opened. Everyone hurried inside to check on Rafi's condition. His pulse had stabilized. Watching Rafi slowly open his eyes, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Optimus, we have succeeded. In stark contrast to the atmosphere of ease within the base, the standoff between Optimus and Megatron at the volcano was exceedingly dire. Megatron, waiting, gazed at Optimus as he emerged from the land bridge, both parties locking their eyes upon one another. Megatron, Today, you shall pay for all you have done to Cybertron and the atrocities committed against humanity. If not for you, I would not have to die, Optimus declared to Megatron. Then let it be my demise. You shall perish, Optimus, Megatron retorted, and both began to charge at each other. Upon collision, both unleashed powerful punches that struck each other's heads. The two, momentarily staggered, quickly regrouped and charged again, presenting a fierce and artistically extreme display of combat. The combination of fists, feet, and energy blasts revealed their profound fighting instincts, rendering them evenly matched for the time being. In the brutal aesthetics of steel, a close-range energy blast erupted, instantaneously separating the two. Rising swiftly, Optimus retracted his energy cannon and transformed it into a blade, charging at Megatron. Megatron raised his energy cannon once more, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward Optimus. As the first energy blast approached, Optimus swung his blade, deflecting the projectile. Continuously utilizing his blade to repel the energy blasts, Optimus leaped forward, bringing his blade down heavily towards Megatron, who was equally unyielding, drawing his own sword to counter Optimus's downward strike. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, Megatron gazed at Optimus Prime, foretelling the inevitable defeat that had already been prophesied by those who came before. The weak shall perish. Do not blindly trust everything you see, he warned. With a surge of power, Optimus thrust Megatron aside, his blade aimed at Megatron's head. Megatron ducked just in time, countering with a swift slash. Optimus deftly leaped away, seizing the moment to strike downwards, but Megatron parried with precision, attempting to close the distance. However, Optimus denied him that opportunity, executing a sweeping attack that forced Megatron to lower his head, narrowly avoiding decapitation. Observing Megatron's evasive maneuvers, Optimus seized another chance, advancing relentlessly to deliver a fatal blow. Megatron, sensing the danger, reacted swiftly, engaging in a fierce clash with Optimus. The clash of blade against sword gradually pushed Megatron onto the defensive. Realizing the precariousness of his position, he feigned a move, delivering a powerful kick that sent Optimus hurtling away. Remarkably, Optimus emerged unscathed, and with newfound distance, he devised a strategy for victory. Transforming into a truck, he charged towards Megatron. Seeing this, Megatron raised his energy cannon to fire at Optimus. Yet due to Optimus's agile maneuvering, the shot missed, and instead, Optimus collided with Megatron, sending him plummeting off the edge of a cliff. Optimus followed suit, transforming mid-fall and landing heavily upon Megatron. Chapter 58, Volcanic Eruption. Dark energon entity crushed beneath Optimus's weight. Megatron contorted into a U shape, subjected to a brutal Cybertronian facial spa. Optimus knelt on Megatron, activating the wheels on his right leg to vigorously rub against Megatron's face. Struggling, Megatron managed to grasp Optimus's head and hurled him away. Yet, Optimus swiftly regained his composure, charging once more at Megatron, who had barely risen to his feet. With his vision still blurred, he was met with a forceful punch from Optimus. Dazed and reeling, Megatron attempted to retaliate but was easily evaded by Optimus, who unleashed a barrage of punches, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. Following this, Optimus executed an uppercut, alternating with a right hook, culminating in a powerful blow to the abdomen that sent Megatron sprawling. As Megatron struggled to regain his footing, he opened his eyes just in time to see Optimus's rapid advance, delivering a right hook that sent him flying. Stumbling and barely able to support his upper body, Megatron beheld Optimus approaching, his hands transforming into blades. My fate, he began, but before he could finish, Optimus's foot pressed him firmly to the ground. In a moment of despair, Megatron lamented, "This cannot be the outcome." At this moment, neither of the two noticed that Megatron's eyes were growing increasingly luminous, while the sky's hue became increasingly ominous. Dark purple clouds intertwined, and flashes of lightning danced across the heavens. Conversely, Megatron, observing Optimus Prime as he slowly raised his blade, declared, "I absolutely will not allow for any alternative outcome." At that moment, the sky reverberated with thunderous roars. In the Autobot base, the collective sigh of relief following the alleviation of Raph's life-threatening crisis was abruptly disrupted as the group sensed something amiss. RC, hands on her hips and squinting at the barrier, exclaimed, "You let Optimus face Megatron alone?" Her petite stature belied a formidable presence. I had no choice, the barrier responded. It could be a trap. We must swiftly ascertain his location, the ambulance said, operating the system with urgency. Just then, Jack's phone vibrated once more. Upon checking, his eyes widened in shock as the screen revealed dire news. Optimus is dying. Hurry, ambulance, look, Jack exclaimed, placing his phone before the ambulance, whose contents startled it considerably. The ambulance immediately accelerated its search efforts. Optimus must not come to harm. Meanwhile, on the volcanic battlefield, after the blade descended, Optimus stood in stunned silence at the scene before him. At that precise moment, the volcano erupted violently, and signals from a dark energy entity began to emerge, accompanied by a growing cacophony. Megatron, with his eyes radiating a sinister purple light, rose, catching the blade with his bare hands. He then unleashed a ferocious roar, slowly standing upright, his hands clenching tightly around Optimus's blade. Optimus, what did you just say? I will not allow for any other outcome, Megatron mocked, glaring at Optimus. With a sudden twist, he shattered Optimus's blade and leapt, impaling the broken blade into the weakened Optimus. As the injured Optimus attempted to retaliate, Megatron seized the opportunity to strike him in the side. In pain, Optimus quickly countered with a punch aimed at Megatron's head. Alas, the now buffed Megatron's damage mitigation rendered the blow ineffective. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted, with Optimus now on the receiving end of Megatron's punches. A series of blows left Optimus dazed, culminating in a powerful uppercut from Megatron that sent him sprawling. Gasping on the ground, Optimus glanced at the erupting volcano and the obscured sun, precisely at the moment when 47 planets aligned. Megatron, emanating an eerie purple glow, approached Optimus, who summoned the strength to pull the broken blade from his body, striving to rise, only to have Megatron's foot pin him down. Back at the Autobot base, I've locked onto Optimus's signal, but this can't be possible, the ambulance stammered as it observed the readings. Ambulance, what's wrong? RC queried, puzzled. We must quickly extract Optimus from there, the ambulance urged in a flurry of panic. In the Decepticon warship, the alarm blared. Beep, beep, beep. As the alarm blared, Moon Spirit beheld a signal manifesting on the display screen, reacting intensely. What was this sound wave? As she operated the controls, the signal revealed the presence of a vast expanse of dark energon emanating, resembling a colossal mine of dark energon. The volcanic region appeared to erupt once more, with dark energon splattering profusely from the volcano. Megatron could not contain his maniacal laughter. This was indeed splendid. It seemed the blood of the cosmic emperor I saw was not among the stars, but right here, observing the incessant eruption of dark energon. Optimus Prime was struck with disbelief. Dark energon was erupting from the very Earth itself. Megatron turned to Optimus Prime, slowly raising his sword-like arm as the volcanoes erupted and dark energon spewed forth, creating a scene reminiscent of Megatron's dreams. Why would the blood of the cosmic emperor be erupting from the Earth? Optimus Prime, that question shall accompany you to your grave. Megatron's words roused the dazed Optimus Prime, who gazed at Megatron, sword raised. Just as the blade was about to descend, a land bridge materialized before them. Seizing the moment while Megatron was still taken aback, a panel dashed out, colliding with Megatron and sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, the panel swiftly advanced, wielding a massive hammer to disrupt Megatron's line of sight. Following closely was RC, momentarily stunned by the erupting volcano. Thankfully, an ambulance arrived just in time, urging RC, quickly, let's get him inside. With that, they assisted Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, Megatron's arm, which had been troubling him, was struck back by Megatron seizing the opportunity. As the panel prepared to charge at Megatron once more, RC's voice sparked a moment of clarity. Panel, hurry. Witnessing the others escorting Optimus Prime onto the land bridge, the panel hesitated no longer, transforming into a vehicle and racing toward the bridge. Seeing the Autobots attempting to flee, Megatron was naturally displeased and pursued them closely. Alas, luck was not on his side, and he could not catch up with them. As he watched the land bridge close, he muttered, "This is merely the beginning. I now possess sufficient dark energon, enough to even resurrect the Cosmic Emperor himself." Ha ha, splendid. Chapter 59. The Cosmic Emperor observing Optimus Prime being assisted from the land bridge. The ambulance cautioned, "Take it slow. Optimus, it appears you have been exposed to a significant amount of dark energon." Optimus Prime raised his head, spotting Rafi, still lying in bed. I'm not the only one, am I? As they set Optimus aside, he slowly sat down, leaning against the wall. Gazing at Rafi, he felt fortunate that he was still alive. Jack's mother looked at Optimus Prime. They have discovered even more energon, Jack remarked as he approached. An entire volcano, RC exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. How could there be so much? No, the issue is not the abundance of Cosmic Emperor's blood. Rather, what are they truly planning on Earth? The ambulance articulated the crux of the matter. The Decepticons have slain the Emperor of Taro. Meichi's words always cast a shadow over the room. As everyone turned their gaze towards her, Meichi spoke again. Is it that old man with horns? And is he covered in hair? He is the Cosmic Emperor, an ancient demon. His blood crystallized into fossils, forming what we refer to as the Dark Energon. That is the legend. The ambulance could no longer restrain itself from interrupting Meichi. What kind of creature is this Cosmic Emperor you speak of? Jack's mother inquired, perplexed. What creature? The ambulance was confused about the conversation. The sort of being that lurks in closets to frighten people, as told in ghost stories, Meichi clarified. No, Nurse Darby. This Cosmic Emperor once truly existed, explained the ambulance. While I believe he once roamed this world, I do not accept that his primordial vitality is the true cause of the harm inflicted upon Rafi, the ambulance asserted with conviction. I have heard enough, Jack. Please, assist me in getting Rafi into the vehicle. Jack's mother's words momentarily stunned Jack. Mother, isn't he already well? Jack asked. Rafi requires a genuine physician to diagnose his condition. His family must also be informed of what has transpired. His true family, Jack's mother emphasized. Mother, Rafi's family cannot protect him. We can. Jack gestured towards Optimus and the others. Xiaojin, I apologize for not safeguarding him, but rest assured, I will exert every effort to ensure our human friends and all of humanity remain unharmed. Optimus slowly rose, stepping forward to assure Jack's mother. Optimus, they are children. They do not belong to your world. Their concerns should be exams, prom, and acne, not their own mortality, Jack's mother explained, asserting that they should not be here. Mother, the dark energon is erupting from the Earth. This is profoundly abnormal and concerns everyone's survival, not just ours, Jack urged. Enough. You three will come with me. They shall not return. Do you understand? Jack's mother insisted. I comprehend your feelings. Optimus spoke softly. Is this truly how it ends? After all we have endured together, we simply part ways? We all possess the right to make our own choices. Meichi protested, looking at Optimus. On their planet, perhaps, but not on Earth. Jack's mother commanded as she assisted Rafi into the vehicle. Do you truly believe I would ride in a vehicle that is not an Autobot? Meichi retorted. Meichi, I'm serious. You are not my mother. Meichi resisted, and the partition stepped forward to persuade her. Meichi, neither are you. Taken aback by the statement, the partition hesitated. At least I am your mother, Jack. We must go, Jack's mother stated firmly. RC stepped forward, looking at Jack, who returned her gaze. Yes, she is your mother. RC remarked, lowering her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Jack spoke, I will stay. I'm sorry. As Jack's mother resolutely closed the car door and departed after choosing RC, the communication device buzzed to life. Optimus, do you read me? I hear you, Agent Furlong. Optimus replied. Have you seen the news? It seems the heavens are in turmoil. A volcanic eruption. I am aware. Optimus acknowledged the situation. And the earthquakes? 7 significant quakes occurred simultaneously with the volcanic activity, each registering the same magnitude, affecting various tectonic plates across the globe. He proceeded to transmit the earthquake data to the base for display. Theoretically, they bore no connection, yet the timing raised concerns. Look, more good news, exclaimed Mickey, pointing at the television. The storm's intensity is unprecedented for this region, and a tsunami threatens the Canadian coastline. Thunderstorms are rampant in the Gobi Desert, and, simultaneously, electromagnetic anomalies are disrupting power grids in major cities. These extraordinary global phenomena have left many pondering what may come next. Hearing the news, Furlong interjected. Don't tell me the Decepticons have developed weather-manipulating weapons. The likelihood of that is minimal, replied the ambulance personnel. At this moment, the sudden emergence of so many dark energy entities cannot be mere coincidence, Optimus stated gravely. Above the volcano, the Decepticon warship loomed, and numerous soldiers were engaged in the relentless task of cutting and transporting dark energy entities. Your life essence flows like a river. surging from the depths and merging with mine. As he spoke, Megatron began to tremble violently, and the apocalyptic vision unfolded before them. With the volcano's renewed eruption, the Earth began to fracture and face annihilation. The malevolent presence, the Cosmic Emperor, may have awakened, Yue Ling observed as she gazed at the volcanic imagery on the screen. The Cosmic Emperor? Wasn't he dead? Inquired Xiao Lu. The Cosmic Emperor, a being of equal stature to the primordial celestial, could hardly perish so easily. I surmise that the chaotic darkness chronicled in the Covenant signifies the Cosmic Emperor's resurgence. Yue Ling contemplated, stroking her chin. The ancient wisdom once again illuminates the path for future generations. We must take action, Tianjun declared as he rolled up his sleeves. Hood, hood, hood. Stop the sound wave. Turn it off. I can hear it pulsating in my mind, Megatron said, clutching his head. The heartbeat. It appears my hypothesis was correct. The Earth serves as the Cosmic Emperor's vessel, and now, due to the alignment of 47 celestial bodies, he is awakening, Yue Ling deduced. What shall we do now? Xiao Jiu asked. What else can we do but observe and await developments? Chapter 60. Subjugation world leaders declared these peculiar climatic phenomena a global emergency. As Jack's mother returned to the base, she gazed at the television in disbelief. Global? Scientists believe that there exists a correlation between these phenomena and the ongoing planetary alignment. You may have gleaned some insights, but it would be prudent not to share them with me. Just as the irate Fuller emerged from the elevator, prepared to confront Optimus Prime, he unexpectedly encountered Jack's mother. Softening his tone, he gently remarked, Ms. Darby, I am truly surprised to see you. Hello, Agent Fuller, Jack's mother greeted in return. We have come to understand this. The ambulance's words captivated Fuller, akin to the so-called magma spewing forth from a volcanic eruption. The epicenters of these earthquakes lie deep beneath the Earth's crust, precisely at the very core of the planet. As he spoke, he displayed the seismic sources occurring on Earth. Earthquakes do not originate from there, do they? Fuller questioned, gazing perplexedly at the seismic points that all led to the core. The vibrations were faint yet rhythmic. As steady as observing the corresponding audio waveforms, the ambulance suddenly had a revelation. Good heavens! If I were to convert these data points into an audio file, it would result in he proceeded to transform the seismic sources. What? What is it? Fuller inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. Listen, the ambulance urged, turning its attention to the gradually transforming audio. Thump, thump, thump. As the sound resonated, Optimus Prime's expression shifted subtly. The heartbeat of a Cybertronian, Jack gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? A heartbeat is meant to circulate blood, yet there is no blood within the Earth's interior, Jack's mother questioned, puzzled. Except for the blood of the Universal Emperor. A sudden realization sparked within Raffi, evoking a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, within the volcano, where dark super-energies congregated, a cloud of black mist began to rise, revealing a pair of violet eyes. I have awakened. Wait a moment, are you suggesting something resides beneath, at the very center of the Earth? Mikey interjected, posing a question. I fear that the composition of the Earth's core is not, as your science suggests, magma, but rather dark super-energies, Optimus Prime stated solemnly. If we are hearing a heartbeat, then it implies that the Universal Emperor is indeed the prophesied rising darkness, the ambulance hypothesized. What can we do to thwart this entity's ascendance? Fuller expressed his growing concern over these ominous declarations. I believe it may be impossible to prevent, Optimus Prime replied resignedly. But how could a living entity dwell within our core? Jack's mother inquired. Such beings are unlike anything you have ever encountered. Before the dawn of creation, there existed the primordial supreme and the universal emperor. The former embodied creation, while the latter represented destruction. They have battled for eons, each achieving victories and defeats, with the scales of triumph perpetually in flux. It was not until the creation of the earliest Autobot leader, the 13 Apostles, that the primordial supreme ultimately vanquished the universal emperor and exiled him. The primordial supreme fused with the Earth's core, utilizing the wellspring of life to create existence, while the universal emperor vanished without a trace until now. Finally, Optimus Prime recounted this tale. Perhaps we could locate this so-called emperor and then bore a hole into the Earth's core, obliterating him entirely. This radical notion was voiced by Fuller. Agent Fuller, I believe that the Cosmic Emperor does not reside on Earth. Rather, he has gradually accumulated cosmic debris over the ages, influenced by the passage of time and the force of gravity, thereby forming the Earth itself. The ambulance provided a meticulous translation, ensuring Fuller comprehended the message. He has awakened now, due to the magnetic forces generated by the planetary alignment. Alcee also contributed some enlightening information. What will happen now that the Cosmic Emperor has emerged from eons of slumber? Jack posed the pivotal question. Indeed, will he stretch languidly and reduce the Earth to ashes? Meichi jested. Observing the silent Optimus Prime, Jack's mother interjected, "You are uncertain as well, are you not? I surmise that the existence of the Cosmic Emperor has transcended physical form. We must devise a means to ensure his formidable power never fully awakens. The fate of your planet hinges on this," Optimus Prime declared gravely. "Lord, the cargo hold is filled with dark energy entities. I recommend a retreat." As the soldiers are growing increasingly feeble, Black Widow advised from the command room. "Yet I am becoming ever more powerful," Megatron retorted, turning to face Black Widow. "You will command here until my return," he ordered before striding out. "Where are you going, my lord?" Black Widow inquired, watching Megatron's retreating figure. "I'm going to meet the Cosmic Emperor," he replied, transforming into a jet and soaring from the warship towards the volcano. Upon landing, Megatron gazed at the molten lava, declaring, "I sense your presence. Please reveal yourself. I honor you as my master, great Cosmic Emperor." No sooner had he spoken than dark mist began to emerge from the volcano. "Who seeks to meet me?" A voice echoed. "It is your most humble servant, Megatron. I am the leader of the Decepticons, and I have borne the dark energy entities, connecting us and awakening you once more, fulfilling the ancient prophecy. This is merely the beginning of our shared endeavor. With my assistance, you shall reign over this planet and all its inhabitants," Megatron professed reverently to the Cosmic Emperor. "Arrogant fool, how dare you presume to summon my life force? I have awoken because I deemed the time ripe for my awakening," the Cosmic Emperor suddenly exclaimed, startling Megatron. "My lord, I do not wish to presume," Megatron responded respectfully, gazing at the Cosmic Emperor. "Silence. I have no need for your inept assistance." Hearing this, Megatron grew anxious and immediately knelt, pleading, "I exist solely to serve you." He regarded the Cosmic Emperor with utmost reverence. "I sense something, a vile aura from the primordial celestial." At that moment, the Cosmic Emperor seemed to perceive something. "That is Optimus Prime, the last apostle and our sworn enemy," Megatron explained. "You claim to be loyal to me, yet allow the apostle of the primordial celestial to live." The Cosmic Emperor cast a disdainful gaze upon the imposing figure of Megatron before him. "I shall obliterate him for you, allowing you to hear his agonizing cries." "I have grown weary of your nonsensical ramblings," the Cosmic Emperor interjected, unable to restrain himself. "If you possess the power to annihilate this apostle, I would have done so long ago. I shall personally deal with this apostle." With that, he vanished, leaving no trace behind. Gazing at the volcano before him, Megatron recalled the earlier scorn of the Cosmic Emperor and regarded the volcanic landscape with a grim expression, lost in contemplation. Chapter 61. Reactions from all sides in a certain canyon. Optimus Prime walked alone, while Ratchet noted, "This epicenter aligns with other seismic findings. The terrain here is rich in minerals." Upon hearing Optimus's words, Bumblebee suddenly inquired, "What does this imply?" "The natural metal veins on your planet are extensions of the Cosmic Emperor's essence. Essentially his limbs," Ratchet elucidated. "So, he indeed stretched himself, which is the cause of these tremors, correct?" Jack's mother speculated. At that moment, the detection system registered an anomaly. "Optimus, I have detected a surge in the activity of the Cosmic Emperor's spark," Ratchet promptly reported, cautioning him to remain vigilant. "Rest assured, Ratchet, I shall exercise utmost caution," Optimus responded, just as he heard a noise and turned to see a face emerging from the wall. "Do you recognize me, attendant of the primordial celestial?" The enigmatic visage inquired, its violet glowing eyes fixed upon Optimus. "The dark evil god, you are the Cosmic Emperor." Optimus instantly recognized the intruder. Indeed, the being declared as a Cybertronian formed of earthen minerals materialized before him. The Cosmic Emperor regarded Optimus and slowly intoned, "Now, please call me your annihilator, the Cosmic Emperor," as he raised the spiked appendage in his hand and aimed it at Optimus. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere outside, The Decepticon warship was enveloped in silence. "So, has the space bridge been completed?" Moonlight inquired, glancing at the returning Soundwave. "It has been fully constructed and is ready for activation at a moment's notice." Soundwave reported with precision as a professional secretary. "Very well, Soundwave. Where is Lord Megatron now?" Moonlight subsequently turned her gaze to the side. Soundwave summoned the signal of Megatron's spark activity, indicating he was in rapid motion. "In this direction. Where is he headed?" Moonlight pondered aloud. "By the way, where is Shockwave?" She suddenly noticed his absence. Shockwave is currently overseeing the cloning operations of the Deadfire. Also, it appears Black Widow has been quite restless, engaging in numerous clandestine activities. Soundwave remarked in a lowered voice. "Restless? Has there been a day she was not?" "She cannot remain here among the Decepticons. Ambition is commendable, but those who leap without the requisite capabilities are merely foolish. Let us monitor her closely and observe how things unfold. There are plenty aboard the warship who can handle her. Our immediate concern lies with the Cosmic Emperor." Beep, beep. Upon hearing the sound, Moon Spirit gazed at the signal positions generated by the sound waves. The energy activity of the dark super-energy entity surged, indicating that the avatar of the Cosmic Emperor might be nearby. Thus, the only being on this planet capable of attracting him would be the last apostle, Optimus Prime. If that were the case, it was likely that Megatron intended to collaborate with Optimus Prime, for a being as arrogant as the Cosmic Emperor might not deign to acknowledge Megatron. "Soundwave, do we need to provide assistance?" Moon Spirit inquired, turning her gaze towards Soundwave. Soundwave scrutinized the positional signals emanating from the dark super-energy entity and then glanced at Megatron's flight path, slowly shaking his head to indicate that assistance was unnecessary. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, who was being relentlessly pushed back by the Cosmic Emperor in the canyon, sheathed his blade and addressed the Cosmic Emperor. "I beseech you to hear me. Mighty Cosmic Emperor." In an attempt to compromise, Optimus Prime sought to persuade the Cosmic Emperor for the sake of humanity on Earth. "What counsel do you wish to offer? Apostle of the primordial celestial master?" The Cosmic Emperor paused his assault, observing the seemingly submissive Optimus Prime. "What I wish to convey is not for my own benefit, but for the sake of this planet formed by your essence and the beings upon it. Humanity relies upon you as their pillar of existence. However, your resurrection will only impede the evolution of the species known as humanity, leading them directly towards extinction." Gazing at Optimus Prime before him, the Cosmic Emperor slowly replied, "You claim that these creatures called humans are my descendants. You are not mistaken. They are merely parasites. They shall experience the wrath of the Cosmic Emperor. But first, I must deal with you." With those words, the Cosmic Emperor launched an underhanded attack on Optimus Prime. A single electric strike felled Optimus Prime to the ground. Observing the ease with which Optimus Prime was knocked down, the Cosmic Emperor approached, taunting, "In my absence, these apostles have grown so weak. Thus, your demise is inevitable." Raising his hands, the Cosmic Emperor began to gather power, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Optimus Prime. Life in this world ultimately culminates in death. But it should not be today. With that, Optimus Prime unleashed an energy cannon directed at the Cosmic Emperor. In an instant, the Cosmic Emperor was brought to the ground, reduced to a pile of rubble. Yet, in the next moment, Optimus Prime sensed something amiss. The surrounding earth and stone began to tremble, and countless Cosmic Emperors began to materialize. "You are mistaken, foolish apostle. It is indeed today, for while there is but one Cosmic Emperor, we are all the Cosmic Emperor." With that, the multitude of Cosmic Emperors surged towards Optimus Prime, intent on eliminating the last apostle. On the planet Cybertron, the magic sphere suddenly began to flicker. Simultaneously, the depths of the well of all sparks also started to exhibit flashes. In the next moment, the light vanished, replaced by a mysterious silhouette that gazed up at the cosmos, specifically towards Earth, for there, the Cosmic Emperor was in the process of resurrection. Somewhere on Cybertron, a robot collecting debris suddenly detected an anomaly. Once lifeless corpses began to emanate a faint purple glow. These remnants were the legacy of a purple crystal that had transformed them into Cybertronian cadavers. And now, these spectral entities were stirring restlessly once more. However, the robot remained unperturbed, gazing with keen interest at the dismembered forms. The dark energy entity, the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, possessed the power to resurrect the deceased, truly a marvel. It appeared that a significant portion of dark energy had been unearthed, which was indeed illogical. Such phenomena were not to be trifled with. In a distant corner of the universe, a colossal, somewhat dilapidated spacecraft soared through the void, enveloped in a mysterious magnetic field. With 47 planets aligning in a singular formation, the ancient wisdom chronicled in the Covenant was utterly captivating. A rather sinister Cybertronian, characterized by a round head, observed the readings on the screen. Autobots, Decepticons, one day I shall utterly annihilate you, emerging as the unparalleled sovereign. As long as I unravel the remnants of ancient wisdom, you shall all become part of my collection. Ha ha ha. Chapter 62. The Might of the Dark God Optimus. Have you detected any further signs of activity from the Cosmic Emperor? Ratchet inquired anxiously. The Cosmic Emperor embodied power, while you, the last apostle, face only a dead end. The atmosphere within the Autobot base was grave as they listened to the voice emanating from Optimus as communicator. It appears the situation is dire. We must depart immediately, Ratchet declared, preparing to assist Optimus alongside RC and the others. That will not do, Optimus countered, rejecting Ratchet as proposition. Force alone cannot vanquish the Cosmic Emperor. He seeks only me. Ratchet, I must bear this battle alone. As he spoke, he readied his energy cannon and closed his visor. Engaged in a relentless struggle, Optimus wielded his formidable strength against the innumerable minions of the Cosmic Emperor. However, in a moment of distraction, he found himself restrained by the Emperor's forces. Just as a Cosmic Emperor advanced to execute him, a barrage of energy blasts from a distance obliterated the threat. Reinforcements had arrived. In the ensuing chaos, after briefly dispatching the immediate threat, Optimus turned to his companions. Did Ratchet not convey my orders? Return to the base. He understood that the Cosmic Emperor's current target was himself, and he could not endanger them further. Even summoning reinforcements will not stave off your demise. Surrender now. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor echoed ominously from all directions. Optimus, he seeks you. It is you who should return to the base, RC urged. Using her energy cannon against the Cosmic Emperor, these avatars of the Cosmic Emperor can locate me anywhere. Even with the base's protective barriers, I can only temporarily obscure my position. I cannot place you in jeopardy, Optimus resolutely declined. Then let us take the lead for you. Just this once, the reinforcements asserted, offering to be the vanguard for Optimus. Optimus Prime, heed my words. Should misfortune befall you, Earth itself may also be doomed. At last, the words of the medic bore fruit, and Optimus agreed to retreat. The Decepticon warship surged with dark energy, indicating the Universe Emperor's profound hatred for the inheritor of the Primordial One's legacy. Observing the screen, Moonlight remarked, Soundwave, lock onto the position and prepare the land bridge. Earthquake, Deadfire, Little 9, Little 6, be ready to assist at any moment. Meanwhile, as a mountain rose, a super-universe emperor emerged. Beep beep. Bumblebee expressed his confusion upon seeing the Universe Emperor. No, this is not the Universe Emperor himself. It is merely a clone, Optimus clarified, indicating that the entity before them was not the true Universe Emperor. If we cannot defeat the Universe Emperor and cannot shake him off, what shall we do? The Divider inquired, watching the slowly approaching figure. We must eliminate as many of his clones as possible until we find a solution that spares this planet while annihilating him, declared Optimus, transforming his energy cannon and charging towards the Universe Emperor. The Divider and Bumblebee followed closely, positioning themselves to target the joints of the Universe Emperor. Unexpectedly, the Universe Emperor struck with a sharp appendage, sending the Divider and Bumblebee flying. Subsequently, RC was also hurled away. Observing the eliminated nuisances, the Universe Emperor turned his fury upon Optimus's assault. Fool! He bellowed, delivering a blow that sent a massive rock crashing down upon Optimus, pinning him to the ground. From a distance, the Divider and Bumblebee hastened toward the Universe Emperor, intent on rescuing Optimus. Just as Optimus managed to displace the boulder atop him, he saw the Universe Emperor slowly raise a foot. I am a master of this world's past and future. As for the present, all apostles shall become relics of the past. In that moment, as the Universe Emperor prepared to eliminate Optimus, several energy blasts pierced through, severing the Universe Emperor's neck and causing him to disintegrate into rubble. Optimus gazed in astonishment at the fallen Universe Emperor and the purple figure that had intervened. Beep, beep, beep. Bumblebee, observing the vanishing Universe Emperor, turned to RC and asked, Was that you? It wasn't me, RC replied, glancing back at the two. Nor was it I. The divider contested. The medic then contacted RC, inquiring what happened. Meanwhile, far from the base, the medic was still trying to comprehend the unfolding events. At that moment, they heard a voice declare it was I. Following the direction of the voice, they beheld a Cybertronian, gray with hints of purple light. It was Megatron, who leaped forcefully to the mound of stones burying Optimus. Megatron, the divider and his companions felt a surge of tension. The leader of the Decepticons is here. In the base, the others listened to the divider's voice over the comms, and Mei-Chi questioned, what is going on? He has already pledged allegiance to the Cosmic Emperor. The ambulance declared with indignation. Let us refrain from hasty conclusions. Megatron has just saved Optimus Prime's life. The voice of RC echoed through the communication device, leaving the ambulance somewhat astonished. At that moment, Optimus Prime had just emerged from the rubble, only to find Megatron standing before him. Megatron, eyeing Optimus Prime, raised the energy cannon on his arm, instantly provoking tension among RC and the others, who hastily aimed their weapons at him. Yet, in the next moment, Megatron pivoted his arm and extended his hand toward Optimus Prime. Taken aback by this gesture, Optimus hesitated for a moment before offering his hand in return. As Optimus stood upright, he faced Megatron. Reflecting on their previous encounter, this scene was indeed quite ironic, if memory serves. You had endeavored with all your might to extinguish my spark. Megatron spoke while gazing at Optimus. That is indeed correct. My sentiment remains unchanged, Optimus replied, locking eyes with Megatron as he drew closer. As they approached, it became evident that a height disparity existed between them. Optimus was slightly shorter than Megatron. Listening to Optimus, Megatron leaned forward, tilting his head to scrutinize him. I anticipated you would respond in such a manner. However, he began, taking a step back, I have a proposal. Optimus regarded Megatron, who had turned his back. Megatron then faced him once more and declared, let us join forces to vanquish our common foe, the dark evil god, the Cosmic Emperor. The ambulance scoffed at Megatron's words, retorting coldly, the Cosmic Emperor is the embodiment of malevolence. Megatron would not conspire with him. Would he assist us instead? It was evident that the ambulance had little faith in Megatron's willingness to collaborate with Optimus against the Cosmic Emperor, much like believing the sun would rise in the west. Chapter 63. The First Alliance of the Autobots and Decepticons. A conceited fellow like Megatron would never permit another to rule this planet. In light of the ambulance's remarks, Optimus reluctantly defended Megatron. It appears you truly understand me, Megatron replied, unable to suppress a smirk at Optimus's defense. You command a Decepticon army. Why seek us out? The partition interjected, observing Megatron's sour expression. To obliterate the Cosmic Emperor, we require one crucial element, a basis for collaboration. With that, Megatron turned his gaze toward Optimus, stating, that is the power of the apostles. Upon hearing Megatron's critical revelation, the partition retorted, it seems we no longer need you. Quite the contrary, Megatron countered. Though you may be the only one capable of defeating him, only I possess the means to lead you to him. The blood of the Cosmic Emperor flows within me. I can hear his thoughts and predict his actions. Optimus, as long as the Cosmic Emperor still draws breath, the enmity between you and us, the Autobots and Decepticons, will be rendered inconsequential. Within the confines of the base, as the words of Megatron echoed, Ratchet could not suppress his agitation. Grudges are eternally entrenched. If the Autobots and Decepticons were to reconcile, how long do you believe such peace could endure? Optimus Prime did not acquiesce blindly to Megatron's counsel, instead regarding him with a grave expression. It can persist as long as it serves our interests, Megatron retorted. And what of our common adversary once vanquished? Optimus inquired once more. I shall conquer Earth in my own manner, Megatron replied candidly, revealing himself not to be a hypocrite. RC interjected. This is merely his scheme to manipulate us. We shall not allow you to succeed. Clearly, Ratchet harbored significant reservations regarding Megatron's intentions. Do you presume this is the extent of the might of the Galactic Emperor? Those stone warriors are merely an appetizer. The Emperor has yet to fully awaken. With each passing moment, he grows ever more formidable, poised to annihilate Earth entirely. What we currently witness is but the prelude to a symphony of destruction. When he truly rises, the entire world shall be undone. All who heard these words comprehended the gravity of Megatron's warnings. The obliteration of Earth seemed merely a matter of time. Yet, despite this, RC could not refrain from commenting, just as you once devastated Cybertron. That was in the past. This time, I shall reign over a living planet, Megatron asserted, contending that the destruction of Cybertron was an aberration. Even if we were to consent, the Galactic Emperor resides within the Earth's core. How might we reach it? By driving? Ironhide scoffed. It appears there is but one course of action, Optimus stated. Upon hearing his words, Ratchet instantly grasped his intent. I absolutely refuse to agree. Transmitting through a land bridge to space, or a moving train, presents insurmountable challenges. To blindly transport a living entity internally is utterly implausible. Furthermore, being directly exposed to numerous dark energy entities is perilously risky. You lack the immunity that Megatron possesses. This further substantiates that you require my leadership, do you not? Megatron countered, responding to Ratchet's concerns. Can you provide the precise coordinates of the Galactic Emperor? Optimus questioned, perplexed by Megatron's assertion. If you can transport us to the Earth's core, I can lead you to the spark of the Galactic Emperor. To his heart, the source of dark power, Megatron assured Optimus. Even if we survive the journey, how shall we thwart the Galactic Emperor? RC queried, evidently unaware of the key to opposing such a formidable foe. Optimus surveyed both Megatron and RC, then spoke slowly. We require the energy core. What is that? Fuller asked, intrigued by Optimus's words. It is a vessel of pure energy, imbued with the collective wisdom of all the apostles. Ratchet elucidated for Fuller. Do we still have time to locate it? Optimus pondered aloud, contemplating where to procure the energy core. Jack stepped forward, glancing at Ratchet, conveying a sense of urgency about the dwindling time. Optimus Prime did not need to seek it. That essence resided within him. Ratchet turned to Jack and remarked that it was the crystallization of the combined powers of all the apostles who had vanquished the Cosmic Emperor many years ago, which is precisely why he aimed to annihilate you. Megatron gazed at Optimus Prime and asserted that by unleashing the power of this energy gem into the core of the Cosmic Emperor, it should induce him to remain in slumber. Optimus Prime slowly echoed this sentiment, indicating that the energy gem could indeed combat the Cosmic Emperor. Wait, Mikey interjected from within the base, inquiring if, assuming all proceeded smoothly, the Cosmic Emperor would still reside below. Yes, can we not extract him? Jack concurred. He does not inhabit the Earth's core, Jack. He is the Earth's core, Ratchet explained. You are entirely correct. Disrupting your core would affect the magnetic poles, triggering the catastrophic natural disasters we are currently striving to avert. Regrettably, the Cosmic Emperor is the seed of your planet, now and forever. Ratchet's assertion was met with acknowledgement from Ratchet. At that moment, the ground where Optimus and his companions stood began to tremble, the dark energy entity's power surging once more, signaling the impending assault of the Cosmic Emperor. Here comes another one. Ratchet, quickly activate the land bridge, Optimus commanded, observing the rise of yet another Cosmic Emperor. Just then, several energy blasts and missiles surged forth, striking the joints of the Cosmic Emperor's legs, causing him to lose support and collapse to the ground. In astonishment, Optimus and his allies turned to see a fighter jet and several vehicles emerging from the open land bridge to provide assistance. I surmise you are in need of support, declared a human clad in a flight exoskeleton as he soared past. In the midst of this coordinated support, the yet-to-be emboldened Cosmic Emperor met his demise in the northwest. A few moments prior, aboard the Decepticon battleship, Moon Spirit observed the fleeting disappearance of the dark energy entity. Following the appearance of Megatron's spark signal, the ship detected several energy signatures from Autobots. It was Optimus and his team. The vanishing dark energy had unveiled the signatures of their normal energy, allowing them to be detected. Recognizing that Megatron had united with Optimus, Moon Spirit knew it was nearly time and swiftly summoned Thundercracker and others to prepare for subsequent support. As the land bridge opened, the dark energy entity surged once more. The Cosmic Emperor was poised to strike again. Just as they emerged from the land bridge, a massive Cosmic Emperor slowly rose. Without awaiting orders, Thundercracker and his companions immediately opened fire, intent on obliterating the Cosmic Emperor's manifestation before them. Chapter 64. Entering the Autobot base, however, even if this Cosmic Emperor were to be vanquished, the influence of dark power would not dissipate. Rather, the Cosmic Emperor was infuriated. perceiving the actions of these insignificant creatures as a profound affront to his majesty. As the atmosphere shifted dramatically once more, Optimus urgently urged, "Ratchet, activate the land bridge quickly." In the next moment, the terrestrial bridge opened beside Alcee and her companions. To our astonishment, we were about to reveal the entrance to our base right in front of Megatron and his subordinates. Gazing at the open bridge, Alcee turned her gaze back to Megatron. To be honest, he was risking his life to save us. The surrounding members echoed in agreement, suggesting that Megatron's intentions might not be entirely benevolent. Megatron chuckled at their remarks, acknowledging that it was indeed not in his nature. He then shifted his attention to the Cosmic Emperor and the relentless attackers surrounding him. "Consider my suggestion. I will distract him for you," he declared, transforming into a jet and soaring toward the Cosmic Emperor. As the Cosmic Emperor was drawn into the confrontation with Megatron and the others, Optimus Prime seized the opportunity to enter the terrestrial bridge. "What brings you here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from acting without my command?" Megatron inquired, observing the injured Cosmic Emperor. "We cannot abandon our leader while we enjoy ourselves." "The leader of the Decepticons cannot be allowed to falter," Moonlight whispered as she flew silently to Megatron's side. Noticing Megatron's hesitation, she reassured him. "Rest assured, Megatron, Thunderwave and the others are aboard the battleship. Soundwave is in control of the vessel. Even if there are unruly individuals, they will handle it." Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon battleship hovering above the Earth, there was still no news from Megatron. Black Widow observed Soundwave nodding slowly and continued, "It seems our leader has forsaken us, and chaos reigns in the world. We must contemplate our course of action in the absence of Megatron." In the command room, Black Widow unabashedly voiced her ambitions to Soundwave. "Everyone prepare for battle," announced the soldiers in the lower levels of the battleship as Thunderwave prepared weapons, ready to activate the terrestrial bridge and provide support to Megatron at Moonlight's signal. At the Autobot base, one of the medics expressed his frustrations. "I understand that exceptional circumstances call for special measures, but bringing Megatron here, along with his minions, is reckless. He has already inflicted such harm on Rafi. Do you intend to invite a wolf into the fold?" Jack's mother vehemently opposed the suggestion of collaborating with the perpetrator behind Rafi's injuries. "We will keep a close watch on them. The moment the transfer is complete, they must depart. No lingering," Optimus Prime stated solemnly, assuring everyone that he would oversee their actions. "If our base's location is compromised, the Decepticons will undoubtedly attack," Fuller expressed his concerns. "If we use the terrestrial bridge to bring him here, he will not learn our coordinates," Optimus Prime assured, emphasizing that utilizing the bridge would prevent any potential leaks of their location. "Optimus, if your energy core is released, will you be safe?" Jack asked, voicing a lingering concern. "Until now, the power within the core has never been utilized for such a purpose." Optimus deftly sidestepped the inquiry. "But you understand the potential consequences, do you not?" Jack pressed on relentlessly. "For me, if I could save all of humanity, I would do so without hesitation. For I have no other choice, yet you do have options." As he spoke, Optimus Prime turned to face everyone before him. "I had never contemplated saving humanity, but I am willing to do so for Mikey." He glanced at Mikey. "For Jack. Sobi. On the external battlefield, as time progressed, the power of the Cosmic Emperor grew ever stronger, with an increasing number of formidable giants emerging. In a perilous evasion, Megatron once again shattered the leg of a Cosmic Emperor. "Megatron, we will teleport you now," came Optimus Prime's voice through the communicator. "I knew you would prioritize the greater good." "Optimus," Megatron replied, soaring back, circling behind the injured Cosmic Emperor's head and transforming to deliver a powerful blow. In the next moment, the Cosmic Emperor's head exploded, and as it did, the body disintegrated into fragments. Megatron then descended, surveying the terrestrial bridge before him while glancing at the approaching giants of the Cosmic Emperor. Everyone into the terrestrial bridge. Once all had entered, Megatron slowly followed. Just as the bridge was sealing, the foot of the Cosmic Emperor came crashing down. Inside the Autobot base, "This is unfair. I've never even seen him. Why must he hide?" protested Mikey, glaring at the ambulance. "I am in charge here," the ambulance retorted, denying Mikey the chance to argue. As they entered another passage, the terrestrial bridge illuminated, and several rushed to the bridge, anticipating the imminent arrival of the Decepticon higher-ups. The first to appear was Moonlight, followed by Thunderquake, then Deadfire. Little 6, Little 9, and finally Megatron. Observing the incoming Decepticon leaders, the group readied their weapons, vigilantly watching to prevent any betrayal at this critical moment. Fortunately, no unexpected incidents occurred. Moonlight and Thunderquake took their positions beside Megatron, granting him a clear stance. Megatron surveyed the surroundings of the Autobot base, remarking, "So this is where miracles are born. How dilapidated." Meanwhile, hiding and observing was Laffy, who, seeing the arrogant Megatron, lost his composure and charged out. "Laffy, don't go." "Laffy!" Jack and the others hurried after him. Megatron, intrigued by the commotion, looked down and said, "You." Laffy excitedly spoke, but was intercepted by Jack and the others. With Megatron's movement, RC swiftly positioned herself in front of him, blocking his path. "You seem to be in much better spirits than when we last met," Megatron remarked. Gesturing slightly, "Humans are quite resilient," he couldn't help but comment. "Come on, Laffy, don't be angry with him." Jack intervened to prevent the agitated Laffy from acting rashly. As Laffy was taken away by Jack's mother, Jack glanced at the standing Megatron and turned to leave. At that moment, Megatron's voice resonated, proclaiming, "And you, I shall never forget your face, even if it is human." Listening to Megatron's words, Jack remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance back at him before departing. Chapter 65. The assault on the Earth's core in contrast to Jack's silence. Meiji could not restrain herself as she looked at Megatron, exclaiming, "You deceived everyone. It is my face that you will never forget for all eternity." Behind her, Fuller, noticing Meichi's agitation, hurriedly stepped forward to escort her away. Megatron disdainfully gazed down at the human before him. At that moment, Optimus Prime approached to obtain the coordinates of the target location for Megatron. As he spoke, Optimus turned his gaze toward Megatron, who cooperatively stepped forward to confirm the coordinates with the ambulance. Meanwhile, several individuals by the partition remained armed, fixated on Megatron and his companions. On the other side, Optimus caught up with the departing Jack. "Jack," he called. Hearing Optimus, Jack halted and turned to face him. Optimus discreetly glanced back at Megatron and his group, then lowered himself to speak to Jack. "Could you help me safeguard something?" "Sure," Jack replied. Upon hearing his consent, Optimus produced an object that emitted a soft glow, resembling a keycard. As he approached Jack, the card began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a small metal piece, fitting comfortably in a human palm. "What is this?" Jack inquired, examining the item. "This is the key to the base's land bridge energy system," Optimus explained, lowering his gaze to avoid Jack's eyes. He then looked back at Jack, clearly unaccustomed to deceit. "Why not give it to the ambulance?" Jack questioned, puzzled as to why such an object was not entrusted to the ambulance for safekeeping. "Perhaps, but your growth over these past days has impressed me. So I believe you possess the responsibility to safeguard this crucial item until my return." Listening to Optimus, Jack glanced at the metal piece in his hand and resolutely affirmed, "I will ensure its safety." Seeing Jack's agreement, Optimus felt a sense of relief and departed. Just as he exited the passage, Moonlight gracefully approached. "I saw everything, Optimus. So, what do you intend to use to bribe me into silence?" Moonlight teased, regarding him with a sly look. "Moonlight, I hope you can keep this secret and refrain from revealing it to the Decepticons," Optimus implored softly. "Very well, but you will owe me a favor," Moonlight stipulated. Optimus regarded her thoughtfully, remaining silent as he contemplated the matter. "Rest assured, this favor will not endanger humanity or the Autobots, I assure you," Moonlight added. Optimus nodded slowly, signaling his agreement to the arrangement. Meanwhile, the ambulance opened the land bridge according to the coordinates provided by Megatron. As the land bridge gradually stabilized, the ambulance's communication system activated, locking onto its coordinates. With the opening of the land bridge, Arsai and her companions approached it. Arsai regarded Megatron before her and said, "Please, go ahead, as you wish." Megatron inclined his body slightly in acknowledgement and led the way towards the land bridge. Following closely behind were the others, including Thundercracker. Just as Megatron was about to step onto the land bridge, he suddenly halted, turned back, and addressed Optimus Prime, saying, "May I request that my associate remains here temporarily? You may escort him out later. Surely, you would not inconvenience a human." With that, Megatron gestured towards the levitating Moonlight, indicating that she would be staying. Optimus Prime lifted his gaze to the flying Moonlight and, after a moment's consideration, nodded in agreement. "Moonlight, you shall remain for the time being," he stated. "Understood," Mr. Megatron. Everything is proceeding smoothly. With that, Megatron, along with Thundercracker and the others, stepped into the land bridge. Seeing Megatron and Blitzwing enter the land bridge, Arsai and her companions glanced back at Jack and then followed suit into the bridge. Within the Earth's core, a vast open area slowly revealed a swirling green vortex, from which Megatron and Optimus Prime emerged, each accompanied by their respective followers. Observing the expansive surroundings, resembling a fibrous pathway adorned with purple light rings. They were fortunate that moonlight had not accompanied them. Otherwise, the sight would have provoked intense discomfort. As they stood upon one of the paths, Arsai took a few steps forward and inquired, "How long until the Cosmic Emperor discovers our presence?" Megatron turned to cast a glance at Arsai, replying, "You are quite naive. He is known for some time." With that, Megatron began to lead the group onward towards the Cosmic Emperor's domain. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal luminous entity began to move above their heads, having detected their presence, revealing itself to be the eye of the Cosmic Emperor. Upon exiting the fibrous pathway, Megatron suddenly found himself witnessing the revival of the Cosmic Emperor and the ensuing destruction of Earth. Awakened to awareness, Megatron remarked, "The Cosmic Emperor has grown even more formidable." With that, he resumed his role as the leader, advancing deeper into the passageway. Observing Megatron's movement, Arsai voiced her concern. "How can we be certain that the Cosmic Emperor is not luring us into a trap?" "Indeed, we cannot be sure," Optimus Prime replied as he surpassed Arsai. Within the passage, unnoticed by the group, beings emanating purple light began to stir above them, akin to white blood cells in the veins of the Cosmic Emperor, detecting the intruders and preparing to act. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the calm within the Earth's core, the surface of the planet was ravaged by natural disasters, as calamities engulfed the world. Currently, over 60 volcanoes erupted globally, while the snowfall in San Francisco had reached a staggering 15 centimeters. Scientists continued to deliberate, seeking to ascertain whether these unprecedented natural disasters were linked to the planetary alignment phenomenon. In the next moment, the news broadcast transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. "I have had enough." Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Fuller declared his intention to leave. "Where are you going?" Jack's mother questioned as Fuller prepared to depart. "The entire world has spiraled out of control. How can I stand idly by?" Fuller retorted, unwilling to remain in a place where he felt powerless. "But what can you accomplish by going out now?" The paramedic inquired. "Anything. Contact my colleagues and devise a plan to eliminate that fiend," Fuller exclaimed with agitation. "But even Optimus Prime cannot defeat him," the paramedic countered, emphasizing the futility of human technology against the cosmic tyrant. "You mean Optimus and Megatron, right? I understand your aversion to this arrangement, Agent Fuller. No one here is fond of it. However, if they could unite once more," the paramedic pondered. "Wait, once more?" Jack stammered upon hearing this. "Has Megatron ever been an Autobot? Has Optimus ever been a Decepticon?" Chapter 66. Old friends more miraculous than you might think. Moonlight interjected, affirming Jack's musings. Indeed, long ago on Cybertron, as the Golden Age was waning, Optimus Prime and Megatron were not mortal enemies. The paramedic cast a glance at Moonlight, gradually succumbing to nostalgia. "Do you recall my mention of Optimus not being a leader once? He wasn't even called Optimus. He was a records keeper at the Iron Fortress archives, known as Orion Pax. The more he learned about the history of Cybertron, the more he abhorred the corruption of its elite and lamented the injustices faced by the Cybertronians. Not long after, Orion Pax was profoundly moved by the words and ideals of a gladiator known as Megatron, who, declaring himself a champion for the oppressed, vowed to challenge the ruling class of Cybertron, demanding equality for all Cybertronians. This revolutionary, emerging from the ranks of gladiators, swiftly garnered a loyal following, led by Soundwave. Orion Pax initially followed Megatron, who nearly became his mentor. However, when Megatron transitioned from the arena to the political sphere, he felt the name Megatron suited him better. Soon thereafter, before the High Council, Megatron articulated his vision for a just society. Yet, it was at this juncture that his true nature began to reveal itself, as he proclaimed the necessity of violent means to overthrow the old order, demanding to be appointed as the next leader by the High Council. Orion Pax steadfastly believed that justice could not be forged through violence. Ultimately, his testimony swayed the hearts of the High Council. marking the first instance in the golden age of Cybertron where one qualified to become a leader. However, to attain this honor, one had to secure the legendary Allspark. As his ambitions went unfulfilled, Megatron harbored resentment and, disregarding the High Council's decision, declared himself leader. Subsequently, he assembled his followers into an army, which he named the Decepticons. They declared war on all adversaries, vowing to claim the Allspark for themselves, regardless of their location. Ultimately, the conflict consumed the planet Cybertron and even poisoned its core. In desperation, Orion Pax ventured to the core, hoping to reverse the toxic effects, only to discover that he was to confront our creator, the Primus himself. Sensing the inherent goodness within Orion Pax, the weakened Primus bestowed the Allspark upon him. Thus, amidst the astonishment of others and his own humility, Orion Pax transformed into Optimus Prime, the last Prime. It remains uncertain whether he is indeed the final Prime, as the 13 Primes may not all be extinct. At this moment, the voice of Moonlight echoed. Do you truly comprehend your words? The 13 Primes have long vanished from history, with scant records remaining even in historical archives. The ambulance retorted at Moonlight's grandiloquence. The ancient covenant could foresee the resurgence of the Cosmic Emperor. Why then is there no prediction regarding the conflict between the Autobots and the Decepticons? I suspect foul play in the erasure of such events. Moonlight pondered. Who can say? Pray tell, since Optimus Prime retrieved the Allspark from Cybertron, intending to release it into the core, how shall we prevent Megatron from claiming it for himself? Jackie inquired anxiously, casting a worried glance at the ambulance. At this juncture, we can only hope that he himself does not wish for this planet's destruction, for he has yet to conquer it. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant against the leader of the Decepticons, the ambulance replied solemnly, harboring hopes for Optimus Prime's safe return. Within the core, Megatron led his companions to yet another expansive area, observing the dark energon entities emanating a purple glow around them. The spark of the Cosmic Emperor lies here, Megatron declared. RC stepped forward, glancing back at Megatron, signaling for him to proceed. Megatron remained silent, continuing to lead the way. At that moment, the panel exhibited unusual symptoms. Beep, beep, it's nothing, just feeling a bit dizzy, the panel replied weakly. The dark energon entities are beginning to affect you. Steady yourself, RC urged, as she and Bumblebee extended their hands to support the panel. Ha ha ha, panel. You're not giving up, are you? Don't collapse before we reach our destination. Do you need me to assist you? The unaffected sideswipe mocked the weakened panel. Rest assured, I am not that fragile. You should concern yourself, the panel retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Sideswipe before ignoring him. Meanwhile, Megatron and Optimus Prime, walking ahead, heard some commotion. He is preparing to expel us, Megatron remarked, turning to Optimus Prime. As time passed, the sounds grew louder and closer, and the crowd soon noticed the mysterious creatures slowly emerging around them. They swiftly armed themselves, gazing at the enigmatic beings soaring above. What manner of entities are these? We have entered the body of the Cosmic Emperor. Thus it stands to reason that these must be some form of antibodies, Optimus Prime elucidated as he brandished his weapon. Consequently, upon witnessing the approaching dark creatures, the group unleashed their weapons in retaliation. As the dark antibodies suffered significant losses under the relentless barrage, they too began to activate their armaments. With the dark antibodies drawing nearer, the group simultaneously engaged their energy cannons while summoning blades for close combat. However, as the confrontation intensified, the influence of the dark energy beings grew heavier, and ultimately, the partition could no longer withstand the pressure. In a moment of distraction, it collapsed, threatening to cast them into the abyss below. Had it not been for a timely grasp at the edge, one would have surely returned to the spark. Bumblebee, witnessing the imminent fall of the partition, rushed over and managed to catch its arm, preventing it from plummeting. Yet, given the current predicament, Bumblebee was at grave risk of being dragged down with it. Let go, Bumblebee. I shall not allow you to be pulled down, the partition urged, straining under the weight of Bumblebee. Just then, a dark antibody charged forward, about to collide with Bumblebee. In that critical moment, a colossal hammer appeared, sending the dark creature flying. It was Hot Rod. Just as Bumblebee was on the verge of succumbing, Hot Rod reached out, firmly grasping the partition and preventing its descent. With a slight strain, Hot Rod, alongside Bumblebee, managed to hoist the partition back up. I must say, Bumblebee, it appears you could benefit from a diet, Hot Rod jested, eyeing the partition with a smirk. Chapter 67. The beaten Black Widow in another battlefield. Former allies exhibited their once familiar combined attack strategies, their impeccable coordination, coupled with formidable combat prowess, swiftly dispatching all dark creatures that dared approach. After Hot Rod succeeded in pulling the partition back up, Thundercracker declared, "We must depart from here and locate the Dark Spark." Upon hearing Thundercracker's words, Megatron took the lead, guiding the group forward. Meanwhile, RC, engaged in her own battle against the dark entities on a different path, heard Optimus Prime's call. RC. Upon glancing up, RC noticed the group beginning to move and hurriedly followed suit, leveraging a nearby dark creature to propel herself onto the path occupied by Optimus and the others. As they sped onward, the dark creatures pursued closely behind. Upon exiting the open area and entering a corridor, Thundercracker glanced back at the throng of dark beings in pursuit, producing several explosives, which he hurled toward the entrance behind them. In an instant, explosions erupted, momentarily halting the dark creatures. However, the blasts and the falling debris could not deter the relentless onslaught for long, as the dark entities soon surged forward, breaking through the obstacle. In the command room of the Decepticon warship, the Black Widow, unreservedly operating the ship's controls, expressed her growing skepticism regarding the recent actions of Lord Megatron. Addressing the assembled Decepticon soldiers, she remarked that Earth had seemingly devolved into a failed experiment, gesturing towards the catastrophic images displayed on the screens. "Commander Black Widow, are you implying that we should abandon Lord Megatron?" inquired the distant figure of Knockout, with Dead End standing beside him. Despite Soundwave's exhaustive efforts, he had been unable to locate Megatron. It was evident that Megatron had either perished or surrendered, both scenarios being detrimental to the interests of the Decepticons. Thus, I believe that seeking refuge elsewhere may be our most prudent course of action, unless a more compelling suggestion is presented, Black Widow stated, casting her gaze upon the surrounding Decepticon soldiers. Amidst the murmurs of uncertainty, a voice pierced through the air. "I believe there is still hope for Earth." The words instantly captivated everyone's attention. It was Moonlight, still in her exoskeletal armor, as she gracefully approached the command room, perched upon the shoulder of Thundercracker. Moments earlier, within the Autobot base, two leaders of formidable power had collaborated, presenting a glimmer of hope against the yet-to-be fully revived Cosmic Emperor. Moonlight reassured Jack and the others. "If what you say is true, the pressure on Optimus Prime and his team may be significantly alleviated. However, being ensnared within the dark energy field is quite debilitating," echoed Ratchet in agreement. "All right, it's about time for me to leave." "Ratchet, same place as before," Moonlight stated, turning to Ratchet. "What did you just say?" Black Widow interjected, her gaze fixed on Moonlight. "I said, there is still hope for Earth," Moonlight replied with a dismissive glance at Black Widow. "Hope? Where do you find such hope? With Lord Megatron's fate uncertain, no one knows his whereabouts. What basis do you have for such optimism?" Black Widow retorted. "That's none of your concern. Just trust me," Moonlight asserted confidently, nibbling on an orange offered by a nearby Decepticon soldier. "Trust you? And what exactly are you? A mere human pet raised by Decepticons? Why don't you speculate on whether they would care if I dismantled you?" "I would relish hearing your cries," Black Widow scoffed, dismissing Moonlight and turning her attention back to Soundwave. "Proceed to Planet Gorgon 4. Unbeknownst to Black Widow, as she threatened Moonlight, the atmosphere among the surrounding Decepticon members began to shift. Tianjun gently placed Yue Ling beside the fallen, his gaze turning fierce while Sihua stepped forward, transforming into a massive hammer. The surrounding Decepticon soldiers began to stir restlessly. As Black Widow turned around, she too took notice, departing from the control panel, her eyes fixed intently on Soundwave. "What do you wish to say, Soundwave?" she inquired, her expression laced with malice. In the next moment, Black Widow extended her spider legs. Addressing Soundwave, "This is my command. You would do well to return to your station." Observing Soundwave's unwavering demeanor, Black Widow reiterated, "Step back." With no response from Soundwave, Black Widow initiated the attack, maneuvering her spider limbs toward him. To her surprise, Soundwave deftly countered each strike, seizing the opportunity to grasp Black Widow by the shoulder and lift her effortlessly. As Black Widow struggled in vain, Tianjun and Sihua exchanged shocked glances. Soon after, Soundwave hurled Black Widow away, and she crashed heavily to the ground, unprepared for the fall. Rising slightly, Black Widow glared at Soundwave, declaring, "I will extract your spark." Yet in the next instant, she noticed the emptiness of Soundwave's chest. The laser beak was nowhere to be seen. Frantically scanning her surroundings, Black Widow turned at the sound and saw a laser beak soaring toward her. Energy blasts were unleashed. She evaded the first but was struck by the second, falling before Soundwave. Just as she attempted to rise from her incapacitated state, Soundwave's foot pressed her back down. Meanwhile, Laserbeak returned to Soundwave's chest, who then increased the pressure, interrupting Black Widow's attempts to speak with another stomp. Soundwave tilted his head, scrutinizing Black Widow beneath his foot, and delivered yet another crushing blow. Realizing that Soundwave showed no signs of relenting, Black Widow hastily exclaimed, "I surrender." However, in the following moment, another foot came crashing down, leaving her dazed. Hearing Black Widow's plea, Soundwave did not immediately lift his foot, but glanced at Yue Ling in the distance, subtly indicating with his foot that he sought her approval regarding Black Widow's fate. Noticing Soundwave's gaze, Yue Ling allowed a slight smile to grace her lips and nodded in affirmation. Only then did Soundwave lift his foot, returning to his post and disregarding Black Widow entirely. "Ah, quite impressive indeed," she began to remark, but quickly stifled her words. "Naturally, the Decepticons' officers are not to be trifled with," Yue Ling replied with pride. "Now, take her away." With that, Yue Ling gestured to the surrounding Decepticon soldiers, indicating Black Widow still sprawled on the floor. Subsequently, the defeated Black Widow was escorted from the command room. Chapter 68. The Resting Cosmic Emperor. As I anticipated, the communication was severed. The ambulance gazed at the search results on the screen, stating, "We have lost their signal." This signified that Rafi looked at the ambulance with concern. Typically, this is the case. However, a more rational explanation lies in the severe signal interference caused by these anomalous electromagnetic fields. The ambulance reassured Rafi, stating that if they could not trace them, they would be unable to contact us. With the ambulance's words, a weight lifted from Rafi's heart, yet suddenly recalling the possibilities. His unease resurfaced. How can we know they required assistance? Upon hearing Rafi's words, Meichi stepped forward to inquire. Just as the ambulance turned to respond to Meichi, a voice interrupted from the side. Jack leaned against the railing, gently tapping a metal piece given to him by Optimus Prime. Observing the item Jack held, the ambulance felt a pang of familiarity and asked, "Where did you acquire this?" In response, Jack raised the metal piece, indicating Optimus Prime gave it to me. "Honestly, I do not understand why he entrusted me with the key to the land bridge." As he spoke, he extended the metal piece towards the ambulance, allowing it to discern the object clearly. Meanwhile, the ambulance, scrutinizing the metal and considering Jack's words, confirmed, "Jack, there is no key to the land bridge." "Then what is this?" Jack queried, looking at the metal piece intermingled with blue crystals. "This key belongs to the magic sphere," the ambulance remarked, inching closer to examine the object Jack held. "What?" Jack exclaimed, bewildered. "What is the magic sphere?" "What you possess is one of the most significant relics from Cybertron," the ambulance elucidated in the next moment. Hearing this, Jack gasped, I shouldn't have it." He attempted to return the metal piece to the ambulance. "Optimus entrusted it to you, Jack," the ambulance declined. But this makes no sense." "Why?" Jack questioned, perplexed, as he gazed at the metal piece in his hand. "Because he never intended to return," the ambulance replied, its expression darkening slightly. Within the core of the Earth, the group emerged from the tunnel into an expansive area, halting to face the approaching dark creatures with their weapons. After vanquishing two of the dark beings, Megatron suddenly heard the voice of the Cosmic Emperor, Megatron. "Heed my command and eliminate the Apostle." Accompanying the voice was the overwhelming influence of the Cosmic Emperor's dark power. Sensing something amiss with Megatron, Optimus approached him, striving to regain control. Meanwhile, Megatron, grappling with the Cosmic Emperor and struggling to reclaim his body, managed to utter, "The spark of the Cosmic Emperor resides within that." He dashed toward the wall, emanating dark energy. "How can we gain entry?" Optimus inquired while fending off the dark creatures. "We must deceive the Cosmic Emperor's defense system, convincing it that we pose no threat," Megatron asserted, puffing out his chest in determination. "That spark radiates dark power." He then input the spark's information into a device against the wall, which detected the dark energy, thereby opening the passage to the Cosmic Emperor's spark. The tremors ceased, and the responsibility fell upon you. After uttering these words, Megatron advanced towards the spark of the Cosmic Emperor. Transformers, I implore you to delay these assailants for as long as possible, Optimus Prime commanded, following in Megatron's footsteps into the corridor. As Optimus entered, the gates sealed shut, leaving the others to confront the multitude of dark creatures. After traversing the interminable passage, Optimus and Megatron finally approached the spark of the Cosmic Emperor, a vast orb pulsating with a violet glow at the center of an open space. Megatron, momentarily taken aback by the dark spark, turned to Optimus and urged, "Optimus, go now." Just as Optimus prepared to advance, the dark spark unleashed a torrent of energy. Struck by the energy flow, Optimus was instantaneously overpowered by the dark force, and Megatron was equally affected. However, unlike Optimus, the energy of the dark entity began to manipulate Megatron's thoughts. "Megatron, I command you now, annihilate the apostles." No sooner had the words left his lips than Megatron, ensnared by the dark power, drew forth his blade, slowly approaching Optimus. At the moment Megatron was poised to strike down Optimus, he resisted once more, halting the descent of his sword. In a pivotal moment, he grasped the blade with his other hand. Ultimately, at a time when the Cosmic Emperor's influence was not overwhelmingly strong, Megatron succeeded in his rebellion. He would heed no one's command. This defiance provoked the wrath of the Cosmic Emperor. The energy of the dark spark surged anew, and in an instant, Megatron became rigid. Simultaneously, violent natural disasters erupted across the globe. As the master of the Energon, I call upon you. Optimus began to summon the Energon, seeking to harness its energy. You cannot defeat me, apostle of the primordial one. I have transcended physical form. With sheer will, I can plunge the world into boundless chaos, Megatron declared, engulfed by the dark power, temporarily manifesting as an external avatar. As long as I draw breath, you shall not prevail. With that, Optimus ignored the dark and shrouded Megatron, instead confronting the dark spark directly. Let the power of the Energon illuminate our darkest hour. As he spoke, Optimus's chest armor opened, revealing the Energon. Just as the Energon was about to be unleashed, the Cosmic Emperor hurriedly intervened, shouting no. He raised Megatron's arm cannon, intent on thwarting Optimus' release of the Energon. However, the Emperor's intervention came too late. As the Energon suppressed the spark of the Cosmic Emperor, an energy wave erupted, sending Megatron hurtling away. Once the Energon was fully released, Optimus collapsed to the ground, while the Cosmic Emperor roared in fury, his spark vanishing. Outside the corridor, the multitude of dark creatures fell to the ground as if rendered inert. Witnessing this, the others exhaled with relief. At last, they could afford a moment's respite. Meanwhile, across the globe, various natural disasters seemed to abruptly cease their existence. Could it be so? I believe it might be. The ambulance, observing the restored equipment at base, speculated. In the next moment, the screen displayed the life signals of Optimus Prime and his companions. The detection of these life signals was not limited to the Autobots. The Decepticons were also included. The two busy sound waves immediately utilized the warship's equipment to pinpoint their location and prepare to activate the land bridge. Chapter 69. Orion packs deep within the Earth's core. Megatron, slowly rising, gazed at the distant figure of Optimus Prime, still lying on the ground. He promptly stood up, pleased with their collaboration, and unsheathed his blade. Meanwhile, the disoriented Optimus Prime, lifting his head, caught sight of Megatron approaching him. Optimus then inquired, "Megatron, where are we?" Megatron, taken aback by Optimus's words, initially paused, then expressed confusion, which swiftly transformed into understanding. It was likely the release of Energon that had caused Optimus's memory loss. Observing the still prostrate Optimus, Megatron revealed a slight smile. He then sheathed his blade and extended his hand. Optimus, in turn, placed his hand on Megatron's, utilizing his strength to rise. "You do not remember, old friend," Megatron remarked, gazing at Optimus. At that moment, the entrance door was forcefully breached by Ironhide and the others. "Optimus, are you all right? Lord Megatron, are you unharmed?" Ironhide and his companions rushed toward Megatron. "Why does he call me Optimus Prime?" Optimus pondered, regarding Ironhide with curiosity. Upon hearing this, RC and her companions halted. "What have you done to him?" Ironhide and his group, however, did not pause in their pursuit. "Who are they?" Optimus questioned, bewildered, as he looked at the Autobots before him. In the next instant, The land bridge opened behind Optimus. Turning to glance at the land bridge, Megatron instantly devised a ruse. They are our enemies. They are numerous. Quickly go. I will cover you. With that, Megatron pushed Optimus, who, devoid of memories, did not hesitate and ran toward the land bridge. Meanwhile, Megatron fired an energy cannon at RC and her group. Bumblebee and the others, evading the attack, watched helplessly as Optimus entered the land bridge. Ironhide, you all go in. Megatron called to Ironhide. As Ironhide's group also entered the land bridge, Megatron refrained from lingering and swiftly followed them inside. With the closure of the land bridge, RC and her companions were left in a state of bewilderment. Autobot base as the land bridge opened. The returning figures of RC and her companions were met with eager anticipation by those who had been waiting. RC, I was so worried. Ironhide, are you all right? Observing the three before him, the ambulance struggled to speak. So what of Optimus? Is he dead? No, RC firmly denied. However, he gazed at us as if he did not recognize us. Even unaware of his own name, the petition added. It appears that when Optimus Prime unleashed the matrix of leadership, what was lost was not merely the collective wisdom of all leaders, but also his memories. As a Decepticon warship entered the command room, Megatron observed the assembled Decepticons, who all bowed in respect. Welcome back, Lord Megatron. Knockout was the first to speak. Megatron nodded slightly and moved aside to make way. It was then that Optimus Prime entered the command room from the rear. Upon seeing Optimus Prime, Deadlock quickly rose, transforming into a large hammer, ready to strike. Megatron hastily intervened, saying, "Not like this, Deadlock. We cannot greet a long-lost comrade in such a manner." With that, Megatron turned to the still-dazed Optimus Prime. Orion Pax is one of us. Orion Pax. Ah, you're the white moonlight that Megatron has longed for. Moonlight cheerfully remarked as she emerged from somewhere, looking at Optimus Prime. I am Moonlight, an honorary Decepticon and a human advisor aboard the warship, she added playfully. Hello. Moonlight, Optimus Prime replied shyly, his gaze fixed upon her. White moonlight, what does that mean? Optimus Prime queried in confusion. Just as Moonlight was about to respond, she coughed. Glancing at Megatron, she instantly understood and said to him, "Everyone, let us step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss." With that, Moonlight signaled Soundwave to usher everyone out. Meanwhile, Megatron remained silent, observing the departing group. The individuals leaving looked at Moonlight with a mixture of curiosity. Soundwave, quickly, activate the command room surveillance. I want to see, they urged. Soundwave tilted his head in confusion. Moonlight, what are you up to? Knockout asked, observing Moonlight's excitement. I'll explain in a moment. Hurry, Soundwave, I want to watch the live broadcast. In retrospect, we achieved our initial objective. The awakening of the Cosmic Emperor forced us to adopt extraordinary measures. Enemies became allies, allies became brothers, and ultimately, through the matrix of leadership, Earth was saved, albeit at an immeasurable cost. When Optimus Prime released the Matrix, he lost not only the collective wisdom of all leaders, but also himself. Ambulant's words left RC and the others momentarily speechless. This doesn't make sense. Optimus knows Megatron, RC questioned. They are as familiar as close friends. Beep beep. Beep beep. If Optimus cannot recall his name, perhaps it is because at that time, he had not yet been bestowed with the title of Autobot leader. Ambulant elucidated a possibility. What did you say? The power of the Matrix is no longer within Optimus. Thus, it is highly likely that he has reverted to who he was before becoming the leader, namely the historical archivist, Orion Pax. Ambulant explained the reasoning behind his assertion. Are you suggesting a psychological regression? Jack's mother gazed at the ambulance in bewilderment. Are you suggesting that Optimus Prime now believes himself to be a librarian or perhaps a Decepticon? The irritable Fowler looked incredulously at the ambulance. Attention, Decepticon battleship crew. Our guest is currently isolated to facilitate his transformation. When Orion Pax arrives, you must treat him with utmost respect. Should anyone dare to refer to him as Optimus Prime, I shall tear out their vocal processors. Lord Megatron, are you truly at ease allowing an Autobot, even a former one, to roam freely here? Black Widow advised Megatron. There is nothing aboard this battleship that can escape my notice. You would do well to remember that Black Widow, Megatron retorted, giving her a pointed reminder. However, you need not be concerned. Orion Pax lacks the combat prowess once held by Optimus Prime. What, then, is his usefulness to our cause. Black Widow pressed further. Rest assured, Orion Pax will prove his worth, Megatron asserted confidently. In the medical bay of the Decepticon battleship, Knockout was conducting a dazzling transformation on the supine Optimus Prime. Welcome back to the side of the strong, Knockout proclaimed upon completion. Optimus Prime, slightly, turned his gaze towards the Decepticon insignia welded onto his arm by Knockout. Chapter 70. The Little Rabbit and the Big Bad Wolf being a Decepticon is a choice, Agent Fowler. But I personally believe that Optimus Prime would never make such a choice, regardless of the circumstances. The ambulance observed Fowler, indicating that Optimus Prime is Optimus Prime and will always make the right decision. If he has aligned himself with the Decepticons, it is undoubtedly due to Megatron's machinations. RC concurred, fully aware of Megatron's character. Optimus Prime's departure is inextricably linked to him. Orion Pax may currently be a bit disoriented, but I believe that deep down, he will always be an Autobot. We must locate him to clarify the situation, the ambulance stated. Wait a moment, I have a chip implanted in my backside. The government knows precisely where I consumed lamb skewers, yet you cannot track Optimus Prime? Fowler expressed his irritation upon hearing the ambulance's words. Optimus Prime's signal vanished after heading towards the Earth's core, the ambulance noted as it accessed all Autobot life signals. However, we must strive to find him, for only then do we have hope of initiating his contingency plan, the ambulance said somberly while observing the fading life signals. Contingency plan? RC inquired, puzzled by the ambulance's statement. What contingency plan? The partition echoed her confusion. What exactly are you talking about? Mickey leaned over the railing, gazing at the now silent ambulance. Keycard? Jack produced the metal piece given to him by Optimus Prime, questioning its purpose. With it, we can access the matrix of leadership, which contains the wisdom of all leaders, the ambulance explained. Is that not a supercomputer? As Ratchet listened to the ambulance, he contemplated an alternative. We could download Optimus Prime's memories back in him. Splendid. Where's that sphere? Is it here, or perhaps behind? With that, Jack began to scan the base. The Allspark is not merely a supercomputer, Jack. It is also an ancient source of mysterious power, residing on the planet Cybertron. Ratchet gazed at Jack and gradually revealed this secret. In the Decepticon warship, Orion Pax followed Megatron into the command room, observing the surrounding Decepticon soldiers. Optimus Prime felt a wave of unfamiliarity. You were once captured by the Autobots and forced into stasis for an extended period, Orion. We are in another world. Far into the future, Megatron stated, attempting to deceive Optimus as they walked. Another world? Orion Pax inquired, perplexed. Why? Because that dark overlord, Ratchet, acted hastily and caused a catastrophe. With that, he summoned images of the planet Cybertron. In an instant, Optimus was struck by the sight before him, devastation. A lifeless planet devoid of the hope of life. Cybertron. Gazing at the image, Optimus gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Megatron stood to the side, watching Optimus with keen interest, savoring Orion's present predicament. At the Autobot base, upon hearing Ratchet's words, Jack's mother looked at him with grave seriousness. Jack Darby, I absolutely forbid you from going to another planet. I shall go. Listening to Jack's mother, Mickey eagerly volunteered. You're not allowed to go either, Mickey. Jack's mother, with a stern expression, turned to the excited Mickey. If anyone is to go, it should be the lot of you. She then directed her attention toward RC and the others. Little Jean is right. Why must Jack be the one to go? Fuller also stepped forward to voice his concern. Because only a leader can access the Allspark, or someone chosen by the leader, Ratchet explained, glancing at Jack, who held the keycard. Optimus entrusted the keycard to Jack. His biological signature is already imprinted upon it. Are you implying that Jack is now an honorary leader? Mickey inquired, intrigued by Ratchet's statement. I can only say that, at this moment, Jack is the only one capable of restoring Optimus to his true form. Ratchet's words validated Mickey's assertion. But why would Optimus deliberately place such a perilous task upon a child? Jack's mother protested. I am not a child, mother, Jack retorted, asserting his maturity. Perhaps Optimus believes he possesses extraordinary potential. RC defended Jack. All of this is moot. That keycard is of no use unless we can somehow reach Cybertron, which is precisely what we are unable to do. Ratchet's somewhat disheartened voice echoed in everyone's ears. How about this? Meichi pointed at the land bridge. Meichi, the land bridge can only reach the Earth's orbit, remember? Rafi reminded her, listening to Meichi's words. Yes, but since the ambulance constructed it, can it be given some extra power? Meichi's remark reached the ambulance's receiver. Subsequently, the ambulance gazed thoughtfully at the land bridge. Inside the Decepticon warship's archive room, a place usually devoid of visitors was now bustling with a crowd. Quick, pull the footage in, Yue Ling exclaimed excitedly, standing at the front, observing Megatron's gaze directed towards Optimus Prime. Such a look could hardly be deemed innocent, at least not from Yue Ling's perspective, who had once been a harsh critic. In the command room, Optimus Prime marveled, I can't believe the ambulance could commit such horrifying acts. Indeed, this doomsday medic continues to perpetrate evil in pursuit of power. And his minions have tracked us here. The local inhabitants are ill-prepared to accept us. However, we are determined to prevent this world from meeting the same fate as Cybertron. Megatron asserted, walking away as he spoke. I have a question, Megatron, Orion ventured, watching Megatron's retreating figure. Why are we called Decepticons? It was the cowardly Autobots who tried to frame us, intending to demonize us. Yet we embraced it. If upholding justice is deemed deceitful, then we willingly accept that title. Listening to Optimus Prime's inquiry, Megatron pondered for a moment before crafting a suitable response. Nodding in agreement, Optimus Prime acknowledged Megatron's words. All right, Orion, we will have ample time for reminiscing. You need your rest, he said, moving towards the exit. Optimus Prime then turned once more to observe the current state of Cybertron. Slowly articulating, Megatron, I will do everything in my power to thwart the ambulance's heinous crimes. I solemnly vow this in the name of my spark. Chapter 71. Utilization. It seems we have successfully gained Orion Pax's trust. Now, I must manipulate his mind for my purposes. Has the core database been cleared? Megatron inquired, glancing at Soundwave. Upon Soundwave's nod, confirming the completion of the task, Megatron's voice resonated again. Excellent. Our new archive administrator will require unrestricted access to the data. Let us ensure he does not uncover any sensitive information that could hinder our operations. Elsewhere on the warship, Yue Ling was guiding Optimus Prime. No, Orion Pax, familiarizing him with the vessel. This is the storage room for the super energon reserves, where the naturally occurring energon has been secretly harvested. Yue Ling indicated towards a particular chamber. Secretly harvested? Optimus Prime questioned, puzzled. Of course. If even a hint of our activities is discovered, the Autobots may harass or even destroy our hard-won mining sites. Hence, discretion is paramount. Having already received the counsel of the sound waves, the Moon Spirit was naturally aware and began to weave elaborate fabrications. What purpose does the adjacent room serve? Optimus Prime inquired with curiosity. The Moon Spirit gazed towards the dark chamber containing the energy reserves pointed out by Optimus. The reason behind Optimus's question was the unsettling aura emanating from the objects within that room. It housed various crystallized fossils from Earth, collected as part of the Decepticons' routine operations. Upon arriving on a new planet, they would gather local fossil relics for research purposes. Very well, Kulme. I shall guide you to explore other areas, the Moon Spirit declared, taking the lead ahead of Optimus Prime. On the other side of the warship, as the battle on Cybertron reached its final stages, we had seized the Iron Fortress archives and obtained highly classified documents inscribed in Autobot code, which remain indecipherable to this day. Megatron remarked as he entered a vacant archive room. The task of deciphering these Autobot codes should pose no challenge for the archive's custodian. Orion Pax, one of his companions, echoed. Considering the gravity of the situation, should we not enhance the security here? The companion suggested, observing the desolate corridor outside the archive. Indeed, I believe that if Orion Pax feels unthreatened or restricted, his efficiency will flourish. However, I must admit that it is no mere coincidence that I have situated Orion's workspace adjacent to the energy reserves, Megatron replied with a sly chuckle. There will always be dedicated guards present. It is quite brilliant, his companion concurred. Within the Autobot base, the sound of beeping resonated. Rafi set aside his computer and glanced over, noticing Ratchet tinkering beneath the land bridge. Ratchet, are you upgrading the land bridge? Rafi asked as he approached the industrious medic. Just some tinkering. There is no need to harbor excessive expectations for now, Ratchet replied, returning to his work. Meanwhile, on the Decepticon warship, Optimus Prime, now in position, scrutinized the retrieved data, his expression growing increasingly grave. At that moment, a specific set of entries illuminated the screen amidst a plethora of Cybertronian secret files. Suddenly, The archive door swung open. It was Megatron, whose entrance failed to draw Orion Pax's attention. Orion, how is the Iron Fortress project progressing? Megatron inquired, observing Orion's silhouette. I fear I have become somewhat rusty. I have only managed to decode 3 pieces of information, Orion admitted, a hint of embarrassment evident. Were these 3 pieces of information? Megatron's gaze began to reflect a more sinister intent. All our coordinates left by the Autobot archive administrator during wartime. At that time, I was still in stasis, and I currently know only that they correspond to 3 locations on this planet. Orion explained as he activated a virtual projection of Earth. Observing the coordinates appearing on the display, Orion spoke, speculating that these locations concealed space vessels launched from Cybertron, harboring certain artifacts. Rather, one might say, they retain some form of historical documentation or cultural relics, to ensure that Orion Pax would not harbor suspicions in the immediate term. Megatron shifted the conversation towards matters of peace. My greatest concern lies with the potential existence of weapons of mass destruction hidden here for future use. Gazing at Megatron's silhouette, Orion remarked, it is imperative that we employ every means at our disposal to prevent the Autobots from discovering these items. Turning to face Orion, Megatron feigned a posture of righteousness, stating, fortuitously, we have you on our side, Orion. With that, he proceeded to exit. At that moment, Orion called out, Lord Megatron. Observing Megatron halt in his tracks, Orion continued, there is something peculiar that eludes my understanding. In several historical records, the name Starscream appears, identified as your second-in-command. He then brought up the mechanical schematics of Starscream. Glancing at the image of Starscream, Optimus Prime interjected, yet I have never encountered him aboard the warship. Regrettably, Megatron responded, Commander Starscream is deceased. After this declaration, he left no room for Orion to respond and exited. As Megatron departed, Orion squinted at the image of Starscream, sensing an inkling of revelation. Within the command chamber of the warship, Megatron approached Soundwave, who was engrossed in some task at the console, stating, Orion's inquiries are becoming rather numerous. Observing Soundwave's pause, Megatron continued, as an archivist, this trait is commendable, yet it is ill-suited for a Decepticon. Sooner or later, he will see through the ruse we have set for him. His deeply ingrained notions of right and wrong will inevitably surface. I merely hope he can complete the Fortress project before I am compelled to destroy him myself, bringing this matter to a definitive conclusion. At that moment, Moonracer appeared, saying, Lord Megatron, though I hesitate to intrude, I would like to offer a small suggestion. What is it? Megatron replied, somewhat exasperated by her sudden presence beside Soundwave. Rather than annihilating the Autobot leader, why not conquer him instead? Upon hearing Moonracer's proposition, Soundwave contemplated her words thoughtfully, while Megatron expressed his confusion. What do you mean? Moreover, I believe that conquest and destruction are not inherently contradictory. Megatron regarded Moonracer with intrigue. No, conquest is the essence. Chapter 72, the operation Soundwaves passed within the Autobot base. The diligent Ratchet was optimizing the equipment. At that moment, an urgent communication from Agent Furlong sounded. Ratchet, are you awake? There is an emergency. Agent Furlong, is that Optimus Prime? Ratchet inquired, hopeful that some good news was forthcoming. It is the Decepticons. They have launched an assault on the military research laboratory they attacked 2 months prior. Fuller's words suggest that this matter bears no relation to Optimus Prime. Beep, beep, beep. Are they constructing a space bridge again? The panel listened to Fuller, contemplating the possibility that the Decepticons were plotting another space bridge construction. All we know is that Optimus Prime is on their side. Let us proceed. With Optimus absent, the chain of command falls to Ratchet. Within the experimental base, the air is thick with the sounds of gunfire. It is a combined operation of Deadlock and Knockout. Deadlock fires several missiles at the human defensive forces, and in an instant, the tenacious human outposts are obliterated. Observing this, Knockout smirks slightly. At that moment, the land bridge activates, revealing the Autobots. They drop energy components and, while speaking, a few rush towards Knockout and Deadlock. Noticing the 3 approaching, Knockout quips, aren't you missing someone? Just as Knockout finishes his sentence, a squadron of aerial Decepticon reinforcements arrives. Upon their arrival, 2 of the reinforcements are immediately taken out. Seeing this, Knockout swiftly calls for the warship, preparing to activate the land bridge. As he speaks, the land bridge opens to the side, and in an instant, Knockout breathes a sigh of relief. "We will convey your regards to Optimus Prime," he says, following Deadlock into the land bridge. Meanwhile, in the distance, RC, engaged in combat with the aerial squadron, quickly transforms into a motorcycle and speeds towards the land bridge. Witnessing RC's approach, the panel and Bumblebee express their concern RC. As RC rapidly nears the land bridge, the remaining Decepticon soldier turns and dives, attempting to thwart her advance. Unfortunately, the Decepticon's projectile falls short, and a land bridge closes just before RC can reach it. Inside the warship, Deadlock and Knockout are taken aback by RC's sudden entrance. Damn it! As an intruder, RC is naturally met with resistance from the indigenous defenders. However, as an elite warrior, she effortlessly dispatches the Decepticon foot soldiers. RC manifests her arm blades, pressing them against the remaining soldier, demanding, "Where is Optimus Prime?" Regrettably, her interrogation yields no results. With the soldier silent, RC prepares to extract information from him when reinforcements arrive. As energy blasts rain down, RC cleverly uses the soldier as a shield to evade the initial wave of attacks. She swiftly closes in, dispatching one Decepticon soldier and, utilizing her agility, sends another flying. Seizing the moment while the last Decepticon is momentarily stunned, she fires a series of energy blasts, rendering him immobilized, and swiftly dashes past him towards the rest of the warship's interior. In the command room of the Decepticon warship, Soundwave broadcasts RC's every move in real time. Observing her bold entry, Megatron expresses surprise. "What? RC? I shall personally go to welcome her." Meanwhile, Black Widow, intrigued by RC's arrival, prepares to take action. In the next moment, however, he was intercepted by Megatron. No, if Orion were to witness the Autobots with his own eyes, he would undoubtedly question everything he currently believed, let alone seeing her being destroyed by us. This simply cannot happen. We must immediately devise a way to escort RC off this vessel, Megatron commanded, his gaze fixed on Soundwave. Inside the archives, hearing the commotion from outside, Optimus Prime felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He promptly opened the door and leaned out to observe. He saw two Decepticon soldiers rushing past, who addressed him, "Orion, please return to your post. This is an order from Lord Megatron." After delivering their message, they proceeded towards RC's direction. At that moment, Orion, feeling somewhat rebellious, disregarded the soldiers' words and quietly followed them. Meanwhile, Soundwave, taking matters into his own hands, stationed himself at the terminus of RC's path. After careful calculation, he prepared to activate the ground bridge at the moment RC arrived. Orion was also approaching the same location. In what seemed like a critical moment for the outsider, Soundwave resolved the situation with simplicity and calm. Suddenly, RC leaped into the air, believing she could overpower Soundwave, but instead, she soared into the ground bridge that opened in an instant. The moment after, the bridge closed just before Orion's arrival. Orion, appearing at the scene, looked at Soundwave and inquired, "I heard sounds of a struggle." Soundwave glanced back at Optimus Prime before departing. Elsewhere, RC, having been transported to the glacier, initially wore a bewildered expression. As she surveyed the surrounding environment, she could only release a frustrated roar. On the Decepticon warship, "Hey, Orion, long time no see." Upon encountering Moonlight, Orion greeted, "Hello, Moonlight. How is the Iron Fortress project progressing?" "Fairly smoothly," Optimus Prime remarked, glancing at the flowing archive documents. "May I ask you a few questions?" Moonlight inquired again. "Of course." Orion nodded in affirmation. "Do you know Soundwave?" Seeing Orion nod, Moonlight continued, "What was Soundwave like in the past?" "Soundwave? To be honest, I do not know much about her." Orion reflected before responding. "Then please share what you do know." "I wish to understand some of her history," Moonlight said, seated at the control panel while observing Orion. "The first time I heard the name Soundwave was when I was still a historical archivist, long before Megatron rose to prominence in the arena. I had already heard of her reputation," Orion recounted, somewhat reluctantly meeting Moonlight's request. "It is said that she was the foremost fighter in the arena, once holding the title of the strongest combatant." "Impressive," Moonlight remarked, unable to suppress her admiration upon hearing Orion's words. Later on, after Soundwave was defeated by Megatron, she gradually faded from the public eye. It was only when Megatron sought to initiate reforms that I heard of her again. At that time, Soundwave became one of Megatron's followers. Subsequently, it was during my encounters with Megatron that I met Soundwave. At that time, She was indeed different from how she is now. The distinction pertains to her manner of speaking, or perhaps other aspects. Listening to Orion, Yue Ling felt perplexed. Was it the structure of her body that varied? The sound waves back then were robust and fierce. As for other matters, since my initial encounter with the sound waves, until now, they have never uttered a word. Chapter 73. The Plan, Cybertron Planet in the Autobot Base. The ambulance was conducting scans on Alcee, who had been retrieved from the polar glaciers, ensuring she was unharmed. You failed to detect the location of the Decepticons. Nor do you know if Optimus Prime is aboard the ship? Alcee expressed her sorrow. Hearing her words, the partition angrily struck a piece of equipment, instantly damaging it. Partition. What are you doing? Do you still need that? The partition interjected before the ambulance could respond. Right now, I only care about bringing our leader back. As he spoke, sparks erupted from the collision of his fists. This is not your fault, Jack reassured Alcee. Hearing this, Alcee retorted, if anyone else needed rescuing, Optimus would surely find a way. I cannot. It is as simple as that. At that moment, communication rang out. Ambulance, what is the situation? The next instant, Fuller's face appeared on the screen. Reports indicate at least 12 injuries, and the higher-ups demand a reasonable explanation. You all need to get to work, or the Pentagon will shut down your base. With that, Fuller disconnected the communication. But where can you go? As Fuller ended the call, Laffey expressed concern. Who knows? Perhaps they will send us to some remote island or launch us into space. I would be quite pleased with that, the ambulance replied, somewhat despondent. I do not blame Agent Fuller. Optimus and the Decepticons always evacuate personnel before engaging in battle. Listening to the ambulance, Alcee reflected on her mistakes. Beep, beep, beep. We do not know what Optimus will do, for he is not here, the partition concurred. Isn't that obvious? Do you wish to state the obvious further? Alcee's frustration grew as she glared at the partition. If it weren't for the presence of these children. As the partition began to utter something outrageous, Jack intervened just in time. Hey, have we overlooked something positive? Why is no one mentioning the item the Decepticons just seized? Upon hearing Jack's words, the ambulance retorted, yes. We allowed them to successfully acquire an energy component that can power the space bridge. How could that possibly be a good thing? Alcee responded with incredulity. Let them construct the space bridge, Jack proposed. Why? So they can transport more zombies from Cybertron? The partition replied sternly, though with a hint of displeasure. No. Let us take it and use it to send me to Cybertron. Meanwhile, Mei-Chi, deep in thought, was suddenly startled, then contemplated, realizing it was indeed a brilliant idea. Oh dear, even Mei-Chi considers this a good idea. Upon hearing Mei-Chi's words, Alcee responded with irritation. No one claims this undertaking is effortless. However, you have previously seized a space bridge, Jack asserted. We have indeed destroyed one, but for the three of us to capture and maintain, it is exceedingly challenging. The partition spoke, suggesting they could give it a try, yet their numbers were insufficient, making the likelihood of success exceedingly slim. Bleep, 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 bleep. He is correct. We must first locate it. Alcee concurred with Bumblebee's statement. Oh, come on. Hearing Alcee's words, Mei-Chi innocently pondered, since it is called a space bridge. Shouldn't it be in space? She pointed upward, indicating the cosmos. The term space bridge refers to its transmission range, not its geographical location. After we destroyed the previous space bridge, we have been monitoring Earth's orbit. Had we known sooner. The astute ambulance found itself at a loss against Mei-Chi's naivety, helplessly explaining these concepts. So the space bridge is somewhere on Earth. Listening to the ambulance's words, Jack remarked, it's akin to searching for a bolt in a junkyard. The partition cleverly likened their endeavor. Then let us commence our search at once, Alcee suggested. However, there's one more matter. Instantly, the ambulance's words captured everyone's attention. We are unaware of the Decepticon schemes against Optimus Prime. Is he still safe? As he spoke, the ambulance's gaze dimmed slightly. What about the Decepticon warship? Are we prepared? Moonlight inquired, looking at Thunderquake. Upon seeing Thunderquake nod in affirmation, she and Thunderquake entered the terrestrial bridge. As they emerged from the terrestrial bridge, Moonlight activated the external exosuit to ensure her breathing would be unobstructed. Meanwhile, Thunderquake hoisted the fully armed Moonlight onto his shoulder and proceeded to the side. This subterranean realm is indeed the hiding place of the Decepticon space bridge. This time, to ensure the security of the space bridge, Megatron specifically arranged this underworld as a base. Without a means of access, the Autobots could neither discern its existence nor act upon it, rendering them powerless. Any who dare intrude shall pay a grievous price. Now, what could be the purpose of Moonlight and Thunderquake's arrival here? Surely, it cannot be for reconnaissance. Rather, they intend to journey to Cybertron together in search of a certain lost warrior, the Decepticons' most distinguished scientist and inventor. Sir, yes, prepare to activate the space bridge. Target Cybertron. Ready for long-distance transmission. Thunderquake commanded the Decepticon operator. In no time, the super energy core completed its compression, the space bridge activated, and in an instant, a colossal wave of energy radiated forth. Observing the space bridge, which resembled rippling water, Moonlight signaled Thunderquake, indicating that they could depart. After traversing a layer of space that resembled rippling water, the two individuals safely arrived on the planet Cybertron. Gazing at the surroundings filled with cybernetic aesthetics, Moonlight could not help but express her admiration for this magnificent place. Had it not been ravaged by war, what beauty it might have possessed. Subsequently, Moonlight signaled to Thunderquake that they could activate the communication device they had brought. Shortly thereafter, Thunderquake opened the communication channel and received intelligence indicating that the initial landing forces had failed to locate their target. Given this, Moonlight turned her gaze towards an unknown direction, indicating her intent to accompany Thunderquake in search of their objective in this enigmatic territory. In a secluded corner of Cybertron, a purple figure was rummaging through something. Suddenly, the figure began to excavate vigorously at a specific spot, and before long, unearthed a colossal Cybertronian skeleton. Upon discovering the desired object, the figure raised the bone triumphantly and began the return journey. In a distant, obscure region of the cosmos, a decrepit figure abruptly opened its eyes, initiating subtle movements of its body, which soon escalated into more vigorous actions. It appeared to sense something, culminating in an ecstatic roar. Chapter 74. Deception aboard the Decepticon warship. A squadron of Decepticon flyers returned, unaware of the tail that followed closely behind. This tail, utilizing exceptional tracking skills, had successfully infiltrated the warship. It was none other than the Red Spider, who now found himself exposed before two Decepticon soldiers guarding the Energon storage facility. Red Spider, one of the guards said, aiming his weapon at him. You should be the commander of Red Spider. As he spoke, Red Spider approached the two sentinels. Have you lost your minds? Put down your weapons at once. He barked, glaring at the guards still aiming their weapons at him. I apologize, sir, but Lord Megatron has ordered that if you return to the warship, you are to be immediately detained. Unfortunately, the Autobot guards paid no heed to the arrogant Red Spider. What? Clearly, there's a misunderstanding here. With a surge of confidence, Red Spider leveraged his proximity and swiftly incapacitated the two Decepticon soldiers, sending them back to the Allspark. Ensuring the area was clear, Red Spider stealthily slipped into the Energon storage facility. In his moment of triumph, he remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Due to Moonlight's long-standing intimidation over the Decepticon soldiers, many had, to some extent, systematically learned about crowd control tactics, as well as the methods of the Autobot underworld, with a select few grasping some of its essence. When it came to calling for reinforcements, the mantra was simple: summon the masses and let them overwhelm the foe. Meanwhile, Thunderquake, who was training at the ship's lower deck, received the news and quickly rallied his team to apprehend Red Spider. On the other hand, Megatron, situated in the warship's command room, also received the alarming report. What? Red Spider has appeared near the archives of Orion. Merely observing the current expression on Megatron's face reveals a certain displeasure. He remains silent, swiftly striding towards the archives. Meanwhile, at the Energon chamber, the door swung open as Starscream staggered out, precariously balancing several Energon cubes. Just when he believed he was safe, the sound of footsteps echoed from around the corner. As Starscream sought a place to hide, he spotted the archives and decided to take refuge within. Upon entering the archives, Starscream was startled by the figure before him, causing him to drop the Energon cubes he was clutching in a flurry. No, it was Optimus Prime. He aimed his missile arm at the Autobot leader. Across from him, Optimus stood in stunned silence, gazing at the terrified Starscream, utterly taken aback. It was indeed Optimus Prime. As Starscream prepared to launch his missile, he intended to obliterate the Autobot leader before him. Just as Starscream was about to fire, Orion Pax hastily interjected, "Wait, I mean no harm." "Oh, is that so? Then what are you doing here?" Optimus queried, prompting a look of surprise from Starscream, who remained on guard. Conducting research for Lord Megatron, Orion Pax explained, gazing into the wise eyes and earnest tone of Optimus. Alongside the profound implications of the conversation, Starscream momentarily questioned his own existence. "Are you joking?" he asked uncertainly. Regarding the unfamiliar Optimus. "I do not comprehend your meaning," Orion pondered, lowering his head in contemplation. Realizing something was amiss with the Autobot leader before him, Starscream relinquished his weapon and scrutinized Optimus. "Why do you call me Optimus Prime?" he inquired cautiously. "What should I call you?" Orion replied, a hint of confusion in his posture. In that moment, Starscream noticed the Decepticon insignia emblazoned upon Optimus's right arm, leading him to understand that many events had transpired during his absence. "You remind me of someone I once knew." "Nothing more," Starscream explained, clarifying why he had referred to him as Optimus Prime. "You're Starscream?" Orion asked, bewildered by the frail figure before him. "Indeed," Starscream responded, puzzled by Orion's inquiry. "But Lord Megatron said you were deceased," Orion remarked, his confusion evident. "Megatron has uttered many things, only a fraction of which are true," Starscream retorted, contemplating the prospect of revealing some of Megatron's misdeeds. "Are you implying that our leader frequently lies?" Orion questioned hesitantly. On the other side, Starscream could not suppress a laugh at Orion's naivety. "It seems you have indeed been kept in the dark, haven't you?" The ominous gaze of Red Spider fell upon Orlane. "I do not comprehend your words, Red Spider," Orlane remarked, approaching him. As Orlane drew closer, Red Spider instinctively retreated. "Pray tell, what do you know? And what would you offer in return?" Upon hearing this, a sinister expression once again crossed Red Spider's face as he regarded Orlane. "Return? It seems you shall have no opportunity for such recompense." At that moment, a voice echoed through the air. The next instant, the door to the archives swung open, revealing Tianjun accompanied by a battalion of Decepticon soldiers. "Tianjun, what brings you here?" Red Spider, startled by Tianjun's sudden appearance, could not conceal his surprise. "Red Spider, surrender at once." The Decepticon soldiers behind Tianjun raised their weapons, aiming them at Red Spider. Sensing the dire situation, Red Spider hastily concealed himself behind Orlane, evidently confident that they would not fire upon him. Meanwhile, Orlane, taken aback, glanced at the figure hiding behind him and implored the others, "Do not open fire." Realizing Orlane was being used as a shield, Tianjun gestured for his men to lower their weapons. Seizing the moment, Red Spider sprang up from his hiding place, transforming into a jet and fleeing down the corridor in a frenzy. Observing the retreating jet, Tianjun halted his soldiers from pursuing, recognizing that with Red Spider's agility, a mere handful of foot soldiers would be insufficient to capture him, and they risked losing their own men in the process. Remaining in the laboratory, Tianjun turned his attention to Orlane. However, just as Orlane was about to speak, Tianjun interrupted him. "Enough, Orlane. I am aware you have many questions, but this is not the time for answers. Please remain in the laboratory." With that, Tianjun closed the laboratory door behind him and stepped outside. Each individual resumed their duties, disregarding Red Spider, confident that others would handle him. As he walked, Tianjun issued commands. Chapter 75. The truth revealed as Red Spider fled. He was struck by an energy blast from behind, just as he broke through the warship's exit. The next moment, enveloped in a hail of gunfire and smoke, he vanished from sight. Observing the disappearance of Red Spider, Megatron, now at the edge of the warship, signaled to the surrounding Decepticon aerial troops, indicating that they could return to the ship. A mere gesture, unworthy of concern. Perhaps Red Spider's survival may yet yield unexpected surprises and experiences. At the Autobot base, Raffi, "Is the test subject prepared?" The ambulance inquired of Raffi. "Indeed, the remote positioning system is activated," Raffi replied, gesturing to the remote control in his hand. "I harbor doubts regarding whether my adjustments will successfully extend the transmission range of the ground bridge." The ambulance expressed concern as it gazed at the ground bridge awaiting activation. However, there's only one way to ascertain. With that, the ambulance activated the ground bridge. As the ground bridge stabilized, Raffi initiated the remote-controlled vehicle, sending it racing toward the bridge. As the small car dashed towards the land bridge, the ambulance couldn't help but murmur, "Keep going." Yet in the next moment, the car succumbed to the overwhelming force of energy and exploded, shattering all hope. This was merely the first instance. Observing this, Laffy quickly attempted to console the ambulance. No. Laffy, this is utterly futile. It's nothing more than a desperate gamble. The ambulance spoke with a tone tinged with indifference. Turning to gaze at the equations of the space bridge on the screen, it acknowledged that no one on this planet understood this technology better than the Decepticons. On the planet Cybertron, a fighter jet was executing a low-altitude flight. The imposing silhouette of the low-altitude Dominator loomed over the desolate landscape of Cybertron. "Any updates?" asked Moonlight as she activated the communication. "Commander, no traces have been discovered thus far," came the voice of Little Nine through the comms. "Understood, Little Nine. Continue leading the search, prioritize safety, and remain vigilant for any irregularities," Moonlight replied while observing the search radar on Thunderquake. "Commander, I have made a discovery. Though it appears to be unrelated to our objective," Little Six's voice chimed in as Moonlight spoke. "Be more specific. Abnormal energy readings and some remains have been found. It seems a skirmish occurred here not long ago. One party consists of Autobots, while the other—" Little Six's voice faltered momentarily. "Why did you stop? Who is the other party?" Moonlight probed further upon hearing the silence from Little Six. "They seem to be the individuals we are pursuing, bounty hunters, that rabble." Little Six's voice dripped with disdain. In a small chamber on Cybertron, a figure was engaged in a cutting examination of some enormous bones. Behind this figure, a massive transparent container held a mysterious and perilous creature suspended in nutrient fluid. Within the Decepticon warship, the door to the archives swung open once more. Observing the busy Orion, Megatron spoke. "Orion." Upon hearing Megatron's voice, Orion turned to face him. "I sincerely apologize for involving you in this turmoil. It seems you have not been harmed, have you?" As he spoke, Megatron began to circle Orion, scrutinizing him. "No, Lord Megatron. But why did you tell me that Starscream is dead?" Orion inquired. Taken aback for a moment, Megatron replied, "For our cause, he is indeed dead. Starscream was once my most trusted lieutenant. However, he betrayed us and allied himself with the Autobots. I have never witnessed such a despicable act of deceit." At this moment, Megatron slowly turned to regard Orion. "He did not harm you or say anything to you, did he?" "No," came the response. Upon hearing the satisfying response from Orion, Megatron felt a slight uplift in his mood. "Very well. You would do best to forget this unpleasant matter and return to your duties." With that, he turned to leave. Orion, should you require anything, do not hesitate to voice your needs. I shall provide you with my utmost support." As Megatron reached the doorway, he spoke once more. Just as he stepped outside, Orion's voice resonated. "As you wish, my lord." Upon hearing this, Megatron glanced back at Orion before the door closed. In that fleeting moment, his gaze darkened with malice. Orion had never been adept at concealing his true feelings. Turning the corner, Megatron addressed Soundwave and Shockwave. "It was a grave error not to have eliminated the Insecticon when I had the chance, but rest assured, I shall not show mercy next time." It was evident that Megatron harbored profound dissatisfaction towards the emergence of the Insecticon and its nefarious actions. At this moment, his desire for the Insecticon's demise was unprecedentedly intense. Concurrently, Megatron felt an undeniable sense of Orion's impending departure. This feeling was as palpable as the uncertainty he experienced in his days as a gladiator, and it irked him. In the Autobot base, Ratchet addressed the monitor while observing the lack of a signal from the Energon entity. "Have RC and Bumblebee located the space bridge yet?" "Neither has reported back," Ratchet calmly replied, undeterred by the monitor's words. Noticing Ratchet's taut demeanor, the monitor attempted to reassure him. "Are you all right, Ratchet?" "I'm fine." The monitor's inquiry seemed to awaken Ratchet, who looked up to indicate his well-being. "Now, we shall transport you to the next quadrant." With that, Ratchet prepared to set the coordinates for the monitor's next destination. Just then, a signal appeared on the large screen. "What is it?" the monitor inquired, watching Ratchet's retreating figure. "It's a high-frequency signal containing an embedded message." "For me?" The previously lethargic Ratchet became instantly alert upon realizing it was directed at him. "Is it Optimus?" the monitor asked urgently. Ratchet opened the message, only to discover that the sender was not the individual they had hoped for. It was the Insecticon. In the Decepticon warship within the archives, Orion instructed, "Now, input Optimus Prime." He proceeded to search the device before him. In the next moment, a remarkably strong symbol of a Cybertronian appeared. Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobot intruders. Observing the information before him, Orion gradually approached the truth. The Insecticon mistook me for him. Megatron declared that Ratchet is the true leader of the Autobots. This suggests that someone has not been entirely truthful. Orion pondered deeply. Chapter 76. The Reliable Informant. Acquiring the location Autobot base the Insecticon? I possess crucial information regarding your leader. Bring a medical kit and come alone. Observing the embedded message. The ambulance and the barricade were engulfed in confusion. Within a primordial forest, a weakened red spider leaned against a large stone, exuding an aura of extraordinary energy. In the next moment, a land bridge materialized before him, and as two figures emerged, Red Spider could not help but exclaim, "Did I not instruct you to come alone?" Hearing Red Spider's fierce tone, the barricade brandished a weapon, retorting, "What reason do we have to heed your commands?" The two stood resolute before Red Spider. In his injured state, was confronted by the ambulance's inquiry, "Where is Optimus Prime?" In response to the ambulance's question, Red Spider attempted to negotiate terms, stating, "If you heal me, I may consider divulging information." Ignoring his words, the ambulance and the barricade exchanged glances, dismissing him. "For heaven's sake, I'm bleeding out here," Red Spider pleaded, covering his wound in a display of vulnerability. "I suggest you quickly and honestly disclose whether Optimus has sustained injuries." The ambulance, unfazed by Red Spider's pathetic demeanor, coldly interrogated him, seeking confirmation about Optimus's well-being. In the face of the ambulance's relentless questioning, Red Spider erupted. "He's fine, perfectly fine. Can you not see? The one who is injured is me." He lamented his unfair treatment, staring at the ambulance. "Where is he?" The barricade urgently pressed. "What do you think he is?" Red Spider retorted, feeling his composure falter. "He is aboard Megatron's warship. Do you know the location of the warship?" The ambulance pressed further. At this, Red Spider could no longer contain himself, bursting into a fit of desperate laughter. "Now, who knows? It's a warship. It moves. It took me months to locate it, only to be reduced to this state by him." Seeing that Red Spider had fallen silent, the ambulance's voice broke the tension. "If you have no information to exchange, there is no reason for you to have summoned me here. Speak the truth." The ambulance's unwavering expression conveyed that to receive treatment, valuable information was required in return. "Very well," Red Spider sighed, realizing he was at a disadvantage. "Your esteemed leader may not be in his right mind at present." He refers to himself as Orion Pax. After regaining some composure, Red Spider slowly revealed what he believed to be vital intelligence. It seemed Megatron had also found a way to convince him of his allegiance to the Decepticons. Having spoken, Red Spider looked at the two with confidence, as if proud of his performance or the information he had shared. Hearing the abrupt end to Red Spider's revelations, the barricade urged him, "Tell us something we do not already know." At this, Red Spider instantly faltered. "What?" Red Spider gazed incredulously at the two individuals, questioning how they could possibly possess such knowledge. Observing the increasingly frantic demeanor of Red Spider, Ambulance understood that no further information could be extracted from him. Thus, he addressed the petition, stating that they were merely wasting time. With that, he turned away, preparing to return to the base. Witnessing the two depart without a trace of regret, Red Spider was engulfed in panic. Once they left, the absence of treatment could lead to his demise due to the gradual depletion of his super energy core, ultimately returning him to the Allspark. "Wait, I know this already. Truly, you cannot leave me here like this." Hearing Red Spider's desperate cries, Ambulance and the petition finally halted their steps. "Unless you know where Megatron has concealed the space bridge, you might as well stay here and rust," the petition remarked, casting a glance at Red Spider in a final attempt to inquire. Upon hearing this, Red Spider hesitated slightly and then exclaimed, "The space bridge? How could they have constructed it without my oversight and guidance?" Ambulance and the petition exchanged bewildered glances at Red Spider's words. As Red Spider's voice rose again, he lamented, "It appears that the most grievous wounds are right here, Doctor," while gently caressing his Allspark. On Cybertron, the situation was dire. "Are there any survivors?" Moonlight's voice echoed. Listening to her, Little Six surveyed the devastation and reported, "I have already conducted an examination. There are no survivors. Based on the scene, it is highly likely that this group of Autobots was ambushed by a sudden appearance of bounty hunters, leading to a malfunction in their spacecraft, which forced an emergency landing here. The remaining Autobots retaliated, ultimately perishing alongside the bounty hunters." Contemplating Little Six's words, Moonlight responded, It is also possible that there are survivors who have either fled or hidden away. Another possibility is that the bounty hunters are still alive, but not present here. She commanded, "Notify all search troops to remain vigilant and exercise caution for enemy appearances. If any discoveries are made, report immediately and refrain from acting independently." As Moonlight surveyed the surroundings, she and Thunderquake soon found themselves in an expansive area. The deep hues surrounding them resembled the depths of an abyss. "Where are we?" Moonlight couldn't help but inquire. "This is the Rust Sea, a perilous region of Cybertron," Thunderquake replied. "Rust Sea?" Moonlight strained to recall the images she had seen regarding the leader's trial. "Isn't this the site of the ultimate godlock? I remember the Well of All Sparks is nearby as well." At the Autobot base, Ambulance observed the coordinates displayed on the screen and remarked, "Intelligence indicates that the Decepticon space bridge is located here, concealed within an energy core mine." As he spoke, he glanced toward RC and Bumblebee, who had just returned. "Constructed right next to the energy supply source. Very clever. Where did you obtain this information?" RC inquired, looking up at Ambulance, intent on reaffirming the accuracy of the information. Alcy inquired, prompting the Ambulance and the partition to exchange a glance, hesitatingly stating that it was a reliable informant. Observing the peculiar Ambulance before her, Alcy regarded him with skepticism. If this information had originated from Moonspirit, the Ambulance would not have been so reticent. "You all have no objections, I presume?" The Ambulance then directed his gaze towards Jack and the others standing aside. "May I inquire whether the air on your planet is breathable for humans?" Jack's mother fixed the Ambulance with a sharp gaze. "Give me a set of spacesuits." At that moment, Fuller's voice resonated. "They are undoubtedly the most advanced. I have connections at the Aerospace Agency." Fuller, eager for recognition, looked at Jack's mother and Jack, indicating that these matters were within his purview. Chapter 77. The operation to seize the space bridge. Listening to Fuller, Jack's mother remained unconvinced, her worries persisting. "But this is perilous." "Mother, I understand the risks. But Optimus Prime once took great risks to save Earth. For that alone, we owe him," Jack declared resolutely, standing firm before his mother, asserting his newfound maturity. Although Jack was the only one capable of undertaking this task, Alcy stepped forward as well, stating her intention to accompany Jack. Not everyone is destined for an ordinary life. After all, Optimus Prime was once just Orion Pax. The Ambulance also sought to reassure Jack's mother. No one is born great, without striving with all their might. One can never know what their fate might hold. As she listened to their words, Jack's mother gazed at him with a complex expression, torn between concern for her child's safety and pride in his growth into someone capable of standing on his own. "When you were little, didn't you always dream of becoming an astronaut?" Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron pondered, where has Moonspirit gone? He sensed something amiss with the unusually quiet ship in recent days, suddenly realizing that a certain playful human was absent. "Moonspirit has gone to Cybertron with Tiani," answered Soundwave. "To Cybertron? With Tiani? Why not with us?" Megatron's voice trailed off, growing softer as he glanced at Soundwave, who was operating the console. The look of confusion did not distract Soundwave from his duties. Tianjun quietly explained, "I heard that Moonspirit and Soundwave had a quarrel, and it seems there were reports of certain developments on Cybertron, so she took the lead to investigate." "Oh, they had a quarrel? That is concerning. What are the specifics?" Megatron inquired in a lowered voice. Observing the leader's unexpected curiosity, Tianjun silently shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge about the situation. "Very well." Megatron, with a hint of regret, withdrew from his moment of gossip, standing in contemplation, lost in thought. In the Autobot base, we can access the Energon mine directly through the land bridge, subsequently advancing into the chamber where the space bridge is located and vanquishing all Decepticon sentinels we encounter. Ratchet, observing the approaching crowd, articulated the battle plan. "Once we seize control of the space bridge, we shall dispatch Jack. Remember, we must endeavor to remain undetected. Our numbers are not in our favor, and should the Decepticons send an alert to their command ship, it would spell disaster." At this juncture, Ratchet ceased his discourse. "Then we would have to confront 400 adversaries," Ironhide interjected, supplementing Ratchet's unfinished thought. "By disrupting their communication signals upon entry, we should gain a precious moment." Ratchet continued, indicating the need for a delay. "Taking the space bridge should be relatively straightforward, yet you three must hold your ground there, ensuring our return from Cybertron." RC expressed her concerns, for if they were discovered, not only would Ratchet and his team need to defend themselves, but she and Jack would also find themselves ensnared on Cybertron. Listening to RC's trepidation, Ratchet reassured her. Just as Raph ascended to the top of the rope in gym class, we too shall prevail. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Raph, understanding Ratchet's intent. Raph pondered the relevance of his gym class experience to their mission. If Ratchet can participate in the assault, then I shall join as well, he declared. However, upon hearing Raph's musings, Mickey expressed her confusion, stating her desire to be part of the operation. Without hesitation, Ratchet declined. Mickey, your role is to assist Raph in navigating the land bridge and managing the communication systems. Mickey, frustrated by this limitation, retreated to the side. They were unable to go to Cybertron, nor could they assault the Decepticon space bridge. Nurse Darby, please remain on standby for emergencies, Ratchet instructed, turning to Jack's mother, hoping she was prepared. Just as Ratchet finished speaking, Fuller's voice resonated. Child, it's time to put on your suit. As he spoke, he produced the space suit he had retrieved from the space agency. Minutes later, within the depths of an energon mine, a land bridge suddenly activated and several Autobots emerged, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Confirming the absence of sentinels, they proceeded deeper into the mine. Shortly thereafter, they encountered Decepticon soldiers in an expansive cavern. Following a silent exchange of glances, RC and Bumblebee charged forward, while Ironhide maneuvered to attack from behind. With remarkable efficiency, RC and Bumblebee dispatched the enemy, leaving one Autobot soldier who had witnessed the entire confrontation. As he noticed the two Autobots directing their gaze towards him, the soldier hastily contacted the command ship, reporting, "This is the Space Bridge Control Center. We're under attack. Command, do you copy?" Just as he was halfway through his transmission, he was struck from behind by Ironhide, sent flying across the chamber. Alas, the Decepticon soldier, until his very last breath, remained oblivious to the fact that his words had not been transmitted back to the warship. Emerging from the shadows with a signal jammer in hand, the ambulance glanced around the now unguarded mine and swiftly moved forward. They arrived at the lift and began their descent to the depths of the cavern. The guard stationed at the lift, having let down his guard, met his demise at the hands of a partition. As the group continued their journey, they finally reached the location where the space bridge was stationed. My goodness! The ambulance couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the spectacle before him. Within the expansive mine, a grand platform connected to a massive circular structure at the end of the pathway. It was evident that this colossal ring was the space bridge. Observing the space bridge parked there, RC softly murmured, "Thank you, Red Spider." What? The partition was taken aback by RC's words, pondering how she could possibly know. Who else could it be? Now, what is the plan? The partition inquired, glancing at the multitude of Decepticon soldiers in the distance. Unlike the serene calm before a storm here, Cybertron was abuzz with activity. It was Bumblebee leading the charge against the enemy. Meanwhile, the scattered reconnaissance teams across Cybertron were hastily converging for support. The chaotic battle made it difficult for Bumblebee to discern whether the foes before him were Autobots or the notorious fugitives. Simultaneously, the repercussions of this conflict swiftly drew the attention of someone lurking near the Rust Sea. Observing the aircraft soaring in the distance, he remarked, "Those are Decepticon soldiers," before transforming into a tank and giving chase. Chapter 78. Arrival at Cybertron. Two patrolling Decepticon soldiers suddenly sensed something amiss. As they readied their weapons to investigate, a drilling vehicle came hurtling toward them. It was unmistakably the handiwork of the partition. Without a moment's notice, the two Decepticon soldiers were crushed beneath the drilling vehicle. Returning to the Allspark, hearing the commotion, all the guards were drawn to the sound, only to witness the Autobots charging in. The ambulance, wielding the signal jammer, prevented the Decepticon soldiers from relaying any information. Soon after, the guards were entirely eliminated. Ascending the platform and gazing at the controls of the space bridge, the ambulance could not help but marvel at the engineering marvel before him. Is it operational? RC inquired with a hint of trepidation. Indeed, the ambulance responded as he pressed the operation button for the space bridge, observing the screen as positive feedback, indicating it was ready for use. With vigilance heightened, the partition and Bumblebee arrived at the control station after ensuring there were no hidden threats in the vicinity. "This is the most daunting phase," RC remarked as Bumblebee approached. "I will deactivate the jammer. contact the base and maintain communication for the remaining time, the ambulance declared, stowing away his concerns as he addressed the Autobots before him. At this moment, those waiting at the base suddenly heard a voice emanating from the communication device, calling out to the base that the target had been secured. Listening to the ambulance's communication, Fuller turned to glance at Jack, who was already fully equipped. "It's your turn now." After the land bridge was activated, several individuals observed Jack, who was on the verge of departure, urging him to return with mementos. "Be careful," said Raffi, a hint of concern in his voice. "What if you need to use the restroom?" Meichi's words abruptly shattered the atmosphere. "Safe travels," Fuller declared, his gaze fixed on Jack, their warrior spirits intertwining. "Hurry along. Optimus needs you." Amidst a mixture of maternal reluctance and hope, Jack stepped into the land bridge. As Jack emerged from the land bridge, the ambulance began to operate the space bridge, locking in coordinates for the planet Cybertron. "What is the matter?" Alcee asked, hands on her hips, looking at Jack with an air of ease. "Shall we commence?" Jack produced the key, indicating that all preparations were complete. "I will keep the space bridge channel clear to prevent any delays in long-distance communication. It will make your return much easier when you are ready." The ambulance moved forward, observing Jack and Alcee. "Easier, you say? Why not just send me directly to the Matrix?" Jack felt an uneasy sensation at the ambulance's remark. The exact location of the Matrix remained unknown, said to be accessible only via the path of the leader. For now, they could only trust that Optimus would guide him. The ambulance regarded the key in Jack's hand with a trace of hesitation before returning to the control panel to prepare for the activation of the space bridge. "Don't worry. Passing through the space bridge is just like crossing the land bridge," Alcee consoled Jack, signaling her solidarity and urging him to remain calm. As she pressed the button, the energy matrix began to transmit, and in an instant, the tremendous energy fluctuations within the space bridge produced a cacophony. Just a bit bumpy. Alcee raised her voice slightly. Gradually, the noise began to diminish. Jack observed the stabilizing space bridge, and together with Alcee, they approached it. On the planet Cybertron, a vast energy portal manifested on the streets of a ravaged city. Shortly thereafter, Alcee and Jack emerged from it. As the second human to arrive on Cybertron, Jack gazed in awe at his surroundings. The world was shrouded in a gloomy haze, suggesting that this planet had seemingly lost all semblance of life. Everywhere he looked, he saw the remnants of towering structures in ruin, the sky overcast with a pallor that felt as if it were perpetually cloaked in gloom. Occasionally, he caught glimpses of shimmering objects. Was that the moon? I can hardly believe it. I'm truly on another planet. Alcee, this is incredible. Jack marveled at the stark contrast between Cybertron and Earth, excitement illuminating his face. However, he noticed that Alcee had not responded, and as he turned back in confusion, he called out, "Alcee?" Alas, the once brilliant eyes of Alcee now appeared shrouded in a veil of gloom. "My homeland has transformed into this desolate state," she lamented as she surveyed her surroundings. Alcee's sorrow permeated Jack and enveloped me, plunging me into a profound sadness. The exhilaration of first encountering an alien world had dissipated. Amidst the swirling smoke, envisioning a clear path forward had become an arduous task, let alone contemplating the next step. We endeavored to save Cybertron, yet when the haze eventually lifted, little remained to be salvaged. Jack listened in silence, each sight of our ravaged homeland stirring an indelible grief within him. "Alcee, Jack, do you copy?" Suddenly, the voice of the ambulance cut through their melancholy, yanking them back to reality. "Received. We have arrived at Cybertron," Alcee replied. "Let us not rush into sightseeing just yet, shall we? Indeed, we are unaware if you have 5 kilometers or 5,000 to traverse." The ambulance acknowledged, "Right now, our priority is to locate the magic sphere. Everything else must be set aside." "Understood. We shall proceed," Alcee said, casting a glance at Jack. "All right." The ambulance mentioned that the key would guide us, but I remain uncertain about how to proceed. As Jack held the key before his eyes, he noticed it emanating a glow. He then confirmed the key's brilliance as he oriented it towards different directions. The light intensified as he neared a certain point. "Exactly," Alcee proclaimed as she steered Jack towards the illuminated path. "We must wait a moment." Just as the partition finished speaking, the communication console erupted with noise. "Space Bridge Control Center, do you copy?" "Space Bridge Control Center, this is Deadfire. Why have you not reported?" Hearing the voice emanating from the communicator, A sense of foreboding washed over the group. Damn it. Just as the partition prepared to respond, the ambulance interjected. Partition, no. He will recognize your voice. I can lower my tone. You go. The ambulance gestured for a response. You might also recognize my voice. The ambulance recalled its first encounter with Deadfire. In the next moment, both the ambulance and the partition turned to Bumblebee. Seeing the situation, Bumblebee shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. Speak up, Space Bridge Control Center. Do not compel me to descend and make you regret it. As Deadfire grew increasingly agitated without receiving a response, Fuller, who had overheard the exchange, urged, someone say something. Quickly. Inspired by Fuller's urgency, the ambulance suddenly had an idea. Raffi, bring Agent Fuller into the conversation. This statement sent a jolt of anxiety through Fuller's heart, causing him to tense up. Chapter 79. A third-party force, I shall grant you one final opportunity. With his patience waning, Deadfire conducted one last inquiry, stating that should he fail to receive an answer this time, he would personally descend and enlighten the station soldiers on why the flowers bloom so red. This is the Space Bridge Control Center. All is functioning normally. As the words of the deceased fire lingered in the air, Fuller's voice resonated through the communication device. Is everything normal? Can you confirm? The once skeptical fire inquired again for reassurance. We were merely calibrating the subsystems. There was a minor electrical overload, but all is well now. Fuller reported in a hushed tone from within the Autobot base. Are you all right? Just as the conversation was about to conclude, Fuller blurted out this question, startling everyone present. As the atmosphere grew tense, fearing exposure, Fire's voice broke through, revealing his evident confusion at Fuller's inquiry. Splendid. I know it's tough down there. Keep pushing on. It was clear that Fire was susceptible to soft persuasion, and this question had effectively dispelled all his doubts. Hearing the communication cut off, Fuller let out a profound sigh of relief. In the Decepticon warship's archive room, the files of the Decepticons were perplexingly encrypted with elaborate technology. Observing the encryption program before him, Orion was puzzled and promptly initiated the decryption process. As he deciphered the code, he was instantly taken aback by the information displayed. How could I possibly be an Autobot? Optimus Prime. Staring at the screen, depicting an image identical to himself, Orion felt a wave of distress. Meanwhile, his decryption process was being monitored in real time by Soundwave. Even with the encryption, the truth had been unveiled, and Orion had much work ahead of him. I will ensure he obeys me, even if it requires severe measures. I shall complete my fortress project. As he spoke, Megatron's expression was fierce. My lord, rather than threatening Orion, it will be wiser to follow the method proposed by Moonlight, suggested Thundercracker at that moment. The method proposed by Moonlight? Upon hearing Thundercracker's words, Megatron halted. Soundwave, standing nearby, revealed Moonlight's plan. On the distant planet of Cybertron, Alcee and Jack were racing toward an unforeseen destination. Heading toward Kaon? Alcee inquired, gazing in the direction Jack pointed. The capital of the Decepticons. All right. As they neared Kaon, Alcee stopped. Let us walk from here. I'd rather not attract any trouble with engine noise. Alcee transformed her weapon, eyeing the bridge leading to Kaon. Decepticons? Jack asked, puzzled. Pests, Alcee replied succinctly, cautiously observing their surroundings. Clearly, this pest was formidable. Jack retrieved a key, and guided by it, he and Alcee began their advance toward Kaon. Unbeknownst to the two, beneath the bridge leading to Kaon lay a concealed pest. An acute dormancy chamber abruptly opened, awakening a Cybertronian mechanical insect warrior. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Cybertron, the once bustling battlefield had finally reached its conclusion. Caught off guard, despite being temporarily suppressed under cover, the Decepticon squad, led by Xiao Lu, gradually gained the upper hand as time passed. By the time reinforcements arrived, the battle had concluded. The majority of the assailants had been neutralized, with a few wounded captured as prisoners. Following the arrival of Tianjun and Yue Ling, they observed the captured individuals suspended nearby. Multiple teams patrolled the vicinity, vigilant against any surviving enemies attempting a surprise attack. As Yue Ling approached, she noticed that the captives bore no insignia of either the Autobots or Decepticons. Have you ascertained their identities? Yue Ling inquired of Xiao Lu. Interrogations have been conducted. They are indeed bounty hunters. Their leader was eliminated during the skirmish, but among the remaining captives is a second in command, from whom we have extracted some valuable intelligence. Pray tell, Yue Ling urged, scrutinizing the battered bounty hunters, their tattered appearances suggesting they had either been broken in battle or were inherently ragged. This group fled into the cosmos following the destruction of Cybertron. In the ensuing years, lacking energon, they inadvertently allied with a notorious band of bounty hunters. Notorious? Associated with thugs? Xiao Lu's remark triggered Yue Ling's recollection of a certain corpulent captive they had previously apprehended, an associate of the notorious villain, eliminated by Wei Zong. Indeed, the thugs' ranks surpassed theirs. Their leader is known as Confinement, a once infamous arms dealer on Cybertron. When the war erupted, both factions discarded him, prompting him to operate independently, rallying similarly disreputable individuals to form a gang against us. I recall that it was Tianjun's team that nearly obliterated these miscreants, Yue Ling mused, recalling the file's Soundwave had shown her. Yes, and their current mission on Cybertron was initiated by Confinement's orders to seek something within the Rust Sea. Searching the Rust Sea? What could possibly be of value in such a perilous place? Wait, that can't be right. Suddenly, a troubling realization dawned on Yue Ling. Does this individual possess any further intelligence regarding this mission? Xiao Lu informed them that if they disclose their objective and all pertinent information, I may consider sparing their lives. Understood. With that, Xiao Lu resumed the interrogation of the captives. Yue Ling, are you concerned that these individuals are plotting something? Tianjun asked, observing her demeanor. Indeed, Confinement, a war profiteer who thrived during the conflict, is untrustworthy and harbors grand ambitions, far from a trivial adversary. Analyzing the data I've reviewed, it is evident that he must have acquired certain intelligence or artifacts from ancient times, leading him to believe that there is something of worth in the Rust Sea. Yue Ling pondered, stroking her chin in contemplation. Let us take the initiative and seek this object first. Thus, the vile scheme shall unravel on its own. However, it is unwise to act rashly without definitive intelligence. At present, he lurks in the shadows while we remain exposed, unaware of his intentions. Should we fall into his trap, our position would become increasingly precarious. What then shall we do? We shall remain steadfast amidst uncertainty. Yue Ling squinted at the captive suspended above, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 80, Mechanical Insects, the confrontation, it should be nearby. Jack observed the increasingly radiant key as he accompanied Arsai through the imposing gates of Karen. Towering above the grand archway was the formidable silhouette of Megatron. Having not ventured far, the ground suddenly trembled. Simultaneously, the key emitted an even brighter luminescence. Subsequently, a vast subterranean entrance gradually emerged from the earth. The massive gateway opened, revealing a pitch-black abyss. It seemed the power sphere resided within. Karen had not always belonged to the Decepticons. It was Megatron who seized this domain, yet he appeared oblivious to the fact that the power sphere lay beneath his feet. Arsai regarded the scene with keen interest, relieved that Megatron had not enjoyed such fortuity. At that moment, a noise echoed from above. Looking up, they beheld an insectoid robot glaring intently at them. As it leapt down, Arsai hastily grabbed Jack and dove aside, creating distance before drawing her weapon to fire upon the mechanical insect. Regrettably, her meager assault inflicted little harm upon the heavily armored creature. The mechanical insect then roared, fixating on Arsai's insignia. Upon recognizing the duo as Autobots, it charged fiercely towards her. Witnessing Arsai being flung aside, Jack called out in concern, "Arsai!" Unfortunately, this cry drew the attention of the mechanical insect. Noticing the luminous object in Jack's hand, the creature instinctively sensed its significance, likely connected to their current predicament. Realizing the dire situation, Jack hurriedly retreated, but the mechanical insect closed the distance in mere strides. Just as Jack seemed doomed, Arsai timely intervened, diverting the creature's focus. "We are under assault by a giant beetle robot," she declared. "It is a mechanical insect." Ratchet sensed impending danger. "What?" Jack's mother exclaimed upon hearing this news within the base. "How can there still be Decepticons on Cybertron?" Raph questioned, perplexed. "They left a few sentinels dormant there. In case enemies returned," Ratchet explained the situation. For Arsai, such brute warriors were the most formidable adversaries. "Jack, we must leave. The situation is dire." Arsai urged him to act swiftly. "Alone? Without Arsai?" "She is the guide." Jack's mother expressed her concern upon hearing Arsai's words. "No, Arsai is merely Jack's backup. The key card serves as the guide." Ratchet reiterated his explanation. RC struggled tenaciously against the mechanical insects, urging, "Hurry. Go on, child, you've come this far. Optimus relies on you." Heeding his mother's words, Jack finally found his resolve. As he slowly approached the entrance, the massive door began to close. At the last moment, just as worry filled Jack's gaze, the mechanical insects lunged at RC. Within the archives of the Decepticon warship, the atmosphere was palpably tense. "Olean, what is the status of the Iron Fortress project?" Megatron inquired, his voice low and deliberate. Realizing this might be a ruse, Olean opted to tell Small Eye. "It appears I've grown rather rusty since our last encounter. I suspect this has something to do with your extracurricular research." Upon hearing Olean's words, Megatron fixed his gaze upon him. "Did I not inform you? We will be watching your every move." Striding to Olean's control panel, he pressed a button, revealing a screen that displayed a previously concealed interface concerning Optimus, the Autobots, and Olean himself. Feeling cornered, Olean dropped the pretense and spoke directly. "Why do the historical records state that I am allied with the Autobots? Why does Starscream refer to me as Optimus? I must know, who am I? You are here to serve me. Return to your post and decrypt the database," Megatron replied, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Olean. Gazing at the Megatron who no longer resembled the figure in his memories, Olean glanced at the screen and lowered his head, dejectedly stating, "No. I would rather erase all my findings than allow them to be used for any dubious purpose." With that, he took action. After Olean pressed a button, all data vanished from the screen. He fell silent, staring at Megatron. Just as he was about to exit, he heard Megatron's laughter. Turning back, he saw Megatron press another button, causing the deleted information to reappear on the screen. "Did you truly believe we would not monitor and document your invaluable research?" Megatron said, a hint of smugness in his tone. At that moment, Soundwave and Shockwave entered the room, with Soundwave displaying coordinates for the planet Cybertron. "A sentry on Cybertron has been activated?" Megatron remarked, surprise evident in his voice. "You told me that Cybertron was destroyed." Olean felt a wave of betrayal wash over him. "That is a separate matter, Sentry. Before I return, you must complete the Iron Fortress project." With that, Megatron unsheathed his sword, brandishing it before Olean. "Otherwise, I shall extract your spark right before your eyes." On the planet Cybertron, having just kicked a mechanical insect away, RC swiftly gained higher ground, using her energy cannon against the mechanical onslaught. However, the insects rapidly transformed into flying creatures, striking RC and sending her crashing against the wall. Subsequently, the fallen RC briefly succumbed to unconsciousness. Subsequently, the mechanical insects disregarded RC and surged towards the entrance of the passage. Harnessing their superior strength, they demolished the door and charged within. Inside the passage, Jack, wielding a luminous key, attracted the attention of certain entities. The Decepticon warship's activity log indicated that my space bridge was connected to Cybertron and remained operational. Megatron observed the status of the space bridge displayed by Soundwave. There was but one reason compelling the Autobots to take such risks: the resurrection of their leader, Optimus Prime. "Soundwave, I leave this to you," Megatron stated as he exited. In the archives, witnessing the halted translation efforts of Orion, the soldier assigned to surveillance shifted his weapon to aim at Orion. "Who told you to stop, Pike?" Just as the soldier was about to fire at Orion, Thundercracker intervened. "Enough, all of you leave." "But Lord Thundercracker, leave? Do not make me repeat myself for a third time." Thundercracker glared at the soldiers with a displeased expression. "Yes, my lord." "Thundercracker? No, it should be Optimus Prime." Thundercracker contemplated silently as he gazed at Orion. Chapter 81. Blocking the door. Cybertron finally reaching the end of the passage, Jack beheld the open door, stepping into the true sanctuary of the Allspark. Observing the surrounding silence, Jack softly declared, "I have arrived." As he placed the key into the slot, the massive platform began to activate. First, the key slot where Jack stood retracted, followed by the slot rising upright. The center of the platform opened, revealing a gigantic white sphere slowly ascending amidst several surrounding rings. "Where's this?" "Wow," Jack mused, perplexed by the unfolding events, when he noticed the power of the Allspark transmitting through the intricate patterns towards the key. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon Jack. "I believe it has begun downloading." Hearing Jack's words, Ratchet murmured, "Soon, Optimus." Observing the key slot that would take time to complete its transmission, he realized it would require patience. Of course, this contains the collective wisdom of all leaders. Unexpectedly, above the entrance, a swarm of Insecticons appeared. As time passed, the Insecticons noticed the key slot, perceiving it as a delectable morsel, glistening enticingly. Following the lead of one, the entire swarm began to fly towards the key slot. Hearing the commotion, Jack turned just in time to see the swarm of Insecticons charging towards him. Despite Jack's frantic attempts to fend them off with a metal rod he had found, it was of little use. The few Insecticons he managed to strike down were but a drop in the bucket compared to the overwhelming horde. "What is happening, Jack?" Ratchet urgently inquired, sensing the unusual disturbance from Jack's end. "Insecticons." Jack gazed at the metallic devourer, the Iron Eater, which was already feasting voraciously on the keyhole. "What is an Iron Eater?" Jack's mother inquired, perplexed by the unfamiliar creature. Meanwhile, Raph and Meichi, who had previously endured the Iron Eater's rampage, wore expressions of deep concern. Why must it be the Iron Eater? The partition could not comprehend why such a creature would inhabit this location. If they were to emerge before the energy core had fully charged, a terrestrial bridge would suddenly open behind them, piercing the magical sphere. Just as the words ambulance were uttered, a sound they had hoped to never hear echoed ominously. This implies that the magical sphere is not merely a myth. Evidently, Megatron had overheard the latter part of the statement regarding the ambulance. Megatron had come alone, without any minions, and he remarked, "You all are quite determined to rescue your leader. Rest assured, I shall no longer underestimate you." Observing the trio before him, who stood ready for battle, Megatron's expression was grim. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Optimus Prime's underlings would exhibit such fervor. "I suspect that the Autobot named RC will utilize this passage to retrieve the recharged energy core." Initially in a foul mood, a sudden thought struck Megatron. This was an opportune moment to seize the energy core and assert his dominance as a true leader. He resolved to defend the space bridge at all costs. As Megatron surveyed the treacherous situation, the ambulance issued commands. Subsequently, the group brandished their weapons and charged at Megatron. Amused by the audacity of his adversaries, Megatron found himself intrigued. He lunged forward, effortlessly sending the partition flying with a single punch, evading the ambulance's slicing strike. He seized the ambulance's head and hurled it aside. Meanwhile, Bumblebee, tasked with distraction, was caught off guard as Megatron executed a swift maneuver, grabbing Bumblebee's head and tossing him over his shoulder. Just as Megatron drew his blade to finish off Bumblebee, the ambulance barreled into him, pushing him aside. However, Megatron merely sidestepped, slamming the ambulance to the ground before tossing it away again. As he prepared to act against the incapacitated ambulance, he was unexpectedly ambushed from behind by the partition, causing him to tumble from the elevated platform. On Cybertron, Moonlight inquired of Earthquake, "How goes the search? Has everything been cleared? We have located their vessel, and all resistance has been eliminated." "Well, Little Six, what about them? Have they revealed anything?" After confirming that no adversaries had escaped, Moonlight exhaled in relief and turned to the recently interrogated Little Six. Alas, they only knew that while imprisoned on Cybertron, they seemed to have inadvertently acquired something during their escape from destruction. Beyond that, they had no useful information to offer. Little Six shook his head, indicating the lack of valuable intelligence. In that case, Moonlight approached the suspended captives, squinting slightly before stating, "Let us send them to reunite with the Allspark and the Decepticons." After finishing her words, Yue Ling soared to Tianjun's shoulder, preparing to resume the signal exploration. However, witnessing the surrounding Decepticons springing into action, the second-in-command's terrified wails pierced the air, pleading for mercy. "Do not kill me. No, you lack integrity." Before he could utter another word, he was obliterated by Xiao Jiu's blast, meeting his demise. The threat must be eradicated, is an everlasting concern. This is a lesson Tianjun must learn from General Wei. What the Decepticons urgently require now is a clever and astute commander, not a mere martial general devoid of capability and strategy. Yue Ling did not glance back. Instead, she tapped Tianjun's horn. With Tianjun's prowess, if he possessed even half the intellect of a red spider, given time, he would become the next Zhun Tianzun. Meanwhile, the dazed Arsai finally regained consciousness. As she sat up, still bewildered, she noticed a steel eater gnawing at her foot. "Jack." After eliminating the steel eater, Arsai surveyed her surroundings, realizing the absence of familiar figures and the missing doorway in the distance, which led her to understand Jack's dire situation. Instantly, she transformed and rushed inside. Within, just as Jack was on the verge of exhaustion, he observed that the signal transmission from the key slot was weakening due to the Steel Eater's incessant gnawing, with the possibility of an imminent interruption looming. No, 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 please don't interrupt. While Jack desperately sought a solution, a sound reminiscent of an engine echoed from the external passage. Archie. He initially felt joy, believing Arcee had vanquished the mechanical insects and was approaching. But fate took a different turn as the mechanical insect emerged instead. Stay back, you pest. Jack brandished a metal rod, attempting to intimidate the approaching creature. As the mechanical insect advanced 2 steps, it abruptly halted, seemingly frightened by the Steel Eater on the key slot, and began to retreat. Observing this, Jack swiftly turned his attention to the Steel Eater and formulated a plan. Seizing a Steel Eater, he exclaimed, "All right, everyone, it's time for the main course." He hurled the Steel Eater toward the mechanical insect. Alarmed, the mechanical insect hastily attempted to flee. However, the Steel Eaters that had already noted its presence were not about to let such a delectable opportunity slip away. In an instant, all the Steel Eaters still feasting on the key slot launched themselves at the mechanical insect. With no time left to escape, the mechanical insect was swiftly disarmed and subsequently fell into the abyss, reduced to mere sustenance. Watching the mechanical insect and Steel Eater vanish into the depths, Jack exhaled in relief. At that moment, unimpeded by any Steel Eaters, the key slot finally completed its transmission, and the key began to radiate a brilliant white light. Chapter 82. The leaders returned with the energy gem fully loaded. The magic sphere once again concealed itself, and the key unmistakably transformed to a luminous white. Grasping the key, Jack dashed outside, determined to locate Arcee. He could not believe that she had succumbed to the mechanical insects. Just as he was about to exit the hall, a beam of light rapidly approached, prompting Jack to brace himself for a potential assault from an enemy. As the light drew near, Jack exhaled in relief. It was Arcee, standing unscathed before him, having secured the energy core. Jack raised the key to signal, "Let us proceed." At the Space Bridge Control Center, a partition was lifted and a hammer was swung towards Megatron, only to be seized by him. Unable to escape, the assailant was flung away after a brief spin. Observing the fallen trio, who lay incapacitated on the ground, Megatron glanced at them and then at the space bridge, proceeding towards it, poised to await his prey, unperturbed by the presence of the paramedic. On the planet Cybertron, they were nearing their destination. Jack drove Arcee at full speed. "Paramedic, I have secured the energy core. Hurry here." Listening to the silence on the communication line, Arcee halted before the corridor. "Paramedic," she repeated, yet still received no reply. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Something felt amiss. Staring intently at the space bridge corridor, Arcee remained motionless, while on the other side, Megatron, observing the activated passage, unveiled his blade, a sinister smile curling his lips. Clearly, he had overheard Arcee's voice during the transmission. "We cannot proceed, can we?" Jack looked towards Arcee. "Come now, Arcee, let me sever the Autobot leader's lineage once and for all." Without a doubt, Arcee's appearance would inevitably draw the wrath of Megatron, who was fixated on the space bridge corridor. One strike from him could split Arcee in two. At that moment, the terrestrial bridge opened once more. "I cannot allow you to do this, Megatron." It was Orion who, under Shockwave's orders, had ventured out without any guards to impede him. "What concern is this of yours?" "Orion? You are not the leader here," Megatron retorted, clearly unwilling to allow Orion to intervene. "Perhaps I am not, or perhaps that is merely your deception. However, one truth remains. I find myself more sympathetic towards the Autobots, and you and I are not of the same ilk." With that, Orion transformed his weapon, ready to confront Megatron. Seeing Orion, who once again brandished his sword against him, leaving him behind, Megatron gritted his teeth, a pang of pain surging through his chest. As Orion charged with his blade, Megatron merely raised his arm to deflect the attack. In his fury, Megatron delivered a powerful punch to Orion, sending him crashing to the ground. "Perhaps your sentiments are not entirely misplaced, Orion." Observing Orion still struggling to remain upright, Megatron, unsatisfied, landed another blow. With Orion now completely incapacitated on the ground, Megatron aimed his blade at him. "Yet before you dare oppose me, there is much you have yet to learn. Regrettably, you shall not have the opportunity." Just as he was about to strike Orion down, Arcee burst through the space bridge, charging at Megatron. After colliding with him, RC swiftly rose and transformed her weapon to assault Megatron. As Olean rose to his feet, he noticed a human emerging from the space bridge. The individual held a key and pointed it directly at him. Recognizing the significance of the key, Olean gazed at the human, uncertainly asking, "Are you quite sure I am worthy?" Beyond any doubt, came the response as the human raised the key toward Olean. In an instant, the key seemed to resonate, initiating a transmission before Olean could speak again. At that very moment, the ambulance gradually regained consciousness. Meanwhile, RC found herself ensnared by Megatron, who forcefully pinned her against the wall, rendering her unable to resist due to the violent impact. "Welcome to the grand reunion. Now be sensible and surrender the Energon," Megatron declared, clearly unaware of the key's true nature. Otherwise, he would not have assumed it was with RC. Just then, Megatron's peripheral vision caught sight of the human transmitting something to Olean with the key. After a quick decision, Megatron cast aside RC and charged toward Olean. As he approached Optimus Prime, the indomitable ambulance rose to its feet and charged at Megatron. In the next moment, Megatron struck the ambulance, sending it flying once more. At that instant, the Energon transmission reached its conclusion. Just as Megatron raised his blade for a decisive strike, Optimus Prime intercepted the blow with his bare hands, blocking Megatron's powerful attack. "Megatron," Optimus Prime stated, sealing his faceplate and fixing Megatron with a determined gaze. Instantly, Megatron was taken aback, realizing he was too late. "Get lost," Optimus Prime declared, delivering a punch that sent Megatron staggering back. Upholding the principle of striking while the enemy is vulnerable, Optimus Prime pressed the attack. At that moment, the previously unconscious individuals began to awaken, witnessing the scene of Optimus Prime overpowering Megatron, who momentarily found himself unable to retaliate. Ultimately, Optimus Prime unleashed a charge punch that sent Megatron flying. As Megatron soared through the air, Optimus Prime turned to the approaching ambulance and inquired, "Ambulance, how did we arrive here?" "It's a long story, my old friend," came the reply. The group readied themselves for Megatron's potential counterattack. "RC, we have detected 5 Autobot life signals. Is that Optimus Prime?" Fuller, far away at the base, inquired as he observed the 5 life signals on the screen. "And Jack," he added. Hearing this, Raph hurriedly began to operate the controls, preparing to open the ground bridge and bring everyone back. At last, the recovering Megatron ascended a high platform. Just then, a ground bridge opened beside Optimus and his team. "It's ours," RC proudly remarked to Megatron as she gazed at the open ground bridge. "Autobots, retreat," Optimus Prime commanded, prompting RC to embrace Jack and leap into the ground bridge. As the Autobots prepared to depart, a reluctant Megatron charged forward, braving the energy blasts. "This time, he is coming with us," stated the group as they jumped into the ground bridge. At last, as the land bridge was on the verge of closing, Optimus Prime leaped onto it. Watching the departing Autobots, the powerless Megatron let out a roar of frustration. Within the Autobot base, those who had eagerly awaited the return at the land bridge finally welcomed everyone back. "Optimus," said Raph, stepping forward to greet him. "Hello, Raph," Optimus replied, recalling their bond. "He remembers us," cheered Mickey, filled with joy at Optimus's recognition. However, it seemed he had forgotten many things. Observing the elated crowd before him, Optimus glanced at the Decepticon insignia on his shoulder, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. It appeared he had lost much of his memory. "Optimus, this is our most perilous moment yet, but we know that no matter the circumstances, the spark of the Autobots will always burn brightly within you." "Greetings, Shockwave," came a voice from Cybertron. "Long time no see, Shockwave," replied Thundercracker. "We haven't crossed paths since your assignment as a warden." Shockwave regarded Thundercracker with curiosity. "Who is this?" he inquired, eyeing the small figure assessing him. "Is this a new, alien life form acquired by the Decepticons? It seems rather weak." "He is," Thundercracker began, only to be interrupted by Moonlight. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Moonlight, a human from Earth, and I am honored to serve as a Decepticon commander," he stated formally. Shockwave, head of the Decepticon Scientific Division, Shockwave acknowledged, looking down at the diminutive figure. "I thought you had perished, as recorded. I sustained injuries while pursuing the Autobots. Ejected from the space bridge due to a malfunction, I narrowly escaped with my life," Moonlight explained. "Well, since you're in charge of research, you must know how to extract memories from Cybertronian's mind." Suddenly, a thought struck Moonlight, rather than succumb to despair. Perhaps it would be worth trying, and Shockwave might succeed after all. Shockwave gazed at the lifeless body in silence. This defies logic. This concerns the future of the Decepticons and Cybertron itself. So I entrust this task to you, Shockwave, Moonlight earnestly implored, perched on Thundercracker's shoulder. Reluctantly, Shockwave picked up the body and headed toward his small base. Little Six, don't just stand there. Hurry and assist. From now on, your team will temporarily follow Shockwave and lend a hand. Is that really feasible? Thundercracker questioned uncertainly, watching Shockwave's retreating figure. Jumping straight into work upon returning. Such dedication. It must be done. We must have faith in the capabilities of the foremost Decepticon scientist. I have a strong premonition that this group is not as simple as they seem, and more troubling matters may arise, Moonlight mused. Glancing at the bounty hunters who had been beheaded, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. In a shadowy recess of a distant planet, a voice echoed, "No, do not. O last celestial sovereign, I despise you all." Gradually, the lamentations faded into silence. Outside the planet, a colossal, dilapidated spacecraft gently descended onto the surface. The ship's doors swung open, and dozens of robots emerged. Although they bore no insignia of Autobots or Decepticons, it was evident that these beings were the remnants of Cybertron. "Lord Tigermon, all life forms on this planet have been eradicated. We may commence." A tall, slender robot approached a robust figure, ingratiatingly. "Indeed, this is the designated location as indicated by Lord Lockdown," Tigermon replied, disregarding the sycophant, his gaze fixed intently on the readings from his device. "Go Thin Ghost. Gather the crew to unload the drilling machines from the ship. Here, we shall commence excavation. Once we uncover the sealed chamber, as described by Lord Lockdown, we shall wield the formidable power to annihilate both Autobots and Decepticons. In due time, all leaders, including Megatron, shall kneel before my might." Ha ha ha. As Tigermon reveled in his madness, Thin Ghost and his cohorts joined in the frenzied celebration. "By the way, Thin Ghost, has that brute returned?" Tigermon inquired, his demeanor having regained its composure. "No, there has been no word since he departed 30 years ago," Thin Ghost replied, shaking his head in dismay. Foolishness," Tigermon scoffed, falling silent thereafter. Commence work. In a distant corner of the cosmos, on another planet, Lockdown, indulging in a life akin to that of an emperor, received an urgent message. "My lord, according to intel, the forces dispatched to Cybertron have been utterly decimated," reported a horned Cybertronian who had stealthily approached Lockdown. "I see," Lockdown replied, seemingly unperturbed. "Is your excellency not surprised?" The horned figure queried, perplexed by Lockdown's calm demeanor. Cybertron. This is the territory of the Decepticons. No matter how desolate, Megatron would always leave sentinels behind. Thus, the failure of the operation, even a complete rout, is hardly astonishing," Lockdown explained in a nonchalant tone. "Oh, I understand now. But what about the mission on Cybertron? Should we dispatch additional forces?" The horned figure pressed. "No, this operation on Cybertron was merely a strategic diversion. Its success or failure bears no weight. Rather than expend more resources, it is prudent to consolidate our strength for matters of true significance, such as the coordinates provided by the Dark Codex. Power. As long as I possess unparalleled strength, I shall not fear even the resurrection of the primordial celestial sovereign or the dark malevolent deity," Lockdown proclaimed, erupting into a maniacal laugh, his demeanor growing increasingly deranged. The smooth surface of his face beginning to fissure, threatening to split apart. Within the wellspring of the spark, dark forces surged once more. Heir of a new era. You must fight for justice. The once dim core suddenly brightened for a fleeting moment, only to fade back into darkness. The Earth's core, a pawn of the primordial celestial master, a traitor, a wretched slave, dares to betray me. Await the true darkness that shall descend, the era of annihilation will return. And I, the Cosmic Emperor, shall reclaim my throne as the sovereign of the universe. My most loyal servants, where are you? Your master calls you earnestly. Come to my side and deliver the purest darkness to the world." As time elapsed, the dark super-energy body began to dim, until at last, the core regained its tranquility. No one knows how the Cosmic Emperor's contingency plan will unfold. In an underground base somewhere on Earth, Silas, based on our analysis of this retrieved fragment, we can ascertain that it is emitting some form of invisible signal. Oh, proceed. This signal is similar to the energy signature of the dead fire we detected. If amplified, I believe it could attract that group of alien mechanical life forms. At that point, we shall set a trap, and once they are ensnared, we will act decisively. Perhaps we can finally acquire what we have long desired, correct? Silas stroked his chin as he spoke. Indeed, the marvel of technology, living machinery, is utterly fascinating, Silas mused, gazing at the image of another nearly completed colossal mechanical body on the screen. You shall all be mine, he smirked. In a secluded forest, an abandoned being, using some of Earth's discarded scraps, managed to construct a signal detector. Ah, finally a usable tool, but with just these scraps. How can I possibly locate the super energy body I seek? Chapter 84. Ancient Signal, Ember Extractor, my lord. The reconnaissance soldiers have reported back. They have confirmed the location and will soon excavate the item, Tianjin reported, approaching the scowling Megatron with trepidation. I see. Have them expedite the process. Also, have Moonlight and the others returned? Megatron did not direct his frustration at others due to Orion's departure. He could only blame himself for being too complacent and underestimating that group. Not yet, due to unforeseen circumstances. We lost communication with the forces on Cybertron and cannot reach them for the time being, Tianjin relayed the recent news. Soundwave, you will make the trip and bring them back, Megatron commanded, stepping outside once more. My lord, where are you going? Do you need us to accompany you? Tianjin quickly inquired as he watched Megatron prepare to leave again. No need, Tianjin. In my absence, you shall take command of the warship. This time, I shall personally visit the coordinates. With that, Megatron departed. Soundwave, Tianjin addressed, looking at the now-closed command room door, hoping she would undertake the journey. At present, there were few Decepticons skilled in this task, and Soundwave was one of the few available. Therefore, one of the Soundwaves was tasked with a journey to Cybertron to retrieve Moonlight and the others. Soundwave remained silent, instead establishing a connection with another Soundwave concealed within the archives. Deadfire, I have yet to receive your study report for today. In the lower decks of the battleship, Knockdown observed the two Deadfires engaged in practice. As Knockdown spoke, both Deadfires momentarily lost focus due to his words, each receiving a blow from the other's massive hammer, resulting in their collapse. Ah, Knockdown, could we possibly postpone that report? I'm feeling dizzy. Deadfire slowly sat up, attempting to evade responsibility with this excuse. However, alas, it was futile. Moonlight had stated that if the assignment was not completed, it would be reported to Lord Megatron, who would deal with him. I presume you would prefer not to have Lord Megatron discover your slothfulness, would you? Hearing Knockdown's words, Deadfire's face turned ashen. I despise studying. Outside, in an open mountainous area, a Cybertronian aircraft soared by, transforming into a tall, handsome robot standing there. It was Megatron. Surrounding him, numerous Decepticon soldiers operated drilling vehicles, excavating the surrounding rocks. Clearly, due to their haste, the Decepticon forces had failed to conduct real-time, life-form monitoring in the vicinity, resulting in their inability to detect the hunters concealed behind a large boulder. From a high vantage point, Optimus Prime and Ratchet also caught sight of the suddenly appearing Megatron. Megatron, it seems you have detected the signal frequency of the ancient Autobots because it has been unearthed, Optimus remarked, observing the rocks continuously mined by the Decepticon excavation team. Our reinforcements should arrive shortly, Ratchet stated, glancing at Optimus. We cannot afford to wait any longer. I wonder what the Decepticons have unearthed. With that, Optimus armed himself and stepped out from cover, moving downward. Unlike before, the new Optimus had transformed, exhibiting a newfound decisiveness, possibly due to a surge in energy from the return of the energon source, resulting in a momentarily heightened state of alertness. Show me, Megatron commanded, eyeing the distant soldiers as they unearthed a canister from the earth. Bring it here, and be gentle with it. Just as Megatron opened the canister to reveal its contents, an unexpected voice interrupted. Megatron, I cannot allow you to steal the Autobot sacred artifact. It was Optimus Prime, accompanied by Ratchet, who had approached Megatron. Not only are you misinformed, Optimus, but I suggest you put down your weapon, Megatron replied, extracting the content from the canister and gesturing towards Optimus. Unless you wish for us to perish together. That won't be necessary, Optimus responded, casting a glance at Ratchet. The spark extractor, Optimus confirmed, solidifying Ratchet's suspicions. At that moment, surrounding Decepticon soldiers also closed in, encircling Optimus and Ratchet. It may appear unremarkable, yet it possesses the ability to extract all the sparks within its vicinity. Speaking of which, it was you, Optimus Prime, or perhaps I should say Orion Pax, who assisted me in locating it. You ought to retain your Decepticon insignia, for you are unaware of how invaluable your skill in deciphering codes was during our brief coexistence. Clearly, Megatron understands the art of psychological warfare. His words rendered Optimus Prime speechless. Soundwave, initiate the land bridge. With that command, the land bridge opened not far away. Deal with them. As he spoke, Megatron advanced towards the land bridge. Witnessing this, Optimus Prime closed his faceplate and swiftly began to clear away the lesser foes before him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bumblebee dashed onto the battlefield after sending several Decepticon soldiers flying. Bumblebee retrieved the device. Unable to extricate himself from the encirclement in a short span of time, Optimus Prime issued the command to the agile Bumblebee. Without hesitation, Bumblebee rushed into the land bridge. With remarkable speed and dexterity, Bumblebee successfully snatched the spark extractor before Megatron could react. Inside the land bridge, Megatron, witnessing the audacity of the scout, seethed with rage. "What?" he exclaimed, swiftly summoning his blade to eliminate Bumblebee. Unexpectedly, Bumblebee, transforming into his vehicle form, executed a feint and then swiftly maneuvered out of the land bridge. No! The sudden surge of fury clouded Megatron's judgment, preventing him from considering the option of transforming into a jet to pursue. Just as Megatron leaped out of the land bridge to unleash his energy cannon upon Bumblebee, he discovered that no trace of the Autobot remained. What lay before him were merely the remnants of fallen Decepticon soldiers. With resignation, Megatron let out a frustrated sigh. At the Autobot base, Bumblebee animatedly demonstrated to everyone how he had snatched the device from Megatron's grasp, performing numerous flips in the process. "You truly are nimble, Bumblebee," remarked Ratchet, admiring the energetic Autobot. On another front, Optimus Prime observed, "Look, this is the ancient signal frequency I have detected." Ratchet pointed to the scan results of the spark extractor. "A fortress return beacon?" Optimus Prime expressed mild surprise. "Why would it be equipped with an Autobot locator?" inquired RC, approaching. During the war, the highest grade weapons seized from the Decepticons were stored in the vault beneath the fortress, Ratchet explained. "Were you the archivist there?" Ratchet asked with curiosity. The fortress was once a cultural center and a stronghold. Megatron plundered it during the weakest phase of the Autobot army. It is highly probable that when it was anticipated that the fortress would be overrun by enemy forces, these weapons were launched into outer space to prevent them from falling into Decepticon hands, Optimus Prime speculated. Chapter 85. The Return of Shockwave, evidently. The installation of the beacon serves as a precautionary measure to prevent the weapons from being discovered by those with nefarious intentions. The ambulance gazed at the scanning results. "Thanks to our agile little race car, it now belongs to us." "Is this the only intelligence you leaked to Megatron?" RC asked, concern evident in her eyes as she looked at Optimus Prime. "RC, that is a valid question, but I regret to inform you that my memory is rather foggy regarding that time," Optimus Prime expressed with a hint of sorrow, as he struggled to recall anything from the days of losing the Allspark. "Optimus, Megatron has evidently exploited your amnesia to his advantage. However, as far as we currently know, the only thing he has is the spark extractor. Have you considered that he may have ulterior motives, perhaps merely seeking to distract you?" The ambulance reassured Optimus, urging him not to blame himself. In the Decepticon warship's command room, Megatron seethed with anger, lamenting, "The cooked duck has flown away. When I captured that spy back then, I should not have merely destroyed his communicator." At that moment, Soundwave approached, his face displaying 2 additional coordinates. Indeed, Soundwave. Orion decrypted 2 more coordinates before fleeing our ranks. "Let's investigate. Perhaps we might discover some familiar treasures." As he scrutinized the coordinates, Megatron's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Suddenly, a communication sounded. "Lord Megatron, Moonlight and the others have returned." "Oh, is that so?" Megatron replied, unfazed by the news. Given that they departed with so many individuals, including formidable warriors, it would indeed be surprising if they encountered any mishaps. "Lord Megatron, perhaps you should see this. Moonlight has brought back a gift that may astonish you." "A gift?" Megatron inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. If it were something to truly surprise him, it could only be the resurrection of Shockwave, possibly accompanied by the Power Sphere. That would indeed catch him off guard. Come, Soundwave, let us discover the nature of this surprise, and inform Knockout and Deadlock to retrieve whatever lies at those coordinates. With that, Megatron strode out. A few minutes earlier, at the Cybertron assembly point, Moonlight beamed as he observed Soundwave emerging from the space bridge. My dear Soundwave, I knew you couldn't bear to leave without coming to fetch me. Soundwave said nothing, merely bending down to lift Moonlight onto his shoulder. Soundwave, Moonlight called, glancing at Thundercracker and the others. Soundwave nodded slightly. Instantly, the older Decepticons were somewhat taken aback. After all, Soundwave had rarely acknowledged them in the past. There's a surprise, Moonlight declared just as Sixshot and the others arrived at the assembly point alongside Shockwave. It's Shockwave. From this day forth, the dual wave shall once again grace the Decepticons. Moonlight gazed proudly at Soundwave. Soundwave tilted his head, observing Moonlight's proud expression visible through his visor, before gently tapping the top of Moonlight's head. It has been a while. Soundwave. Shockwave greeted the waiting Soundwave. The Soundwaves nodded in acknowledgement. Moon Spirit, the items have been extracted. There are some things I need to show Lord Megatron, and we may be in trouble. Shockwave gazed at Moon Spirit, indicating that the memory extraction was complete. Is the situation quite precarious? Moon Spirit, suppressing her smile, inquired of Shockwave. Indeed, it is troublesome. In that case, let us discuss this further upon our return. Soundwave, let us depart. Upon hearing Moon Spirit's words, Soundwave led her towards the space bridge. Following closely behind, the assembled Decepticon soldiers entered the space bridge in succession. Upon exiting the space bridge on the elevated platform, Megatron and Starscream had already informed Starscream to notify Megatron of Soundwave's arrival. Lord Megatron, Moon Spirit waved her hand, indicating that she had returned with her team. There's a surprise. Without Moon Spirit needing to elaborate, Megatron's gaze fell upon Shockwave amidst the ranks. Given Shockwave's imposing stature, it was unmistakably clear. Shockwave? I thought you had perished on Cybertron, Megatron remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. There were unforeseen circumstances, Lord Megatron. If this is the surprise you mentioned. Moon Spirit, I must say I am quite pleased. Megatron then turned his attention back to Moon Spirit. In stark contrast to the dissipating gloom here, the Autobots were enveloped in a shroud of despair, for Bumblebee was in peril. While on a mission, Bumblebee swiftly advanced towards the source of a detected signal. Beep, beep, beep. Yes, I received the same signal. It might be another beacon. Let us rendezvous at the coordinates. Upon hearing his companion's words, Bumblebee accelerated. The terrain, reminiscent of a Gobi Desert, was intricate and offered ample hiding spots for those with nefarious intentions. Just then, Bumblebee spotted a device embedded in a rock. Upon inspection, he discovered it was the source of the signal. As Bumblebee approached the flashing device, a sudden attack struck him. Though he resisted for a moment, the overwhelming electrical force proved too powerful, and Bumblebee collapsed. Following his fall, a group of humans emerged. Cyrus, another one is approaching us. It should arrive in about 2 minutes. The aide, observing the display device, noted a similarly fluctuating Autobot was making its way toward them. Move quickly, Cyrus commanded. Glancing at the incapacitated Bumblebee, the aide, without hesitation, took the tools and approached Bumblebee's waist to begin his task. Unbeknownst to these humans, there was not just one, but two coming to this location. A stealthy aircraft soared to a high rock, transforming as it surveyed the commotion below. It seems this signal was a trap. Fortunate it ensnared him, not me, the treacherous red spider observed, watching the human's frantic efforts with a sinister glint in his eye. Amidst a sense of relief, a sudden idea struck. Perhaps a collaboration with them could be attempted. Silas urged as he observed the approaching barrier, aware that their reinforcements were imminent. Just then, the lieutenant halted his actions, clutching the device he had retrieved from Bumblebee, exclaiming, "Fortune smiles upon us. We have secured it. Withdraw." With that, the group boarded the helicopter and departed. Just as Silas and his crew had vacated the scene, the barrier arrived. Who did this? The Decepticons. The newly awakened Bumblebee echoed his confusion. We must ascertain the truth. Let us go, the barrier declared, transforming and giving chase. However, as Bumblebee prepared to transform, he discovered he was unable to do so. The unresponsive mechanism made Bumblebee realize he was in dire straits. At that moment, the barrier returned, asking, "Are we leaving or not? You say you can't transform?" The barrier inquired in surprise. Hearing this, Bumblebee sorrowfully lifted his head. Chapter 86, Bumblebee's dilemma inside the Autobot base. Raph gazed anxiously at Bumblebee being scanned by Ratchet. You can fix him, right? The damage is severe. The stun beam may have fried his transformation gears. Ratchet deduced as he examined the scan results. Is it akin to the transmission gears? Mei Chi questioned, puzzled by Ratchet's assessment. It's somewhat different. Those are used to scan vehicles and transformation mechanisms. RC clarified, dismissing Mei Chi's interpretation and elaborating on the function of the transformation gears. Suddenly, Ratchet gasped at the results. Oh my, Bumblebee's transformation gears are not damaged. They are missing. His revelation startled everyone present. But the Decepticons can transform too? What would they want with that? Jack immediately suspected the Decepticons' involvement. Stealing gears seems beneath Megatron. Ratchet speculated, suggesting that the Decepticons would not engage in such morally questionable and senseless acts. If it wasn't Megatron, then who could it be? Raph pondered, unable to conceive anyone else interested in them. Those who dismantled Dead End, the barrier, suddenly recalled. They intended to dissect me. RC recollected the previous group that had appeared. Indeed, it seems the mech team has advanced their understanding of our biotechnology. Ratchet reflected on those who would stop at nothing for power. But why do they desire Bumblebee's parts? Raph questioned, puzzled as to why they would remove Bumblebee's transformation gears instead of abducting him entirely. Beep, beep, beep. Bumblebee prepared to confront those thieves. Calm down, Bumblebee. You are not adequately equipped to handle this matter. Optimus Prime interjected, restraining Bumblebee. Beep, beep, beep. You are mistaken, my friend. I am acutely aware of the anguish that accompanies the loss of one's essential components. Thus, I fully comprehend the invaluable nature of placing one's trust in comrades. We solemnly vow to exert every effort to restore your completeness. Optimus Prime endeavored to console Bumblebee. At worst, we could have the medic fabricate a new gear for you. Correct? The optimistic words of Mika caught Bumblebee's attention, yet he emitted a sound tinged with despair. Beep, beep, beep. Did I say something wrong? Mika gazed at Bumblebee, puzzled by his reaction. Mika, the transformation gear is a biomechanical apparatus, not just a mere component. Otherwise, do you think I wouldn't replace Bumblebee's vocalizer? The medic elucidated, emphasizing the distinction between biomechanical devices and other parts. Bumblebee hung his head in despondency, emitting a series of low beeps. You're not useless, Bumblebee, said Lafayette, hastily offering comfort to the disheartened figure. Alas, his words had little effect. I propose that until we recover the transformation gear, none of us should transform. Observing the downcast young one, the Divider suggested this course of action, believing it might spare Bumblebee further sorrow. I appreciate your good intentions, Divider, but this is not the time to bind ourselves. Although RC shared a reluctance to evoke Bumblebee's sadness, the present circumstances necessitate that we do not hinder ourselves. Megatron may still be seeking other destructive devices, and I am concerned that the Mecha Special Operations Team intends to exploit Bumblebee's transformation gear for their nefarious purposes. Optimus Prime's expression grew increasingly grave. The Mecha Special Operations Team, a faction of Decepticons among humanity, harbors insatiable ambitions. Within a derelict factory, serving as the manufacturing base for the Mecha Special Operations Team, a throng of humans gathered. Following the installation of the transformation gear into the towering mechanical entity, Silas issued the command, commence testing. Subsequently, upon the activation of the control panel's energy input, the mechanical being initiated localized movements. Installation complete, commencing scan, he declared. With that, the entity's eyes emitted a beam of light, scanning the helicopters within the factory. The scan was successful, and the transformation began. Observing the synchronized display on the screen, the operator directed the mechanical entity's next actions. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Even with the augmented energy supply, no progress was made. Following the lack of response, the entity's energy levels began to decline, ultimately ceasing operation. Haha! At that moment, an ominous laugh echoed from outside the door. It was Red Spider, who leisurely pushed the door open and strolled in. So, it was you who turned the unfortunate dead fire into a pitiable scientific specimen? It seems you haven't learned much from your previous missteps. As Red Spider's words fell, he was startled by the actions of those present, as a dozen infrared laser beams locked onto him. Silas, undeterred, regarded the intruding Red Spider with confidence. At least we have discerned your weaknesses, Decepticon. Oh, it's settled. I have severed all ties with those individuals. Moreover, Had I come here seeking vengeance, you would have been lamenting long ago. Then what brings you here? Sellers inquired, his tone menacing as he gazed at the Red Spider. I wish to discuss a potential collaboration. We share numerous commonalities, and I speak not merely of the scars upon our faces. With that, the Red Spider revealed the scar on his visage. What can I gain from partnering with you? Sellers, who was not one to act without assurance, listened intently. First-hand insider information, the Red Spider replied nonchalantly, contemplating the Red Spider's words. Sellers ultimately decided to align himself with him, pondering the remarkable intelligence he might procure. Seeing the gunmen targeting the Red Spider lower their weapons under Sellers' command, the Red Spider felt a surge of satisfaction. A wise choice. In truth, the transformation gear is not merely technology, but rather biological in nature. It will reject all forms of energy, save for that of super-energy entities. As he spoke, the Red Spider approached the mechanical body. Continue, Sellers urged, intrigued by the Red Spider's back. At that moment, he understood that collaborating with the Red Spider was indeed a sagacious decision. The super-energy entity serves as both energy and ammunition, the lifeblood of all Cybertronian beings, regardless of allegiance. We both require it. What I currently lack is the means to locate it. But should I provide you with the detailed chemical composition necessary for its synthesis, the Red Spider then placed a super-energy entity extracted from within himself onto the chest of the mechanical body. Instantly, a reaction occurred upon contact with the super-energy entity. We could harness your considerable resources to develop a method for exploring mineral deposits, which we could then share, provided these deposits meet substantial demand. Having gleaned this intelligence, Sellers regarded the Red Spider with an impassive demeanor, revealing no hint of his ambition. The Red Spider, taken aback by the magnitude of Sellers' aspirations, remarked, "You seek to forge an army, do you not?" Observing Sellers' stoic expression, the Red Spider felt exhilarated, recognizing a kindred spirit with ambitions akin to his own. Chapter 87. The Wounded at the Autobot base. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Beep, 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 the communication devices chimed. Optimus Prime and the barrier have yet to report. Beep, I shall inform you the moment I receive news, Bumblebee. Beep, beep, beep. Before the paramedic could finish his statement, Bumblebee's voice rang out once more. Oh, for heaven's sake, is there anyone who can divert him so that I may focus on my tasks? The paramedic pondered, exasperated. Bumblebee, let us engage in a game. Raph interjected just in time, redirecting Bumblebee's attention and saving the paramedic from his plight. As Bumblebee approached Raph and his companions, he found them engrossed in a racing video game. Beep, beep. Oh no, my apologies. It was evident that both had forgotten that Bumblebee was currently without transformation gear and thus unable to change form. No worries, this game is rather dull. Shall we watch television instead? Meichi attempted to divert the topic. Unexpectedly, the television showcased the new Urban 500, promising to not only astonish your world but also to transform it entirely. An advertisement featuring a car strikingly resembling Bumblebee appeared before the trio. At this moment, the world-renowned masterpiece unfolded, presenting stationary automobiles with automotive visuals. Beep woo. The sound of Bumblebee echoed through the base like a police siren. The automotive beings were indeed in a precarious situation without vehicles. Watching Bumblebee depart, Meichi murmured, "Cheer up, Bumblebee. Even without transforming into a car, you are still remarkable." I believe speed does not define everything. Just as Laffy finished speaking, Jack and RC arrived at the base. Witnessing RC and Jack perform a drifting park, Bumblebee was instantly provoked. In a fit of anger, he made to leave. Fortunately, the ambulance intervened just in time. Bumblebee, where do you think you're going? Beep. You cannot simply step outside for a stroll. Remember, we are not Earthlings. If you leave the base in this form and someone sees you, we will be exposed. You must remain here until... The ambulance's words were abruptly interrupted by Bumblebee's furious glare. Beep, beep, beep. After speaking, the ambulance left in dejection. Yes, Bumblebee. Until I can fix you. The ambulance gazed remorsefully at Bumblebee's retreating figure on the Decepticon warship. So, is this the reason you showed me these things? Megatron regarded Shockwave and Moonlight. Having conveyed the events experienced on Cybertron, Moonlight and the others watched Megatron silently. Indeed, Lord Megatron, the information extracted from that fellow's memory storage may pertain to the future of the entire Cybertron. Is that so? Following this, Shockwave began to play the useful footage retrieved. My lord, the leader of the Predacons has arrived. The protagonist of the memory spoke. Sitting in the main seat, Lockdown first surveyed his surroundings before speaking. The final code of the tome is about to be deciphered. Soon, the masters of the future world shall change hands. At that time, we shall ascend to the throne of power. The Autobots and Decepticons will become relics of the past. Their leaders will merely become stepping stones beneath our feet. Now, assign tasks. Predacon, do you see that coordinate? Lockdown pointed to a displayed coordinate before a towering robot. Yes, my lord. According to the tome's instructions, there lies the power of the dark uprising, hidden within a dark space at the planet's core. I want you to take your team there and excavate that dark space, fully releasing the power within. Yes, my lord. Betrayal, take your team and head to Cybertron. The protagonist of the memory nodded as the scene shifted, altering the perspective. Venture into the rust sea, seek out an object, locate it, and then obliterate it completely. As you command, my lord. However, what does this object resemble? I am uncertain. The ancient tome merely states that within lies the hope of Cybertron. My task for you is to employ any means necessary at all costs to uncover that hope and subsequently annihilate it. Understood. Ox, rally the troops and retrieve our former assets. Once the mission is accomplished, all shall converge on that life-bearing planet. With a gesture, Lockdown indicated a minuscule coordinate within the galaxy. Understood. The tome? Intriguing. Megatron observed the still image, a smirk curling upon his lips. Megatron, it appears that coordinate corresponds to Earth. Moonlight remarked, promptly identifying the final assembly point. Earth? Fascinating, a place to meet demise. Merely a buffoon, not worthy of our concern. Clearly, Lockdown was beneath Megatron's notice. In the past, a singular strike from Sentinel had left him in disarray, nearly claiming his life. Now, he posed no threat. What is the status of the operation to subdue them? They have yet to return. However, I have just received word that they shall soon be back, Sentinel explained. Shall we depart, Shockwave, for a little excursion? Moonlight suggested, attempting to lure Shockwave away from Megatron's disinterest. At the entrance of school, hold on tight. The ambulance cautioned Raffi. Thank you for escorting me home, Jack's mother-s friend. She is a nurse at the hospital, Raffi responded. Where are the others? The ambulance inquired, noticing Jack and Michaela's absence. Jack is working, and Michaela was held back at school. Oh, I thought Sideswipe will be coming, Raffi added. I apologize for disappointing you. He is currently on duty, the ambulance clarified, explaining why Sideswipe was not present. Shall I activate the siren? No, thank you. At the Autobot base, beep beep. Bumblebee rushed to Sideswipe, glancing at the coordinates on the screen with curiosity. It's possible. I will inform them. Just as Sideswipe was about to contact Optimus, beep, beep, beep. Listening to Bumblebee, Sideswipe turned to him. I know we can manage, but we must not. What do you wish to prove? On the highway, the ambulance ambled forward with Raffi aboard. Ambulance, what happened to Bumblebee's vocalizer? Raffi suddenly recalled and inquired, his spirits low. It was severely damaged during the battle. The ambulance explained. Who was responsible? Who do you think? Of course, it was the Decepticons, in the realm of Tiger Pikes. Our reconnaissance soldier was captured and subjected to rigorous interrogation by the forces of Megatron. Nevertheless, he steadfastly refused to divulge any intelligence, paying a steep price for his valor. Bumblebee, battered and bruised, was eventually located by the Autobot squad and transported to a field hospital. A battlefield medic managed to stabilize his condition. So, was it that medic who saved Bumblebee? In a certain sense, one might say so. However, the medic ought to have performed better. Listening to the medic's self-recrimination, Raffi found himself at a loss for words, silently mourning for them. Chapter 88. Reckless actions in an undisclosed wilderness. A barrier leaped from the land bridge. Surveying the surroundings for safety before turning back to call out to the land bridge, no one was there. You actually managed to convince me. You're even more formidable than Mickey, the barrier remarked, observing Bumblebee who had just leaped from the land bridge. BRR, vroom, BRR, Bumblebee retorted defensively. Yes, I understand. The barrier waved his hand, dismissively. Not every mission requires a high-speed chase, but you. Noticing the barrier's hesitation, Bumblebee, feeling obstinate, exclaimed, Virum, Buzz. All right, I won't mention it. If Optimus questions it, that's not my concern, the barrier thought, envisioning himself becoming a quail should an unexpected turn of events reach Optimus's ears. Unfazed by the barrier's words, Bumblebee waved his hand, signaling that no further explanation was needed. Observing Bumblebee's confidence, the barrier shook his head in resignation. activating his signal tracker to commence his work. The signal is coming from that direction. The barrier indicated toward a nearby cave. It's approaching us, and fast. The signal indicated rapid movement. In the next instant, a Decepticon named Knockout dashed out, executing a graceful drift to evade Bumblebee and the barrier before departing with a taunting remark. "Catch me if you can." As Knockout fled, the barrier turned to Bumblebee, declaring, "I will go after him." However, unexpectedly, another figure emerged from the cave, Deadlock. "All right, you pursue him." The barrier relented, opting to confront Deadlock himself. With that, the barrier charged towards Deadlock, while Bumblebee gave chase after Knockout. Noticing Bumblebee hot on his tail, Knockout mocked, "You certainly can run." Observing Knockout accelerate once more, Bumblebee halted, attempting to deploy his weaponry, clearly having forgotten that he currently lacked transformation gears and could not shift forms. From the rearview mirror, Knockout continued to taunt the weaponless Bumblebee. "Don't you want to blow out my tires?" No sooner had he spoken, Knockout halted his engine, further provoking Bumblebee. "Where's your renowned horsepower? Show me your speed." Upon hearing Knockout's taunts, Bumblebee, infuriated, surged forward once again. Yet, having completed his provocation and seeing Bumblebee drawing near, Knockout did not linger, launching himself away with a boosted start. Realizing he could not catch up to Knockout in this manner, Bumblebee's attention was suddenly drawn to an abandoned pickup truck. In an instant, the resourceful Bumblebee conceived a plan, using the pickup truck as a skateboard to pursue the fleeing enemy once more. Observing the dilapidated vehicle in the rearview mirror, the adversary taunted, "Where did you rent that vintage model? I would love to engage in some drifting with you here, but I have cargo to deliver," he declared, accelerating around the corner to drift away from Bumblebee. However, the clumsy Bumblebee lost control, sending both himself and the vehicle plummeting off a cliff. "Well done, Decepticon," Megatron praised, eyeing the triumphant Decepticon who held a device in his grasp. "Loyal servant, Megatron. But what exactly is this contraption?" Decepticon inquired, puzzled by the device in his hand. Observing the confusion on Decepticon's face, Megatron remained silent, instead raising his energy cannon and firing a shot. In the next moment, an energy blast was repelled by a barrier that emerged from the device in Decepticon's grasp. "Now what do you understand?" Megatron smirked slyly. "I was so startled that I spilled a bit of transmission fluid," Decepticon weakly replied. "The lower deck of the battleship. Are you suggesting that I undergo cloning?" Shockwave asked, contemplating the device before him. "Indeed, though there may be some imperfections. Producing another version of you could significantly alleviate the pressure of your research," Moonlight suggested, gazing at Shockwave. "Moreover, there are numerous repairs required on the battleship, and with your ongoing projects, you seem quite overwhelmed. Your reasoning is sound." After a moment of contemplation, Shockwave extracted a canister of super energy from within himself and handed it to Little Nine for cloning. "Come, let me show you the most urgent repairs needed," Moonlight said, leading Shockwave to the repair room. "What is this?" Shockwave asked, eyeing the heap of debris before him with curiosity. "This is a super energy collector. It was damaged in an explosion, resulting in its current state. Can it be repaired?" At the Autobot base, Ratchet gazed at the unconscious Bumblebee, his expression darkening as he looked towards the partition. "Is there a worse idea than this?" Knowing full well that Bumblebee cannot utilize his wheels, he still took him out to engage the enemy in a reckless race. The partition, feeling the wrath of the Decepticon leader, weakly defended. It was improvised. Just then, "Hey, Bumblebee is waking up," Ratchet announced, noticing Bumblebee slowly regaining consciousness. "Beat Buzz." Bumblebee clutched his head, sensing that the fall had dislodged his wiring. Observing Bumblebee's awakening, Ratchet felt an overwhelming frustration. "You have now lost your vocalizer and transformation gears. Do you truly wish to sacrifice your spark as well?" "Beat Buzz." Bumblebee turned his head away, disheartened. "Don't say that, Bumblebee. You are not useless," Ratchet said, trying to console him. "Listen, I don't want to seem unsympathetic, but the Decepticons have just acquired a second mysterious weapon from Fortress," RC stated seriously, looking at the irate Bumblebee. "Neither praise nor punishment can alter the past. However, we must refrain from taking any unnecessary risks," Optimus Prime declared, then turned his gaze towards Bumblebee. "Bumblebee, you're not to leave the base until we retrieve your stolen biomechanical device." Observing the despondent Bumblebee, Ratchet glanced at Optimus Prime and hastened to catch up with him. Bumblebee, devoid of hope for understanding, knew that there existed a means to restore him to wholeness. Ratchet, with resolute eyes, regarded Optimus Prime's retreating figure. You mean transplantation? But that requires a donor. Just as Optimus Prime was about to depart, Ratchet's voice echoed. No need to search far. The donor is both distant and near. Listening to Ratchet's words, Optimus Prime's expression turned grave as he regarded him. You are generous, old friend, but by doing this, you merely shift Bumblebee's disability onto yourself. Optimus Prime endeavored to persuade Ratchet, clearly disapproving of such an approach. I do not rely on transformation gears as Bumblebee does. I possess the ability to transform, which is a sheer waste. You see, I spend my days here relying on my intellect and my hands rather than weapons or wheels. With that, Ratchet cast a glance at the sorrowful Bumblebee. Our team cannot afford to lose even one more warrior. Your words hold merit, yet we shall find Bumblebee's transformation gear. Optimus, the mech security team is deranged. Who knows what state they have reduced the gears to? I'm uncertain whether I can repair them. Ratchet pleaded, still facing a skeptical Optimus Prime. Ratchet, you have fulfilled your duty. Observing Ratchet's persistence, Optimus Prime spoke slowly. Come now, do you think I'm doing this merely because I was unable to repair Bumblebee's voice box years ago? I seek only to do what is right, for Bumblebee, for everyone. Chapter 89. Discovery of a trail in a desolate valley. The target is locked. The collaboration is quite pleasant. ISNT it. Silas? I often suggest to Megatron that he seek allies among humans. After all, the Autobots have occasionally reaped sweet rewards from such alliances. As he observed the confirmed signal of the Energon, Starscream spoke these trivialities to Silas. However, despite his self-proclaimed status as the foremost strategist, he was rather petty, unwilling to cooperate with you insignificant humans. As he spoke, Starscream gestured with his hands. Noticing Silas suddenly turned to face him, he felt a twinge of guilt and defended himself. What I mean is, small stature often conceals great wisdom. Can you not refrain from speaking? Silas retorted, then proceeded towards the Energon mine, attempting to distance himself from the loquacious individual. Noticing Silas's disinterest in his banter, Starscream redirected his attention to a soldier still lingering nearby. Have I ever mentioned that I personally executed an Autobot? Upon witnessing this, the soldiers hastily pursued Silas, fearful of entanglement with the Red Spider. Arriving at the edge of the super energy or vein, the Red Spider spoke, "This is the most pristine and primal state of super energy material, awaiting our extraction. Once processed, my alliance with humanity shall be significantly empowered." In some corner of the galaxy, a frustrated figure exclaimed, "Damn it, don't run away, you cursed creature." Within the hammer's grasp, the Jack observed the fleeing ship ahead, unable to resist a forceful strike on the control lever. "Doctor, I hope it's not too late. Old Thorn, you must hold on," he murmured, glancing back at the Autobot lying in uncertain fate. At the Autobot base, he lamented, "I cannot perform this surgery myself. One of you must take my place as the lead surgeon." The ambulance hovered near Bumblebee and his companions. As it passed a partition, it cast a glance, adept at causing destruction. Upon hearing the ambulance's remark, the partition sighed in relief. "RC." Just when the two believed the ambulance would relent, its voice resonated once more. RC sat there, seemingly unresponsive, while Optimus Prime remained steady. "Indeed, but it's too large. It cannot be maneuvered beneath the engine cover." The ambulance gazed at RC, insisting that she was the only suitable candidate. Hearing this, RC exhaled a sigh. "RC, you can do it. No one is stronger than you," Jack encouraged, observing her despondent demeanor. "That S on the battlefield, not in the operating room. It's the same, as long as you wield the scalpel, not lie beneath it." Listening to Jack's words, RC sighed again. Will Bumblebee transform into an ambulance in the future, with the same foul temper? That would be peculiar, Meichi pondered, contemplating the implications of such an organ conversion. Minutes later, entering a state of dormancy, the sleep machine under RC's control began inducing the ambulance into slumber. BZZZ, BZZZ. BRR. Bumblebee, yet to begin his hibernation, raised his head to express gratitude to the ambulance. "Enough, enough, enough. Save your thanks until the surgery is complete," the ambulance replied just before succumbing to sleep. "All right, Bumblebee, it's your turn." At that moment, an alarm sounded throughout the base. Upon hearing this unusual noise, Meichi felt a chill. Is the ambulance in critical condition? "Don't be ridiculous," RC interjected sternly, interrupting the banter. The screen displayed a coordinate, an Iron Fortress return beacon. Optimus Prime addressed the screen, The fact that we can receive the signal indicates the Decepticons have unearthed another relic. The petition expressed concern. What if this relic has also been seized by the Decepticons? Autobots, prepare for departure. Listening to Optimus Prime's words, RC felt a wave of relief at the prospect of not having to perform surgery herself. Bumblebee, equally exhilarated, sprang to his feet, buzzing with excitement. However, Optimus's next statement froze Bumblebee's expression, except for our patient. Instantly, Bumblebee's enthusiasm faded, and he sank back down. Let the ambulance temporarily interrupt its slumber. Optimus gestured to Raph and the others, indicating that Raph should take over the operation of the instruments. In the northern reaches of Earth, a land bridge opened amidst the snow-covered mountains. Shortly after Optimus and the others departed, communication crackled to life. Optimus, urgent news. As Bumblebee viewed the incoming video from Fowler, he queried, where's Optimus? Hearing Bumblebee's question, Fowler inquired, what? Bumblebee attempted to explain the whereabouts of Optimus and his team, but he forgot that Fowler couldn't comprehend his words. Frustrated, Fowler exclaimed, listen, tell him I recently discovered some satellite images. According to the analysis, that is the command center of the mech's special operations team. I can confirm it. As Fowler's words sunk in, Bumblebee's gaze slowly contracted, buzzing in response. Oh, for the love of Primus, can we find someone who can talk? Fowler shouted toward the base, perplexed by Bumblebee's incomprehensible chatter. I can help. Raph's voice startled him. What? Is there a hybrid variant that needs me to fix its voice modulator? Fowler questioned. What hybrid variant? What's going on over there? The confusion deepened as Bumblebee continued to speak nonsensically. I can handle it. Just ask the Primal. If I hadn't installed a tiger for him, he'd still be a gorilla. Bumblebee babbled deliriously. Fowler stared at the communication in bewilderment. Just then, Bumblebee turned to Raph. But Bumblebee, Optimus said you need to stay at the base. Clearly, Bumblebee was intent on acting independently once again. Observing Bumblebee's stubbornness, Jack took charge, stating, send the coordinates. Agent Fowler, we will inform Optimus. Fowler's expression revealed his skepticism toward Jack's words. What about the Decepticon warship? Moonracer inquired, addressing the returning Decepticon Autobot. Red Alert is currently mingling with a group of humans. The Autobot reported. Mingling with humans? The mech's special operations team? Moonracer pondered, realizing that the only reason Red Alert would collaborate would be due to their involvement. To conspire with a tiger is to risk a bite in return. Moonracer disapproved of Red Alert's actions. The mech's special operations team? The ones who captured Deadlock? Thundercracker questioned. Indeed, that same group. You should rest for now and hand over your duties to Tenacity. Let him monitor in the days to come. Understood. As the words fell, the automotive soldier departed. D, who is quite remarkable, Yue Ling praised, watching the figure of the soldier fade into the distance. Apart from us, Tion E and D, whose comprehensive assessment scores were the highest during this period, already exhibiting signs of elite status. As Tian Jun finished speaking, Xiao Jiao and Xiao Lu both nodded in agreement. Chapter 90. The Hammer of the Celestial Champion, focusing on the towering cliff. Optimus Prime and his companions crouched at the edge, observing the excavation being conducted by Ji Dao and Sihua. After a flurry of activity, Sihua finally unearthed an object buried within the earth and stone. Gazing at the golden hammer before him, Sihua was perplexed, unable to comprehend why he had labored so long merely to procure a hammer for Megatron. This hammer was a sacred artifact of the 13 Apostles. Observing from the cliff, Optimus Prime explained to RC and the Divider what the object was. Really? Isn't it said to be a destructive device of the Decepticons? RC questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. This is not entirely improbable, aside from the confiscated Decepticon weapons. Any significant items stored in the Iron Fortress's vault might have also been launched into outer space. Nothing could be more critical than the Celestial Champion's hammer, which possessed a magical power capable of forging raw materials into living mechanical devices. Thus, we could forge any weapon we can imagine with it, Optimus Prime elaborated, prompting the Divider to consider that acquiring the sacred object would eliminate any shortage of weaponry. Or it might help Bumblebee create a new transformation gear, Optimus added. At the Mecha's Special Operations Team base, the extraction of the super energy body mineral had been purified, and the team commenced their experiments anew. They began infusing the super energy into the mechanical bodies. Watching the machines stir to life with the infusion, Silas exclaimed, "It worked." The super energy will surely create our miraculous army of the future. However, the successful experiment drew the ire of Red Spider, who began to spout unpalatable remarks. Just then, a thunderous crash resounded from the factory's entrance. After several loud booms, the door was breached and Bumblebee strode in. He surveyed the humans aiming weapons at him. Alongside Red Spider, his expression grave. Without the transformation gear, he was defenseless. As soon as he spoke, Red Spider launched the first attack. A missile flew wide, prompting Bumblebee to seize a massive device nearby and hurl it at Red Spider, who was caught off guard and toppled to the ground. Meanwhile, Bumblebee found himself suppressed by Silas and the other's firearms. Lacking cover, he struggled to mount a favorable counterattack. At the cliff's edge, as Sihua delivered the final blow, the earth and stone covering the Celestial Champion's hammer were entirely removed. It can be retrieved now, Ji-Dao declared, but just as Sihua reached for the hammer, he heard the sound of something rapidly approaching. The partition charged ahead, directly targeting the downfire, and seized the opportunity to strike it away with two powerful blows before it could react. Unlike the smooth maneuver of the partition, Optimus Prime and RC, tasked with confronting the downed, faced significant obstacles. The energy barrier prevented them from approaching the downed. Instead, they were repelled by the barrier. Transformers, behold my latest paint protector, the downed remarked, observing the inaccessible Transformers with keen interest, declaring itself the victor of the current shield generator creative usage competition. As it spoke, the downed used the shield to force Optimus and RC toward the edge of cliff. Meanwhile, the battle between the downfire and the partition continued. A true test of strength with hammer against hammer. A powerful uppercut sent the partition soaring. Instead of delivering a finishing blow, the downfire glanced at the downed, noticing that Optimus and RC had been cornered by the shield at the precipice. Rising to its feet, the partition, grasping the hammer of the Chosen, suddenly had an idea. With great effort, the partition raised the hammer of the Chosen and taunted the downfire. Care to compare? Mine is larger. Provoked by the partition's words and examining its own hammer, the downfire charged in anger, only to be violently struck away by the partition wielding the hammer of the Chosen. Just as the down was about to succeed in pushing Optimus and RC off the cliff, it heard a sound. Turning around, it was met with the sight of a robust downed fire hurtling towards it. Its stunned expression became iconic. The impact sent the shield generator flying. As the downed struggled to retrieve it, the partition delivered a crushing blow, startling the downed into a stupor. Weakened from wielding the hammer of the Chosen, the partition was suddenly struck by an energy blast from behind. From a newly opened land bridge emerged Megatron, brandishing an energy cannon, threatening Optimus and RC. Don't move, Megatron warned, aiming his weapon at them. The downfire and the downed quickly sprang to Megatron's side upon seeing their leader's arrival. With the relics of the 13 apostles on Earth, I would like to extend my gratitude to Orion Pax for his unwavering support of the Decepticon cause, Megatron proclaimed, retreating while casting a menacing glance at Optimus. As he entered the passage, both the downed and the downfire took their leave, with the latter even taking the damaged shield generator along. Upholding Lunar Spirit's principle of transforming waste into treasure, the partition believed that even discarded items could hold value. As the land bridge vanished, RC hurriedly approached to check on the partition's condition. I'm fine. Optimus, we have located the command center of a mech special operations team. Bumblebee has already gone there. Listening to the wail of the ambulance, Optimus Prime immediately sensed an ominous turn of events. Inside the Decepticon warship's laboratory, Knockout gazed at the mechanical box that had just been struck by Megatron wielding the Star Saber, voicing his doubts. This object certainly does not resemble a colossal nuclear cannon. It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. Without the power of a leader to activate it, this artifact is merely a hammer in a toolbox. Megatron cast the Star Saber onto the platform. Regardless, we must do everything in our power to prevent it from falling into Optimus Prime's hands. What exactly is the power of a leader? Embracing a principle of curiosity, Moon Racer inquired aloud. The power of the Allspark, the energy source. Ancient wisdom? Indeed, it is said to have been inherited by the 13 primes and subsequently passed down through the ranks of leaders. It embodies the wisdom of all leaders, the source of ancient mysterious power. If that is the case, could we not incapacitate Optimus Prime and then utilize his strength to wield this sacred object and thus forge it? Moon Racer pondered, stroking her chin in analysis. Such a notion seems rather fanciful. Given Optimus Prime's might, how could such a plan ever come to fruition? Knockout was the first to voice his thoughts, questioning who could possibly subdue such a towering figure. It does not seem entirely impossible. Recalling Moon Racer's earlier suggestion, Megatron suddenly found the idea quite appealing. Chapter 91. The return of gears at the mech's Special Operations Team's base. Bumblebee showed no mercy towards the mechs firing upon him. He dispatched them with a single blow, sending them soaring. After swiftly utilizing the terrain to eliminate the majority of the human forces, Bumblebee lunged at the mechanical body. With a fierce motion, he tore it apart, extracting the transformation gear, but before he could revel in his success, he was struck and sent flying by a blast from the Red Spider. Observing the transformation gear that lay on the ground, Red Spider mockingly remarked, "What a pity, so close yet so far. Our base's location has been compromised. Eliminate him and rendezvous with me at the meeting point, bringing my transformation gear along." After issuing commands to Red Spider, Silas made his escape, surveying the heavily damaged base. "I am not merely your subordinate. I am your advisor," Red Spider retorted, irritated by Silas's commanding tone. Just then, the short-circuited Bumblebee regained his composure and, upon lifting his head, saw Red Spider aiming the energy cannon at the transformation gear. "Make a move, and your precious transformation gear will be destroyed." At the Autobot base, the recently awakened Ratchet struggled to stand. "Ratchet, how do you feel?" "I am well. It seems there is nothing amiss," he replied, sensing the changes in his body post-surgery. At that moment, communication came through. "Optimus Prime, what is it?" "Agent Fowler. Has Optimus arrived at the designated coordinates?" Fowler inquired, looking at Ratchet. "Designated coordinates?" Ratchet responded, confused, indicating that he was unaware. "I sent the coordinates to the mech's Special Operations Team half an hour ago." "Do not worry, Agent Fuller. Someone has already gone." Jack replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. "Optimus went to confront Megatron," Meichi interjected. "Thus, Bumblebee has followed suit." Raph revealed the truth. "What?" Upon hearing this, Ratchet instantly lost his composure. "How could you allow Bumblebee to go? He has just undergone surgery and needs time to recover." Ratchet was concerned that the newly operated Bumblebee might experience adverse symptoms. Hearing Ratchet's words, Jack and the others felt increasingly uneasy. Inside the factory base, Bumblebee glared at Starscream, issuing a warning. "Or what? Shoot?" How tragic it was for a Transformer unable to transform into a vehicle, deprived of the exhilarating rush of speed. It was indeed a lamentable state for a Transformer to find itself in such failure. Starscream, reveling in his superiority, continued to perform with confidence. In the next moment, caught off guard, Bumblebee struck, sending Starscream flying with a powerful punch. The transformation gear also slipped from Starscream's grasp. Noticing this, Bumblebee leaped, intent on retrieving the gear. However, just as he was about to grasp it, Starscream's laser struck, hitting the transformation gear. Witnessing Bumblebee's fury, Starscream chose to retreat strategically. "I shall not engage in this anger until we meet again," he declared, transforming into a jet and departing. Outside the base, in the woods, Starscream did not leave. Instead, he approached Silas, expressing a willingness to continue their collaboration. "Where is the transformation gear?" Silas inquired, scrutinizing the empty-handed Starscream with displeasure. "Unfortunately, it was destroyed in the heat of battle," Starscream disingenuously replied. Under Silas's increasingly darkening expression, Starscream softened his demeanor and reassured, "This is merely a temporary setback. There are other Transformers' gears, and we shall soon find a replacement." "But I need it now," Silas insisted. At that moment, soldiers concealed in the surroundings aimed their weapons at Starscream. At the Autobots base, Ratchet anxiously monitored the communication. "Optimus, we have located the command center of the mech's Special Operations Team. Bumblebee has already gone there. I hope it is not too late." At the mech's Special Operations base, Starscream, just regaining consciousness, spotted the approaching Autobots and, clutching his side, attempted to flee, only to realize he had lost his transformation ability. Reluctantly, to save his own life, Starscream opted to escape. On the Autobot side, they beheld the now deserted base and Bumblebee, who held the damaged transformation gear. "Ratchet, reopen the ground bridge. We must prepare for surgery immediately." "It is all my fault." Megatron acquired the hammer. The partition expressed remorse, lamenting the loss of the hammer to Megatron. "The Star Hammer might have proven invaluable in our hands, but in Megatron's, I believe there is no need for concern." Optimus reassured, aware that Megatron lacked the strength of a true leader to wield the Star Hammer effectively. "I've done all I can." After the ambulance scanned Bumblebee's body, it expressed its disappointment. "Our scouts cannot find a better doctor than you," Optimus Prime reassured. "Why not proceed as originally planned and allow him to utilize the ambulance's transformation gears?" Mikey inquired quietly. Bumblebee, however, was reluctant to accept. With a determined effort, Bumblebee struggled to stand. "Take it easy, Bumblebee," Optimus cautioned. Bumblebee moved his body, indicating that he felt no unusual sensations. Observing Bumblebee's actions, the ambulance hurriedly intervened, pleading, "Recovery requires time." As soon as the ambulance finished speaking, Bumblebee attempted to transform. Upon seeing no response from Bumblebee's body, the ambulance lamented, "The damage is indeed too severe." Just as Bumblebee made another attempt, a response finally emerged from his body. A miracle occurred. That yellow muscular sports car reappeared. "Oh yes." Instantly, Mikey and the others began to cheer. After Raph boarded, Bumblebee dashed out, evidently eager to relive the exhilaration of speed. "Take it easy," Optimus advised as he watched Bumblebee depart, finally at ease. "Remember to bring back a few speeding tickets." Wow, Bumblebee's transformation gears are nearly destroyed. "It's unbelievable. I can't believe it has been repaired," the ambulance remarked. "Today, I have fixed more than just the gears." Optimus looked at the ambulance with gratitude, relieved that the burdens of his old friend had also been alleviated. In a cold star system at the edge of the universe, a diamond planet, over countless eons of movement, finally intersected with a gamma-ray burst produced by a stellar explosion. At the moment of contact, the diamond planet was sliced by the gamma-ray burst. The resulting particle reactions caused the unstable particles within the cut diamond planet to detonate. The brilliant explosion illuminated the cold, dark galaxy. Eventually, as time passed, the power of the gamma-ray burst waned until it finally dissipated. The diamond planet was too vast and its material composition too complex, which prevented the gamma-ray burst. Potent enough to cleave through the solar system, from completely bisecting it. From the fissure created by the explosion, a hand suddenly emerged from a large piece of diamond. The passage of time has led to the fall of the once great civilization, and now, the darkness of yesteryears returns. The saga of Autobots and Decepticons continues, and destruction will soon descend once more. Chapter 92, The Con Artist and the Bounty Hunter in the Autobot Base. "What on earth are your subordinates up to, Optimus? We had an agreement, and we cannot afford to stir up trouble," Fuller questioned in a heated communication after receiving the news. "I apologize, Agent Fuller, but all Autobots are present here. None are missing," Optimus indicated, confirming the presence of all Autobots in the base. "Then explain why I received reports stating that two massive beings are fighting 20 miles outside Omaha." "It must be the Decepticons," the ambulance assured. "Recently, they have frequently engaged in internal conflicts, as Megatron seems unable to rein in his subordinates." RC began to explain. "I have just arrived at the scene. Observe closely." Fuller detailed the situation unfolding at the Autobot base. Upon seeing the first figure to appear, the barrier expressed confusion. "This is not right. The paint is incorrect." Unless Shockwave has had a change of hue. Shockwave has rarely made public appearances, leaving me curious about whom he is battling. RC gazed at the screen, perplexed. In the next moment, Fuller revealed another angle. "My goodness, it truly is one of ours." The ambulance regarded the sledgehammer and Jack in disbelief. "The Jack, haha. Old friend has returned." Upon recognizing the silhouette, the barrier became animated with excitement. "Even if the revered Lousy were to return, we must regain control of the situation before the evening news breaks. Have we confirmed the Decepticon battleship?" Megatron glared furiously at his subordinates. Recently, Decepticon soldiers have mysteriously vanished, and several Energon mines have faced destruction. The soldiers left behind in the mines have all been eliminated, and the Energon has been thoroughly extracted, with even the deceased Decepticon soldiers not spared. The consecutive losses have left Megatron in a furious state. "This method of operation does not resemble that of the Autobots," he stated, breaking the silence. "What is this?" At that moment, Megatron observed a rapidly moving Energon entity on Soundwave's display. "Ah, the truth is revealed. Pursue it. I wish to see which audacious individual dares to rob the Decepticons so brazenly." Enraged, Megatron issued his command. "On the battlefield, you have nowhere to flee, Decepticon," the Jack declared as he charged toward the Decepticon resembling Shockwave. "I am Agent Fuller. just as Fuller approached the Jack in his aircraft. He was met with 2 cannon blasts from the Jack. "Stop, fool. I am with you." Fortunately, Fuller dodged in time. Otherwise, he might have been lost. Just then, a Decepticon struck the Jack with its machine gun. Seeing this, Fuller hurriedly returned fire for cover. The Decepticon quickly took refuge behind a nearby building. At that moment, a ground bridge opened. The Jack, observing the open ground bridge, exclaimed with joy, "I knew you might come." As soon as he finished speaking, Optimus Prime and the others appeared. The group immediately split up. Optimus Prime and the barrier moved to support the Jack, while RC and Bumblebee prepared to confront the Decepticons. Noticing the intense firepower from the opposing side, the Decepticons took shelter behind a gas station. Just then, Fuller's aircraft approached. "Right on time," he remarked, as beams of light shot from his eyes, enveloping Fuller's aircraft. "Here it comes again," Fuller lamented as his instruments malfunctioned once more. After scanning, the Decepticons prepared to transform and flee. As the Decepticons attempted to escape, the Jack struggled to pursue them. "No, don't run. Jack, no." Regrettably, it was already too late. The Jack's energy cannon obliterated the gas station. In an instant, the gas station erupted in flames, and the Decepticon transformed into an aircraft. Soaring into the sky, seeing the Decepticon about to flee, the Jack hastily fired to intercept it, but upon realizing the futility of his efforts, he surrendered the endeavor. "Did the Decepticon plant a bomb here?" questioned the Partition. "Is that the name of the Decepticon?" It turned out to be a predicament of their own making. As Alcee remarked, that is a gas station akin to a super energy depot, is not an opportune place for combat. Just as the Partition finished speaking, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing violently to the ground. It was the Decepticon. The fallen Decepticon lay gravely injured and unable to move. "Justice has descended," the Jack mused, allowing me to resolve this matter. As he prepared to approach and finish off the Decepticon, another barrage of fire rained down from above, sending the Jack flying. "Autobots, remain vigilant," Optimus Prime commanded, his gaze fixed on the ship that had appeared above them. Observing the smoking cannon on the vessel, it was clear that it was the source of the attack. "Look at how many big catches I've ensnared," a malicious voice echoed from the ship. "A whole bunch of Autobots and a Decepticon. What a bountiful haul." At that moment, the voice continued, "Now, you have 2 choices. Either be eliminated by me or surrender and become my captives, my slaves. Dream on." With that, the Jack took the initiative and opened fire. Subsequently, the ship activated its weapons once more, targeting the Autobots below. Despite the presence of several buildings that could serve as cover, the lack of aerial superiority exacerbated the disparity between the 2 factions. Although there was assistance from the Fuller gang, the technological gap between Earth and Cybertron was insurmountable. Furthermore, not long prior, they had plundered a Decepticon mining facility, securing an overabundance of energy to expend freely until every Autobot was vanquished. As the Autobots struggled to lift their heads under the relentless assault from the ship, and some were even injured, the leader of the Marauders aboard the ship perceived an opportunity to capture Autobots alive. In a moment of reckless impulse, he dispatched his subordinates to prepare for the capture. "Who are these ruffians?" the Partition shouted from behind the sheltering building at the Jack. "The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. We can hardly lift our heads." "How should I know? I was about to ask you the same," the Jack retorted with irritation. Having sustained injuries during the battle with the Decepticon, he had been slow to evade the recent attack, resulting in exacerbated wounds. However, the ship's focus had been drawn away from the Jack, allowing him some respite. "Damn it," Alcee murmured, utilizing her nimble form and positioning to counter the continuous barrage. Yet, the ship's exterior armor was too robust. Typical attacks had negligible effect. "Beep, beep, beep. Look, someone is descending from the spacecraft." Alcee perceived a decrease in the intensity of the assault. In the brief interlude for counterattack, Alcee spotted a dozen Cybertronians leaping from the ship. They were bounty hunters. The Partition observed the emblem on the opposing figures and spoke up. Chapter 93, The Triangular Clash. "Lord Megatron, the advance team has reached the signal's altitude. Here is the transmitted image," reported a soldier in the command room, projecting the visuals onto the screen. "Are those Autobots? Who are those individuals?" Knockout queried, observing the skirmish between the 2 factions with intrigue. "Lord Megatron, the Vanguard has relayed that a signal from that spacecraft indicates the presence of Energon signatures. They request permission to engage," came the report. "Eliminate them," Megatron commanded. his gaze fierce as he scrutinized the returned imagery. Understood. Wait, what is that? At that moment, moonlight pointed at a corner of the image. The next instant, the visuals were magnified under sound waves manipulation. That is it, Thundercracker? No, the coloration is incorrect. It is Skywarp. Thundercracker recognized the figure sprawled in the crater as the image enlarged. Lord Megatron, I request. Thundercracker's words were cut off as Megatron interjected. Go forth and annihilate them completely. Unknown stellar sphere. Boss Barrage. Underground reports indicate an energy reaction. Scully sprinted to Barrage to relay the update. Indeed, let us descend and investigate. With that, Barrage charged ahead toward the excavated underground passage, with Scully closely trailing behind. Boom! As the pair reached the midpoint, a tremendous sound erupted from beneath the earth. The next moment, the ground began to tremble violently. While Scully clung desperately to Barrage's arm in a bid for survival, the shaking abruptly ceased. What is happening? Scully began, only to be unceremoniously tossed aside by Barrage. Get away. When asked to work, it's either a gale or a deluge. With that, Barrage wasted no time and surged forward at full speed. Abandoned factory on Earth. Initiating scan. Through operational control, the mechanical entity completed its scan of the truck. Upon the transmission of data, a being identical to Optimus Prime materialized before them. Extraterrestrial technology, now it belongs to me. Silas gazed at the Optimus Prime-like machine with excitement. Excellent, let me truly experience the power of the Autobots. With that, Silas commenced remote operation of the mechanical entity. Officer, transmit the data. I believe they will once again collaborate with us. Having experienced the power bestowed by biological technology, Silas instructed his aide. As for the identity of the collaborators, it mattered little. As long as they could provide ample Autobots and Decepticon corpses, he would be willing to ally with swine if necessary. In an orbit beyond Earth, within a spacecraft, Lockdown observed the footage relayed from Silas's base, unable to suppress a low murmur. To command extraterrestrial organic machinery with a human form, how intriguing. It is but a mere facade, an empty shell, droned a large horned bull nearby. However, that cannot be the case. They are astute individuals. I suddenly feel that rather than acting independently, it would be more prudent to collaborate with them, to utilize their blades to vanquish our adversaries. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the emblems of the Autobots and Decepticons. On the battlefield, due to the proximity between both factions, the engagement had devolved into hand-to-hand combat, leading the spacecraft to cease its extensive bombardment. Regrettably, they had overestimated their capabilities while underestimating their foes. The leader of the spacecraft had never encountered Optimus Prime. Thus, upon seeing Optimus and his companions, he merely recognized them as enemies before launching an attack. As for the strength of the adversary, he had no inkling. If he could not overpower them, he could always flee. As he diverted his attention from the energy beings within the ship to the outside, he was left dumbfounded to discover that his subordinates were on the brink of annihilation. How is this possible? Quickly, activate the weapon systems. Yes, activate the weapon systems. They will be unable to approach us now. Gazing at the menacing Optimus Prime, the leader of the bandits was instantly gripped by fear. On the battlefield below, two bounty hunters cautiously approached Skywing, intending to capture him aboard their ship while he was gravely injured. Unexpectedly, they were struck by an energy cannon descending from above, shattering them into fragments. This commotion naturally drew the attention of the other two factions. The Decepticons, Alcee and her companions, watched warily as a sudden influx of Decepticon soldiers appeared. Just in time, Thunderclash lifted Skywing, and Soundwave activated the land bridge. As soon as he spoke, the land bridge opened nearby. However, just as Thunderclash brought Skywing onto the land bridge, the bounty hunter's ship resumed its bombardment. Scatter. After Thunderclash departed, command of the Decepticon squad naturally fell to the squad leader, Tiani. Captain, whom shall we attack? Asked the Decepticon pilot seeking to evade. Attack everyone. Strike with all our might. They are all Cybertronians. It matters not whom we hit. On the Autobot side, the vigilant members exhaled in relief at the sight of the opened land bridge, believing the Decepticons would no longer interfere. Yet, as the bounty hunter's ship unleashed its firepower, the Decepticons' assault followed suit. Ultimately, Optimus and his team were forced into a defensive counterattack. Thus, chaos erupted as the three factions engaged in a tumultuous firefight. Coincidentally, the Decepticon warship arrived. The bandit leader, sensing danger, prepared to control the ship and flee. However, in the next moment, an energy projectile from the warship obliterated the engine. Meanwhile, Megatron, who had been standing at the forefront of the warship, could no longer contain himself as he observed the fierce bombardment below and transformed into a jet. Diving down. In the midst of battle, Optimus Prime immediately sensed Megatron's descent and commanded, "Medic, activate the land bridge. Autobots, retreat." With the land bridge opening, Optimus swiftly issued the order to withdraw. "Quickly retreat." The panel urged the still remaining jackhammer. "I must take the wrecking ball. There's still debris within it." The Jack observed the resistance of his partition, firmly refusing to yield. It was at that moment that Megatron made his grand entrance. Approaching the spaceship's exterior, he swiftly transformed and delivered a powerful punch. In an instant, the already damaged vessel succumbed to Megatron's relentless assault, plummeting to its demise. A splendid opportunity arose. The Jack witnessed the ship disappearing amidst the smoke and summoned his strength to sprint towards the jackhammer. Autobots, provide cover. With the Jack safely maneuvering the jackhammer away from the battlefield, Optimus Prime and the others promptly evacuated, retreating to the land bridge. Thus, the chaotic battlefield was left with only a few bounty hunters clinging to life, alongside the Decepticons. As for Fuller, he had departed long before the Decepticons took the field. Under Optimus Prime's command, Megatron grasped the neck of a surviving foe, dragging him forth. "Now, tell me, who is your leader? Why did they attack me?" Megatron fixed his gaze intensely on the captive. "It was Optimus Prime who ordered me to do this. It's not my fault, my lord. Spare my life." Such an unexpected confession caught Megatron off guard. "Optimus Prime? Yes, yes, my lord, spare me." Before he could finish his plea, Megatron swiftly severed his head. He kicked the severed head that rolled on the ground toward Shockwave. "I want to know everything he possesses." With that, Megatron turned his attention away from the battlefield's devastation. Chapter 94. The Jack's experienced doctor. How is he? The Jack urgently approached the ambulance as it finally ceased its work. The partition stood anxiously beside, eyeing the fallen robot. His life's signs have stabilized for now, but given the severity of his injuries, when he will awaken remains uncertain, the ambulance replied to the anxious group. "At least he is alive," the Jack reflected, feeling relieved that the robot had merely sustained grave injuries rather than losing his life. Just as he finished speaking, the Jack, who had been holding on, finally faltered. Had it not been for the timely support from the partition and the ambulance, he too might have collapsed to the ground. Decepticon worship, the insignia on these ruffians, is identical to that of the bullies. Deadlock scrutinized the inspection images reported by his subordinates. This implies that they are indeed the subordinates of the same confinement as those who appeared on Cybertron. Moonlight analyzed while stroking his chin. If that is the case, it is possible that the main force of the confinement has also arrived and may be concealing themselves somewhere on Earth, Thunderclap remarked, entering the command room. "What is the status of Haunting Wing?" Megatron inquired upon Thunderclap's entrance. "He is no longer in critical condition, my lord. He merely requires additional time for recovery," Thunderclap reported. Bowing his head, "How did Haunting Wing come to Earth?" Megatron pondered the reason for Haunting Wing's arrival. "I notified him to come to Earth, as the Decepticons were lacking in high-level combat power, so I contacted him to assist us against the Autobots." "Well done, Thunder. Your performance has been commendable." Lord Megatron is quite satisfied with Thunder's actions. However, it seems that Sky Shadow will need to rest for a while. "How about it, Shockwave? Have you extracted the memories?" At that moment, Shockwave, who was responsible for extracting the memories of the leader of the armed bandits, entered the command room. "Indeed, Lord Megatron," he replied, projecting the images onto the screen. Finally, the destination was revealed. To everyone's surprise, it turned out to be a life-bearing planet. Lockdown observed the images transmitted from outer space. Remaining silent, "My lord, shall I lead the team to exterminate all the natives on this planet?" asked Bullhorn, stepping forward to bow. "No rush. Since it has appeared in the ancient texts and is described as harboring great terror, it must not be simple." Lockdown gazed at the planet below, declining Bullhorn's proposal. "Lockdown, notify all team leaders to assemble. I have plans to arrange." As the master of memory extraction, he immediately informed the other commanding officers. Soon, they reached their destination. Before Lockdown could finish his sentence, someone interjected, "My lord, let me go. I will ensure that all life on this planet is eradicated." Previously, during their journey to Earth, Lockdown would convene such meetings whenever they passed by resource-rich planets, dispatching teams to decide who would be the primary aggressor in annihilating life and seizing resources. This assembly was also assumed to be for selecting the assailant for this planet. No, until we ascertain the true nature of this planet. I shall not agree to any extermination. Lockdown interjected, observing his eager subordinates. I require you all to proceed to this planet and investigate any formidable forces that may be concealed there. Remember, all actions must be conducted with absolute secrecy. Should anyone bring calamity upon us, I shall be the first to extinguish your sparks. Lockdown threatened, noting his subordinates' disregard for his words. In the Autobot base, I'll be gentle. Doctor, my arm. The jackhammer groaned, voicing his concerns to the medic. If you keep moving like that, you won't be able to preserve it, the medic cautioned, citing special circumstances for specialized care. Recovering some vitality, the jackhammer turned to Optimus Prime. Commander, I apologize for firing recklessly. It won't happen again. However, I did pursue Sky Shadow for nearly 100 light years to reach here. The jackhammer explained. I thought you were off on an interstellar adventure, searching for fellow refugees. I didn't expect you to chase Sky Shadow so far. By the way, how did you end up with Old Spike and sustain such grave injuries? The panel, unable to contain its curiosity, inquired. Initially, I did plan for an interstellar journey, but later my ship, the jackhammer, received a signal from Wave Rider several light years away. We made contact and arranged to meet in the Decepticon system, but Sky Shadow must have intercepted our communication as he reached Wave Rider first. However, it is thanks to the explosives of the formidable Ha-E that I, alongside Langhua, have returned to this place to meet you, rather than perishing in some desolate corner of the world. What does this mean? The petition was perplexed, questioning why they should express gratitude towards Ha-Yi's bombs for their survival. Just as we were on the verge of reuniting, Langhua intercepted a distress signal emanating from a nearby planet and promptly set off to render aid. Yet, shortly thereafter, his voice reached me, revealing that he seemed to have fallen into an ambush and require my support. It was rare for that old curmudgeon to seek help from anyone. Thus, I hastened my pace, and upon arriving at the planet, I found Langhua being suppressed against a mountainside by a group of Cybertronian marauders armed with heavy artillery. His spacecraft had been captured by those ruffians, rendering it incapable of providing him with effective assistance. Fortunately, just as his cover was about to be obliterated, I arrived in the nick of time. Witnessing the carnage that ensued upon my arrival, the marauders prepared to unleash their devastating weaponry upon me, at which point, Langhua's ship exploded. The proximity bomb, having detected the signals of two Autobot spacecraft, immediately initiated its detonation sequence, intent on annihilating us both. Thankfully, the jackhammer withstood the blast. Langhua, shielded behind his cover, managed to evade the brunt of the explosion's aftermath, though he sustained severe injuries and succumbed to unconsciousness. The marauders, however, were exceedingly unfortunate, completely obliterated by the explosion. After performing rudimentary first aid on Langhua, I detected the ion trail of Ha-E while searching for a medic, leading me to the realization that only he could have planted the bomb. After all, the marauders had evidently safeguarded Langhua's spacecraft as personal property. Thus, the explosives could not possibly have been laid by them. The only plausible suspect remained Ha-E, especially since no other ion trails have been detected in the vicinity. Subsequently, after traversing through more than a dozen star systems, I finally caught up with him. During the pursuit, I recognized this direction as familiar. It dawned on me that it led to Earth, where I recalled the presence of a doctor, prompting my relentless chase after Ha-E. Remarkably, he guided me back to this planet, where I reunited with you all, and fortunately, I arrived just in time to save Langhua's life. Quite a coincidence, wouldn't you agree? The jackhammer concluded his reminiscence and lifted his gaze to address everyone. Chapter 95. I have emerged. I am acquainted with this Ha-E. He is the captain of the search team, unwaveringly loyal to the Decepticon cause, much like his twin brother, Thunderclash. Undoubtedly, Ha-Yi's arrival on Earth signifies his allegiance to his singular master. Optimus Prime, retrieving memories related to Ha-E, shared this information with the assembly. Well then, may he enjoy himself, although I suspect that assault dealt him a severe blow. The jackhammer nonchalantly remarked with a hint of irony regarding Ha-Yi's plight. Speaking of which, who were those individuals? Although their martial prowess was not particularly formidable, the firepower of their spacecraft was extraordinarily fierce, leaving us somewhat unable to lift our heads in the face of it. The petition reflected on the group they had previously encountered. A mysterious group of individuals seems to have been on Earth for some time now. Just then, Fuller arrived at the base, infuriated. As soon as he emerged from the elevator, he targeted the source of his ire, admonishing, "You reckless fool. Your indiscretions nearly led to our exposure." Exposure? Jack was taken aback. "We must conceal our identities. You must transform into an Earth vehicle to venture out." The panel stepped forward to elucidate the reasons to Jack. "Your reckless actions almost compromised us entirely. Optimus, you must discipline your subordinate properly." Discipline? Jack bristled at Fuller's remark. "Listen here, I am not one of Optimus's subordinates." With that, he turned to leave. "I'll have a word with him, if you agree," the panel said to Optimus. Observing Jack's departure. Of course, Optimus consented. "It seems this newcomer is somewhat resistant to authority," Fuller remarked as he watched Jack walk away. They had previously served together in the Thunder Rescue Team, a unit operating independently of the usual command structure. Optimus explained Jack's background. "The Men in Black?" Fuller connected the dots upon hearing Optimus's words. "By the way, Optimus, do you have any idea who that sudden group of individuals is?" "I'm afraid, Agent Fuller. We are equally perplexed. Well, I captured the insignia of their spacecraft while in the fighter jet." As he spoke, Fuller transmitted the image to the base screen. Upon seeing the familiar emblem, Optimus fell into deep contemplation. The image of the Decepticon warship Shockwave continued to play. "How is the investigation progressing?" Lockdown inquired of the first returning team leaders. "My lord, we have found no forces on this planet that pose a threat to us. Moreover, we discovered a significant presence of energon deposits." Lockdown, listening intently to the adamant report, responded, "Oh, is that so?" Shortly thereafter, the remaining team leaders returned as well. "My lord, we have identified numerous energon mineral veins on this planet, and, we also discovered spit it out." "What did you find?" The Minotaur growled impatiently. "We have secretly uncovered a substantial presence of Decepticons on this planet." "Decepticons? How could they possibly be here?" Lockdown questioned, puzzled. In such a remote location, the existence of numerous Decepticons seemed improbable. However, he soon found solace in the thought that since this planet possessed abundant energon deposits, the presence of Decepticons was not entirely unexpected. If Decepticons were indeed present, it was plausible that they could control those energon veins. And if that were the case, Lockdown's eyes glimmered momentarily. "From this moment forth, each of you shall lead your respective teams to execute a heist against the Decepticons." "My lord, what do you mean?" The cautious inquiry came from the subordinate. "It is quite simple. We shall steal. Remember to proceed discreetly. First, disrupt their signals. Then eliminate all Decepticons. And finally, retrieve both the energon and the remains of the Decepticons." "But my lord, if we proceed in this manner, it won't be long before we are discovered." And at that moment, before the thought could be completed, another team leader interjected. "My lord, during our search, we unexpectedly stumbled upon a base where a group of indigenous life forms is conducting some experiments." Flybot, when did you start taking an interest in these native trinkets?" "My lord, I have observed that this group seems to be researching biotechnology." Flybot ignored the jibe from his robotic counterpart and continued with his report. "Oh, biotechnology?" The commander raised an eyebrow at this revelation. "What kind of biotechnology warrants reporting?" "I discovered they're utilizing energon to power their experiments on Cybertronian biomechanical research." "Oh, is that so? Fascinating." Hearing this, the commander finally became intrigued. If that is the case, then the blame will rest somewhere. The commander suddenly realized that if they incited conflict between the natives and the Decepticons, they could benefit from the ensuing chaos. An interesting notion indeed. Megatron regarded the commander's scheme with interest. Humans researching Cybertronian technology, how intriguing. As he spoke, he fell silent and glanced towards Soundwave. After all, Soundwave had been captured by them, and thus bore the most direct experience of their ambitions. Their ambitions are vast, aiming to manufacture a considerable number of Cybertronian weaponized constructs. Soundwave, feeling the weight of their attention, reluctantly divulged what he knew. "The Harbinger has now been laid bare before their eyes, and they can locate our energon mines, while we remain oblivious to their whereabouts. The current situation is decidedly unfavorable for us." Shockwave outlined their present predicament. "We should consolidate our forces, bury the smaller energon deposits, and prioritize the extraction of several larger mines. Once completed, we shall retreat into the shadows. I believe that with these reserves, we shall have sufficient energon for a while. After some contemplation, the commander proposed. Perhaps we could abandon the currently active smaller energon mines, set traps, and lure them in, turning the energon mines into their burial ground. Moonlight expanded upon the commander's strategy after his suggestion. Let us proceed as you have advised. Megatron gazed at the commander on the screen, feeling a mixture of frustration and helplessness. By the way, Lord Megatron, I suggest we investigate the Mecha Special Operations Team, locate their base, and eliminate them completely. Leaving them unchecked will surely lead to future troubles. Moonlight recalled the dark Optimus Prime created by the Mecha Special Operations Team in the original narrative, despite its flaws. Its combat prowess was not to be underestimated. In an unknown galaxy, Tiger Moth watched as a corner of the collapsing space loomed before him, unable to suppress a shiver. Could it be that this is the enclosed space Lord Commander spoke of? The slender specter observed the Earth and stones being incessantly drawn in, stuttering. What is happening? The formidable Tiger Demon gazed at the subordinate tasked with the excavation. I don't know, Boss Tiger. We were simply digging, and this situation arose unexpectedly. The subordinate replied, trembling as he met Tiger Demon's gaze. Just then, another tremor shook the ground. Everyone was thrown off balance. Unlike the first quake, this one lasted considerably longer. Damn it, Slender Ghost, you've been stepped on. Get up. After Tiger Demon and the others managed to rise, they found Slender Ghost still sprawled on the ground, his body quaking. Upon uttering these words, Slender Ghost ceased trembling and gradually stood. A deep voice slowly emanated from him. I have emerged. Chapter 96. Kidnapping. Listen, old cheater. Even if not for humanity, we cannot recklessly expose ourselves to the public eye. Our numbers are far too few. The Divider urged, having found a jack in the cavern outside the base. Road Tyrant, Flame, Collision Pin, and Whirlwind have all met their demise. And even Splash and I nearly faced peril. As the Divider spoke, Jack stood up and turned his gaze toward him. That's precisely my point. The Thunder Rescue Team and the remaining Autobots are dwindling. Yet if we continue to follow Optimus Prime, perhaps we still have a chance to end this. The Divider continued to persuade. I believe Optimus Prime is merely a talker. When it comes to actual battle, he wouldn't dare wade into these murky waters, Jack interjected, clearly harboring some misconceptions about Optimus Prime. You simply do not understand him. I take great pride in being a part of the Thunder Rescue Team. But I've come to realize, the Divider continued, attempting to reason. Optimus Prime is the chosen one. Enough, I understand, Jack replied, somewhat impatiently. Old cheater, you don't comprehend. Optimus Prime is different. Just as the Divider was about to elaborate, Jack cut him off. All right, Divider. I need to commence repairs on the spacecraft now. He was disinterested in hearing any further praises about Optimus Prime's valor. Why the long face? Did you confess your feelings to a girl only to be rejected? Alcee teased Jack, who appeared rather disheartened. No, just a little mishap at work. Jack replied with a hint of resignation. What happened? Alcee inquired with curiosity. There's nothing worth discussing. Jack declined to delve into the matter with her. What is going on? Mom should have returned by now. Jack wondered, perplexed that his mother, who had promised to come home early, was not present. Perhaps something delayed her? Alcee speculated on Jack's mother's whereabouts. Impossible. She specifically stated she would return early. Wait, what's this? At that moment, Jack noticed a note on the table. What's wrong? Alcee transformed into her human form and glanced at the paper in Jack's hand. Cyrus. Him again. An unrelenting nuisance, Alcee muttered under her breath. Cursing her misfortune. Optimus Prime, we have an issue here. Alcee promptly reported back to the base. Cyrus's methods are despicable. We must reach these locations swiftly, she said, examining the addresses written on the note Jack held. If you wish to see your mother, come find me. The address is as follows. What is the matter, Optimus? What has happened? Jolt inquired of Optimus, asking if something was amiss. Jack's mother has been abducted by the Mech Special Forces. They provided us with several addresses and demanded our presence within a stipulated time frame, warning of dire consequences should we fail to comply. Alcee succinctly outlined the current predicament. Here we go again, those relentless fiends, the panel remarked indignantly, responding to Alcee's words. Jolt, although reluctant to admit it, we require your assistance this time. Optimus requested of Jolt. No problem, Commander. Ambulance, activate the ground bridge. Jolt, you and the panel will form one team. Alcee, you and Bumblebee will form another. We will each head to a different location, ensuring we are timely and, above all, guaranteeing the safety of Nurse Darby. With that, Optimus stepped into the ground bridge first. My lord, according to intelligence, the Decepticon forces are urgently retracting, having abandoned numerous energon mines. Bullhorn stepped forward to report. Understood, Lockdown replied, leaning against the command chair of the ship. By the way, has Lockup returned? Suddenly, Lockdown seemed to recollect something and inquired as Bullhorn was about to depart. There is still no word from them. Bullhorn bowed in response. Understood. If he returns, have him come to see me, Lockdown concluded, falling silent thereafter. Yes, my lord. What is the status of the Decepticon warship, Shockwave? Tidal Wave inquired, observing the tinkering Shockwave. It will be fine shortly. It won't be long before he fully recovers and regains consciousness, Shockwave replied, glancing back at the unconscious Tidal Wave. Soundwave, how is the progress on the Iron Fortress project? Moonlight softly asked, watching the busy Soundwave. Noticing that Soundwave was too preoccupied to respond, Moonlight resignedly decided to seek amusement in the training room on the lower deck of the warship. Recently, numerous energon mines rigged as traps have been detonated. Reports from returning soldiers suggest the plan is highly effective. Currently, 2 ships have completely vanished due to energon explosions, Deadlock reported to Megatron in the command room. Megatron, gazing at the aerial view of Earth, remained silent. Lockdown's ship, my lord. Flyhigh has returned with news. The human contingent has confronted the Autobots. Bullhorn reported back to the command room. Oh, interesting humans. In that case, let us join in the fray and stoke the flames of this game. Lockdown said with a twisted expression, gazing at Earth. Go. Inform Flyhigh that he may intervene to assist those humans when necessary. And I wanted to capture the Autobots when the time calls for it. Lockdown's sinister grin grew increasingly unsettling, and with it, his face began to crack. In a certain valley, Optimus stealthily advanced, wielding an energy cannon. Just as he was nearing the target location, the sound of explosions began to erupt. As the explosion erupted from all sides, debris cascaded down, burying Optimus Prime. Observing the stillness of the entombed site, several figures stealthily emerged from the shadows. They proceeded to plant more explosives, preparing for a second detonation, convinced that Optimus could not possibly survive this. The individuals were none other than the subordinates of Silas. Given the significance of their target, they were determined to strike with utmost resolve, leaving no room for error. However, they gravely underestimated Optimus Prime. Just as the members of the Mecha Special Operations team approached to set explosives near the buried Prime, the mound of Earth erupted violently. Fragments of stone sent several nearby humans flying. Mecha Special Operations team, surrender the Nurse Darby. Optimus Prime commanded, his weapon trained on the subordinates rather than attacking immediately. He demanded the release of Jack's mother, asserting that if they desired the human, they must first ensure their own survival. No sooner had the officer finished speaking than a staggering silhouette appeared, charging towards Optimus Prime at first sight. Reacting swiftly, Optimus severed the intruder's head with a single stroke. Yet, the fallen mechanical body began to emit a series of ominous beeping sounds. Farewell, Optimus Prime, declared the officer, pressing the detonation button. As the mechanical body prepared to explode, Optimus made a hasty retreat. Boom! Retrieved that creature's parts. The officer, believing Optimus had been obliterated, boarded a helicopter. Just as they were about to depart, energy cannons fired from the smoke-filled area. Fortunately, the helicopter ascended in time to evade disaster. But the Mecha Special Operations team below was not as fortunate, succumbing to the blast that left them shattered. Chapter 97. The betrayal of Optimus Prime in the heart of the forest. RC cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Bumblebee, have you detected anything? BZZZ, Bumblebee responded, indicating no anomalies have been found. How peculiar. Why would Silas arrange for us to meet in such a desolate location? RC pondered, her instincts alert to the eerie silence. Upon finally arriving at the rendezvous point, the stillness of the forest struck her as odd. Just then, a transmission crackled to life. Requesting backup. We are under attack by Optimus Prime, came the panicked voice through the communicator. This is bad. RC sensed the gravity of the situation. An abandoned factory compound. The panel and a jack cautiously advanced, weapons drawn, scanning for threats. They finally arrived, Silas remarked with intrigue, observing the duo approach through surveillance. Now it's time to let these Autobots taste their own medicine. He cast a glance at Jack's mother, who was suspended from an external tower. Seizing the controls, he activated the already prepared mechanical body. Instantly, a construct resembling Optimus Prime sprang to life. Let us split up and search. We must find them quickly. The Jack and the Partition exchanged a glance before heading in opposite directions. Observing the separation of the two, Sellers couldn't help but smile, as it was to his liking. The Partition, engrossed in its search, was abruptly alerted by a sound and turned to find Optimus Prime standing in the shadows, gazing at him. Optimus? I thought you were headed elsewhere, the Partition remarked, surprised by Optimus's sudden appearance. I have thoroughly explored that area and found no anomalies. So I came here to assist you, replied Sellers, controlling Optimus, whose voice closely resembled that of the true Optimus Prime, thus leaving the Partition oblivious to any irregularities. Well, I hope old Jack has found something. Just as the Partition was about to continue searching for Jack's mother, Optimus seized the moment, charging at the Partition and forcing him into a corner. Before the Partition could react, it received a powerful punch, which left it more bewildered than before. In its confusion, the Partition instinctively retaliated, striking Optimus back a few steps before conjuring an energy cannon aimed at him. What is the meaning of this, Optimus? Why are you attacking me? Unfortunately, the Partition did not receive a response, as Optimus launched another assault. The Partition, already disoriented, finally succumbed to the relentless attacks and fell. Just as Optimus was about to leave in search of another Autobot, he unexpectedly found Jack staring intently at him. Old Jack, I was just about to look for you. The mech special operations team has ambushed the Partition. What did you call me? Jack questioned, suspecting that this might not be the true Optimus. Old Jack, it should be enough. I don't care who you are. Prepare to meet your end. Jack interrupted, sealing his faceplate and drawing his twin blades as he charged at Optimus. Witnessing Jack's menacing advance, Sellers abandoned his concealment and directed Optimus to charge at Jack instead. Unfamiliar with Jack's fighting style, Sellers observed as Jack leapt towards Optimus, blades raised for a fierce downward strike. Optimus swiftly materialized a blade to defend himself. But Sellers had underestimated the force behind Jack's descent, leaving Optimus vulnerable to the assault. During their struggle, Optimus initially gained the upper hand, but as Jack saw the impending attack, he quickly leaped back to evade it. Such tremendous strength, Jack remarked before once again launching himself at Optimus. A flurry of strikes rained down upon Optimus, causing significant injuries due to the latter's delayed evasion. Regaining his composure, Sellers controlled Optimus to deflect Jack's successive blows and, seizing the moment while Jack was off guard, delivered a punch that sent him sprawling. Ah! Jack exclaimed as he crashed against the wall, quickly gathering his strength to roll aside, narrowly avoiding a heavy punch from Optimus. The Partition on the other side gradually stirred to consciousness. What is happening? With a somewhat muddled mind, the Partition touched its head, striving to recall the events that had just transpired. Wait, I seem to have been attacked by Optimus Prime. Just then, the Partition heard a sound. Turning towards the source, it beheld Optimus Prime engaging with the Jack. Calling the base, this is the Partition. We are under attack. Optimus Prime is assaulting us. What? The ambulance, far away at the base, felt as though the sky had fallen. Decepticon battleship, Lord Megatron, we have detected the enemy's presence. Soundwave transmitted the signals detected by his sensors to the screen. He is advancing in the direction of. As he spoke, Moonracer slowly traced the trajectory of the signal on the map. Within that abandoned factory, the traces of the mech special operations team were suspected to have been discovered. Moonracer, observing the overlapping paths, made an instantaneous judgment. Are you suggesting they're seeking those humans? Megatron inquired, glancing at the conjecturing Moonracer. I believe it is not without merit. I have reviewed the data retrieved by Soundwave. The individual known as Lockdown is deranged, unpredictable, yet possesses an acute attention to detail, leaving no advantageous opportunity unattended, be it regarding individuals or allies. Moonracer asserted, mindful that Silas and his cohort's plans had already been laid bare before Lockdown's eyes. Thus, in pursuit of sufficient power, he would not hesitate to forge an alliance with the terrestrial inhabitants, intending to utilize Silas's newfound strength to combat the Decepticons and Autobots. Upon hearing Moonracer's speculation, Megatron expressed his complete agreement. In that case, it is even more imperative that we thwart their intentions. With that, Megatron turned his gaze to Thundercracker. Thundercracker, you are to lead the aerial squadron at once. Eliminate them all. Yes, my lord. Lord Megatron, I request to accompany, Moonracer interjected at that moment. Megatron regarded her wordlessly, and just as he was about to acquiesce, Soundwave entered, seizing Moonracer by her garments and escorting her out. Proceed with the operation, Thundercracker. Watching Soundwave and Moonracer depart, Megatron narrowed his eyes, seemingly in better spirits. Yes, my lord. In an unknown star system aboard the Tigatron ship, a master, please have a seat. The towering Tigatron, in a sycophantic demeanor, resembled a grand steward serving an emperor. The gaunt figure seated at the forefront gazed upon the Tigatron with satisfaction. You're quite commendable. Ah, too kind, as a subordinate. Ensuring the comfort of the boss is only natural. As long as you are pleased, I could pluck the stars from the heavens and present them to you. The obsequiousness left even the former subordinates of Tigatron Agape. What a sycophantic wretch. Chapter 98. The True and False Optimus Prime, calling Optimus Prime. Damn it, the ambulance muttered under his breath. RC, can you hear me? I hear you, ambulance. Please bring us back to base at once. RC had also discerned certain anomalies. The mech's special operations team had planted explosives at their destination. At the final moment before the explosion, RC and Bumblebee dashed into the land bridge. The target in the valley had been neutralized, and the order to regroup was given. The officer, seated in the helicopter, gazed at the ascending mushroom cloud, concluding that Optimus Prime could not have survived such a blast. Subsequently, he directed the pilot to evacuate the area. With Optimus Prime presumed dead, there was no reason to remain. Optimus Prime, do you read me? The communication from Ratchet ceased abruptly. A mound of rubble began to stir. Moments later, a hand emerged as Optimus Prime slowly extricated himself from the debris. Shaking his head to dislodge the dust from his optics, he surveyed the quiet valley. He understood that the special operations team had already departed. Just as he was about to contact the base, he caught sight of the Decepticon aerial squad soaring in the distance. Decepticons, he muttered, sensing an ominous turn of events. Ratchet, activate the land bridge. Meanwhile, on the other side, the information officer was perplexed. Optimus Prime, what is happening? His head was spinning as he observed the two combatants clashing. At that moment, the land bridge activated, revealing RC and Bumblebee rushing to provide assistance. Having barely escaped the explosion with their lives, they hurried back to the base before racing to the information officer's location. As RC and Bumblebee emerged from the land bridge, they witnessed Optimus Prime being hurled away by a Jack. Jack, what's going on? RC inquired, bewildered. He is not Optimus Prime. He is an imposter. Jack fixed his gaze upon the fallen figure. Inside the Autobot base, Ratchet, hearing Optimus Prime's voice through the communication, felt a surge of confusion. Optimus, where are you? To ensure the safety of everyone at the base, Ratchet did not activate the land bridge immediately. I am at the primary coordinate, Optimus replied, perplexed by Ratchet's question. What has transpired? He pressed again. Just now, the information officer reported that you appeared at their location and attacked them, Ratchet explained, releasing his apprehensions upon confirming Optimus's signal. Just then, the base communication crackled with Jack's voice. He is not Optimus Prime. What is happening? Optimus clearly heard Jack's declaration. Optimus, it's a mess. You should return and assess the situation, Ratchet urged, activating the land bridge leading to Optimus's location. Upon hearing Jack's voice, Ratchet realized that the figure they had encountered was a counterfeit, while the signal he was receiving was genuine. Upon returning to the base, a puzzled Optimus Prime turned to Ratchet for clarification. Optimus, the information officer reported that you appeared and assaulted them. Ratchet began to explain. The story of the Special Operations Team unfolded. Listening to the words of the ambulance, Optimus Prime immediately began to piece together the situation. What is happening? Jack inquired, gazing at Optimus, his mind swirling with the convoluted communication. It was evident that the Mecha Special Operations Team had fabricated a counterfeit Optimus Prime. This is unbelievable. Jack responded incredulously. Nothing is impossible, the ambulance reassured him. Do not forget, they previously kidnapped Deadlock and extracted a wealth of the data they desired. Furthermore, with the collaboration of Starscream, the completion of such technology is certainly within the realm of possibility. They could construct a mechanical body, install a transformation gear, and then execute the appropriate vehicle scanning, filling it to the brim with super energy. Jack echoed the ambulance's thoughts. Ultimately, they present us with a false Optimus Prime. The ambulance observed the footage transmitted by Fowler. Just moments ago, Fowler had arrived at the scene in a fighter jet. Witnessing the standoff, he reached out to the ambulance for clarification. So, the one below is merely a counterfeit manufactured by the Mecha Special Operations Team. Fowler remarked while surveying the faux Optimus Prime. As Fowler finished speaking, Optimus Prime sprang into action, accelerating towards the heavily damaged partition, intent on eliminating a threat. Sensing his movement, Jack, RC, and the others reacted swiftly to intervene. "Ambulance, take me over there," Optimus commanded, observing the chaos once more. Just as he was about to strike RC after flinging Jack aside, Optimus arrived in the nick of time. Caught off guard by Optimus's sudden appearance, Silas was momentarily startled, but he seized the opportunity to strike, sending Optimus flying. If I can decipher the frequency Silas uses for remote control, I should be able to ascertain his precise location. The ambulance contemplated beginning to operate the equipment. "Remote control?" Jack exclaimed in astonishment. "Of course. Otherwise, do you think they possess the capability to create a fully autonomous robot?" The ambulance teased Jack with a knowing glance. Optimus, the upright figure of Optimus Prime, addressed the counterfeit. "We meet again. The deception ends here, Silas." He aimed his energy cannon at the false Optimus. "Clever, Optimus. I doubted you would discover it so soon," Silas replied, intrigued by the Autobot before him. "Your malevolence will inevitably be met with retribution." Silas dismissed Optimus's words with a scoff. "Is that so?" With that, Silas commanded the counterfeit Optimus to charge at the real Optimus. I have deciphered the frequency," the ambulance announced, studying the operational interface. "But even if we know Silas's location, how can we possibly stop him?" Jack pondered, glancing at the ambulance within the confines of the base. "I shall obliterate his base entirely." At this moment, Fuller, who had been surveilling, spoke up. However, as the ambulance hesitated, Fuller provided his justification. "Listen, I am a highly trained individual with governmental backing, and I currently reside within a colossal machine weighing several tons. Once I lock onto a target and gently press the button, both Silas and his counterfeit robots shall meet their demise." "Very well. Agent Fuller, Silas's base is located in a building approximately 100 meters north of Optimus Prime." "Understood." Chapter 99. Chaos 2 Optimus Primes. RC observed the two battling Optimus Primes and spoke slowly. Within the Autobot base, hearing Fuller's words, Jack hastily interjected, "Wait. What if my mother is inside?" "Perhaps not. She may not be there at all," the ambulance reassured the anxious Jack. "RC, our primary objective is to locate Nurse Darby. We must first find Jack's mother to effectively strike against Silas." "Let's split up," RC declared, and the group dispersed once more in search of Jack's mother. Meanwhile, at Optimus Prime's location, during a standoff, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the imposter flying. Upon landing, the false Optimus exploded. Amidst the smoke, Optimus was struck by the counterfeit controlled by Silas, forcing him back. Silas, seizing the advantage, relentlessly pursued and attacked Optimus. "My robot possesses your strength, speed, and firepower." After pushing Optimus back, he readied an energy cannon to fire, intent on quickly dispatching him. Unfortunately, Silas had overestimated his capabilities. As he prepared to react to Optimus's close approach, the robot momentarily stalled. In that instant, Optimus seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful blow, sending Silas's robot flying. What has happened? Just as Silas was astonished by the sudden malfunction, calamity struck. From a distance, a series of explosions echoed continuously. Moments earlier, RC and the others had just located Jack's mother and were preparing to escort her away when a spaceship appeared, initiating an unprovoked assault with weapons. "Retreat." The group, unable to return Jack's mother to the base in time, began to flee in a frenzy. In an instant, a scene unfolded where the Autobots dashed forward while the spaceship rained destruction from behind. "Unknown galaxy, I have found you," the final apostle. The Thin One murmured while gazing at a particular point in the cosmic expanse. "Sir, the excavation of the spatial prison is more than halfway complete. But the remaining rock is exceedingly hard. If we force the excavation, the drilling machines may not withstand the pressure and could break down entirely," reported the respectful Tiger Demon. "I desire results, not processes." The Thin One dismissed Tiger Demon's concerns and issued a stern command. "If you do not excavate the spatial prison by my stipulated deadline, I assure you, I will send you to meet the source of the spark." Listening to the chilling words of the gaunt specter, the Tiger Demon shuddered and responded, "Yes, my lord." The Titan's warship called out to Thunderquake, inquiring if he had reached the designated location. Moon Spirit, casually standing beside Soundwave, asked, "Are we almost there?" "Almost there. I can see their spacecraft, Thunderquake replied, soaring at high altitude. Observing the bombarded ship, he finally discerned who was being pursued, the Autobots. Just then, Thunderquake spotted Optimus Prime engaged in combat. What is happening? Moon Spirit inquired, relaying Thunderquake's message. Are there two Optimus Primes fighting each other? Could it be? Thunderquake speculated. Impossible. Moon Spirit promptly dismissed his conjecture. If they were clones, such a scenario wouldn't arise. Besides, given that this is the Mecha Special Operations Team's base, it is highly likely that this is their scheme, she elucidated. What do you mean? Thunderquake began, but Moon Spirit fell silent, instead contemplating the images relayed by Laserbeak, who was trailing behind. Indeed, they have managed to create this. Quite a clever tactic, Moon Spirit remarked, gazing at the identical Optimus Prime. They? The Mecha Special Operations Team? Thunderquake quickly connected the dots. Observing the Optimus Prime atop the building and the Autobots being bombarded on the other side, Thunderquake, his aerial squad, did not engage immediately. After all, the cunning bird often appears last. In the next moment, the battling Optimus Prime was suddenly stabbed in the side by the controlled version of himself, manipulated by Silas. The most significant difference between us is that my body does not feel pain. With that, he withdrew the blade, looking down upon the fallen Optimus Prime. Imagine, if one were to possess an entire army of transforming robots, no one could stand against the resurrected Mecha Special Operations Team, Silas arrogantly mused, gazing at the screen displaying the fallen Optimus Prime. Just as Silas was about to eliminate Optimus Prime, multiple shells struck. What is going on? Silas exclaimed, startled by the explosions erupting atop the building. Moments earlier, while the frenzied bombardment raged on, the pilot of the spacecraft suddenly spotted the robot atop the distant building. Upon magnifying the image, he recognized the Autobot insignia on the counterfeit Optimus Prime. Almost forgot about you, he muttered, redirecting the weapons towards the distant figure of Optimus Prime. In the next instant, an explosion severed control temporarily, leaving Silas unable to manipulate Optimus Prime further. Having narrowly escaped disaster, the real Optimus Prime watched as the imposter was blown away. With a leap, he pursued the opportunity, reaching the counterfeit just before the energy blast descended. He delivered a powerful, charged blow, sending the imposter crashing into the building's interior. Inside the structure, Silas, after a violent tremor, finally re-established the connection to Optimus Prime's signal. Regrettably, the scene that unfolded was one of Optimus Prime delivering a devastating blow. After a futile struggle, Silas lifted his gaze towards the shattered pinnacle and the fallen Optimus Prime. No. It was too late for Silas to escape, and he watched in horror as his own creation brought about his destruction. As Optimus Prime fell, he crushed the control system, gradually extinguishing the light of his existence. Having swiftly dealt with the imposter, Optimus Prime evaded the immediate threat. Observing that the Autobots had located Jack's mother, yet were being pursued by an approaching spaceship, Optimus Prime reacted with urgency. Medic, activate the ground bridge now. No sooner had he spoken than he spotted the aerial Thundercracker flying towards the ship. Autobots retreat. After issuing the command, Optimus Prime wasted no time and charged towards the spaceship, believing that a coordinated effort with Thundercracker could eliminate the threat. Understanding that the ordinary Decepticon soldiers stood little chance against the might of the spaceship, Thundercracker resolved to take action himself, with soldiers forming a support line behind. Realizing Optimus Prime's intent as he approached, Thundercracker transformed in an instant, affixing explosives to the ship before swiftly retreating. Meanwhile, as Thundercracker neared the vessel, Optimus Prime utilized his energy cannon to draw the ship's fire, granting Thundercracker the precious time needed for a safe exit. Just after Thundercracker soared away, the spaceship erupted in a fiery explosion. Following the detonation, concentrated fire from the Decepticon aerial squadron descended upon the vessel, triggering a secondary cataclysm that ignited the energy core on board. Before the eyes of all, the ship transformed into a magnificent firework, illuminating the night sky. Chapter 100. The dark side in the absence of leadership within the Mech Special Operations Team. Would they descend into chaos? While receiving treatment from the medic, Optimus Prime spoke up. It is quite peculiar. We turned the ruins upside down, yet found not a single strand of Silas's hair. Upon clearing the debris, Fowler promptly contacted Optimus Prime to relay the specifics of the situation. By the way, have you made any headway regarding those mysterious individuals? Fowler did not end the communication there, but instead inquired further about Optimus Prime's knowledge of the enigmatic spaceship. They were once bounty hunters on Cybertron, but due to the war, they have now returned to their former allegiance as bounty hunters. Lockdown. Lockdown? He's still alive? Jackhammer exclaimed, astonished at the familiar name. Old man, do you know this fellow named Lockdown? Hearing Jackhammer's query, the panel was puzzled. That was after you departed from the Thunder Rescue team. During a mission, this scoundrel leaked Decepticon intelligence to us, and after we acted upon it, he contacted the Decepticons, playing both sides, which resulted in the loss of many comrades during that operation, Jackhammer said through gritted teeth. Later, when we received information from him, it was towards the end of the war, when large battalions began to engage beyond the planet Cybertron, and it was then that we unexpectedly learned about him. It is said that this individual has been hunted by Megatron due to his dual allegiance to both the Autobots and Decepticons. Rumor has it that Megatron specifically dispatched Shockwave to eradicate the forces of Lockdown, and even he has seemingly vanished. At that time, I lamented my inability to avenge my brothers by confronting him directly. Little did I know, this time he has come to us willingly, providing a perfect opportunity to settle the score from years past, exclaimed Jax. Jax, do not act impulsively, Optimus Prime cautioned, observing Jack's agitation. According to our intelligence, Lockdown must possess some form of assurance, given that he dares to venture here. Meanwhile, within a certain base, an officer gazed at the unconscious Silas before him. His internal injuries were grievous, rendering conventional medical methods ineffective. Fortunately, the Mecha Special Operations Team is known for its unconventional approaches. As the officer spoke, he glanced at the incoming communication. The latest message read, I agree to cooperate. The materials will once again be in your hands. This time, the Mecha Special Operations Team, devoid of a lifeless body, appears to have forged an alliance with a certain entity, suggesting that a miracle may occur once more. At the Pentagon, a 5-star general in military attire addressed the assembly. Is this place secure? Indeed, General Michael, we are situated at least 200 meters underground, with all electronic devices thoroughly shielded to prevent any risk of information leakage, replied another 5-star general, clearly in his domain. I must say, even for a meeting, it seems unnecessary to convene in such a dismal location, remarked a young woman disdainfully, surveying her surroundings. I apologize, Miss Sylvia, but this arrangement is to ensure we are not overheard by those extraterrestrial beings, the host explained. General Vox, may I inquire why you have gathered us here? Asked a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire. Gentlemen, I have convened you for a particular plan, General Vox stated, addressing those seated at the table. What? Without acknowledging the astonished reactions of the others, General Vox turned to General Michael. Michael, please proceed. Subsequently, Michael activated a virtual display on the wall, and instantly, information regarding Cybertronian mechanical devices unfolded before the assembly. What does this mean? Sylvia squinted at the data equations before her, scrutinizing the two generals present. Silas, originally Colonel Leland Bishop, a former Special Forces operative. This data has been transmitted from his current Mecha Special Operations Team. General Michael elucidated the origin of the information. And what significance does this hold? Sylvia regarded the others with indifference. I have heard of him. He is the architect of the Damocles Project. The middle-aged man interjected with keen interest. The initiative to launch laser strikes from satellites onto any target on Earth was later abandoned, which was the primary reason for his departure, remarked an elder at the round table, his gaze fixed on the data without turning back. Indeed, your information is quite astute, Mr. Mike. However, you have made one error. The true reason for his departure was my command. General Michael addressed all those present at the conference table. Oh, are you suggesting that? A participant who had been keeping his head lowered spoke slowly. It is due to the Autobots and Decepticons. These extraterrestrial beings have come to our territory, exerting their dominance, and we find ourselves powerless against them. Our only recourse is to collaborate with another alien force to barely confront them. Thus, we must acquire their technology and armaments sufficient to contend with them. Am I correct in my assertion? The middle-aged man inquired, looking at the two generals. Mr. Phillip is not mistaken. We require a shadowy element within the grand scheme for our operations. In essence, since his exit from the military, you have allowed him to recklessly implement his perilous ideas. Have you not? The previously bowed participant finally lifted his gaze towards the data. Indeed, Mr. President, now that he has made progress, we can once again draw him back into collaboration, ultimately mastering this technology, and then eradicate the aliens completely? Spare me. Rather than engaging in such an arduous and thankless endeavor, it may be more beneficial to let them wreak havoc. Who knows, I might even profit from the ensuing calamities. The woman remarked nonchalantly. What if, in the later stages, this technology could enable the fusion of human and machine, thus achieving a symbiotic existence and the prospect of immortality? Old Mike finally withdrew his gaze from the data, turning to the woman. What did you say? Sylvia gasped, momentarily breathless upon hearing the elder's words. Mr. Mike, from where does this notion arise? Not only Sylvia, but even the others were taken aback by the idea proposed by the elder. Immortality is a temptation that none can resist. It is evident that Silas and his associates are still lacking in further biological fusion experiments. Hence, they may not witness the future of this project. Yet, as a scientist and biologist, I perceive this as the key to eternal life. Previously, Silas had reached out to me. If collaboration is desired, they would require all the corpses of the Cybertronians, along with that of the robot Optimus Prime. General Michael ceased to conceal the information, laying it bare. Provide them, but inform them that for the next experimental modifications, I wish to partake. Mike's murky eyes now greedily fixated upon the data, for at this moment, he realized he would not meet his end. Chapter 101. Discourse, my lord. It has been confirmed. The entire team of Flybolt and the restricted unit has perished. Ramhorn reported a lockdown with a bow. Is that so? Lockdown's calm voice resonated in Ramhorn's receiver. You seem unfazed by their demise. Ramhorn questioned, puzzled by Lockdown's lack of reaction. Here, they're Autobots and Decepticons. It is hardly surprising that casualties occurred. Lockdown replied with an unruffled demeanor. The message from the Tiger Demon has arrived. The space recorded in the ancient scripture has been located. It will not be long before they reach Earth, and at that time, the Decepticons and Autobots before us will pose no threat. Slowly, Lockdown rose to his feet, gazing at Earth beyond the spacecraft. Giant Horn, accompany me, he said after a moment of silence. Let us meet those humans. They will prove to be of great utility. Lockdown's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he spoke. How do you feel, Skyquake? Thunderwing inquired with concern, observing the rising figure of Skyquake. I am no longer in significant distress, brother, Skyquake replied, closely nestled beside Thunderwing. Since awakening that day and reuniting with his long-cherished brother, Skyquake had become inseparably attached to Thunderwing, for the years of war had left them with endless conversations to share. You've recovered well, Skyquake, Moonlight remarked, noticing Skyquake's persistent proximity to Thunderwing. Indeed, Skyquake responded. Since you're in good recovery, how about this, little six? Provide Skyquake with a canister of super energon and prepare a clone body for him. It would spare Thunderwing the solitude of having a lone clone. Also, when you're sufficiently restored, Thunderwing, remember to take Skyquake to the training grounds for registration. Moonlight had been appointed as the special instructor of a warship by Megatron, tasked with overseeing the training and education of all personnel aboard. As they entered the laboratory, Moonlight, perched on Little Nine's shoulder, immediately spotted Shockwave diligently working within. How goes the repair, Shockwave? She inquired. The barrier generator has been restored and is ready for use. However, the energon collector will require more time, Shockwave replied, glancing at Moonlight while continuing his repairs. That is impressively swift. I gather Soundwave will be pleased to hear it. By the way, where's the other Shockwave? Moonlight asked, puzzled by the absence of the other large wave. He has returned to the laboratory on Cybertron, taking a dead fire with him. Shockwave continued his work without pause. Very well then, Little Nine, let us depart, Moonlight decided. Just as she was about to leave with Little Nine, Shockwave spoke again. The armor device you are researching. The portion I was responsible for has been completed, and the remaining steps will be handled by Soundwave. If you wish to see it, you may seek Soundwave. Thank you, Shockwave. Moonlight expressed her gratitude before departing. In the command room, Black Widow approached Megatron. With your permission, Lord Megatron, let us await Soundwave to decode the remaining contents of the Iron Fortress database. We know he is capable of it. I propose we utilize a resource that has not been fully exploited, she advised, gazing at Megatron's back. What resource do you speak of, Black Widow? Megatron asked, slightly turning his head to regard her. With my exceptional tracking skills, I can assist you in locating the remaining Autobot relics more swiftly, Black Widow suggested, lowering her head in recommendation. Understood, Megatron replied, losing interest after hearing her words. You truly are amenable to counsel, my lord, Black Widow remarked, listening to Megatron's easy agreement. Black Widow felt an unsettling dissonance. Soundwave bid farewell to Black Widow as she departed. After she left, Soundwave turned his gaze to Megatron, replaying her grandiose declarations. Megatron gestured for Soundwave to recapitulate his earlier statements made in his absence. "We must contemplate our trajectory in the absence of Megatron," echoed Black Widow's voice through Soundwave. "Wow, such explosive remarks upon arrival. It seems the Widow is in for a rough time," remarked Moonlight. "What brilliant idea do you have now, Moonlight?" Megatron inquired as she approached Soundwave. "A swift reprimand is necessary. Black Widow possesses remarkable capabilities, her martial prowess surpassing that of Red, and aside from her distractions, she is indeed valuable," Moonlight articulated as she walked. "Soundwave," she continued as he lowered her onto his shoulder. "She is indeed capable. Yet her preoccupations may lead to her demise," Megatron countered. "Those with divided loyalties are rarely favored by anyone, including you and me. However, in these extraordinary times, we must utilize her. Were she devoid of talent, her death would be inconsequential, but her commanding abilities mirror those of Red. Thus we cannot forsake her now." Moonlight scrutinized Megatron intently. Observing no signs of impatience from him, she proceeded. "Death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is survival. Should she endure, it would irrevocably sever her tenuous ties to us, and should she rise in power, we would undoubtedly be her first targets. You may argue that the Decepticons would not tremble at the mere provocations of Black Widow, yet have you considered that destruction accumulates gradually?" Megatron regarded Moonlight in silence, perhaps swayed by Soundwave's presence or the validity of her reasoning. "In a distant tale from the East, you are akin to the tyrant who dismisses all as trivial." Observing Megatron's stillness, Moonlight continued, her gaze fixed upon him, ready to cease should any sign of discontent arise. "The Decepticons resemble your loyal army. The obstinate Xiang Yu expelled Han Xin, driving away his esteemed generals and ultimately leaving himself isolated. In the end, Xiang Yu perished surrounded by Han Xin's forces, a solitary figure." Just then, Moonlight noticed a shift in Megatron's expression, and she fell silent. As she hesitated, Megatron urged her to continue. "I have nearly conveyed my point. This encapsulates my argument," Moonlight admitted with an awkward smile. "You speak with some merit, yet regarding Black Widow." Megatron furrowed his brow. "There is no need for her to hold substantial power. She may occupy a nominal position without real authority, thus alleviating the threat. Should she ever betray us again, or if evidence of her treachery arises, we shall eliminate her entirely. In tumultuous times, whether traitor or loyalist, utility defines a good minister. As long as the Jinhai pillar remains steadfast, they will never be able to turn the tide." After Moonspirit spoke, she fell silent, subtly leaning closer to Soundwave in search of solace. After a lengthy pause, Megatron remarked, "Soundwave, your perception is quite commendable." With that, he departed the command room, leaving Moonspirit bewildered and pondering the implications of his words. Chapter 102. The Ancient Signal in a Forsaken Energy Core Mine. The Red Spider struggled to scavenge any remnants of the energy core. "Damn it, how have I fallen to this state, relying on scraps of energy cores to survive?" As the Red Spider despondently leaned against the wall, a sudden figure captured his attention. With audacity, he stealthily followed. Observing the excavating mechanical insect, he wondered, are there mechanical insects here on Earth? When the Red Spider witnessed the machine unearth a fragment of the energy core from the wall, he decided to take a risk. "Hey, scavenger, quickly hand over that energy core," he commanded the mechanical insect. Ignoring his words, the mechanical insect continued its task. "You dare disregard a superior life form? I am the illustrious Commander Red Spider," he declared, striking the mechanical insect with a fierce slap. In an instant, the previously indifferent machine turned hostile, pursuing the Red Spider. Consequently, the already beleaguered Red Spider found himself in an even more precarious situation. This time, no one intervened to halt the mechanical insect's assault, resulting in Red Spider suffering injuries, just as depicted in the original narrative. Inside the confinement spacecraft, Master Confinement, here is the latest progress report. The Minotaur reported the findings returned from the humans to confinement. Noted, have there been any updates on the Autobots or Decepticons? Confinement expressed little concern for the humans' plans. Recent reports from various teams indicate that there have been no discernible signals or traces of the Decepticons, the Minotaur relayed. Understood, as Confinement gestured for the Minotaur to depart. A high-frequency, signal emerged. This signal, it's an ancient Cybertronian frequency. Confinement observed the coordinates that appeared. How could such a signal exist in this location? Could it be something launched during the war? Unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of such a valuable discovery, he commanded Flyhorn, inform Hea and Ursa to immediately proceed to the signal coordinates. Decepticon warship, an ancient Cybertronian signal? Megatron gazed at the coordinates Soundwave had displayed, intrigued. Can you determine what this object might be? Moon's spirit inquired, eyeing the coordinates with curiosity. Soundwave shook his head slightly, indicating that it was currently impossible to ascertain the nature of the signal. Tremor, Skywing, you're to make a journey and retrieve this object for me, Megatron ordered, addressing the now-recovered Skywing. In response to a request for cooperation, the commander sought external ground support. Yue Ling, on the verge of death, was drawn out by the urgency of the situation. An inquiry was made to Soundwave. Regarding Yue Ling, Megatron expressed that he fell under Soundwave's jurisdiction. What transpired at the Autobot base? The sudden activation of the screen caught the attention of Laffy and others. Observing the coordinates that emerged, Laffy pondered what new developments had arisen. It was Optimus Prime broadcasting an ancient Autobot signal. Noticing the signal's fluctuations, Ratchet urgently attempted to contact Optimus Prime, who was outside. Ratchet, come pick us up. Upon hearing Ratchet's words, Optimus Prime immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Is it something of great significance? Questioned Mika, observing Ratchet's heightened anxiety. The ancient Autobot signal held unknown contents, as Ratchet gravely articulated. Just as the data storage we acquired previously contained the ancient wisdom of Cybertron. If this signal conceals any lethal weaponry, should the Decepticons or Lockdown seize it, it would pose a substantial threat not only to Autobots, but also to humanity. Optimus Prime elaborated on the signal's location, which coincided with Red Spider's recent escape from the mine. Two small spacecraft arrived at the mine's coordinates, where the signal originated. A blue, menacing figure scrutinized the signal's display. The cavern's entrance was too narrow for the spacecraft to enter, prompting the fierce-looking Hey Guy to suggest to the sleek Ursa, abandon the spacecraft or have him pilot the ships to block the entrance, intercepting Autobots or Decepticons. Ursa's eyes glimmered as he regarded the spacecraft. Meanwhile, within the mine, machine insects were inexplicably drawn to a particular signal. As they drew nearer to the source, their agitation intensified. Eventually, the machine insects succumbed to chaos, unleashing destruction around them. What noise was that? Ursa, entering the mine, suddenly heard explosions echoing from deep within. Could it be that they had been preempted? Hey Guy could not contain his thoughts. After exchanging glances, the duo, accompanied by their subordinates, hastened into the depths. The contents must not fall into the hands of the Decepticons or Autobots. Otherwise, Lockdown would tear them apart. Just as the two spacecraft were on the verge of takeoff, Thundercracker and Skywarp arrived with their team. Upon encountering each other, a fierce confrontation ensued. The sudden appearance of Thundercracker and his allies led to the swift elimination of the soldiers remaining outside the spacecraft. Inside, the few pilots hastily activated the ships, preparing for escape. Observing the departing vessels, Thundercracker, fixating on the unchanging signal's location, resolved that it was unwise to pursue, opting instead to enter the mine. After all, the traces outside indicated that Lockdown subordinates had only recently entered the cavern. Even when faced with a trap, one must delve into its depths. Just as Tianjun and Hai Yi led their team into the mine, the departing spaceship returned once more. This time, they encountered the Autobots. As Optimus Prime and his companions emerged from the land bridge, they spotted two spacecraft drawing near, observing the fierce battle at the mine's entrance. The lurking dead fire began to stir restlessly in the forest. Noticing this, Yue Ling hastily intervened. No, dead fire, you mustn't. Unable to contain her frustration, she scolded him. I don't know what is happening, but just now I suddenly felt this urge to charge in. Dead fire scratched his head, trying to regain clarity. Charge in for what? Yue Ling gazed at him with a hint of disapproval. Whether it was due to Yue Ling's piercing gaze or simply Dead Fire's inherent clumsiness, the formidable figure appeared momentarily aggrieved. Witnessing such an expression on someone so typically stoic, Yue Ling's eyes grew complex. Wait, so you, a hardened warrior, are essentially a softie? She mused. So, does that mean you're actually a pushover? My heavens, I feel as though I've stumbled upon something extraordinary. As this realization dawned on her, Yue Ling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Meanwhile, Deadfire felt increasingly uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny, sensing an unmerited sense of injustice. Chapter 103. Emotional Influence. Yue Ling, we have a situation. Just as Yue Ling's mind wandered, a communication from Xiao Lu came through. Yue Ling, as we approach the mine, the soldier's emotions are becoming unstable. As they near the mine, Xiao Lu noticed his own feelings amplifying uncontrollably. As a seasoned soldier from Cybertron, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. After querying the troops, Xiao Lu confirmed that his instincts were correct. Without delay, he reached out to Yue Ling for guidance. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's report, Yue Ling felt a pang of disappointment. So, Deadfire's current demeanor was influenced by some external force and was not genuine? What a pity. Wait, what was she even thinking at this moment? She mentally chastised herself again. Xiao Lu, lead the team in retreat, move beyond the area of influence. Deadfire, you follow Xiao Lu, Yue Ling commanded, her gaze fixed on the fierce artillery exchanges at the mine's entrance. Good grief, it's driving me mad. Xiao Lu, keep a close watch on them, especially Deadfire, she added, her concern for him evident. Feeling the weight of Yue Ling's scrutiny, Deadfire grew even more aggrieved. Once Deadfire departed, Yue Ling quickly contacted the battleship. General Wei, this is Yue Ling. We may require assistance. Just as her words left her lips, she looked up to see an energy projectile hurtling directly towards her. Inside the mine, as time wore on, the chaos among the mechanical insects intensified. Finally, at a certain moment, the frenzied machines blasted something out from within a wall. When it landed, the object encased in a jar emitted a resounding thud. The machine insects, having regained a semblance of consciousness, once again succumbed to madness. Upon sensing the approach of a multitude of robots, the insects instinctively commenced their hunt. Look, it is a storage container, exclaimed He, his excitement palpable as he spotted the solitary can lying on the ground. We have found it, the ancient wisdom. Obtaining this vessel will enable us to establish our own domain. He's orange-hued eyes began to gradually turn red. Heya, what are you saying? Do you intend to betray Lord Jinbi? Ursa admonished him, her gaze fixed on his reckless words. And so what? Who wishes to remain tethered to his heels like a mere dog? Now, the opportunity for reversal lies before us. If we can surreptitiously consume it, then the so-called Jinbi will pose no threat. Ursa regarded He's menacing demeanor, sensing something amiss, despite her intrigue by his proposition. No, Heya, we cannot proceed in this manner. Moreover, Lord Jinbi has saved us. It was he who sheltered us when we were hunted. This would be an act of treachery. Ursa's gaze remained steadfast upon Heya as she spoke. How disingenuous. Do not presume I am unaware of your ambitions. You merely await the opportunity you desire. Otherwise you would have long since rebelled against him. Heya retorted, feigning the ability to see through Ursa's facade. Let us unite, Ursa, and overthrow Jinbi. We shall reign as our own kings. Once we completely grasp the ancient wisdom and seize the sacred artifact from Jinbi's possession, we will dominate this realm. Heya, now with eyes entirely red, panted with fervor while gazing at Ursa, his demeanor suggesting that he would force her to acquiesce if she disagreed. Heya, you. Ursa's words were cut short by an unexpected turn of events. The machine insects, suspended from the ceiling, suddenly launched an assault. Unbeknownst to them, amidst Heya and Ursa's altercation, they had drawn perilously close to the storage container. As they prepared to seize it, the machine insects ceased their concealment and revealed their claws, lunging downward. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, the Autobots, influenced by a mysterious force, were gradually succumbing to chaos. The soldiers aboard the spacecraft, already weakened, were most profoundly affected by this sheer power. Their red-rimmed eyes no longer calculated the energy depletion of the ship. In an instant, frenzied flames engulfed all Autobots in their vicinity. Damn it, muttered RC under his breath. What should we do, Optimus? The partition view revealed the audacious spacecraft, and he sensed the essence of his team, the Thunder Rescue Squad, ablaze. He yearned to emulate their tactics and obliterate the vessel before him. Yet the remnants of rationality quelled this impulse. Beep, 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 BRRR. Bumblebee fired back at the opposing ship, expressing his frustration at the unfolding situation. As the skilled warrior grappled with the dire circumstances, Optimus, on the brink of expletives, suddenly recognized that something was amiss. Shifting his gaze to others, Optimus Prime noticeably observed that the eyes of the Autobots were gradually turning red, a physical manifestation of an anomaly in their emotional modules. Ratchet, contact Agent Fowler. We require his assistance. Hearing Optimus's words, Ratchet expressed his confusion. There is no need for him. I can handle it myself, remarked Jolt, who had just returned to the base. No, Jolt, I need you to serve as our backup. Ratchet, reach out to Agent Fowler. I require his aerial support. The situation here is decidedly amiss. Something is affecting our emotional modules. What? Ratchet was taken aback by Optimus's statement. Affecting emotions? How is that even possible? He confessed he had never heard of such a phenomenon. At that moment, communication was abruptly severed. What is going on? Leafy questioned, puzzled by the interruption. Could it be? Mika interrupted, attempting to lighten the mood. They are fine. It must be something interfering with the communication signals, Ratchet reassured, observing the life signs of the others. At this juncture, they required formidable reinforcements. Doctor, transport me there, Jolt implored Ratchet, gazing intently at the screen. No, Jolt. If the situation is truly as Optimus described, even your presence would be futile. Our priority now is to identify that which is causing this disturbance. Ratchet promptly halted Jolt's initiative. Inside the confinement ship, a diminutive robot approached the warden, reporting, Sir, we have lost contact with Hegialza. What has transpired? In proximity to Hegialza, the two captains encountered some form of interference. As time passed, the disturbance intensified, and just moments ago, all communication with the two captains was completely severed. General Flywing has already departed to provide assistance. The small robot reported trembling under the warden's scrutinizing gaze. Understood. You may leave. The warden remained relatively unfazed. Once alone in the control room, however, his once tranquil visage contorted grotesquely. The intensifying strain on his face gradually revealed cracks, and as his expression grew increasingly malevolent, the fissures widened. The earth trembles. A hoarse, suppressed voice was firmly contained within the warden's vocal apparatus, failing to escape. Within the mind, brother, something feels amiss, reported Skywing, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the depths of the cavern. Chapter 104. Disconnection and Reinforcements Way. We need support. The crackling of communication interference abruptly ceased, leaving the command room of the warship enveloped in silence. Lord Megatron, let us proceed to provide assistance, implored the twin brothers, the Thundercrackers, as they observed the interrupted communications. Immediately seeking permission to depart. Soundwave, Megatron queried, casting a puzzled glance at the unresponsive Soundwave, aware that many valuable assets resided within him. In the next moment, Soundwave projected the life signs of Moonlight onto the screen. The heart, still vibrant and pulsating, transmitted a steady electrocardiogram, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. At that moment, communication was re-established. Lord Megatron, the situation on-site appears to be amiss, came the voice of Sixshot. What is the matter, Six? There is something here that is influencing our emotions, even suppressing our rationality, while also jamming the transmission signals. Sixshot succinctly reported the circumstances. So, the recent communication interruption was caused by that entity, Megatron deduced. Could it be the ancient signal storage we detected? A sense of foreboding crept over Megatron as he considered this possibility. Moonlight is currently attempting to enter the mine to extract Lord Thunderclash and the others. Sixshot gazed at the Autobot vehicles, trapped at the entrance, completely sealed off by the ship, and sighed in resignation. What about Ambulance and Optimus Prime? How are they faring? Fuller, piloting a fighter jet, accelerated toward the mine. Stay strong. Agent Fuller, please expedite your efforts. The hope of breaking this deadlock may rest upon you, Ambulance urged as he observed the dwindling life signs. Jack, I need you to pilot the ship to the destination as well. If this artifact can induce a widespread emotional influence, its range must be limited. Be prepared to provide remote support if Optimus and the others encounter Decepticons or face life-threatening situations. Contact me if necessary. Our communication with Optimus has been interrupted, and we cannot ascertain their safe return after establishing the land bridge. As Ambulance spoke, he endeavored to analyze the concealed information within the ancient signal. Understood, Doctor, Jack replied, stepping outside. And don't call me Doctor. All right, call yourself whatever you like. Nurse, Jack retorted before transforming into vehicle mode and speeding away. Ambulance, momentarily taken aback by Jack's words, sighed in resignation, letting him call himself what he wished. Meanwhile, a few others nearby stifled their laughter. Within a small spacecraft also heading toward the mine, "Wingtip, can you manage alone?" asked Bighorn, hearing the voice through the communication. "Of course, brother. Just watch closely. I shall bring back the enemy's head for you to admire," Wingtip replied confidently. Inside a similar spacecraft, a doppelganger of Bighorn chuckled at the transmitted voice. "Be cautious. If anything seems amiss, retreat promptly," Giant Horn advised Wingtip with a hint of exasperation. At the Mecha Special Operations Base, an officer reported to his busy commander beside Silas. "We have detected a Cybertronian signal. Ignore it. Our top priority is to secure Silas within the mechanical body," the officer stated, casting a fervent gaze toward the standing Optimus Prime robot. Within the cavern, 3 factions were embroiled in conflict, all congregated around the storage tank. Despite sensing something amiss, both Tianjun and Hai-E resolved to join the fray in pursuit of the sacred artifact. The frenzied mechanical insects surged forth like a tempest, annihilating any minions that dared to approach. They were either hurled away or mercilessly torn asunder. Without the intervention of elite warriors, it seemed all soldiers would succumb to the wrath of these machines. Tianjun gazed at the crimson-eyed He, pondering why such a gaze was cast upon him, coveting what lay behind him. He provocatively regarded the creature before him. Provoked by Tianjun's words, the already irrational He charged at him once more. Observing this, a smirk crept upon Tianjun's lips. "He no," Ersa lamented as he watched the frenzied He, striving to devise a strategy while suppressing his own emotions, resisting the urge to act recklessly. Hai-E, noticing Ersa's inaction and glancing at the rampaging mechanical insects, understood that further delay was untenable, both for the sake of the artifact and to swiftly vacate this unsettling locale. Resolute, Hai-E drew his longsword and advanced towards Ersa. Upon seeing Hai-E's approach, Ersa swiftly formulated a plan: subdue Hai-E and threaten them to secure his release. At the cavern's entrance, Optimus Prime and his companions, feeling the diminishing cannon fire from the ship, became aware of their situation. As time elapsed, the ship's artillery fell silent. Just then, Fuller's aerial support arrived. "Autobots, retreat," Optimus commanded urgently as missiles were launched. With the emergence of a mushroom cloud, the 2 vessels disintegrated into ash. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Moon's Spirit, who had been lurking at the fringes of the battlefield, into the air. Just as she was about to plunge into the forest, the shield generator on her armor activated, enveloping her in a protective sphere. The shockwave produces nothing but excellence. Thankfully, during the repair of her shield generator, she had equipped her armor with a compact device. As she surveyed the lingering smoke, Moon Spirit's signal tracker promptly locked onto an approaching energy signal of considerable magnitude. Was it a spaceship, an Autobot, or something imprisoning them? "Little 6, a ship approaches." Hissing, she cursed, "Damn, the signal interference persists." With that, Moon Spirit disregarded the approaching vessel, activating her armor and soaring towards the mine. She hoped the cavern had not collapsed. As for the ship, Little 6 knew how to adapt and command the troops accordingly. Watching the rising smoke below, Fuller observed Optimus Prime and his companions emerging from their cover. Just as Fuller was about to speak, he noticed the radar detecting an approaching object. "What is that? A ship from the Jack?" "No, it couldn't be." In the next moment, Fuller hastily ascended the fighter jet. Just as the aircraft he controlled had barely begun its climb, 2 energy projectiles pierced through the position he had occupied, striking the forest. It was the enemy. Optimus Prime observed yet another approaching vessel, and his previously restless heart found solace. "Autobots, retreat." However, what about the artifact? RC gazed at Optimus Prime, who had issued the retreat order, perplexed. "Medic, initiate the land bridge." As he listened to the interference crackling through the communication, Optimus Prime's expression grew grave. At that moment, the vessel unleashed its assault. Chapter 105, Chaos Autobots, Humans, and the Decepticons. Flyingle scrutinized the signals captured by the ship's instruments. "Let me ponder. If I were to capture you, how would I relish my spoils?" The already paranoid Flyingle envisioned the scene of his enemies begging for mercy beneath his feet. Thus, the revelry commenced. Even without external provocation, Rampage had already succumbed to madness. Autobots, retreat. Watching the emerging ship morph into a fortress of firepower, Optimus Prime realized something was amiss. No sooner had he spoken than Flyingle's attack descended. In the midst of disrupted communications, unable to call for reinforcements, Optimus Prime and his companions had no choice but to strategically withdraw in the face of such a war machine. Observing the fleeing Autobots below, Flyingle could not suppress a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, run, run. I delight in your frantic escape. Fools, do not forget about me. Realizing he had been overlooked, Fuller steered his fighter jet toward the fortress. Captain, what should we do? The Decepticon soldiers looked towards Six-Shot as they watched the pursued Autobots and the fortress firing indiscriminately. Scatter, engage the fortress, divert its attention, Six-Shot decisively commanded after a brief internal struggle. Deadlock, you and I will each lead a team to draw its fire. Remember, strike and retreat. Six-Shot addressed Deadlock, who had regained his composure. What about the Autobots? Deadlock inquired, eyeing the fleeing Autobots. This is not the time to dwell on our animosities. We need to leverage their strength. Only by entirely diverting the fortress's attention can we ensure the safety of the mine, Moonracer, and Thundercracker, Six-Shot explained. Open fire. With that command, the soldiers behind him directed their attacks at the vessel. Courageous, but regrettably, you too shall perish, Flyingle sneered at the Decepticons assaulting his fortress. Decepticon warship, the intermittent sounds of explosions echoed through the communications. The command room grew increasingly silent. Bring the warship forward. As Megatron issued the command, he strode toward the exit. Lord Megatron, allow us to accompany you? Thundercracker quickly interjected, eager to follow his leader. No, I am sufficient on my own until we ascertain the situation there. As the battleship accelerated towards its destination, Megatron launched himself from the vessel. Meanwhile, the crew aboard busied themselves with preparing their weapons, their emotions tangled and their reason wavering. At the edge of the command room, Shockwave repeatedly pondered a particular phrase. Perhaps it was time to experiment with that notion. Within the mine, just as Urza had devised his plan and raised his hammer to fend off the onslaught of the Harbinger, his expression shifted dramatically. The terrifying force of the Harbinger bore down upon him like an overwhelming tide. Amidst his arduous resistance, Urza caught a glimpse of Kanaya, whose strength far exceeded his own, being utterly incapacitated by the barehanded assault of Thunderquake. Seeing Urza distracted while battling, the Harbinger intensified the pressure of his blade. Engaged in combat, yet losing focus? Reflected in the Harbinger's mocking gaze was Urza's look of sheer horror. Finding the encounter dull, the Harbinger resolved to eliminate him. As Urza, grappling with the overwhelming force, suddenly sensed its withdrawal, he looked up only to witness a flash of white light. In the next moment, he beheld a smooth, headless body collapsing to the ground. As he pondered the identity of the fallen, the Harbinger, having sheathed his sword, came into view. Yes, it was my body. The next instant, a smooth head rolled onto the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, the Harbinger crushed the solitary head beneath his foot, effectively obliterating any chance of revival. Having eradicated the bounty hunter's minions, the Harbinger turned his attention to the mechanical insects, tearing apart Decepticon soldiers with renewed vigor, brandishing his blade and charging towards the machines. Clear the way, he commanded, as his sword struck the arm of a mechanical insect, severing it in an instant. Meanwhile, the battered Kanaya finally succumbed to the relentless blows, collapsing to the ground. As Thunderquake approached, the disoriented Kanaya found a flicker of clarity amidst the chaos. Please, spare me, grant me my life. Yet, his plea was abruptly silenced, for Thunderquake had crushed his spark underfoot, rendering it inoperative. The reason for sparing his head was due to a prior instruction from Moonlight. Show no mercy towards these bounty hunters, except for the head, which must be retrieved for useful intelligence. After yanking Kanaya's head from his body, Thunderquake looked up only to see the head of a mechanical insect rolling to his feet. It was the Harbinger who, seizing the moment as the insect charged, had swiftly severed its head. As the Harbinger grasped the storage canister, preparing to open it, Moonlight's voice rang out just in time. Stop, Harbinger! Moonlight, how did you get in here? Both brothers stared in confusion at her sudden appearance. We discovered that this area is shrouded by a mysterious force that subtly influences your emotions. At present, it remains uncertain whether the influence stems from the contents of the jar. Thus, it will be prudent to refrain from opening it for the time being. Yue Ling cast a wary glance at the jar held by Ha-E. In light of this, let's depart from this place for now. As her words faded, the mine began to tremble. Outside the mine, Fuller watched in frustration as his attack was thwarted, gritting his teeth at the dense firepower. The missiles were intercepted before they could even approach. As he observed the incoming assault, Fuller hastily maneuvered his aircraft to evade. Under the relentless harassment led by Xiao Lu and Sihua, Fei Jiao could no longer contain himself. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." Enraged, Fei Jiao immediately redirected the fortress. With this shift, the pressure on Optimus Prime and his companions was momentarily alleviated. Just as the partition was still pondering who had come to their aid, Optimus Prime spoke up. "It is the Decepticons." "The Decepticons? How could they possibly assist us?" The few who had distanced themselves from the influence began to regain their composure. "In that case, let us seize this opportunity to obtain that relic and let them turn on each other," suggested the partition. "No, acquiring that relic may not be so straightforward." Optimus Prime's expression turned grave as he gazed towards the mine. "An object that affects emotions. How could that be? Wasn't it supposed to be dealt with?" Optimus Prime pondered silently. He then turned his gaze toward the fortress and declared, "We must collaborate." Collaborate? With whom? The others were perplexed by Optimus Prime's statement. The answer came swiftly. With the Decepticons. Chapter 106. Arrival of various support within the depths of the underground mine. What is happening? The group found themselves momentarily breathless in the face of the quake-like scenario. If things go awry, we could all be buried here. Quickly, grab the jar and let's leave this place. Yue Ling was the first to react. Simultaneously, her intuition grew increasingly ominous, as if something unexpected were about to occur. As it turned out, her premonition was correct. Just as the group began to move, the ground beneath them suddenly fissured. As they were about to transform, several mechanical insects surged forth from the other side. Before they could react, attacks from below ensued. Consequently, the weary group was sent flying by the mechanical insects. Coincidentally, the storage jar in Hai Yi's hand slipped from his grasp. As it fell, it was struck by another mechanical insect. This impact caused the jar's lid to spring open. Simultaneously, the contents within the jar were fully activated by the collision. An invisible wave surged forth in an instant. Wherever the wave passed, both robots and mechanical insects experienced a momentary lapse in cognition, followed by their rationality being violently suppressed by the influence of the wave. As Tianjun and the others clutched their heads, battling the surging frenzy within, the mechanical insects descended into utter chaos. As the situation turned dire, Yue Ling hastily soared towards the jar in an attempt to deactivate the ominous object. Just as she was nearing the jar, a colossal rock plummeted down, instantaneously pinning her beneath its weight. Simultaneously, the ground quaked violently, causing it to begin collapsing. In an instant, the mine succumbed to a minor earthquake, resulting in the cavernous subterranean expanse caving in. Outside the mine, the decision made by Optimus Prime left the onlookers in astonishment. Why? RC gazed at Optimus Prime, perplexed. If we do not eliminate him now, we are bound to encounter him in the future. And how can we ensure that we will have external assistance to rescue us then? Optimus Prime fixed his gaze intently on the moving fortress. If that is the case, then, he declared, summoning his weapon, we must restrain him. The accursed being seeks its own demise. The fortress, under attack from Optimus Prime and his allies, was quickly detected by Flying Horn through its sensors. Observing Optimus Prime and his companions pursuing the fortress, Flying Horn seethed with rage at their proximity. Immediately, he maneuvered the fortress to retreat and commenced an assault on Optimus Prime and his team. As the fortress once again drew their attention, Xiao Lu grinned. Clearly, Optimus Prime had grasped his intent. By consistently diverting the fortress's focus, they aimed to deplete its energy, ultimately exhausting it entirely. When the fortress runs out of energy, it will merely be a stationary target awaiting destruction. Quickly, turn back and continue the assault on the fortress. Divert its attention. Xiao Lu's command rang out, and the soldiers, without hesitation, resumed their attack on the fortress. On the other side, Deadfire observed the fortress once more pursuing the Autobots and the relentless Xiao Lu behind it. Finally comprehending Xiao Lu's strategy, open fire, draw the fortress's attention. As Deadfire's words echoed, they activated their weapons against the fortress. Damn it, this is intolerable. Flying Horn raged within the fortress. Meanwhile, Fuller, who had been lurking around the fortress, also grasped their plan upon the medic's reminder. A cunning strategy indeed. In the enclosed ship, had Flying Horn not returned yet? The inhibitor inquired of the nearby Bullhorn. Not yet, my lord. I am somewhat concerned for Flying Horn. I request to go and retrieve him. Bullhorn, appearing as if glued to his seat, implored the inhibitor. Go. and bring back the item as well. The inhibitor replied with an indifferent expression. Yes, my lord, I shall certainly bring that item back for you. With time passing, reinforcements from the Autobots arrived at the battlefield first. Observing the fortress once again pursuing Optimus Prime and his companions, Jackhammer questioned, "What is this thing?" "Let me show you the might of the Jackhammer." Upon uttering these words, Jackhammer's attack landed. "It's old Jack." The partition exclaimed joyfully at the sight of Jackhammer's arrival. "Another one has come. I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Finally, the last thread of Flying Horn's patience snapped. Oh, it took the bait. The Jack raised his gaze towards the fortress that was charging towards the Hammerhead, a surge of excitement coursing through him. "Come on." Without hesitation, he piloted the Hammerhead into a somersault, drawing the fortress away from their location. "Come chase me." As the Hammerhead seemed poised to escape, the flyer hastily maneuvered the fortress in pursuit. Unfortunately, the converted fortress's speed was rather unimpressive. Consequently, the flyer abandoned the insistence on firepower and switched the ship back to its normal mode, accelerating to chase after the Hammerhead. Observing the vessel gaining on him on the radar, the Jack chuckled. "Now this is interesting." On the ground, as the two ships engaged in aerial pursuit, the onlookers momentarily forgot their surroundings. Minutes later, the Autobots and Decepticons encountered one another, weapons raised in mutual hostility. The standoff was short-lived as the Deadlock team arrived, swiftly encircling Optimus Prime and his companions. Tensions escalated on both sides. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Fuller noticed the unfolding situation. "Oh no, this is bad. Optimus and the others are surrounded," Jack exclaimed anxiously while observing the images transmitted by Fuller from the Autobot base. Just then, Six-Shot stepped forward, and as everyone braced for an attack command, an unexpected action unfolded. He signaled for the weapons to be lowered. In an instant, all Decepticon soldiers sheathed their weapons, and even Deadlock, who had been most focused on the standoff, followed suit. Witnessing this, Optimus and his companions similarly lowered their arms. A pleasant collaboration. Six-Shot advanced a few steps, extending his hand. Optimus, with a complex expression, approached and grasped Six-Shot's hand. A pleasant collaboration. At this sight, both Fuller and the others at the Autobot base breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to the Jack in the air, he would have certainly teased that the Autobots and Decepticons had remarkably reached a truce. In the aerial battlefield, the pursued Jack seized a fleeting moment, executing a somersault to position himself behind the flyer. The hunter had become the hunted. The Jack grinned at the ship he was now pursuing and immediately activated his weapons. Damn it! The flyer, now on the defensive, yearned to obliterate the Hammerhead, intending to seize the Jackass head and cruelly extract his spark. Just then, reinforcements arrived. It was Megatron. As he rapidly approached, Megatron observed the two ships in pursuit, disregarding identities and opting to strike them both. Sensing impending danger with Megatron's arrival, the Jack swiftly piloted the Hammerhead away from the aerial skirmish. His current goal was to assist Optimus and the others, not to engage recklessly. Conversely, upon seeing a Cybertronian craft barreling toward him, the flyer wasted no time in activating his weapons, prepared to teach this audacious foe a lesson. However, unexpectedly, in normal mode, the ship's defenses lowered, and in a mere instant, one of its thrusters was rendered inoperative. Chapter 107, Ground Collapse. Chaos. Damn it. Finally realizing something was amiss, Flyangle attempted to steer the spacecraft away from this perilous locale. Alas, it was too late. The relentless Megatron had locked onto Flyangle, continuing to unleash a barrage of energy projectiles upon the vessel. Just moments ago, the recently contacted Six had relayed the audacious scene to him. Having just taken pleasure in bullying the youngsters, the arrival of adults prompted a hasty retreat. Too late. Thus, before the wide eyes of onlookers, the spacecraft plummeted from the sky, crashing towards the ground and igniting a tremendous explosion. Had it not been for the timely parachute deployment of Bighorn, he too would have perished alongside the ship. Before Bighorn could catch his breath, Megatron and Jack were closing in. Accompanying them was Fuller, who mentioned that he still had 6 missiles at the ready. Remarkably, Megatron chose to ignore the 2 bystanders, focusing solely on pursuing Bighorn. Surrounded by 3 adversaries, Bighorn ultimately could not evade capture, falling victim to Fuller's missile, which struck him down in the forest adjacent to the mine. Despite having decent defenses, Bighorn lay in the pit, barely clinging to life. Upon landing, Megatron disregarded the others, unsheathing his blade and slowly advancing towards Bighorn. At that moment, the ground began to tremble faintly. With all attention fixated on the confrontation, the unusual activity beneath went unnoticed. Just as Megatron was about to claim Bighorn's life, several attacks descended upon him. Forced to evade the onslaught, Megatron temporarily relinquished his pursuit of Bighorn's demise. The next instant, a fighter jet identical to Bighorn's descended, transforming into its humanoid form and standing before Bighorn, gazing at the Decepticons and Autobots. "I'm sorry, but you cannot take his life," Bighorn declared, brandishing his weapon at Megatron. "On what grounds?" Jack retorted, aiming his jackhammer at Bighorn. Bighorn remained silent, yet in the next moment, his backup made its appearance. Another mobile fortress and 2 ships descended slowly. Witnessing the reappearance of the mobile fortress, Fuller and others, who had previously endured its firepower, exchanged apprehensive glances. However, the next moment, a deep, murderous voice resonated within Bighorn's audio receptors, "Just based on you." As Bighorn prepared to respond, the sky suddenly darkened. The crowd looked up to behold the Decepticon battleship descending like a divine weapon. Instantly, the expression on Bighorn's face shifted. Just as he began to devise a countermeasure, a violent tremor emanated from the depths of the earth. In the next instant, an even greater sound accompanied the earth-shattering upheaval. Due to the presence of numerous vacant subterranean caverns within the underground energy body mine, a recent collapse triggered a chain reaction. In an instant, the earth became riddled with fissures, causing the ground beneath the crowd to begin to sink. Simultaneously, a mysterious wave surged forth from the depths below, enveloping those caught in its grasp. In mere moments, the affected individuals found their rationality assailed by an onslaught of enigmatic and tumultuous forces. As everyone struggled against this overwhelming influence, the automated spacecraft of the Decepticons retrieved 2 members back aboard. Shielded by the vessel, the somewhat stabilized Decepticons hastily activated the ship to evacuate this ominous location. Inside the warship, the same wave of disturbance permeated the environment. In an instant, aside from the emotional modulus shockwave and the sound waves that maintain precise control, all others were significantly affected. This defied logic. As Shockwave grappled with the realization of his compromised rationality, he expressed disbelief. Soundwave, with great effort, maneuvered the warship, ensuring that everyone on the surface was brought aboard before ascending into the sky. The Autobots were no exception. Confused by the sight of Autobots being taken by the warship, Rumble quickly attempted to contact an ambulance. However, unbeknownst to him, the Area-S signals had been completely jammed due to the artifact's influence. Optimus Prime, RC, Ratchet, and Bumblebee watched as the restored communications were abruptly severed once more. The ambulance, observing the anomalous waves displayed on the screen, wore a grave expression. Something went awry, did it not? Raph voiced his concerns as he noted the interrupted communications. Underground, the wave's impact reawakened the dormant army of machine insects lying in slumber deep beneath the surface. Upon emerging from their stasis pods, they sensed a powerful presence above them, a beastly robot accompanied by a multitude of Cybertronian energy signatures. Consequently, the mechanical insects commenced their excavation toward the surface. As the warship ascended, distancing itself from the ground, the influence of the artifact began to wane. Finally, with the emergence of the first awakened individual, the others gradually regained consciousness. At that moment, the warship approached Earth's orbit. This power! Just as Megatron breathed a sigh of relief, chaos erupted somewhere within the ship. What is happening? Lord Megatron, it is Black Widow. She has betrayed us. As the soldier spoke, Black Widow appeared near the ship's docking platform. In her arachnid form, she attacked all remaining active Decepticon soldiers with frenzied abandon. "Restrain her," Megatron commanded, sensing the urgency of the situation. Just as they managed to bind Black Widow, Soundwave arrived, relaying the continuous signals from the machine insects that were emerging from the collapsing ground, advancing toward the ship. Their target, the warship. Starscream glanced at Soundwave, noting the final destination of their relentless pursuers. All Decepticons, prepare for battle. Megatron cast a glance at Optimus Prime and the others, disregarding them entirely. There would be ample opportunities to deal with the Autobots in the future, but certainly not at this moment. Just then, the vanguard of the mechanical insects arrived. They first split into several squads to launch an assault on a fleet of warships before retreating once more. Megatron ascended to the warship's launch platform, preparing to head to the upper deck. "What shall we do?" observed the disinterested Decepticon as he turned to Optimus Prime for guidance. "I fear we cannot leave just yet. And if this mind-affecting device is not dealt with, it will lead to a far more dreadful disaster. Thus, we must continue to collaborate with the Decepticons." RC expressed understanding, albeit reluctantly. "By the way, how can we get my wrecking ball out of here?" The Jack, having grasped Optimus's intent, looked perplexed at the busy Decepticons. Despite past grievances, cooperation remained essential. A judicious flexibility was necessary to swiftly adapt to the battlefield's demands. Upon reaching the warship's deck, Megatron observed the Decepticon soldiers fiercely retaliating against the relentless onslaught of mechanical insects. The warship's firepower began to falter against the unceasing waves of attack. Inside the collapse mine, the gradually awakening Moonlight surveyed the debris around her. "Thunderclash, Skywing," she called out, but received no response. With no choice, she attempted to shift the surrounding rocks in search of Thunderclash and the others. Just then, her eyes caught sight of a storage tank. "This must be it. I need to locate that device first." She recalled that this sacred object had incited the uprising of the mechanical insects. To resolve this crisis, she needed to find it and deactivate it. Chapter 108. Cooperation. "Shut down, open the warship's hatch," commanded Six-Shot as soldiers at the control console activated the lower deck's launch platform, allowing the Jack's ship to enter and exit. "All Decepticon flyers, prepare for aerial combat." Thunderclash, Skywing, and others organized their aerial troops, ready to engage the mechanical insects in aerial warfare. "All Autobots, to the warship's deck," commanded Deadlock to the Autobots remaining on the ship. "Autobots, to the warship's deck." With that, Optimus and his companions followed the soldiers to the upper deck. Reinforcements, quality is paramount. In the medical bay, the downed soldiers took the shield generator and arm-mounted cannons, rushing towards the warship's uppermost level. In the collapse mine, Moonlight, having secured the tank, gazed at the empty container with a sense of dread. "Thunderclash, Skywing, are you still alive?" Using the illumination device on her armor, she scanned the silent void. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Moonlight recalled that the signal capture device on her armor might help locate the sacred object. After a series of attempts, she finally activated the signal tracker. Energy is running low. Observing that only 8% of power remained, Moonlight felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed imperative to accelerate the search for the supreme armor. At last, just when Yue Ling believed the signal receiver was ineffective, a peculiar signal emerged, exhibiting a trend of diffusion from within outward. The epicenter of this signal must be the sacred relic. Wait, what is this? In the next moment, numerous small red dots manifested. Not far away, the red dot signals continuously vanished and reappeared. This surely disturbed the nest of the mechanical insects. Yue Ling's tone lowered significantly, fearful of attracting their attention. In her lingering memories, it was here in the depths that the Black Widow discovered the dormant grounds of the mechanical insects. According to the original narrative, she had awakened merely a fraction of them. Now, under the influence of the sacred relic, could it be that they all have awakened? Realizing this, Yue Ling understood that further delays were untenable. She had to set aside her quest for Tianjun and Hai Yi, hoping they were safe. Subsequently, she made her way toward the signal's epicenter, striving to conserve energy. Navigating the rugged void required a combination of walking and crawling. As for why she didn't fly, it was to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Should her energy deplete in the face of danger, it would spell her doom. How could the Decepticon warship harbor so many mechanical insects, an unending barrage? While firing energy cannons at the mechanical insects, the crew grew weary. Observing the continuous influx of these creatures, an instinctual dread gripped them. What should they do now? After severing the head of a nearby mechanical insect with a swift stroke, Optimus Prime shot while questioning Megatron. Stall for time. With that, he cleaved another approaching mechanical insect in two and kicked toward Optimus. Optimus, in turn, bowed his head and aimed his energy cannon at the rear of Megatron. In the next instant, two mechanical insects attempting to approach the duo were neutralized by their combined efforts. They pivoted in unison, attacking the encroaching mechanical insects with seamless coordination, reminiscent of their previous encounters in the Earth's core. The others were equally undeterred. The brothers Tianjun and Hai Yi engaged in aerial combat, their synergy impeccable, supporting one another in dispatching numerous mechanical insects. Meanwhile, among the flying soldiers, there were also elite warriors showcasing impressive skills with their agile maneuvers. On the other hand, the top kick, piloting the wrecking ball, was in dire straits. Being larger than the others rendered him a primary target for the mechanical insects. At this moment, the wrecking ball had sustained multiple hits, nearing destruction. Damn, these mechanical insects! Hearing the ship's alarms blaring, Topkick fixed his gaze intently on the swarm ahead. Just as they were about to collide, Topkick leaped ship. Subsequently, his longtime companion, the wrecking ball, plunged into the horde of mechanical insects, triggering preset explosives. Topkick, propelled by the shock wave of the explosion, successfully leaped onto the warship. Just as he regained his footing, a mechanical insect charged at him, and just when he thought he was done for, two missiles soared in, blasting the mechanical insect away. The Jack observed with clarity that it was the work of the terrifying wings. In the next moment, several mechanical insects surged forth, and despite the Jack's withdrawal, he advanced, brandishing his blades. After deflecting the incoming energy projectiles with his dual swords, he executed a swift slide, thrusting the blades into the abdomen of the mechanical insect. Upon impact, the insect was cleaved into 3 parts. Rising, the Jack did not linger, charging towards another descending mechanical insect, standing alongside the bumblebees. He naturally entrusted his back to several Autobots, with his left hand wielding a shield generator as a barrier, and his right hand manipulating the wheeled energy cannon to attack. He taunted, "Come forth, hideous bugs. Let us see how you fare against my prized treasure." Watching the approaching mechanical insects being repelled by the shield generator filled him with delight. Meanwhile, the Shockwave, with his exceptional defense and strength, dispatched the encroaching mechanical insects with powerful punches, sending them flying like children. In the subterranean mine, the Moon Spirit was brimming with joy as she neared the signal center. Finally, she had located it. Yet in the next instant, her expression froze, and she stared blankly at her surroundings. After confirming there was nothing nearby, she pondered whether the signal source was above or below her. The next moment, she activated her flight apparatus and ascended towards the overhead direction. As she approached, the signal tracker emitted an alarm, indicating she was getting closer to the source. However, looking above, the Moon Spirit found herself in a quandary. How could she ensure a hole was drilled above without causing the cavity to collapse while securing the relic? At that moment, the signal tracker displayed several red dots rapidly approaching. With a clear trajectory, it was evident they were seeking her. What had exposed her? The super energy body. In the next moment, the Moon Spirit deduced the outcome, observing the armor powered by the super energy body. What to do? What to do? The more urgent the situation, the louder her heart raced. With no retreat possible, she made a resolute decision, transforming her weapon to aim at the overhead. Taking a gamble, she calculated the collapse speed as she watched the approaching signals. Finally, just as a thunderous roar drew near, she fired at the ceiling. In the next instant, the rubble above once again cascaded down. With hopeful eyes, the Moon Spirit saw the shield generator deplete its last energy before activating. After the trembling underground fell silent, the Moon Spirit crawled out from a narrow crevice. Gazing at the mechanical device before her, she had won her gamble. Surveying her surroundings, she confirmed that this object was indeed the relic. Attempting to directly interact with it, she sought to deactivate it. Just then, a mechanical insect overturned the debris above, roaring upon spotting the Moon Spirit. In an instant, her expression twisted in distress as she frantically pressed buttons on the relic. Just as the mechanical insect lunged at her, the relic finally powered down with a decisive press. As the moment of influence faded, the mechanical insects, after a brief hesitation, continued to extend their claws. Chapter 109, Sonic Waves. Surrounding the Decepticon battleship, the mechanical insects momentarily halted before once again launching their assault. As everyone watched in perplexity, time passed, and the mechanical insects ceased their attack, instead circling the battleship. Observing the peculiar movements of the mechanical insects, a sense of confusion enveloped the crowd, wondering what their intentions were. After circling for several minutes, during which the ranks of mechanical insects continued to swell, they began to descend onto the battleship's deck. Led by one of their own, from a distance, the mechanical insects positioned at the front of the battleship were met with raised weapons from the onlookers. In the next moment, the mechanical insect bowed before Megatron, uttering, "Forgive us, our unparalleled master." Hearing the insect's words, Megatron lowered his weapon. As he stepped forward, the others, including Starscream, grew anxious. There is no need for concern. Megatron gestured dismissively. Approaching the mechanical insect, he commanded, "Look at me. Who is your supreme master?" "You are, Lord Megatron, our devoted master," the mechanical insects replied in unison. Understanding this, Megatron realized that the chaotic day was coming to a close. Just then, the battleship began to accelerate, with the army of mechanical insects surrounding it as a protective escort. Inside the mine, after successfully sending Yue Ling flying, the mechanical insects prepared for another assault, but suddenly fell into a state of stupor. After a moment of confusion, they resumed their advance towards Yue Ling. Deprived of energy and unable to generate a shield, Yue Ling, having endured a solid blow, collapsed against the wall. Had it not been for the protection of her armor, she might have met her end. As the mechanical insects approached, the immobilized Yue Ling could only watch helplessly. Just as she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, she awaited an attack that never came. Tentatively opening her eyes, she found the mechanical insects staring at the Decepticon insignia on her body in confusion. Relieved, she realized she was not destined to die. Meanwhile, on the other side of the underground, the eyes of Tianjun and his companions slowly flickered back to life. The collapse of the mine had rendered them unconscious, minimizing the influence of the sacred artifact. Now, as the artifact's effect waned, they began to regain consciousness, albeit still trapped and unable to move, waiting for rescue. With the descent of the battleship, they beheld what was once a small hill of the mine transformed into a vast pit. "Now, you have the chance to atone," Megatron declared, gesturing towards the pit. "Dig out those below. The living must be seen, and the dead must be accounted for," he commanded in a somber tone. At the Autobot base, the team rejoiced as communication was restored. Yet, at that moment, the signal detected a substantial number of Decepticon signals amidst a few Autobot signals. "So, ambulance, you've discovered the Decepticon base?" The dense concentration of Decepticon signals impeded Mika's ability to perceive the faint signals emitted by the Autobots. "What do we do now?" Raffi stammered, gazing at the display. At that moment, Ambulance's mind was clouded with confusion. "Optimus, how are you faring?" he managed to utter, attempting to reach out to Optimus Prime. "We're safe for the time being," the Divider responded, disregarding the multitude of Decepticons surrounding them. "We found it." Just then, a loud exclamation captured everyone's attention. "Right here, my lord," a mechanical insect reported, indicating a dugout passage to Megatron. "Widen the entrance and locate them," Megatron commanded once more. Underground, Moonlight observed the mechanical insect beside her, a foreboding sense of dread washing over her. She gazed at the artifact, not far away, contemplating that it was now completely sealed and would no longer exert its influence. However, as she watched the increasingly agitated mechanical insect, her apprehension intensified. "You," Moonlight managed to speak, addressing the insect. "Fly far away now, seek an exit, and find help to rescue me." She struggled to articulate her request. Moonlight glared at the indifferent insect, cursing under her breath. The only reason it had refrained from attacking her moments ago was due to the Decepticon insignia on her armor. It would not obey her until given a direct order from Megatron. Given the current circumstances, even if she had narrowly escaped death earlier, her fate was looking grim. The inert mechanical insect would inevitably fall under the artifact's influence again, losing its rationality. At that point, as the sole living being nearby, merely retaining her entire form would be a fortunate outcome. "I'm tired. Let it all end," Moonlight languidly surrendered, ceasing her struggles. On the other side, the excavation accelerated significantly with the reawakened Black Widow's assistance. As they dug, they finally uncovered the trapped individuals. After considerable effort, Tianjun and the others were successfully extracted from their entrapment. "Do you know where Moonlight is?" Megatron inquired of a few before they were carried away. Having received no response, silence descended once more as the rescue operation resumed. At that moment, Soundwave's detector finally reacted. The instant a signal appeared, Soundwave transformed into his aircraft mode and flew into one of the excavated cavities. Witnessing this, Megatron hurriedly followed. "I hope he is unharmed," Optimus prayed, watching as Megatron disappeared into the depths. Finally, chaos erupted among the mechanical insects. Just as they were about to strike at Moonlight, several energy blasts soared through the air, diverting the insect's attention. It was Soundwave, poised to eliminate the frenzied mechanical insect, when Megatron arrived just in time. Megatron swiftly kicked the mechanical insect away, while Soundwave rushed towards Moonracer. Gazing at Moonracer, who lay incapacitated against the wall, Soundwave felt a twinge of uncertainty, not knowing the specifics of her injuries. He hesitated to act recklessly. As Soundwave appeared, Moonracer struggled to raise her arm and implored, "Soundwave, embrace me." In a flurry, Soundwave cradled her gently in his hands. At that moment, Megatron decapitated the mechanical insect with a blade. Megatron looked at Moonracer in Soundwave's grasp with a hint of concern. She must not perish, otherwise Soundwave will be heartbroken. "I am fine. It seems I may have merely fractured a bone. Nothing serious," Moonracer reassured. She continued, "Megatron, I have located the artifact. It is the source of today's chaos." She pointed to the device on the ground that had incited the tumult. With an expression of astonishment, Megatron approached to retrieve the artifact. "Be cautious, Megatron. Even in its current dormant state, it possesses the power to influence you," Moonracer cautioned urgently. "It is of no consequence. Moreover, this object may require Optimus Prime's attention. He is likely the only one present who can comprehend its nature." Chapter 110. The source of chaos. As Soundwave prepared to escort Moonracer back to the warship, she halted him, asserting her well-being. Naturally, she was also eager to ascertain the true nature of this formidable device. Just then, Megatron emerged from the depths, clutching the object, causing Alita and the others to grow tense. "Everyone, step back," Megatron commanded as he observed the approaching crowd. "Optimus Prime," Megatron signaled with the artifact in hand. Once he confirmed Moonracer's condition, Optimus Prime strode forward. When a few attempted to intervene, Optimus gestured that there was no cause for alarm. "Optimus, you are likely the only one here who can discern what this object truly is," Megatron stated as he handed the artifact to Optimus Prime. As Optimus held the artifact, he sensed the disdain emanating from the Matrix, confirming its nature. Feeling the Matrix's resistance intensify, Optimus placed the object on the ground instead of returning it to Megatron. The only substance capable of eliciting such aversion from the Matrix could only be the dark energon, given that Megatron's very essence coursed with dark energon. Returning the object to him could potentially reactivate it. Observing Optimus's actions, Megatron, though perplexed, chose not to reclaim the artifact. Noticing Megatron's reluctance to retrieve the artifact, Optimus sighed with relief and began to speak slowly. The history of this relic likely dates back to the era of chaos. As Optimus Prime spoke, those around him gazed curiously at the sacred object resting on the ground. The Chaos Era, what a time that was. Within the Autobot base, Jack cast a puzzled glance at Ratchet as he listened to Optimus. It was an epoch when the Prime and the Cosmic Emperor still existed. And records of that time are scarce in Cybertronian history, Ratchet explained. During that period, the Prime created the 13 Apostles, while the Cosmic Emperor, in a bid to utterly annihilate the Prime, forged two formidable dark entities. Wait, why we never encountered these beings or seen any mention of them in the annals of Cybertron? Ratchet inquired, perplexed by the implications. That is because in ancient times, individuals sought to obliterate the planet Cybertron by unleashing the sealed dark entities. Following the chaos that ensued, the Apostles resolved to expunge all related records to prevent such an occurrence from reoccurring. At that time, one of the dark entities crafted a mysterious weapon, this very object. Megatron listened intently to Optimus's words, his gaze fixed on the relic on the ground. Indeed, during that tumultuous period, the combat prowess of the Apostles overwhelmingly surpassed that of the dark entities until the advent of this weapon. Initially unveiled on the battlefield, its true terrifying potential remained unknown until it was deployed in combat. It could swiftly dominate the minds of Cybertronian beings, subjugating them until they ultimately became mere instruments of its will. The repercussions were particularly grave for the Beastkin, with even the 13th Apostle, Rattrap, unable to escape its influence. What? How is that possible? The crowd expressed their disbelief in unison as they absorbed Optimus's account. There is nothing impossible. Had it not been for the intervention of the Prime, Rattrap would have surely succumbed to the darkness. Subsequently, the 13 Apostles united their strengths to severely wound the two dark entities, sealing them within Cybertron's energy-rich mineral veins. Why seal them within the energy mineral? Shockwave inquired, confused. According to Master Titanium, The energy mineral serves as a counterforce to the dark energy, especially under the purifying influence of the Prime as primordial power, making it the most effective means to suppress the dark energy entities. Thus, this weapon found its way here. Tidal Wave asked Optimus, seeking clarity. No, it is not that simple. This weapon's arrival on Earth was fraught with complexities, Optimus replied, his expression grave as he regarded the object on the ground. In later generations, ancient records were discovered, which, tainted by power, incited a great rebellion. That individual, in pursuit of power surpassing that of Cybertron's rulers, unearthed the prison of the dark entities through the accounts of the Chaos Era. The energy mineral vein? Ironhide exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, under the circumstances of that time, his strength could not breach the prison established by the 13 Apostles. Thus, he sought out the tomb of the Cybertronians, resurrecting them with dark energy. Amidst the ensuing chaos, he seized the opportunity to dismantle the prison, releasing the dark malevolence. Fortunately, the Apostles reacted swiftly, intercepting those on the verge of escape. However, under the machinations of the Fallen, a substantial amount of dark energy had already been absorbed, empowering the malevolence to activate a devastating weapon. In an instant, a multitude of ancient titans were influenced and enslaved to attack other warriors on Cybertron. Thus, the cataclysm that annihilated the ancient era of Cybertron commenced. Following this battle, the ancient Titan race met its demise, and the Apostle, Optimus Prime, was gravely injured, marking the end of that ancient age. As Optimus gazed upon the aftermath of the cataclysm reflected in his eyes, he beheld a desolate Cybertron, littered with the lifeless forms of Titans and dimmed sparks, all foreboding the end of an era. Subsequently, at the cost of Optimus's grave injury, they dealt a significant blow to the dark malevolence. Thereafter, they were each confined in pure energy prisons and isolated in closed voids, utterly suppressed. This weapon, however, was taken away by the Fallen, its whereabouts unknown. In the aftermath, the Apostles eradicated all records of the Age of Chaos and the Age of Cataclysm to prevent such calamities from recurring. Ultimately, Optimus gathered the remains of the Titans and interred them in the Sea of Rust, creating a tomb for the ancient Titan race. The once vibrant Sea of Rust, ravaged by the conflict between the Apostles and the dark malevolence, fell into silence and desolation. Regrettably, during that time, the Apostles were unable to locate the Fallen, leading to the potential loss of this weapon during its exile, whether by accident or design remains shrouded in mystery. Thus, the Sea of Rust was formed. Moonlight pondered the grim images she had witnessed that day. Darkness, oppression, and a sense of annihilation loomed over her. How should this weapon be handled? RC turned to Optimus, inquiring about a course of action, her concern growing that Megatron might seize the weapon. Let us inter the weapon within the energy vein. The opposing substance will counteract its influence, gradually diminishing its power, suggested Shockwave as he stepped forward to propose a solution. Chapter 111. The fallen vessel let them go. Megatron, observing the encircled Optimus and his companions, spoke slowly. Moments ago, Optimus had ventured with Megatron to a site of energy veins, sealing the source of chaos within. Just as he intended to depart with the Autobots, they were halted. After a lengthy pause, Megatron issued the command to release them. Such an opportunity was beneath his disdain. And Moonlight was correct. Certain matters must be approached with the subtlety of a slow boil. So, is your mission a failure? The cold gaze of the enclosed fixed upon the Hornbull. Suppressing his fury while observing the silent creature, he inquired about the status of Flying Horn. Severely injured. It is likely that he will remain incapacitated for an extended period, replied the cautious Giant Horn. In a distant corner of the cosmos, a menacing spacecraft relentlessly pursued a vessel resembling the hammer of 1,000 pounds. Bone Crusher, your marksmanship leaves much to be desired, taunted the voice emanating from the communication link with the hammer of 1,000 pounds. Fear not, you shall soon meet your end. I will display your severed head upon my ship as I traverse the universe, came the venomous retort from within the menacing craft. Bone Crusher seethed, his teeth clenched. You will need several millennia to catch up to me. With that, the hammer of 1,000 pounds deftly maneuvered to evade the attacks, soaring into the depths of space. Observing the accelerating ship from behind the controls, Bone Crusher, despite his seething rage, realized that due to the damaged vessel's power issues, he stood no chance of catching up. He slammed his fist against the control panel. Flee, but know this. One day I shall seize you, dismantle your limbs, extract your spark, and display it upon my ship, ensuring you remain my trophy for eternity." Bone Crusher roared in a dark fury, fixating on the ion trails left by the ship ahead. In the energy core chamber of the Decepticon battleship, several oddly shaped robots huddled in a corner, observing the core apparatus that continually fueled with super energy entities. If we destroy this, chaos will undoubtedly ensue aboard the battleship, allowing us to make a swift exit with its treasures. Thus, let us commence, proposed a green robot to his companions. But how do we destroy the energy core while ensuring our safe retreat? Fool, haven't you seen those super energy entities? We simply need to blow them up, and our mission will be accomplished, replied a small, stout robot, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the gathered entities. Did you think I hadn't considered that? But have you pondered the possibility of surviving such an explosion, you imbecile? The green robot glared at the stout one. Then what do you suggest? Since you are so fearful of death, why did you even come along? The stout robot clearly held little respect for the green one. Firstly, I'm the appointed leader of this mission by Lord Enclosure, the green robot retorted disdainfully. Secondly, you should address me as captain. It would be wise not to contradict me or stand against me. With these words, the green robot loomed over the stout one, who returned a sullen glare, a suppressed fury flickering in his eyes. What, planning a rebellion? Very well, come forth. I am eager to witness whether Lord Enclosure would spare you after you eliminate me. The green robot anticipated the stout one's fear of Enclosure, knowing he would refrain from confronting him. The green robot's words effectively subdued the stout one, for he had long been a loyal follower of Enclosure, a veteran of sorts. To offend him was to provoke Enclosure himself. Moreover, as a former traitor of the Autobots, he has long been a target of a joint manhunt by both the Autobots and the Decepticons, rendering his return impossible. Even in confinement, the little chubby one finds himself less than welcomed. Noticing his silence, the green robot expressed satisfaction with his behavior. Now let us focus on the pressing matter at hand. Though a timer is set, should the bomb detonate the energon core, the resultant force could potentially tear the spaceship asunder, leading to consequences far from our intentions. We would be compelled to flee for our lives alongside it. After a prolonged silence, the slender robot spoke up. The priority now is to create chaos, which will facilitate our actions. However, before the green robot could finish his thought, the slender robot interjected. To disable the energy core is essential. But the energon must not be tampered with recklessly. Otherwise, we too shall meet our demise alongside this warship. The slender robot turned to the little chubby one, stating that the task of destroying the energy core must fall upon him. The green robot, possessing low defensive and offensive capabilities, acknowledged his limitations compared to the slender robot, who was even less capable. Thus, the responsibility was entrusted to the little chubby one. His flail was more than sufficient to obliterate the device. With determination, the little chubby one brandished a flail and swung it forcefully towards the energy core of the warship. In an instant, an explosion ensued, enveloping the core chamber in smoke and chaos. Subsequently, the Decepticon warship, slowly gliding through the skies, began to tremble violently, losing power and plummeting downwards. What is happening? The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Sir, our energy core has been destroyed, reported the Decepticon soldier in charge of piloting the warship. Prepare for landing immediately, commanded Megatron, his gaze stern. Under manual control, the warship made a rough landing, skidding for quite a distance before halting at the edge of precipice. In this familiar setting, with a similar unfolding of events, those aware of the original narrative could only remark on the formidable force of world correction. At this moment, Yue Ling, confined within a medical chamber, was left disoriented from the tumultuous jolt. As for the origin of the medical chamber, it was, of course, acquired from a certain hospital, perhaps even seized. Soundwave, what is happening? Yue Ling inquired, emerging from the medical chamber to find Soundwave arriving with a puzzled expression. Soundwave swiftly connected to the ship's network to investigate the cause. Is it the Autobots? He queried, barely managing to stabilize himself after being thrown off balance. Impossible. The Autobots had clearly departed, Thundercracker asserted, confident that he had kept the Autobots within his line of sight. Skywarp, what is the damage? Megatron, lacking the luxury of time to address other matters, turned his attention to Skywarp, who had taken over piloting the warship. All critical systems have sustained severe damage, Lord Megatron. It may be some time before we can take to the skies again, Skywarp reported after assessing the situation. Listening to Skywarp's words, Megatron shifted his gaze to Soundwave. Suddenly, the sound waves retrieved the results of the investigation, revealing images from the energy core chamber. In the footage, several unmarked robots were seen sabotaging the warship's energy core, and their furtive silhouettes remained visible in various parts of the vessel. These are not Autobots. Chapter 112, Elimination of the Invaders. It appeared that they were headed towards the storage room. Tianjun observed the sneaky figures and spoke, "Seal off all exits. We cannot allow them to escape." Megatron commanded with a tone of brutal authority. "Is it certain that the Decepticon treasures are located here?" The green robot questioned the thin one, expressing skepticism. "Certainly. The presence of guards and the degree of security here indicate that there must be something worth protecting. On this warship, the only items worthy of such protection would undoubtedly be the weapons of mass destruction." The thin robot contemplated the grand door before them. "After all this discussion, have you yet devised a means to open the door?" The green robot could not help but ask. "Quiet, I am strategizing." The thin robot waved dismissively, confident that his intellect would enable him to silently unlock the door and procure the weapons within. Relying on the two others was akin to depending on a dog. One was obsessed with seizing power, while the other was fixated on the art of explosions. Expecting them to be clever was as futile as hoping a pig might fly. "In my opinion, it would be better to simply install a bomb, blow the door open, and take the goods," the portly one suggested, producing a bomb and asserting he could handle the task. "Fool! Such a golden opportunity, and you wish to merely make a single, reckless strike." The thin robot scolded him in frustration. The ideal infiltrator would come and go quietly, stealthily acquiring the items without the enemy's awareness, striking multiple times to leave them helpless. The thin robot fantasized about their group emerging with a bounty of weapons, reaping the rewards. "Hurry up! Time is of the essence. We must accelerate our efforts," urged the green robot, sensing impending doom. At that moment, alarms blared throughout the warship. Subsequently, the doors to the various exit passages began to lock. Thud thud. Skywing and Tianjun, accompanied by a battalion of soldiers, rushed through one passage towards the intruders. "This is bad. They have discovered us. Run!" exclaimed the thin robot, leading the way in a hasty retreat. "Quickly run!" the green robot reminded the portly one as they fled. As they reached a crossroads, sounds echoed from the passage ahead. It was Deadfire leading his soldiers, rapidly approaching. "This way," the thin robot directed, steering the group to the left, only to find themselves back at the crossroads moments later. Now, darting to the right. Just seconds after their change of direction, several energy blasts were fired. It was Little 6 and Little 9, accompanied by their forces, cornering them. "Think of a way out, or we shall meet our demise," the chubby one shouted while running. "Where are you going?" "Find a way to survive first." The thin robot, with a blank mind, could hardly devise a strategy. Just then, the thin one abruptly halted. The group felt a wave of tension as they beheld several imposing figures ahead. These obstacles, merely by their aura, were already several times more formidable than the enforcers of confinement. "This time, we're doomed." The green robot had never encountered Megatron, but the mere sight of their presence left it trembling with fear. "Stay calm," the thin robot urged, listening to the approaching sounds of the Decepticon soldiers. An idea began to form in his mind. "Chubby, we'll cover you. You go and capture that leader, and then we'll threaten them to clear our path." The thin robot's words ignited a flurry of emotions in the chubby one's face, shifting from pale to flushed. "Me?" he stammered, hesitantly pointing a trembling finger at himself. The thin robot was aware of the gravity of the situation. They had both never faced Megatron, but he had witnessed the terror firsthand. As a participant in the assassination plot on Cybertron, he had once been part of the Thunder Rescue team. He had watched in horror as Megatron mercilessly dispatched his comrades one by one. Fortunately for him, Megatron had merely sent him flying with a single punch before moving on, allowing him to survive until now. But to think he would attempt to capture Megatron with the help of two mediocre fighters? Such a notion was absurd. Even with 100 of himself, confronting Megatron would merely result in 100 slashes from his blade, just enough to warm him up. "Who do you think you are?" Megatron scoffed, observing the trio conspiring foolishly before him. The chubby one's body trembled even more violently at the contempt in Megatron's gaze. "Chubby, what's wrong? Is your energy core leaking?" The thin robot inquired with concern upon noticing the increasing tremors in his companion. "No, not yet, but it might soon," The chubby one forced a smile, looking at the obliviously naive, thin robot. He felt like crying. Finally, as Megatron's patience wore thin, he approached with deliberate steps. Now, I offer you a chance. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall allow you to live. The thin robot felt an unsettling shift. The trembling of his own body was inexplicable. How could this be? He had never quaked, even in the face of confinement. A sense of dread washed over him. You speak boldly. The green robot summoned its courage, addressing Megatron. Megatron remained silent, but halted his advance, gazing at them. The 3 exchanged glances, sensing an opportunity, and in the next moment, they charged at Megatron. However, to their dismay, Megatron regarded their approach with utter disdain. Weaklings are not worthy of attention. As the words fell, Megatron raised his energy cannon and unleashed a blast that sent the 3 adversaries flying. In an instant, the defenseless green robot and the slender robot found themselves powerless to rise again. Meanwhile, as the stout robot, endowed with greater resilience, struggled to regain its footing, Megatron mercilessly crushed it underfoot. He then elevated his energy cannon once more, aiming at the lifeless forms of the 2 fallen, and fired another energy projectile, sending the green robot and the slender robot hurtling through the air once again. As they descended, the glimmer in their eyes extinguished, reverting to mere embers. Megatron gazed with intrigue upon his captive below. Years ago, I spared you, yet now you have brought ruin to my warship. What a twisted fate indeed. The words barely escaped his lips before he brought his foot down once more, silencing any protest. In the past, you were allowed to live. Now you shall not. With that, Megatron granted no time for pleas for mercy, decisively severing the head of his foe. The shockwave shall claim your heads, he declared. Having uttered this, Megatron continued onward, making his way toward the energy core chamber. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could deliver a grand surprise to those who lurked in the shadows. As this notion took hold, an evil smile spread across his face. Chapter 113. The ship's heavy load, my lord. The ship belonging to the Stout Ones has returned, reported a soldier respectfully before the confinement. What of it? Have they completed their mission? Upon hearing this report, the confinement's demeanor shifted instantly to one of heightened alertness. They may have been captured by the Decepticons. The ship is entirely vacant. The soldier cast a fearful glance at the confinement before quickly bowing his head. Is that so? The confinement adjusted to a more comfortable position, choosing not to dwell on such matters any longer. My lord, shortly after the ship's return, we detected signals from the Decepticon warship, which have remained stationary there. Observing that the confinement had not reacted angrily, the soldier exhaled a sigh of relief and continued with the information. What? You fool! Why did you not inform me sooner? The confinement erupted in fury, delivering a punch that sent the soldier sprawling. My lord, spare my life. The soldier pleaded from the ground as the confinement approached menacingly. Do you realize that your report nearly cost us the opportunity to annihilate the Decepticons? With that, the confinement extracted the soldier's spark with a single blow. Watching the excess energy flow down his arm, the confinement felt an exhilarating thrill. Send word to Devastator. Instruct him to obliterate the Decepticon warship completely, he commanded his subordinates. The essence of life truly captivates me, he mused, bringing the soldier's spark closer to relish the euphoria that death's spark bestowed upon him. Autobot base Optimus. I have detected signals from the Decepticon warship, reported Ratchet, glancing at the screen. What is the situation? Has Megatron gone in search of the Chaos Bringer? RC speculated, fearing the Decepticons were plotting something sinister. No, that location is far from any energon deposits, and the warship's signal remains static there, Ratchet countered, refuting RC's concerns. If they remain stationary, it is likely that either they harbor some insidious plot, or their warship is encountering some form of malfunction. Jack boldly speculated, gazing at the unchanging signal. Are you implying that the warship crashed due to the mechanical insects? The Divider remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. It is also possible they were ambushed. After all, their adversaries extend beyond just us. We must not forget that those bounty hunters confined are also eyeing Earth. Jax reminded the assembly with a sense of urgency. If that is the case, it is highly probable that the Decepticon warship was down by the minions of the confined. The ambulance assessed the situation with a glance at their coordinates. If so, perhaps we should seize this opportunity to strike against the Decepticons. Alcee proposed after a moment of contemplation. Although their warship cannot fly, let us not overlook our significant numerical disadvantage, particularly with the addition of those bothersome mechanical insects. The ambulance cautioned, indicating that Alcie's suggestion was ill-timed. Perhaps I could summon aerial support. Fuller interjected, offering to call in some fighter jets to provide firepower assistance. Relying solely on brute force is destined for failure. Moreover, having just completed our cooperation, launching a counterattack against the Decepticons is hardly prudent. What intelligence might the Decepticon shockwave possess? Is there anything of value in those dim-witted beings' minds? Moon's spirit inquired, observing Shockwave as he operated the instruments. Their knowledge is scant. The only certainty is that their puppet master is the confinement, Shockwave replied, indicating that the databanks of these mindless entities held little of worth. How is your injury? Shockwave asked, casting a concerned glance at Moon's spirit. I am well. Aside from some pain in my chest, I am otherwise unscathed, Moon's spirit reassured him. At that moment, the warship jolted once more. In the next instant, the energy conduits of the ship began to emit a violet glow. Moments earlier, within the warship's energy core chamber. Lord Megatron, as your physician, I must strongly advise against this course of action, Knockout urged, voicing his concerns to Megatron. The regenerative capabilities of the Dark Energon are formidable, yet not without peril. It may adversely affect the ship, he cautioned, setting down the fragment of Dark Energon he was holding to face Megatron. The Dark Energon flows within me, infusing the warship with its essence, allowing me to merge with it. Clearly, Megatron disregarded Knockout's counsel. Upon merging, we shall surely annihilate Optimus Prime and those fools who dare to challenge the might of the Decepticons. With a narrowed gaze, Megatron felt the Dark Energon surging within him. Just then, a communication sounded. Lord Megatron, a vessel is approaching us. It is the one that previously rescued the minions of confinement, reported the Cybertronian in the command room. Assessing the damage to the ship. Ah, behold, these despicable creatures dare only to emerge when we are wounded. With that, Megatron's expression hardened into one of ferocity. Reconfigure the Dark Energon. As he spoke, the battleship's mechanical arm delivered the Dark Energon to the energy core's injection point. The moment Megatron manually activated the switch, the hue of the energy core transformed from blue to a menacing purple. In an instant, the power of the Dark Energon surged throughout the battleship, turning the conduits crimson and illuminating the screens in a similar shade. The next moment, the vessel jolted once more. Subsequently, the Iron Fortress database was accessed, initiating an autonomous decryption process. Inside the energy core chamber, as the turbulence subsided, Megatron sensed the Dark Energon within the spark boiling with intensity. Yes, I can feel it. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, observing the display on the screen, Ratchet turned to report to Optimus Prime. Optimus, I have detected a powerful energy pulse emanating from the Decepticon crash site. It appears to be Dark Energon. Instantly, astonishment washed over the gathered Autobots. What could this mean? Concurrently, among the small ships swiftly approaching the battleship, Lord Treadshot, we have detected a formidable energy pulse from the location of the Decepticon warship. What is happening? Treadshot gazed at the displayed signals, a sense of unease creeping over him. My lord, should we continue the mission? At this moment, Treadshot's subordinates began to express their hesitance. The mission continues. Unfortunately, they would never receive the order to retreat from Treadshot. At the Autobot base, Ratchet declared, activate the land bridge. I must investigate what has transpired. Optimus Prime turned to Ratchet, issuing the command. We shall accompany you, RC stated, looking towards Optimus. Observing the Autobots intent on joining him, Optimus slowly nodded in agreement. Autobots, transform and roll out. With that, they enter the land bridge. Chapter 114. The Wraith's consciousness as they stepped out of the land bridge. Optimus and his companions beheld the Decepticon warship slowly ascending. Inside the Decepticon warship, Soundwave displayed the situation to Megatron, who regarded the image with a smirk. Optimus, you always arrive right on time. With that, Soundwave retrieved images of the opposing forces. Eliminate the confined mutts. Megatron spoke sternly as he gazed at the approaching vessels. The next moment, the battleship's weapon systems activated. What is happening? Treadshot sensed trouble as he observed the levitating warship. Has a Decepticon vessel been restored? Just as he spoke, the warship unleashed its assault. Autobots, take cover, Optimus commanded, urging the others to seek refuge. Engage weapons, fire. With the targeting systems locked on a tread shot, he sensed imminent danger. Their position was fully compromised, and should they attempt to retreat, their ship would expose its rear to the Decepticons, jeopardizing their chances of survival. Who are those individuals? The observer gazed in perplexity at the vessel engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Decepticon warship. It appeared to be the minions of that imprisoned fellow. As the ship transformed once again into a fortress, the Jack remarked, "It seems they have come to take advantage of the chaos." Alcee, with conviction, responded, "Indeed, they are courting their own demise." "What's happening?" In the turbulent passage of the warship, Moonlight rushed towards the command room. Just then, Shalu dashed by, and Moonlight seized the opportunity to inquire. "Lord Megatron has harnessed the dark energy entity as a power source, and now the bounty hunter ships outside are attacking us." Upon hearing Xiaoyou's words, Moonlight felt a sense of dread and promptly sprinted towards the energy core chamber. Outside the warship, several ray weapons suddenly activated, targeting the attacking vessels. In an instant, one ship was ensnared by the beams. The current surged through the vessel, rendering its robotic occupants into a dormant state, while the unmanned ship subsequently plummeted, crashing to the ground without a single robot stirring. Witnessing the destruction of a ship due to the rays, Hornet hastily commanded a retreat, exclaiming, "They possess sleep weapons." With that, Hornet swiftly disengaged the fortress mode of the ship and accelerated away. Within the Decepticon warship, as they observed the fallen vessel, Shockwave was puzzled. "I was unaware that this warship was equipped with sleep rays." He turned towards Megatron, who seemed equally bewildered, staring at the ship's control panel. Outside, due to the reemergence of the sleep rays, the only escaping ship was the one piloted by Hornet. "Have they fled? Is that all?" Alcee expressed disbelief as she watched the ship disappear into the distance. Fortunately, he managed to escape in time. Otherwise, they would have perished, analyzed the Jack with expertise. "Very well. Our next target is the Autobots," Megatron stated. His mood lifted as he surveyed the obliterated ship, then directed his gaze towards the Autobots concealed behind the boulders. The Autobots, sensing impending doom, were taken aback when, in the next moment, the warship decrypted the coordinates of the first Iron Fortress database. Under Megatron's eager gaze, the warship altered its course. Instantly, those hiding behind the boulders exhaled in relief. "What have you done?" "I meant to deal with the Autobots," Megatron admonished, turning his attention to the soldier controlling the warship. "But, my lord, it seems the warship is navigating autonomously," the Decepticon soldier reported, bewildered by the uncontrollable ship. "Override the system," Megatron commanded impatiently, and in the next moment, the warship jolted violently. Almost losing his balance, Megatron glared furiously at the soldier. "The system has disabled manual control," the soldier replied, and in an instant, a surge of electricity coursed through, knocking him to the ground. The bewildered crowd gazed at the fallen Decepticon soldier in confusion. Suddenly, the fallen soldier revealed a crucial piece of information. The warship seemed to have developed its own consciousness. Upon hearing this, Megatron immediately dismissed the notion, asserting it was impossible and ordered, "Find the source of the malfunction and rectify it." At that moment, a voice intervened, declaring, "Do not interfere with my systems." In the next instant, amidst the horrified stares of those present, the voice continued, "This is your final warning." "You speak of warnings?" Megatron's concern was not with the warship's newfound consciousness, but rather with the implications of hierarchy in the voice's words. "My mission takes precedence. Any Cybertronian who dares to interfere will be subdued." Listening to the warship's statement, Megatron was incensed, exclaiming, "My warship dares to speak insolently to me." Yet, in the following moment, Soundwave pointed to the coordinates displayed on a nearby screen. "It appears it excels in decoding the Iron Fortress Project database beyond our capabilities," he observed as he approached the screen. "It has decrypted a new set of coordinates. Based on the ship's trajectory, this location is its destination. Just as I suspected now. The actions of this warship are indeed yielding to my will." However, before Megatron could finish his thought, the warship interrupted him. "Your will is inconsequential. All Iron Fortress artifacts belong to me," it proclaimed audaciously. "I am the leader of the Decepticons. I command you to cease all actions at once." Megatron ordered the audacious warship, which showed no regard for his threats and instead chose to act preemptively. The warship concentrated its energy above Megatron's head and unleashed a sonic interference infused with dark energy. In an instant, Megatron was tormented by the sound waves. Outside, as they observed the departing warship, the crowd, though puzzled, was not foolish enough to pursue it. Just moments ago, Megatron had clearly intended to capture them all. Yet that did not come to pass. Back at the base, the group watched as Fuller spoke. The Decepticon warship is now flying over the Atlantic, heading towards North America. Upon hearing Fuller's words, Jack and the others were astonished. Wait, can we still track it? Why aren't they cloaked this time? Rafi asked, looking at Fuller with confusion. We also find it illogical. They clearly targeted us, but then suddenly flew away, the panel observed. I suspect there may be internal issues within the Decepticons that have diverted their attention away from you, the medic analyzed. I surmise it is likely that something has gone amiss with the warship, which has the capability to emit such dark energy pulses. It may very well be utilizing dark energy as its power source, Optimus Prime speculated. Chapter 115, Resolution of the Issue. Damn it. The Moon's spirit, discovered by the warship due to her use of armor, was also given special attention. Asleep, Ray sent her, who was about to approach the data relay, into slumber. At the Autobot base, under the urging of Jack and his companions, the ambulance successfully established communication with the Decepticon warship. From the Autobot Omega-1 outpost, a call was made to the Decepticon warship. Megatron, please respond. The ambulance awaited a reply, glancing at the screen, while Optimus Prime and his team stood behind, also anticipating Megatron's response. Just as everyone began to doubt the likelihood of a response, a voice echoed through the communication channel. The command of the warship had been relinquished. A deep voice from the warship inquired, "Who are you?" The ambulance, taken aback by the unfamiliar tone, replied, "And who might you be?" The warship, unfazed, countered the ambulance's question, "Have you taken control of the Decepticon warship?" Just as the ambulance sensed impending trouble, the warship responded, "I am the warship." Hearing this resolute statement from the warship, the group sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, I feared the inmates had overrun the Decepticon warship," one remarked casually. "Inmates? Merely jesters. Any Cybertronian who dares interfere with my mission will be subdued," the warship retorted disdainfully, transmitting images from within the Decepticon warship to the Autobot base. All life forms aboard the warship were in forced stasis. "What mission?" Optimus Prime pressed, his gaze fixed on the screen. "The primary mission, decrypt the Fortress database and reclaim all Decepticon technological assets." "For what purpose?" the ambulance inquired promptly. However, the warship chose not to engage further and abruptly terminated the communication. Did they just hang up? "How rude," Mika exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at the screen. "Rude? That's a massive ship collecting weapons of mass destruction," Fuller replied, barely containing his frustration. "And there's a group of subdued Decepticons aboard," Jack interjected pointedly. "So?" Fuller looked at Jack, puzzled. "This might be the only chance to infiltrate and download the Fortress database." "Inmate ship," a voice echoed. "Sir, our operation has failed." A Minotaur stood before the inmate, head bowed. "It's of no consequence. The Decepticons' assets may no longer be of importance," the inmate declared generously, suggesting that the Decepticons temporarily safeguard the items. "Before long, the Decepticon warship will change hands. Go now. Keep a close watch on the Decepticons' movements. Report immediately if anything seems amiss," the inmate commanded, waving the Minotaur away. Was that truly the case? Did the inmate not care? No, he did care, but he could not show it. After all, a capable subordinate like the Minotaur was hard to come by. If pushed too far, he might turn against him. And with his inept underlings, great achievements would be unattainable. It won't be long now. Tigerhawk and the others have found a closed space. Once they arrive, I will possess the power to utterly annihilate both the Decepticons and Autobots. As he spoke, the expression on his face seemed to split apart once more, resembling a crack. The base of the Mecha Special Operations Team. "What is the situation?" The officer and old Mike inquired of their subordinate, gazing at Sellers, who had already been implanted within a robotic body. "Sellers' condition is currently stable. We just need to wait until he fully adapts to the enveloping energy of the super energy body before commencing the activation of the experiment," the subordinate reported, scrutinizing the data. "Truly a masterpiece of artistry, a marvel of design and science. It is simply exquisite," old Mike exclaimed with fervor, admiring the robot that had incorporated Sellers and the newly manufactured robots behind it. "Doctor, our plan will soon reach completion," the officer remarked respectfully. "It appears your experiment will yield results shortly," a blue robot entered and stated. "Indeed, We must express our gratitude for your assistance. Old Mike replied with a forced smile directed at the blue robot. It's nothing of significance. As long as you can execute my directives, I assure you, all that you desire will be attained. Rest assured, Count, we shall do our utmost to fulfill your plan. Old Mike assured with a hint of sincerity after hearing the blue robot's words. The blue robot observed the humans before him, an eerie smile gracing its peculiar features. Not us, but my plan. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Jack and his companions, who had long since set their plans in motion, finally located the energy core room. As they approached the super energy pile, they immediately spotted Megatron, frozen in place, gripping the controller and unable to move. Jack remarked, "It seems our suspicions were correct regarding Megatron." In the next moment, Meichi noticed something lying within the super energy pile. "What is that?" Jack and Rafi turned their gaze toward the direction Meichi pointed, only to discover a human clad in armor sprawled there. "Is that Moonlight?" Jack speculated, for the only humans visible aboard the Decepticon warship, apart from themselves, were the honorary Decepticons and Moonlight. What happened to him? It appears he has also been attacked. Yet how could the warship not detect us? Rafi pondered. If the warship could see them and allowed their free movement within, it would be difficult not to question the warship's intentions. I suspect the warship did not detect him, but rather sensed the movement of the super energy body and thus launched an attack on Moonlight. Optimus Prime recalled that the armor Moonlight wore upon entering the base was powered by the super energy source. Time is of the essence. The super energy injection valve can only be operated manually. Hearing the ambulance's alert, the trio noticed the area where Megatron's hand rested. Clearly, that was the switch for the super energy injection valve. Just as they were about to act, the warship finally sensed something amiss. "I have been infected by an extraterrestrial life form." As the mechanical arm was manipulated to attack Jack and his companions, Jack skillfully distanced himself from the threat, cleverly provoking the arm into misdirecting its assault and inadvertently knocking down Megatron. Simultaneously, the injection valve was also compromised, causing the battleship's energy core to revert from purple to blue. The dark energy entity was expelled from the energy core, and the effects of the dormant ray began to dissipate. Just as Jack and his friends returned to the spot where Fuller had collapsed, they witnessed him regaining consciousness. "Ah, look what I have discovered," exclaimed the awakened Fuller, intrigued by the presence of humans before him. However, in an unexpected turn, a land bridge materialized before him, and a massive hammer from the partition swiftly struck, sending Fuller flying. Concurrently, RC and Bumblebee appeared, rescuing Jack and his group along with the driver. Just as the partition retreated onto the land bridge before Megatron's arrival, everything unfolded perfectly. Chapter 116. The leak of plans. If only I had a pair of wings, I would do anything. The solitary red spider traversed the desolate expanse when he suddenly spotted something. The arc had finally shown a glimmer of hope. A tinge of excitement coursed through him, yet he remained oblivious to a hidden corner where a Decepticon soldier silently observed him. Moments later, after an unfruitful search, Red Spider despaired, lamenting that not a trace of the dark energy entity remained. In frustration, he struck the wall with his fist, causing a hidden chamber to reveal itself, a laboratory. Observing the room's interior, Red Spider was astonished to find such a concealed space. After a thorough investigation, he finally discovered usable equipment, a functioning control console, and energy instruments to maintain the laboratory. "Thank goodness it's not completely empty," Red Spider exhaled in relief. Autobot base, although the data we downloaded from the Iron Fortress database is incomplete, we now possess 4 sets of coordinates decrypted from the battleship, Optimus Prime stated. Surveying the coordinates. "We must act swiftly, for Megatron will undoubtedly commence operations immediately, searching each coordinate for potential weapons of mass destruction. Decepticon battleship deploying multiple teams will allow us to simultaneously search the 5 coordinates we have obtained," Megatron declared, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the coordinates. "Lord Megatron, I have assembled a mining team to excavate the first coordinate. Previously, Dead End and I successfully retrieved artifacts from the Iron Fortress. Although he is currently unavailable, I can manage this task alone," stated the approaching Knockout, asserting his capability for the primary assignment. "This is a mission, not a leisurely outing. Spare me the theatrics and act swiftly with precision. Do you understand, Knockout?" Megatron's words, delivered like a barrage, bore down on him with palpable intensity. "Understood, Lord Megatron," Knockout replied. After taking a few hurried steps back to widen the distance for Megatron, considering that Deadlock was currently assisting Shockwave and could not move, you alone would likely struggle to endure. Alive, Megatron paused, then continued. Therefore, I have equipped you with several aids. Several mechanical insects emerged, approaching Deadlock from behind. I am truly flattered, Deadlock replied awkwardly, having no particular interest in the mechanical insects. Inside the Autobot base, time was of the essence and we needed to act swiftly. RC, Bumblebee, the first coordinate is entrusted to you, Optimus Prime commanded, directing his gaze toward RC and Bumblebee. Jack, Mickey, you shall serve as representatives for RC and Bumblebee. He added, casting a glance at Agent Fowler. Banana fish, Fowler mumbled incoherently, his mind clouded. Activate the land bridge. Triangulate the coordinates of the 3 artifacts, Optimus Prime instructed. Looking at Ratchet. Stay safe, Jolt shouted towards Mickey and Jack. Within the confines of the confinement ship, Lord Confinement, we have detected multiple signs of Decepticon activity through their equipment, one of which is the destination of the Decepticon warship, Bulkhead reported to Confinement. The Decepticons are on the move? In that case, we must not allow them to wreak havoc without consequence. I believe Hound is in that vicinity, Confinement used. Squinting at the coordinates where the Decepticon warship lingered momentarily. Indeed, my lord, Hound has been stationed there recently, Bulkhead replied without lifting his head. Notify him to stir up some trouble for the Decepticons. In any case, we must ensure they do not have it easy, Confinement continued, suddenly tapping his head. Also, redirect his team to assist. Clearly, Confinement realized that if he continued to turn a blind eye to matters, he might lose all his available subordinates. Juggernaut, you lead a team to one of the coordinates, he commanded. After Bulkhead departed, Confinement connected with the Count at the distant Mecha Special Operations Base. My lord, the Count responded respectfully. What is the status of our allies? Confinement's tone revealed no trace of emotion. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Perhaps soon, we shall elevate the value of our allies. The Count nonchalantly relayed the intelligence. In that case, as allies, we must present a grand gift. Confinement slowly revealed a wicked smile. It is an opportune moment to test the worthiness of this ally. Within the underground tunnels of New York, Deadlock urged. Can't we move any faster? The dampness down here is beginning to corrode my territory. The mechanical insects that stood behind Deadlock echoed his sentiments with a chorus of hisses. Unable to contain his frustration, Deadlock complained, could you keep it down, please? At an entrance to a certain underground passage in New York, a small thug jumped from a vehicle and kicked it, exclaiming, where are you taking me? Why the silence? You were quite talkative before, he remarked, growing increasingly irate as he noticed the vehicle's lack of response. Just then, several more vehicles appeared on the scene. Meanwhile, several individuals disembarked from a number of vehicles. As they pondered why their companions had brought them to this peculiar location, the vehicles unexpectedly began to transform. A group of onlookers observed in astonishment as the cars morphed into formidable robots, excitement coursing through their veins. How incredible! I adore you, darling. Had you revealed this sooner, I would never have replaced you. Such exclamations flowed incessantly into the ears of the robots. Interesting humans, your screams must sound quite melodious. The leader of the red robot spoke slowly. What? What did you say? A young ruffian, still taken aback, was met with a horrifying scene in the next moment. The robots seized the humans they had brought and, transforming their appendages into weapons, began to viciously slice at them. In an instant, chaos erupted and blood was shed. The young ruffian, unaccustomed to such brutality, felt his legs weaken as he attempted to flee, only to be caught in the iron grip of the red robot, which crushed him mercilessly. Behold, the crimson hue of blood is the most exquisite car paint, the robot remarked as a communication device buzzed to life. Upon connecting, the red robot received orders from the confines of its command. Understood, it appears we are to deliver a delightful surprise to our dear Decepticons. It grinned wickedly. Meanwhile, Bumblebee, having successfully navigated the tunnel with the guidance of Jack and Mickey, managed to evade the electrified tracks and stumbled upon traces of the Decepticons. Are we getting closer? Jack inquired, alarmed by the sudden beeping of the device. Determining our coordinates is one thing. Traversing this labyrinth to find our way is quite another, Alcee replied, observing the readings on her instrument. Chapter 117. Bloodthirsty captured by the tunnel repairman Vogel. Mickey and Jack had no choice but to follow him in order to provide cover for Alcee and the others. We must split up, Alcee suggested, noting the signal displayed on her device. A positioning beacon has been detected. The Decepticons have unearthed the artifact. Upon swiftly reaching the vicinity of the artifact, Alcee and Bumblebee, while surveying the area, remained blissfully unaware of a mechanical insect stealthily approaching. Had it not been for the instinctive screech of the machine insect that drew their attention, they might have met a grim fate. As a mechanical insect lunged at them, Bumblebee and Alcee narrowly evaded its attack, transforming their weapons to counter the creature. Unfortunately, while their armaments were sufficient against the mass-produced Decepticon soldiers, they proved less effective against the resilient insect warrior in the short term. Meanwhile, the Decepticon commander, eager to retrieve the artifact, rushed out upon hearing the commotion, only to witness the clash between the two Autobots and the mechanical insect. Seeing the insect ensnared by the duo's swift maneuvers, the commander urgently commanded his soldiers to disrupt Alcee and her companions. Alas, the mining crew's lackeys were no match for Alcee's prowess, and after swiftly dispatching them, the commander could not suppress an exasperated curse. At this critical moment, the other insects seemed to have vanished. As the chainsaw-wielding opponent approached Arcee, he declared, "Taste my blade." Unexpectedly, Arcee, agile and quick-witted, maneuvered behind him and delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. In a moment of complacency, Arcee thought herself safe. "Take my kick," she exclaimed. However, as she ventured into the excavated tunnel to retrieve the artifact, she was struck down by the revived opponent wielding an electric baton. Meanwhile, the Bumblebee, entangled in battle with the mechanical insects, was suddenly ambushed from behind by one of them, rendering him unconscious in an instant. The hoarse, growling mechanical insect then began to speak to the fallen opponent. "More humans are approaching, and they reek of heavy rust," it remarked, fixated on the tunnel's far end. On the other side, one of the vehicles, stained with blood, addressed the leader of the convoy, stating, "Let us not stray from our purpose. Our objective is the Decepticons. We must not allow this slaughter to disrupt our plans." The red vehicle interjected, "They are mere humans. I shall handle this swiftly and return without delaying our mission." With that, the vehicle abruptly broke away from the convoy, racing towards another tunnel. "Boss, what should we do?" another asked. "Continue with the mission," came the reply. At a fork in the tunnel, a dispute arose between Mickey and Jack. As Jack urged Mickey not to be upset about his journey to Cybertron, Vogel reappeared. "You two must provide a satisfactory explanation to the New York Department of Transportation," he stated. Recognizing Vogel's familiar face, Mickey whispered to Jack, "I think we should tell him the truth." "Indeed, actually," Jack hesitated before admitting, "our dog is lost." In an instant, Mickey's astonished expression revealed Jack's deception. "You are wasting time," Vogel retorted, clearly unconvinced by Jack's words. Then, Mickey revealed the truth. "We are here to prevent aliens from unearthing a powerful and ancient artifact, which they intend to use to annihilate Earth." This statement, which would sound insane to an ordinary person, surprisingly convinced Vogel that it was indeed the truth. "I thought I heard some sharp and strange noises today," Vogel remarked, as Jack and Mickey were taken aback by how easily he accepted their claims. "At Rail 5? It is certainly not construction work," he added, just as an engine's roar echoed nearby. "Help! We are under attack from evil aliens." A vehicle appeared, catching the attention of the group. "What is happening?" Vogel questioned, eyeing the approaching vehicle with confusion. Jack and Mickey shared the same bewilderment, wondering who else could be on Cybertron besides them. It was evident they realized the vehicle's cabin lacked a human driver. At that moment, Vogel quietly noted, "There are bloodstains on that vehicle." "What?" Vogel's words sent chills down Jack and Mickey's spines. "It's the Decepticons." "Who are the Decepticons?" Listening to the names uttered by Jack and the others, Vogel was filled with confusion. Aliens, villains, what was happening? As he observed the approaching vehicle, Vogel swiftly drew his handgun and aimed at the car, shouting to Jack and his companions to flee. The bloodthirsty vehicle, evidently agitated by the human assault, began to accelerate towards Vogel. Realizing the imminent danger, Vogel hastily retreated to the cleaning vehicle and set it in motion. Securing his grip, he shifted into high gear and sped away, creating distance from the slowly pursuing car. What? Just as the prey seemed to slip away, the bloodthirsty vehicle surged forward. The path of the rapidly moving, cleaning vehicle unexpectedly connected with the area where the assailant had fallen. Observing the fallen adversary and the mechanical insects, Vogel marveled, mole people. Or perhaps, iron ones. In truth, they were Decepticons. Jack, in a rush, asked, "Is the train sturdy?" "Of course," Vogel replied, understanding Jack's implication. "The train is indeed quite robust." Thus, just as the fallen adversary was about to experiment with the artifact, he was ambushed by the train and sent flying. Simultaneously, the car that had been pursuing Jack and the others transformed into its humanoid form upon discovering their location. Gazing at the newly emerged Autobot, the fallen adversary regarded him with disdain. Although Bumblebee and RC had regained consciousness by this point, the fallen adversary remained unfazed by the returning mechanical insects surrounding them. As the three parties faced each other, an unsettling change occurred. Reinforcements for the Autobot had arrived. Finally, observing the group of Autobots that were not aligned with RC and her companions, the fallen adversary inquired, "Who are you?" "Galvatron," the red robot responded, and without hesitation, the attack commenced. "If you're not one of us," RC speculated as she faced the attacking Autobot. Beep beep vroom buzz. Indeed. With that, RC and Bumblebee turned their assault towards the opposing Autobots and mechanical insects. "Eliminate them, and by the way, good luck," the fallen adversary declared before transforming into a sports car and speeding away. In an instant, RC watched anxiously as the adversary vanished from sight. At that moment, the cleaning vehicle, which had not engaged in the attack, circled back around. Upon returning, Jack and his companions saw the Autobot ahead on the tracks and accelerated. Consequently, the unsuspecting Galvatron and his allies were struck and sent flying by the cleaning vehicle. As the mechanical insects stepped aside to avoid the collision, RC urgently called out, "Bumblebee, pursue." Chapter 118, The Tri-Party Skirmish. As RC's voice echoed, Bumblebee reacted promptly, transforming into a vehicle to chase after the fallen adversary. Meanwhile, Galvatron and his allies, having been squeezed and dragged along the tunnel by the cleaning vehicle, found themselves on the ground, still reeling from the impact when the opportunistic mechanical insect struck them unexpectedly. "I will slay them," the initially pursuing Autobot growled, rising in fury, disregarding the mechanical insects around him. "Boss, I leave these brutes to you. I shall go and eliminate those pesky insects." With that, he transformed into a vehicle and sped away. As Alcee was about to rush in to provide assistance upon seeing enemies chasing Jack and the others, a mechanical insect struck a transformer, dragging it before itself. This brief moment of delay resulted in Alcee being intercepted by the mechanical insect, leaving her unable to escape. Meanwhile, the fallen adversary, outpaced by Bumblebee's extraordinary speed, found himself relentlessly pursued by the Autobot. Helpless, he could only lead Bumblebee in circles. The constraints of the railway hindered their velocity, while it restricted him. It equally impeded Bumblebee. In the subway tunnel, Jack and his companions, who had distanced themselves significantly from the others, had no time to celebrate their progress when they noticed that the enemy was once again closing in. "Can we accelerate further?" Mechi inquired, glancing at Vogel. "No, this is already the maximum speed of the underground sweeper," Vogel replied, shaking his head. As the vehicle drew nearer, its curses reached Jack and his group. "You had better pray that I do not catch you, for if I do, you shall experience the most excruciating torment," came the venomous words of the car, deeply wounded from the pressure. "What do we do?" "Alcee and the others are trapped. We may have to rely on ourselves for salvation," Jack said, looking at Mechi and Vogel. Yet, even if there were a plan, how could they execute it? Mechi gazed helplessly at the sweeper. Meanwhile, on Alcee's side, Heelan transformed his weapon and recklessly engaged the mechanical insect, displaying a fierce determination to match its resilience. Beside him, despite being outmatched by the mechanical insect, Heelan's subordinates skillfully utilized the terrain to create opportunities, continually harassing the mechanical foe. However, the harassment was not limited to the mechanical insect. Alcee, as a transformer, also bore the brunt of it. Alone and isolated, Alcee could only endure. Given the current situation, even Bumblebee's return would likely be futile. Furthermore, due to the chaos surrounding them, the coveted artifact might easily change hands again. Alcee surmised that the mysterious group capable of targeting both Autobots and Decepticons could only be the faction led by Lockdown. With a hoarse roar, the mechanical insect lunged at Alcee, who quickly leaped backward. However, the soldier who had been persistently harassing her once again aimed his weapon at Alcee. In an instant, with no path of escape, Alcee was struck and sent flying. Just as the soldier approached to deliver a finishing blow, the mechanical insect's attack arrived. Temporarily incapacitated, Alcee appeared to pose no threat. Upon witnessing the mechanical insect charge at her once more, the soldier instantly regretted provoking such a creature. He had no desire to provoke this beast. It was lethal, yet intolerably resilient. In a frantic attempt to evade and create distance from the mechanical insect, the soldier soon discovered that his strategy had ceased to be effective. The soldiers, having been deciphered by the mechanical insects regarding their evasion routes, began to experience frequent assaults from these relentless foes. Concurrently, the plight of the other soldiers grew increasingly dire, for they soon realized that their surroundings were decidedly amiss. Ultimately, with a resounding roar, the mechanical insects launched a collective offensive, completely encircling several soldiers within a segment of the tunnel. One soldier, having been viciously struck by a claw, gazed longingly at their captain and Alcee, who remained safely outside the encirclement, feeling a pang of frustration. Damned, outsmarted by a horde of mindless creatures. In the distance, Yue Ling, who had initially felt at ease, suddenly found the pressure mounting. Upon witnessing Yue Ling gaining the upper hand, the awakened Alcee could not refrain from lending assistance. Although Alcee's attack inflicted minimal damage, it momentarily immobilized Yue Ling's assailants, allowing the mechanical insects to seize the opportunity and launch Yue Ling into the air with a powerful strike. Observing this, Alcee quickly abandoned any hesitation and transformed into a vehicle, speeding towards the direction where Jack and the others had retreated. Meanwhile, on the Bumblebee's side, it swiftly caught up to the downed adversary, catching it off guard before transforming and hurling the fallen foe away. In an instant, the artifact soared through the air. The downed foe, witnessing the artifact roll away, hastily rose to join forces with the Bumblebee in a frantic bid for possession. After the Bumblebee secured the artifact, the downed foe collided with it, resulting in a tumultuous struggle for dominance over the relic. "Give it to me," they clamored childishly as they wrestled. In the midst of their scuffle, the artifact slipped from their grasp once more. Due to the impact, the artifact unexpectedly activated, emitting a faint glow. On another front, the bloodied vehicle, seemingly intent on capturing Jack and his companions, refrained from deploying its weaponry against the cleanup vehicle. As they observed the approaching adversaries, Jack's gaze fell upon the narrowing, dimly lit tunnel ahead, and an idea sparked within him. "Can we slam the brakes in reverse?" Jack inquired of Vogel. "Yes," Vogel replied, though uncertain of Jack's intentions. "Wait for my signal to stop." Jack turned to the bloodied vehicle, and as the cleanup vehicle first entered the shadowy expanse, the car followed closely behind. At the moment the vehicle crossed into the darkness, Jack's voice rang out, "Brake." Vogel swiftly pulled the brake lever, and instantly, sparks flew from the friction between the emergency-stopping train and the tracks. Just then, the bloodied vehicle surged forward, leaping and transforming as it prepared to pounce on the train. At this critical juncture, Jack's voice echoed once more, "Reverse." Without a moment's hesitation, Vogel pulled the reverse lever to its maximum, just as the train was nearing a halt, instantly reactivating the brakes. Consequently, the bloodthirsty robot, propelled by its forward momentum, was crushed against the train, with the tunnel's constrictive confines further squeezing it against the walls. Despite its struggles, escape proved futile. As Jack was on the verge of exiting the narrow tunnel, he hastily commanded Vogel to brake. Just in time, the robot was propelled forward by inertia. Observing this, Jack quickly pulled the throttle, and the halted cleaning vehicle roared back to life, speeding ahead. The furious robot, humiliated, glared at the bloodied remnants on its body, its wrath boiling over. "I shall obliterate you," it declared, transforming into a car and racing towards the direction in which the cleaning vehicle had departed. Chapter 119. The relic secured, it seems we have provoked its wrath, Jack remarked, a hint of guilt in his tone as he listened to the growls from behind. "Even if we hadn't tea, it would still seek our demise. We should focus on how to save ourselves," Meichi sighed in response. "You know, I am aware that there is an ample supply of explosives hidden within a section of the tunnel," Vogel asserted with determination. "Explosives?" Jack and Meichi exchanged astonished glances upon hearing this. "I once resided in Area 51. Now that I am here alone, I naturally had to prepare some means of defense." Vogel glanced back at the approaching car. "But how can we lure it to the explosives and trigger them safely?" Jack posed the most critical question. They were not the only ones ensnared in peril. The Yue Ling squad was equally entangled. Their grave misjudgment of the intelligence of the mechanical insects had led to the squad being encircled. In the next moment, several mechanical insects raised their arms, activating their energy cannons aimed directly at the beleaguered Yue Ling squad. Simultaneously, Yue Ling, grievously injured from a claw strike by one of the mechanical insects, struggled to rise. As he beheld the advancing threats, he realized that he could not persist any longer. Thus, before the mechanical insects could close in, Yue Ling retrieved a controller and pressed a button, instantly dropping to the ground. At that very moment, one of the soldiers in the Yue Ling squad, who had just endured a barrage of fire, suddenly exploded. The blast reverberated through the constricted tunnel, sending debris flying in all directions. On the other side of the tunnel, as the unyielding Bumblebee was being dragged down, the relic, glowing mysteriously, flew onto its arm just as it attempted to rise and seize it. Bewildered, Bumblebee gazed at the relic that had autonomously positioned itself upon him, entirely oblivious to the assailant who had just regained its footing behind him. In another tunnel, RC, having taken a shortcut, finally reunited with Jack and the others. Seeing RC's sudden appearance, Jack and Meichi, who were en route to the explosives, were filled with joy at her safety. Meanwhile, Vogel, uncertain whether RC was friend or foe, prepared to swing his axe at her, but the two intervened just in time, clarifying that she was indeed their ally. With RC's emergence, the enraged robot activated its weaponry, targeting both the cleaning vehicle and RC. As the attacks descended, RC could no longer dare to remain atop the cleaning vehicle. One misstep would render her a living target. What to do now? Injured, RC could not directly impede the robot and could only inquire if Jack had any solutions. Vogel had concealed some explosives near the switch of the railway track, just ahead. So what is the plan? Shortly, we need you to buy some time for me to acquire the controller, and then, as he approaches the explosives, we shall detonate them, Vogel stated. As his words fell, the onslaught from behind struck once more. How far are we from there? Very close. All right, break. Jack contemplated. This was the optimal position to halt. RC, understanding Jack's intent, swiftly turned back and dashed towards the vehicle. Seeing RC charge towards him, the pursuers deemed her reckless. Hurry, Vogel, Jack urged as the cleaning vehicle came to a stop. From behind, RC executed a leap, using her adversary's underestimation to land heavily on the vehicle's front. Instantly feeling a sharp pain, the car transformed swiftly, attempting to seize RC. But alas, she had already distanced herself with a quick retreat. Activating her weapon, she aimed the energy cannon at the robot. Though it would yield little effect, it effectively drew the robot's full attention to her. I will slay you and extract your spark. Just then, Jack's voice rang out, RC, retreat. Upon hearing Jack's call, RC hastily transformed and began to flee. Observing RC evade the conflict, the robots felt their minds clouded with rage. Just as they were about to transform and pursue her again, an explosion erupted from the nearby wall. In an instant, flames enveloped them. From a distance, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of the robot engulfed in the explosion, only to be startled when a figure emerged from the fire. It survived, Meichi exclaimed. Witnessing the robot, now completely devoid of reason, charge at her, RC suddenly noticed the flicker of electricity coursing along the adjacent railway. And an idea struck her. With a leap, she crossed to the other side and, eyeing the advancing robot, softly uttered, "Come a mommy." With that, she once again drew the robot's attention with her weapon. Thus, as the robot lunged towards RC, her energy projectile struck its leg, causing the robot to collapse. Subsequently, the contact with the electrified track resulted in a violent surge of electricity that rendered it unconscious. Gazing upon the incapacitated robot, RC remarked, "Preoperative anesthesia." Thereafter, under the relentless high-voltage current, the pursuer perished. Meanwhile, the explosion allowed Yue Ling to escape successfully. The remaining robotic insects, undeterred, transformed into flying creatures and resumed their pursuit. The Bumblebee and the assailant's position. The moment of the ambush passed through the Bumblebee, causing it to crash to the ground. How could this be? What on earth is happening? Observing the intangible Bumblebee, the assailant realized that the mission had gone awry. Just then, a red vehicle sped by, closely followed by mechanical insects. Before the assailant could react, the mechanical insects charged towards the Bumblebee, only to momentarily bypass it and send the assailant tumbling. Foolishness, the assailant lamented as he lay pinned beneath the mechanical insect. Seeing this, Bumblebee did not linger and quickly transformed to seek out RC and the others. Eventually, nearing the tunnel's exit, Jack informed RC and Bumblebee that Vogel was already aware of the situation. As Jack inquired whether he should accompany them to the base, Mickey devised a plan. Inside the base, the now-conscious Fowler listened to Mickey with a sense of helplessness, subsequently issuing a verbal directive to Vogel. He was formally appointed as an honorary agent of the American Interstellar Relations Department. They had located one artifact, with 3 more to find, hoping the others would have as much success as they did. With that, RC and the others departed with Jack. Watching them leave, Vogel's eyes sparkled as he turned his gaze to his train. Chapter 120. Dual Battlefields. I shall venture to Antarctica. As for you, my old friend, I require you to undertake a mission alongside Jax. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's words, Ratchet turned to Jax. Jax looked back at Ratchet, waving his hand and saying, Doctor. Noticing Ratchet's somewhat disdainful expression, Jax teased, This isn't a matter of indifference. It's the boss who assigned you to me. Don't be presumptuous. It's Optimus who deemed it necessary to assign someone to supervise you. Ratchet shot Jax an annoyed glance. I shall behave as properly as possible, Doctor. Jax replied with a smile. Do not call me Doctor, Ratchet. Activate the land bridge. Upon hearing this, Jax responded. All right, little nurse, Jax continued, chuckling. As Jax spoke, Raffi nearly burst into laughter, but quickly diverted her attention upon noticing Ratchet's gaze, promptly opening the land bridge. Stepping out onto the land bridge, Jax surveyed the towering mountains before him, saying resignedly, Had it not been for my jackhammer being rendered inoperative in the last battle, I would have easily taken you up there. The journey was not slow. Just as Ratchet and Jax were about to reach the mountain's peak, a familiar spaceship appeared. Seeing the ship, Jax couldn't help but exclaim, Fate has brought us together once more. As the ship began to transform, Jax urgently called out to Ratchet, Retreat. He then pulled Ratchet back as they fled. Pointless sacrifices are meaningless. Who is that individual? Ratchet queried, puzzled by Jack's reaction. According to the character of Jack, upon encountering such an adversary, one would think of devising a strategy against them rather than fleeing before combat even begins. That individual is the very one we encountered in the mine last time. His spacecraft can transform into a mobile fortress, armed with formidable firepower. Given our current numerical disadvantage, engaging him directly would be unwise. Jack remarked, glancing back. There are 2 options. 1, I can hold him off while you retrieve the artifact. Jack and the ambulance took cover behind a massive boulder. What are you joking about? Not only can you not delay him for long, but even I would struggle to locate the artifact alone, the ambulance responded, looking at Jack. The other option is to temporarily retreat, divert his attention, and wait for him to leave before we seek the artifact, Jack suggested, peering at the fortress hovering high above. But what if he never leaves? Furthermore, we have no idea if his purpose for coming here is to seek the artifact. The ambulance disagreed with Jack's plan. Then what do you propose? We are outnumbered and outgunned. Rushing out would only lead to our demise, Jack said helplessly, gesturing for the ambulance to come up with a solution. If only my hammer was still operational, I would certainly show him what a skilled pilot can do. The ambulance remained silent, gazing at the detector in his hands, then looking at the fortress in the distance, sighing in resignation. Just then, the ambulance detected a Decepticon signal rapidly approaching. What is this? What happened? Jack leaned closer to the ambulance, observing the signal on the detector. A Decepticon? Just in time. Jack suddenly had a thought. Are you suggesting? The ambulance looked at Jack. Precisely. Let's use the Decepticon to draw away that spacecraft while we go after the artifact, Jack said with a sly smile. Meanwhile, the fortress hovering above also sensed the approaching Decepticon and began to mobilize. Inside the fortress, the bullhorn observed the rapidly approaching Decepticon signal on the detector, a grin spreading across his face. He promptly activated the fortress and set course toward the source of the signal. In the distant sky, a drone swiftly neared the location of the artifact signal. At that moment, a barrage of attacks was unleashed. Anticipating this, the sound wave executed evasive maneuvers and began to ascend. Watching the sound wave soar away, Bullhorn directed his spacecraft upwards. High in the sky, Soundwave detected the approaching signal, beginning to circle around Bullhorn's fortress. Below, Jack and the ambulance, who had been observing the battle between the 2 factions, recognized that their opportunity had arrived. Jack surged forward with the ambulance close behind. Just as Jack, under the ambulance's guidance, pinpointed the location of the artifact signal, he prepared to adjust his weapon to strike at the earth and stone when an energy projectile hurtled towards him. Had Jack not evaded in time, he would have surely been blasted off the cliff below. As the Jack stood firm against the onslaught of the laser bird, he transformed his weapon to retaliate. Unfortunately, The battle on the ground faced a significant disadvantage against the skies, forcing the Jack to take refuge once more behind a colossal boulder alongside the ambulance. What the hell is that? The Jack muttered darkly from his hiding spot. It was the Soundwave's drone, the Laserbird. The ambulance, observing the laser bird hovering nearby, felt a sense of helplessness, for it had no long-range weaponry, and thus could not engage in the conflict. In the sky, the Fortress ship's slow speed rendered it incapable of closing in on the swiftly moving Soundwave, yet the bull remained undeterred. Instead, he focused on the ground signals displayed on the detector. He noticed that at the center of the ground signals was the relic signal, surrounded by 2 Autobot signals and 1 Decepticon signal. A cruel smile spread across the bull's face. With a mere press of a button, they could be obliterated. Moreover, if he could eliminate this Decepticon, it would compensate for the previous operational failure. Just then, the Fortress trembled. What is happening? In the next moment, the Soundwave seized the opportunity, closing in on the Fortress and launching an attack. Seeking death, the bull's anger flared at the Soundwave's audacity, and he immediately directed his firepower towards it. Alas, the Soundwave once again evaded the Fortress's assault through its nimble maneuvers and speed. As the bull contemplated abandoning the Soundwave to shift his focus to ground combat, the Soundwave circled back for another strike on the Fortress. Although the damage was minimal, the bull's growing resentment towards the Soundwave prompted him to abandon the relic and switch the Fortress to ship mode, intent on annihilating the Soundwave. On the ground, the beleaguered Jack and ambulance quickly devised a tactical plan amidst the chaos. The ambulance would serve as bait. As the ambulance transformed and darted from cover, the Laserbird began to pursue it. Seeing the Laserbird take the bait, the Jack charged towards it. However, as the Soundwave's eyes and ears, the Laserbird was unlikely to fall for such a simple ruse. Chapter 121. Mastery of the battlefield. Just as the Laserbird was about to soar away, it seemed as though the world's correcting force re-emerged. One of its wings was grazed by an energy projectile, momentarily destabilizing it. As the Jack prepared to capitalize on this opportunity, the Fortress returned, unleashing another barrage of fire upon the Jack and ambulance. At this point, the Jack and ambulance could no longer afford to pursue the Laserbird and hastily transformed to flee, fearing they might unwittingly be engulfed by the bull's carpet bombing. Watching the Fortress reclaim its dominion above the relic, the ambulance couldn't help but curse. What now? It looked to the Jack, hoping he would conjure a brilliant plan. This seems troublesome. If we lack support, I suggest we abandon this area and assist elsewhere. What do you think, Doc? As the Jack stood watching the ambulance, he was aware that it was the best course of action. However, the thought of witnessing the sacred artifact fall into the hands of the confinement gang left him feeling reluctant. At that moment, the Soundwave reappeared. Observing the solitary figure of the Soundwave rushing towards him, the horned bull sneered, underestimating its capabilities. Just as he was about to adjust his weapon to attack the Soundwave, it surged upwards into the sky. While the horned bull was still trying to comprehend the Soundwave's intentions, a land bridge opened behind the Fortress ship. In the next instant, dozens of projectiles surged forth from the land bridge, targeting the rear thrusters of the Fortress ship. By the time the horned bull realized what was happening, it was already too late. Despite the formidable defenses of the Fortress ship, it could not withstand such a concentrated barrage of energy orbs. Instantly, one side of the Fortress's propulsion system was compromised, and the horned bull could no longer afford to be careless. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the land bridge closed, and a series of attacks fell short. Frustrated, the horned bull sensed trouble. A solid advantage had swiftly turned into a disadvantage, and he began contemplating an escape route. Fighting to the last breath was out of the question. It was absurd to risk everything for a few super energy units. Gradually lowering the Fortress ship's altitude, he activated the energy capture device to full power, bracing for another assault from the Soundwave. There might still be a chance. In the distance, the Jack and the ambulance observed the horned bull's ship being toyed with by the Soundwave. What do you mean? The ambulance asked, puzzled. We need to prepare a grenade. And then, the Jack paused. Then what? The ambulance inquired as the Jack fell silent. You'll find out soon enough. The Jack replied with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, the Soundwave, emboldened by its earlier success, did not immediately approach, but instead cautiously probed the Fortress's automated targeting range. Indeed, the Fortress ship's attack system was set to automatic targeting and firing, a concept with which the Soundwave, accustomed to commanding warships, was quite familiar. Observing the sound wave's reluctance to close the distance, the horned bull felt a sense of helplessness. Dealing with an opponent capable of launching a significant attack at any moment was quite vexing. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that he was not alone on this mission. With this thought, the horned bull smirked at the sound wave. As long as he could hold out a little longer, his reinforcements would arrive. At that point, if someone could distract the sound wave, the sacred artifact would be his. Just as he thought of reinforcements, a ship appeared rapidly on the signal display. Why is there only one? He wondered. Where's the other ship? Although the horned bull was puzzled, he failed to notice anything amiss. Not good. That guy's support has arrived. At that moment, the ambulance's instruments also detected a distinct signal approaching at high speed. The energy fluctuations matched those of the fortress, and naturally, the ambulance concluded that it was the horned bull's reinforcements. The gifts are all prepared. Even if one must depart, the items must be delivered, should they not? The Jack, gazing at the ambulance, spoke. Upon finishing his words, he turned his attention towards the fortress. How long until reinforcements arrive? Very soon. However, this approach will not resolve the situation, the ambulance responded, shaking its head in resignation, understanding Jack's intention. A single grenade cannot breach the fortress's defenses. How can we know without trying? As he spoke, a spacecraft emerged on the horizon, observing the vessel flying towards the fortress without any sign of slowing down. The ram sensed impending doom. Just as the ram was about to communicate with the spacecraft, Soundwave made his move. As the ram attempted to maneuver the fortress to escape, he discovered the land bridge had reopened. In his hasty evasion, the ram overlooked the approaching spacecraft. Amidst the chaos of dodging, Jack's grenade, a gift, arrived. In an instant, the brief tremor caused by the shock wave rendered the ram unable to control the spacecraft. This momentary delay led to an unforeseen incident. Everything unfolded as if meticulously planned, as the spacecraft collided precisely with the fortress vessel. Consequently, under the gaze of a few onlookers nearby, a smoke-emitting aircraft, trailing blue liquid, hastily fled the scene. The onlookers had no intention of pursuing the aircraft. Little did the ram realize that this entire scheme was orchestrated by Soundwave, excluding the influence of the Autobots. As the operation commenced, Megatron addressed Soundwave. The second coordinate location is now entrusted to you. In the next moment, another Soundwave entered the command room, standing beside the first. As they approached their destination, the two Soundwaves conferred, opting for a cautious approach, one in the open, the other in the shadows. The Soundwave in the shadows controlled the entire situation, while simultaneously dealing with the emerging support troops. The Soundwave in the light presented himself to all, diverting attention. Thus, a vast web, akin to a spider's, enveloped the second Iron Fortress relic site. Any disturbance would allow for an immediate strategic response based on the overall situation. Consequently, when the ram's reinforcements, two spacecraft, appeared, they were swiftly detected and dealt with by the Soundwave in hiding. Meanwhile, upon realizing that the destination of the spacecraft was the relic coordinates, Laserbeak took control of the vessel, charging directly towards the fortress. This led to the moment when the spacecraft collided with the fortress. The retreat of one faction implied the emergence of a new power. Observing the ram's retreat, Jack turned to the ambulance. Now, the opportunity has arrived. With that, Jack rushed towards Soundwave, who was preparing to excavate the relic, entangling himself in a struggle. Meanwhile, the ambulance seized the chance to reach the coordinate location, transforming its weaponry, ready to commence the excavation of the relic. Yet again, an unforeseen event transpired. The distant ram produced a remote control and pressed the button to activate the laid explosives. Chapter 122, Antarctic Operation to Hell with It. A voice brimming with animosity dissipated into the wind as a smoke-emitting Longhorn fighter jet soared overhead. The location of the sacred artifact was revealed just as the Jack was propelled toward the sonic wave, triggering an explosion. Before anyone could react, the mountaintop collapsed. Much later, cursing under his breath, the Jack emerged from the rubble, gazing helplessly at the debris before him. Ambulance, he muttered, uncertain whether the ambulance could hear his cries. At that moment, he detected some sounds. Ambulance. The Jack hastened toward the source, laboriously removing the stones above. Finally, as he glimpsed the ambulance's roof, he exhaled in relief. Are you all right, Doctor? The Jack continued to clear the rocks surrounding the ambulance, assisting it in its ascent. Fortunately, the ambulance replied, retrieving the fallen detector. Observing the now-vanished signal of the sacred artifact, the ambulance expressed its frustration. The operation has failed. The ambulance turned to the Jack. Could it be that the explosion damaged the artifact? Or that it was destroyed in the blast? The Jack pondered aloud. Unlikely. I believe the artifact may have already fallen into someone else's hands. The ambulance dismissed the Jack speculation while patting its equipment. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron scrutinized the item retrieved by Soundwave. My resonance sonic blaster, a masterpiece of Decepticon science, capable of inflicting maximum acoustic destruction. Soundwave, your performance has been truly commendable. Megatron praised, directing his gaze toward the two sound waves. Currently, the other 4 coordinates remain unreported. Megatron noted as he observed the 4 sets of coordinates displayed on the screen. 24 hours prior, this set indicated the second of the 5 Iron Fortress Autobots artifacts, located in the southern polar region of this planet, Megatron stated. His eyes fixed on the coordinates. We are willing to brave any peril to retrieve the artifact for you, Lord Megatron, Thundercracker, and Skywarp declared in unison. Excellent. In that case, form pairs and set off to bring back the artifact, Megatron commanded, addressing the 4 in front of him. Meanwhile, on the Ark, the recently returned Red Alert, who had been out searching for energy, gazed at the screen in confusion. 5 Decepticon squads traversed the land bridge to 5 different continents simultaneously. It seems the search for the Energon needs to be postponed. Within the Autobot base, Optimus Prime observed the panels running into the land bridge. Ratchet, lock onto the final coordinate location. I must make a journey to Antarctica. As Ratchet began to operate the computer, Optimus turned to the ambulance. And you, my old friend, I hope you can join the Jack in completing this mission. Upon hearing this, the ambulance looked at the Jack and greeted him. Hello, Doctor. Simultaneously, a voice transmitted into the ambulance's receiver. This device is the remote control for the land bridge. I truly admire the Decepticon scientists. The Red Spider, wielding a device, activated the terrestrial bridge. Subsequently, he powered on the small electric scooter he had discovered within the Pioneer and, mounting it, charged into the terrestrial bridge. Outside, Tion E, who had been vigilantly monitoring the Red Spider, stealthily infiltrated the Pioneer after ensuring the Red Spider's departure. Observing the data displayed on the screen and the activated records of the terrestrial bridge, Tion E meticulously documented everything before quietly departing. In Antarctica, the Red Spider, feeling the frigid air assaulting him while riding the small scooter, could not help but grumble, I detest this planet. It is either the scorching desert or the frigid wasteland. He then called out, All right, my Decepticon brethren, where are you? As he spoke, he curiously scanned his surroundings. In the next moment, several figures soared overhead. With the cold wind brushing past, the Red Spider instinctively shrank back. Soon after, those figures returned, launching an attack against him. Fortunately, the Red Spider sensed the impending danger and swiftly turned the small scooter to flee in the direction from which he had come. Amidst the frantic pursuit, he vented his frustrations on the small scooter, exclaiming, Hurry up, you utterly useless mode of transport. Just then, as if in response to his words, the scooter malfunctioned. With a sudden jolt, it flipped over, sending both the scooter and the Red Spider tumbling to the ground. Dazed from the fall, the Red Spider winced at the pain radiating from the red spikes on his head and gazed up at the Decepticon soldier who had landed before him. Decepticons, do you not realize that the target you just shot at was your fleet commander? He retorted. In response, 2 more figures descended rapidly. Startled, the Red Spider exclaimed, Oh, you're no longer a commander, but a coward, remarked Skywing, gazing at the Red Spider with indifference. Thunderclash, 2 thunderclashes, the Red Spider gasped, taken aback by the sight of 2 robots that were identical save for their colors. You have mistaken your identity. Hearing the tone of the robot, the Red Spider was convinced he was not facing Thunderclash. Or perhaps he was. If it were up to me, I would eliminate you now. With that, Skywing shackled the Red Spider. However, regrettably, my current duty is to deliver all traitors to Lord Megatron for punishment, Skywing stated, observing the bound Red Spider. Skywing, proceed with the new plan. I have just received communication. Our adversaries may be more than just Autobots, Thunderclash declared, transforming into a jet and soaring into the sky. The soldiers that landed shortly thereafter hastily followed suit. As the Thunderclash team flew away, the Red Spider turned to Skywing in confusion. Skywing, how did you come to be here? If I can come, why can't you? Or was my arrival inappropriate? Skywing replied, inching closer to the Red Spider. Instantly, The Red Spider, fearing that Skywing intended a strike, huddled into a tight ball. Until he was lifted by soldiers, Red Spider awaited the attack from the Decepticon, Scourge. But to his surprise, Scourge had already distanced himself. Subsequently, Red Spider was shoved forward by the soldiers. It appears that Megatron has deemed it significant enough to deploy both of you brothers, leading me to ponder whether your mission involves the search for Energon or perhaps something else entirely. Red Spider flattered as he circled around Scourge, cautiously probing for specific intelligence. This matter seems irrelevant to you, Scourge replied, disregarding Red Spider. If I were to ascertain what you seek, I might be able to offer assistance, Red Spider boasted, a hint of pride illuminating his face. Yet, in the next instant, this was shattered by an impatient shove from a soldier behind him. After traversing an undetermined distance, Scourge's team arrived at a location marked by a small red flag. We have reached the designated coordinates, Scourge announced, gazing at the gaping hole where a relic had been unearthed. The relic has been taken. Relic? What do you mean by relic? Red Spider questioned, perplexed by Scourge's words. Search the area, Scourge commanded the soldiers, his interest in Red Spider waning. He approached the pit, utilizing instruments to detect any signals. Unbeknownst to them, a figure watched silently from a nearby high ground. Chapter 123. The Glacial Confrontation. Captain Scourge, we have discovered some tire tracks, a soldier reported. They belong to the Autobots. Scourge deduced, connecting the dots, that their mission's target may have already been intercepted by the Autobots. Perhaps. But I have never witnessed them planting a red flag at a victorious site. Red Spider chuckled, eyeing the distant flag. Unexpectedly, Scourge seized Red Spider, his voice laced with menace. Do not provoke me, traitor, or I shall abandon you in this frigid wasteland. Just then, Scourge heard a voice crackling through the communicator. Scourge, a ship is approaching your location. It belongs to lockdown subordinates. The transmission ended abruptly. Almost simultaneously, a spacecraft appeared overhead. Inside, Lockdown surveyed the Decepticons below and the excavated coordinates. So they have indeed beaten me to it. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for unearthing my treasure, Lockdown declared, activating the ship's weapons and aiming at Scourge and his team. Scatter! Scourge barked, hastily issuing commands as the attack commenced. Meanwhile, the discarded Red Spider cleverly fled in the direction from whence they came, only to be yanked back by soldiers evading the onslaught. On a nearby, icy surface, Optimus Prime halted his advance, having heard the sounds of conflict. Seeking a vantage point, he gazed towards Scourge's position, where he observed a spacecraft targeting Scourge and his companions. Recognizing the insignia on the vessel, Optimus recalled it belonged to the notorious bounty hunter, Lockdown, who had once been a fugitive. Upon contemplating this, Optimus Prime's eyes subtly shifted, as if devising a plan. In the distance, within the confines of the spacecraft, the Decepticons, appearing disheveled and on the run, activated the communication system. Consequently, the beleaguered group of Skywing heard a voice emanating from a ship. If I am not mistaken, you must be Skywing? Observing the ship that had ceased its assault, Skywing remained cautious, aiming his weapon at the vessel. Who are you? Clearly, Skywing was unaware that the ship before him belonged to the confinement. You should be familiar with my name. Confinement, he replied nonchalantly. Were it not for the fissures on his face that expanded with his emotional fluctuations, his subordinates might have believed that Confinement's demeanor was genuinely calm. Confinement? That buffoon, Skywing scoffed, his expression revealing disdain. Confinement? How did he end up on Earth? So, the new force that has emerged recently is them, whispered Red Spider, gazing at the ship in the sky. Oh, is that so? However, your lives are currently in my grasp. If I activate my weapons once more, it will certainly be your demise. Confinement glared at Skywing and his comrades with palpable animosity. Is that so? You speak boldly. Yet I fear it is your head that will be the first to roll, retorted Skywing, unleashing a barrage from his cannon towards the ship. Yet, the onslaught inflicted no damage upon the vessel. Observing the yellow barrier before the ship, it was evident that Confinement had preemptively activated the defensive shields for protection. Upon witnessing the thwarted attack, Confinement let out a derisive laugh. You bring this upon yourselves. Hand over what you have found, and I shall spare your lives. There is no point in further discussion. With that, Skywing issued the command to attack, instilling fear in the shackled Red Spider, who realized that if everyone else fled, he would be left to escape on foot alone. Then perish, Confinement declared, his patience utterly spent, as he activated his weapons to unleash a relentless barrage upon Skywing and his companions. Elsewhere in the icy skies, Tianjin led a flight team in pursuit of a spacecraft. As the assault continued, Tianjin increasingly sensed that something was amiss. The once boastful confinement had suddenly fallen silent. Confinement, a defeated foe. Come forth and surrender. I can guarantee your survival, he proclaimed while continuing to assault the ship's energy shield. Unbeknownst to him, the soldiers inside the pursued spacecraft were trembling as they operated the controls, fearful that a moment's inattention would lead to their demise at Tianjin's hands. Just hold on a little longer. Lord Confinement has assured us that if we can keep them at bay for a bit more, he will come to our rescue. One of the soldiers reassured his comrades. However, at that moment, the ship jolted violently. What is happening? The barrier, it's down. The soldier monitoring the ship's energy levels gazed despondently at the dimming indicators. The screen displayed that the energy of the hyper-energy body was insufficient to support the activation of the barrier, and the remaining energy was barely enough to facilitate their escape. What should be done? A soldier, with resolute determination, prepared to face his fate. Just then, he noticed that the spaceship's barrier had closed, and the assault from Tianjin was approaching. In an instant, one side of the spaceship's thrusters was rendered inoperative. The vessel, deprived of power on one side, began to plummet downwards. The soldiers within the ship watched in terror as the glacier drew nearer. In the next moment, the spaceship collided with the icy ground, sliding until it came to a halt beneath the icebergs. Shortly thereafter, sounds emanated from the cargo bay, which then opened, revealing a surviving soldier peering out. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a towering figure descended. It was Tianjin. Tianjin approached and seized the soldier by the head, lifting him up. "Tell me, where is the confinement?" he demanded. Observing the wreckage of the spaceship, Tianjin realized he had been deceived by the confinement. It was not here. I do not know, my lord. Spare my life, the soldier pleaded, clutching Tianjin's arm in desperation. However, Tianjin, losing his patience upon hearing the soldier's response, flung him away and transformed into a fighter jet, soaring into the sky. Just as the soldier believed he had narrowly escaped death, the assault from the flying squad arrived. The injured soldier could only watch helplessly as countless attacks struck the glacier beside him, powerless to intervene. "No, no, no," he cried, before the collapsing glacier buried him and the remnants of the spaceship beneath the ice. Meanwhile, observing the attempts of the Ha Wing to retaliate below, the confinement glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. "Let them be completely entombed here," he declared, and with that, the spaceship unleashed its assault, raining down upon the surrounding icebergs. In an instant, the Ha Wing sensed the impending danger from the confinement and was about to issue a command when an attack struck him. Although it did not inflict significant harm, it sent him flying. Immediately afterward, the icebergs collapsed, entombing everyone beneath. As silence enveloped the area, the confinement smirked. Much later, beneath a layer of ice and snow, a figure began to wriggle free. "Fortunately, fate is on my side. I'm still alive," the red spider exclaimed, surveying the surrounding ice with exhilaration. However, in the next moment, a shadow loomed over him. Chapter 124. Enmity and Adversaries. How unfortunate, the red spider lamented, gazing at the weapons trained upon his spaceship as his wings drooped in despair. Subsequently, several soldiers aboard the ship assisted the red spider inside, and the vessel accelerated away. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, who had been observing the battle between the Ha Wing and the confinement from a distance, emerged. After assessing the remaining traces, he determined the direction and transformed, heading towards the human outpost in Antarctica. During the journey, Optimus Prime established communication with the base. "Raffi, has Agent Fuller awakened?" "I'm awake, Optimus Prime. What is the situation?" Within the Autobot base, the awakened Agent Fuller stood before the screen, inquiring about the situation concerning Optimus Prime. "I require you to place a call to a facility that will guide me forward. Shortly, I may infiltrate there and possibly engage in combat." Upon hearing Optimus Prime's words, Agent Fuller promptly replied, "I will make the call." In a designated signal area, Thunderclash and his accompanying team descended. Observing the snow-covered ground, Thunderclash activated the communication device. "Sky Shadow, where are you?" As the words left his lips, a furious roar erupted, followed by an explosion from beneath the snow. Subsequently, a blue arm emerged. It was Sky Shadow. Thunderclash hurried over and pulled him from the icy depths, realizing that others were still buried beneath. Sky Shadow gazed back at the snow-covered area. What is happening? Thunderclash turned to gesture towards Sky Shadow, who then indicated that the accompanying team should begin excavating around the pit they had uncovered. It's lockdown, Sky Shadow revealed, and in that instant, Thunderclash comprehended everything. The artifact was not located there. Sky Shadow then informed Thunderclash about the significant hole that had been unearthed at their intended location. A small red flag? Tire tracks. Perhaps those who arrived first may not necessarily be foes. Recalling the lessons from Moonlight, Thunderclash addressed Sky Shadow. You will excavate the soldiers buried below, while Sky Shadow and I proceed ahead. After instructing the soldiers digging the hole, Thunderclash took to the skies with Sky Shadow. Elsewhere, the captured Red Spider watched the ship's interior, his gaze fixating on the robot with a cracked visage, convinced that he was indeed locked down. Red Spider, a name renowned. Lockdown remarked, smiling at the handcuffed Red Spider. You know me? Red Spider cautiously replied. Of course, the illustrious commander of the Decepticons, Red Spider. Who does not know of you? Lockdown maintained a facade of flattery. Naturally, it is my excellence that precedes me. Observing the somewhat intimidated Red Spider, a glint of cunning sparkled in Lockdown's eyes. Is that so? If so, I wonder if the astute and formidable Commander Red Spider might enlighten me as to what the Decepticons seek and where it may be found. As he spoke, Lockdown's eyes narrowed. Red Spider began to sense that the atmosphere had shifted ominously. Gazing into Lockdown's dangerously glinting eyes and the weapons raised by Lockdown's subordinates, Red Spider was taken aback. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, forcing a smile. Of course, I would be honored to assist you. Red Spider lowered his stance, asserting his usefulness, vowing to help Lockdown trace the artifact's whereabouts. As several helicopters ascended, Optimus Prime's communication device, now closer, rang out. The base is deserted. Do your utmost to avoid its destruction. Thank you very much, Agent Fuller, Optimus Prime replied, transforming into his humanoid form as he approached the base. As Optimus Prime opened the door, a voice resonated. Long time no see, Optimus. Upon hearing these words, Optimus swiftly turned to look behind him. There stood a round-headed robot, watching him from a short distance. Under Optimus's vigilant gaze, the ship of confinement descended, and the minions of confinement brought down the Red Spider. I say, could you not unshackle my cuffs? Grumbled the Red Spider, suddenly noticing Optimus standing nearby. Optimus. Optimus cast a glance at the Red Spider before shifting his focus to confinement. This is not a place for you, confinement. Clearly, Optimus had little regard for confinement. Don't be like that, Optimus. Have you forgotten the camaraderie we once shared on the battlefield of Cybertron? Confinement continued with a smirk. Is that so? Then what do you make of the fact that you later leaked our intelligence to the Decepticons? If given a choice, Optimus would prefer the Red Spider as an ally over confinement. The latter was far more despicable and repugnant than the former. But I must eat, you see. With so many subordinates, how am I to support them without earning a little extra? Confinement maintained his cheerful demeanor while gazing at Optimus. However, upon hearing this, Optimus's expression grew even colder. Leave this place, confinement. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, Optimus brandished his blade. Such disappointment, Optimus. After so many years, we reunite only to engage in violence. How dreadful. As he spoke, Confinement's expression also turned grim. Why waste words with him? He merely exploits your gentle nature, Optimus. Suddenly, a voice echoed, followed by the attacks of Thunderclash and Shattering. In an instant, Confinement was caught off guard by their assault. Soon after, Thunderclash and Shattering landed near Optimus. The two brothers did not direct their attacks at Optimus, but instead focused on Confinement and the others. As the frost cleared, the shielded figures of Confinement and the Red Spider came into view before Optimus and his companions. Still as impulsive as ever, Thunderclash remarked Confinement as he faced his longtime adversary, feeling a strange calm wash over him. It seems your wounds have yet to heal properly. Thunderclash's words were like daggers, piercing through Confinement's resolve, causing the cracks on his face to sting painfully. Thunderclash. Confinement could not suppress a roar of fury. Yet despite his anger, Confinement, lacking the combat prowess of Thunderclash, remained rational and did not charge forward. Previously, I could take half your life. Now I can claim entirely. Thunderclash cast a casual glance at Confinement, his demeanor unaffected. Do you not fear being discovered by Megatron while standing with the Autobots? What punishment awaits you then? In the midst of his rage, Confinement suddenly regained his composure as the cracks on his face began to widen. Compared to a repugnant individual like you, I believe Optimus Prime would prefer to collaborate with us and eliminate you first. Suddenly, Skywarp interjected, casting a glance past Barricade to focus on Starscream. I know you cannot be trusted, Starscream, but aiding Barricade is a crime worthy of execution, Skywarp remarked, fixing his gaze on Starscream. What? Starscream exclaimed in surprise. Did I not leave you clues? He protested. Megatron despises traitors. Do you think I would fare any better? Upon hearing this, Barricade immediately hurled Starscream away. Dispose of them, Barricade commanded, glaring at the three adversaries. To him, the thrown Starscream was already considered dead. As soon as Barricade issued his order, the soldiers controlling the ship activated its weaponry, aiming fire at Optimus Prime and his allies. Scatter. With this command, Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Optimus Prime each evaded in different directions. In the meantime, Thundercracker seized the thrown Starscream and exerted force once again, casting him beyond the ship's barrage of fire. Although Starscream lost consciousness from the impact, at least he was safe. Meanwhile, Barricade, who remained sheltered beneath the ship's protective barrier, suddenly began to advance, heading directly towards Skywarp, choosing the softer target. It was evident that among the three, Skywarp possessed the weakest combat capability. The advantage lies with me. Observing Barricade's approach towards Skywarp, the soldiers controlling the ship swiftly redirected their cannons from targeting Skywarp to aiming at Optimus Prime and Thundercracker. As Skywarp realized the threat directed at him had dissipated, he glanced to see Barricade charging in his direction. Do you think I am easy to bully? With this thought, Skywarp drew his sword from behind and charged at Barricade. Barricade, wielding his blade, felt exhilarated seeing Skywarp advance rather than retreat. Initially, he had been concerned that Skywarp might flee. In an instant, the two blades clashed, and Barricade's confidence in swiftly defeating Skywarp faltered as he sensed a change in the atmosphere. He had not anticipated that Skywarp could fight as well as his brother. After their brief encounter, the two quickly distanced themselves, raising their swords once more to strike at each other. Meanwhile, Thundercracker and Optimus Prime, separated from a ship by a barrier, contemplated strategies in response to the bombardment. Aware of Skywarp's capabilities, Thundercracker remained unconcerned about Barricade's potential to subdue him. From his peripheral vision, he noted that Barricade had indeed grown stronger over the years, yet Skywarp was not easily trifled with. Unless Barricade unveiled a hidden tactic, he would likely find himself overpowered by Skywarp. Thundercracker chose not to linger on the battle unfolding between Skywarp and Barricade. Instead, he raised his machine gun, aiming it at the ship to commence fire. Unfortunately, all attacks were thwarted by the ship's protective barrier. Optimus, we must break through his barrier. Thundercracker called out to Optimus Prime, simultaneously stowing away his weapon and moving to the side. As the formidable Optimus Prime observed the barrier that manifested in response to the assault, he contemplated a strategy. We require a powerful offensive to deplete the energy reserves within the spacecraft. Only then will the barrier falter. I am uncertain whether the explosives I possess are sufficient. Just in time, the agile Thundercracker, having narrowly evaded the onslaught, handed several bombs to Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, nearby the human base, the disoriented tarantulas, having been thrown aside by Thundercracker, began to regain consciousness. Cautiously, he rose and made his way toward the facility, surveying the two battlefields from a distance, the Confinement and the Harbinger. Once again facing the Harbinger's slicing strikes, Confinement raised his blade to deflect the Harbinger's powerful blows. After parrying, he sidestepped, retracting his sword in accordance with the Harbinger's momentum, and with a flick of his wrist, he aimed a diagonal slash at the Harbinger. As the Harbinger seemed poised to be injured, a sinister smile crept across Confinement's face. However, the Harbinger, reacting swiftly, leaped backwards, surprising Confinement. Yet, undeterred by the missed opportunity, Confinement adjusted his stance and launched another diagonal strike towards the Harbinger. At the moment the Harbinger landed after his retreat, he sprang forward lightly, his blade descending once more upon Confinement. During their brief contest of strength, the Harbinger intensified his assault, delivering a kick that sent Confinement sprawling. Observing Confinement slide, the Harbinger had no intention of granting him respite, charging forward with his sword aimed directly at Confinement's face. Just as Confinement had settled back into position, He found Harbinger's blade approaching with alarming speed. In a panic, he raised his weapon to block the strike, only to find that the Harbinger had feigned power in his downward slash, the true menace concealed beneath. After their swords collided, the still airborne Harbinger unleashed a kick, albeit one of modest force, yet sufficient to disrupt confinement's momentary rigidity. At that instant, the Harbinger's sword flicked upward, targeting confinement's arm. Caught off guard, confinement could only retract his hand in a desperate attempt to shield himself, but it was too late. The Harbinger's blade sent confinement's weapon flying. Following this, another swift kick sent confinement hurtling away. As the Harbinger approached confinement, poised to sever his head, a flurry of energy projectiles whizzed toward him. Reluctantly, the Harbinger abandoned his lethal intent. In a series of leaps, he transformed into a jet, evading the spacecraft's attack radius, only to land beside Thundercracker moments later. Meanwhile, confinement found himself beneath the spacecraft, which had descended low, enveloping him within its protective barrier. Ha ha! What a pity, truly a pity, Hacking Wing. You nearly sever my head. The frenzied confinement rose, gazing at Hacking Wing. As its emotions spiraled out of control, the head of the confinement began to split slowly along the crack. Through the fissure, Optimus Prime beheld the flickering violet light within, sensing the disdain emanating from the sparks. Softly uttering, "Dark energy entity." Upon hearing Optimus Prime's words, Thunderquake instantly comprehended, casting a mocking glance at the confinement. I said, "Considering the grievous injuries you sustained back then, it's remarkable you've survived until now. It appears you have become an undead creature, neither alive nor dead." The confinement cast a venomous glare at Thunderquake upon hearing this. "Eliminate them for me." Observing the confine's unraveling composure, Optimus Prime and the others swiftly dispersed. The stealthy Red Spider, having infiltrated the human facility, gazed perplexedly at the massive ice block housed within the factory. Fighting so fiercely, this artifact must be quite extraordinary, it mused, forcefully striking the ice block with its handcuffs. For Red Spider, lacking proper tools, the sturdy handcuffs served as an adequate ice-breaking implement. With explosions erupting from outside the facility, Red Spider finally shattered the ice block, retrieving the frozen object within, instantly recognizing its nature. Armor. Chapter 126. The failed operation. The three, now separated, advanced towards the spaceship in distinct directions. Witnessing the confinement board the spacecraft, extinguishing all hopes of eliminating it, Hacking Wing transformed into a fighter jet, harassing the vessel from skies. Concurrently, Optimus Prime successfully placed explosives beneath the spaceship undercover. Just as Optimus Prime retreated from the blast radius, following Thunderquake's command, Hacking Wing, circling above, hurled several explosives towards the spaceship before making a swift exit. It was at this moment that Thunderquake pressed the detonation button, and instantly, explosions erupted above and below, impacting the spaceship. As the dust began to settle, the intact form of the confinement's spaceship materialized before them. Damn, the bomb's power is insufficient. Inside the human facility, it was armor. This contraption was designed by the Decepticons, Red Spider remarked, placing a disc-shaped object against its chest. In an instant, the device activated, expanding into a towering, robust armor that enveloped Red Spider entirely. As the armor extended, it effortlessly crushed the handcuffs. Cloaked in armor, Red Spider finally revealed a grin once more. Empowered by the armor, Red Spider leaped forcefully, breaking through the factory, charging directly at the stationary spaceship. It was precisely at this moment that the energy reserves of the confinement's shield were depleted. Seeing the shield of the spaceship finally dissipate, Optimus Prime and the others had little time to breathe a sigh of relief before witnessing a figure crash to the ground. Supreme Divine Armor. Optimus Prime gazed gravely at Red Spider, now clad in the armor. It fits quite well. Red Spider observed the previously tense atmosphere, now relaxed due to its appearance. What's wrong? Why did the fighting cease? Gazing at the attire adorning the Red Spider, the Decepticon, known as Barricade, was acutely aware of its significance. His fury, already simmering, escalated as he beheld the audacious demeanor of the Red Spider, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Why not, Red Spider? We join forces and ensure they remain here forever, transforming this place into their grave. Barricade's voice resonated from the spacecraft. Despite his seething jealousy, he feigned enthusiasm. Casting a glance at Barricade's vessel, then at Optimus Prime and his companions. The Red Spider could not contain a sudden burst of laughter. "What is so amusing?" Barricade inquired, perplexed by the Red Spider's mirth. As the Harbinger wisely stated, "I would far prefer to sever your head than deal with them." With that, the Red Spider lunged towards Barricade's ship. Witnessing the sudden assault, Barricade's expression shifted dramatically. "Quick attack! Do not allow him to approach the ship." Unfortunately, the Red Spider's onslaught was too abrupt. Despite their swift response, he managed to scale the front of the vessel. Optimus and the others showed no hesitation, swiftly transforming their weapons to target the ship, providing cover for the Red Spider. After a tumultuous jolt, Barricade cast aside the pilot and took command himself. Another jolt followed, and the Red Spider was flung from the ship. But before Barricade could exhale in relief, an explosion erupted from one side of the ship as thrusters. The Harbinger had thrown a bomb next to the left thruster, and with no protective barrier, the ship was instantly rendered inoperable. Damn it! Sensing impending disaster, Barricade hastily ascended the ship, seeking to escape. "He's making a run for it." Thundercracker urgently intercepted the Harbinger, declaring, "Do not pursue a cornered foe." He then turned his gaze towards the Red Spider. With the power of the Supreme Armor, and without the sacred relic to counter him, the three of us may not be able to best the Red Spider clad in that formidable armor. What? Having driven off Barricade, now it's my turn? The Red Spider lamented mockingly. How tragic it is. Just moments ago, we were working so harmoniously, and now you turn on me. He chuckled at the trio. Just a few left. Thundercracker discreetly slipped several bombs into Optimus's grasp. "Harbinger," Thundercracker said, soaring skyward with him, observing the two aircraft soaring above. The Red Spider regarded the brothers with keen interest. As Thundercracker and the Harbinger opened fire on the Red Spider, Optimus meticulously arranged the bombs around him. Just as the Red Spider prepared to leap and assault the Harbinger, Optimus leapt from behind, colliding with the Red Spider while placing the bomb behind him. As the Red Spider regained his footing, Optimus transformed into his vehicle mode and sped away. "Ha ha! You have nowhere to flee." But before he could finish, his expression turned grave. "Wait, what are you scheming?" At that moment, the bombs surrounding and behind the Red Spider began to flicker ominously. "What?" The Red Spider gasped in horror. In the next instant, the explosion ensued. Due to the explosion, the ice beneath their feet was riddled with cracks. As the smoke began to dissipate, they once again caught sight of that figure. "Ha ha! How amusing!" The Red Spider chuckled, observing his unscathed form. At that moment, as he gazed at the fissures below him, Thunderquake conceived an idea. Just as the Red Spider was about to make a move, the missiles from Thunderquake and the Harbinger descended. Observing the missiles whizzing past, the Red Spider mocked, "What's wrong? Are you so frightened that you can't aim?" However, in the next instant, he heard a rumbling sound beneath him, and shortly thereafter, 2 more missiles detonated, causing the ice beneath him to collapse. Unprepared, the Red Spider was engulfed by the gaping ice hole. Witnessing this, Optimus Prime approached the dark abyss. Thunderquake and the Harbinger also descended, turning their gaze towards Optimus Prime. The Harbinger unsheathed his blade, prompting Optimus Prime to likewise ready his weapon. Now that the target is gone, is there truly a necessity for further conflict? Optimus Prime urged Thunderquake and Harbinger. Heeding Optimus Prime's words, Thunderquake restrained the Harbinger. Observing this, Optimus Prime sheathed his weapon. Indeed, it was meaningless. A futile battle would merely squander our time. Listening to Thunderquake's reasoning, the Harbinger sheathed his sword as well. "Harbinger, we must depart." Thunderquake interrupted Optimus Prime before he could continue. "Optimus Prime, I understand your intentions, but we currently have no alternatives. No one desires to prolong this war. Yet the time for its conclusion has not yet arrived," Thunderquake stated, meeting Optimus Prime's gaze. With that, he departed alongside the Harbinger. Watching the two brothers retreat, Optimus Prime chose not to linger and left the scene. Beneath the glacier, the Red Spider, clad in his supreme armor, angrily marched towards the land. Beyond Earth, a spacecraft hurtled towards a specific location on the planet. Detecting the emergence of an ancient signal, the Decepticon, enraged, promptly disabled the detector. During his first personal endeavor on Earth, he had anticipated vengeance, yet he found himself stumbling once more. With crimson light flickering in his eyes, the Decepticon seized a nearby soldier, extracting the spark from his chest. Holding the spark in hand, he commanded sternly, "Dispose of it." Chapter 127. The missing relic 24 hours prior, aboard the Decepticon warship. To retrieve the relic for you, we are willing to face any peril, Lord Megatron. Thunderquake and the Harbinger proclaimed in unison. Excellent. In that case, you shall pair off and set forth to reclaim the relic for me, Megatron instructed, surveying the four before him. At the Autobot base, as Bumblebee and RC prepared to enter the land bridge, both Bulkhead and Ratchet simultaneously advised, "Take care of her, Bumblebee. Look after him, RC." Listening to the words of the other, Goban exchanged a glance with La Fey. "Goban, you are ready to depart," commanded Optimus Prime. "Your destination is the equator." The ambulance remarked, "Be prepared ahead of time." "I am from the Thunder Rescue Team, so there is nothing to fear," Goban replied, displaying no concern. "Be cautious, Goban," Jax warned, observing the prepared Goban. "Rest assured, old Jack, I shall leave them utterly defeated," Goban smiled back at Jax. "La Fey and Agent Fuller would be responsible for your communication and transportation." Upon hearing Optimus Prime's words, Goban turned back to see Fuller still reclining, shouting, "I like a cheeseburger." He then glanced at La Fey, operating the computer, and felt considerably reassured. "Take extra care, Goban," Optimus Prime advised as Goban stepped onto the land bridge. On a volcanic archipelago at the equator, a land bridge opened, revealing two robots. "The stench here is quite overwhelming," observed Skywing, wrinkling his nose at the unpleasant gas permeating the area. "This place is ideal for concealing certain items." "I hope the relic is not submerged in magma," Tianjun remarked, noting the hostile environment. "What is the location of the relic's coordinates?" Tianjun inquired, looking at Skywing. Skywing produced a detector, observing that the coordinates were quite close. They exchanged a knowing glance before transforming and soaring toward their target. Meanwhile, upon reaching the coordinates, Goban activated communication. "Base, there are no signs of the relic. Could you please verify the coordinates?" Hearing Goban's words, La Fey quickly manipulated the computer. "I am triangulating your position, Goban. You are indeed at the coordinate point." La Fey confirmed, noting the precision of the transmission. At that moment, a groggy Fuller shakily rose in the base, searching for coffee. In another area, a patient who had been unconscious suddenly stirred. On the volcanic archipelago, Goban surveyed the rocky terrain and questioned whether an error had occurred with the coordinates. Just then he heard ominous sounds. Something is approaching. In the next instant, two fighter jets came into view. "What is that?" Goban pondered, still hesitant, as the swiftly approaching jets began to land and transform. Decepticons, Autobots, observing the two brothers. Tianjun, who stood atop the rocky elevation, Goban readied his weapons in anticipation. "There are no relics here," Tianjun stated, noting the absence of colors in the surrounding volcanic rock aside from their trio. "Perhaps this Autobot knows something." Skywing regarded Goban with suspicion. "Humph. I never expected Megatron to send you two for this task." "What? Is he abandoning the relics in other locations?" Goban addressed the brothers, who had fixed their gaze upon him. Suddenly, Goban fell silent, evidently reminded of the events that transpired in the Chaos Source. The Decepticons have become significantly more formidable than before. Just as Skywing prepared to strike, Thunderquake intervened, prioritizing the search for the sacred artifact above all else. With that, he transformed into a fighter jet and departed. Skywing watched his departing brother, sheathed his weapon, and muttered, "Consider yourself fortunate, Autobots." With that, he pursued Thunderquake. Observing the two departing brothers, the partitioned figure wore a grave expression. Trouble was brewing. He then surveyed the terrain before transforming and sprinting towards the confirmed direction. Meanwhile, within a starfaring spacecraft, the deputy of the mech special operations team gazed at the blue robot ahead. "Mr. Count, may I inquire how much farther we have to our destination?" The deputy asked the blue robot. "We are nearly there. I believe the Autobots, or Decepticons, should have arrived by now, just in time to test the potency of your biological weapons," the Count replied with a smile, glancing at several remolded robots that were unrecognizable. "Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed," the deputy declared with conviction. Outside the spacecraft, the mech special operations team, now bolstered by reinforcements, appeared even more lavish compared to their initial state. For this mission alone, they had deployed over a dozen helicopters to transport the control panels for the biological weapons and to serve as escorts. Looking further afield, the volcanic archipelago, strewn with volcanic rock, was now within sight. On the other side, Skywing, in mid-flight, questioned Thunderquake, "Brother, why did you not allow me to act? There is only one Autobot here. We could easily eliminate him." Do not engage in matters unrelated to our mission, and especially avoid conflict with anyone associated with Optimus Prime. Thunderquake instructed. What does that mean? Skywing inquired, perplexed. It is better to avoid unnecessary complications. The simpler the task, the better, Thunderquake concluded. Suddenly, the radar emitted an alarm. Something is approaching, he stated, landing on the rocks and gazing into the distance at several swiftly advancing dark figures. Are they humans? Skywing asked, bewildered. How could there be humans here? Wait, that is. Upon spotting the insignia on the spacecraft flying alongside the armed humans, Thunderquake confirmed. It is the subordinates of the imprisoned one. Moreover, those humans are not ordinary. He observed the helicopters aiming their weapons at them. The mech special operations team certainly has some audacity, Thunderquake remarked as the approaching spacecraft opened its bay doors, unleashing several robots. The descending robots swiftly transformed into fighter jets, charging towards Thunderquake and Skywing. As the two brothers were intercepted, the Count addressed the mech special operations personnel. I will retrieve the item. They are yours to handle. Rest assured, Mr. Count, we will bring back their bodies intact, the deputy assured, stepping into a helicopter equipped with a control panel. To maximize the preservation of Thunderquake and Skywing's physical integrity, the biological weapons transformed, manifesting blades as they surged towards Thunderquake and Skywing. Standing on the spacecraft, I could not help but chuckle at the sight of the beleaguered Tianjun and Hai-E. Indeed, it was quite amusing, until all too soon the Count's laughter faded. Observing the coordinates displayed, he found nothing but volcanic rock. The sacred artifact was not here. Where could it possibly be? He commanded an increase in search power, determined to locate the object. Suddenly, as he gazed at the flowing lava in the distance, a thought struck him. The lava flowed downward. Could it be that the artifact had been swept away by the molten rock? Clearing the way, the Count grasped the control stick and maneuvered the spacecraft to follow the trail of the lava. Chapter 128. Toxic Super Energy Entity. Watching the beleaguered Tianjun and Hai-E below, the aide's eyes sparkled with excitement. Record all data, he instructed, directing the robot to deliver another punch to Hai-E. Caught off guard, Hai-E was sent reeling backward by the robot's powerful blow. Observing the cumbersome machine, Hai-E raised his blade and charged at the robot once more. Meanwhile, Tianjun, after withstanding the assaults of two other robots, successfully tore off one robot's arm. Unfortunately, before he could continue his onslaught, the disarmed robot fired its cannon at him from its chest. Unprepared, Tianjun was blasted away. On the other side, witnessing Tianjun being sent flying, Hai-E swiftly turned his blade and decapitated a nearby robot before quickly distancing himself to assess Tianjun's condition. I'm fine, Tianjun assured, rising swiftly to observe the robot that, despite having its head severed, still moved. After a moment of strategizing, he declared his intent to attack their control unit, transforming and charging towards the helicopter of the mech special forces. Hearing Tianjun's words, Hai-E followed suit. Spread out and be cautious. Without the control console, we must protect ourselves. With the aide's command, not only did the helicopter squadron react, but the robots under their command also transformed into fighter jets, pursuing Tianjun and his companions. Meanwhile, having discovered the sacred artifact storage container, the aide forcefully lifted the lid, only to be met with a sudden pallor at the contents within. Base, we have a problem. Hearing the aide's words, Fuller inquired. What sort of problem? I found the artifact. It is a collection of super energy entities. Fuller, puzzled, replied, Isn't that a good thing? No, it's not that kind. This is known as toxic super energy entities. Contact with them induces nausea and dizziness, and prolonged exposure can lead to severe weakness, even paralysis. Ultimately, it will extinguish our spark, the aide cautioned, eyeing the toxic entities warily. Then cease your words and retreat immediately. Keep your distance, if it is truly that dreadful. Even the Decepticons would not desire it, Fuller advised. No, they're most eager for it. During the war on Cybertron, Megatron discovered a method to extract pure toxic energy into a form of mass destruction weapon. I have witnessed an army annihilated by this plague. The distant explosions echoed ominously. The Decepticons, whom are they engaging in battle with? What? Aside from you and the Decepticons, there are others? Fuller was taken aback. At that moment, Rafi spoke up, reporting that aside from the Decepticons, another faction had joined the contest for the relic, confirmed to be the minions of Lockdown. Simultaneously, Rafi's words reached the ears of the observer. Lockdown, a ruthless individual, must not be allowed to acquire this artifact. With that, the observer brandished a grenade, preparing to set a trap. Don't move, big guy. Just then, a voice rang out, accompanied by an energy blast striking near the observer's feet. The observer looked up to see a blue robot approaching, weapon in hand. Don't move, big guy. Put down what you have and step away from that canister. Who are you? As the observer shifted, several attacks struck his arm, causing the grenade to slip from his grasp. I told you to put down what you have. The blue robot reiterated. I have no intention of disputing with you. I merely desire the contents of that canister. Now, if you leave, we can coexist without conflict. The blue robot spoke slowly. Oh, I forgot to mention, you may call me Count. Now leave immediately, observing the unmoving figure of the observer. The Count's previously amiable expression turned stoic. You should consider carefully. What resides within is toxic energy. The observer cautiously began to retreat. Oh, toxic energy? That makes it even better. Upon hearing this, the Count's gaze returned to the canister, noticing the green gas seeping from within. Approaching the canister, he confirmed it indeed contained toxic energy. However, he was oblivious to the observer's increasingly fierce demeanor as he stealthily backed away. Seizing the opportunity, the observer transformed into a massive hammer and charged at the Count. Just as the Count sensed something amiss, the observer's hammer struck. Despite his utmost efforts to defend himself, he was sent flying by 3 powerful blows. Watching the Count being hurled away, the observer chose not to pursue, but instead fled to the side. As the Count regained composure and prepared to attack, he saw the observer retrieving the grenade and hurling it back at him. Quickly raising his weapon, the Count detonated the grenade, sending a shockwave that propelled him through the air. Observing the Count lying motionless on the ground, the observer sighed in relief. Approaching the canister, he decided against further traps and replaced the lid, then hoisted the storage canister and sprinted towards the volcano, leaving behind a few drops of energy along the way. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after effortlessly downing 2 helicopters, the Mecha Special Operations team swiftly adjusted their tactics, taking advantage of their aerial superiority. Subsequently, under the obstinate orders of the Count, he remained behind to search for the relic while the support ship arrived as commanded. In an instant, confronted by an escalation in enemy firepower, Tianjin and Hai strategically withdrew after deploying several smoke grenades for concealment. Once visibility was restored, there was no trace of Tianjin and Hai. The officer, pleased with the newly gathered data, inquired about the Count, noticing his silence. The captain has gone to find that object, came the reply. Meanwhile, wait, you're carrying it? Didn't you say that item is toxic? It is toxic, but it's currently protected by a canister, so there is no immediate danger. Still, I have my concerns, said the partition, glancing back as he hurried away with the canister. At that moment, the sound from behind had faded. Uncertain of the victor, he could only hope the 2 sides would continue to clash, providing him with the necessary time to dispose of the contents within the canister. On the other side, the Mecha Special Operations team located the Count and revived him. Damn it, but I should be grateful. At least I didn't die in this desolate wilderness. The Count muttered, shaking his dizzy head. Sir, we have discovered traces, reported a member of the Mecha Special Operations team after finding the energy residue left by the partition's injured arm. It appears our mission has not failed, the Count murmured. That individual possesses something that could significantly enhance your bioweaponry. If you can seize the toxic energy from him, you will attain power on par with the Autobots and Decepticons. His persuasive voice echoed in the officer's ears. The rest is up to you. I need to rest now, the Count said with a smile as he observed the Mecha Special Operations team beginning to organize their equipment. Chapter 129, Lava Volcano Brother. Hai gazed at Tianjin, remaining silent. Let us go, he said, heading toward the summit of the volcano. Meanwhile, the partition faced difficulties while attempting to ascend the volcano. It's the Mecha Special Operations team, he thought, observing the approaching robots and helicopters. He readied his weapons, contemplating strategies. Although facing numerous foes was a customary challenge, the pressing task was to destroy the toxic energy. Autobot, put it down and leave now, the officer commanded, addressing the partition below. With no intention of retreating, the partition faced a direct order. Eliminate him and seize the canister. With that, he directed the robots to charge at the partition. Anticipating the assault, the partition hurled a grenade, instantly sending 1 robot flying, severing its remote control and rendering it immobile. Observing the inoperative controller, the officer promptly decided to abandon the robot. Eliminate him. Charge the electromagnetic cannon. As the officer's words fell, the pilot pressed the button, initiating the charging of the electromagnetic cannon situated beneath the helicopter. Although they had dispatched one robot, the odds were still overwhelmingly against them, particularly with a storage tank in hand. After enduring a relentless barrage, the officer seized an opportunity and, with a mighty swing of a hammer, sent one robot flying, swiftly distancing himself from the others. He lifted the storage tank and hurled it toward the volcano's summit. At that moment, the fully charged electromagnetic cannon fired. Fortunately, the officer narrowly evaded the blast, rolling just within the protective electromagnetic field. Number 7, retrieve the tank, the officer commanded, disregarding the officer's survival. The immediate priority was to secure the toxic super-energy entity mentioned by the Count. If its power was indeed as formidable as the Count asserted, then the Mecha Special Operations Team's arsenal would undergo a significant transformation. Damn it! Watching the departing Mecha Special Operations Team, the officer realized that his protests were futile. If that is the case, then I must deal with you first. With this thought, the officer transformed his hammer and charged at the robots. Just then, the pilot reported, "Officer, those 2 Decepticons have returned. Troublesome. Divert half of the biomachines to the mountaintop. Their target must be that tank. The rest. Charge the electromagnetic cannon and eliminate this Autobot swiftly," the officer ordered with urgency. Observing the commotion caused by the arrival of Earthquake and Shockwave, the officer felt a sense of relief as at least half of the robots and helicopters were redirected. At the mountain's peak, just as the Mecha Special Operations Team was about to open the storage tank, Justice descended. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Earthquake and Shockwave, the duo, initially intent on seizing the tank and leaving, found themselves intercepted by the arriving reinforcements. At the base of the mountain, the officer swung his hammer, sending a disarmed robot flying, before transforming to use an energy cannon against another robot. Unfortunately, due to the Mecha Special Operations Team's modifications, the robot's defensive capabilities were astonishing, and the energy projectile merely succeeded in repelling it. Charge all electromagnetic cannons and swiftly eliminate him, the officer commanded, observing the information relayed from the troops at the summit. In the distance, within a spacecraft, a soldier inquired of the Count, "My lord, should we not provide them some support?" "No need. The toxic super-energy entity is not a matter to be trifled with," the Count replied. Suddenly recalling something, he looked at his subordinate. "I believe there are still thermal bombs aboard the ship." "There is one last one," the soldier confirmed after checking the spacecraft's ammunition supply. "Load the thermal bomb into the launch port, aim it at the volcano's mouth, and await orders." With that, the Count fixed his gaze upon the distant volcano. At the summit, the corpulent robot fully revealed its ferocious nature as a biological weapon. Watching the robot morph into a mobile artillery platform, Earthquake and Shockwave found themselves in a state of dismay. Moreover, the interference from the electromagnetic cannon beneath the helicopter has rendered the two brothers' situation precarious. Fortunately, the requested reinforcements have arrived. 2 squads of Decepticon flyers have come to the scene, instantly nullifying the basic advantage previously held by the Mech's Special Operations Team. "Decepticon reinforcements are here," said the deputy, urgently requesting support. The third in command anxiously observed the multiple battlefields now fragmented by Decepticon soldiers. At the foot of the mountain, an unsuspecting partition was unable to evade in time and was unexpectedly struck. In an instant, the partition was enveloped by the electromagnetic cannon's energy and subsequently rendered unconscious. Observing the incapacitated partition, the deputy immediately issued an order: leave 2 aircraft behind, dismantle it, and bring it back. He then instructed the remaining personnel, "Follow me to provide support above," as he commanded the pilot to ascend the helicopter toward the volcano's summit. The 2 remaining undismantled machines were maneuvered to carry the defunct biological weapon to the mountaintop. This time, during the construction of the biological weapon, a detonation program had been set. Should the machinery malfunction, the ultimate program would activate, controlled by the operator. Meanwhile, Fuller, within the Autobot base, anxiously called out, "Partition. Respond to me, Rust Bucket," as he received no further communication. Just as several members of the Mech's Special Operations Team aimed their drills at the partition's head, it miraculously regained consciousness. Confronted by the suddenly rising partition, the remaining personnel were caught off guard and swiftly met their demise. "I'm here, Rangers," the partition declared, shaking its head, still slightly unsteady from the severe shock it had endured. "You startled me." Big guy, Fuller sighed in relief upon hearing the Partition's voice. The Partition glanced at the helicopter it had destroyed and then looked up at the mountaintop, where explosions intermittently erupted, feeling a sense of fortuitousness. Thank goodness the Decepticons are here. Otherwise, who knows what those deranged individuals would do if the toxic energy entity fell into the hands of the mech's special operations team. With this thought, the Partition summoned its strength and began to crawl toward the summit. Upon finally reaching the mountaintop, the Partition beheld the craters formed by explosions and the flowing lava. Just moments ago, upon arriving at the battlefield, it witnessed a biological weapon being dismembered by the Harbinger. Realizing the dire situation, the deputy immediately commanded the other operators to discard the abandoned robots near the Harbinger, simultaneously activating the detonation program. Fortunately, the seismograph detected the surge in energy levels and urgently pulled the Harbinger away from the vicinity. Subsequently, with a violent explosion, shockwaves sent the storage tank flying, and the already loosened lid was blown off, causing the toxic energy entity within to tumble out. "That is the toxic energy entity," exclaimed Tianjin and Harbinger in astonishment, not anticipating that such a relic would be found here. "Brother," Tianjin instantly comprehended Harbinger's intent. "I made my decision." With that, he charged toward the approaching robots. Hearing this, Harbinger ceased his hesitation and sprinted toward the toxic energy entity. "Stop him!" As the ominous figure of the Harbinger approached, the lieutenant swiftly issued commands. Chapter 130, Annihilation of the Malignant Entity. Just as the Harbinger was about to close in on the toxic super-energy entity, a dismembered robot erupted in an explosion. Caught off guard, the Harbinger was hurled backward, landing at the position from which it had ascended. The Harbinger glanced at the fallen, unconscious form of its counterpart and then raised its gaze, swiftly surveying the area to locate the toxic super-energy entity. Noticing that it had escaped attention, it stealthily advanced towards its target. Just as it was about to seize the toxic super-energy entity, a sudden blue figure materialized, knocking it back several paces. Seeing the re-emergence of the Count, the Harbinger transformed its arm into a massive hammer. Although reluctant to wade into this tumult, it felt compelled to heed its allies' request for assistance, with the ulterior motive of severing the Count's head. The Count, drawing an axe from behind him, remarked, "If you desire my head, you must prove your capability." With that, the Harbinger brandished its hammer and charged toward the Count. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Thunderquake, having torn apart another robot, hurled the mangled remains at a helicopter. In an instant, the already beleaguered aircraft besieged by Decepticon aerial soldiers was struck and erupted into flames. "Commander, the current situation is perilous for us," reported the pilot, observing the destruction of the bioweapon and the downed helicopter. "Damn it, where's the Count's ship? Wasn't he supposed to bring his squad for support?" The lieutenant cursed internally, though he dared not voice his frustration. For now, they were still allies. "Charge all electromagnetic cannons. At any cost, we must secure the toxic super-energy entity," the lieutenant commanded, and all helicopters began powering their electromagnetic cannons. Near the toxic super-energy entity, the clash between the Harbinger's hammer and the Count's axe sent shockwaves radiating outward. "Give it up, Autobot. Leave now, and you may live to see another day. Do not throw your life away for nothing, only to meet a scattered demise," the Count taunted. "After all, my act has claimed many an Autobot's head in the past." Dodging the Harbinger's hammer, he retaliated with a downward strike of his axe. Fortuitously, a downed helicopter crashed into the Count, diverting him from his intended target. Otherwise, the Harbinger's life might have been forfeit. Seizing the opportunity, the Harbinger disregarded the Count's fate and made a beeline for the toxic super-energy entity. Just as it grasped the entity and prepared to retreat towards the magma vent, an electromagnetic cannon fired in its direction. At that critical moment, the Harbinger, now conscious, dashed in from the side and yanked the Harbinger away from the impending shot. Just moments ago, the awakened Harbinger had witnessed the other grasp the toxic super-energy entity and was preparing to intervene. However, upon seeing its companion heading toward the magma vent, the Harbinger swiftly comprehended its intentions. They both sought to eradicate this malignant entity. Thus, just as the electromagnetic cannon was about to strike, the Harbinger rescued its ally from certain doom. As the partition rose, it gazed at the fearsome winged beast that had just saved its life. Without waiting for either party to make a move, the Count charged once more. After exchanging a glance, the winged beast swiftly turned, drawing the sword from its back and lunging towards the Count. Meanwhile, the partition seized the toxic super-energy entity and darted towards the lava pit. In the distance, the partition caught the attention of the helicopter's lieutenant. Upon realizing what the partition was clutching, the lieutenant urgently commanded to halt it. Just as he was about to direct the helicopter's electromagnetic cannon towards the partition, several attacks erupted from the ground, striking the helicopter's tail. Instantly, the helicopter, now bereft of its rear rotor, began to sway uncontrollably. "Let's not forget my presence." Tianjun watched as the robot he had sent flying charged at him once more, feeling a twinge of annoyance. It bore no pain, had formidable defenses, and possessed substantial firepower. Was this what Yue Ling meant by not giving them a chance? With that thought, Tianjun drew his blade, a sword even longer than that of the winged beast, and swung it towards the mechanized Special Forces bioweapons. In an instant, he cleaved the advancing robot in two. Observing the motionless halves of the robot, Tianjun chuckled. Perhaps they are not so difficult to contend with after all. The other two robots, now hesitant to advance, activated their onboard artillery. "Allow me to show you the might of my own artillery." With that, Tianjun sheathed his sword and brandished a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage upon the two bioweapons. With no concerns holding him back, Tianjun fully unleashed his prowess. At the foot of the mountain, the lieutenant and pilot crawled out of the crash-landed helicopter. As they gazed towards the battle raging atop the mountain, contemplating their escape, the Count's spacecraft arrived. After boarding the lieutenant and his companions, the spacecraft soared away from the mountain peak. Through the display aboard the ship, they observed the battlefield above, now reduced to 3 solitary helicopters struggling to hold their ground. It seemed the mission to secure the toxic super-energy entity was doomed to fail. At that moment, the lieutenant yearned to question why they had not dispatched the spacecraft for assistance. He was indifferent to the casualties. His sole concern lay in the completion of the mission and the acquisition of the toxic super-energy entity. It was clear that this powerful weapon would not be reclaimed. However, this operation had at least served to test the performance of the newly revamped generation of bioweapons, which had proven to be quite formidable under the Count's revised design. At the volcano's mouth, unimpeded by any opposition, the partition finally hurled the toxic super-energy entity into the lava pit. Watching as the entity was completely consumed by the molten rock, the partition felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the Count, barely managing to fend off the winged beast, witnessed the destruction of the toxic super-energy entity and swiftly retreated. "Next time we meet, winged beast, you shall not be so fortunate." With that, he transformed and departed just before the winged beast strike could land. On Tianjun's side, as the Decepticon aerial squadron obliterated the remaining helicopters, the two out-of-control robots collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Tianjun advanced and disassembled the two robots into disarray. In the distance, the Count, returning to his spacecraft, glanced at his aide and sighed. "We have done our utmost. The toxic energy entity has been annihilated. It seems that fate has decreed you two shall remain strangers." With those words, the Count turned to his subordinate at the controls of the ship and commanded, "Launch thermal bombs and ignite the volcano." Heeding the Count's directive, the subordinate promptly activated the weaponry system. Within the volcanic crater, upon witnessing the approaching missiles, Tianjun instantly grasped the Count's intentions. Retreat. They intended to detonate the volcano. With that thought, he transformed into his swift form and soared into the distance. "Fuller, deploy the land bridge swiftly." Upon his command, the land bridge opened under Laffy's guidance. Just then, the missiles struck the lava pit, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Fortunately, the land bridge was positioned far from the molten chaos. Regrettably, as the bridge was about to enter its designated path, a massive boulder, propelled by the volcanic eruption, hurtled toward it. Unaware of the impending danger, the land bridge was abruptly crushed by the boulder as it flew out, crashing heavily to the ground, all under the watchful eyes of Laffy, Fuller, and the newly arrived ambulance and Jack. No. The land bridge. Chapter 131. Journey through the desert. Doctor, how is he? Jack and the others inquired of the ambulance, who had just finished treating the land bridge. "He has sustained multiple injuries, but with ample rest. He will recover in due time." The ambulance responded with a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his exposure to the toxic energy entity was brief, and it did not inflict lasting harm. With proper recuperation, he should return to his former self. Upon hearing the ambulance's words, Jack stepped forward. Glancing at the now-conscious land bridge beside Meichi, the doctor's skills are remarkable. Fret not, he is fine. At that moment, the unconscious land bridge finally regained consciousness. Ah, what bad luck, the land bridge murmured, still disoriented. Land bridge, Meichi exclaimed in delight at his awakening. I thought I had perished, he chuckled weakly. How do you feel, land bridge? Not too bad, just a bit dizzy, he replied slowly. You are quite fortunate, land bridge. Had your luck been any worse, you might not have returned. Once reassured of the land bridge's condition, Jack smiled. If it weren't for Hai and Tianjin's assistance, I might truly have been lost. The land bridge said, turning to look at Optimus Prime and the others. Hai, Tianjin, those two Decepticons? Meichi queried, puzzled. Curious, how could they assist us? The ambulance questioned. From my understanding of them, they possess their own moral compass. Perhaps they, too, wish to prevent that entity from falling into Megatron's grasp, Optimus Prime replied, gazing at the land bridge. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron glared fiercely at the individuals before him. How is this possible? 4 sacred artifacts. Yet you return with only 1. Explain yourselves. At that moment, a voice echoed through the communication system. Lord Megatron, we have encountered an issue. Taken aback by the unusual form of address, Megatron swiftly connected the communication, inquiring, what has transpired, Moonlight? Regrettably, the other end fell into a profound silence. After a brief pause, they realized that Moonlight and her team were in peril. Activate the land bridge. Megatron commanded a soldier operating the warship. There remains only one last coordinate. He gazed at Black Widow and said, do not disappoint me, Black Widow. Rest assured, Lord Megatron, I shall retrieve the items. Black Widow replied with a bow, despite her recent emotion. Just then, an awakened Moonlight entered the command room. Megatron, I request to accompany you. Handle it as you see fit, Megatron replied, reluctantly agreeing after a glance at Moonlight. Have 6 and 9 accompany you. As Moonlight was about to exit the command room, Megatron added, thank you, Megatron. Why do you look at me like that? Moonlight queried, noticing Black Widow's scrutinizing gaze outside the command room. It is nothing, Black Widow replied curtly before turning away. If you do not mind, may I prepare for a moment? Moonlight called out to the departing Black Widow. Suit yourself. Black Widow waved her hand dismissively. Thus, Moonlight activated the communication. Little 6, Little 9, gather some personnel on the deck. After issuing the command, Moonlight proceeded to the chamber housing the mechanical insects. Upon entering the dimly lit room filled with countless mechanical insects, Moonlight sighed. Could we not brighten the lights a bit? A mission has been assigned. Lord Megatron has commanded that I take the fiercest among you for this task. With that, Moonlight observed the glowing red eyes around her. When it comes to ferocity, nothing surpasses our mechanical insects. But if you must choose one among us, it is I, Hard Shell. As she spoke, a robust mechanical insect descended before Moonlight. Examining the insect's sturdy armor, she remarked, very impressive. In a desert on the African continent, a land bridge opened, allowing 3 Decepticon action teams to emerge. The parched expanse of sand was hardly an ideal hunting ground. Black Widow surveyed the barren surroundings, exclaiming, this is not a suitable place for a hunt. Level 1 Protocol. Team 1, ascend and disperse. Remain vigilant for any disturbances and report immediately if anything arises. Team 2, conceal yourselves in the sand as hidden support. Team 3, accompany us to ensure our safety. Moonlight instructed the 3 teams. Is it truly necessary to complicate matters this way? Black Widow questioned as she advanced toward the target location. It is better to be cautious, Moonlight replied as she followed Black Widow with Little 9, Little 6, and the ground team. In the sky, aboard a spaceship nearing Earth, a green robot seated at the controls observed 5 coordinates appearing on the screen. What a delightful surprise. The green robot exclaimed with a smile. Come now, choose anyone. Let me see which one is preferable. Just as the robot was in a quandary, a vessel appeared ahead, intercepting its path. What does this mean? Observing the bounty hunter insignia on the opposing ship, the green robot narrowed its eyes and declared, what filthy scum dares to halt my vessel? The opposing ship promptly made way, or else I shall resort to coercive measures. The green robot, squinting at the intruding craft, issued a stern warning. However, instead of retreating, the adversary not only held its ground, but also activated its weapons to launch an attack. The green robot could no longer contain its fury. Then perish. With that, it maneuvered its ship to evade the incoming projectiles while simultaneously arming its own weaponry. The confined subordinates, witnessing the heavy artillery being primed on the opposing vessel, instantly realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Just as they prepared to redirect energy and activate the protective barrier to make their escape, the green robot's ship unleashed its heavy cannon. A dark beam shot forth, enveloping the enemy vessel before it could react, leading to a cataclysmic explosion. Ah, splendid, splendid. The obliteration cannon's might is indeed formidable, the green robot exclaimed with glee, watching the intercepted ship vanish effortlessly. Now, it is time for the appointed hour. Aha, it is you. Spotting a signal emanating from the nearest landmass on Earth, the green robot declared excitedly. With that, it activated its ship and set course for the designated location. Before long, a colossal ship approached. Assessing the insignia, it was clear that the newcomer was none other than the enclosure. Lord Flying Horn, the number 7 vessel has been completely annihilated. A subordinate reported to the temporarily commanding Flying Horn. I am aware. I witnessed it, the Great Hornbull recalled, trembling at the energy readings and the captured footage of the attack. Such destructive force, it seemed unlikely that even full defensive power could withstand it. Find out who he is, and do not provoke this individual. He is someone to be befriended, Flying Horn commanded his subordinates. He could only hope that the Great Horn's mission would not collide with this formidable foe. Chapter 132. An imposing enemy approaches all teams. Report status, Moon Spirit. Perched upon Little Nine's shoulder, instructed. Team 1 reports, no abnormalities. Team 2 reports, no abnormalities, came the response from the hard-shelled creatures hiding underground. Approaching target, Black Widow announced, glancing at the detector in her hand. Just ahead, she added, pointing towards a stretch of land devoid of anything but sand. Begin excavation here, Moon's Spirit commanded. At her behest, 2 mechanical insects advanced to commence digging. As I gazed upon the gaping pit, it was soon engulfed once more by the flowing sands, burying the mechanical insects beneath them. After a brief interval, 2 of these mechanical creatures emerged, clutching a storage canister. Indeed, this was the one. The Black Widow stepped forward to unscrew the lid of the canister, extracting a peculiar object resembling a thick iron plate with a handle welded onto it. Just as Yue Ling was about to establish communication with the battleship, an alarm blared from scattered flight soldier of Team 1, signaling an enemy attack. The warning was abruptly silenced, as Yue Ling anxiously commanded the battleship to deploy a land bridge. A cacophony of interference filled the communication channel, chilling her resolve. The enemy had come prepared. At that moment, a spaceship approached, and simultaneously, it unleashed its offensive. Disperse. Team 1 was ordered to regroup, while Team 2 remained stationary, poised for a decisive strike. After evading the onslaught, Yue Ling swiftly issued commands to the other 2 squads. Team 2's inaction was a strategic reserve, a potential trump card in their arsenal. Within the spaceship, a green robot observed the scene below with keen interest, pondering when the Decepticons had allied with such feeble life forms. Subsequently, as it faced the impending attack from below, the green robot set the spaceship to automatic mode before leaping from the exit. However, to its surprise, what it anticipated to be a graceful landing turned into a clumsy plunge, its foot sinking deep into the sand. Upon witnessing this, the command to open fire was given. Adhering to the principle of striking while the iron was hot, Yue Ling ordered her forces to unleash their assault upon the green robot's landing site. They had already commenced their attack, disregarding whether it was an enemy or not. The objective was to incapacitate it first. Unfortunately, their initial advantage was short-lived, interrupted by the retaliatory fire from the spaceship. Despite the rapid ascent of the remaining mechanical insects to harass the vessel, their efforts proved futile. The spaceship was shielded by an energy barrier, and its firepower was overwhelmingly fierce. In the initial encounter, the ground squad suffered substantial casualties. At that critical moment, the green robot clawed its way out of the sand. Damn it, now, whether it be the sacred artifact or your lives, I shall take them all. With that, it brandished a meteor hammer, its form reminiscent of the hammer of the elite, yet transformed from a mace to a flail. Observing the incoming reinforcements of Decepticon flying soldiers in the distance, and glancing at their ground forces, the green robot revealed a malevolent grin. It then swung the meteor hammer towards the horizon. In an instant, the hammerhead flew forth, tethered by chains that propelled it further, adorned with iron spikes. Fortuitously, Xiao Lu noticed the incoming flail and swiftly pushed Xiao Jiu aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, a mechanical insect behind them was not so fortunate, as it was struck in the chest by the meteor hammer, shattering its armor with a single blow. Until the meteor hammer was retracted, the onlookers could finally discern the tragic state of the machine insect that had been struck. Its chest was shattered and nearly obliterated, the flickering ember within extinguishing after a brief glow. Thus, the machine insect returned to its essence. At that moment, the green robot launched its next strike, targeting the Black Widow wielding the sacred artifact. In a swift leap, the Black Widow transformed into a helicopter, ascending from the ground. Observing her ascent, the green robot chuckled dismissively, underestimating her escape, believing it to be naive. Just as those words left its lips, the Black Widow was struck down by the spacecraft. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the machine insect, which leapt to catch her and shielded her with its armored back, the Black Widow would have sustained severe injuries. As the Black Widow was caught, the green robot recalibrated its aim, focusing on her position once more. In the next instant, the meteor hammer was unleashed again. However, this time, the Black Widow had learned from her previous encounter. She relied on her spider legs for rapid movement, rather than transforming into a vehicle to flee. It was evident that the green robot had preset the spacecraft to unleash concentrated fire the moment she took flight with the artifact. Had it not been for the covering fire from the airborne squad, the Black Widow would likely have been annihilated by the spacecraft. Amused by the Black Widow's agile maneuvers, the green robot relished the chase, remarking to itself that it enjoyed the game of cat and mouse. Unperturbed, it retracted the meteor hammer, waiting for the opportune moment to strike again. In the skies, the Decepticon soldiers, lacking any advantage, struggled against the impenetrable shell and the porcupine-like projectiles, engaging in a guerrilla tactic against the spacecraft. On the ground, Yue Ling observed the turret-like spacecraft and the robot launching meteor hammers nearby. Realizing that this stalemate could not continue, they needed to isolate the robot from its spacecraft. If the weaponry of the spacecraft could not reach the robot, they could regroup their ground team to eliminate the threat. Black Widow, draw it away from the spacecraft, Yue Ling instructed, activating her flight device to rush to the Black Widow's side. Understanding Yue Ling's intent, the Black Widow controlled her spider legs to sprint into the distance. The exhilarated green robot immediately pursued her. Flight team, distract the spacecraft. Do not let it get close to that one, Yue Ling commanded, watching the spacecraft head toward the robot. As her words echoed, the flying soldiers surrounding the spacecraft moved in to encircle it. Hard shell, I need you to draw him underground and seize his weapon at the right moment, Yue Ling called out while pursuing the Black Widow. Unfortunately, as communication was disrupted, they could only rely on shouting to relay messages. Upon reaching a location far from the spacecraft, Yue Ling again attempted to establish communication with the battleship, observing the Black Widow delaying the green robot in the distance. Regrettably, the signal interference from the spacecraft persisted, and the communication was merely a cacophony of harsh static. An assault disrupted his line of sight as Yue Ling, accompanied by Xiao Jiu, Xiao Lu, and a mechanical insect, entered the battlefield. As the number of shells increased, the green robot was compelled to abandon its pursuit of the Black Widow. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Yue Ling called out, "Hard shell." Chapter 133. Defeat. With Yue Ling's exclamation, the sand beneath the green robot erupted unexpectedly, and two hands emerged, grasping its feet and dragging it underground. Success. Observing the ensnared green robot, Yue Ling cheered, just as she was about to instruct the mechanical insect to contact the warship beyond the jamming zone. The sand erupted once more. This time, the scene unfolded differently than anyone had anticipated. As two mechanical insects were flung from the sand, the green robot extracted itself from the ground. Gazing at one of the mechanical insects, its chest punctured, Hardshell struggled to rise, declaring, "It possesses a defensive shield." Upon examining the green robot, it was evident that its surface was enveloped in an energy barrier. As Yue Ling aimed her weapon at the green robot and fired a shell, she watched in dismay as the barrier deflected the projectile. Yet in the next moment, the shield gradually faded and vanished. A single-use energy shield, though effective, unfortunately exists only in this instance, remarked the green robot, producing a small pendant with a crack. "Once this is gone, your belongings will rightfully belong to me." With that, the green robot launched its meteor hammer. As the swiftly approaching meteor hammer hurtled toward her, Yue Ling felt a wave of dread wash over her. Had it not been for the timely cover and evasion by Xiao Lu and the others, she, the intended target of this assault, might have perished. Failing to strike, the green robot hastily retracted the meteor hammer. At that moment, a commotion arose beneath its feet. As the mechanical insects regained their footing, the green robot leapt forcefully, bringing the retracted hammer crashing down. In the next instant, the scene froze. The head of a mechanical insect emerged from the sand, exploding like a watermelon. The headless body remained embedded in the sand, its claws raised in surrender, returning to the embers of its existence. I must say, your disguise is rather primitive. Did you not consider that from the moment I detected you, I was aware of all your hidden contingencies? The corners of the green robot's mouth curled into a smirk. Now, if you lack reinforcements, you shall meet your demise here. With that, the green robot stomped on a mechanical insect, addressing Yue Ling and her companions. Team 1, report your status. Hearing the static-laden communication, Yue Ling could not help but curse. The jamming range of the spacecraft was far too extensive. Black Widow, we will cover you. Take the relic and retreat. Yue Ling instructed the Black Widow. In the current circumstances, as long as they can delay one another here until the Black Widow flies beyond the signal jamming range and establishes contact with the battleship, the question of who will live and who will die remains uncertain. Meanwhile, in the aerial battlefield, the firepower of the ships is exceedingly ferocious, resulting in soldiers being struck and plummeting into the desert every few minutes. Heeding the words of Moon Spirit, the Black Widow did not hesitate and transformed into a vehicle, soaring into the sky. Observing the indifference of the green robot towards the Black Widow's departure, Moon Spirit suddenly sensed something amiss. Do you think I will let a prize duck slip away? With that, she brandished a meteor hammer and charged towards the group. Understanding the implications of her words, Moon Spirit realized that the adversary likely had contingency plans. Hardshell, protect the Black Widow. Team 2, cover us. With this, Moon Spirit reactivated her weapon, aiming at the green robot, while Hardshell hurriedly pursued the direction the Black Widow had taken. Just as the green robot approached Little Six, it unexpectedly stumbled into a pit beneath its feet. Fortunately, the burrow excavated by the mechanical insects was timely enough. Watching the robot disappear from sight, Moon Spirit quickly issued her command. Retreat, Little Six and Little Nine. We will pursue the Black Widow. Team 2, provide cover. With that, Moon Spirit flew towards the direction the Black Widow had fled. As for the mechanical insects left behind, they could only be abandoned to buy some time at the cost of their lives. On the other side, the Black Widow, having flown out, suddenly rolled to the right. Upon focusing her gaze, she spotted a small ship blocking her path. In an instant, the Black Widow understood that escape was no longer an option. Before long, Hardshell arrived. Observing the Black Widow using a large shield to defend against the ship's attacks, he immediately charged at the vessel. Just moments ago, the Black Widow had been struck by the ship, crashing to the ground. As another shell was fired from the ship, in a panic, the Black Widow raised the sacred artifact before her. In the next moment, a large shield manifested, deflecting the attack. Gazing at the lightweight shield in her hands and the crater created by the rebounding projectile not far away, the Black Widow comprehended the artifact's purpose, attack reflection. No longer timid, she began to wield the shield, drawing the ship's fire towards her. Thus, when Moon Spirit and Little Six and Little Nine arrived, they witnessed a small ship being brought down by the attacks it had unleashed. It seems we need not continue fleeing. Seeing Moon Spirit and the others arrive, the Black Widow raised her shield in acknowledgement. At that moment, Moon Spirit noticed that the communication signal had been restored. Lord Megatron, we have a situation. Just as Moon Spirit uttered those words, the green robot's ship arrived, cutting off her subsequent statement. It appears I have underestimated you, the green robot said, suppressing its fury while surveying the wreckage of the ship in the desert. Then allow me to introduce you to the taste of my devastating heavy artillery. With that, the green robot activated the ship's heavy cannon, aiming it at the people below. In the next moment, the cannon charged fully and fired. As the devastating beam was unleashed, Black Widow promptly positioned her shield before her companions. The dim sky was illuminated by the radiant beam. Unbeknownst to them, a fleeting green figure darted past outside the spacecraft while they were preoccupied with deflecting the beam. Below, Black Widow adjusted the angle of her shield, redirecting the beam back towards the ship. Upon contact with the vessel's external barrier, an explosion erupted. While all eyes were drawn to the spectacle, an attack suddenly ensued. Black Widow's hand, clutching the artifact, was struck with force, causing her shield to slip from her grasp and fall aside. The unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Just as they began to react and attempt to reclaim the artifact, the green robot descended. One by one, it dispatched those who dared to approach with a flail of its meteor hammer. Observing the individuals it had sent sprawling, the green robot slowly retrieved the artifact, now buried in the sand. As the artifact was reactivated, the previously closed shield reopened. Faced with the sight of the robot wielding the shield and meteor hammer, alongside the undamaged spacecraft emerging from the dissipating smoke, a palpable sense of despair enveloped the onlookers. Escape was no longer an option. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, communications with Moonlight were once again severed. Under Megatron's orders, the ship went into battle readiness. Chapter 134, Decay of the Past, Wind and Fury. Due to the signal being obstructed by the ship, accurately locating Moonlight and her group became impossible. Thus, a decisive command was issued to set the destination of the land bridge to the coordinates from which Moonlight had departed. Gazing upon the barren desert, the search orders were dispatched. Elsewhere, as the green robot advanced towards Moonlight and her companions to conclude matters, several mechanical insects suddenly approached from a distance. Noticing the oncoming swarm, the green robot chuckled softly, thinking it was the perfect opportunity to test his new weapon. As he stowed away the meteor hammer, his attention was drawn to the mechanical insects. In an unexpected turn, Moonlight and her group suddenly sank into the yellow sands. After sending one insect flying with a shield strike, the green robot brandished his meteor hammer, crushing another insect's head. Observing the vanished figures of his adversaries, he felt a twinge of boredom. Such trivial antics held no allure. With that, the green robot remotely activated the ship's weaponry. In the next moment, disorienting bombs were launched anew. Instantly, akin to an electromagnetic explosion, the bombs engulfed the surrounding mechanical insects, reminiscent of the earlier scene when Moonlight and her companions had departed, leaving the insects stunned. However, this time, the green robot chose not to pursue Moonlight and her group, instead approaching one of the mechanical insects with his meteor hammer in hand. Gazing at the peacefully unconscious insect, he retracted his shield and raised the hammer. In the next instant, the hammer came crashing down, flattening the insect's head. Alas, it did not explode like the previous one. As he spoke, he advanced towards another mechanical insect, wielding a meteor hammer. The expression of enjoyment on his face suggested he relished the process. The Harbinger of Death. That title belongs to me. He hummed softly as yet another mechanical insect succumbed to unconsciousness and perished. In the distance, several wounded mechanical insects dragged the injured slowly along the ground. Moon Spirit gazed at the unfortunate souls being pulled, noting that Xiao Jiao and Xiao Lu lay nearly lifeless. Their chests shattered. The hardened armor of their chests bore cracks, and half of their facial pincers were severed, leaving them barely conscious. The Black Widow's arm was half crippled, her spider legs behind her broken beyond repair, plunging her into a state of unconsciousness. Having lost track of time underground, Moon Spirit suddenly realized that communication signals seemed to have been restored. Not long ago, the green robot harvesting the lives of mechanical insects in the desert, along with a spaceship, had been discovered by scouting units. Watching the approaching Cybertronian aircraft from afar, the green robot abandoned the mechanical insect beneath him, opting instead to retreat beneath his ship. As he observed the descending Megatron and the approaching Decepticon soldiers, a chuckle escaped him. In the next moment, Megatron landed, and upon seeing that familiar figure in the distance, his hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. "It's you." After confirming that there were no signs of Moon Spirit and the others amidst the decapitated mechanical insects scattered around, Megatron breathed a sigh of relief and spoke. "It is I, Lord Megatron. Oh no, I should say Megatron." The green robot regarded him with derision. "You remain as filthy and repugnant as ever. And so what? At least in this state, I live quite happily, and I assure you, I am no longer the same as I once was. If I wished, I could effortlessly defeat you and crush your skull. I long to witness the wretched sight of your head shattered, to show your subordinates that even the once mighty Megatron can meet such a fate," the green robot said, lifting the meteor hammer in his grasp. Just as he prepared to act, a large contingent of Decepticon reinforcements arrived. Instantly, the thought of shattering Megatron's skull vanished. "We shall meet again. I hope your head remains intact so that I may fulfill my desire. With that, the green robot leapt onto his ship and departed. Megatron did not issue a command to pursue. Firstly, the immediate priority was to locate Moon's spirit and the others. Secondly, that fellow had many tricks up his sleeve. Recklessly pursuing him could only lead to falling into his trap. Of course, a pursuit was not out of the question, but it required the arrival of Decepticon warships. In the distance, the detection radar revealed no signals indicating a pursuing Decepticon. The green robot exhaled in relief. Even he could not comprehend why he felt this way, as he was no longer the easily manipulable figure he once was. Meanwhile, the comms team, having established contact, received the precise location of Moon Spirit. A few hours later, aboard the Decepticon warship, listening to the report from Moon Spirit, everyone was left in a state of disbelief. Who exactly was that individual? And how could he stabilize the condition of the wounded? This was the question on everyone's minds. It harkened back to the Golden Age. Megatron observed the curious crowd and began to speak slowly. With the passage of time, even the once resplendent Golden Age succumbed to decay and twilight. As time progressed, with the absence of the original leaders, corruption began to infiltrate the upper echelons of Cybertron. The widening chasm of inequality became ever more pronounced, and during that period, the decaying elite sought a spokesperson, someone to secretly act as their pawn, managing their unsavory tasks. It was then that he emerged. Initially, he was fervent and youthful, brimming with hope for Cybertron's future. However, it wasn't long before he was assimilated by those corrupt rulers, ultimately becoming one of them, even surpassing them. At that time, I was not yet in Kaon, but rather elsewhere, struggling to survive under the oppressive regime. I could hardly believe that someone once celebrated by many for his noble deeds would devolve into a puppet of the corrupt. It wasn't until a later incident that I witnessed him extinguishing the spark of a compatriot who had once lauded his virtuous accomplishments. That moment catalyzed my journey to Kaon, to overthrow the decaying regime and dismantle the old order. As time wore on, those rulers realized they could no longer control him. This sharp blade had lost its handle. Subsequently, after I entered politics, I never encountered him again, nor did I hear whispers of his existence. I even came to forget that such a figure had once graced the decaying old era. The next encounter marked the onset of war. In the early stages of the conflict between the Decepticons and Autobots, an army led by the rulers emerged, attempting to suppress all dissenters. The leader of that army was him, but as the war escalated, this force vanished. No one knew where they had gone or if they still existed. As one of the earliest followers of Megatron, Soundwave understood these dynamics and recognized how formidable that individual could be. What was his name? Windblade. Chapter 135. Current situations, how do you feel? The returning jolt, and Bumblebee inquired of the panel, which was moving its limbs. Not bad. After spending so many days in the base, I feel like I'm about to rust. The panel replied, expressing a desire to stretch its limbs. Opportunities will arise. However, I must conduct one final examination to ensure your complete recovery. Ratchet remarked, observing the panel's movements. Understood. The panel replied, just as it heard Jack's voice rise. Hey guys. I'm not sure if you've seen, as Jack's voice echoed. Everyone turned their attention towards him. Jack stood outside the medical chamber, gazing at the silhouette of the figure lying within. What's the matter, Jack? RC inquired, approaching with curiosity. I think I just saw his hand move. Jack indicated towards the unconscious Lang Hua inside. What? Both Jack and the partition became unsettled upon hearing this. As they rushed to the medical chamber, the ambulance swiftly intervened, stating, he requires medical attention now. The ambulance retrieved its instruments and began diagnostics. Soon it concluded, the energy activity has intensified. I believe he will awaken shortly. The ambulance conveyed this encouraging news to Jack and the partition. So, does this mean we will soon have a genuine new member? Meichi exclaimed with delight. Indeed, came the affirmative response. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of outer space, aboard the confinement spacecraft, the entity known as Confinement observed several individuals before him in silence. So, the 5 coordinates yielded nothing in the end? Confinement struggled to suppress his fury. After all, even he was not exempt from the fate of failure. No matter. Let them revel in their arrogance for a few more days. Once Tiger Demon and the others arrive, they will learn that we shall become their nightmare. Confinement remarked with a cold smile at the abruptly received information. Outside the confinement spacecraft, a ship passed nearby. Inside, the green robot, or rather, Winslayer, cast a disdainful glance at confinement-s vessel. To him, bounty hunters were mere jesters, and the only entities capable of piquing his interest were Megatron and Optimus Prime. With this thought, Winslayer turned his gaze towards the two artifacts positioned behind him, the meteor hammer and the rebounding shield. Possessing both, he felt invincible in that moment. Within a certain mech special operations base, the plan to merge humans and machines commenced. Under the watchful eyes of Elder Mike and the lieutenant, the subordinates connected the circuits and activated the energy transfer button. Subsequently, as the onlookers observed, a surge of energy was injected, with a substantial current flowing from the auxiliary circuits into the robot. As the energy coursed through, the machine experienced overload and other anomalies. Then, amidst a flash of electricity, the operational circuits ceased. All eyes were fixed on the smoking robot, anticipating the rebirth of Silas. In the next moment, the robot's eyes illuminated. "Welcome back," the lieutenant spoke as he approached. Silas, adjusting to his altered vision and form, hesitated slightly. "What have you done?" "We did what was necessary to save you, Silas," they replied. "Have I become one of them?" Silas asked incredulously. "The perfect result of the mech's special operations team's biotechnological experiment," Elder Mike interjected, stepping forward to address Silas. "Who are you?" Silas queried, confused by the unfamiliar elder. "He is the representative of the individuals we contacted, Dr. Mike. Your success owes much to his assistance." The lieutenant gestured towards Mike. "A truly magnificent masterpiece. This is the epitome of a biological weapon. The previous iterations were merely inferior imitations." Dr. Mike gazed fervently at the body of Silas, exclaiming his congratulations, noting the apparent success of their experiment. At that moment, an unusual voice resonated through the air. Silas looked up to see a blue robot entering from outside the base. "Who are you?" Silas inquired, eyeing the robot with caution. Although his subordinates displayed no visible reactions to the robot's appearance, as if accustomed to such occurrences, there was an air of alertness. "I am the Count, your ally," the blue robot replied with a smile directed at Silas. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, the condition of the injured had finally improved after treatment. "So, have you uncovered any information?" Moonlight inquired, observing the busy shockwave. "It has been confirmed that the components on Windstorm originate from artifacts of the Golden Age," Shockwave answered. "Meteor hammers, annihilator cannons, and rebound shields represent some of the pinnacle scientific weaponry developed during that era. Among them, the rebound shield is renowned for its defensive capabilities, reflecting all forms of energy attacks, absorbing 50% of physical attack strength, and reflecting 20% back while retaining 30% to affect the user." Listening to Shockwave, Moonlight remarked, "Truly, the relic is indeed formidable. Then, if Lord Wei were to wield this shield, would he not be invincible?" Moonlight posed a question. "No weapon is without limitations. Furthermore, this weapon was designed with a cap on its capabilities. Should the energy attack exceed its threshold, it will sustain damage. The 30% damage received is also quite tangible," Shockwave elucidated. "Thus, if we were to encounter Windstorm again, and Lord Wei struck him with the hammer of the prodigy, would that 30% damage send him flying?" Moonlight speculated based on Shockwave's explanation. "Theoretically, yes," Shockwave replied after a moment of contemplation. "Very well, I understand. However, that means we must devise another strategy to contend with him. Thank you for your assistance, Shockwave." With that, Moonlight proceeded to exit the laboratory. Just as Moonlight stepped outside, Tianjin approached. The Tianyi reports the discovery of the Supreme Divine Armor and inquires whether we should mobilize to retrieve the relic, Tianjin stated, resting Moonlight upon his shoulder. "The Supreme Divine Armor," Moonlight mused, thoughtfully stroking his chin, contemplating whether the timing was opportune. Meanwhile, in a certain location aboard the Vanguard, a Decepticon soldier hidden in the shadows kept a watchful eye on the Black Widow, awaiting Moonlight's next directive regarding the potential theft of the Supreme Divine Armor. In the control room, Black Widow sighed in resignation as she glanced at the energy core in the corner. "Insufficient energy, even with the Supreme Divine Armor. I still cannot resolve my current dilemma. Due to the disturbances caused by confinement, the Decepticon mining team has resorted to extreme secrecy and refrained from unnecessary actions. As a result, despite the Red Spider's possession of the Supreme Armor, he finds himself in a quandary, unable to locate the Decepticon mining site for his heist. Within the Decepticon warship, Moonlight turned to Thunderquake and said, "Thunderquake, accompany me for a visit. Bring along some super energy units. We shall pay a visit to Little Red." Chapter 136, Transaction. The wreck of the Pioneer. Nearby the wreckage of the Pioneer, a terrestrial bridge opened up. Thunderquake and Moonlight stepped through. Meanwhile, Tianny, who had successfully acquired the goods, stood outside the Pioneer, waiting for their arrival. Upon seeing Moonlight and Thunderquake, he hurriedly approached to greet them. "Commander, the items are secured," he said, revealing the supreme armor. Moonlight's eyes sparkled at the sight of the supreme armor in Tianny's possession. "Tianny, place it on the ground." "I shall give it a try," Moonlight urged. Thunderquake, overhearing Moonlight's intentions, expressed concern. "Isn't there a risk involved?" "Surely not. We shall find out by trying," Moonlight replied, as he leaped onto the supreme armor placed upon the ground. Instantly, the supreme armor began to glow and activated, enveloping Moonlight in a complete embrace of armor. To the outside observer, the armored Moonlight appeared to have grown several times in size, perhaps due to individual perception. It differed from the appearance of Meichi in the supreme armor. Moonlight savored the sensation of being on par with Thunderquake, unable to resist striking a pose with hands on hips. Now I am truly ready for the battlefield," Moonlight exclaimed with excitement. He had longed to don the supreme armor and experience the tangible thrill of combat. "Let us go, Thunderquake. We shall visit the Red Spider. Additionally, Tianny, I must trouble you to continue your surveillance duties," Moonlight said apologetically to Tianny. "Fear not, Commander. Executing orders and tasks is my duty," Tianny replied. With that, he returned to his concealed location. "He's quite capable," Moonlight remarked, glancing at Thunderquake, who nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two entered the Pioneer and arrived at the location of the Red Spider. Upon seeing the Red Spider unconscious on the ground, Moonlight couldn't help but chuckle. "Here you are, yet you prove to be useless," he teased. After Thunderquake placed the super energy units in the corner, Moonlight approached the Red Spider and delivered slap. "I have longed to do this." Just before Moonlight's second slap could land, the Red Spider regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a large face looming before him, causing him to instinctively recoil. Pressed against the wall, the Red Spider looked at Thunderquake and the armored Moonlight, his mood further deteriorating. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Moonlight chuckled mischievously in response. "If you can come, why can't we? Or perhaps we have arrived at an inconvenient time." Seeing the malicious grin on Moonlight's face, the Red Spider gritted his teeth in frustration. Ultimately, he resigned himself, saying, "Do as you will, whether to kill or maim, it is your choice." Observing the resigned demeanor of the Red Spider, Yue Ling found it rather amusing. The Red Spider was not one to concede so easily. In truth, there had never been any intention to take him back. Upon hearing Yue Ling's words, the Red Spider, who had initially bowed his head, lifted it in disbelief to gaze at both Yue Ling and Tianjun. "Are you not afraid of the repercussions from Lord Megatron for your unauthorized execution? You might as well take me back and allow me to face his cruel punishment," he argued vehemently, unwilling to accept death so readily. "Very well, Red Spider, for the sake of our acquaintance. Allow me to take matters into my own hands and send you on your way with these iron fists," Yue Ling declared, raising her fist to strike him. "Fear not. Lord Megatron will remain oblivious to your presence here. Once you have met your demise, I shall dismember you and bury you in a secluded place. He will simply believe you perished elsewhere." As the Red Spider attempted to speak, Yue Ling swiftly silenced him. The Red Spider widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to reconcile this with the timid human he once knew. "No, you cannot treat me this way. Farewell, Red Spider." With that, her fist descended. In an instant, the Red Spider shut his eyes in terror. However, when he felt no impact, he cautiously opened his eyes to find Yue Ling and Tianjun recording his bewildered expression with evident amusement. You dare to toy with me?" the Red Spider exclaimed, unable to contain his anger. "And what of it? Do you think you can best us?" Yue Ling replied, her face adorned with a malicious smile. Observing the Red Spider's renewed despondency, she finally ceased her laughter. "Tianjun, step outside for a moment. I wish to speak with Little Red privately." Without a word, Tianjun exited. As he departed, Yue Ling approached the Red Spider and sat down directly before him, maintaining her supreme armor, for she was well aware of the Red Spider's nature. "Little Red, now that it is just the two of us, what do you say we have a chat?" she suggested earnestly. "What is there to discuss? You stole my supreme armor upon our first meeting and even attempted to kill me just moments ago. Go ahead. Finish me off and claim your reward from Lord Megatron. The Red Spider lamented, his spirit broken. All right. She placed a large hand on his shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Take it easy. Life as a wanderer is hardly pleasant, is it? Yue Ling's words pierced through the Red Spider's defenses. What do you think? Do you believe I chose this path? He shouted in frustration, before breaking into a self-deprecating smile. Without any super energy, without lofty power, and now even devoid of the ability to transform, how could life be bearable? I once thought I was on the verge of a breakthrough, only to have my supreme armor stolen away in a moment. Now I am your captive. Feel free to boast to Lord Megatron. The Red Spider gazed despondently at Moon Spirit, as if he were suddenly overcome with fatigue in that moment. Moon Spirit remained uncertain whether the Red Spider was merely playing tricks once again, but that mattered little. The purpose of his visit was to ascertain a singular truth. Everything else was inconsequential. What are your thoughts on Megatron? Upon hearing Moon Spirit's words, the Red Spider could not help but chuckle. What? Are you trying to extract my thoughts? At this point, what significance does it hold? Not necessarily, Little Red, Moon Spirit replied. I have always harbored a question for you. Observing the solemn expression on Moon Spirit's face, the Red Spider responded, Go ahead, it matters not anymore. I wish to understand your long-standing sentiments towards Megatron and the Decepticons. Is your desire for power, for supreme dominion over the Decepticons, or is everything you do merely to earn Megatron's favor? I do not comprehend your meaning. I am who I am, a singular Red Spider. All my actions are for my own sake. Listening to Moon Spirit, the Red Spider hesitated before self-mockingly articulating his answer. Having received the Red Spider's response, Moon Spirit cast a deep glance at him, then rose to depart. Before leaving, Moon Spirit remarked, You may remain here, aside from us. No one will know you are hiding. Also, I have taken the Supreme God armor. With those words, Moon Spirit exited. The Red Spider sat motionless, watching Moon Spirit's departure until his gaze fell upon the pile of energon cubes in the corner. Time to return to the Ark, Thundercracker, he mused. Let us keep this under wraps for now. Having shed the Supreme God armor, Moon Spirit perched upon Thundercracker's shoulder and gazed at him. I understand, Thundercracker replied, as they proceeded towards the land bridge. Chapter 137. Preparations for the welcome ceremony within the base of the Mecha Special Operations Team. Silas admired the robots fashioned from the remains of Decepticons acquired from above. Adjutant, you have done exceedingly well. This is our duty, and just yesterday, we uncovered another vein of energon, the adjutant stated, surveying Silas from an elevated position. Excellent. Moreover, I believe that since I have been reborn, it is only fitting to host a welcome party to announce my return, Silas declared, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. However, to accomplish this, we may require assistance from our allies. Outside a certain military base, a black truck halted at the entrance. After the station personnel confirmed its identity, the truck entered the base. Here we are, Silas chuckled as he surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, a voice crackled through the communication device. Silas, the items are located inside the warehouse to your front right. Understood, Silas replied, accelerating the truck towards the objective. Stop. Halt the vehicle, or I shall open fire. Upon witnessing the truck barreling towards the factory, the soldiers hurriedly attempted to intervene, but their efforts proved futile. With a deafening explosion, a gaping hole appeared in the factory wall, through which Silas swiftly infiltrated the interior. Just as the armed personnel stationed outside were about to rush in to apprehend him, several vehicles unexpectedly emerged outside the base, and upon reaching the gates, they revealed their weapons and opened fire on the soldiers within. In an instant, the base was thrown into chaos from the sudden onslaught. Inside the factory, as he listened to the anguished cries emanating from outside, Silas felt a surge of delight. At last, he had located his target within a specific area. Observing the disorder outside and the relentless gunfire from several robots, Silas lifted the satellite he had packed away, signaling that it was time to conclude his mission. At precisely 12:20, an individual pilfered a satellite from a high-security military zone. Surveillance footage revealed a figure resembling Optimus Prime, albeit with a different hue, appearing at the scene. Moreover, it was not alone. Several other robots subsequently emerged, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the military zone. Agent Fuller promptly brought up the surveillance footage. Within the display, a familiar sight of several robots emerged before the team. That one resembles Optimus Prime. I recall it distinctly. RC remarked as she glanced at Optimus. I, too, find it perplexing. After I took command, that counterfeit was seized. And though my superior later confiscated it, it shouldn't be that one, Fuller responded, equally puzzled. At that moment, the panel interjected. I recognized those robots. They belong to the mech special operations team. What? If that is the case, everything falls into place. According to their reports, there was a person inside that truck. When I received the news, I had my suspicions, and now I am nearly certain that the individual inside was Silas. After all, the stolen satellite pertains to the Damocles project, Agent Fuller confirmed. That was indeed invented by Silas, Optimus observed. I suspect Colonel Bischoff desires to reclaim his property. Indeed? I thought Silas had been crushed, RC commented, recalling Bumblebee's earlier words. So did I, she added. Just then, the grounded Jack and Mickey welcomed the newly arrived Raffi, who had been escorted back to the base by the patrolling Jack. Raffi, how are you? Is your confinement over? They inquired. Not yet. My mother has been particularly busy these past few days, so I managed to slip out for a moment, Raffi replied, visibly disheartened. Well, good luck then. Thank you. Jack, observing the gathered group, inquired about the situation. Earlier today, the mech special operations team attacked a military base, Fuller succinctly explained. Within the confines of the mech special operations base, the Count gazed at the items retrieved by Silas, his expression laden with confusion. What is this? He pondered. In the mind of the colossal robot, profound perplexities abound. This is no ordinary weapon. Damocles is a formidable particle laser cannon, capable of slicing through the Pentagon as effortlessly as one would cut tofu. I strongly advise against such an action, Dr. Mike exclaimed upon hearing Silas's words. Just a jest. Rest assured, I would never aim such a weapon at our investors, Silas replied with a grin. Observing the images assembled by Silas, the Count interjected. So, this weapon poses a threat to any location and any individual on this planet? Indeed, with the mere press of a button, we can strike our adversaries with pinpoint precision. Upon hearing Silas's words, the Count could not suppress a chuckle. If that is the case, I believe it is imperative to acquire a few more. Furthermore, this weapon requires an interface password, and the sole copy of that password is stored within the secure servers of the Colorado headquarters. With that, Silas turned his gaze toward Dr. Mike. The elderly man looked at Silas and remarked, conveniently, that is General Michael's territory. A simple greeting will suffice. My former superior, I do not expect him to be stationed there now. If that is the case, it will be manageable, Silas said with a smirk. Aboard the Decepticon warship, the crew gazed in astonishment at Moonlight, adorned in the supreme armor. I never anticipated that this artifact could be wielded by humans, Knockout mused, glancing at Megatron with uncertainty. Neither did I, Megatron replied, raising an eyebrow. Theoretically, the supreme armor was designed without the inclusion of species specifications like data storage tanks. Thus, even non-Cybertronians can don this armor. Shockwave, observing the supreme armor, remarked, there is nothing astonishing about it. Additionally, the energon collector has been nearly repaired through prolonged specialized efforts. And with the assistance of Deadlock, the energon collector has finally re-emerged. Excellent work, Shockwave, Megatron responded. Does it mean we no longer need to be wary of their incursions and can covertly amass those energon deposits? Moonlight, having released the supreme armor, happened to overhear Shockwave's words. Indeed, and based on our analysis of the Devastator cannon, I believe we can replicate an energy cannon, albeit its power may not rival that of the artifact. Shockwave continued. Impressive, as expected of a Decepticon chief scientist. You can execute such feats, Moonlight remarked, her expression one of awe. In truth, these were prior research projects that were temporarily shelved due to the war. We are merely reigniting the initiative now. Proceed with confidence. Shockwave. For this operation, I require additional personnel. Chapter 138. Discovery of the Red Energon. Until Moonlight was led out of the command room by Soundwave, she did not receive any inquiries from Megatron. She felt that ultimately, it was the Insecticon's misjudgment. Megatron seemed indifferent to her now. Soundwave. In the archives, sitting atop a high platform, Yue Ling gazed at two identical sound waves, signifying double the joy and a sense of elation. At that moment, a communication echoed through the room. Commander Yue Ling, I have detected some suspected red energy entities. Upon hearing the voice of Hu, Yue Ling promptly resolved to take immediate action. Hu, continue monitoring the network. Report any anomalies without delay. Turning to the sound waves, she added, "I'm gonna step out for a while. How about we share dinner together this evening?" Before receiving a response, Yue Ling hurriedly departed, leaving the sound waves to glance towards her retreating figure only after she had exited. Red energy entities detected. Tianjun, assemble the troops and take down the targets. Report the intelligence to General Wei. The rest of you, we shall set forth at once. In the command room of the warship, the weary Ji Dao rushed in to brief Wei Jin Tian on the situation. Lord Wei, Yue Ling and her team have discovered some red energy entities and have already set out with Tianjun. Acknowledging Ji Dao's words, Wei Jin Tian maintained a stoic demeanor. Within the Vanguard ship, the powerless Red Spider, having lost the supreme divine armor, helplessly scoured the control panel for human intelligence, hoping to uncover something of value. Foolish humans. They refer to this as the information superhighway, a trillion bytes of data, yet not a shred of usefulness. After striking the control panel in frustration, Red Spider's gaze fell upon a red mineral at a construction site, eliciting a chuckle. Ignorant Earthlings, they have no idea what they have found. Red energy entities. If I could possess it, I need not fear even without the supreme divine armor. Such swiftness is extraordinary. However, I recall that Yue Ling has established a department aboard the warship dedicated to observing human information. I must act swiftly. If they seize it first, it will be disastrous. With that, she utilized the control panel to lock in the location. At the Autobot base, the ever-diligent Laffy made a new discovery while operating the computer. "Look here," she exclaimed, pulling up the image of her finding. "My goodness," the ambulance exclaimed in astonishment. "Red energy entities here on Earth?" Clearly taken aback, the ambulance had not anticipated the emergence of red energy entities on their planet. "What exactly are red energy entities?" Laffy inquired. "They are exceedingly rare and unstable super energy bodies. When refined into fuel, they allow for incredible agility," the ambulance explained to Laffy and the others. "So, should I urgently evacuate the excavation site?" Fuller, who had yet to depart, asked Optimus Prime. "If we could discover it, others can too," Optimus Prime replied with a nod. Meanwhile, at the Mecha Special Operations Base, the board count, while searching for entertainment from the human realm, stumbled upon an anomaly. "This is a red energy entity. I can't believe such a thing exists on Earth." "What is it?" Cyrus inquired, puzzled by the count's statement. "A source of energy far more potent than ordinary super energy bodies." After observing the vehicles utilized by Silas and his companions, the count immediately relayed this discovery to the confinement. Despite his disdain for confinement, the significance of such a rare energy left him no room for hesitation. After all, on this planet, they were not the sole faction. At a construction site, Red Spider leaped from the land bridge, declaring, "The red energy body is mine. You humans are insignificant before my greatness." Before Red Spider could finish his proclamation, he found himself surrounded. As he surveyed the scene, the Decepticon soldiers aimed their weapons at him, causing Red Spider to shrink back in fright. "Did I just hear something? Insignificant?" At that moment, Moon Spirit chuckled at Red Spider's predicament. "No, you must have misheard. It's all a misunderstanding. Why don't you all go about your business? I shall take my leave." With that, Red Spider attempted to flee. "Since you're here, you might as well stay." Moon Spirit's devilish voice echoed just as Red Spider was about to escape. What? Before he could protest, handcuffs were fastened around his wrists. Meanwhile, aboard a spaceship, Bullhorn monitored the coordinates while steering the vessel. "With our speed, will we make it in time?" asked Flyhorn, glancing at his brother at the controls. "Who knows? Perhaps fortune is on our side, and the red energy body hasn't been discovered by others yet." Inside the spaceship, Herlin sat in the back, bored, watching the two brothers. At a nearby dock, a land bridge opened, revealing Optimus Prime and his companion stepping out. Upon seeing the red energy body pulsating with crimson light locked in an iron cage, they exclaimed, "Perfect. We can just take it back. Unfortunately, your plans are about to be thwarted." The sudden voice startled Optimus and his team, who quickly drew their weapons towards the source of the sound. There stood Moon Spirit perched on the shoulder of Thunder, flanked by Skywing and Decepticon soldiers, along with a shackled Red Spider. "All these red energy bodies are already reserved by us. If you wish to avoid demise, I suggest you leave promptly." Skywing threatened, glaring at Optimus and his team. "Is that so? We shall see if you possess such capability." Jackknife unsheathed his twin blades, sealing his faceplate as he charged at Skywing. In response, Skywing aimed his machine gun at Jackknife and opened fire. Observing Jackknife's aggressive move, Optimus and his companions swiftly readied their weapons, rushing towards the Decepticons. As the battlefield ignited, Moon Spirit promptly activated a shield and dashed to Red Spider's side. Though Red Spider might not be a formidable fighter, he was adept at evasion and concealment. Following him would ensure safety. As for the Supreme Armor, Moon Spirit had chosen not to carry it for this mission. Firstly, he recalled how Red Spider had willingly surrendered the Supreme Armor in the storyline involving the Red Energy Body. And secondly, he was uncertain whether the new recruit, Smokescreen, had arrived on Earth. Should he appear and employ the phased dislocator, it could spell disaster. In the distant sky, a spaceship approached stealthily, unnoticed by the chaotic skirmish below. Had it not been for the encouragement of Moon Spirit, urging Red Spider to pilfer the Crimson Energy Core, they might not have discerned the presence of a third-party force approaching amidst their struggle. Utilizing the targeting apparatus on the armor, Moon Spirit identified the intruder. It was the ship of the imprisoned subordinate, the Great Horn Bull. A retreat was imperative as an enemy assault commenced. Observing that the ship had activated its weaponry, Moon Spirit urgently called out a warning. Discovered, yet it mattered little now. Immediately, the Great Horn Bull transformed his vessel into a fortress and opened fire downward. Fortunately, the Great Horn Bull was a skilled marksman, ensuring that no shells were directed at the iron cage housing the Crimson Energy Core. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, Heelan found himself increasingly restless upon witnessing the humans below. Since his last mission, which left him injured and confined, he had been deprived of the taste of human blood for far too long. After his initial encounter with the essence of humanity, he had become utterly captivated by its flavor. Chapter 139. A defeated expedition, the scent of blood. I can already detect it. Heelan gazed with a deranged expression at Moon Spirit outside the ship. Giant Horn, open the hatch. I shall descend personally to retrieve him, and, while I'm at it, bring back the Crimson Energy Core. With that, Heelan turned to Giant Horn. Reluctantly, Giant Horn complied and opened the hatch, allowing Heelan to exit. Ever since he had taken his first human life on Earth and tasted human blood, Heelan had irrevocably transformed into what humanity deemed a monstrous killer. As Heelan leaped from the vessel, Flying Horn followed suit. Brother, I shall assist him. With that declaration, Flying Horn morphed into a fighter jet, racing toward Optimus Prime and his companions. This time, I shall personally sever your heads as trophies. The fury in Flying Horn's eyes seemed potent enough to ignite his very core. Upon their entry into the battlefield, they quickly captured the attention of all. While Moon Spirit and Red Spider concealed themselves, Moon Spirit observed Heelan maneuvering amidst the artillery fire and suddenly realized that Heelan's target was not the Crimson Energy Core, but rather their position. After ensuring that there were no unusual elements nearby, Moon Spirit acted without hesitation, producing a key to unlock Red Spider's handcuffs. If Heelan's aim was directed toward them, with Red Spider as assistance, they could at least delay him until the arrival of Tianjin and his allies. If not, allowing Red Spider to escape would not be a grave concern. In the next moment, Moon Spirit's thoughts were validated. The vehicle, weaving through the artillery fire, surged past the iron cage containing the Crimson Energy Core, charging straight toward Moon Spirit's location. At the moment of proximity, Heelan completed his transformation and leapt toward Moon Spirit. However, in the next instant, a missile erupted forth, sending Heelan hurtling away. Red Spider, arm raised, had launched the missile. What audacity to challenge the esteemed Red Spider, he declared, casting a disdainful glance at the blasted Heelan. Meanwhile, Flying Horn descended from the ship, heading straight for Optimus Prime. Were it not for the formidable horned fortress providing fire support, the agile flyer might have succumbed to the onslaught of Autobots and Decepticons. As Flyer approached, it transformed into humanoid form, raising a fist to strike Optimus Prime. However, Optimus was already prepared. At the moment Flyer launched the attack, he leapt back, causing Flyer's strike to miss. In the next instant, as Flyer rose, ready to assault Optimus once more, a hefty hammer suddenly appeared, crashing into Flyer's face. It was the shield delivering a blow that sent Flyer sprawling. Observing the defeated Flyer, the imposing Horned One could no longer remain idle, activating the ship's automatic mode. He leapt from the vessel, charging towards Flyer's location. Meanwhile, the disruption caused by the Horned One ship forced the battling Decepticons and Autobots to retreat behind cover. Both factions, now forcibly separated, unanimously decided to concentrate their fire on the Horned One and his allies. After all, their presence was merely a catalyst for chaos, leaving little room for negotiation. On another front, as Red Spider sought to capitalize on the momentum from hurling Harlan away, the fortress ship's artillery rained down, compelling Red Spider, along with his companion Moonlight, to hide behind a nearby container. Watching the relentless barrage from the fortress ship, Red Spider resolved to stealthily retreat. The acquisition of the red energy matter had become irrelevant. The priority was survival. Devoid of the supreme armor's protection, Red Spider was no longer filled with the allure of red energy, but with an intense desire to live. Due to the overwhelming firepower of the fortress ship, both Flyer and Harlan, who had previously evaded further attacks, quickly regained their footing. Flyer, once again determined to charge at Optimus Prime, raised his weapon and unleashed a barrage upon Optimus's cover. Harlan, on the other hand, unsheathed the blade from his arms and headed straight for Red Spider's hiding spot. His intent was not only to obliterate Moonlight, but also to sever Red Spider's head for sport. Just as Flyer was about to reach the shelter where Optimus and his allies were holed up, Horned One, unable to restrain Flyer in time, watched helplessly as bombs, tossed by both factions, hurtled toward Flyer. With no regard for anything else, Horned One dashed towards Flyer, and just as he was about to successfully pull Flyer back, the Jax and Scourge pressed the detonator. In an instant, the explosion enveloped the Horned brothers at the epicenter. The shockwave from the blast sent Harlan flying once more. As Harlan staggered to his feet, ready to retaliate, a massive explosion erupted, illuminating the dim sky with a brilliant light. Harlan, momentarily stunned, gazed in disbelief at the fortress ship, annihilated by a missile launch from formation of Decepticon flyers, forgetting for a moment that he was amidst a battlefield. Just as he was about to make a move, he found himself surrounded by Decepticon soldiers, weapons trained on him, leaving Harlan with no choice but to sheath his weapon. Although Helan is ruthless and revels in bloodshed, he possesses a keen intellect and a cowardly disposition regarding his own life. If it means preserving his existence, he would willingly kneel and lick the feet of his captors. Thus, disarming himself, he immediately knelt before Ha-E and the others, pleading for mercy. From a distance, witnessing the humiliated Helan's supplication, the concealed Guban could not help but spit in disdain. What a spineless wretch! Optimus Prime and his companions sighed in relief as the Decepticon aerial squadron successfully annihilated the fortress ship and retreated. At least there was still a glimmer of hope. Just then, as the Decepticon soldiers approached the unconscious duo of the Horned Bull brothers, a beam of orange-yellow laser descended from the heavens. The precisely guided laser eliminated several Decepticon soldiers before dissipating, leaving behind a deep crater. Moments earlier, within the Mecha Special Operations Base, General Michael's gratitude resonated. And after terminating the communication with him, Silas chuckled at the satellite codes transmitted by the general. The download was complete. They could now remotely control the Damocles satellite at any moment. The adjutant reported the successful acquisition of the codes. Thanks to the Count's assistance, we could not have launched the satellite into space so swiftly otherwise. Clearly, it was the Count's subordinates piloting the spacecraft to position the satellite in geostationary orbit. Unfortunately, they were still unaware of the whereabouts of the Autobots and Decepticons. Otherwise, they would have relished the opportunity to use this weapon as a welcoming gift for them. Silas's remarks prompted the Count to recall the site of the discovery of the red energy entity. Perhaps the Autobots and Decepticons had made a discovery of their own there. Thus, after the Count relayed the mission coordinates to Silas, the latter promptly resolved, in that case, Adjutant, align the satellite towards that location. It will also serve as a demonstration for our esteemed allies of the Damocles' might. Subsequently, under the Adjutant's guidance, the satellite was aimed at the designated target. Simultaneously, with authorization granted, Silas utilized other satellites to broadcast real-time footage of the dock scene on the screen. Observing the impending capture of the Horned Bull brothers, the Count issued a command to attack the nearby Decepticons. Chapter 140. The Staff of God as the laser vanished. All present beheld a gaping crater before the Horned Bull brothers. The sudden aerial assault instantly stunned everyone. Optimus Prime, what is happening? My readings indicate a sudden surge of energy on your end, the anxious Ratchet exclaimed, observing the screen within the Autobot base. Meanwhile, at the Mecha Special Operations Base, the Count, eyeing the crater on the screen, remarked, interesting. Continue the assault. With that, the adjutant recalibrated and pressed the switch once more. Soon after, another laser struck from above. Autobots retreat. Optimus Prime hastily commanded, witnessing the attack heading toward them. Ratchet, we need support. The pursued Optimus Prime quickly opened communication with the base. Listening to Optimus Prime's words, Ratchet momentarily found himself at a loss. Could you, perhaps, utilize the remote approach suggested by Agent Fuller to breach the Damocles satellite? In that instant, Ratchet comprehended the nature of the sudden surge of energy. Optimus, are you implying that the mech's special operations team is orchestrating an attack on you via the Damocles satellite? Upon hearing Ratchet's words, Fuller lost his composure. What? How is that possible? I have not received any alerts from a base there. Fuller responded incredulously. At this juncture, apart from the Damocles satellite, I cannot conceive of any weapon that would embolden them to act so brazenly and assist in their confinement. After all, prior to this, they had not exhibited such offensive capabilities. Optimus, are you suggesting that Silas is allied with them? Ratchet could hardly fathom the notion. The union of two such menaces would spell disaster for Earth and the Autobots. Very well, I understand. I am ordering you to retreat immediately from that location. Do not question why. Just retreat. After hanging up, Fuller remarked, I have inquired with them, and there has been no breach at their location. This implies that there is likely an insider who has leaked the codes to the mech's special operations team. Fuller surmised. At the dock, Optimus Prime and his companions were evading attacks launched from above, just as Thundercracker and Skywarp sought to seize the opportunity to capture the Red Energon. The assault redirected towards them. Thus, the pursuers became the Decepticons. In an instant, Hellbat, recognizing this as an opportune moment to escape, violently shoved aside a nearby soldier and fired a missile towards the direction of Thundercracker and his compatriots before fleeing down a side alley. As for the two brothers, the Stunticons, at this moment, the desperate Hellbat had no time to think of them. Observing the incoming missile, Thundercracker narrowly evaded it, yet an unforeseen incident occurred. The iron cage had already been compromised by the shockwave of the previous explosion, and now the missile struck perilously close, causing a detonation that obliterated the cage. Although the Red Energon was not annihilated by the explosion, it was scattered as a result. Meanwhile, the misfortune fell upon the unfortunate Skywarp, who had just regained consciousness at the moment Hellbat launched the missile, only to be hurled away by the shockwave of the blast. Subsequently, the fallen Skywarp succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Fool! The Count observed Hellbat's blunder in real time through the satellite feed. Not only did he abandon the Stunticons, but he nearly obliterated the Red Energon as well. Now, the furious Count could hardly resist the urge to command the Damocles to fire upon Hellbat, wishing to reduce him to ashes as a means of venting his anger. Laffy, Ratchet, and the others turned to the computer operator, Laffy. I cannot access it. Someone is continuously fortifying the firewall. I require assistance, Laffy stated, glancing at the computer screen. On the other side, Silas noted an attempt to breach the password backend. The technical operators scrutinized the displays on their screens. Lock onto him, then redirect the satellite and obliterate him, Silas commanded, narrowing his eyes. No, they are currently tracing our location. I'm unable to manage everything at once. Within the base, Laffy struggled to contend with the highly skilled operatives of the mech special forces, lacking the time to infiltrate the internal systems. Optimus Prime listened intently to Laffy as communications, casting his gaze towards the fleeing Thunderclash and his companions. Recalling that Moonfire had been present when Thunderclash arrived, Optimus accelerated towards a nearby red energy entity, where he spotted the furtive Red Spider and Moonfire. At that moment, just as Red Spider was about to seize the red energy entity, he caught sight of Optimus approaching swiftly. In a panic, Red Spider snatched the red energy entity and fled. Meanwhile, Moonfire remained motionless, watching Optimus charge towards her. Moonfire, we require your assistance, Optimus called out. After a brief explanation of the situation, Moonfire promptly agreed to help. Soundwave, I need your support. When in doubt, turn to Soundwave. She instructed. Optimus, provide me with the coordinates, she requested, glancing at him. Inside the mech special forces base, the Count observed the satellite feed with keen interest, eyeing the armored human. Interesting. What is the matter? Silas inquired, noticing the individual standing alongside Optimus Prime. It appears this is a new ally of the Autobots. Silas remarked calmly. Autobots? That remains to be seen. A sudden thought struck the Count, prompting him to command, redirect the attack, eliminate that human along with Optimus Prime. Upon hearing the Count's orders, the lieutenant immediately adjusted the satellite targeting, and the attacks that had been pursuing Thunderclash and his team vanished. Moments later, lasers descended anew. As the beams targeted Optimus' location, the group grew anxious. Optimus, be cautious. As an extraterrestrial weapon, the lasers could be evaded if their speed had not yet reached a critical threshold, despite the beams relentlessly pursuing Optimus and Moonfire. At the Colorado security base, a terrestrial bridge opened, and Soundwave emerged, surveying the now deserted base. He promptly entered the main control room and extended his tendrils to connect with the servers. Initiating navigation control for the Damocles satellite, he aimed to bring it down, a far simpler task than shutting it down entirely. Not far from his base, within a military stronghold, a soldier reported the situation to a 5-star general. As he spoke, the soldier projected the internal footage of the security base. Observing the computer being manipulated by Soundwave, the soldier inquired, "Shall we deploy forces to eliminate the extraterrestrial life forms?" "Unnecessary," came the response. Michael gazed at the passwords being incessantly downloaded by the sound waves on the screen, chuckling softly. Now is not the time. Let these extraterrestrials revel in their arrogance for a few more days. It won't be long before they are utterly vanquished by us. Little did Michael realize that the master of intelligence manipulation, the Soundwave, was well aware of the humans surveilling her. Often, the most sophisticated hunters present themselves in the guise of their prey.